thinking life had hit rock bottom, unemployed at 40 and contemplating suicide. A single phone call turned my life around completely. That stunning flight attendant from that night was actually pregnant with my child. And it was a rare set of quadruplets. Just as I was despairing over the enormous child support payments, Super Dad system activated. As long as you treat your wife and children well, you can infinitely claim rewards. The starter pack directly gifts you a top-tier mansion worth 60 million. Cooking a meal for my wife to reward her god-tier culinary skills. Even a single kiss can instantly deposit 5 million. From a down-and-out middle-aged man everyone laughed at, I made a stunning comeback as a doting husband in Super Dad. Everyone was stunned. But this was just the beginning. The system prompted that on the day the children were born, an even more incredible ultimate reward awaited me. Chapter 1, Pregnant with Quadruplets. The headache was so intense it felt like it was about to explode. 40-year-old Liu abruptly sat up from the bed, feeling dizzy with darkness swirling before his eyes. An unfamiliar hotel room, the air thick with the mingled scents of alcohol and a woman's perfume. He looked down and saw himself completely naked, without a stitch of clothing. Turning his head, he was shocked to find a similarly unclothed woman lying beside him. Her jet-black hair cascaded like a waterfall across the pillow, revealing only a stunning profile. Liyu's mind buzzed, completely stunned. He only remembered receiving a layoff notice from the company not long ago, leaving him unemployed in middle age. Midlife had arrived with no achievements to speak of, only a mountain of debt. He ran to the bar in despair, trying to drown himself in alcohol. After that, he couldn't remember anything. The woman beside him seemed startled awake by his movements. She let out a short scream and quickly wrapped herself in the blanket. You, turn around. The woman's voice carried a hint of panic and flustered anger. Liyu's face flushed red, and he quickly turned his back, his mind in complete turmoil. Behind him came the rustling sound of clothes being put on. A few minutes later, a cool yet slightly hoarse voice spoke up. We're all adults here. Let's just pretend nothing happened and leave each other alone. Liu didn't even have time to turn around before he heard the sound of the door opening and closing. He turned stiffly, only to find himself alone in the room. Liu slumped back onto the bed, feeling that his life had reached the height of absurdity. At that moment, his gaze swept over the white sheets beneath him. A glaring crimson stain instantly made his eyes widen in shock. Bloodstains, could this be her first time? Yet she didn't even hold him accountable, which left Liu feeling both guilty and ashamed. He hastily put on his wrinkled clothes and suddenly spotted the woman's forgotten belongings on the nightstand. An ID card and an exquisitely designed business card. Liu picked up the ID card. The girl in the photo was stunningly beautiful. Gu Yuan, 24 years old. Looking at that business card again, it read Chief Flight Attendant, Gu Yuan, Jiangning Airlines. Liu gasped in astonishment. She was none other than the most famous ice beauty flight attendant of Jiangning Airlines, whom he'd seen mentioned in gossip news. Rumor had it countless wealthy men and second-generation heirs had waved stacks of cash trying to win her favor, only to be mercilessly rejected. Such a young and beautiful flight attendant, her first time was actually with a down-and-out middle-aged man like me. This is insane. I actually slept with a stunning flight attendant last night. Could it be that after losing his job in middle age, heaven took pity on him and sent this consolation? Talk about hitting the jackpot with women. What a shame I drank too much last night and can't remember the details. I can't even properly savor the memory. Liu gave a self-deprecating smile, then looked at the phone number on the business card. He wanted to return the ID card but feared the other person might hang up immediately if he called. After much hesitation, Liu tried adding the person's WeChat using the phone number. Unexpectedly, the other party quickly accepted the friend request. Liu, hello, my name is Liu. You left your ID card at my place. Gu Yuan's profile picture was pitch black, as cold as her personality. Gu Yuan, leave it at the hotel front desk. I'll pick it up myself. Liu, okay. Gu Yuan, let's not contact each other or meet again from now on. Pretend we never knew each other. Staring at those cold words, Liu felt a storm of emotions but could only type one word in response. Liu, okay. 2 months later, on the rooftop of an unfinished building in Jiangning City, the cold wind howled, making Liu's clothes flap violently. Over these 2 months, he had submitted over 100 resumes, all of which sank without a trace. Because he was over 35 years old, many companies wouldn't hire him. Savings are exhausted, credit cards maxed out, and debt collection calls are increasing day by day. Looking down at the stream of cars and pedestrians from the rooftop, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over him. At 40, still single, penniless, careerless, and futureless. Apart from being somewhat handsome, he truly had nothing at all. What a complete failure of a life. What's the point of living anymore? Death would just end it all. Liu closed his eyes, spread his arms, ready to embrace the final release. Just then, his phone in the pocket rang at the most inopportune moment. He had no intention of answering, but the ringing persisted relentlessly. After a moment's thought, he figured that since he was going to die anyway, he might as well answer what could be his last phone call. He pulled out his phone, saw the number on the screen, and, as if compelled by some unseen force, pressed the answer button. Hello? At that moment, sobbing came from the other end of the line. Are you Liu? I'm Gu Yuan, I'm at City First Hospital, can you come over? Upon hearing this, Liu was momentarily stunned. The name sounded somewhat familiar. Soon he remembered, wasn't that the gorgeous flight attendant he had a one-night stand with 2 months ago? Yes, this is Liu. Wait for me, I'll be right there. Liu hung up the phone and hailed a taxi, rushing straight to the hospital. He didn't know what had happened, but he could hear the helplessness and despair in the voice on the phone. Speeding all the way, Liu dashed into the hospital lobby. At first glance, he spotted Gu Yueyan sitting on the bench, still sobbing. Seeing Liu, she staggered to her feet. You're here. Liu quickly stepped forward, puzzled. What's happened? Gu Yueyan didn't speak, just shoved several sheets of paper into his hand. Then she covered her face and burst into tears again. Liu took the papers with confusion. One was a test report, the other an ultrasound scan. His gaze fell on the diagnosis result of the ultrasound scan, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Early intrauterine pregnancy, for gestational sacs visible, for fetal heartbeats detected. Diagnosis, quadruplets, viable. 4. Quadruplets. Liu was utterly shocked in his heart. Conceiving quadruplets at once is extremely rare anywhere in the world. However, Gu Yueyan's next words shocked him even more. These children are yours. What do you plan to do about it? Hearing this, Liu felt his mind go completely blank. Dear heavens, what kind of international joke is this? I can barely support myself, and now I have to support 4? How could this happen? Liu found it hard to believe. Gu Yueyan sobbed, my periods have always been irregular, so I didn't pay much attention. By the time I realized something was wrong and came to the hospital for a checkup, I was already 2 months pregnant. He raised his bloodshot eyes and looked at Liu, his gaze filled with helplessness. The doctor said if I abort these babies, there's a 99% chance I'll never be able to conceive again in my lifetime. I really don't know what to do, so I had to call you here. Although Liu was still in a daze, he could understand the other person's helplessness. She's just a young woman of 24, with a bright future ahead in her career. But now she has to face such a cruel choice, which is truly difficult to make. Is this child really mine? Liu still couldn't believe it as he asked. After all, it came so suddenly that he found it hard to accept all at once. What worried him more was that this might be a trap, setting him up to be the scapegoat. Because that night was too dreamlike, too bizarre. Although I'm an old bachelor, I don't want to become a Dorgan either. Chapter 2, The Super Dad System. Hearing Liu's skepticism, Gu Yueyan's body trembled violently. What do you mean by that? She said with a look of grievance. Are you doubting that the child in my belly isn't yours? Do you think I, Gu Yueyan, am that kind of loose woman? Gu Yueyan's voice trembled, as if deeply offended. Though I, Gu Yueyan, am no chaste heroine, I'm still a conservative girl who knows self-respect. In my whole life, I've never been with any other man except you. Looking at the stunningly beautiful woman crying before him, Liu began to feel a twinge of guilt. Gu Yueyan, as if afraid he wouldn't believe her, sobbed while explaining the truth about that night. It was that night, our company was holding a celebration banquet. There was a wealthy man who kept harassing me, and he drugged my drink. I tried to run when I realized something was wrong, but the drug took effect quickly. As it turned out, the wealthy man himself drank too much, had a sudden heart attack, and was taken away by an ambulance. In my dazed state, I hid in an empty room, and what happened next, was you coming in. As she spoke, Gu Yueyan's cheeks flushed with 2 patches of red, and her voice trailed off. So that's how it was. After listening, Liu's heart was suddenly flooded with a strong sense of guilt and self-reproach. He really was a scoundrel. She was a pure and innocent young maiden, giving her most precious first time to a down-and-out guy like me, and I actually doubted her. Besides, I'm flat broke now, with pockets emptier than my face. What could she possibly want from me? For my age? For my mountain of debt? There's no reason for her to set up some scheme to trick me. At the thought of this, Liu wished he could slap himself hard across the face. His gaze fell once more on the ultrasound report, and a strange feeling welled up inside him. Although I'm already 40, it seems I'm still as sharp as ever. Just one try and I hit the jackpot with quadruplets. This combat power is simply off the charts. A faint sense of absurd pride quietly rose within him. But then, an even heavier reality pressed down. Raising one child is tough enough, but now there are 4. Money for formula, diapers, future school fees, it would be an astronomical sum. With no house, no car, no savings, how could he support the mother and 5 children? But then again, they were his own flesh and blood after all. The doctor had also said that if Gu Yueyan aborted the children, she might never be able to become a mother in her lifetime. How cruel that would be for a woman. He couldn't be so selfish. He couldn't ruin her life, let alone personally destroy his own child. Liu might be down on his luck, but he couldn't lose a man's sense of responsibility. No matter how difficult it is, I must shoulder this responsibility. Isn't it just about money? I'll go earn it. Delivering food, driving for ride-hailing, working on construction sites, there's always a way. An unprecedented surge of determination welled up in Liu's heart, dispelling all his despondency and despair. He gritted his teeth, looked into Gu Yueyan's eyes, and said with determination, "Don't worry, I'll take full responsibility once the child is born. From today onward, I'll be their father and your support." The moment his words fell, A cold, mechanical voice suddenly rang out in Liu's mind. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for making the most correct choice. The super dad system has officially awakened. What the hell? Liu froze in shock. He thought he had gone crazy from poverty, the pressure was too much, and he was starting to hear things. He subconsciously shook his head. System binding successful. Newcomer's gift package distributing. Congratulations, host has obtained a 300 square meter luxury villa in Longtingipin, fully furnished, ready to move in. The deed has been issued and placed in your briefcase. The mechanical voice sounded again, crystal clear. Liu was completely stunned. A system? Something straight out of a novel has actually appeared in reality? Did they really give away a villa as well? Dragon Soaring Elite. That's the most exclusive luxury residential area in Jiangning City, where property prices reach 200,000 yuan per square meter. A 300 square meter villa would be worth at least 60 million yuan. Is this a dream? Liu felt his heart pounding wildly in his chest, almost as if it were about to leap out of his throat. He turned around and, with trembling hands, reached for his worn-out briefcase. This was originally a briefcase meant for carrying resumes, and there was nothing else inside. Yet, when his hand reached in, it touched a hard notebook. He abruptly pulled it out, a brand new red property ownership certificate. The gilded words Certificate of House Ownership on it stung his eyes painfully. With trembling hands, he opened it and saw the name of the property owner, Liu. It was real. All of this was actually real. This wasn't a dream. He really obtained a system and also acquired a priceless mansion. Hello, host. The purpose of this system is to help you become the universe's strongest dad. As long as you spend money on your children, engage in heartwarming interactions with your wife and kids, or complete tasks issued by the system, you will receive generous rewards. Please remember, the more you care for your wife and children, the richer the rewards will be. So that's how it is. As long as he treats his wife and children well, he can continuously receive rewards. Liu trembled with excitement from head to toe. This was like a massive pie falling from the sky. No, it was a gold mountain. Not only had he narrowly escaped death, but he had also been given a chance to defy fate and change his destiny. Liu placed the property deed back into his briefcase, then turned to look at Gu Yueyan, who was still silently shedding tears before him. This woman was his lucky goddess. It was her and the 4 children in her womb that had brought him all of this. He, Liu, was determined to make her the happiest woman in the world. Liu stepped forward and pulled Gu Yueyan into a tight embrace. Gu Yueyan was startled by his sudden move and froze, instinctively trying to push him away. Then she heard Liu whisper resolutely in her ear, "Marry me." What? Marriage? Gu Yueyan was completely stunned, her mind going blank. She raised her head and looked at the man before her. Although he was already 40, time seemed to have treated him exceptionally well. Only a few faint wrinkles lingered at the corners of his eyes, his features were sharply defined, and his figure remained well-maintained. He exuded the charm of a mature man, even more so than those in their 20s. Especially at this moment, the confidence and passion in his eyes made her heart skip a beat inexplicably. Gu Yueyan thought of that night. Although the details were hazy, she vaguely remembered that this older man seemed quite impressive. That night gave her a kind of happiness she had never experienced before. Now, she was carrying his child. And deep down, she was a very conservative woman. If she didn't get rid of the child, there seemed to be no other choice but to marry him. Under Liu's sincere and passionate gaze, Gu Yanran found herself nodding inexplicably. Okay, I do. Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's hum, yet Liu heard it with perfect clarity. Hearing this, Liu was overjoyed. This happiness came too suddenly. That old bachelor somehow ended up with stunning wife not even a rich man could land. This is 10,000 times more exhilarating than winning the lottery. He was so excited he nearly howled at the sky. And his life was finally about to take off. Chapter 3, Parental Doubts. At this point, Liu felt he couldn't keep dragging his feet. Since we've both agreed, shouldn't we start the formalities? Let's find a time for our parents to meet and finalize the wedding arrangements. And we should go check out our future home, Liu said earnestly. Wedding home? At those 2 words, Gu Yueyan froze in place. She lifted her beautiful eyes, still streaked with tears, and stared at Liu in utter bewilderment. Before coming here, she had done some basic background checks on Liu. She knew he was 40, unemployed in middle age, and drowning in debt. It could be said his life had hit rock bottom. The only reason she was willing to marry him was because of the child growing inside her. She didn't want her child to be born without a father. As for married life, she had already made plans. She had worked for years and saved some money. Supporting herself and 4 children would be tough, but not impossible. She never expected Liu to shoulder any financial responsibility. But now, he actually mentioned a wedding home? What did he use to buy it? Did he intend to bring her back to his dilapidated rental apartment? A bitter taste instantly filled Gu Yueyan's heart. Seeing the complex expression on Gu Yueyan's face, Liu knew exactly what she was thinking. He gave a self-deprecating chuckle. With his current down-and-out state, it was no wonder she'd misunderstand. Don't worry, it's not what you think, Liu said, turning to pull out that red notebook once more from his tattered briefcase. This is our wedding home, the villa at Longtingipin. He handed the property deed to Gu Yueyan. Gu Yueyan took it with confusion. When she saw the words property ownership certificate printed in large characters, and especially when she flipped it open, and saw the name Liu clearly written in the owner's column, she was utterly dumbfounded. Longting Yipin was the most exclusive luxury residential area in Jiangning City. The cheapest homes there started at tens of millions. And the deed in his hand boldly stated an area of 300 square meters. This villa was worth at least 60 million yuan. Gu Yueyan felt her mind buzzing, almost unable to think. She jerked her head up, staring at Liu as if he were some kind of monster. Who are you, exactly? Are you some kind of secret billionaire living undercover? She'd seen news reports about wealthy individuals with such twisted tastes. People who pretended to be penniless to test human nature. Could this be one of them? Liu watched her stunned expression, secretly delighted, though his face remained calm. You're overthinking it. I'm just an ordinary person. I really don't have much money, just this one villa. Only one villa? That was the definition of understated arrogance. Gu Yueyan stared at him, finding herself increasingly unable to read this man. Still, she didn't press further. Whether he was genuinely poor or just pretending to be wealthy, the fact that he was willing to take responsibility for her and their child was enough. Liu drove Gu Yueyan home, then hailed a cab back to his cramped, sub-20 square meter rental. The room was a mess, littered with beer cans and instant noodle containers. This was the result of his 10 years of struggle. Surveying the mess, Liu took a deep breath and pulled out his phone. He scrolled to a number he hadn't dialed in 10 years. After a moment's hesitation, he pressed the call button. His parents lived in the countryside, running a sizable pig farm with over 10,000 hogs, living quite comfortably. It could be said that Liu was a solid second-generation rich kid in the village. But his parents were deeply traditional, harboring an almost obsessive fixation on continuing the family line. Ever since Liu graduated from university, they had nagged him daily to marry and have children, arranging countless blind dates for him. Back then, Liu was ambitious and focused solely on building his career, showing no interest in marriage. By the time he turned 30, he was still single. The conflict finally erupted during a heated argument. His parents, furious and distraught, berated him for being unreasonable and unfilial. Liu lost his temper too, yelling back, "I'll never get married or have kids in this lifetime just to drive you crazy." His parents were so furious they grabbed a broomstick to beat him, shouting, "If you don't marry and have children, you won't get a single penny of our family's inheritance." Liu, stubborn as he was, retorted immediately, "Who needs it? Without you, I can still make my own way in the world." With that, he slammed the door and cut ties with his family, heading alone to Jiangning. A full decade passed in the blink of an eye, yet he achieved nothing during those 10 years. He'd become a shadow of his former self, a disgrace to his family, and naturally had no face to contact his parents. But now, things were different. Not only had he obtained a God-defying system, but he also possessed a mansion worth 60 million. Most importantly, he was about to have a wife, one who was carrying 4 children in her womb. At last, he could proudly tell his parents that Liu had made something of himself. The phone rang for a long time before someone picked up. "Hello? Who is this?" An impatient female voice came from the other end. It was his mother. "Mom, it's me, Liu." His voice was hoarse. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end, then an even sharper voice erupted. "Son? You little bastard, you finally remember to call us? You've been flying solo for 10 years, and now you're broke and want to come home begging for money? Let me tell you, there's no way in hell you're coming back without bringing your wife." His mother's barrage of words left Liu with a bitter smile. "Mom, I'm not asking for money. I called to tell you something. I'm getting married, and you're about to become a grandmother." "What?" The voice on the other end shot up in disbelief. "Marriage? Grandmother? You young man, don't tell me you've been tricked into being a fall guy. Let me tell you this, don't go picking some random woman to pretend to be our daughter-in-law just for our family's fortune." Liu knew this reaction was coming. He patiently explained. "Mom, it's true. The child is mine. She's already 2 months along and it's quadruplets." Quadruplets? This time, even the phone went completely silent. After a long pause, his mother asked in a trembling voice, "Where are you?" "We'll be right over." Early the next morning, a thunderous pounding shook the door of Liu's rented apartment. He opened the door to find his parents, whom he hadn't seen in 10 years. His mother's hair had grown noticeably grayer, and his father's face bore deeper wrinkles. Both looked weary from the journey, carrying a bag in their hands as they scrutinized him sharply from head to toe. The moment they stepped inside and saw the messy environment, Liu's mother's brow furrowed into a knot. "You've been living in this godforsaken place for 10 years? She plopped down on the only chair and began firing questions at him in rapid succession. "Tell me, who is that woman? Is the child really yours? Don't you dare be foolish enough to raise someone else's child. If you dare let the Li family line die out, just wait till I break your legs." Chapter 4, System Rewards Again. Liu's father sat silently by his side. He sat stiffly on the bedside, his expression stern as if interrogating a criminal. Li Yu sighed, knowing he'd have to show them something real to shut them up. He pulled Gu Yuan's ultrasound report from his bag and handed it over. Here's the hospital report and the paternity test. See for yourself. Li's mother snatched it away and put on her reading glasses. When she saw the words quadruplets on the diagnosis, her hands began to tremble. After glancing at the paternity test and confirming it was her son's bloodline, she was overcome with emotion. She passed the papers to her husband. That perpetually icy expression finally softened. Mom and Dad, do you believe us now? Mr. Li set down the report and began to speak with joy. After waiting and hoping for so long, the Li family finally has an heir. I'll go buy a wedding home right away and prepare the dowry. We absolutely can't shortchange them. Li Yu smiled faintly and made up an excuse, no need to prepare a wedding home. Your son here got lucky. I won the lottery a while back, over 60 million. I used that money to buy a villa outright at Longtingipin, which will serve as the wedding home. What? 60? Over 60 million? Mrs. Li gasped in shock. Longtingipin? Isn't that the most expensive housing in Jiangning? A single unit costs tens of millions, right? Though the Li family had money, it was tied up in the pig farm's fixed assets. Coming up with tens of millions in cash flow all at once was simply impossible. After the initial shock, Mrs. Li reverted to her true nature. She slapped her thigh and pointed an accusing finger at Li Yu. You good for nothing. Why buy such an extravagant villa when you have all that money? Why not just buy a house worth a few million to live in? Then use the rest to start a business. Isn't it better to make money work for you? Pouring it all into real estate, are you out of your mind? Though she railed with her words, deep down, Mrs. Li was overjoyed. Not only was her son getting married, but he was planning to have 4 children. And he'd bought the most luxurious mansion in Jiangning City. How splendid. Now when she returned to the village, she'd have plenty to brag about. Li Yu let his mother scold him, a smile playing on his lips. He knew he'd passed his parents' test. When she finally paused, panting from her tirade, she demanded. And what about the girl? When will you bring her over for us to meet? I need to give her a proper vetting. Li Yu smiled and replied, I've already made plans with her. Tomorrow I'll take you to see the new place, and you can meet her and her parents too. At that moment, Li Yu began to anticipate the look on his parents' faces when they met Gu Yuan. What a sight that would be. That evening, Li Yu stood beneath Gu Yuan's apartment building, holding a steaming hot roast chicken. He had gone out of his way, traversing several blocks, to purchase this renowned fruitwood roasted chicken, its skin golden and crispy. Gu Yuan came downstairs shortly after receiving his call. She wore simple loungewear, her long hair cascading loosely around her shoulders. Though she wore no makeup, her beauty was still captivating. Why are you here? Gu Yuan glanced at the roast chicken in his hand, a flicker of warmth in her eyes. Because I missed you, of course. And I brought you a midnight snack. Li Yu smiled as he handed her the roast chicken. You're such a smart aleck, Gu Yuan teased, though the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve upward. The two stood beneath the streetlight, he tall and handsome, she breathtakingly beautiful. Chatting intimately, they looked every bit like a couple deeply in love. This heartwarming scene quickly drew the attention of neighbors and passers-by strolling nearby. Isn't that the most famous flight attendant from Jiangning Airlines? I've seen her several times. Yeah, she looks like a fairy. Who's that guy next to her? Looks like he's around 40, dressed pretty plainly. Could he be her dad? Father? Look at how close they are. More like the old bull chasing the young grass. A middle-aged woman in a tank top and shorts sneered with disdain. Young girls these days, I just don't get them. All those young, handsome guys out there, and she goes and picks some greasy old dude. What's the point? Is it because he's older? Or because he never bathes? Though spoken softly, the words reached Gu Yuan's ears clearly. Her face instantly paled. Li Yu heard it too, his brow furrowing instantly as a surge of anger welled up inside him. Just as he was about to confront them, Gu Yuan grabbed his arm and suddenly stood on tiptoe. Amidst the stunned stares of everyone present, she swiftly planted a kiss on Li Yu's cheek. Honey, let's go home. Don't mind them. Her voice was soft yet clear enough for everyone nearby to hear distinctly. That single word, darling, along with her sudden action, stunned the onlookers. Especially the gossiping auntie from earlier. Her eyes nearly popped out of her head. Li Yu's heart skipped a beat as an overwhelming wave of happiness and warmth instantly enveloped him. Looking at the woman before him, who had made such a bold public gesture to defend him, he felt profoundly moved. Li Yu could no longer contain his emotions. Ignoring the stunned stares around them, he pulled Gu Yuan tightly into his embrace. Thank you. I'll walk you home. Li Yu's voice was slightly hoarse. Gu Yuan buried her face against his chest and murmured a soft mm. At that very moment, the cold mechanical voice echoed in Li Yu's mind once more. Beep. Detected intimate interaction between host and spouse. First instance of joy and happiness felt by the babies in the womb. Congratulations, host. You have earned your first pleasure reward, 880,000 yuan in cash. Reward has been deposited into host's bank account. Please verify receipt. No sooner had the voice faded than Li Yu's phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out to find a bank deposit notification. Jiangning Bank, your savings account ending in 8888 received a deposit of 880,000 renminbi on October 26, 2015. Current account balance, 880,000 renminbi and 68 cents. Staring at the long string of zeros, Li Yu's breathing quickened. 880,000. Just for a kiss and a hug, he'd gotten 880,000 yuan. This system is seriously awesome. Not far away, a nosy onlooker had secretly snapped a photo of the couple embracing with their phone and swiftly uploaded it online. The headline was sensational, shocking. Jiangning Airlines ice queen stewardess snagged by greasy middle-aged man. The news spread like wildfire, with the photo quickly circulating across Jiangning City's local forums and social media. Some even dug up information about Li Yu's previous unemployment and heavy debts. In an instant, a deluge of ridicule and criticism poured in. Chapter 5: Viewing the Wedding Home. After parting ways, Li Yu returned to his dilapidated rental apartment. Staring at the peeling wallpaper and the creaking old fan, he thought about the 880,000 yuan in his bank account. And the 60 million yuan luxury apartment at Longting Yipin. Li Yu felt as if he were dreaming. Just then, his phone's WeChat group started flashing frantically. It was a group created by several former colleagues from his old company whom he got along with well. "Old Li, you're trending. Check the news. Holy crap, Old Li, is that you in the photo? You're something else, man. When did you land Jiangning Airlines top model? Way to go, brotherly. That beauty is 100 times prettier than our company's receptionist. Share your secrets." The group instantly erupted with excitement as screens flooded with envious and jealous emojis. Seeing his friend's playful teasing, Li Yu smiled and tapped out a line on his screen. "Of course it's me, she's my girlfriend." The group fell silent for a few seconds before erupting into an even more intense barrage of messages. "Holy, is this for real? When did you get so lucky? Old Li, you're not joking, right? Your ancestors must be smiling down on you." Li Yu didn't elaborate further, instead dropping an even bigger bombshell. "We're planning to get married. We'd love for you to be our best man, just remember to bring a gift." After sending the message, Li Yu logged out of WeChat. He could picture the stunned expressions on his buddies' faces on the other end of the line. Or probably staring at their screens in utter shock. Early the next morning, Li Yu arrived refreshed and alert at the entrance of Gu Yuan's apartment complex to wait for her. The two had agreed to meet both sets of parents today. He had barely settled into position when a flashy red Ferrari executed a sharp spin and pulled up arrogantly in front of him. The door swung open and a young man dressed in designer clothes, his hair slicked back with gel, stepped out. He strode straight up to Li Yu, sizing him up from head to toe with eyes brimming with contempt and disdain. "You're that old fart named Li Yu?" Li Yu raised an eyebrow but said nothing. "My name is Wang Tianlong," the man introduced himself arrogantly. "I'm Yuan's suitor. I advise you to know your place and get lost. Why don't you take a good look at yourself? An old, broke, unemployed guy. What makes you think you deserve to be with Yuan? What could you possibly offer her?" Wang Tianlong's voice dripped with scorn and contempt, tinged with a hint of jealousy. Just then, Gu Yuan appeared. Her expression instantly turned cold upon seeing Wang Tianlong. "Wang Tianlong, what are you doing here?" Wang Tianlong instantly put on a smile. "Yuan, I came to pick you up. Don't let that old con artist fool you. He's just a penniless bum, he." Before he could finish, Gu Yuan strode over to Li Yu. She slipped her arm around his with effortless ease, resting her head affectionately against his shoulder. "He's my man. Even if he is penniless, he's 10,000 times better than you, a playboy with nothing but money. Please don't bother me again. If you do, don't blame me for being rude." Gu Yuan's voice was as cold as ice. Wang Tianlong's face turned crimson with rage, his body trembling. Finally, he slunk back into his sports car. He slammed the gas pedal, roaring away. Shortly after, Li Yu and the others hailed a private car. They arrived at a private room in an elegantly decorated restaurant. Li Yu's parents sat there, visibly uneasy. When they saw Gu Yuan following Li Yu inside, both jumped to their feet in shock. "Son, who is this?" stammered Li's mother, her eyes wide with surprise. They had assumed their 40-year-old son would be dating someone at least in her late 30s, if not approaching 40. But the girl before them looked barely over 20. She looked like a TV actress, no, even more beautiful than one. "Dad, Mom, this is Gu Yuan, my girlfriend," Li Yu introduced. "Hello, Uncle and Auntie," Gu Yuan greeted them politely, her face lit up with a sweet smile. Mrs. Li finally snapped out of her daze, quickly pulling Gu Yuan's hand to sit down. The more she looked at her, the more she liked her. Learning that Gu Yuan's parents were delayed by traffic and wouldn't arrive for a while, Mrs. Li struck up a conversation with her. When she learned that Gu Yuan was not only a chief flight attendant but also came from a very affluent family, Mrs. Li's heart swelled with joy, but she also began to worry about her son. She feared the disparity in their family backgrounds might make the in-laws reluctant to accept their daughter into the family. Moments later, the private room door opened as Gu Yuan's parents arrived. Mr. Gu appeared refined and scholarly, while Mrs. Gu was well-preserved and possessed an elegant demeanor. Yet a hint of scrutiny lingered between her brows, and the moment they entered, her gaze locked onto Liu. They had learned that Liu was already 40, only a few years younger than them. Initially, they were strongly opposed, but their daughter was already pregnant, a done deal. Mr. and Mrs. Gu had no choice but to compromise and agree to meet their future in-laws. After exchanging pleasantries, they quickly got down to business. Mrs. Gu spoke first. "Dear in-laws, rest assured. Yuan will be well taken care of in our family. We won't treat her poorly. She's carrying 4 children now, she's precious. We'll definitely hire the best nanny to take care of her." Mrs. Gu nodded, then brought up the most crucial question. "What about the wedding home? My daughter has never lived in a place smaller than 100 square meters since childhood. And now she's pregnant, we can't possibly have her crammed into your old, run-down place, can we?" The moment those words left her mouth, the atmosphere grew tense. Just then, Liu quickly interjected. "Auntie, rest assured I've already prepared the wedding home. It's in Longting, a 300 square meter fully furnished villa." The moment he said this, the entire private room fell dead silent. Mr. and Mrs. Gu looked at Liu with eyes that seemed to say, "Look at this little cutie. Longting? A 300 square meter villa? That was the most exclusive affluent neighborhood in Jiangning City. A single unit would cost tens of millions at least. How could he afford it, having just lost his job?" Mrs. Gu's expression darkened. She suspected Liu was bragging. He was spouting nonsense just to save face, and her impression of him plummeted instantly. Meeting their skeptical gazes, Liu merely smiled faintly. "After lunch, I'll take you all there to see for yourselves." After lunch, Liu summoned a 7-seater limousine he'd reserved in advance. The group of 6, each harboring their own complex emotions, headed toward Longting District, the most luxurious area in Jiangning City. Throughout the journey, Liu carefully supported and attended to Gu Yuan. His attentive care did not go unnoticed by Gu Yuan's parents, whose expressions softened slightly. Soon, the car pulled up before the imposing entrance of the Longting sales office. Gazing at the golden, palace-like structure before them, except for Liu and Gu Yuan, both sets of parents gasped in awe. It was their first visit, and they were utterly stunned. Chapter 6: The Detached Villa. Liu led the group in a grand procession into the Longting sales office. Though Gu Yuan's parents were well off, this was their first time stepping foot in such a place. The lobby shimmered with gold and splendor, its marble floor so polished it reflected like a mirror. The enormous crystal chandelier hanging overhead, every detail exuded luxury and prestige. This wasn't a sales office, it was practically a palace. Liu's parents were so nervous they didn't know where to put their hands, staring at the well-dressed guests and salespeople around them. They felt like Lu Lao Lao visiting the Grand View Garden, utterly out of place. A young saleswoman approached in high heels, wearing a professional smile. But when her gaze swept over Liu's parents in their plain clothes, a subtle hint of condescension flickered in her smile. "Good day, may I ask if you're here to view properties?" Before Liu could speak, Mrs. Gu stepped forward and asked with a hint of deliberation. "My son-in-law mentioned he purchased a 300 square meter villa here, so we came to take a look." The saleswoman's smile faded even further. "A 300 square meter villa? What a joke. The cheapest villas here cost tens of millions." The people standing before her certainly didn't look like they could afford one. Most likely some country bumpkin relatives tagging along with their bragging son-in-law to gawk at the spectacle. "I'm sorry, ma'am, but all our villas require advance appointments for tours. And we have a policy, only owners and their immediate family are permitted to tour without prior arrangement." The saleswoman's words were polite, but the icy coldness that shut people out was clear to anyone who heard it. Mr. and Mrs. Gu's faces immediately darkened. Liu's mother was so furious she nearly exploded on the spot, but Liu's father grabbed her arm to restrain her. Liu, however, showed no sign of anger. He merely smiled faintly. He slowly pulled out the brand new red property deed from his worn briefcase. "Hello, I've already purchased the villa here. I'm here to collect the keys." Liu handed the red certificate directly to the saleswoman. The saleswoman paused, taking it with a look of suspicion. When she saw the gold-embossed characters property ownership certificate, especially upon opening it, her eyes widened like copper bells. This seemingly ordinary middle-aged man was actually the owner of a standalone villa in Longting. Mr. Li, please wait a moment." The saleswoman's voice trembled as she scrambled toward the manager's office. Soon, a middle-aged man in a suit, looking sharp and capable, strode out. He jogged over to Liu, bowed respectfully, and handed back the property deed with both hands. "Mr. Li, I'm Wang, the sales manager here. Last night, our senior management personally called to inform us of your visit today. I was instructed to wait here for you. I didn't expect you to arrive so early. My apologies for not greeting you properly, my apologies." Manager Wang's demeanor was extremely humble, with a thin layer of cold sweat even forming on his forehead. This scene left the 4 elderly people standing nearby utterly speechless, their jaws practically dropping to the ground. Especially Mr. and Mrs. Gu, who watched the manager bowing and scraping. Then they looked at Liu, whose face remained utterly calm. Their minds buzzed with disbelief. It was true, he had actually bought a villa here. They had assumed Li Yu was bragging, and had even prepared to pool their money together to buy their children a spacious apartment. Now it seemed they had completely overestimated the situation. This seemingly ordinary middle-aged man might be a true tycoon hiding his wealth. Mrs. Li was so overcome with emotion her face flushed crimson. She gave Mr. Li's arm a firm pat and whispered, "Old man, did you see that? Our son has made something of himself. That's a villa in Longting. Though Mr. Li remained silent, his perpetually stoic expression betrayed an unmistakable surge of pride and excitement. "Manager Wang, you're too kind. Please show us around the property," Li Yu said with a calm demeanor. "Certainly, Mr. Li. Here are the keys to your villa." "I'll take you over now," Manager Wang nodded. Led by the manager, the group arrived at an exceptionally grand detached villa. Spanning 300 square meters across 3 floors, it featured a private garden. Opening the door revealed an interior decoration of extreme luxury. Every piece of furniture and appliance was fully equipped, all from the world's top brands. "My goodness, this house is absolutely stunning," Mrs. Li couldn't help but exclaim, her eyes darting around in awe. "Mr. Li, this villa has been fully renovated for over a year now, using only the highest grade eco-friendly materials. Absolutely zero formaldehyde, no pollution or toxins whatsoever. You and your wife can move in any time," the manager explained earnestly from the side. "Move in any time?" Li Yu's heart stirred. This system was truly considerate. He turned to look at Gu Yuan and asked softly, "Yuan, since everything's ready here, why don't we move in today? I'm sure the comfortable environment here will be good for both you and the baby in your belly." Gu Yuan gazed at the man before her, a wave of warmth flooding her heart. Not only had he given her an incredible surprise, but he was constantly thinking of her and their child. She nodded with a smile, her eyes brimming with contentment and happiness. Mrs. Li quietly pulled Li Yu aside, her face filled with concern as she asked, "Son, we have the house now, but you don't have a job. Raising 4 children will require so much money. How are we going to manage?" "Mom, don't worry. Your son has this under control." Li Yu patted his mother's hand, then deliberately raised his voice so everyone could hear. "I'll work hard to support our family. I won't let Yuan or the kids suffer any hardship. I can handle this family." His resolute promise brought a relieved smile to Mrs. Gu's face. She pulled her daughter aside and spoke earnestly. "My dear, since you're carrying quadruplets, you must stop flying. Quit your job and focus on resting at home. I see that although Xiaoli is a bit older, he's still a man who takes responsibility. You two should live well together from now on." Gu Yuan nodded. "I understand, Mom." With the biggest hurdle cleared, both families began discussing the wedding arrangements. Seated on the sofa, the atmosphere was harmonious. Mrs. Li spoke first, tentatively asking, "Dear in-laws, we were thinking of offering 88,888 yuan as the betrothal gift for good luck. What do you think?" Mr. Gu waved his hand generously and replied readily, "Fine, fine, fine. The dowry is just a token of goodwill, the amount doesn't matter. As for our daughter Yuan's dowry, we'll include a 500,000 yuan car and some additional home appliances." Chapter 7, Rewarding Divine Culinary Skills. The two families chatted pleasantly. Soon, several matters were tentatively settled. Both families also agreed to hold the wedding after the child was born and reached 1 month old. The most urgent matter now was ensuring Gu Yuan could rest and nurture her pregnancy in peace. That very afternoon, both families sprang into action. They hired movers to transport all of Gu Yuan's belongings into the villa. Li Yu also specially hired an experienced, top-tier nanny to take care of Gu Yuan's daily needs. By evening, both sets of parents departed, thoroughly satisfied with the arrangements. That night, after seeing off the contented parents from both sides, in the vast villa, only Li Yu and Gu Yuan remained. Li Yu looked around the spacious villa and at his stunning fiancée sitting on the sofa. He was overcome with emotion, finding it hard to believe this was real. Just 2 days ago, he had been a failure contemplating suicide by jumping off a building. Now, not only did he own a mansion worth 60 million, but his bank account also held 880,000 in cash. More importantly, he had married a goddess, a woman even the wealthiest second-generation heirs could only dream of. It all felt like a dream. Li Yu's gaze involuntarily drifted back to Gu Yuan. She had taken off her coat, wearing only a form-fitting white sweater. Her curvaceous figure was perfectly accentuated, exuding an undeniable sensuality. Under the lights, her skin glowed with a luminous pallor. Her flawlessly delicate face was breathtakingly beautiful. As if sensing Li Yu's intense gaze, Gu Yuan's cheeks flushed crimson in an instant. As if compelled by some unseen force, Li Yu walked over and sat beside her. He praised her directly, "Honey, you look absolutely stunning. So captivating." Their eyes met, and Gu Yuan instantly flushed with embarrassment. She thought to herself, how does this guy know how to flirt so well? Moments later, Gu Yuan suddenly lifted her head. Her clear eyes fixed on Li Yu as she asked earnestly, "Li Yu, have you really thought this through? We've only known each other for 2 months. Isn't it too soon to decide to get married like this? Are you sure this isn't just a spur-of-the-moment thing?" Li Yu knew this was the other person giving him one last chance to change his mind. This woman was always so kind and innocent. He walked up to her, knelt down, and looked up at her with earnest and resolute eyes. Honey, I'll be honest with you. I'm Li Yu, 40 years old, and I've been single for 4 decades. I've never even properly held a woman's hand. That night, you were the first woman in my entire life. He paused, his voice growing hoarse and tender. I swear, you will be the last woman in my life. This isn't a momentary impulse. I'm serious. I want to marry you. I want you to be my wife. I want to be the father of our children. I want to take care of you both for the rest of our lives. As he spoke, Li Yu reached into his pocket and pulled out an exquisite jewelry box. He knelt on one knee and opened the box. Inside lay a dazzling diamond ring, sparkling brilliantly under the light. He'd slipped out to buy it this afternoon while everyone was busy. Gu Yueyan, will you marry me? Li Yu proposed with deep affection. Gu Yueyan was utterly stunned. Staring at the man kneeling before her, her eyes instantly welled up with tears. She never imagined this seemingly reserved older man would prepare such a romantic proposal. Gu Yueyan nodded firmly. Yes, I will. Li Yu's heart surged with joy as his trembling hand slipped the ring onto her slender, delicate finger. The moment the ring slid on, a familiar mechanical beep echoed in his mind. Beep. Congratulations, host, on your successful proposal. The babies in your womb now feel the happiness of soon having a complete family. Rewarding host 3 million yuan wedding fund. Reward deposited into host's bank account. Li Yu's breath caught in his throat. 3 million? Just for proposing, and the system rewarded him 3 million yuan? He forced himself to suppress his inner elation and pulled out his phone to check. A bank text message displayed the deposit details in bold, 3 million yuan. Staring at the long string of zeros, Li Yu nearly laughed out loud. This money came way too fast, way too satisfying. He was now a man with millions in savings. Gurgle. An untimely sound shattered the cozy atmosphere. Gu Yueyan's cheeks flushed crimson instantly as she covered her stomach in embarrassment. I'm a little hungry. Li Yu snapped back to reality and gently tickled her nose with a smile. Hold on, honey. I'll make you a late-night snack. He remembered the dumplings he'd brought home earlier and hurried into the kitchen to heat them up. But the moment he turned on the gas stove. Beep beep. Detected host preparing food for wife for the first time. Babies sense paternal affection. Rewarding the host, god-tier cooking skills and 500,000 yuan in cash. Li Yu's hand holding the spatula froze, and he was completely stunned. Just reheating dumplings earned him god-tier cooking skills and 500,000 yuan? Immediately, a flood of complex information surged into his mind. Cooking techniques from countless cuisines, mastery of heat control, seasoning ratios? These culinary skills felt as though they'd been ingrained in his very bones, as if he'd been a chef for 30 years. Li Yu felt a surge of quiet delight. This system was incredibly generous. Not only did it reward him with money, but it also granted him abilities and enhanced his skills. With his god-tier culinary skills, he could even precisely control the heat when steaming dumplings. Soon, a steaming plate of dumplings graced the table. After finishing their late-night snack and washing up, the two climbed into bed. In the spacious master bedroom, there was only one large bed, 2 meters wide. As they lay on the bed, the atmosphere grew slightly awkward. Li Yu couldn't help but smile as he watched Gu Yueyan, who had wrapped herself up in the quilt like a little silkworm. Honey, don't worry. I know you're pregnant. I promise I won't touch you until after you give birth. Hearing his assurance, Gu Yueyan visibly relaxed, her tense body unwinding. In the darkness, neither spoke. Only the sound of their breathing and heartbeats filled the air. Just as Li Yu was drifting off to sleep, Gu Yueyan beside him suddenly let out a small gasp. Ah! What's wrong? Li Yu snapped awake, his voice laced with concern. They're moving. Gu Yueyan's voice carried a hint of excitement and trembling. I felt it right here. They gave me a little kick. Fetal movement? Li Yu instantly grew excited, sitting up abruptly. Really? Can I hear it? Like a child who'd just received candy, he carefully lifted the quilt, gently pressing his ear against Gu Yueyan's slightly rounded belly. Just as his cheek touched her warm skin. Beep beep. Detected host engaging in close physical contact with babies. Babies have sensed intense paternal affection. Rewarding host 100,000 yuan cash. Note, this reward is a daily task, triggerable up to 5 times per day. Chapter 8, this money must be added. 5 times per day? 100,000 per trigger, 5 triggers equals 500,000. So starting today, all he has to do is lie on his wife's belly like this and listen to the fetal movements to earn nearly 500,000 yuan for free? Good heavens, this is practically a money printing machine. Li Yu hugged Gu Yueyan's belly, grinning like an idiot. His silly expression completely dispelled the awkwardness between them. Gu Yueyan gazed at him, her eyes brimming with tender affection. That night, they slept in each other's arms, their slumber unusually deep and sweet. Early the next morning, both sets of parents arrived in high spirits, urging the couple to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register their marriage. At the bureau, the registration clerk was a middle-aged woman wearing glasses. She looked at Li Yu's ID card, then at Gu Yuan's, her brow furrowed so deeply it could have killed a fly. This gentleman is 40? And this young lady is only 24? The woman looked up, sizing them up with a gaze that screamed old man chasing a young girl. Are you sure about this? Marriage isn't child's play, you can't just rush into it. Li Yu and Gu Yuan exchanged a glance and couldn't help but smile. Auntie, we've thought it through. We truly love each other, they declared in unison. Watching their sweet expressions, the eldest sister pursed her lips. She didn't ask any more questions and quickly processed their paperwork. When the two red marriage certificates were handed to him, Li Yu felt his heart soar. From this day forward, he, Li Yu, was a married man. Gu Yuan, the stunningly beautiful woman, had truly become his lawful wife. Upon returning to the villa, they discovered an even greater surprise. The villa, which had been in disarray just yesterday, now looked completely transformed. The housekeeping company cleaned every corner spotless and decorated the space warmly with flowers and balloons. A woman in her 40s with a poised demeanor stood in the living room. Upon seeing them enter, she immediately bowed respectfully. Mr. Li, Miss Gu, I am Sister Wang, the company's top-rated nanny. I will be responsible for your daily meals and personal care from now on, and I will provide the best service possible. At that moment, Li Yu's parents and Gu Yuan's parents were seated on the sofa. Seeing everything unfold before them, their faces broke into broad smiles. Gu Yuan approached Li Yu's parents, lifting a teacup. With a hint of shyness on her face, she sweetly called out, Dad, Mom, please have some tea. Oh, thank you, dear daughter-in-law. Mrs. Li and Mr. Li were so moved their eyes welled up with tears. They never imagined their son, who had once vowed never to marry, would actually tie the knot. And at the ripe age of 40, he'd married a young, beautiful flight attendant. More importantly, they were about to become grandparents. It all happened so suddenly, like a dream. Watching this joyful scene, Li Yu felt a flood of emotions. An unprecedented sense of fulfillment and pride surged within him. At dinner time, the vast villa dining room was brightly lit. The long dining table was laden with sumptuous dishes. The culinary skills of the gold medal nanny, Sister Wang, truly lived up to her reputation. The aroma alone was enough to make one's mouth water. Come, in-laws, Yuan, have more of this, it's Sister Wang's specialty. Mrs. Li enthusiastically served dishes to Gu Yuan and her parents, her smile never leaving her face. Our Li Yu, used to be such a quiet guy. He was single his whole life, 40 years of being a bachelor. We never imagined he'd marry such a wonderful daughter-in-law like Yuan. It's truly a blessing from our ancestors. Mrs. Gu smiled gracefully, her heart filled with satisfaction as she watched her daughter being cared for so attentively. Mother-in-law, we'll be counting on you to look after Yuan from now on. Don't mention it, we're family. It's only natural, only natural. Mrs. Li patted her chest emphatically, taking charge, rest assured, in-laws. We'll visit often, but we won't overstay our welcome, we don't want to trouble the young couple. Young couples need their own space. Then, shifting her gaze to Gu Yuan, her eyes brimming with affection, she added. My dear daughter-in-law, give me your WeChat ID. I'll transfer some money to you. Since you called me mom for the first time, I won't shortchange you on the name-changing fee. Gu Yuan froze for a moment, instinctively glancing at her own mother. Mrs. Gu gave an almost imperceptible nod. Only then did Gu Yuan, feeling a bit embarrassed, give her WeChat ID. Upon hearing it, Mrs. Li immediately pulled out her phone, muttering, now that you're part of our family, we won't let you go without. As for the gold jewelry and other gifts, Mom will buy you the finest, every single item must be arranged, not a single one left out. Gu's father, listening nearby, chimed in cheerfully, we've already picked out the dowry car for our Yuan. It's ready to be picked up any time. Li Yu hastily waved his hands. Father-in-law, the car can wait. The most important thing now is to take good care of Yuan and let her rest peacefully during her pregnancy. Right, we'll discuss that later, Mr. Gu replied with a satisfied smile. The meal unfolded in a warm and harmonious atmosphere, with both hosts and guests thoroughly enjoying themselves. After the meal, Mrs. Li pulled the housekeeper, Sister Wang, aside and gave her a long list of instructions. Sister Wang, from now on, our Yuan will be entirely in your care. She's carrying 4 precious little ones in her belly, they're priceless. You must take extra care. Whatever they want to eat, make it happen. Don't worry about the cost. Sister Wang nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, I'll take excellent care of the young mistress. After dinner, Li Yu's parents saw off Gu Yuan's parents. On the way back, Mrs. Li was still reflecting on the dinner when she suddenly remarked, Old man, that dowry amount we discussed earlier, it's a bit embarrassing, isn't it? Mr. Li paused slightly and asked, what's wrong with it? I just feel that Yuan is such a wonderful girl, beautiful, with a great job, and from a good family. Now she's even carrying our quadruplets. The in-laws are even contributing a 500,000 yuan car as part of the dowry. Is it too stingy for us to only offer 88,000 yuan as a dowry? If word gets out, won't people laugh at us for taking advantage? Li's mother found herself increasingly convinced by her own reasoning and slapped her thigh. No way. We have to increase the dowry money. Take some from that emergency fund we keep untouched unless absolutely necessary. We can't let the in-laws think the Lee family is stingy. Hearing this, Mr. Lee, rarely seen smiling, nodded firmly. Alright, I'll leave it to you. The thought of soon having 4 grandchildren filled him with delight. Though Mrs. Lee herself had over $1,000,000 stashed away, the sheer expense of raising 4 children still felt like a mountain of pressure. Thank goodness our son made something of himself and bought such a big villa. Otherwise, we'd have trouble finding a place to live. She sighed with emotion as she opened her WeChat app and found Gu Yuan's account. Her fingers flew across the screen. Transfer 200,000 yuan. Dear daughter-in-law, this is your name-changing gift from Mom. Take it to buy something you like. We'll prepare the betrothal gift separately. Click. Sent. Chapter 9, Resolve to be a dedicated dad. Meanwhile, at the Longting Yiping villa, Nanny's sister Wang was busy tidying up in the kitchen when she glanced toward the living room. Hesitating for a moment, she still walked over. She pulled Li Yu aside, lowered her voice, and spoke in a mysterious tone. Mr. Lee, there's something I'm not sure if I should say. Li Yu paused, startled. Sister Wang, please speak. Sister Wang's expression turned serious. The mistress is in the early stages of pregnancy and it's quadruplets. This is an exceptionally rare case, the first I've ever encountered. It's far more dangerous than a typical pregnancy. Therefore, regarding marital relations, you must exercise restraint. It would be best to abstain entirely. The first 3 months are critical, not a single mistake can be made. Li Yu flushed crimson upon hearing this, then found himself both amused and exasperated. He hastily assured her, Sister Wang, rest assured. I understand. I know my limits. After dismissing the overly conscientious Sister Wang, Li Yu returned to the master bedroom upstairs. Opening the door, he saw Gu Yuan lying on her side in bed, holding her phone as if engrossed in something. She wore a silk nightgown, the soft light outlining her graceful curves. Her slightly rounded belly appeared especially pure and sacred at that moment. What are you looking at? Li Yu walked over and sat beside her. Booking high-speed rail tickets for my parents to return home tomorrow. Gu Yuan lowered her phone and looked up at him, a hint of hesitation in her beautiful eyes. Earlier, your mom transferred me 200,000 yuan. She said it's a name-changing gift. That's far too much. I want to ask for your parents' bank account so I can send it back. Li Yu smiled, wrapping his arms around her and inhaling the delicate fragrance in her hair. Silly, it's from Mom. Just accept it with peace of mind. It's her heartfelt gesture. If you send it back, she'll be upset. We're family now. There's no need to be so strict about it. Hearing his gentle words, Gu Yuan felt warmth spread through her heart and relented. Seeing her compliant expression, Li Yu felt a stir in his heart and let out a slightly goofy smile. He mimicked last night's actions, skillfully lifting the quilt and gently pressing his face against Gu Yuan's belly. Babies, Daddy's here to see you again. Have you been good today? Did you bully Mommy? You must grow up quickly. Daddy has prepared a huge room for you and bought so many toys. Like a child himself, he chattered away to the babies in her belly. Gu Yuan couldn't help but laugh at his childish manner, her eyes brimming with tenderness. She reached out and gently stroked his hair. Just as this tender moment unfolded, the system's voice chimed in. Beep. Detected intimate contact between host and babies. Babies have sensed strong paternal affection. Rewarding host 100,000 yuan in cash. Reward dispersed to host's bank account. Li Yu suppressed a smile at the corner of his mouth and continued lying on his wife's belly. Savoring this daily wage of 500,000 yuan bliss, after all, it could be triggered 5 times a day. As Li Yu lay on Gu Yuan's belly, his mind was racing with calculations. 50,000 a day meant 15 million a month. Whoa! Li Yu sucked in a sharp breath. This rate of earning money was beyond anything he'd ever dared to imagine. Back when he was working like a dog at the company, he only made 3,500 a month. Now, at least for these few months of pregnancy, he had a steady monthly income of 15 million. The gap was so vast that every time he thought about it, it felt like a dream. But then he reminded himself that he was now a husband and father. Once the 4 children were born, the expenses for formula, diapers, early education classes, and extracurricular activities would be a bottomless pit. Not to mention the annual property fees and maintenance costs for this villa, no small sum either. Relying solely on the system's fixed salary during this pregnancy period might not be quite enough. What if, after the children are born, he used this money to start a company? That way, I could legitimize the system's funds while making money work for me, securing a more stable future for my wife and children. Yes, that's the plan. But for now, the most important thing is to be a good stay-at-home dad and take care of my wife and child. Other plans can wait. Ding! Detected host's unwavering resolve to be a great dad. Children sense their father's sense of responsibility and security. Rewarding host 1 million yuan in cash. Reward deposited into host's bank account. Li Yu's mind buzzed. Holy crap. He'd only thought it in his mind, and now he'd been rewarded 1 million? Does this system even have mind-reading capabilities? Yes, host. This system is linked to your brainwaves and can perceive some of your intense thoughts to better assist you in becoming the universe's strongest dad. Li Yu was utterly stunned. This system can actually answer questions? It's way too intelligent. Just then. Yikes. Gu Yuan suddenly let out a startled cry, interrupting his thoughts. What's wrong, honey? They kicked me again right where your face was pressed against it. It's like they're saying hello to you. Gu Yuan's voice brimmed with delight. Li Yu's heart skipped a beat and he pressed his ear even closer. Sure enough. Beneath the soft layer of skin, he felt a light yet firm tap. Thump. Like a little fish blowing bubbles. In that instant, an indescribable, wondrous sensation spread throughout his entire body. These were his children. Li Yu felt his eyes grow hot with emotion. No way, I need to buy a fetal heart monitor. I'll listen to their heartbeats every day from now on. He exclaimed excitedly, like a child. Beep beep. Detected close physical contact between host and babies. Babies have sensed intense paternal affection. Rewarding host 100,000 yuan in cash. The familiar mechanical chime sounded again, but Li Yu was already used to it. All he wanted now was to share this joy with his wife and child. That evening, the couple made plans. Early the next morning, they would first take Gu Yuan's parents to the high-speed rail station. Then they would head to the city's largest mall to shop for baby supplies. Soon, night deepened. Lying in bed, neither felt the slightest bit sleepy. Li Yu gazed at the breathtakingly beautiful face beside him, feeling a tingle of desire. He couldn't resist reaching out and gently pinching Gu Yuan's cheek. Honey, this feels like I'm dreaming. Gu Yuan's cheeks puffed out like a little hamster from his pinch. She mumbled, then pinch yourself and see if it hurts. Li Yu gave a wicked grin, suddenly rolling over and pinning her beneath him. Pinching myself is no fun. How about? He lowered his head and captured those two luscious, red lips with a kiss. Gu Yuan's body tensed instantly, but soon relaxed. She reached up, wrapping her arms around Li Yu's neck, responding to him with awkward passion. Chapter 10, Almost Lost Control. In an instant, the temperature in the room soared. The air thickened with an ambiguous, scorching heat. Li Yu felt the blood in his veins ignite. This woman was the calamity destined for his life. Once he touched her, he could never let go. His hands began to wander restlessly, sliding along the edge of her silky nightgown and slipping inside. Just as his reason was about to be swallowed by desire, preparing to take the next step. A cold, mechanical voice thundered through his mind like a bolt of lightning. Beep beep. Detected host's intimacy with wife reaching critical threshold. Triggering special reward. Congratulations, host, on receiving 5 million yuan in cash. 5 million? Li Yu's movements froze abruptly. His entire body felt as though it had been doused with a bucket of ice water, instantly sobering him up. A kiss gets me 5 million? Quickly, Li Yu snapped out of his shock. He stared at Gu Yuan beneath him, her eyes half closed in seduction, her cheeks flushed crimson. His Adam's apple bobbed with effort. No. Absolutely not. This was a critical moment. He couldn't risk his wife and child for his own momentary pleasure. No way. Li Yu roared suddenly. He leapt off the bed, moving as swiftly as a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Gu Yuan was startled by his sudden outburst, staring at him blankly. I'll sleep in the next room. Li Yu threw out the words and bolted out of the bedroom without looking back. He feared that if he stayed another second, he truly wouldn't be able to control himself. The door slammed shut with a loud bang. Just as Li Yu exhaled in relief, he turned around and nearly collided with someone. Wang. Sister Wang? There stood Sister Wang, the gold medal nanny, in her pajamas, arms crossed over her chest. Like a door guardian, she stood blocking the guest room entrance, glaring at him with a stern expression. Mr. Li, you were playing with fire just now. Her voice was quiet but brimming with stern reprimand. Do you have any idea what the missus is going through right now? Quadruplets. Do you understand how dangerous the first trimester is? What if something had happened? Li Yu's face flushed crimson under the scolding, and he scratched his head awkwardly. I got it under control, didn't I? Sister Wang snorted coldly, lowering her voice. I'm not afraid to tell you before I came, your mother specifically gave me extra money. Not just to be a nanny, but also a supervisor. All to guard against hot-blooded men like you who can't control themselves. You'd better behave yourself these next few months, or I'll call your mother directly. With that, Sister Wang shot him a glare before turning and heading back to her room. Li Yu stood rooted to the spot, torn between laughter and tears. Turns out his own mother had him completely under her thumb. He shook his head helplessly and walked into the guest room. Lying on the bed, Li Yu's mind raced for a long time. He pulled out his phone and stared at the bank notification confirming the 5 million yuan deposit. His breathing grew ragged. A kiss earned him 5 million yuan. What if? Cough cough, better not think about it, better not think about it. Li Yu quickly silenced those dangerous thoughts. But this revelation opened a whole new world for him. So intimate interactions with his wife could actually trigger these special rewards. Then in the future, wouldn't that mean A lecherous grin crept onto Liu's lips. The night passed without incident. The next day, Liu, sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes, accompanied Gu Yuan as they reluctantly saw off Gu's parents at the high-speed rail station. Afterward, the two hailed a taxi, intending to go shopping at the mall. It was rush hour, and the car was stuck in traffic, moving slowly in stop-and-go traffic. The cramped space and stale air inside the cab made Gu Yuan feel slightly unwell, her complexion turning pale. Liu saw this and felt a pang of pain in his heart. He glanced at the nearly 10 million yuan balance in his bank account and instantly made up his mind. No, he had to buy a car quickly. And when he did, it had to be the best, the most comfortable one. He couldn't let his wife and child endure this kind of suffering again. Meanwhile, on the high-speed train, Father Gu gazed out the window at the rapidly receding scenery and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Ah, daughters grow up and leave home. After raising this little cabbage for over 20 years with such care, she's been snatched away by some 40-year-old pig. Mrs. Gu shot him a withering glance and snapped. Enough already. You've been saying this since yesterday. Don't you get tired of it? I think this Li kid is quite decent, responsible and good to our daughter. Besides, she's carrying 4 little ones now. What more could you possibly want? As long as our daughter is happy, that's what matters most. Mr. Gu sighed again, his voice heavy with worry. I'm worried about the future. We only have this one daughter. When we're old and retired, we can't live too far away, can we? Maybe we should buy a place in Jiangning too, so we can move there later. That way we'd be closer to our daughter and could help look after the kids. Gu's mother's eyes lit up at the suggestion. That's a great idea. But property prices in Jiangning aren't cheap. I'm afraid the money we have won't be enough. Mr. Gu frowned, though he ran a medium-sized food processing company. Though not huge, it had assets worth tens of millions, making him a small-time boss. He supported dozens of long-time employees, and the business had always been stable. What if I shut down the company and sold the factory buildings and land? He suggested reluctantly. That's out of the question, Mrs. Gu immediately objected. That company is the work of your entire life. What about those loyal employees who've been with you all these years? Besides, we still need to prepare red envelopes for our 4 grandchildren. There will be plenty of expenses ahead. Both fell silent, the only sound in the carriage the steady hum of the high-speed train. After a long pause, a sudden flash of inspiration struck Mr. Gu. Hey, I've got an idea, he exclaimed, slapping his thigh with excitement. Our son-in-law, Liu, isn't he out of work right now? My company isn't far from Jiangning either, just an hour by bullet train. When the time is right, we should just hand the company over to him to manage. First, it'll give him a proper job. Second, it keeps the family business in the family, no need for outsiders to profit from it. After hearing this, Mrs. Gu found the idea increasingly brilliant. Well done, old Gu. You're thinking ahead. She nodded approvingly, her mind already spinning with plans. Since our son-in-law bought such a nice villa himself, we'll have to adjust the dowry we prepared earlier. That several million in my personal savings was meant for buying a house for Yuan, but now it's unnecessary. So, the previously agreed upon 500,000 yuan for a wedding car is too little. Let's just give her a luxury car worth over 1 million yuan as part of the dowry, plus jewelry worth several hundred thousand. We absolutely cannot let our in-laws think we're stingy. We can't let our daughter lose face in her husband's family. Father Gu waved his hand grandly, his voice booming with generosity. It's settled then. Chapter 11, Candid Confession. Meanwhile, inside Jiangning City's largest high-end mall, Donglai, Liu was carefully accompanying Gu Yuan as they browsed the maternity and baby products section. A sharp-eyed saleswoman immediately noticed Gu Yuan's distinctive appearance. She hurried over, her face lit with a warm, professional smile. Madam, you must be newly pregnant. Your complexion looks absolutely radiant. We just received a new shipment of imported prenatal supplements and radiation protective clothing. Would you like to take a look? Gu Yuan blushed slightly at being addressed as Madam. Liu, however, responded with a broad smile. We're here to buy some baby supplies. My wife is expecting quadruplets. We need quite a lot of things, you see. What? The saleswoman's smile froze on her face, her eyes widening like saucers. Quadruplets. In all her years in this business, she'd seen plenty of twins. Triplets were rare as hen's teeth, but quadruplets? That was practically unheard of. Her demeanor instantly shifted to one of heightened enthusiasm, tinged with a hint of reverence. Good heavens, sir and madam, you're truly remarkable and blessed. This way, please. Let me show you around. With the saleswoman's help, the couple began their big shopping spree. For baby bottles must buy. And in different colors and styles, to avoid mixing them up later. Diapers, gotta buy. Newborns go through them like crazy, 4 times the amount. Let's start with 10 big packs. Baby clothes? Absolutely essential. For babies, each needing 10 or 8 outfits, spring, summer, fall, and winter, all must be prepared. Then there's the crib, stroller, baby bathtub. Looking at the mountains of goods piled up, Liu felt no regret whatsoever. Instead, his heart felt full. All these things were for his future children. At checkout, the cashier scanned the items for a long time. "Sir, your total comes to 4,330 yuan. Li Yu didn't even blink. He pulled out his bank card. "Charge it." The moment the beep of a successful payment sounded, that familiar mechanical voice echoed in Li Yu's mind. Beep beep. Detected host's first genuine expenditure on the little ones. Fatherly affection meter off the charts. Rewarding host 100,000 yuan in cash. Reward dispersed to host's bank account. Li Yu's heart leapt with joy. Spending over 4,000 and getting 100,000 in rewards, the steal was a steal. He was growing increasingly fond of this system. As he was leaving, the saleswoman specifically came out to catch up with him, holding a book and a business card. "Sir, madam, here is our store's complimentary copy of the Science of Parenting Guide. We hope you find it helpful. Here's my card. If you ever need anything, just give me a call. I guarantee door-to-door delivery." Li Yu smiled as he accepted them, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Having money really is wonderful. Before they knew it, noon had arrived. Gu Yuan rubbed her stomach, feeling a bit hungry. "Honey, let's grab something to eat." Li Yu looked at her and suddenly said softly, "Honey, this is our first real date since we got married, right?" Gu Yuan paused, then a blush spread across her cheeks as she nodded gently. "Then this first date meal has to be something special." Li Yu took her hand and led her toward the top floor of the mall. "I know there's a Michelin 3-star restaurant up there. The food is fantastic. Let's go there." "Michelin?" Gu Yuan was startled and quickly pulled him back. "It's so expensive there, even a casual meal costs thousands. Let's just grab something simple." Though she knew Li Yu was well off now, she remained a frugal homemaker at heart. Li Yu stopped in his tracks, turned around, and looked intently into her eyes. "Honey, money is just money, you can always earn more. But our first date, there's only this one. I don't want any regrets. I want to give you the best." His gaze was intense and sincere, warming Gu Yuan's heart like honey on her tongue. She relented, obediently letting him lead her. They entered the Michelin-starred restaurant, its interior adorned like an artistic palace. They settled into a window seat overlooking Jiangning City's most vibrant skyline. Li Yu leaned close to Gu Yuan's ear, his warm breath tickling her earlobe. "Honey, I have a question for you." When we're out in public, would you prefer me to call you darling or stick with honey?" Li Yu's voice carried a hint of playful amusement. Gu Yuan's face flushed bright red in an instant, like a ripe apple. She lowered her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, yet tinged with shy sweetness. "Then, does that mean I have to keep calling you husband from now on?" "Of course, honey." Li Yu grinned widely, his pearly white teeth gleaming brilliantly under the restaurant's dazzling lights. Those two words made Gu Yuan's face flush even redder. She lowered her head, absent-mindedly stirring her lemonade with a small spoon, her heart pounding like a drum. Soft piano music flowed through the restaurant, creating a perfectly romantic atmosphere. But just then, Gu Yuan suddenly looked up. Her clear eyes held a hint of barely perceptible worry. "Husband. I keep feeling like all of this is just a dream. We've only known each other for such a short time, yet you've been so good to me, buying a villa, proposing. Is it because of the baby in my belly that you're treating me so well? I'm scared. I'm scared this happiness came too fast, and it might shatter if I'm not careful." Watching her anxious, uncertain expression, Li Yu set down his knife and fork. He leaned forward, covering her small hands resting on the table with his own, gripping them tightly. "Honey, I'll tell you something straight from the heart. At first, I admit 80% of it was because of the baby. I was 40, with nothing to show for myself, and suddenly 4 children appeared out of nowhere. All I could think about was responsibility." Gu Yuan's eyes dimmed slightly, her fingers curling ever so slightly. But Li Yu shifted his tone, his gaze intense as he looked at her. "Spending these days with you, I've realized I'm growing more and more fond of seeing you smile. I enjoy listening to you talk, and I love the subtle scent that lingers on you. It feels strange, but it's real. I can tell you with absolute certainty now I love you. The kind of love that makes me want to spend my life with you. It's not just about duty." His candid confession washed over her like a warm current, instantly dissolving every trace of unease in Gu Yuan's heart. Her eyes glistened slightly, her heart bubbling with sweetness. Li Yu watched her moved expression, his heart feeling as sweet as honey. He couldn't help but give a mischievous grin. "But honestly, honey, I'm curious too. You're so beautiful and the top model at Jiangning Airlines. Couldn't the line of rich guys and handsome men chasing you stretch all the way to the Huangpu River? So why did you choose to marry an old, broke, unemployed guy like me? Was it because of the baby in your belly?" Chapter 12, Photographic Memory. The question made Gu Yuan's cheeks flush bright red all the way to her ears. She bit her lip, hesitating for a long moment before whispering in a barely audible voice. "Actually, ever since that night, I've had this very special feeling toward you. I don't know why, but I just can't stop thinking about you. Sometimes I even dream about you at night." Her voice trailed off, growing fainter and fainter until her head was nearly buried in her chest. Li Yu froze upon hearing this, then a surge of overwhelming joy and pride flooded his heart. So that's how it was. Seems I'm still got it after all. That one night had completely conquered this ice queen flight attendant. His prowess was off the charts. He basked in the warm glow of satisfaction, yet his expression remained one of feigned realization as he gently pulled Gu Yuan into his embrace. Honey, this is love at first sight for you, isn't it? Gu Yuan buried her face in his broad chest, feeling the steady beat of his heart, and softly murmured, The two clung tightly to each other. Their candid confession drew their hearts closer, and their affection rapidly intensified. Just then, that familiar mechanical voice echoed in Liu's mind once more. Beep. Detected heightened emotional connection between host and wife, marked by mutual honesty. Special reward triggered. Rewarding host, 1 million yuan in cash. Liu's body stiffened abruptly. What the hell? Just shared a few heartfelt words with my wife and gave her a hug, and now I'm rewarded with 1 million? This system's reward mechanism is way too arbitrary. There doesn't seem to be any discernible pattern to it. Looks like I'll have to study this system properly, figure out how to milk it for more rewards. After a moment of affectionate lingering, they parted ways and resumed their long overdue date dinner. Oh, and my parents are really pleased with you, Gu Yuan said with a smile as she ate her steak. My mom even whispered to me, telling me to stop flying around and just stay home to take care of the pregnancy and raise the baby properly. My parents are the same. My mom kept nagging me yesterday about how the dowry was too low. They're worried your family might look down on us, so they insist on adding more money, Liu said cheerfully. The meal unfolded in sweet, warm harmony. Gu Yuan felt like she was living in a romantic drama, enveloped in an unprecedented sense of happiness. After dinner, the two walked out of the mall. Watching the cars pass by on the roadside, Liu's mind began to spin with new plans. He now had nearly 10 million yuan in his account. His wife was pregnant, and they couldn't keep taking taxis for prenatal checkups. His parents and in-laws would surely visit often too. Having no car would be inconvenient. It seemed buying a car needed to be prioritized soon. If he was going to buy, he might as well go all out and get several vehicles. Over 10 million should be more than enough. Back at the villa, perhaps due to her pregnancy, Gu Yuan soon felt sleepy and yawned as she headed to the master bedroom for an afternoon nap. In the vast living room, only Liu remained. He looked at the pile of baby supplies bought that day on the sofa. Then he glanced at the scientific parenting guide given by the saleswoman. An unprecedented sense of responsibility surged through him. Being a father wasn't something you could just talk about. Liu picked up the brick-thick book and walked into the study. He was determined to be fully prepared for the 4 little lives about to arrive. In the study, Liu brewed a cup of tea. Sitting in a comfortable chair, he solemnly turned to the first page of the book. How to become a competent new dad. The instant his gaze swept over these words, the system's voice sounded without warning. Beep. Detected host actively learning parenting knowledge, intense curiosity, paternal affection off the charts. Triggering special reward. Rewarding host, God-tier skill, photographic memory. Photographic memory? Liu froze in shock. Isn't this a divine skill straight out of martial arts novels? Before he could process it, a cool current surged into his brain, instantly sharpening his thoughts to razor-sharp clarity. He instinctively looked back at the book in his hands. The words before his eyes seemed to come alive, no longer isolated characters. Instead, vivid scenes and clear streams of information surged madly into his mind. His fingers flew across the pages, turning them faster and faster. Rustle, rustle. The sound of pages turning echoed through the quiet study. What would normally take weeks or even months to plow through, this weighty tome felt like a comic book in his hands. Just 8 minutes later. When Liu reached the final page and closed the book, he was utterly stunned. He closed his eyes, and every detail of the book from the cover to the punctuation marks was etched clearly in his mind, ready to be recalled at any moment, without the slightest error. Why can't newborns be fed only breast milk after birth? They must first be given sugar water or formula to prevent hypoglycemia. What health signals do an infant's stool colors represent? Dark green meconium is normal, while golden yellow breast milk stools indicate optimal health. What are the different positions for burping a baby, and which one is most effective? Why pregnant women are prone to mood swings, its hormones at work, and husbands must unconditionally tolerate and comfort them. Morning sickness comes in types. For dry heaving without vomiting, ice-cold cola works wonders. For acid reflux vomiting, soda water is the solution. Countless obscure yet practical tips instantly transformed him from a parenting novice into a seasoned dad whose theoretical knowledge rivals that of an expert. Liu trembled with excitement. This skill was incredible. He glanced toward the master bedroom, his eyes brimming with unprecedented confidence. Being a dad? It didn't seem so daunting after all. For the entire afternoon, Liu locked himself in his study. That thick volume, The Science of Parenting, no longer appeared as dry text to him. Instead, it had become the instruction manual for a future life filled with happiness. He even pulled out a brand new notebook and 4 colored pens: red, yellow, blue, and green. He meticulously copied down key points from the book: pregnancy precautions, nutritional balance, emotional management, categorizing them systematically. His handwriting was neat and orderly, more meticulous than any notes he'd taken during his school days. He intended to distill this knowledge into the simplest, most accessible language for Gu Yueyan to reference any time. At some point, Gu Yueyan awoke from her afternoon nap. The vast villa was quiet. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she stepped out of the bedroom, instinctively searching for Li Yu's figure. Her footsteps halted abruptly as she approached the study door. Through the half-open door, she saw Li Yu seated at his desk. Afternoon sunlight filtered through the blinds, casting dappled patterns across his body. His back was slightly hunched, his expression utterly focused, the pen in his hand scratching softly across the paper. That earnest look warmed Gu Yueyan's heart. Chapter 13, The Culinary God Descends. This man, though already 40 years old, the mature, steady aura about him, coupled with the sense of responsibility he displayed at that moment, made her feel more at ease than any young, handsome man ever could. Gu Yueyan slipped in silently, wrapping her arms around Li Yu's neck from behind. Li Yu's body stiffened slightly before relaxing, his hands clasping her soft little hands in return. Awake? Gu Yueyan rested her chin on his shoulder, her gaze falling on the open notebook. Dense notes on various pregnancy topics filled its pages in multiple colored pens. There were even some cute stick figures used to highlight key points. Honey, you're so kind. Her voice carried a hint of a nasal tone, her eyes brimming with moisture. She truly hadn't expected this seemingly macho guy to be so thoughtful. They'd only known each other for 2 short months. Yet the moments of wonder and delight he'd given her surpassed the sum of her past 24 years. She felt like she'd hit the jackpot. This man was dependable, responsible, and now, it seemed, exceptionally capable too. She couldn't help but lean in, pressing a tender kiss against Li Yu's cheek. Li Yu's heart nearly melted from this unexpected kiss. He turned his head, gazed at the breathtakingly beautiful face mere inches away, and smiled as he playfully tickled her nose. Silly girl, you're my wife. If I don't treat you well, who else would I treat well? Li Yu stood up and guided Gu Yueyan to sit down on the sofa. Honey, sit down and rest for a bit. Your husband will make you some afternoon tea. Let me tell you about my cooking skills. They're at the level of an international culinary master. I guarantee you'll be craving more after just one bite. Li Yu patted his chest, boasting with a smug look on his face. Now that he possessed god-tier culinary skills, his confidence was sky-high. Gu Yueyan couldn't help but laugh at his cocky demeanor, her eyes twinkling with a hint of mischief. Really? I'm not so sure I believe you. Forget afternoon tea. I'll wait until dinner tonight to taste your feast and see if you're just blowing smoke. Deal, Li Yu declared confidently. He turned and walked into the kitchen, first pulling an apple from the refrigerator. In no time, he sliced it into an exquisite rabbit shape on a plate. He drizzled yogurt and sprinkled nuts over it before presenting it to Gu Yueyan. Have some fruit to tide you over. Then he tied on an apron and headed back to the kitchen. Sister Wang was surprised to learn that Li Yu would be cooking himself. After all, it was rare for a 40-year-old man to willingly cook himself. Still, she didn't think his cooking skills were anything special. It was just a gesture to show his feelings. Soon, Li Yu began cooking while Sister Wang assisted him. During the cooking process, Sister Wang was genuinely impressed by Li Yu's skilled techniques. Even she, a top-tier nanny with over a decade of cooking experience, felt a bit outmatched. After finishing her apple salad, Gu Yueyan felt sleepy again and returned to her room to catch up on sleep. When she was awakened again by the rich aroma, the sky had already darkened. Stepping out of her bedroom, she found the dining room bathed in soft, warm light. For visually appealing, aromatic dishes were already arranged on the long dining table. A pot of steaming pigeon soup, still releasing wisps of white vapor. A plate of glossy, aromatic braised chicken with chestnuts. A plate of tomato scrambled eggs, a vibrant mix of yellow and green that looked incredibly appetizing. And a plate of refreshingly light salted bok choy. Li Yu was just taking off his apron when he saw her come downstairs. He immediately smiled and went to greet her. Honey, come taste your husband's cooking. Gu Yueyan sat down at the table, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the sumptuous dinner spread before her. Li Yu first ladled a bowl of pigeon soup, carefully blowing on it to cool it before offering it to her. I specially added angelica root, red dates, and goji berries to this soup, all herbs beneficial for pregnant women. Drink plenty of it. Gu Yueyan took the bowl and gently sipped a mouthful. The next second, her eyes widened instantly. An indescribably rich and sweet flavor exploded across her taste buds. The broth was rich and mellow, yet not the slightest bit cloying. The pigeon meat was stewed until tender and fell off the bone, melting in her mouth. The herbal flavors had blended perfectly into the broth, not a hint of bitterness in sight. Instead, they added depth and complexity to the soup's layers. Good heavens, this is your doing? Gu Yueyan stared at Li Yu in utter disbelief. It's so delicious, I've never tasted soup this good before. Wang Jie, standing nearby, took a sip and wore an equally stunned expression. Having worked as a top-tier nanny for years, she'd cooked in many wealthy households. She considered herself a skilled cook, but compared to Li Yu's soup, her own talents seemed utterly insignificant. She had previously assumed Li Yu was just a big-talking amateur, but it turned out he was a hidden culinary genius. Of course, Li Yu said, raising his eyebrows smugly. Look who your husband is. As long as you like it, honey, I'll make it for you every day until you're completely satisfied. Gu Yuan's eyes crinkled with happiness, like a cat that had stolen a fish. Sipping her soup, she teased playfully. If you cook this well every day, I'm afraid I'll turn into a fat pig. Li Yu reached out to pinch her soft cheek, his eyes brimming with affection. Fatter is better, it'll feel so much better in my arms. Don't worry, even if you turn into a pig, you'll still be the most beautiful pig in my heart. I'll never look down on you. This corny sweet talk made Gu Yuan's heart bubble over with happiness. Just then, the cold mechanical voice echoed in Li Yu's mind once more. Beep beep. Detected host personally cooking dinner for wife, receiving high praise from wife. Family happiness levels skyrocketed. Rewarding host 100,000 yuan in cash. Li Yu's heart leapt with joy. Sure enough, as long as he treated his wife and child well, the system wouldn't skimp on rewards. This money was practically falling into his lap. Gu Yuan took another bite of the braised chicken with chestnuts, her eyes sparkling even brighter. Honey, with cooking skills like yours, you'd be wasting your talent if you didn't become a Michelin-starred chef. You're practically a culinary god incarnate. I never imagined your cooking skills were this incredible. Seeing her adoring and adorable expression, Li Yu couldn't stop smiling. A beautiful, kind wife and a child together, they formed a complete family. What could be happier than this? After dinner, Sister Wang efficiently cleared the dishes. Li Yu watched Gu Yuan sitting on the sofa, rubbing her belly contentedly, and felt a warm glow in his heart. Honey, let's go buy a car tomorrow, he said. We can't keep taking taxis for prenatal checkups or when your parents come to visit. It's just not practical. By the way, you do have a driver's license, right? You can take it for a test drive then. Chapter 14, First Prenatal Checkup. Gu Yuan's eyes lit up at the suggestion. Then she stuck out her tongue, looking a bit embarrassed. I do have a license, but I'm still in the probationary period. I'm not really comfortable driving yet. Li Yu chuckled heartily, patting his chest in assurance. No worries. From now on, I'll be your personal chauffeur. Wherever you want to go, your husband is at your beck and call. Gu Yuan giggled at his teasing, her heart feeling as sweet as honey. As Li Yu pondered what kind of car to buy, a sudden thought struck him. Oh right, prenatal checkup. We need to go to the hospital for the prenatal checkup first. That's the top priority. We'll handle the car purchase after the checkup. Gu Yuan snapped to attention and quickly pulled out her phone. Let me see. There's one specialist appointment left at the Municipal Maternity and Children's Hospital tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. I'll book it right away. Her fingers flew across the screen, and the appointment was secured. With that settled, Li Yu suddenly remembered a special item he'd bought today. Like showing off a prize, he pulled a brand new box from the shopping bag. Honey, look, a fetal heart monitor. Now we can listen to the baby's heartbeats right at home. Gu Yuan was both surprised and delighted. She pulled Li Yu toward the bedroom. They eagerly unwrapped the package and followed the instructions in the manual. Gu Yuan lay on the bed, lifting her nightgown to reveal her slightly rounded belly. Li Yu awkwardly squeezed out some cool gel and spread it over her belly. Then, holding the small probe as if performing a sacred ritual, he moved it carefully across her belly. Babies, wanna play hide and seek with daddy? Let daddy hear your voices. He searched while chattering away to his wife's belly like a little cutie. Only a faint crackling of static came from the monitor. Don't worry, move it a little to the left. I feel like they're all over here today. Gu Yuan guided him with a smile, and Li Yu obediently moved the probe. Suddenly, a clear, powerful sound like a war drum erupted from the monitor. Thump! 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 The sound pulsed with the force of life, as if proclaiming its existence to the world. Li Yu and Gu Yuan's breaths halted simultaneously in that moment. They exchanged glances, seeing immense surprise and awe reflected in each other's eyes. I heard it. Li Yu's voice trembled, his eyes instantly reddening. It was the heartbeat of his child. The fruit of his love with Gu Yuan, the continuation of his own life. At that very moment, a familiar mechanical sound echoed in his mind. Beep beep. Congratulations, host, on hearing your baby's heartbeat for the first time. Overwhelmed with the joy of becoming a father for the first time, the host is rewarded with 1 million yuan in cash. Yet at this moment, Li Yu's entire being was captivated by that wondrous heartbeat. The million yuan reward barely registered, such things had become routine. Li Yu simply listened, mesmerized, a silly grin spreading across his lips. Thump! A faint stirring seemed to emanate from beneath his belly. The steady thump-thump of the heartbeat suddenly vanished. Ha! Gone? Li Yu froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. This little one is quite mischievous. He began moving the probe again, eagerly searching the belly with his wife for those 4 shy little ones. Under the warm glow of the lamp, their laughter echoed through the spacious bedroom. The next morning, around 9 o'clock, Li Yu opened his eyes feeling refreshed. Turning his head, he saw Gu Yuan still sleeping soundly. He couldn't resist leaning over to kiss her smooth forehead. Honey, wake up. If you don't get up soon, we'll be late for the prenatal checkup. Gu Yueyan opened her eyes groggily and mumbled. What time is it? The moment she heard the words prenatal checkup, she jolted awake, fully alert. The couple hurriedly finished their morning routine and headed downstairs, where Sister Wang had already prepared a hearty breakfast. There was millet porridge, steamed buns, and several delicate, refreshing side dishes. After breakfast, the private car Liu had arranged earlier was already waiting at the villa entrance. The ride to the city maternity hospital was smooth. The hospital bustled with people, the air carrying a faint scent of disinfectant. Liu first went to the registration desk, filling out a stack of forms to establish Gu Yueyan's prenatal care record. Then he accompanied her to have her blood pressure and weight measured. With everything prepared, the two of them took the booklet and headed to the specialist's office on the second floor. After waiting for over 10 minutes, it was finally their turn. Inside the office sat a female doctor in her 50s, wearing glasses. She took the booklet and glanced at it. Upon seeing the name Gu Yueyan, she abruptly looked up. You're the one carrying quadruplets? The doctor's tone was filled with unmistakable astonishment. Yes, doctor, that's me. Gu Yueyan nodded slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. The doctor's gaze then shifted to Liu standing beside Gu Yueyan. She looked him up and down, a smile of approval spreading across her face. Your father looks remarkably young. He must take excellent care of himself, hardly even 50, right? Put. Liu nearly choked on his own blood. Gu Yueyan froze for a moment before bursting into uncontrollable laughter, her shoulders shaking. The atmosphere in the examination room instantly turned awkward. Liu cleared his throat twice and forced an explanation. Doctor, you've got the wrong idea. I'm only 40 this year, I'm her husband. Ha? The female doctor's smile froze instantly. She stared at Liu in shock, then glanced at Gu Yueyan, her eyes screaming, what the hell? After several awkward seconds, she forced an embarrassed smile, trying to break the tension. Ahem, my apologies. I misjudged the situation. But you're quite impressive yourself, still got it after all these years. To be middle-aged and still able to get your wife pregnant with quadruplets. In all my years as a doctor, this is the first time I've ever seen that. The words sounded like praise, but something about them felt off. Liu could only tug at the corners of his mouth, forcing a smile that looked more like a grimace than anything else. The female doctor quickly regained her professional composure and began checking Gu Yueyan's vital signs. 2 months and 20 days pregnant. Blood pressure is slightly low, but it's not a major concern, a normal occurrence in early pregnancy. She continued writing in the medical chart as she spoke. We'll do some routine tests this week. The detailed anomaly scan will have to wait until next month. Remember to come in ahead of time to schedule it. At this point, her expression turned serious. I must stress this again, quadruplets are no ordinary pregnancy. The risks are significantly higher than for a typical pregnancy. Starting around 3 to 4 months, the babies will enter a rapid growth phase and your belly will expand quickly. You must be careful to avoid crowded places and prevent bumps or knocks. Also, your diet must be strictly controlled. Ensure balanced nutrition and avoid excessive sugar intake at all costs. Otherwise, you're at high risk for gestational diabetes, which will cause complications later on. The female doctor gave detailed instructions, point by point. Liu and Gu Yueyan listened intently, committing every word to memory. Chapter 15, $1 million in pocket money. By the time the prenatal checkup ended, it was already noon. Stepping out of the hospital, they hailed a taxi back to the villa. Liu stared at the thick prenatal care booklet in his hands, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Quadruplets had sounded like a tremendous blessing, but the risks behind it were also 4 times greater than for others. He turned to look at Gu Yueyan and found her leaning against the car window. Her beautiful profile appeared slightly pale in the sunlight as she stared blankly outside. Honey, don't be afraid. I'm here. Our babies will all be healthy and strong. Gu Yueyan rested her head against his sturdy shoulder, and much of her unease melted away. She murmured softly. The atmosphere in the car grew heavy, and Liu wanted to change the subject to cheer her up. Honey, after we finish eating, let's go buy a car. I've been thinking we should get 2. Gu Yueyan lifted her head, puzzled. Isn't one enough to drive? Liu squeezed her hand and explained with a smile. I plan to buy a comfortable sedan or SUV. For when I drive you to prenatal checkups, or if you want to go shopping. Then I'll get a bigger minivan, a 7-seater MPV. Think about it, once our 4 babies are born, we'll definitely need to hire another nanny, right? With Aunt Wang and our parents occasionally visiting, one car just won't be enough. With a bigger car, we can take the whole family on trips all in one vehicle. How convenient. Liu grew more and more excited as he spoke, already picturing the future scene of their large family happily traveling together. Gu Yueyan's eyes lit up as she listened, gazing at Liu with admiration. Honey, you're so thoughtful, I hadn't even considered that far ahead. This man not only gave her a home but was also planning every step of their future together. This feeling of being cherished and well taken care of made her feel incredibly secure and happy. But then, a very practical question popped into her mind. But, buying 2 cars, especially good ones, must cost a fortune, right? She bit her lip hesitantly before pulling a bank card from her small purse. Honey, this card has the 200,000 yuan my mother gave me as a name-changing gift. Take it for now. If that's not enough, I'll ask my parents for more. They set aside money for my dowry but haven't given it to me yet. Seeing her cautious yet eager expression to share the burden, Liu felt both warmed and amused. He pushed the card back with his hand, straightened his face, and said with feigned seriousness. Silly girl, what's mine is yours. Why would I spend your dowry money? Even though your husband is unemployed, I still know how to make money. Gu Yuan blinked, her face brimming with curiosity. Liu cleared his throat and began his performance. Did you forget what I told you? I had some luck before and won a lottery ticket, remember? Actually, that was just the start. Later, I took that money and followed a friend into some investments. Then I dabbled in stocks. Who knew my luck would skyrocket again, multiplying my gains several times over. Now, there's not much cash in my account, just a few million. He casually dropped a figure that would shock most people. Over 10 million? Gu Yuan was utterly dumbfounded, her mouth slightly agape, her face frozen in shock. She knew Liu had bought a villa and must have some savings, but she never imagined it would be this much. Seeing her adorably bewildered expression, Liu felt a surge of delight. He pulled out his phone, opened the banking app, and said, "Talk is cheap. As your husband, I haven't given you any spending money since we got married. That's just not right." Gu Yuan hurriedly waved her hands. "I don't need it. I have my own money, my salary." But Liu ignored her, directly opening the transfer page and typing in a long string of zeros. "Honey, from now on, you're the lady of the house. Don't worry about a thing, just focus on taking care of yourself and the baby. Buy whatever you want, eat whatever you crave, don't ever try to save money for your husband." He held his phone screen close to Gu Yuan's face. The transfer amount field displayed in bold, 1 million yuan. What are you doing? That's too much, I can't accept it." Gu Yuan was startled and reached out to grab the phone. Liu dodged with a smile, his finger lightly tapping the screen. Transfer successful. A crisp notification tone sounded. The next second, the phone in Gu Yuan's bag began to buzz. Fumbling frantically, she pulled out her phone. A bank deposit notification stung her eyes. Jiangning Bank, your savings account ending in XXXX received a deposit of 1 million renminbi at 12:15 on XX. 1 million. Just like that, deposited into her account? Gu Yuan's eyes instantly welled up with tears. She looked up at Liu. "This money. Don't worry, it's all clean money. Your husband here knows his limits, I'd never do anything illegal." Liu clasped her hand, his gaze radiating sincerity. "From now on, I'll transfer you 1 million yuan every month for spending money. If it's not enough, just ask me for more. You just focus on looking as beautiful as a flower. I'll handle earning money to support our family." Gu Yuan could no longer hold back and threw herself into Liu's arms. This man truly gave her a profound sense of security, leaving her with little to worry about. After all, as long as the money came from legitimate sources, she couldn't be bothered to ask too many questions. It felt surprisingly good to just relax and enjoy this happiness. Back at the villa, the moment they sat down on the sofa, Liu's phone rang. It was their housekeeper, Sister Wang. "Mr. Li, I'm terribly sorry, but an urgent matter has come up at home. I need to rush back for a few days and will have to take some time off. I won't be able to cook for you." "Of course, Sister Wang. Family matters come first." Liu agreed without hesitation. After hanging up, he looked at Gu Yuan's worried expression and laughed, slapping his thigh. "Honey, looks like your husband's gotta step up and cook dinner tonight. Let's go grocery shopping." The two headed to a nearby large supermarket. Pushing the cart, Liu navigated straight to the fresh produce section with ease, guided by his mental arsenal of god-tier culinary knowledge. He selected a prime marbled beefsteak and a lively sea bass still wriggling. "Tonight I'll make you pan-seared steak, and tomorrow I'll steam that sea bass for you to nourish your brain." He winked at Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan giggled at his playful teasing, following behind him with the cart. She felt like a little wife being led around the market by her husband, her heart brimming with ordinary yet genuine happiness. After selecting their groceries, Liu pushed the cart contentedly toward the checkout. But after just a few steps, his arm was tugged by Gu Yuan. "Wait, honey, let's go check over there." Chapter 16, Couple's Goods. Liu paused, following the direction of her finger. It was the household goods section, with shelves stacked full of towels, toothbrushes, razors, and similar items. "Why go there? Don't we have everything at home?" Liu asked, puzzled. The villa was fully furnished and move-in ready, with every household item provided all brand new. Gu Yuan, however, gave him a mysterious smile, her beautiful eyes crinkling into crescent moons. "Some things aren't available in the villa." Without waiting for a response, she grabbed Liu's arm and steered him toward the shelf. "Honey, look, these shoes are so pretty." Liu followed her pointing finger to see the shelf overflowing with slippers. Plastic ones, cotton ones, all sorts of styles. Gu Yuan picked up a pair of dark blue men's cotton slippers and held them up to Liu's feet. "How about these? They'd look great on you." "Sure, whatever you say." Liu nodded with a smile. As long as his wife was happy, he'd wear anything. But Gu Yueyan didn't put the slippers in the shopping cart. Instead, she picked up a matching pair of women's slippers, grinning like a cat that had stolen some fish. I want to buy the same pair too. We'll wear matching ones. Li Yu instantly understood the little scheming in this girl's mind. So this was what she'd been waiting for. She wanted to use all sorts of matching items to tie them together completely, adding little touches of romance to their daily life. His heart warmed, and he was about to nod in agreement when Gu Yueyan's gaze was suddenly drawn to a pair of pink slippers nearby. They were fluffy bunny slippers, soft and pink. They even had 2 long ears, utterly adorable. Wow, these are so cute. Gu Yueyan's eyes lit up as she picked them up, unable to put them down. But then she spotted another pair of the same style in an extra large size nearby, clearly a matching set for couples. Her big eyes twinkled mischievously as she clutched the oversized pink slippers. She moved closer to Li Yu and said in a sweet, pleading tone, "Honey, shall we wear these?" Li Yu's eye twitched. Pink? A bunny? A 40-year-old man like him wandering around the house wearing this thing? The image was just too much to bear. But when he saw Gu Yueyan's eyes brimming with anticipation and pleading, every last bit of his discomfort vanished instantly. To hell with masculinity, his wife's happiness was what mattered most. Fine, let's get these. Li Yu swept his arm dramatically, tossing both pairs of pink bunny slippers into the shopping cart with unrestrained generosity. You're so sweet, honey. Gu Yueyan jumped up in excitement, wrapped her arms around Li Yu's arm, and planted a loud smack on his cheek. That crisp, clear honey made Li Yu's bones go weak. Worth it. Forget pink bunnies even if she made him wear open crotch pants. As long as it made his wife happy, he'd gladly accept it. With that first step taken, Gu Yueyan let loose completely. Honey, how about matching pajamas? What do you think of this Winnie the Pooh set? Buy it. Honey, matching toothbrushes, matching towels, 1 color each. Buy. Honey, look at these, they're matching underwear. Gu Yueyan's face flushed crimson as her voice dropped to a whisper. Li Yu peered over. A pair of men's boxer briefs and a pair of women's lace panties. Both were printed with a bold, red heart. His face flushed, but he gritted his teeth and spat out a single word with unwavering resolve. Buy. After about 10 minutes of sweeping through the store, the two finally stopped. Pushing a cart overflowing with couples' loot, they approached the checkout counter. The cashier eyed the pile of colorful items, especially the 2 pairs of pink bunny slippers, with a distinctly peculiar look. Sir, your total comes to 13,888 yuan. Li Yu didn't even lift his eyelids as he pulled out his bank card. Charge it. Just as the POS machine spat out the receipt with a beep. That familiar mechanical voice exploded in Li Yu's mind once more. Beep beep. Detected host completing spoil wife mission, purchased numerous cherished items for spouse, resulting in skyrocketing family happiness. Triggered special reward, 10-fold cashback on the bill amount. Congratulations, host, on receiving the reward, 138,880 yuan in cash. Reward dispersed to host's bank account. Please verify receipt. Li Yu's breath caught in his throat. 10 times cashback? Spent 13,000 yuan and received nearly 140,000 yuan in rewards? He suppressed his inner elation and pulled out his phone. The bank deposit notification had already arrived. So spending money on his wife and child not only triggered a fixed reward but also had a chance to trigger this kind of high multiplier cashback. This wasn't spending money, it was practically printing money. Li Yu glanced at Gu Yueyan beside him, still excitedly inspecting their haul, and his eyes burned with intense desire. She wasn't just his wife, she was a walking goddess of wealth. Soon, the two emerged from the supermarket, laden with bags of all sizes. Li Yu gazed at the heavy shopping bags in his hands, then glanced at his pregnant wife beside him, who needed careful attention. The urge to buy a car grew stronger within him. He had to get one soon. However, it was already getting late. They grabbed lunch at a clean restaurant nearby before hailing a cab back to the villa. Gu Yueyan fell asleep the moment her head hit the pillow, her pregnancy-induced drowsiness taking hold once more. As evening fell, Li Yu glanced at Gu Yueyan sleeping peacefully beside him, a tender smile spreading across his face. He quietly got up and walked into the kitchen. It was time to showcase his true skills once more. After an unknown amount of time, Gu Yueyan was awakened by an enticing aroma. Rubbing her eyes, she stepped out of the bedroom and immediately spotted Li Yu, transformed in the living room. He had even changed into the matching Winnie the Pooh pajamas, his feet slipping into the pink bunny slippers. Gu Yueyan giggled and hurried back to her room to change into her own set. When she bounced into Li Yu's view wearing the pink bunny slippers, both burst into laughter at each other's comical yet sweet outfits. Go watch TV in the living room for a bit. Honey's preparing a candlelit dinner for you. Li Yu playfully tickled her nose before turning back into the kitchen. Before long, Li Yu emerged carrying one covered dish after another. First, he lit 2 elegant scented candles on the dining table. The warm glow instantly transformed the entire dining room into a romantic setting. Ta-da! Please enjoy this heartfelt feast your husband prepared just for you. Like a magician, he lifted the lids from the trays. A steaming bowl of tangy, appetizing borscht. A plate of meat sauce pasta, rich with sauce and bursting with aroma. and a sizzling plate of black pepper steak, releasing an irresistible caramelized aroma. Gu Yuan's eyes lit up instantly. It all looked so delicious. Chapter 17, Buying a Luxury Car. Sit. Li Yu gallantly pulled out her chair. Then he picked up the knife and fork, skillfully cutting the steak into small pieces and sliding them toward her. Honey, you can't drink alcohol while pregnant. I prepared hot lemon water for you. He handed her a glass of lemon water at just the right temperature, every detail thoughtfully considered. Gu Yuan watched it all unfold before her, observing this man bustling about for her sake, and her eyes instantly welled up. She picked up her fork, speared a small piece of steak, and placed it in her mouth. The meat was tender and juicy, the aroma of black pepper perfectly blending with the buttery richness, exploding on her taste buds. This is so delicious. Gu Yuan's tears could no longer be held back, sliding down her cheeks. Honey, this is better than any Michelin-starred restaurant I've ever eaten at. You're practically a culinary god, your skills just keep getting better and better. Seeing her tear-streaked face and look of pure admiration, Li Yu's heart melted. The meal was filled with deep affection and tender romance. After dinner, just as Gu Yuan was about to rise to clear the table, Li Yu gently pushed her back into her seat. What are you doing? Gu Yuan asked, puzzled. You're pregnant, you're our family's top priority protected species. How could I let you do such rough work? Li Yu's expression turned stern as he efficiently cleared the table. From now on, all household chores are my responsibility. Your job is to stay beautiful and take good care of yourself. Gu Yuan sat in her chair, watching the busy figure moving about in the kitchen. She felt like she'd fallen into a honeypot, so happy she could burst. Just then, as Li Yu washed the dishes, the system's notification sound rang in his mind once more. Beep. Congratulations, host, on completing the pamper your wife task once more. You've spoiled her rotten. Reward, 100,000 yuan in cash. Li Yu felt a surge of secret delight. This money came far too easily. And this whole dad being thing was getting more and more interesting. The next morning, Li Yu opened his eyes to find daylight streaming in. He turned his head and saw Gu Yuan curled up in his arms like a little kitten, fast asleep. Perhaps because she was in her own home, she had completely let down all her defenses. A simple, unadorned face was laid bare before him. Without the veil of makeup, she appeared all the more pure and captivating, her skin so soft it seemed it could be squeezed to produce water. Li Yu's heart stirred, and he couldn't resist leaning down to give her forehead a gentle peck. He quietly got up, slipped into that playful Winnie the Pooh pajama set and pink bunny slippers, and headed into the kitchen. With his god-tier cooking skills, whipping up a nutritious and delicious breakfast of love was a piece of cake. Soon, the aroma of preserved egg and lean pork congee filled the entire villa. Honey, it smells amazing. Gu Yuan rubbed her eyes as she descended the stairs, wearing the matching pajamas. Her hair fell loosely around her shoulders, carrying a hint of sleepy languor. Come on, try your husband's cooking. Li Yu smiled as he ladled her a bowl of congee and brought over several delicate side dishes. Beep beep. Detected, host prepared a heartfelt breakfast for wife. Children sensed warmth from father. Rewarding host, 100,000 yuan cash. The familiar notification chime sounded in his mind, but Li Yu merely curved his lips into a faint smile. He was already accustomed to it. Gu Yuan took a sip of porridge, her eyes closing in bliss. Honey, your cooking skills are getting better and better. I feel like you're going to feed me until I'm a little piggy. As the couple continued their affectionate banter, Li Yu suddenly remembered the matter at hand. Honey, after breakfast, let's go buy a car. He set down his spoon and spoke with earnestness. I've been thinking we need to buy 3 cars. 3? Gu Yuan froze. One comfortable minivan for taking the kids out. Then another one for daily use. I'll drive you to prenatal checkups. And Sister Wang will definitely need to go grocery shopping often. We should get her a car too. We can't have her cramming onto buses every day. Li Yu laid out his entire plan. For these 3 cars, let's set the budget at around 7 or 8 million for now. But Gu Yuan nearly spit out the mouthful of porridge she was drinking. 7 or 8 million. Her eyes widened in shock as she stared at Li Yu, her voice trembling. Honey, have you lost your mind? It's just a car. Do we really need to spend that much? Even though she knew Li Yu had nearly 10 million in cash in his account, that was still outrageous. With 4 children on the way, there would be plenty of expenses ahead. We should just get a basic commuter car. Practicality is what matters most. There's no need to buy something so expensive. Gu Yuan's face was etched with worry, fearing Li Yu would blow through all their savings. Watching her frugal little wife act, Li Yu felt both warmed and amused. He reached out to tickle her nose, his expression mysterious as he said, "Don't worry, honey. Your husband here has plenty of money." After breakfast, they hailed a taxi and headed straight for Jiangning City's largest auto dealership. Here, nearly every luxury car brand was represented from Rolls-Royce to Ferrari, everything imaginable. The moment Gu Yuan stepped out of the cab, the sight of the glittering showrooms made her knees go weak. Honey, maybe we should look somewhere else? This place is too expensive. She tugged at Li Yu's sleeve and whispered softly. Li Yu, however, remained utterly unfazed. With unwavering confidence, he took her hand and led her inside. We're already here, so let's just browse casually. Besides, that 10 million plus in my account is just pocket money. I've got other assets too. Buying a few cars is no big deal. Gu Yuan was half pushed, half pulled inside, her heart racing with anxiety. She knew little about cars, and after a quick look around, she felt overwhelmed. Finally, in the Mercedes-Benz showroom, she spotted a white GLC that caught her eye. It looked spacious and had a pretty stylish design. Most importantly, she glanced at the price tag beside it under 600,000 yuan. In her view, this was relatively affordable here, but it was still quite extravagant. Honey, I think this one's perfect, low-key and practical. She pointed at the GLC, her eyes full of expectation as she looked at Li Yu. Li Yu glanced at it but inwardly shook his head. This car was a bit too low-end for his wife to drive. However, he noticed Gu Yuan had been shopping all morning. And her face already showed signs of fatigue. He didn't want to put her through any more hassle. Alright, I'll listen to my wife. He smiled affectionately and waved over the salesperson. Hello, we'll take this car. Li Yu pointed at the GLC and stated decisively. The salesperson, a young man, lit up at the news and was about to launch into a pitch. But Li Yu cut him off, pointing instead to a sleek, muscular black sports car parked nearby. And that one, the AMG GT. I'll take that too. Chapter 18, Triple Cashback. What the hell? This isn't over yet. The salesman's smile instantly froze on his face. Li Yu asked again, do you have any Mercedes-Benz Minis here? Get me one of those too, the top-of-the-line model. The salesperson was utterly dumbfounded, his mouth agape, feeling like his brain couldn't keep up. He stared blankly at the ordinary-looking middle-aged man before him. He thought he'd encountered a lunatic. Was this guy joking? Buying a car like it was cabbage, demanding 3 at once? Honey, what are you doing? Gu Yuan was startled too, tugging hard at his arm. Li Yu patted her hand and smiled reassuringly. You can drive the GLC. I'll take this AMG GT myself. They're similar models, kind of like a couple's set. And that Mini? That's for Sister Wang to run errands with. All 3 cars together are only worth 4 or 5 million. Not that much. Only 4 or 5 million. The salesperson standing nearby nearly popped his eyes out of his head at that remark. In all his years as a salesman, he'd never encountered such an extravagant customer. The salesman swallowed hard and tentatively asked, Sir, are you serious? Of course. Li Yu frowned impatiently. Charge it. Full payment. Process it now. We're in a hurry. He pulled a black bank card from his pocket. The salesperson's breath caught in his throat at the sight of the card. It was the highest tier unlimited black gold card from Jiangning Bank. Anyone who possessed this card had a net worth starting at no less than 100 million. Good heavens, he'd stumbled upon a genuine tycoon. The salesperson's attitude did a complete 180-degree turn. His face plastered with an obsequious smile, he nearly bent at the waist 90 degrees. Good day, sir. Good day, madam. Please follow me this way. I'll process your application immediately. He bowed and scraped, inwardly ecstatic. Selling 3 luxury cars in one go meant the commission alone would cover a year's worth of his hard work. Overwhelmed with excitement, the salesperson hurriedly ushered Li Yu and Gu Yuan into the most prestigious VIP lounge. Inside the Mercedes-Benz dealership's top-tier VIP lounge. The young salesman's hands trembled as he held the calculator. He pressed the buttons repeatedly before daring to announce the final price. Mr. Li. Mr. Li, of the 3 vehicles you've selected, this AMG GT is the top-of-the-line model, priced at 3.8 million. This GLC is also the top-of-the-line model, priced at 600,000 yuan. And that Mini is also the top-of-the-line model, priced at 350,000 yuan. The total comes to 4.75 million. The salesperson's voice trembled slightly as he stole a glance at Gu Yuan beside him. The woman beside him, stunningly beautiful beyond belief, had turned pale with fright. Honey, that's too much. Should we just not get them? Gu Yuan tugged hard on Li Yu's arm, pleading softly. Buying a car for 600,000 yuan, she could grit her teeth and accept that. But 3 cars at once? The total price was approaching 5 million. This wasn't buying cars, it was burning money. Li Yu merely smiled, patting her small hand reassuringly. Just as he reached for his card, a middle-aged man in a suit, with a bulging belly, burst in, drenched in sweat. Mr. Li, hello? I'm the manager of this store. The manager jogged over to Li Yu, bowing and scraping, his face beaming like a chrysanthemum. It's our greatest honor that you're purchasing 3 vehicles from us in one go. I'll make the decision, we'll round down the price and give you our biggest discount. We'll round it down to 4.5 million yuan total. What do you think? The manager's face twisted with pain, but more than that, it was excitement. Holy crap, Li Yu thought, startled. With just one sentence, he'd just saved 250,000 yuan. That was enough to buy a decent mid-size sedan. The world of the wealthy, how plain and boring it is. Alright, that's the price then. Li Yu nodded nonchalantly, pulling out the black gold card from his wallet. Charge it. as the POS machine spat out a long receipt with a crisp beep. In Li Yu's mind, that familiar mechanical sound exploded like heavenly music. Beep beep. Congratulations, host, on completing the buy a car for your wife mission. Your family happiness index has skyrocketed. Triggered special reward, triple cashback on the purchase price. Congratulations, host, on receiving the reward, 13.5 million yuan in cash. Reward deposited into host's bank account. Please verify receipt. 13,500,000. Li Yu's breath caught in his throat. His heart pounded wildly, and he nearly burst out laughing like a pig on the spot. He spent 450,000, and in the blink of an eye, 135 million came back. This deal was a steal. He suppressed his inner euphoria, but a flicker of frustration crossed his face. Damn it, why didn't you tell me sooner, system? If I'd known about the triple cashback, I would have gone straight for the Rolls-Royce. I feel like I lost 100 million. But it's already bought. Buying another one might not even trigger the cashback reward. Soon, all paperwork completed, the two drove straight home in that most expensive AMG GT. Its sleek body and deep engine roar drew stares from passers-by. Gu Yuan sat in the passenger seat, gazing at the luxurious interior and feeling as if she were in a dream. She stole a glance at Li Yu, who was focused on driving beside her. This man kept surprising her, one shock after another. Honey, just how much money do you have? She couldn't hold back any longer and voiced her inner question. I told you your husband has a keen eye for investments and good luck. I've made a lot from things like stock trading. 10 million is just pocket change. I'll explain more later. Don't worry about the money. Li Yu could only keep using this excuse to fob her off. But deep down, he knew this wasn't a sustainable solution. It seemed he needed to find a way to convert this money into tangible, physical assets as soon as possible. Otherwise, when his wife and child asked about it later, he couldn't keep saying it was from stock trading. Time flew by, and before he knew it, Gu Yuan was nearly 6 months pregnant. During this period, Li Yu accompanied her to several prenatal checkups, and the babies were all very healthy. Gu Yuan's belly grew at an astonishing rate. At just 24 weeks, it looked more pronounced than those of women carrying single babies at 7 or 8 months. The toll of carrying quadruplets gradually became apparent. Just then, an emergency arose in the household of their nanny, Sister Wang. Her husband had accidentally fallen down the stairs and broken his leg, requiring constant care. She had no choice but to take a month and a half of leave. Now, every household chore fell squarely on Li Yu's shoulders. He not only had to attend to his wife's daily needs but also took on all the household chores. Though exhausting, he found joy in it. Chapter 19, 4D Ultrasound. These past few months, the system had been incredibly helpful. Simply listening to the fetal heartbeat daily, cooking for his wife, and accompanying his wife on walks, these routine tasks alone had scattered rewards totaling tens of millions. Combined with regular bonuses, the savings in his account had quietly approached 60 million. One nanny definitely won't be enough. Li Yu stared at his ever-growing bank balance, calculating in his mind. Once the baby arrives, we'll need at least 4 top-tier postpartum nurses, 1 for each child. We'll also need 1 dedicated to cooking and another for cleaning. They must be the absolute best and most expensive in the industry. He was already making thorough preparations for the arrival of the 4 little ones. The day for the 4D ultrasound finally arrived. Li Yu drove the newly purchased Mercedes-Benz GLC, carrying Gu Yuan to the city's maternity and children's hospital. Gu Yuan held her waist, her enormous belly protruding, taking each step with utmost caution. Honey, I'm a little scared. Her face was etched with worry as she watched the other expectant mothers walking through the hospital. Do you think giving birth will be really painful? Don't be afraid. I'm here with you. Li Yu clasped her hand tightly, and the warmth radiating from his palm eased her anxiety considerably. We'll choose the best hospital and the best doctor. I promise you and the babies will be safe and sound. Entering the ultrasound room, they were greeted by the same female doctor who had performed their first prenatal checkup. The moment she saw them, she smiled. Oh, the young couple is back again. She clearly remembered the mix-up from last time and greeted them warmly. When she saw Gu Yuan's enormous belly, she couldn't help but marvel. Only 6 months along and already this big, you must be exhausted. Li Yu held up his phone and asked with a smile. Doctor, may I come in to record a video? I'd like to keep it as a memento for the children. Of course, come on in. The doctor agreed readily. Gu Yuan lay on the examination table while Li Yu stood beside her, nervously watching the screen. The doctor applied cool gel to her belly and began moving the probe slowly. Soon, several blurry little figures appeared on the screen. The babies are all behaving very well and developing beautifully, the doctor said with a smile. Look, this one's wiggling its little feet, and this one's yawning so adorable. Li Yu and Gu Yuan watched intently, their faces beaming with happiness. Li Yu was so excited he recorded every single frame. The doctor suddenly let out a soft exclamation. There's another little one. Why is it covering its face so tightly, hiding away? So shy? On the screen, one baby was indeed curled up in a ball. Its tiny hands shielded its face, refusing to reveal itself no matter what. "Come on, sweetie, turn your body to the right a little," the doctor said with a smile. "Let's try a different angle and see if we can get this little troublemaker to turn around." "Okay." Gu Yueyan obediently shifted her body to the right, carefully supported by Li Yu. Li Yu held his breath, his eyes fixed intently on the screen, eagerly awaiting the fourth baby's true face. "Oh, it's turned! It's turned!" the female doctor exclaimed excitedly, adjusting the angle of the probe. On the screen, the shy little one finally revealed its true face. A tiny, chubby face. Though the features hadn't fully developed yet, the delicate contours were already visible. "Oh my, that nose, that mouth, it's just like its daddy." The female doctor pointed at the screen and smiled at Li Yu. "Look, this little one's nose is just like yours, so high and straight. He's definitely going to be a handsome guy when he grows up." She moved the probe to the other baby. Li Yu's heart nearly melted. Holding the phone, his hands trembled with excitement. "Honey, look how adorable our baby is." Just then, a dull thud echoed. The probe seemed to be kicked by something, causing the doctor's hand to jerk. "Whoa, this little one's got quite the temper." The doctor chuckled, pointing at the baby on the screen, who was waving its tiny fist. "He's waving hello to daddy." Gu Yueyan gazed at the lively little lives on the screen. Then she glanced at the man beside her, grinning like a little cutie, and her eyes instantly welled up. These were her children, the fruit of her love with this man. Li Yu captured this precious moment in its entirety with his phone. It would become their family's most treasured memory. Beep beep. Detected host experiencing first 4D ultrasound of babies. Fatherly affection off the charts, happiness overflowing. Rewarding host 5 million yuan in cash. Li Yu's heart skipped a beat. 5 million? Just for one glance at the babies, 5 million yuan? This system is getting more and more generous. After the examination concluded, the female doctor printed out a thick stack of 4D reports. The smile faded from her face, replaced by a serious expression. "Starting today, you've officially entered the third trimester. With quadruplets, this is a special case. The next few months are absolutely critical. Diet is paramount. Stick to light meals, strictly limit sugar and salt intake, and absolutely prevent the fetuses from growing too large. Also, reduce physical activity. Bed rest is best. Stay still whenever possible." The doctor gave her instructions one by one, and Li Yu and Gu Yueyan nodded repeatedly. Finally, she looked at Gu Yueyan's enormous belly and sighed. "A natural birth is highly unlikely. The risks are too great. I recommend you book a private room now and prepare for a cesarean section." Cesarean section. At the sound of those three words, Gu Yueyan's body trembled violently. "All right, doctor, I understand. I'll go handle it right away." Without another word, Li Yu grabbed the medical records and dashed out of the consultation room, heading straight for the inpatient ward. He was determined to secure the best hospital room and the best doctor for his wife and child. In the examination room, only the doctor and Gu Yueyan remained. She gazed out the window at the pregnant women, their bellies rounded, strolling with their families. A wave of overwhelming anxiety and fear instantly engulfed her. A cesarean section meant making a long incision across her abdomen. Would it leave an ugly, long scar afterward? After giving birth, would the skin on her belly become loose and saggy, covered in stretch marks? She instinctively looked down at her once proud, flat stomach. Now it resembled an inflated balloon. She was only 24, the age when women cherish their beauty most. If she became ugly and fat, would this man still love her as he did now? Would he despise her? Would he be like those bad men in the news, seeking out younger, prettier women? Terrifying thoughts swirled through her mind, sending chills down her spine. Chapter 20, Back in the News. Gu Yueyan felt like she was going crazy. She even began to wonder if she was suffering from prenatal depression. Just as her mind was racing with wild thoughts, Li Yu returned. "Honey, it's done." He waved the admission form in his hand excitedly. "I booked an appointment with the best obstetrician at our hospital and reserved the top-tier VIP single suite. It's like a 5-star hotel." But when he saw Gu Yueyan's pale face and reddened eyes, his heart sank. "Honey, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell somewhere?" He hurried over and gripped her shoulders anxiously. Gu Yueyan could hold back no longer. She threw herself into his arms and burst into tears. "Husband, I'm scared. I'm scared of the pain, scared of the scar on my belly, scared I'll become so ugly. I'm afraid. I'm afraid you won't want me anymore." Her sobs came in broken bursts as she poured out every fear and anxiety buried deep within her heart. Only then did Li Yu realize that in his recent joy, he had overlooked the immense physical and emotional strain his wife was enduring due to her pregnancy. He held her tightly, his chin resting on the top of her head, his voice hoarse yet firm. "Silly girl, why are you worrying about such things? In my eyes, you'll always be the most beautiful. Forget about scars. Even if you became a 200-pound giant, you'd still be the only one for me. Besides, you're naturally beautiful. After giving birth, you'll surely bounce back to your former self." Li Yu's words flowed like a warm current, thawing a sliver of warmth in Gu Yueyan's frozen heart. Yet she still couldn't shake her unease. Lifting her tear-streaked face, she sniffled and asked, "Really? Don't all men prefer young, beautiful women? Oh, honey, you're still worried? I swear I'll never abandon you." Liu cupped her face, gently wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes with his thumb. "Honey, I know you probably won't believe anything I say right now. Come on, let's go to the property registry office right now. Add your name to the villa's property deed. No, transfer it entirely into your name." Gu Yuan was utterly stunned, staring blankly at him, even forgetting to cry. But Liu seemed to think that wasn't enough, dropping an even bigger bombshell. "We'll go back to the law firm and sign a prenuptial agreement. If I ever do anything to wrong you, or if we divorce, I, Liu, voluntarily agree to walk away with nothing. All the family assets, cars, houses, savings will go entirely to you and the child. I won't take a single penny. This should prove my sincerity, right?" The moment his words fell, the entire world fell silent. A buzzing sensation filled Gu Yuan's mind, leaving her thoughts blank. She stared at the man before her, into his eyes filled with sincerity, resolve, and even a hint of finality. All the unease and fear in her heart vanished in that instant. She suddenly reached out and covered Liu's mouth. "No need. I believe you. I've always believed in you." Tears welled up in Gu Yuan's eyes once more, but this time they were tears of joy. She stood on tiptoe and kissed his lips. After a moment of tender embrace, they finally left the hospital. A few days later, both sets of parents rushed over in a hurry. Seeing Gu Yuan's large belly, each of them felt heartbroken. Mrs. Li clutched her hand, wiping away tears incessantly. "My dear child, you've been through so much. Don't worry, once the baby is born, Mom will hire the best postpartum care nurse for you. We'll buy the finest tonics too, making sure you don't suffer a single hardship." Gu's mother chimed in as well. Both families gathered around Gu Yuan, showering her with affectionate concern, the atmosphere filled with warmth and harmony. However, this tranquility was soon shattered. That morning, Gu Yuan was still asleep when a frantic ringtone jolted her awake. Groggily, she picked up her phone to find several missed calls displayed on the screen. All were from the same person, her best friend, Li Fengyue. She was also her former colleague, a young and beautiful flight attendant like Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan's heart skipped a beat as a sense of foreboding washed over her. She quickly dialed back. The moment the call connected, Li Fengyue's deafening roar erupted from the other end. "Gu Yuan, you little! You finally answer your phone? Have you lost your mind? Sneaking off to get married is bad enough, but now you're pregnant? Do you even realize the internet's blowing up? You're trending on hot searches, you know that?" "What? Trending?" Gu Yuan was completely stunned. She hurriedly asked. "Fengyue, calm down. What's going on?" Li Fengyue was so furious she was practically gasping for breath on the other end of the line. "Just go check the news yourself. Someone snapped photos of you going to prenatal checkups with that old man and posted them online. Now half of Jiangning City knows that the Ice Queen flight attendant from Jiangning Airlines is pregnant out of wedlock. And worst of all, she's with some greasy middle-aged guy over a decade older than her." Gu Yuan hung up, still reeling from the shock. She instinctively opened the news app on her phone. The top story on the gossip tabloid's trending list screamed in garish headlines. Jiangning Airlines top beauty pregnant out of wedlock boyfriend revealed to be greasy middle-aged man. Below were several blurry paparazzi photos, scenes from her prenatal checkup at the hospital with Liu just days prior. In the pictures, she stood with a large belly, carefully supported by Liu. Though the photos were unclear, anyone with eyes could tell. The man in the photos was clearly no spring chicken. The comments section exploded with a barrage of vile remarks too disgusting to repeat. "Holy crap, my goddess, how could she end up with such an old guy? That guy looks about the same age as her dad, right? What's she after? His age? His ability to be caring? Ha, the person above is so naive. Women these days are very pragmatic, she's definitely after his money. This guy doesn't even look rich. He's dressed so plainly. Could she be getting scammed? Who knows? There's definitely some shady business going on here." Gu Yuan stared at the vicious comments, her eyes reddening with anger. Just then, Li Fengyue's call came through again. "You saw the news, right? How could you choose a man like that? Now look, all the gossip is flying around. I'll see how you handle this." Her voice trembled with agitation, clearly worried about Gu Yuan's predicament. A bitter smile spread across Gu Yuan's face as she hurriedly replied. "Fengyue, calm down. It's not what you think. Not what I think. Then what do you think it is?" Li Fengyue was furious. "You married a 40-year-old man without a word, didn't even have a wedding ceremony. Did he trick you? Does he truly love you? Or is he just after your youth and beauty?" Chapter 21, Envy Galore. Listening to her best friend's rapid-fire questions, Gu Yuan felt a warm glow in her heart, knowing Li Fengyue genuinely cared about her. She explained, "We got our marriage certificate. We didn't have a wedding ceremony. It's because I'm pregnant, and the situation is a bit special, so we're postponing it until after the baby is born. He promised me we won't miss out on anything, we'll have the wedding later." and I can feel it, he truly loves me, deeply. Her voice was soft but unwavering. Pregnant? Special circumstances? Lee Fengyue froze for a moment. Then, as if something clicked into place, her voice shot up an octave. Don't tell me what they're saying online is true, you're carrying quadruplets? Yes. Dead silence instantly fell on the other end of the line. After a full dozen seconds, Lee Fengyue spoke in a voice that sounded like a dream. Holy, really, quadruplets? That old man of yours, he's something else, isn't he? He's practically a pile of super-grade manure, and you're the flower stuck on top of it. Gu Yueyan burst out laughing at her bizarre metaphor, the gloom in her heart lifting considerably. Enough already. Don't talk about my husband like that. Fine, I won't say it. Lee Fengyue immediately switched to a fawning tone. So, since you have 4 kids now, can I become their godson or goddaughter? I'm jumping the gun here, but I absolutely have to be the #1 godmother. After a moment of playful banter, Lee Fengyue asked with concern. By the way, isn't your husband supposedly unemployed? Your family must be struggling financially, right? You're not still crammed into that dilapidated rental, are you? How can you endure that while pregnant? Gu Yueyan smiled and said casually. No, his family isn't poor. They're actually quite well off. We're living in Longtingypin in the city center now. His parents just moved in with us too, they're treating me wonderfully. What? Longtingypin? Lee Fengyue was stunned again, her voice cracking. That was the most exclusive affluent neighborhood in Jiangning City, where villas started at tens of millions. She assumed Gu Yueyan had lost her mind marrying some penniless guy, but it turned out she wed into a wealthy family. Well done, Gu Yueyan. You kept that pretty well hidden. No way, I have to go see for myself. See what kind of godlike figure your mysterious husband really is. Gu Yueyan glanced at her enormous belly and sighed helplessly. I'm almost 7 months along now. My belly's too big to go out comfortably. Why don't you come over to my place instead? Alright, as soon as I have time, I'll come over. After hanging up, Gu Yueyan had just turned around. Li Yu appeared behind her, holding a cup of hot milk. Honey. I heard everything just now. Li Yu handed her the milk, his eyes holding a barely perceptible trace of concern. Honey, the online rumors, they've put you in a tough spot, haven't they? They all say I'm just a nobody, unworthy of you, this famous, stunning flight attendant. Has it caused you a lot of trouble? Gu Yueyan watched his cautious demeanor and felt a pang of pain in her heart. She set down the milk, stepped forward, and pulled him into a tight embrace. Honey, what nonsense are you talking about? Her voice trembled slightly, yet her words rang crystal clear. Marrying you is the happiest and luckiest thing that's ever happened to me. I don't care what others say. All I care about is you. This heartfelt confession made Li Yu's heart skip a beat, and all his doubts vanished instantly. He wrapped his arms tighter around the petite woman in his embrace, determined to make her the happiest woman in the world. Just then, Li Yu's phone in his pocket began to vibrate frantically. He pulled it out in confusion. It was the WeChat group for his former company colleagues, with 99 plus unread messages piled up. Of course, this was just the social group he'd long since been kicked out of the work group. Yet this casual group included colleagues from every department. The moment he opened it, a flood of messages tagged him came pouring in. Holy crap, Old Lee, you're trending. Check the news, is that guy in the photo you? Way to go, brotherly. When did you get the top flight attendant at Jiangning Airlines pregnant? Share your secrets. Last I heard, you were just dating a flight attendant. Who knew things had already gone this far? Damn, I'm green with envy. Old Lee, your ancestors must be smiling down on you. Seeing his friends teasing in envy, Li Yu smiled and was about to reply. But then, a discordant message suddenly popped up. It was from a guy who'd never gotten along with him back at the company. What's there to envy? A 40-year-old unemployed guy? How could a young, beautiful flight attendant possibly fall for him? Bet he's just playing the sugar daddy role. Must be addicted to being the fall guy. The moment those words appeared, the group fell silent. Li Yu's expression darkened instantly, a surge of rage rising to his temples. His eyes turned icy cold as his fingers flew across the screen. But he didn't curse or argue. Instead, he pulled up that vivid red marriage certificate photo from his album and flung it into the group chat. Sorry to disappoint some people, but we've already gotten our certificate. We're legally married. The photo instantly set the group ablaze. The guy who had made the snide remark instantly fell silent. Li Yu's anger hadn't subsided yet, though. He immediately sent another message. Also, let me be clear, I only decided to marry her after learning she was pregnant and confirming the child was mine. I may not be a big shot, but I have enough integrity to never let my wife and child suffer any injustice. And I'm certainly not foolish enough to be taken for a sucker. That child is 100% mine. His words rang out with the authority and resolve of a man, instantly silencing everyone. The tone in the group chat shifted instantly, filled with apologies and admiration. Brotherly, I was wrong. I shouldn't have made those jokes. Brotherly, you're impressive. A real man. Li Yu stared at the screen, letting out a cold snort. He felt it wasn't enough. He dropped an even bigger bombshell. The reason we didn't have a wedding is because my wife is carrying quadruplets. It's a special situation that requires rest. Once the babies are a month old, I'll host a full month celebration banquet. Make sure you all bring big red envelopes then. Chew, quadruplets. Holy, the rumors are true? Holy crap, I thought those gossip columns just made stuff up for clicks. Who knew she was actually carrying quadruplets? Unheard of. The entire WeChat group was flooded with holy in that instant. Everyone was utterly stunned by the news. Chapter 22, Girlfriend's Visit. Liu tucked his phone away with satisfaction. He felt the bitter resentment in his heart finally vented. But when he looked up, he saw Gu Yueyan staring intently at her phone. Her face looked tense as she stared at the screen, her body even trembling slightly. Honey, what's wrong? Liu's heart skipped a beat, and he was about to step forward to ask. But then his own phone suddenly started buzzing incessantly at the worst possible moment. It was a WeChat message from a former colleague he was close with. Liu tapped open the voice message, and the voice on the other end sounded urgent. Oldly, check the group chat, something big just happened. Liu's heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly opened the group chat. What he saw left him speechless. The group had erupted into chaos, with over a dozen photos flooding the screen, all sweet pictures of him and Gu Yueyan. One showed them wearing pink bunny slippers, smiling at each other in the villa's living room. Another showed them in Winnie the Pooh matching pajamas, enjoying a candlelit dinner at the dining table. There was even a close-up of the 2-carat diamond ring on Gu Yueyan's finger, dazzling under the lights. Liu hadn't posted these photos himself. So who did? Confused, he scrolled up until he reached the very top, where he spotted a link. Clicking the link took him directly to a social media platform. And the owner of that account was none other than Gu Yueyan. Her latest post featured the very photos that had just been circulating wildly in the group chat. The accompanying caption struck Liu's heart like a blow. To hold your hand and grow old together. At Liu, I love you, you're Yueyan. It was public. Gu Yueyan had just openly declared their relationship to the entire world. Liu's mind went blank with a buzzing sensation. He had planned to find an opportunity to go public himself, to give Gu Yueyan a proper status and silence the gossip. But he never imagined that this petite woman, whom he always shielded from the world, would beat him to it. In such a bold and decisive manner, she had made their relationship public. For a moment, Liu felt deeply moved. He turned to look at Gu Yueyan, who was still nervously scrolling through her phone. Honey. Gu Yueyan looked up and saw the redness in his eyes, startled at first. Then, as if understanding something, a radiant and resolute smile spread across her face. You are my man, Gu Yueyan's man. You are the father of the 4 children growing inside me. My love for you should be open and honest. Why hide and fear others finding out? I want the whole world to know I married the best man on earth. I'm incredibly happy. Her words shattered Liu's composure. He strode forward in one long stride. Liu pulled the woman he loved to his very core into a tight embrace. After a long, tender embrace, Liu finally opened his social media account with trembling hands. Beneath Gu Yueyan's post, he solemnly replied. I love you too, Yueyan. A single stone sent ripples across the pond. This reply was like pouring a ladle of cold water into a boiling oil pot, instantly igniting the internet. Countless netizens flooded in, and the comments section was filled with well wishes. Wow, they finally made it official, so sweet. This is what true love should look like. Blessings to the goddess. Of course, there were plenty of sour comments too. Especially from those wealthy bachelors and second-generation rich kids who once waved cash in front of Gu Yueyan. And never even got close enough to hold her hand. He's just some old guy. Yueyan must be blind to fall for him. Exactly. We've got money to burn, but at least we're not as old as he is. Forget it. Our goddess has unique tastes, she likes her aged pickled cabbage. Liu read these comments, not the least bit annoyed. Instead, he grinned from ear to ear. Ha, just be jealous. The goddess you couldn't have is now my wife, and she's carrying my 4 kids. How about that? It took several days for the online buzz to finally die down. That day, Liu was dragged out to dinner by a few old buddies to celebrate his escape from singledom. Back at the villa, Gu Yueyan, her belly prominently rounded, was strolling through the garden with her mother's support. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Sister Wang went to answer it, only to find a tall, stylishly dressed young woman standing outside. It was none other than Gu Yueyan's best friend, Li Fengyue. Yueyan! The moment Li Fengyue spotted Gu Yueyan, she screamed and rushed toward her. But upon seeing her exaggerated belly, she slammed on the brakes. My goodness, that belly, it's absolutely terrifying. She circled Gu Yueyan cautiously, murmuring in astonishment. Yet, when her gaze swept over the magnificent standalone villa before her, she froze in place. This is Longtung Yiping? You live here? Li Fengyue's jaw nearly dropped. She couldn't believe that the rumored 40-year-old unemployed, penniless, greasy middle-aged man could possibly afford a place like this. This villa must cost tens of millions, right? Yes, why? Gu Yuan nodded with a smile. The actual floor space of these villas is only about 100 square meters. But counting the yard and the floors, the usable area is closer to 300 square meters. Li Fingyue's eyelids twitched. What did she mean, just over 100 square meters? That was the definition of understated. Gu's mother and sister Wang warmly welcomed Li Fengyue inside, bustling about busily serving tea, pouring water, and slicing fruit. Once the elders had all left, Li Fengyue grabbed Gu Yuan's arm and whispered conspiratorially. Why does your mom live here too? So you're living with your in-laws and mother-in-law? Yes, Gu Yuan nodded matter-of-factly. This villa has 3 floors. Li Yu and I live on the 2nd floor, which also has a nursery. The 3rd floor has 2 rooms, one for my parents and one for his parents. Sister Wang lives on the 1st floor. Once the baby arrives, we'll need to hire 2 more nannies, otherwise, we'll be completely overwhelmed. Li Fengyue listened, stunned, her mind racing with calculations. With parents and nannies, a whole family living together, the expenses would be enormous. But isn't your husband unemployed? Where does he get the money to buy such a big villa and support this whole family? Li Fengyue asked with concern, isn't he just living off his parents? Of course not. Gu Yuan immediately straightened her back, her face beaming with pride. He bought this house outright with money he earned from investments and stock trading before we got married. Not a single penny came from his family. My husband is amazing. Seeing her best friend's look of admiration and pride, Li Fengyue felt even more stunned. She pressed, so who proposed first when you got married? Chapter 23, utterly shocked. Of course it was him. A sweet blush spread across Gu Yuan's face. On the day we got our marriage certificate, he even prepared a surprise proposal for me. Li Fengyue pressed further, and Gu Yuan accidentally let slip. Actually, we kind of hit it off after that night. Which night? Li Fengyue instantly zeroed in on the key detail, her eyes lighting up with curiosity. Gu Yuan realized she'd said too much, her face flushing bright red. Under her best friend's persistent questioning, she finally stammered out an explanation. She laid out every detail of that night's folly and the subsequent pregnancy. Li Fengyue was utterly dumbfounded upon hearing it. Holy crap, you mean you got pregnant after just one night together? You didn't even know each other before, and you decided to get married after meeting for the 2nd time? Shoo, keep your voice down. Gu Yuan quickly covered her mouth in alarm. This absolutely can't get back to my parents or his parents. They think we've been dating for years. Li Fengyue was reeling from this bombshell for a long while before she could process it. She looked at Gu Yuan with a complex expression and sighed, you girl, you're so daring. But honestly, your old man is something else. One shot and he hit the jackpot. Quadruplets, no less. Gu Yuan blushed fiercely at the remark and playfully slapped her. Stop talking nonsense. As she spoke, she seemed to recall something and held out her left hand like a child showing off a treasure. On her ring finger, a large diamond ring sparkled brilliantly under the light. Look, this is the engagement ring he gave me. It's nearly 2 carats. Li Fengyue stared at the beautiful ring, her eyes wide with awe. And his family treats me wonderfully. His parents cherish me like their own daughter. I don't have to worry about any mother-in-law issues at all. Gu Yuan's face radiated an unmistakable happiness as she chattered on. This happiness came from the heart, it couldn't be faked. As Li Fengyue watched her, every lingering worry in her heart vanished in that moment. It seemed her dearest friend had truly married for love. Evening. Li Yu drove his luxury car back, smoothly pulling into the courtyard of the Longting villa. Li Fengyue, who had been chatting with Gu Yuan in the living room, glanced curiously out the window. One glance was all it took. She froze in place as if struck by lightning. Holy crap! Is that a Mercedes-AMG GT? As a flight attendant, Li Fengyue had seen her fair share of luxury cars and could name them all. She instantly recognized this top-tier performance sports car, with a base price of at least 3.5 million yuan. The door opened, and a tall, well-built man stepped out of the driver's seat. It was Li Yu, dressed today in a perfectly tailored casual outfit. Though already 40, time seemed to have spared him. His face bore few signs of hardship, instead radiating a mature charm beyond the reach of younger men. Especially now, with a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth and a gentle gaze fixed on the villa. That composed aura, where was even a trace of the greasy middle-aged man described online? Li Fengyue felt her worldview completely overturned in that instant. She whipped her head around, staring at her best friend as if she were an alien. Her voice trembled. Yuan, your husband drives this car? Gu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at her friend's wide-eyed, unworldly expression. Yet a hint of unmistakable pride flashed across her face as she replied. Yep. He just bought it recently. Said it matches my GLC like a couple's set. Couple matching outfits. Li Fengyue felt like she was being force-fed more lovey-dovey stuff. A 3 million yuan sports car and a 600,000 yuan SUV as couples matching set? What kind of divine love is this? She genuinely believed Gu Yuan had lost her mind, settling for some penniless, unemployed middle-aged guy. Turns out, he wasn't some jobless guy at all, he was clearly a hidden tycoon. Welcome home, honey. Gu Yueyan, her belly prominently rounded, stepped out to greet him, supported by her mother. How did your chat with your friend go today? Same as always, had a few drinks, shot the breeze. Li Yu smiled as he took the water glass from her hand. He leaned in and kissed her forehead, the gesture both natural and affectionate. Ouch, my eyes. Li Fengyue dramatically covered her eyes and let out a dramatic yelp. Enough with the PDA. We have guests here. Mind your manners. Only then did Li Yu notice the unfamiliar, pretty girl sitting in the living room. He smiled and nodded. Hello, I'm Li Yu, Yuanyan's husband. Hello, hello. I'm her best friend, Li Fengyue. Li Fengyue hurriedly stood up. Looking at the man before her, she felt a mix of emotions. Fengyue came all this way, you'd better treat her well, Gu Yueyan chimed in with a smile. Absolutely, Li Yu declared, patting his chest with a flourish. Since Sister Wang took the day off, you'll get to sample my cooking today. As he spoke, he undid his cufflinks, rolled up his sleeves, and strode purposefully into the kitchen. Li Fengyue watched his retreating figure, then glanced at Gu Yueyan's blissful expression. She couldn't help but whisper, your husband can cook? He's more than capable, Gu Yueyan replied with a look of pride. My husband's culinary skills are so exceptional, he'd be wasting his talent if he didn't become a Michelin 3-star chef. Just wait and see. Li Fengyue remained skeptical, but soon she was won over by the waves of enticing aromas wafting from the kitchen. An hour later, when Li Yu emerged carrying plate after plate of visually stunning, aromatic, and delicious dishes. Everyone present was stunned. The table was laden with dishes that rivaled the finest banquets at 5-star hotels. Steamed Eastern Star Grouper, garlic steamed Australian lobster with glass noodles, butter-baked king crab, abalone rice. Each dish was as exquisite as a work of art, and the aroma alone was enough to make one's mouth water. Oh my goodness. You made all this? Li Fengyue's jaw nearly hit the floor. She stared at Li Yu, her eyes filled with utter disbelief. Li Yu's parents and Gu Yueyan's parents were equally stunned. They knew their son's son-in-law was a skilled cook, but they never imagined he was this good. Mom, Dad, Fengyue, don't just stand there, try some. Li Yu smiled, urging everyone to taste the food. Li Fengyue eagerly picked up a piece of lobster meat and popped it into her mouth. The next second, her eyes widened in astonishment. This is amazing, she mumbled between bites as she devoured it. Brother Li, did you used to be a chef at New Oriental? This is incredible. No. I just learned this recently to take care of my wife. Li Yu chuckled modestly, then peeled a large shrimp for Gu Yueyan. Chapter 24, The Birth of Quadruplets. This warm and sweet scene once again delivered a ton of emotional blows to Li Fengyue. Staring at the bland white rice in her bowl, she felt like she'd eaten her fill of dog food. Still, seeing her best friend find such a man wealthy, handsome, and considerate, even cooking for her, she couldn't help but feel genuinely happy for her. The meal ended with both host and guest thoroughly enjoying themselves. Li Fengyue politely declined Gu Yueyan's invitation to stay the night, as she had a flight the next day. After finishing her meal, she left reluctantly. Time flew by like a white horse passing through a crack, and before they knew it, Gu Yueyan was over 8 months pregnant. The burden of carrying quadruplets was immense, causing severe edema in her body. Her feet swelled like buns, making walking exceedingly difficult. At night, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep, her appearance noticeably haggard. The whole family watched her condition with heartache. After careful discussion, they unanimously decided to admit her early to the city maternity hospital for evaluation, preparing for a cesarean section at any moment. To prepare for the impending battle, the family hired 2 of the industry's top gold medal nannies in advance, each commanding a monthly salary starting at 50,000 yuan. On the day of delivery, the hospital corridor was packed with people. Li Yu and both sets of parents stood vigil outside the operating room door. Each wore a look of tension, unable to sit still. Li Yu's back was drenched in cold sweat as he clasped his hands together. His lips murmured incessantly, praying for the safety of both mother and child. Finally, with a creak, the operating room door opened a crack. A nurse peered out, her face beaming with joy. Congratulations, mother and child are both safe. Those 4 simple words sounded like heavenly music, causing everyone in the hallway to breathe a sigh of relief. Li Yu was so overcome with emotion that his legs buckled, nearly collapsing to the floor. Fortunately, his father-in-law caught him from behind. I have a child. I'm a father? He stammered, his eyes instantly reddening. However, the nurse's next words sent his heart racing once more. However, since they're quadruplets, the babies were born slightly underweight. They need to be transferred immediately to the neonatal intensive care unit's incubators for further detailed examinations. The nurse handed him several forms. A family member needs to sign these. Li Yu's mind went blank. His trembling hands signed his name on the forms. Soon, 4 tiny incubators were wheeled out by the nurse's 2 boys and 2 girls. Li Yu leaned forward, peering through the transparent glass cover to see his children for the first time. They were so small, so fragile, like 4 newborn kittens. Their eyes were closed, sleeping peacefully. In that instant, Li Yu felt his paternal love overflow. These were his children, the continuation of his and Yuan's lives. Oh my precious grandchildren. Li Yu's parents crowded around. The two seniors, both over 60, gazed at the four little ones in the incubator, tears streaming down their aged faces. They had waited, and finally, this day had arrived. The Li family had an heir. But in the midst of this tender, heartwarming moment, that familiar mechanical sound boomed through Li Yu's mind. Beep. Beep. Detected host's first encounter with children. Joy of new fatherhood and paternal affection values instantly off the charts. Rewarding the host with 1 million yuan in formula allowance per child, totaling 4 million yuan. Reward has been deposited into host's bank account. Please verify receipt. Yet, Li Yu's entire focus was now consumed by the four little lives before him. He paid little attention to the system's notification. He simply gazed at the four children, occasionally smiling. But just then, another nurse hurried out of the operating room, her expression grave. Are the mother's family members here? Li Yu's heart skipped a beat, a wave of foreboding washing over him. I'm her husband. What's wrong? The mother experienced adverse reactions due to an overdose of anesthesia. She needs to be monitored in the operating room for another 2 hours and can't come out yet. What? Li Yu felt his mind go blank, the world spinning around him as darkness closed in. Doctor, my wife, she'll be okay, right? His voice trembled. Don't worry, it's just routine observation. Nothing to be concerned about. The nurse offered reassurance before turning back toward the operating room. Seeing this, Li Yu's parents quickly said, Son, don't panic. Yuan is blessed by heaven. The nurse said it's nothing serious, so she'll be fine. Alright, we'll accompany the children to the neonatal ward first. You and your in-laws stay here and wait for Yuan. Li Yu nodded, though worry still lingered in his heart. Soon, the corridor fell silent once more. Only Li Yu and Gu Yuan's parents remained, their eyes fixed intently on the closed operating room door. They prayed silently, waiting for Gu Yuan to be safely wheeled out. 2 hours stretched out like 2 centuries. When the heavy operating room door creaked open once more, Li Yu sprang up from his chair, his face tense as he stared toward the delivery room door. A nurse emerged, pushing a mobile hospital bed. Lying on the bed was none other than Gu Yuan. But when Li Yu saw her condition, his heart sank. Her eyes were tightly shut, her face as pale as paper, and her lips had even turned slightly purple. Her body trembled violently beneath the blanket, as if she were frozen in the dead of winter. Her breathing was rapid and faint, accompanied by a rasping sound in her throat, as if she might stop breathing at any moment. Yuan! Daughter! Gu's parents cried out in alarm and rushed over. Seeing her daughter like this, Mrs. Gu's tears began to fall immediately. Nurse, what's wrong with my wife? Li Yu's voice trembled as he gripped the nurse's arm tightly. Don't panic. This is a normal reaction as the anesthesia wears off. It's called shivering. The nurse, clearly accustomed to such scenes, reassured the family while explaining. The mother just underwent major surgery and is physically weak, compounded by the effects of anesthesia. Her body's temperature regulation center is disrupted, causing this reaction. It'll pass in a little while, so there's no need to worry too much. Though she said this, Li Yu still felt deeply distressed seeing Gu Yuan's pained expression. Just then, an experienced senior nanny approached. Mr. Li, Mrs. Li, please rest assured. The nurse is right, this is perfectly normal. I've seen it happen with other mothers I've cared for before. Keep her covered with blankets to stay warm. She'll recover soon. The nanny's words acted like a reassuring pill, calming them down slightly. The hospital bed was wheeled into the top-tier VIP room that had been prepared in advance. Chapter 25, Holding the Baby for the First Time. Li Yu watched Gu Yuan, still trembling uncontrollably on the bed. His heart ached unbearably. He leaned down, clasping her cold little hand tightly. He pressed her hand against his cheek, trying to warm her with his own body heat. Honey, don't be afraid. I'm here. The babies are all fine and healthy, 2 boys and 2 girls. A perfect pair of dragon and phoenix. Mom and Dad went to see them. Everyone says they look just like you, absolutely beautiful. Don't think about anything right now. Just rest. You'll feel better after a good sleep. Li Yu kept whispering in her ear, telling her about the children and assuring her he'd stay by her side. Whether it was his words or not, Gu Yuan's trembling seemed to lessen slightly. Another 2 hours passed, and darkness had completely fallen. Gu Yuan's chills finally began to ease, and her breathing steadied. She slowly opened her eyes to find Li Yu's face, etched with worry and exhaustion, staring back at her. Husband. The moment she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks, silently sliding past the corners of her eyes. It wasn't from pain, but from sheer terror. She feared she might never wake up, never see him again, never see their newborn children. Why are you crying, silly? Li Yu leaned down and gently wiped her tears with his fingertips. The doctor said you just had surgery. You can't eat or drink anything for 6 hours until the gas passes. You must be starving now. Just hang in there a little longer. Your husband prepared the most delicious millet porridge for you. Gu Yuan shook her head. She didn't want to eat anything right now. All she wanted was to see her babies. Baby, where's the baby? Her voice was hoarse and weak. Just wait. Li Yu pulled his phone from his pocket as if performing magic and opened the family group chat he'd created that afternoon. Look, this is our firstborn's son. That nose, that mouth, he's carved from the same mold as me. Li Yu held the phone close to her face, the screen displaying a high-definition close-up photo. In the photo, a rosy-cheeked infant lay fast asleep with eyes closed. This is Erbao, also a son. Look at his eyebrows, so lively. This is our third child, a daughter. She looks most like you, she'll definitely grow up to be a beauty. And here's our fourth child, another daughter. She's the youngest and the biggest sleepyhead. Li Yu flipped through the photos one by one, his voice brimming with the pride and joy of fatherhood. Gu Yueyan gazed dreamily at the four tiny, adorable lives on the screen. These were her children. The precious ones she carried for 10 months and gave birth to with all her strength. I even recorded a video. Listen to that cry, how loud it is. Li Yu tapped open another video. Wah wah. A series of robust, full-bodied infant cries emanated from the phone. Hearing those powerful cries, Gu Yueyan's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled completely. A wave of overwhelming exhaustion washed over her. With a satisfied smile, she drifted into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, the head of obstetrics personally came to make his rounds, bearing tremendous good news. The test results for all 4 babies are in. They're perfectly healthy, with all vital signs normal. They can be transferred from the neonatal ward to a regular room today to stay with their mother. That's wonderful. The entire ward erupted in cheers. The family's hearts, which had been in their throats all night, finally settled. Mrs. Li and Mrs. Gu were so overcome with emotion they embraced each other, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Gu Yueyan sipped some rice gruel prepared by the postpartum nurse, regained some strength, and drifted back into a peaceful sleep. When she awoke again, it was already noon. Opening her eyes, she saw 4 tiny cribs had been added to the ward. 4 little bundles, freshly bathed and swaddled, lay side by side in their cribs. Like 4 adorable little silkworms, they slept soundly. Both sets of parents gathered around the cribs, whispering quietly among themselves. Old man, look at this grandson's chin, it's exactly like our son's when he was little. No way. I think the eyes are the resemblance big and bright, just like Yueyan's. Stop arguing. I think these 2 girls truly inherited Yueyan's beauty. They'll surely grow up to be stunning beauties who could captivate a nation. Listening to the doting arguments of the elders, a faint smile crept onto Gu Yueyan's lips. Just then, another top-rated nanny entered carrying a bowl of soup. Madam, you're awake. This is freshly prepared milk vetch and crushing carp soup. Have some, it's beneficial for lactation. With 4 babies, breast milk alone definitely won't be enough. We'll have to switch to mixed feeding later. At the mention of feeding, Gu Yueyan's cheeks flushed slightly. She struggled to sit up, wanting to get out of bed and see her children. Don't move. Li Yu sprang forward in a single stride, urgently pressing her down. Are you crazy? You just had surgery. Your incision hasn't healed yet. Moving around could tear it open. His tone was stern, but his eyes brimmed with concern. But I want to see them. Gu Yueyan's voice carried a hint of hurt. Stay lying down. I'll bring them over for you to see. Li Yu's voice softened instantly. He walked over to the crib and bent down carefully. Guided by the 2 postpartum nurses, he lifted the youngest daughter from her swaddling clothes with a perfectly executed cradle hold. The little one was so light, a soft, tiny bundle that felt like a feather without weight in his arms. Li Yu felt his heart melt. His movements grew even gentler, his breathing slowing to a whisper. Holding the baby, he walked step by step, steadily, to Gu Yueyan's bedside. Honey, look, this is our little daughter. Li Yu carefully presented the baby to Gu Yueyan. Gu Yueyan reached out a finger and gently touched her daughter's rosy little cheek. Her eyes instantly welled up with tears. In that tender, heartwarming moment, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in Li Yu's mind without warning. Beep. Detected host's first embrace of own child. Paternal affection meter off the charts. Congratulations, host. Reward granted, 100,000 yuan in cash. Gu Yueyan lifted her little daughter into her arms, tears streaming down her face. This was her child, a piece of her flesh and blood. Li Yu watched her weeping with joy, tenderly wiping away her tears as he soothed her softly. There. No more crying. You mustn't shed tears during your confinement period, it's bad for your eyes. But just then, the little one in her arms seemed to sense her mother's emotions. Her little mouth puckered, and she joined in with a loud wah. Put. Suddenly, a faint yet distinct sound followed, accompanied by an indescribable scent that instantly filled the air. Chapter 26, Changing the Diaper. Li Yu's nostrils flared, and his expression froze. He looked down and saw a yellow stain seeping through his daughter's swaddling cloth. She pooped. This little girl actually pooped. Honey, look, our little girl gave you a welcome gift. Li Yu pinched his nose and grinned mischievously as he brought his daughter's bottom close to Gu Yueyan's face. Gu Yueyan burst out laughing at his childish antics. Ouch. But the moment she laughed, a piercing pain shot through her C-section scar. The pain made her gasp sharply, and a cold sweat instantly broke out on her forehead. Stop laughing, stop laughing. Be careful of your incision. Liu jumped in alarm and quickly moved his daughter further away. Aunt Lee, the top-rated postpartum nurse, saw this and walked over with a smile. Mr. Lee, let me handle this. A baby girl's anatomy is delicate. You can't just wipe her with tissue, you need to clean her with warm water. Aunt Lee said as she deftly took the baby from Liu's arms and began cleaning her with practiced ease. Liu exhaled a long sigh of relief, inwardly grateful. Thank goodness he'd hired a professional postpartum care worker. Otherwise, as a grown man, he wouldn't have known where to begin. But his relief was short-lived. Pooh, pooh. Two loud farts echoed almost simultaneously from the other two cribs. Immediately, that familiar smell intensified several times over. Liu was startled. Good grief, did they plan this? Did they even coordinate their bowel movements? Hearing the commotion, Li's mother and Gu's mother hurried over, each lifting a swaddling cloth. Oh dear, my eldest grandson has pooped too. This one did too, and a lot at that. The two grandmothers stared at the mess inside the swaddling clothes. Far from being disgusted, they beamed with delight. He eats well and poops well, that means he's healthy and blessed. Li's mother said, glancing at Liu, who was still frozen in place, and scolded him impatiently. What are you standing there for? Come change your son's diaper. Me? Liu pointed at his own nose, utterly incredulous. You're the father, who else is going to do it? Do you expect this old woman to handle it? Li's mother glared at him. Liu had no choice but to grit his teeth and follow his mother's remote instructions. He clumsily began his first ever diaper changing experience. First, he fumbled nervously to undo the swaddling cloth. A pungent, sour stench hit him in the face. He held his breath as he tore open the diaper. The sight of the bright yellow mess inside made his stomach churn violently. Quickly wipe with the wet wipes. Wipe from top to bottom, don't go back and forth. Li's mother stamped her feet impatiently beside him. Liu hurriedly grabbed a wet wipe, but the more nervous he became, the less his hands obeyed him. He accidentally got some on his hand, and the sticky, slimy texture made him frown. Worse still, when he raised his hand, he accidentally smeared the mess onto his eldest son's clean blanket. Oh my goodness, you clumsy oaf. Li's mother watched, both exasperated and amused, and took over. In no time at all, she had both little grandsons cleaned up spotless. Liu stood by, watching his own mother's practiced movements. Then he glanced at the battle scars on his hands and the quilt. His weathered face flushed bright red. He felt that his title as the universe's strongest dad was being challenged like never before. Beep. Detected host's first diaper change for baby. Though messy, paternal affection off the charts. Rewarding host, 1 million yuan in cash. Hearing the reward announcement in his mind, Liu's lingering embarrassment finally began to fade. Since Gu Yuan's C-section incision still needed stitches removed. After family discussion, they decided to wait until the stitches were removed before leaving the hospital. During this period, Liu had already made meticulous arrangements. 2 top-tier postpartum care nurses had been hired, one to tend to Gu Yuan, the other to care for the baby. Additionally, Sister Wang was specifically hired to prepare postpartum meals, delivering 3 meals a day punctually to the hospital. Gu's mother had initially suggested going to the best postpartum care center in Jiangning City. The conditions there were better, and the care more professional. But Liu flatly refused. Mom, postpartum care centers are crowded and full of strangers. It's inconvenient. Besides, the hospital has daily nurse rounds and specialized services like foot soaks and massages for new mothers far superior to any center. He paused before adding, I've also arranged for a professional lactation consultant to come in a couple of days. My wife endured so much hardship to give birth to these 4 children. I absolutely cannot let her suffer any more discomfort. His words were so decisive that everyone present was left speechless. Mr. and Mrs. Gu looked at their son-in-law, who was only a few years younger than themselves, their eyes brimming with satisfaction and relief. This son-in-law had thought of everything so thoroughly and meticulously, their daughter had truly married the right man. Soon, it was the 3rd day of her hospitalization. Liu returned from buying supplies for his wife and child. The moment he pushed open the hospital room door, he froze in place. Gu Yuan lay on her side in bed, her top pulled up. With the help of the postpartum nurse, she was breastfeeding their second daughter. Gu Yuan must have heard the door open, for she instinctively lifted her head. Their eyes met, and her face flushed bright red in an instant. She hurriedly pulled her shirt down, feeling flustered and awkward. Liu felt uneasy all over, his face turning crimson. He stood awkwardly in the doorway, unsure whether to step forward or retreat. Oh, what's there to be shy about? Mrs. Li teased with a laugh. You're about to be a father, yet you're acting like a youngster. The postpartum nurse chimed in with a laugh. That's right, Mr. Li. Your wife will be breastfeeding several times a day from now on. You'll have to get used to it. Liu cleared his throat twice before steeled himself to step inside. He dared not look at Gu Yuan, fixing his gaze instead on the little one, eyes closed, suckling contentedly. In the soft glow of the lamp, Gu Yuan's profile radiated a sacred maternal glow. Her eyes were gentle, and a satisfied smile played at the corners of her mouth. Witnessing this scene, an indescribable warmth surged through Li Yu's heart. This was his home. His beloved wife and 4 adorable children. An unprecedented sense of responsibility and pride welled up from the depths of his heart. He had to work harder to earn more money. He would give his wife and 4 children the best life in the world. Deep. Detected overwhelming sense of responsibility toward family and career. Special reward triggered. Rewarding host, 10 million yuan in cash. Li Yu's heart leapt with joy. He hadn't expected that merely thinking about it would earn him a 10 million yuan cash reward. A week later, the day of discharge finally arrived. After her stitches were removed, Gu Yuan's wound had healed remarkably well, and she was already able to walk. But Li Yu remained uneasy, fearing even a slight breeze might aggravate her wound. He fetched a thick blanket and wrapped Gu Yuan tightly from head to toe, leaving only her eyes exposed. Then, under the stunned gazes of the entire family and 2 postpartum nurses, he lifted Gu Yuan in a princess carry. Chapter 27, Discharged and Home. Honey, what are you doing? I can walk on my own. Gu Yuan felt both embarrassed and flustered by his dramatic gesture. No way. You're under special protection now. The floor's cold, you can't touch it. Li Yu didn't wait for her response, carrying her all the way from the hospital room to the parking lot downstairs. When the 2 postpartum nurses saw the brand new, gleaming black Mercedes-Benz AMG GT parked in the VIP spot worth millions, their jaws nearly hit the floor. Worth millions, parked in the VIP spot, their jaws nearly hit the floor. They'd worked as nannies for years and had been in plenty of wealthy households. But an employer who casually dropped millions on a luxury car? That was a first. Just who were these people? Li Yu carefully placed Gu Yuan into the front passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt with meticulous care. Only then did he start the engine, driving the large family in a grand procession toward the Longting Ipin villa. When the car came to a smooth stop before the imposing standalone villa, the 2 nannies were once again stunned speechless by the sight before them. They stared at the mansion, worth at least 60 million yuan. Then they glanced at the luxury car worth millions. This time, they had truly latched onto a golden opportunity. Li Yu paid no heed to their astonishment, lifting Gu Yuan out of the car once more and carrying her all the way up to the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. Aunt Li, Aunt Wang, could you please unload the luggage from the trunk? Li's mother called out with a smile. Yes, we'll get right on it. The 2 nannies finally snapped out of their daze, bowing and scraping as they hurried off to fetch the luggage. In the spacious master bedroom, Li Yu gently laid Gu Yuan on the plush bed and tucked the covers around her. Welcome home, honey. He leaned down and pressed a tender kiss to her forehead. Gu Yuan gazed at the familiar, comforting surroundings before her. Seeing the man who doted on her like she was the sky, her eyes stung with warmth. Honey, I feel like I've gained so much weight, Gu Yuan asked. Didn't you feel extra heavy when you picked me up just now? Her voice carried the uncertainty of a postpartum woman, a hint of worry visible on her face. Heavy? You haven't gained much weight at all, Li Yu reassured her. He leaned down and pressed a tender kiss to her forehead, his eyes brimming with adoration. In my heart, you'll always be the lightest, most beautiful fairy. Even if you became a 200-pound giant, I'd still be able to lift you up. This corny sweet talk made Gu Yuan's heart bubble with sweetness, and 2 blushes spread across her cheeks. She bit her lip, hesitated, then spoke shyly. Honey, tonight, could you do me a favor? What is it? Whatever my lady commands, I'll walk through fire and water without hesitation. Li Yu patted his chest, his expression brimming with heroic resolve. Gu Yuan's cheeks flushed even redder, her voice barely above a whisper. It's just, that C-section wound needs dressing changed. The doctor said it needs to stay dry, so the gauze has to be changed every day. But that area is a bit private. I can't see it myself, and I'm too embarrassed to ask Mom or the others to do it. By the end of her sentence, her head was nearly buried in her chest. Li Yu understood instantly upon hearing this. His heart fluttered, but he put on a stern, serious expression. What's there to be embarrassed about? I'm your husband, this is my responsibility. Don't worry, leave it to me. Only then did Gu Yuan lift her head, her large, watery eyes reflecting a hint of gratitude and dependence. Then, you'll need to buy some things at the pharmacy. Get the long, specialized gauze strips, large cotton swabs, and a bottle of iodine solution. The doctor said the wound is almost scabbed over, but it's a bit itchy. Whatever you do, don't scratch it. Got it, I'll remember. Li Yu turned and dashed out the door like a general receiving an imperial decree. He drove his flashy AMG GT straight to the largest pharmacy nearby. As soon as he entered, a young female clerk greeted him enthusiastically. Hello, sir. What can I help you with? My wife had a C-section. I need supplies for wound dressing. Li Yu got straight to the point, showing no embarrassment whatsoever. Upon hearing this, the clerk immediately led him to the surgical supplies section. Sir, gauze, cotton swabs, and iodine solution are all here. How much would you like? Li Yu thought for a moment. Gu Yuan would be in postpartum confinement for at least a month, 30 days. He swept his hand across the shelves and declared generously. 30 rolls of this long gauze, please. And 30 packs of these large-headed cotton swabs. And 5 bottles of this iodine solution, better safe than sorry. What? The female clerk's eyes nearly popped out of her head as she stared at him in utter bewilderment. Sir, you don't need that much. Usually buying enough for 3 to 5 days is plenty. It's fine. I'll buy extra just in case. Better safe than sorry. Liu waved impatiently and pulled out his black gold card. Charge it. Seeing his flashy, money no object demeanor, the saleswoman dared not ask any more questions and hurriedly began packing everything up. Liu stepped out of the pharmacy, lugging a large bag of loot. In his mind, that familiar mechanical voice sounded. Beep. Detected host showing care for spouse by purchasing postpartum supplies. Fatherly and husbandly affection values off the charts. Rewarding host 500,000 yuan in cash. Liu's lips twitched. While secretly delighted, he was also utterly speechless. This system's reward mechanism was utterly unpredictable, growing more baffling by the day. Back home, when Gu Yuan saw the mountain of items Liu had brought back, she burst out laughing. Honey, did you empty the entire pharmacy? Though she teased him, her heart warmed. This man, though sometimes appearing careless, was more thoughtful than anyone else. By afternoon, the sunlight was just right. Inside the villa's bathroom, the heater was cranked up high, creating a spring-like warmth. 2 top-rated nannies had prepared 4 tiny baby baths, the water temperature perfectly adjusted. A grand bathing ceremony was about to begin. Come here, little fourth treasure. Daddy will hold you. Liu carefully lifted his youngest daughter from her crib. The little one had just woken up, neither crying nor fussing, her big, dark eyes curiously taking in the world. Liu couldn't resist leaning down to kiss her rosy little cheek. A faint, sweet milk scent instantly filled his nostrils, enveloping him in pure bliss. Ah, daughters really are the best. Such sweet little cotton jackets. He couldn't help but sigh as he held his sweet, soft little girl in his arms. Unlike those 2 stinky boys the first time I met them, they gave me a whole load of poop. Stank to high heaven. Chapter 28, Bathing the Baby. No sooner had the words left his mouth than 2 loud cries erupted from the crib beside him. Dabeo and Erbo seemed to understand their father's disdain, expressing their displeasure through their cries. Oh dear, my sweet little grandchildren, why are you crying? Grandma Li and Grandma Gu quickly picked up one each, gently soothing them. There. Time for a bath. Nanny Aunt Li said with a smile as she began undressing the babies. But the moment the clothes came off, Dabeo and Erbo's cries grew even louder. It was earth-shattering, heart-wrenching wailing. The third baby seemed startled by his brother's cries too. His little mouth puckered, and he joined in with a loud wah. For a moment, the bathroom echoed with 3 cries rising and falling in waves, like a symphony. Only the fourth baby, held in Liu's arms, remained perfectly still. She neither cried nor fussed, merely gazing around with wide, curious eyes. She looked from one to the other, as if watching a lively spectacle. Yuan, you absolutely mustn't touch the cold water. You can't catch a chill during your confinement period. Li's mother coaxed her grandson while turning back to remind her. Got it, Mom. Gu Yuan nodded with a smile, pulling out her phone to become the on-site photographer. She captured every moment of this warm yet chaotic scene. Come on, babies, time to get in the water. Nanny Wang turned on the speaker she prepared earlier, and cheerful children's songs filled the air. Amazingly, the 3 little ones who had been wailing loudly. The moment they were placed in the warm water, their cries abruptly ceased. They splashed their tiny hands and feet, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Liu gazed at the 4 naked little ones in the bathtub, his heart nearly melting from their cuteness. Just then, the system alert sounded again in his mind. Beep. Detected host participating in family activity, first time bathing babies, family happiness off the charts. Rewarding host 500,000 yuan in cash. A faint smile crept onto Liu's lips. Earning money was getting easier and more enjoyable by the day. After bathing, changing into clean clothes, and drinking their fill of milk, the 4 little ones soon drifted off to sleep, content and satisfied. Though the night was deep and quiet, the villa was anything but still. Wah wah. In the nursery, Dabeo and Erbo seemed to have coordinated their efforts, launching into a full-throated duet. Soon after, third baby was roused by his brother's noise and joined the chorus without hesitation. In an instant, the entire villa echoed with the earth-shattering cries of the 3 little ones. Oh my goodness, my little darlings, what on earth is going on? Grandma Li and Grandma Gu each grabbed a baby, pacing frantically. Gold medal Nanny Aunt Chen glanced at the clock and prepared several bottles of formula. She calmly explained, Madam, Mrs. Gu, don't worry. It's feeding time. The nanny handed a bottle to each of the elderly women, then pointed to the 4th baby in the crib. It's been 3 hours already. It's Si Bao's turn for breast milk. I'll go. Liu volunteered, carefully lifting his little bundle of joy from the crib. The little bundle was soft and fragrant, lying quietly in his arms without a peep, so adorable it melted his heart. Holding his daughter, he pushed open the master bedroom door without a second thought. Honey, it's time to feed. His words trailed off as he froze in the doorway, eyes wide as saucers. There sat Gu Yuan, perched sideways on the bed, clad only in a loose nightgown with a plunging neckline. A machine hummed steadily before her. Her head was bowed, her expression a mix of pain and embarrassed anger. Hearing the door open, Gu Yueyan snapped her head up. Their eyes met, and her face flushed crimson in an instant. Ah! Gu Yueyan let out a sharp cry. Frantically pulling the quilt over herself, she wrapped it tightly around her body. Li Yu, you go out first. Her voice was filled with both shame and anger, even tinged with a hint of tears. Li Yu's mind buzzed, his face flushing crimson in an instant. Only then did he realize what he had stumbled upon. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. He stammered out an apology. He backed out awkwardly, still holding the child, and closed the door behind him. Standing outside, Li Yu's heart still pounded wildly. That fleeting glimpse had burned itself into his mind like a searing imprint. It left him burning up, his mouth dry and parched. After a long moment, Gu Yueyan's voice, thick with nasal congestion, finally came from inside the room. You can come in. Li Yu took a deep breath before pushing open the door and stepping inside. Gu Yueyan remained wrapped in the quilt, only her flushed little face peeking out. Her eyes were still misty, making her look utterly aggrieved. Honey, Li Yu started to speak, but couldn't find the words. Earlier, my breasts were engorged. It was unbearable, so Gu Yueyan explained in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, biting her lip. Only then did Li Yu understand, a wave of guilt and heartache washing over him. He handed their little daughter over and said softly, Quick, let Bao help you express the milk. Gu Yueyan took her daughter, skillfully lifted her shirt, and began nursing. Li Yu stood nearby, watching his daughter suckle contentedly. A faint, distinctive milky scent drifted into his nostrils. Inhaling that scent, witnessing this beautiful scene radiating maternal grace before him, he felt his mind wandering and quickly averted his gaze. Li Yu practically fled back to the nursery. The moment he entered, he saw his mother holding their incessantly crying firstborn, sweating profusely with worry. Quick, you feed this one. I can't handle it anymore. Mrs. Li thrust the baby and bottle into his arms all at once. Clumsily taking them, Li Yu mimicked the nanny's movements and placed the nipple into Debao's mouth. The little one instantly stopped crying and began gulping down milk. Just then, that familiar mechanical sound echoed in Li Yu's mind. Beep beep. Detected host feeding baby for the first time. Fatherly affection meter off the charts. Rewarding host 100,000 yuan cash. Note, this reward triggers each time the baby is fed. Li Yu's hand holding the bottle jerked violently. Every time? His mental abacus instantly began clicking away. For children, fed every 3 hours, that's 8 times a day. 8 times per child per day. For children meant 32 times. 100,000 per feeding, that's 3,200,000 a day. A month of that. Whoa, that's nearly 100 million? Even if he didn't feed them around the clock and only did it 3 times a day, he could still easily rake in nearly 10 million a month. Being a dad like this is just too awesome. With the system, he could raise his child and make money simultaneously, the pinnacle of life. Li Yu grew more and more delighted with the thought, cradling his son and grinning like an idiot. Chapter 29, Changing his wife's dressing. After dinner, Aunt Li, the postpartum nurse, boiled a large pot of hot water infused with ginger slices to ward off the cold. Madam, the water is ready. It's time to wash your hair. I'll do it. Li Yu volunteered, taking the towel and hairdryer from Aunt Li. Under Aunt Li's guidance, he laid down a waterproof pad on the bed and fetched a basin to catch the water. He helped Gu Yueyan lie down, gently resting her head on the basin's rim, and began washing her hair with tender care. Warm water flowed through her hair as Li Yu's slender fingers massaged her scalp lightly. The pressure was just right, so soothing that Gu Yueyan drifted into a drowsy state. The bathroom was filled with steam, creating a warm and sweet atmosphere. But just then, Gu Yueyan suddenly spoke, her voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. Husband, did you know? The day I gave birth, I almost died. Li Yu's hand froze abruptly. Don't talk nonsense. Stop worrying. It's true. A crystal clear tear slid down the corner of Gu Yueyan's eye. In the delivery room that day, the anesthesia took forever to kick in. I could feel the doctor's scalpel cutting into my belly. The doctor said if it didn't work, they might have to do a C-section. C-section? Li Yu felt his scalp explode, a chill racing from his feet straight to the crown of his head. He couldn't imagine the excruciating agony that must have been. Then the anesthetic dose was too high, and suddenly I couldn't breathe. Gu Yueyan's voice trembled more and more, as if she were plunging into some terrifying memory. I felt like I was falling into a black hole, my body growing colder and heavier. I could hear the monitor beeping beep beep beep, and I watched helplessly as the number representing my heartbeat on the screen. From 100, it dropped to 80, 60, until finally, it hit 0. In that instant, I couldn't hear or feel anything. I thought I was truly dying. But my mind was filled only with you and our newborn children. I hadn't even seen them yet. I couldn't die. So I fought desperately to open my eyes, fought desperately to breathe, and finally came back. Li Yu listened, his whole body growing cold as if plunged into an ice cave. He clasped Gu Yueyan's cold, trembling hand tightly, his heart aching so deeply it felt like he couldn't breathe. Only then did he notice, beneath the neckline of his wife's nightgown, at the level of her chest. Faint, tiny bruises were faintly visible. They were marks left by the chest compressions during CPR. His heart ached as if pierced by needles, and he instinctively reached out to touch them. Don't touch them. Gu Yuan flinched as if burned, playfully swatting his hand away. Not even Mom and the others know about these marks. I kept it to myself because I didn't want them to worry. Hearing this, Li Yu's eyes instantly reddened. His foolish wife she'd walked through hell herself, yet still put others before her own pain. Li Yu could no longer hold back. He bent down and pulled Gu Yuan tightly into his embrace. No more children. We'll never have any more. His voice was hoarse beyond recognition, thick with lingering fear and heartache. These 4 little ones are enough. I'll never let you suffer like this again. Never. Li Yu repeated his promise over and over, holding her close. Gu Yuan buried her face in his broad chest, feeling the steady beat of his heart. Tears streamed down her face, releasing all the pent-up emotions of the past days. It was nearly 10 o'clock that night. The villa finally fell completely silent. After seeing their 4 precious grandchildren, Mrs. Li and Mrs. Gu retired to their rooms on the 3rd floor, content and satisfied. In the nursery, 2 top-rated nannies took turns keeping vigil, tending to the 4 angel babies who slept like little pigs. Li Yu and Gu Yuan watched for a moment at the doorway before returning to the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. This was their first night home after leaving the hospital. Home is still the most comfortable place. Gu Yuan lay on the soft, large bed and sighed contentedly. She had spent nearly 10 days in the hospital, and due to her difficulty sleeping in unfamiliar beds, she had barely gotten a good night's rest. Li Yu smiled as he lay down beside her, gently pulling her into his embrace. We'll just stay home these next few months. No going anywhere. Just as they were drifting off, Gu Yuan suddenly remembered something. Honey, my wound needs dressing changed. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she spoke. Li Yu immediately recalled the large bag of supplies he'd bought at the pharmacy that afternoon. Without a word, he fetched the iodine solution, medical bandages, and cotton swabs from the nightstand. Here, let me help you. Gu Yuan looked at him, biting her lower lip as a flicker of hesitation and shyness crossed her eyes. What's wrong? Li Yu sensed something was off with her. Honey, that scar, is it really ugly? Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, tinged with a barely perceptible hint of self-doubt. Li Yu felt as if something had stabbed his heart, leaving it both aching and tender. He leaned down and kissed her smooth forehead. Silly girl, that's my wife's badge of honor. To me, it's more beautiful than anything else. Gu Yuan felt warmth wash over her heart. Slowly, she lifted the hem of her nightgown, revealing her flat, soft belly. Li Yu's gaze fell upon it. A large piece of medical tape still clung to her stomach. The skin around the tape had turned an abnormal shade of red from being pressed too tightly. This tape is so suffocating it's causing an allergic reaction. Li Yu frowned and reached out to peel it off. Wait a moment. Gu Yuan nervously grabbed his hand. It'll hurt a bit when you pull it off. Seeing her pitiful expression, Li Yu felt a pang of heartache. Should I be gentler? No need. Gu Yuan shook her head, took a deep breath, and seemed to gather her resolve. Hurry up and rip it off in one go. Better to get it over with quickly than suffer a prolonged pain. Her gaze met Li Yu's, her eyes holding a resigned calm. Li Yu's heart gave a sudden jolt. He knew that from this moment onward. This woman had truly, completely opened herself to him without reservation. All right, try to endure it. He pinched one corner of the tape, steeled himself, and ripped it off swiftly and decisively. Ugh! Gu Yuan sucked in a sharp breath of pain, her body instinctively tensing. Yet, when the tape was finally ripped away, the cesarean scar lay fully exposed to the air. Li Yu's breath caught in his throat. His pupils instantly contracted to pinpricks. It wasn't a line. It was a 15-centimeter long, blood-red centipede-like. A terrifying scar sprawled monstrously across her pale abdomen. The stitches from the wound were still clearly visible, the surrounding flesh still swollen and red. In some places, faint traces of blood still seeped through. Chapter 30, Sharing the Same Bed. Li Yu stared at the wound, his heart aching. He fell silent for a moment, unable to utter a word. He just stared intently at the scar, his mind going blank. This was the price his wife had paid to bear him 4 children. In the examination room, the doctor and nurse had described it matter-of-factly. But only by seeing it with his own eyes did he understand the heart-wrenching agony behind it. Is it ugly? Gu Yuan's voice trembled slightly, breaking the deathly silence. Li Yu snapped back to reality and lifted his head. He saw Gu Yuan staring at him anxiously, her eyes already brimming with tears. Does it hurt? His voice was hoarse, as if he had sand in his throat. It doesn't hurt. Just a little itchy. Gu Yuan shook her head, forcing a smile. But Li Yu knew she was lying to him. How could it not hurt? They literally cut a gaping wound over 10 centimeters long across her abdomen, slicing through 7 layers of tissue to extract the baby. The mere thought of it made his scalp tingle. Li Yu said nothing. He silently unscrewed the cap of the iodine solution bottle and dipped a cotton swab into the liquid. His movements were gentle and careful as he cleaned the wound bit by bit. When the cool iodine touched the wound, Gu Yuan's body still couldn't help but tremble slightly. Li Yu noticed immediately. Without hesitation, he leaned down and gently blew on the scar. The warm breath, carrying his unique scent, dispersed the stinging sensation of the iodine. Like a warm breeze, it gently blew into Gu Yuan's heart. She gazed at the man before her, at his eyes filled with heartache and intense focus. Tears could no longer be held back, silently sliding down her cheeks. In that moment, she felt like the happiest woman in the world. After cleaning the wound and applying fresh gauze, Li Yu finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. The two of them lay back down on the bed. But Li Yu tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Every time he closed his eyes, that horrifying scar would flash through his mind. "Honey," he suddenly spoke. "Gu Yuan responded. "Maybe we shouldn't breastfeed anymore?" Li Yu's voice carried a hint of consultation. "You just had surgery, and your body is already weak. Getting up multiple times every night to feed is too exhausting. We can afford the formula. Let's just switch to formula from now on. This way you can focus on recovering, and your incision will heal faster." But Gu Yuan shook her head. She turned to face Li Yu, her gaze tender yet resolute. "Husband, I want to breastfeed them." "You don't understand. Seeing your own child drink your milk, that feeling is pure happiness." Gu Yuan's voice carried an indescribable sense of fulfillment. "And if I don't feed them now, if we decide not to have more children later, I'll never get another chance." Li Yu's heart ached once more. He knew his silly wife poured all her love into this family and these 4 children. "All right, I'll do as you say." Li Yu respected her decision. He leaned close and whispered in her ear, in a voice only the two of them could hear. "But if you ever want to have another child, I'm all for it. I'm ready whenever you are." His warm breath tickled Gu Yuan's sensitive earlobe, sending a tingling sensation through her. The atmosphere in the room instantly turned suggestive. Li Yu gazed at her face, flushed crimson with bashfulness, feeling his hormones ignite with frenzied intensity. A 40-year-old bachelor who had finally lost his virginity half a year ago. Now, holding his delicate, blossoming young wife in his arms, he could only look but not touch. It felt like pure torture. Li struggled to suppress the primal urge surging within him, silently chanting a calming mantra in his mind. But just then, Gu Yuan seemed to read his mind and suddenly leaned in. Her soft, warm lips gently pressed against his cheek. This unexpected kiss. Like a match, it instantly ignited the smoldering fire within Li Yu. He felt all the blood in his body surge to his head in that instant, only to rush back down to some other part of his body. A 40-year-old virgin, finally tasting the flesh. Now, holding his sweet, soft little wife in his arms, he's been forbidden from doing so. This feeling was more agonizing than being forced to haul bricks on a construction site. He rolled over and sat up in bed, his throat parched as if it were on fire. "Honey, I need a drink of water." Li Yu practically fled in panic, dashing into the bathroom. He splashed his face several times with icy cold water before he could barely quell the burning desire within him. That night, Li Yu slept restlessly. In the middle of the night, he was startled awake by a faint rustling sound. Opening his eyes, he saw Gu Yuan quietly lifting the blanket by the dim nightlight at the bedside. She was quietly lifting the covers, preparing to get out of bed. "Honey, what's wrong?" "Shoo." Gu Yuan made a shushing gesture and lowered her voice. "Baby seems hungry. I'll feed him." Li Yu glanced at the clock 2 in the morning. His heart ached, and he was about to suggest formula. But seeing the tender yet resolute look in Gu Yuan's eyes, the words died on his lips. He knew this was her motherly resolve. It was the most direct way she could give to her children. Li Yu could only watch silently as she walked into the nursery. Soon, the sound of the baby's contented suckling and her soft humming drifted over from the next room. Listening to those sounds, Li Yu felt his heart scratch like a cat's claws, itchy and restless. When Gu Yuan finally returned, he was just about to embrace his wife for a moment of tenderness. At 5 in the morning, Sanbao cried again. Gu Yuan resignedly climbed out of bed once more to fulfill her maternal duty. Lying in bed, Li Yu breathed in the lingering faint scent of milk in the air and sighed with a bitter smile. It seemed his hopes for a sexually fulfilling life during this postpartum period were dashed. And so, half a month passed. Early that morning, the entire villa was jolted awake by the piercing chorus of 4 babies wailing in unison. In the nursery, 2 top-tier postpartum nurses each clutched a baby, pacing frantically. "Oh dear, my little angel, why are you crying again? I just changed the diaper and fed him. What's going on?" Gu Yuan was also roused by the noise. She felt a sharp ache in her chest, causing her to frown in pain. "Honey, bring the older one over. I'll feed him." "Sure thing." Li Yu hurried into the nursery and took the loudest crying baby, their eldest son, from the postpartum nurse. The moment the little one was in Gu Yuan's arms and caught his mother's scent, he stopped crying instantly. He skillfully found his food source and began drinking greedily. Watching this scene, Li Yu felt an overwhelming warmth in his heart. Chapter 31, Naming the Baby. Put. A faint yet distinct sound. Accompanied by a familiar sour stench, it instantly shattered the tranquility. Gu Yuan looked down and her face turned green. Good grief, the little guy was eating and pooping at the same time. Honey! Gu Yuan cried out in panic. Li Yu pushed open the door at the sound, about to ask what was wrong. The next second, he froze in place. Gu Yuan was sitting sideways on the bed, nursing the baby. The neckline of her nightgown was half open, revealing a generous expanse of snow-white skin. The sight instantly made Li Yu's eyes go wide. Ah! Gu Yuan snapped out of it, letting out a sharp cry. She quickly turned away, presenting her back to him. Quick, take him away and wash his bottom. Her voice was both embarrassed and angry, her ears flushing bright red. Li Yu's old face also flushed, and he hurried forward. He fumbled awkwardly to take the mischievous little rascal still wearing an innocent expression despite causing trouble from her arms. Wah! Suddenly deprived of his food, De Bao protested, wailing at the top of his lungs. Stop crying, you little rascal. Li Yu held this hot potato, both annoyed and amused. He carried the baby to the bathroom and, under the nanny's guidance, clumsily began cleaning him up. The little guy was only a few weeks old, eating a lot and pooping just as much. His tiny body felt surprisingly heavy, making Li Yu feel a bit overwhelmed just holding him. He weighed him, goodness gracious, over 7 pounds already. When Li Yu finally carried the freshly cleaned baby back to the bedroom, the moment the little one was placed in Gu Yuan's arms, he immediately stopped crying and went back to work. That utterly devoted expression made Li Yu feel both love and frustration. This little rascal only had eyes for his mom, his dad didn't even register. At lunchtime, the family gathered around the dining table. Li Yu's father, Li Jianguo, took a sip of soup and suddenly spoke up. By the way, it's been nearly half a month since the children were born. Have you decided on their names yet? The birth certificates and household registration are all waiting. We can't put this off any longer. The question caught Li Yu off guard. He'd been so busy caring for his wife and children lately that he'd completely forgotten about this matter. Seeing her son's bewildered expression, Li's mother, Wang Shoulan, shot him a stern look before smiling and smoothing things over. Dear son-in-law, dear mother-in-law, I suggest we do it this way. Since De Bao is the first grandson, the Li family will come to collect his documents. As for Erbao, the Gu family can handle his. As for the third and fourth children, the girls, let Xiao Yu and Yu Yin decide for themselves as a young couple. What do you all think? This proposal respected both sets of elders, while also granting the young couple's freedom, truly a win-win solution. Mr. and Mrs. Gu nodded repeatedly, indicating no objections. And so it was settled. That evening, the whole family would gather for another meeting to finalize the names for the 4 little ones. That afternoon, Gu Yuan felt sleepy and went to her room early for a nap. Li Yu, meanwhile, dove into the study. He pulled a thick copy of the Xinhua dictionary from the bookshelf. He also pulled out his phone, opening various naming apps, and began racking his brains for names for his 2 precious daughters. Gu Yuan was awakened halfway through her nap by the painful engorgement of her breasts. She opened her eyes groggily and saw Li Yu sitting at the desk. He was scribbling furiously over a pile of materials, completely absorbed in his work. Her heart warmed at the sight. She quietly retrieved her breast pump. Turning her back to Li Yu, she began to deal with her problem. The machine hummed softly, accompanied by a series of mild stings. Warm milk flowed through the tube, slowly filling the storage bag. Gu Yuan glanced at the small refrigerator by the bed, specifically designated for storing breast milk, and felt her cheeks grow slightly warm. Yet she felt that between her and Li Yu, they seemed to be becoming more and more like a real married couple. From the initial awkwardness and shyness to the gradual ease and comfort they now shared. These seemingly intimate physical interactions, paradoxically, become more intimate without either of them realizing it. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, Li Yu suddenly stood up. Holding a piece of paper covered in writing, he walked over excitedly. Honey, I've made up my mind. He held out the paper to Gu Yuan as if presenting a precious treasure. Look, I want our eldest daughter to be named Li Zian, and our youngest daughter Li Ziwen. Yen is a homophone for the yen in Yuan Yen, meaning she'll be as beautiful as you. Wen is a homophone for Wenjing, literally literary and quiet, hoping she'll grow up to be a little lady. What do you think of these names? Li Zian, Li Ziwen. Gu Yuan silently repeated them twice in her mind, her eyes instantly lighting up. They're lovely, honey. You're so talented, she praised sincerely. Receiving his wife's approval, Li Yu raised his eyebrows proudly. Then those are the names for our girls. He made the final decision. The instant Li Yu made his final decision, that familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind once more, right on schedule. Beep beep. Congratulations, host, on successfully naming third treasure and fourth treasure. The babies now have their own names, and their happiness is off the charts. Rewarding the host, 1 million yuan in cash. A faint smile touched Li Yu's lips, his heart already calm and unruffled. For someone whose net worth now exceeded 100 million, this 1 million reward felt more like affirmation and encouragement from the system. He gazed at his beloved wife lying on the bed, her face beaming with joy from having come up with such wonderful names. The sense of fulfillment in his heart felt more intense than receiving 10 million. Gu Yuan was in the critical postpartum confinement period. Beyond eating, sleeping, and breastfeeding, she scarcely left the house. Yet even so, her figure was recovering at a visibly rapid pace. The immense energy expenditure from exclusive breastfeeding. Her weight had dropped from over 130 pounds before pregnancy to 110 pounds. The slight puffiness in her face from pregnancy had also faded, revealing a firm, defined contour once more. Her skin glowed with a healthy rosy hue, so soft it looked like it could be squeezed to produce water. Most strikingly, perhaps due to the breastfeeding, her figure had become even more curvaceous and feminine than before. The loose postpartum robe could barely conceal her stunning curves. Every time Liu saw her, he felt his hormones raging wildly. "Honey, I still feel like I have so much extra flesh around my waist." Gu Yuan pinched the soft flesh around her waist and pouted in frustration. "After these 2 months of confinement, I'm signing up for yoga classes to really tone up." "Sure." Liu agreed without hesitation. "I'll get you the most expensive, best private yoga instructor in all of Jiangning one-on-one in-home sessions. I guarantee I'll get my wife's figure even hotter than before." The two chatted and laughed, constantly making plans for the future. In the afternoon, the doorbell rang. It was Gu Yuan's best friend, Li Fengmei, also the godmother to all 4 children. Come on. Let me see my godchildren." Chapter 32, Obtaining Birth Certificates. The moment Li Fengmei entered, she dashed straight into the nursery. When she saw the 4 angel babies lying side by side in their cribs, sleeping as soundly as little pigs, her heart nearly melted. She carefully pulled 4 thick red envelopes from her bag and tucked them one by one into the baby's swaddling clothes. "Here, these are gifts from your godmother. Stay healthy and grow tall and strong, okay?" After seeing the babies, Li Fengmei pulled Gu Yuan aside. They sat down on the living room sofa and began whispering. "Wow, you look amazing. How come you're glowing after just half a month apart?" Li Fengmei pinched Gu Yuan's flawless cheeks, her expression a mix of envy and resentment. "Let me tell you, postpartum confinement is like surviving a tribulation for women. Many women age 10 years after giving birth. But you? Not only have you not gotten ugly, you've actually gotten prettier and more alluring. Spilla, did that old man of yours feed you some kind of magic potion? It's not that exaggerated." Gu Yuan giggled at her teasing, her face radiating an unmistakable glow of happiness. "He just treats me so well, won't let me lift a finger, pampering me like a pig. He cooks me delicious meals every day, changes them up constantly. At night, he washes my hair, changes my bandages, takes such meticulous care of me." As she spoke, she counted Liu's virtues on her fingers. That sweet, show-offy little expression made Li Fengmei's teeth itch. Stop. Don't say another word, you're going to rot my teeth with all this sweetness." Li Fengmei waved her hands dramatically, then couldn't help but sigh. "Seems like your husband is perfect in every way except maybe a bit too old. You really married well, girl. I'm so jealous." After chatting a bit longer, Li Fengmei excused herself, needing to catch a flight that evening. After seeing off his wife's best friend, Liu stared at the ever-growing numbers in his bank account. He began calculating in his mind. Once Gu Yuan was out of confinement and fully recovered, he had to hurry up and arrange the wedding. He owed her everything, not a single thing could be left undone. He had to give her the grandest, most romantic wedding in all of Jiangning, no, the entire world. As for the budget, he'd start with 30 million. He also needed to find time to gather his old brothers from the company for a reunion. He'd tell them that not only had Liu avoided becoming a fall guy, but had also married the goddess of their dreams, and their wedding was imminent. When the time came, he'd make sure they prepared their red envelopes generously. Soon, the evening arrived. The villa's dining room was brightly lit. The elders from both the Li and Gu families gathered together, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. A family meeting to discuss the names of the 4 little ones officially commenced. Liu's father, Li Jianguo, cleared his throat and spoke first. "Dabeo is the first grandson of our Li family. I've thought of a name for him, Li Tianming. It carries the meaning that heaven rewards diligence, and the future is bright. I hope he grows up to be an upright and broad-minded man." "A fine name." Father Gu applauded in approval, and the others nodded in agreement. Li Jianguo smiled and turned his gaze to his in-laws across the table. "Father-in-law, mother-in-law, we've discussed it. Yuan is your only daughter. Why not let this second child take the Gu family surname? Consider it carrying on the Gu family line. What do you think?" The words left everyone present stunned. Especially Mr. and Mrs. Gu. They never imagined that their in-laws would be so magnanimous as to voluntarily suggest the grandson take his mother's surname. In traditional thinking, this was an immense gesture of kindness and respect. Mrs. Gu's eyes welled up with emotion as she waved her hands repeatedly. "Dear in-laws, please don't even think about it. There's no way he should take our surname. We're already deeply grateful you'd even consider it." She paused, then smiled, and followed Li Jianguo's suggestion. "Since our first son is named Tianming, I think our second son should be named Tianqi Li Tianqi. It carries the meaning of inheriting heaven's mandate, a wonderful symbolism." Li Jianguo looked at his reasonable in-laws, feeling a surge of admiration and respect. He nodded firmly. Alright, we'll name him Li Tianqi. With the names of his two sons settled, Li Yu finally stood up and announced the names of his two daughters with a smile. Dad, Mom, Father-in-law, Mother-in-law. Yuan and I have also decided on the names for our third and fourth daughters. Third treasure is Li Zian, and fourth treasure is Li Ziwen. Li Ziwen, those are lovely names, Father Gu nodded in approval. Both names are melodious and carry the parents' beautiful wishes for their daughters. Both sets of parents were full of praise for these names, unanimously approving them. With that, the names for all four babies were finally settled. Li Tianming, Li Tianqi, Li Zian, Li Ziwen. Li Yu silently repeated the four names in his mind, a surge of pride and responsibility welling up within him. After discussing it, Li Yu decided to go to the hospital first thing tomorrow morning to get birth certificates for all four children. Then he would head to the police station to register their household registrations. The thought of seeing the household register tomorrow, under his and Gu Yuan's names, filled Li Yu's heart with boundless anticipation. Early the next morning, Li Yu tucked the household register and other documents into his pocket, driving excitedly straight to the city maternity hospital. Today, he was going to register the births of his four little ones. The hospital was packed with people, and the maternity ward service counter had a long line snaking around the corner. Seeing the sea of people ahead, Li Yu felt a surge of impatience. But what overwhelmed him more was an uncontrollable surge of excitement and pride, leaving him no choice but to wait patiently. After nearly an hour, it was finally his turn. Hello, I'm here to apply for birth certificates. Li Yu handed over a stack of documents. A young nurse at the window took the papers. When she saw the mother's name was Gu Yuan, her hand froze mid-motion. She looked up, her eyes wide with astonishment as she studied Li Yu. You're Gu Yuan's husband? The one whose wife gave birth to quadruplets? The nurse's voice wasn't loud, but in the noisy environment, it sounded like a thunderclap. Instantly, everyone waiting in line turned to stare at Li Yu. Holy crap, he's the father of those quadruplets? The one in the news recently? Jiangning City's first naturally conceived quadruplets? Wow, he looks pretty handsome in person despite his age. Not greasy at all. Li Yu listened to the murmurs around him, his expression unchanged, but inside he was beaming with pride. Yes, I'm her husband, he declared, straightening his back with pride. So how many boys and girls are there? The young nurse inquired. 2 boys and 2 girls, Li Yu replied proudly. Chapter 33, Rewarding Company Shares. Wow! A collective gasp of astonishment and envy rippled through the crowd. Goodness gracious, 2 boys and 2 girls? That's such incredible fortune. Getting both genders at once, a dragon and a phoenix bringing good fortune. Did you save the galaxy in a past life or something? I'm so jealous. My second child is another son, it's killing me. Feeling the stares of envy and jealousy around him, Li Yu felt like he was floating on air. This feeling of being a father? Damn, it felt amazing. Because it was a quadruplet birth, the situation was special, so the nurse made a special call to verify with the higher-ups. After about 15 minutes, 4 brand new birth certificates were handed to Li Yu. Li Tianming, Li Tianqi, Li Zian, Li Ziwen. Staring at the 4 clear names printed on them, Li Yu felt these thin sheets of paper weighed 1,000 pounds. Just as he was about to turn and leave with the birth certificates in hand, that familiar mechanical voice boomed in his mind. Beep beep. Detected host successfully obtained birth certificates for babies. Family happiness off the charts. Triggered special reward, 35% equity stake in the maternal and infant brand Tianyi Baby. Reward automatically transferred to host's account. Relevant equity documentation sent to your email. Li Yu's footsteps halted abruptly, his breath catching for half a second. Tianyi Baby? He had heard of this brand, one of the top maternal and infant brands in the country. Its product line spanned all sectors, including infant formula, diapers, and children's apparel. He quickly pulled out his phone and searched for it. When the search results appeared, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Tianyi Baby, a publicly listed company with a current market value of 20 billion yuan. Li Yu felt his mind go blank with a buzzing sensation. He pinched his thigh hard, the sharp pain jolting him back to reality. 35% of the shares, that meant a full 70 billion yuan? 70 billion. Li Yu felt his heart nearly leap out of his throat. The over 100 million yuan in his bank account before seemed like a mere drop in the bucket compared to 70 billion. If he sold all these shares, he could instantly become a super rich tycoon holding 70 billion in cash. But that thought flashed through his mind only briefly. Li Yu quickly regained his composure. These shares were a reward from the system for the children, how could he just sell them off? This was a golden goose that laid eggs. The annual dividends alone would be enough for the 5 of them, mother and children, to live it up and spend lavishly. This was truly building a kingdom for his children. Li Yu fought back his inner elation and drove straight to the police station without delay. With the birth certificate in hand, the household registration process would be much simpler. When the staff member pulled out his and Gu Yuan's household registration books and stamped it with that bright red seal, Li Yu felt his heart fill completely in that moment. The crisp clang of the steel seal landing echoed. The system in his mind chimed in once more, perfectly timed. Beep beep. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the household registration for your babies. Your family is now officially complete and your happiness index has skyrocketed. Triggered special reward, a standalone villa in the exclusive high-end residential area Tiannan Bay. The villa is valued at 300 million yuan, spans 1,000 square meters, and is fully furnished and ready for immediate move-in. Again? Li Yu's lips curled into a wild grin, barely suppressing a pig-like squeal of laughter. Tiannan Bay? That was an ultra-exclusive enclave, a tier above even Longtingipin. Residents there were either wealthy or influential, exclusively the cream of Jianing City's elite. A villa worth 300 million yuan, spanning 1,000 square meters. Just thinking about it made Li Yu's scalp tingle. He instinctively asked in his mind, system, whose name is on the property deed? Beep beep. Property deeds default to listing both the host and spouse's names. Then, can it be registered under just my wife's name? Li Yu tentatively inquired. Beep beep, confirmed. Property title holder changed to Gu Yuan only. A wave of immense satisfaction flooded Li Yu's heart. He wanted his wife to know that what he gave her wasn't just love, but a sense of security unlike any other in the world. By the time Li Yu finished all his errands and returned home, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. At the dinner table, Mrs. Li, Wang Xiulan, gazed at her son, who looked weary from his journey. Her eyes held a hint of heartache and a touch of worry. After the meal, she called Li Yu aside to the living room sofa. Xiaoyu, tell your mother the truth. Wang Xiulan sighed and said earnestly. Staying at home day after day isn't going to work out for you. I know you're not short on money now, but a grown man needs a proper job. You can't just revolve around your wife and child every day. The nanny takes care of the baby. After all, expenses will grow in the future and your savings will eventually run out. Li Yu fell silent. He knew his mother had a point. Your father wants you to come home and take over the family pig farm. Wang Xiulan looked into her son's eyes and continued. That pig farm is the work of your father's entire life. He built it from just a few pigs to over 10,000 today. It wasn't easy. We're getting old and can't keep up anymore. This huge family business needs someone to carry it on, doesn't it? You're a father now yourself. You need to be grounded and hold this family together. Her words fell like a heavy boulder onto Li Yu's heart. He found himself caught between a rock and a hard place. On one side were his 4 children, crying out for nourishment, and his beloved wife who had just narrowly escaped death for him. He wanted to be by their side every moment, witnessing each step of his children's growth, never missing a single instant. Yet on the other side lay his parents' decades of hard work and their aged eyes, filled with hope. Take over the pig farm? Go back home to raise pigs? Li Yu still felt some resistance in his heart. He still wanted to continue being a stay-at-home dad. Why aren't you saying anything? Wang Xiulan sighed inwardly at her son's silence. I know you've always been ambitious since childhood, looking down on our humble little business. But you're not alone anymore. You have to think about Yuan and the 4 children. Your savings may seem substantial, but 4 children are like 4 bottomless pits. There will be plenty of expenses ahead. You can't just sit on your money and let it run out. Her words were all reasonable, yet each one struck him right in the heart. Li Yu knew he couldn't hide things forever. He had to come up with an excuse. He looked at his mother with an intensity he'd never shown before. Mom, the truth is, I'm not unemployed. All these years, I've been making some small investments on the side. Chapter 34, Mother's Shock. Wang Xiulan froze for a moment, then furrowed her brow. Investments? What kind of investments could possibly earn you so much money? Listen here, Li, you don't tell me you've gotten involved in something shady. Our family may not be wealthy, but we've always kept our heads above water. You mustn't go down the wrong path. Seeing his mother's anxious expression, Li Yu felt a wave of warmth wash over him. He smiled reassuringly. Mom, don't worry. It's all legitimate business. Have you heard of a maternity and baby brand called Tianny Baby? Tianny Baby? Wang Xiulan's frown deepened. She felt like she'd heard that name somewhere before. Oh, I remember now. It seems like a well-known maternity and baby brand. Li Yu smiled and casually dropped a bombshell. Mom, I own shares in Tianny Baby. What? You have shares? Wang Xiulan's voice shot up an octave, her face frozen in disbelief. Son, you're joking again, right? Even if you do, it's probably just a fraction of a percent, right? I heard it's a major national chain, nothing like our little pig farm. Yeah, it's a national chain. Current market value is around 20 billion yuan. I own 35% of the shares. Li Yuyun said casually. Put. Wang Xiulan had just lifted her teacup to take a sip when she heard this. Sprayed water straight out of her mouth, nearly hitting Li Yu across from her. She froze in place, eyes wide as saucers, too stunned to care about her composure. 35% of the shares? How much money was that? A rough calculation put it at 70 billion? Wang Xiulan felt her mind buzz with disbelief. She'd lived over 60 years, raising pigs her entire life. The largest sum of money she'd ever seen was a few million yuan in goods payments. 70 billion? She couldn't even begin to grasp what that meant. When did you invest? Why didn't I know about this? Wang Xiulan asked in astonishment. Li Yu's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected his mother's reaction to be so intense. He quickly pulled out a tissue to wipe his face, his mind racing as he began improvising a story on the spot. It was about 10 years ago, right after I left home. I pooled some money with a few friends, planning to open a small maternity store just to get by. Who knew we'd get lucky later and catch the policy windfall when the country relaxed restrictions on having 2 or 3 children. Then we adopted a franchise model and it expanded rapidly. It's grown incredibly fast these past few years. We've opened thousands of stores nationwide, and that's how we ended up here. Li Yu spoke with a mix of truth and exaggeration, attributing everything to luck. But in his mind, he was already strategizing if his mother pressed further. He'd claim he only invested money for dividends and never got involved in the actual operations, playing dumb about the details. Wang Xiulan listened, stunned, taking a long moment to recover. Looking at the son she had raised with her own hands, her eyes filled with unfamiliarity and shock. She couldn't reconcile the man before her, a billionaire tycoon worth billions, with the good-for-nothing wastrel of 10 years ago who did nothing but ask his family for money. So you're saying your annual dividends alone exceed 100 million? Wang Xiulan asked tentatively. Yeah, pretty much, Li Yu nodded. Wang Xiulan let out a long sigh, a bitter expression crossing her face. It truly is the new generation pushing aside the old. Your business keeps growing bigger and bigger. But our pig farm is getting harder and harder to run. Li Yu knew his mother was indirectly backing down, so he seized the moment. Mom, if the family business needs money, just tell me. I've got over 100 million in cash on hand right now. I can pull it out any time for turnover. What? 100 million in cash? Wang Xiulan's eyes widened in disbelief. But Li Yu's next words stunned her once more. Oh, Mom, there's something else I forgot to tell you. I went to get birth certificates for the kids today, and while I was at it, I bought you a villa. What the hell? Another purchase? Wang Xiulan shrieked and leapt up from the sofa. You spendthrift. That's no way to handle money. Isn't the villa at Longting perfectly fine? Why buy another one? Mom, calm down. Li Yu quickly pushed his mother back onto the sofa. The place at Longting is just a bit too small. It's fine for our 2 families now, but once the kids grow up, it won't be enough. 4 kids, each needing their own room, plus a study, a playroom, a nanny's quarters. I figured we might as well go all in and get something bigger. Wang Xiulan's anger subsided by half as she listened to her son's plans. So where are you buying? Bigger than Longting? Yeah, it's in Tiannan Bay. Li Yu nodded. Tiannan Bay? Wang Xiulan gasped again. That was a top-tier affluent neighborhood, a whole level above Longting. Which villa number? How big is it? Number 8, a standalone villa with front and backyards. Over 1,000 square meters, I'd say. Over 1,000 square meters? Wang Xiulan sucked in a sharp breath. That must cost a fortune. Not much, just 300 million. Li Yu said it matter-of-factly. 300 million? Wang Xiulan felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, as if she were suffocating. She slapped her thigh hard and pointed an accusing finger at Li Yu. Li Yu, you good-for-nothing brat. How could you wait until now to tell me something this huge? Watching his mother's conflicted expression, part shock, part delight, part anger yet reluctant to scold, filled Li Yu with delight. He knew that from this day forward, his standing in this household had undergone a complete reversal. Mom, I have other investments too. If the family ever needs money, just ask any time. If 100 million isn't enough, make it 200 million. I promise to turn our pig farm into the #1 operation in the country. Wang Xiulan stared at her son's newly acquired air of wealth and power, taking a long moment to steady her emotions. Suddenly, she grabbed Li Yu's hand, her expression turning serious. Son, tell me honestly, is all this money clean? You absolutely mustn't do anything illegal or unethical. Our family can't afford that kind of shame. Mom, rest assured. Li Yu nodded solemnly. Everything I have today is pure luck. I just happened to be in the right place at the right time. He silently added in his mind, and I owe it all to my wife and kids, and to the system. Upon learning her son was now a billionaire hidden tycoon, Wang Xiulan naturally stopped mentioning the idea of him returning home to raise pigs. The more she looked at her son now, the more pleased and proud she felt. The conversation circled back to the 4 little ones. Oh, and the formula for the kids is almost gone. And we're running low on formula and diapers at home too. You should find time to go buy some. Especially the diapers, we need to switch to the next size up. These little ones are growing so fast. Chapter 35, Only Your Name. Li Yu heard this and felt his head spin. He'd been running around all day, exhausted to the point of collapse, and had hoped to rest properly. But the thought of his 4 little ones crying for food made him spring up from the sofa. Alright, I'll go right now. What father wouldn't rush to his children's aid? Lee grabbed his car keys, ready to head out, when suddenly something occurred to him. He was now a major shareholder of Tanny Baby. Earlier, for convenience's sake, he'd even gotten a platinum membership card at one of Tanny Baby's flagship stores. He could buy it directly from the Tanny Baby flagship store, that way the money wouldn't go to outsiders. Then Liu remembered the salesperson's business card. He rummaged through his worn briefcase for a while before finally pulling out an elegant business card. It was the one given to him by that enthusiastic saleswoman at the Tanny Baby flagship store in the maternity section of Dadanglai Mall last time. Liu recalled that store had a platinum membership program where higher spending earned greater discounts. Although he didn't need the discount money now, he still appreciated this thrifty approach. Money should be spent wisely, and savings were always welcome. So he dialed the number on the card. The call connected quickly. "Hello, this is Tanny Baby Direct Store at Dadanglai Maternity and Baby Center. How may I assist you?" A sweet female voice came from the other end. "Hello, my name is Lee. I've shopped at your store before, and you gave me a business card." Liu got straight to the point. "Oh, Mr. Lee. I remember now, your wife is the one expecting quadruplets, correct?" The saleswoman clearly had an excellent memory, instantly recognizing him as a major customer. "Yes, that's me," Liu chuckled. "I'd like to place an order. Do you offer home delivery?" "Absolutely, Mr. Lee. As our most valued platinum customer, we're always happy to provide door-to-door service." The saleswoman's tone instantly became incredibly enthusiastic. "I need 4 boxes of formula, the same brand I bought last time. Also, 8 packs of diapers, 3 medium and 5 large." Liu spoke while mentally calculating. 1 box of formula contained 6 cans, so 4 boxes meant 24 cans. The 4 little ones had an astonishing appetite. Now 1 can of formula was gone in 2 days. At this rate, these 4 boxes would only last them about 10 days. Goodness, raising 4 kids was practically burning money. But then he remembered he'd thought ahead and stocked up on extra large diapers. Liu felt a little surge of pride. "I really am a frugal genius, Dad." The saleswoman on the phone flinched at the order size. 4 boxes of formula, 8 packs of diapers. This was nearly half a month's worth of her sales. All right, Mr. Lee. What's your address?" "Jingding City, Longting Yipin, Building 8, Zone A." Longtong Yipin? The saleswoman gasped, her voice cracking. That was one of Jiangning City's most exclusive neighborhoods. She instantly realized she'd stumbled upon a true high roller. "Rest assured, Mr. Lee. I'll arrange it immediately and guarantee delivery within 30 minutes. The saleswoman hung up and immediately sprang into action, rushing to the warehouse to pack the order herself. Liu promptly called the community gatekeeper to notify them and arrange for the delivery personnel to be granted access. After handling these details, he stretched lazily and headed upstairs. Time to check on his wife and child. As soon as he stepped into the second-floor hallway, he heard an earth-shattering wail coming from the nursery. It was the loud, booming voice of his eldest son, Li Tianming. Liu pushed open the master bedroom door to find Gu Yuyan sitting up in bed, preparing to rush next door to put out the fire. "Honey, I need to tell you something." "Hold on," De Bao's crying. "I need to feed him first." Gu Yuyan hurried into the nursery. Liu followed her in. Gu Yuyan took their eldest son, wailing heart-wrenchingly, from the nanny's arms and sat down with practiced ease on the sofa in the corner of the room. She didn't close the door, merely turning her back to the entrance as she lifted her top. Liu stood in the doorway, gazing at her snow-white, graceful back and the faintly visible curves beneath. A strange sensation surged from the depths of his heart, leaving him parched and breathless. Feeling his cheeks grow hot, he silently backed out, gently closing the door behind him. "Don't look where you shouldn't. Don't look where you shouldn't." Liu silently repeated to himself as he turned and walked toward another nursery. This room housed the second, third, and fourth babies. 2 nannies each held 1 baby, softly humming a lullaby. "Oh, Mr. Lee, you're here." The nanny smiled and greeted him upon seeing him. "Shoo, keep your voices down." Liu made a shushing gesture and lowered his voice. "Where's the second baby? Is he asleep?" "Just put to bed. He's been so good today, drank a whole bottle of milk." The postpartum nurse pointed to the crib. Liu leaned closer and saw his second son, Li Tanchi, sleeping soundly. His little mouth smacked occasionally, as if he were having a sweet dream. He then looked at his daughters in the arms of the other 2 nannies. Third child Li Zian and fourth child Li Ziwen were also fast asleep. Their rosy little cheeks and long eyelashes, like tiny fans, were so adorable they melted his heart. "Here, let me hold them." Liu carefully took his little bundle of joy from the nanny's arms. The little ones had only been born for a little over half a month, yet they had already grown considerably. They felt heavy in his arms, almost 3 pounds each. Liu noticed they could already grasp their bottles on their own, though their grip was still unsteady. He mentally noted that when the full-month checkup came around, he'd have to ask the doctor whether the babies needed calcium supplements. After spending some time with the babies and seeing they were both fast asleep, Liu tiptoed out of the room. The moment he stepped out, he bumped into Gu Yuyan, who had just finished feeding them. "Honey, come here." Li Yu gave her a mysterious smile, grabbed her hand, and pulled her into the master bedroom. What's with all the secrecy? Gu Yuan was thoroughly confused. Li Yu closed the door, pressing her against it with a mischievous grin. He leaned close to her ear, his warm breath tickling her sensitive earlobe, sending a tingling sensation through her. Honey, I've got a special gift for you today. His voice was deep and magnetic, like a spellbinding incantation. What kind of gift? You're being so mysterious. Gu Yuan's heart pounded wildly, her cheeks flushing crimson. Li Yu smiled faintly. I bought a villa for you. The deed will be in your name only. Hearing this, Gu Yuan's eyes widened instantly, her face frozen in disbelief. What? Honey, you bought another house? Chapter 36, Nearly Lost Control. Yep, that's right. Li Yu nodded with a smile. It's in Tiannan Bay, a standalone villa covering over 1,000 square meters. Cost about 300 million. Li Yu spoke casually, yet Gu Yuan was instantly stunned. A 300 million yuan villa registered solely in her name. What did this signify? It meant this man had given her far more than just a house. It meant the most unique, most unbreakable sense of security in the entire world. Husband. Gu Yuan's eyes instantly welled up with tears, 1,000 words choking in her throat. She stood on tiptoe and kissed Li Yu's lips. Li Yu paused for a moment before taking control. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist, pressing her firmly against the door as he deepened the kiss. The temperature in the room surged rapidly in that instant. Li Yu felt his hormones surge like boiling magma, erupting violently within him. His scorching hands began to roam over her body unconsciously. Just as he was about to take things further. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden knock on the door, like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguished the lingering passion filling the room. Yuan, dear, I stewed some bird's nest soup for you. Drink it while it's hot. Li's mother, Wang Xiulan, spoke as she pushed open the door. The next second, she froze in place. There stood her son, pressing his daughter-in-law against the door. Both were disheveled, locked in a passionate kiss. The air froze in that moment. Ah! Gu Yuan let out a sharp scream and shoved Li Yu away. Her face flushed as red as a boiled shrimp, wishing she could sink through the floor. Li Yu's weathered face also flushed crimson, his embarrassment so thick he could have dug a 3-bedroom apartment out of the floor with his toes. Mom, why didn't you knock before coming in? Wang Xiulan snapped back to her senses, her own face flushing crimson as she quickly turned away. I knocked. You just didn't hear me. Well then, carry on. Mom didn't see anything. I left the bird's nest soup at the door. With that, she fled the scene, slamming the door behind her. Inside the room, only Li Yu and Gu Yuan were left, staring at each other in utter awkwardness. It's all your fault. Gu Yuan's face flushed crimson with embarrassment as she playfully punched Li Yu's chest. Great. Now we've embarrassed ourselves in front of Mom. Li Yu looked utterly helpless, speechless inside. Of all times, Mom had to show up right at this critical moment. Now everything was ruined. Meanwhile, Wang Xiulan outside the door felt increasingly uneasy. Yuan was still in her postpartum confinement period, and her C-section wound hadn't fully healed yet. How could her son, that reckless young man, be so impatient? What if something went wrong? What then? At that thought, she couldn't sit still any longer. She pulled out her phone and sent Li Yu a WeChat message. Get downstairs immediately. I need to talk to you. Li Yu's heart skipped a beat when he saw the message, knowing he couldn't escape the scolding. He soothed Gu Yuan, who was still blushing on the bed, then steeled himself and stepped out of the room. No sooner had he reached the stairwell than Wang Xiulan, waiting there, grabbed his arm. You good-for-nothing brat. What were you thinking? Wang Xiulan lowered her voice, pointing an accusing finger at Li Yu as she scolded him. Yuan just gave birth. Her body is so weak, don't you know that? The doctor said it takes at least 2 months after a C-section before you can have sex. Are you trying to tear her wound open? Besides, she just gave birth to quadruplets. Her uterus hasn't fully recovered yet. It'll be at least 1.5 years before she can have another child. Do you understand that it could be life-threatening otherwise? The old woman spoke with evident agitation, clearly genuinely alarmed. Listening to his mother's scolding, Li Yu felt not anger but a warm glow in his heart. He knew his mother truly cared deeply for Yuan. Mom, don't worry. I know what I'm doing, Li Yu quickly explained. Earlier, I just acted on impulse and kissed her, nothing more. How could I possibly hurt her during her confinement period? Just hugging and kissing, nothing more. Trust me, I endured 10 months, 2 more won't make a difference. Hearing her son's words, Wang Xiulan's expression softened slightly. I'm glad you understand, she sighed, speaking with deep concern. Yuan is a good girl. To give birth to these 4 children for you, she walked through the gates of death. Be grateful for what you have. Treat her well from now on. I know, Mom. Li Yu nodded firmly. Just then, his phone rang. It was the saleswoman from the maternity store. Hello, Mr. Li? I've delivered your order to the entrance of your residential complex. Alright, I'll be right out. Li Yu hung up the phone, told his mother, and turned to leave. He walked to the villa entrance and saw a young girl standing there. It was the saleswoman from earlier, with a small van parked beside her. When she saw Liu emerge from that magnificent standalone villa, her eyes widened in astonishment. Good heavens, this Mr. Li actually lives in Longting Ipin. And it's one of those standalone penthouse villas. How much must that cost? She had assumed Liu was just a nouveau riche with a bit of money, never expecting him to be a hidden super wealthy tycoon among the common folk. Mr. Li. The saleswoman's voice faltered slightly. Thank you for your hard work. Liu smiled and nodded, taking the cart from her. How much is the total? Oh. The total for your purchases comes to 10,890 yuan. As our platinum member, you receive a 10% discount, bringing the total to 9,801 yuan. The saleswoman said as she pulled out the store's payment QR code. Just use your own payment code, Liu waved her off. Ha? The saleswoman froze, momentarily confused. I'll transfer it directly to you, and you can transfer it back to the store account, Liu said casually. Though puzzled by Liu's intentions, the saleswoman didn't press further. She quickly pulled out her personal payment QR code. Liu pulled out his phone and, without hesitation, transferred 10,000 yuan. Ding! The saleswoman's phone chimed. She looked down and froze in shock. WeChat payment received 10,000 yuan. Mr. Li, you've transferred too much, she stammered, her face flushing with panic. It's not too much, Liu said without turning back, pushing the cart. Thanks for your trouble. Since you made the trip, consider the extra as your transportation fee. With that, he pushed the cart through the grand entrance. The saleswoman was left standing there, dumbfounded. Staring at the transfer record of 10,000 yuan on her phone, she couldn't snap out of it for a long while. The nearly 200 yuan extra was enough for several rides in a private car. In all her years as a salesperson, she'd never encountered such a generous and considerate customer. In that moment, she thought to herself. Mr. Li, though a bit older, was handsome, kind-hearted, and wealthy. No wonder he'd married such a beautiful wife and had such adorable quadruplets. He was truly a winner in life. Chapter 37, Don't You Dare Change It. Liu pushed a cart full of loot back home. The two postpartum nurses rushed over to help, sorting and organizing the items. After handling these chores, he stretched lazily and headed upstairs. As he approached the master bedroom door, he noticed it was slightly ajar, with a dim yellow light glowing inside. He gently pushed the door open to find Gu Yuan lying on her side on the bed, seemingly fast asleep. Her long eyelashes resembled two small fans, casting faint shadows beneath her eyelids. They fluttered slightly with each steady breath. Liu softened his footsteps, moving silently to the bedside before bending down. Then, he gently pressed a kiss onto her smooth forehead. The warm touch, mingled with her unique scent, sent a wave of dizziness through him. Just as he was about to straighten up, the figure in bed suddenly opened her eyes. Her large, watery eyes held not a trace of sleepiness. She was wide awake. Faking sleep again, Liu chuckled softly, pinching her pert little nose. Gu Yuan's cheeks flushed slightly, her heartbeat accelerating uncontrollably. She felt that between her and this man, they were becoming more and more like a couple truly in love. Thank you, husband. She sat up, looking at Liu with genuine sincerity. Thank you for everything you've done for me. Liu took her hand, his gaze more earnest and resolute than ever. Silly girl, you don't need to thank me. You nearly lost your life for me, for this family. If I, Liu, don't treat you well from now on, what kind of man would I be? He paused, then spoke each word solemnly, making a solemn promise. Yuan, I swear, for the rest of my life, I, Liu, will make you the happiest woman in this world. The moment the words left his mouth, that familiar mechanical voice boomed in his mind. Beep beep. Detected host showing affection for wife, making vows of love. Husband's affection meter off the charts. Rewarding host, 1 million yuan in cash. Liu stared at the bank deposit notification that instantly popped up on his phone, his heart jolting violently. He instantly understood. No wonder this system is called the Super Dad system. It wasn't just about being good to the child. It also demanded he treat the child's mother well. The old saying, if you neglect your wife for wealth, no fortune will ever come your way, was actually true. It was Gu Yuan and those 4 little ones who had brought him this life-altering opportunity. He gazed at the woman before him, the one he loved to his very core, his eyes burning with ever-deepening passion and adoration. Gu Yuan felt her cheeks flush under his gaze, yet her heart bubbled with sweetness. She reached out her arms and pulled him onto the bed, where they lay down together. Oh, right, honey. Gu Yuan asked with a mischievous smile, as if remembering something. When mom called you down earlier, what did she say to you? Liu's face flushed crimson in an instant, his eyes darting away unconsciously. Nothing. She just asked about getting the kids' birth certificates sorted out. Is that so? Gu Yuan didn't believe him for a second. She leaned in close and blew gently into his ear. Why do I smell guilt? Spill it, or I'll make you face the consequences. Liu felt a wave of heat wash over him. He couldn't take it anymore and finally surrendered. Well, mom was just reminding me. He stammered, his voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. She said since you just had surgery and your wound isn't fully healed yet, I should take it easy. Gu Yuan froze upon hearing this, then suddenly understood. Her face flushed crimson with embarrassment as she buried her head in Li Yu's chest, pounding his chest repeatedly with her tiny fists. Oh my gosh, it's all your fault. You've embarrassed me to death. Li Yu wore an expression of helpless amusement, though inwardly he felt a surge of relief. Thank goodness Mom arrived in time. Otherwise, I might have really lost control just now. Gu Yuan's cheeks flushed even redder. She lifted her head from his embrace, her large, watery eyes glistening with a hint of shyness. Then, I won't tease you anymore, she joked. No way. Li Yu panicked at her words, blurting out without a second thought. I love it when you take the initiative. Please don't ever change. Seeing his flustered and impatient expression, Gu Yuan couldn't hold back any longer and giggled softly. I learned it all from books, she declared with a smug look. They say when a woman pursues a man, it's like a thin veil between them. I just wanted to see if it holds true. Li Yu was both charmed and exasperated by her mischievous demeanor. Oh, you little vixen, daring to use your husband as an experiment. He rolled over, pinning her beneath him, feigning a fierce tone. Just wait and see how I'll deal with you today. Go ahead, try it. Gu Yuan wasn't the least bit afraid of him. Instead, she laughed even more merrily. If you go off the rails, I'll scream for Mom. They laughed and wrestled for a while before finally holding each other tightly. This was the first time since their relationship had grown intimate that they'd slept together in such seamless embrace. Li Yu breathed in the delicate fragrance of her hair, feeling the soft, warm body nestled against him. His heart was filled with peace and contentment. He lost track of time. Suddenly, a loud wail pierced the air from the nursery next door. It was their second child, Li Tanchi, waking up. Gu Yuan's eyes snapped open almost instantly. She quietly lifted the quilt, preparing to get out of bed. Li Yu slept deeply, emitting faint snores. Gazing at his peaceful profile, Gu Yuan couldn't resist leaning down. She kissed his cheek before turning and leaving the room. In the nursery, Li's mother Wang Xiulan, Gu's mother, and the nanny sister Wang were all bustling around the crib. Oh dear, my little angel, why are you crying again? Li's mother, holding the second child who was crying so hard he could barely breathe, was sweating profusely with worry. Gu Yuan walked in and took the child from her mother's arms. The moment the little one was in her arms and caught her mother's scent, the crying immediately subsided. Gu Yuan carried the baby over and sat down on a single sofa in the corner of the room. Instead of returning to her own room, she turned her back and began nursing the baby. Mrs. Li watched her daughter-in-law's actions and couldn't help but pause in surprise. Usually, Yuan would take the baby back to her own room to nurse. Why was she acting so differently today? Her gaze flickered toward the closed door of the master bedroom, and her heart skipped a beat. Then, as if something occurred to her, she tentatively asked. Yuan, is Li Yu in the room? Yes, he's asleep in there, Gu Yuan nodded. He went out early this morning to run errands and didn't return until after 1 in the afternoon. He must be exhausted. He was sleeping so soundly, I couldn't bear to wake him. Li's mother, Wang Xiulan, felt a wave of warmth wash over her as she listened to her daughter-in-law's words. She exchanged a glance with Gu's mother, and both saw their eyes brimming with relief and satisfaction. This daughter-in-law grew more endearing the more she observed her. Not only was she beautiful, but her heart was kind and considerate. And Li Yu, her son-in-law, bustling about for the family, was proving himself a capable husband too. Chapter 38, The Quadruplets in Action. And so, the two families lived under one roof. Each day revolved around the 4 little ones, making life chaotic yet joyful. Before they knew it, over 10 days had passed. Gu Yuan's postpartum confinement period was nearly complete after 30 days. But Li Yu refused to budge, insisting she rest for another full month. In his words, a cesarean section depletes one's vitality, especially with quadruplets. She absolutely must complete 2 full months of confinement, or else she might develop chronic health issues later on and he'd regret it. Gu Yuan couldn't persuade him otherwise and obediently complied. Coincidentally, the 2 top-rated postpartum care nurses hired by the family were finishing their 2-month contracts that very day. Li Yu wanted to renew their contracts, but their schedules were already fully booked, leaving no room for more clients. With no other option, the heavy responsibility of caring for 4 little rascals fell entirely on the 6 adults from both families. Fortunately, the 4 little ones were mostly content to eat and sleep, proving surprisingly well-behaved and not causing too much trouble for the adults. This day marked the baby's 30th day milestone. According to regulations, it was time to take them to the community health center for their very first vaccination. Early that morning, Li Yu rolled out 4 brand new, shiny baby strollers from the storage room. These strollers were top-tier brands he had specially ordered from abroad, each costing a pretty penny. The combined cost of these 4 strollers alone was nearly equivalent to a standard compact car. But when he unfolded all 4 strollers side by side in the courtyard, a serious problem presented itself to everyone. The 2 cars at home simply couldn't accommodate so many people and these 4 monsters. Oh dear, how could I have forgotten this detail? Li Yu slapped his forehead in realization. He had been talking about buying a 7-seater minivan, but got so caught up in other things that he completely forgot. How about it, Yuan? Maybe you and Mom shouldn't go. Liu glanced at the howling north wind outside, his voice tinged with concern. You haven't even finished your postpartum confinement yet. You absolutely mustn't catch a chill. If you develop postpartum ailments, it could affect you for life. No, I have to go. Gu Yuan's tone was unexpectedly firm. This is the children's first vaccination. How could I, as their mother, not be present? As she spoke, she deftly pulled on a thick down jacket, wrapping herself up like a rice dumpling. Liu watched her unyielding expression and could only sigh helplessly. In the end, the family decided to split into 2 groups. Liu drove the Mercedes GLC, carrying Gu Yuan and both mothers. Each woman held a child in her arms, while 2 folded strollers were stuffed into the trunk. Father Li drove his own car, carrying Father Gu and nanny sister Wang. With their eldest child, Li Tianming, in tow and pulling the other 2 strollers, they followed behind. The 2 vehicles set off in a grand procession toward the Community Health Service Center. By the time they arrived, the entrance was already packed with parked cars, and the interior was teeming with people. Liu struggled to find 2 parking spots and finally parked. He and the 2 fathers worked together to unfold the 4 strollers. They carefully placed the 4 little ones, still fast asleep, inside. The first-floor lobby of the service center was packed with parents holding their children. Relying on his photographic memory, Liu had already memorized the ID numbers of all 4 children. He efficiently filled out all the forms in the 4 vaccination record books by himself. The young nurse in charge of distributing the vaccination records. When she saw Liu hand her 4 vaccination booklets at once, she froze in place. She stared at him as if he were a freak, scrutinizing him from head to toe several times before finally pointing toward the elevator nearby. 3rd floor, vaccination hall. Take the vaccination booklets to register first. 3rd floor, vaccination hall. Take your registration book to register first. Then, Liu and his group, pushing 4 identical luxury strollers, appeared in the 3rd floor vaccination hall. The hall was already packed to the rafters, children's cries rising and falling in waves like a symphony. Liu took a number and glanced at the screen. Over 20 people were ahead of them. They found a relatively spacious corner and parked the 4 strollers in 2 rows. This spectacle instantly became the center of attention. Parents around them craned their necks, whispering and murmuring among themselves. Goodness gracious, what's going on with that family? 4 children? Look at those strollers, they're identical. Could they be quadruplets? That can't be. I've never seen live quadruplets in my entire life. Probably not even the same family, just 2 families who accidentally bought identical strollers. Clearly, some believed they were 2 sets of twins from 2 different families. At that moment, Mr. and Mrs. Gu each held one of the 2 strollers carrying their granddaughters. Behind them, Mr. and Mrs. Li each held one of the other 2 strollers carrying their granddaughters. Just then, Gu Yuan noticed her father's collar was untucked. She stepped forward and carefully adjusted his collar. Dad, your collar is crooked. The crisp dad rang clearly into the ears of the 2 middle-aged women nearby. The 2 exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up as if they discovered a new continent. Holy crap, did you hear that? That girl called him dad. Could it be her daughter accompanying her parents, bringing her twin brothers for vaccinations? These old folks are grandparent age, yet they're still going strong. Had another set of twins? Yeah, could it be they had a second child in response to the national call? Another woman joined in the gossip. The older woman grew more and more excited as she talked, her voice rising louder and louder. Her gaze toward Mr. Gu brimmed with admiration. Wow, look at that old man still going strong. His stamina is way better than my husband's. You bet. Having twins at his age? That's a real credit to us men. Though their murmurs weren't loud, they still drifted intermittently into Liu's ears. He'd been bent over playing with his daughter when he heard the remarks, nearly choking on his own blood. What the hell? They think my father-in-law is the kid's dad? Twins? Hey, lady, take a good look, these are clearly quadruplets, okay? Liu looked up, torn between laughter and tears, at the 2 aunts still whispering to each other, utterly speechless inside. Meanwhile, Mr. Gu remained completely oblivious to the fact that he had become the epitome of old age with vigor in others' eyes. He gazed tenderly at his sleeping infant grandson in the stroller, his face radiant with happiness. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan and the 2 mothers gathered together. They whispered about parenting tips, completely oblivious to the strange atmosphere around them. Only Liu, listening to the increasingly absurd rumors, felt the black lines on his forehead multiply. He even overheard someone speculating whether the elderly couple had consumed some secret fertility potion to conceive twins at their age. Chapter 39, God-level driving skills. Gu Yuan seemed to have overheard the increasingly absurd chatter as well. She approached Liu, noticing his troubled expression, and tugged at his sleeve. Honey, don't mind them. Let them talk. As long as we have nothing to feel guilty about, that's all that matters. Seeing his wife's understanding expression, Liu felt a wave of warmth wash over him. He nodded inside. Ah, honey, it's all my fault. I should have seen this coming. We should have bought a bigger car earlier. Look at us now, it's like the spring festival travel rush. This is so inconvenient. With that, he formally brought up the idea of buying a bigger car. Li's mother, Wang Xiulan, perked up at once. It is time for a bigger car. Once the kids grow up, they'll be going out much more often. We can't keep making such a big deal out of every trip, can we? Mrs. Gu chimed in, exactly. A 7-seater minivan would be perfect. Spacious, comfortable, and perfect for family trips with both households. Li Jianghua, who had been mostly silent, suddenly cleared his throat and voiced a different opinion. Why buy a minivan? It's expensive and impractical. In my opinion, we should just get a van. Li Jianguo looked utterly convinced. Back in the village, I saw people hauling cargo in those Jinbei vans. Once you remove the back seats, it's incredibly spacious. Forget 7 or 8 people, it could easily fit over a dozen. And it's cheap, you can get one for just over 100,000 yuan. What a bargain! At this, Mrs. Li and Mrs. Gu exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of exasperation in the other's eyes. What nonsense are you spouting, old man? Wang Xiulan was the first to object, glaring at her husband with irritation. That's a cargo truck. How can you compare it to our family's situation? You want my precious grandchildren riding in that thing? How could you even think of such a thing? Mrs. Gu shook her head in disapproval, her face a picture of disdain. Father-in-law, minivans have poor suspension, they're too bumpy. The children are still young, their bones aren't fully developed yet. They can't handle that kind of jostling. Wang Xiulan slapped her thigh and proposed an even bolder idea. You know what? Why not just buy an RV? What? An RV? This time it was Li Jianguo's turn to be dumbfounded. Yes, a motorhome. Wang Xiulan grew more excited as she spoke, her eyes sparkling. I saw it on TV the other day, the inside of that RV was just like a little home. There's a bed, a sofa, a bathroom, and even a kitchen. Then when we take the kids out to play, we can sleep in the car when we get tired. And if we get hungry, we can warm up milk or cook a meal, how convenient. Gu's mother's eyes lit up at the idea. That's a great plan. When the kids get tired playing in the car, they can just lie down on the bed, much more comfortable than sitting in the seats. Plus, having a private bathroom makes changing diapers so much easier, no more hunting for baby care rooms outside. The two chatted back and forth, instantly forming a united front. They sang the praises of the RV to the skies. Even Mr. Gu, who had remained silent, couldn't help but nod in agreement. An RV really is a good choice. It offers both comfort and privacy. Now only Li Jianguo remained, clinging to his last bit of resistance. But how expensive is that thing? It must cost millions, right? And such a big vehicle, wouldn't it be inconvenient to drive around the city? Seeing his father still wrestling with the idea, Liu smiled and spoke up. Dad, don't worry about the money. As for whether it's convenient to drive, that's no problem at all. We'll still use these 2 cars for our everyday trips. We'll only take the RV when the whole family goes on a long trip. Seeing his father rendered speechless by the 3 women, Liu felt a surge of delight. Finally, Liu made the final decision. Alright, it's settled, we're buying the RV. Since tomorrow's Saturday, Dad, my father-in-law, and I, the 3 of us guys, will head to the dealership together. Li Jianguo, realizing he was completely outvoted, could only sigh helplessly. Fine. Whatever you say. Just as the decision was made, the system's voice suddenly echoed in Liu's mind. Beep. Detected, host has decided to purchase an RV for the family, boosting family happiness index and skyrocketing paternal affection value. Rewarding host, God-tier driving skills. Rewarding host, 5 million yuan in cash vehicle purchase fund. A flood of complex information instantly surged into Liu's mind. Driving techniques for various vehicle models, maintenance and repair knowledge. Even the theoretical and practical knowledge for all driver's licenses Class A, B, and C. All of it was etched into his mind like a permanent imprint. Liu felt himself instantly transform from an ordinary driver who could only handle small sedans into a seasoned veteran capable of handling any vehicle. This new god-tier skill left him utterly thrilled. Just as the family was happily discussing their car buying plans, a clear female voice suddenly rang out over the vaccination hall's PA system. Number 88, please proceed to window 3 for registration. It's our turn. Liu perked up, grabbed the 4 vaccination records, and hurried to window 3. Seated behind the window was a female staff member in her 30s. Without looking up, she said, hand over the vaccination records. Liu handed over the thick stack of 4 identical vaccination booklets. The clerk took them and casually flipped open the first one. But when she reached the second, third, and fourth booklets, her hand froze abruptly. She looked up at Liu, her eyes wide as if she were staring at an alien, scrutinizing him from head to toe. These 4 books, they're all yours? Her voice brimmed with disbelief. Yes, they're all from my family. Liu stood up straight, his face radiating pride and satisfaction. Quadruplets, 2 boys and 2 girls. Whoa! The moment those words left his mouth, the crowd waiting in line erupted into a frenzy. The 2 gossiping aunties from earlier were so shocked their jaws nearly hit the floor. Holy crap! Not twins? Quadruplets? Good heavens, so he's the father after all? Goodness gracious, for at once 2 boys and 2 girls. What good deeds did he do in a past life? In an instant, all misunderstandings vanished. Stares filled with envy, jealousy, and awe converged on Li Yu. He instantly became the center of attention. The female staff member was so stunned she couldn't recover for a long while. She looked at Li Yu, her eyes brimming with admiration. Sir, you're incredible. She fumbled with the computer, verifying the information. Alright, the information is all registered. Each baby will receive 2 shots today, both are free category I vaccines. You can go to the waiting area inside and line up. Just wait for your name to be called. Li Yu took the vaccination booklet and turned back to join his family. Chapter 40, Forgot the Physical. However, they had barely sat down in the waiting area. The 4 little ones, still fast asleep, seemed to have coordinated their actions. One after another, they woke up. Wah! The eldest, Li Tianming, was the first to let out his booming cry. Immediately after, second child Li Tianqi joined the chorus, refusing to be outdone. The 2 little girls, third and fourth, seemed startled by their brother's cries. Their little mouths puckered, and they too began wailing loudly. In an instant, the entire vaccination hall echoed with their 4-part chorus of piercing cries. The commotion was even more earth-shattering than the combined cries of all the children in the hall moments before. Oh my goodness, my little darlings, what's gotten into you? The 6 adults in the family instantly descended into chaos. Each grabbed a child, trying to soothe and pat them, but they were completely overwhelmed. But these 4 little ones seemed to have made a pact none of them could be soothed. Their wails were heart-wrenching, leaving them gasping for breath. Parents nearby watched the scene, each casting sympathetic glances. Raising one child was exhausting enough, 4 was downright murder. What's going on? Why are they crying so terribly? Li Yu stared at the 4 little demons crying themselves hoarse, feeling utterly overwhelmed. They must be hungry. Gu Yuan glanced at the time, a look of understanding crossing her face. I figured it was about time. These little ones' biological clocks are more reliable than any alarm. Saying this, she reached out to take the loudest crybaby, Debeo, from Mrs. Li's arms. Li's mother and Gu's mother exchanged a glance, instantly understanding. Come on, let's head to the nursing room. Mrs. Li said, pushing Erbao's stroller. Mrs. Gu followed, pushing the stroller with the 3rd and 4th babies. I'll come too. Li Yu didn't hesitate for a second and prepared to follow. As the ultimate hands-on dad, how could he be absent at such a crucial moment? You can't go, Gu Yuan grabbed his arm. It's full of breastfeeding moms in there. It's awkward for a grown man to go in. Li Yu's steps halted abruptly, his face flushing crimson. Only then did he recall that the nursing room was indeed off limits to men. Then you go ahead. I'll wait outside for you. Li Yu awkwardly scratched his nose, inwardly speechless. He watched as the 3 women pushed 4 strollers in a grand procession toward the nursing room. Li Yu, Li Jianguo, and Gu's father, 3 grown men, could only exchange bewildered glances as they stood rooted to the spot, left behind as the stay-behind men. Man, raising kids really is a whole different ballgame. Li Yu glanced at the other anxiously waiting dads around him and couldn't help but sigh. Just then, a staff member in a white coat approached. She glanced at Li Yu and the others, then asked with a smile. Gentlemen, are you the family of the quadruplets? Yes, we are. Why? Li Yu nodded. Did the children have a physical exam before getting their vaccinations? The staff member asked casually. Physical? Li Yu froze. Then his heart skipped a beat. He had completely forgotten about that. He'd been so preoccupied with getting birth certificates and household registrations for the children that the physical examination had completely slipped his mind. Li Jianguo and Father Gu beside him also looked utterly bewildered. A physical before the shot? Li Jianguo looked utterly perplexed. Back when we raised kids, we didn't have all these formalities. The staff member immediately recognized them as first-time parents and explained with a smile. Sir, things are different now. Before administering vaccines, we must first conduct a basic physical examination on the child. To check for fever, colds, or elevated jaundice levels. We need to ensure the child is healthy before vaccination, otherwise complications could arise. At those words, Li Yu felt a cold sweat break out on his back. If the children had any underlying health issues and the vaccine was administered recklessly, and something went wrong, he would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. But what can we do? We've already registered for the vaccination, Li Yu protested anxiously. Sir, please don't worry, the staff member replied with a reassuring smile. Our community center has anticipated this situation, so we've specially set up a physical examination room. You can go there for a basic checkup first, it won't delay the vaccination. Hearing this, Li Yu's heart finally settled a little. Yet a pang of guilt still gnawed at him. He felt he'd been utterly negligent. Despite possessing the divine-level photographic memory skill, he'd forgotten something so basic. What kind of super dad was he? Xiao Yu, don't blame yourself too much. Gu's father noticed something was off and patted his shoulder, offering gentle reassurance. You're a first-time dad, and a father of 4 at that. It's only natural to have moments of oversight. Even us old hands who've been fathers our whole lives forget things sometimes, don't we? Li Jianguo chimed in, exactly. It's not your fault. But after today's basic checkup and shots for the babies, we still need to conduct more comprehensive tests. Li Yu nodded. Right, we need a more thorough checkup. But I was afraid we should do the basic checkup today first, get the shots out of the way. We'll take the babies for the more comprehensive tests tomorrow morning. He glanced at the call screen. There were still over a dozen people ahead of them. It'll probably take another 40 or 50 minutes before it's our turn for the vaccines. We should have enough time. Once Yue Yan and the others finish feeding, we'll take the babies for the basic checkup. Father Gu nodded, then seemed to remember something and said with a smile. Oh, right. After the checkup tomorrow morning, we'll have the afternoon free. Let's go look at cars. I plan to buy my daughter a car, consider it her dowry from her old man. Li Yu paused for a moment before understanding his father-in-law's meaning. This wasn't just the old man's kind gesture, it was also his way of acknowledging him as a son-in-law. Refusing would only make things seem awkward. Alright, I'll thank Dad on Yue Yan's behalf, Li Yu agreed with a smile. About 15 minutes later, Gu Yue Yan and the two mothers emerged from the nursing room. All four little ones were well fed and content, lying quietly in their strollers without a peep. Li Yu hurried over and recounted the mix-up with the physical exam. Oh dear, what a memory I have. Gu Yue Yan slapped her forehead and stuck out her tongue sheepishly. They say pregnancy makes you forgetful for 3 years. I completely forgot about this. Seeing her playful yet self-reproachful expression, Li Yu's heart nearly melted. He couldn't resist reaching out to ruffle her hair affectionately. You silly goose, Li Yu murmured softly. Gu Yue Yan's face flushed bright red in an instant, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. She stole a glance at the elders beside them, who were stifling their laughter. She nudged Li Yu gently with her elbow and said coyly. Ugh, there are so many people watching. Chapter 41, Getting the Vaccine. The vaccination hall was now a bustling hub of activity. Cries, announcements, and conversations mingled together. After getting his number for the physical exam room, Li Yu kept his eyes glued to the call screen on the wall, scanning the room intently. Ding dong! The number T108 flashed briefly before being replaced by T109, signaling it was now time to enter the examination room. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Yu sprinted forward. His speed left several young fathers nearby staring in disbelief. Examination room 3, it's our turn. He waved the number tag in his hand, signaling his family to gather. 6 adults, pushing 4 luxury strollers, marched in a grand procession toward the examination room. Inside the examination room, a bespectacled, demure-looking female doctor was bent over writing in a medical chart. Hearing the commotion, she looked up and froze in place. Outside the door, a crowd had gathered, the most conspicuous feature being the 4 identical strollers. What are you doing? The doctor adjusted her glasses, utterly bewildered. Doctor, we're here for our children's basic checkups, Li Yu said with a smile as he squeezed his way inside. Only 2 parents are allowed per child. What about all of you? The doctor frowned, gesturing toward the crowd behind them. Li Yu quickly explained, Doctor, sorry about that. We're one family. These 4 children are our quadruplets. It's their first visit today, so the whole family came out. Chew, quadruplets? The female doctor was taken aback. In all her years of practice, twins were rare. Quadruplets were a first and naturally conceived ones at that. Li's mother, Wang Xiulan, and Gu's mother quickly stepped forward, chattering away to confirm the story. Yes, doctor, they're all our precious little darlings. Please make an exception for us. We promise not to cause any trouble. The doctor surveyed the scene, then glanced at the cutest age gap pairing of Li Yu and Gu Yueyan. His curiosity burned fiercely, but he knew he couldn't delay matters. All right. Come on in, everyone. Close the door behind you. Soon, the physical examination began in earnest. The doctor was a quick worker and swiftly got down to business. All right, bring out the older child first. We'll weigh him and measure his height. Li Yu and Gu Yueyan worked seamlessly together, one holding the baby while the other supported him. 7 pounds, 8 ounces. Length, 53 centimeters. Not bad. The doctor scribbled away in his notebook. Next came the second, third, and fourth babies. One after another, like items on an assembly line. Li Yu handled the lifting and carrying, while Gu Yueyan stood by. She carefully filled out the forms as instructed by the doctor. Open wide, say ah dot. The doctor examined the children's mouths with a tongue depressor. Then he pinched their little arms and legs, checking limb development and nerve reflexes. The 4 little ones were unusually cooperative today, not a single one cried. They stared wide-eyed with curiosity at the doctor in the white coat. The entire process took less than 10 minutes, remarkably efficient. After examining the last child, the doctor let out a long sigh of relief and smiled. All 4 babies are perfectly healthy and developing wonderfully, absolutely no issues at all. Those words, absolutely no problems, completely put the family's minds at ease. The doctor then added, but just to be safe. I recommend you visit the city maternal and child health hospital afterward for a more detailed blood test and bone density scan. The community clinic has limited resources and can't perform some of the more specialized tests. Alright, we'll keep that in mind. Thank you, doctor. Liu carefully took the 4 medical reports stamped with qualified and placed them solemnly into her bag. Around 11 a.m. The crowd in the lobby finally thinned out. Children who had received their vaccines left crying, while those still waiting anxiously lingered. Seeing Gu Yuan and the 2 mothers standing for so long, Liu felt they must be exhausted. Honey, Mom, why don't you 2 go sit over there and rest for a bit? I'll keep an eye on things here. He guided Gu Yuan and the 2 mothers to chairs in the waiting area. He himself stood guard, left hand braced against Sanbao's stroller, right hand gently rocking Sibao Li Ziwen's smaller cart. Little Cotton Coat slept soundly in the stroller, her tiny mouth occasionally twitching, utterly adorable. Mr. Li and Mr. Gu kept watch over the first and second children, wary of any mishaps. The 2 mothers sat together, watching their 4 grandchildren, and began chatting about family matters. I think Dabeo takes after Xiaoyu in temperament, Mrs. Li remarked with a smile. Just listen to that cry, it shakes the heavens. Mrs. Gu chuckled in agreement. Yes, the second child is just like him too, such a little rascal. Erbao and Sanbao are much more well behaved, just like Ruan, quiet and gentle. Big Boy is the eldest. He'll have to look out for his younger siblings, Mother Li murmured to Big Boy's stroller. Just then, the voice over the intercom sounded like a death knell. Li Tianming, please proceed to vaccination room 2. The moment Dabao's name was called, the entire family's nerves instantly tightened. Let's go, it's Dabao's turn, Li Yu commanded. 6 adults, plus the nanny sister Wang, marched in a grand procession toward vaccination room 2. The door to the vaccination room swung open with a clatter. Inside, a young nurse had just finished giving the previous child an injection. Seeing the scene before her, she nearly dropped the cotton swab in her hand. What are you doing? Robbery? Hello, nurse. Li Tianming is here for his shot, Li Yu said with a forced smile. 1 kid coming in for a shot, and 6 adults tagging along? The nurse snapped impatiently, everyone else get out. Don't interfere with my work. Nurse, please make an exception. This is the first shot for quadruplets. We're worried, Gu Yuan pleaded softly. The word quadruplets softened the nurse's demeanor instantly. She let them in with a series of impressed oohs and ahs. Li's mother promptly scooped up the eldest, Li Tianming. The little one was still fast asleep, completely unaware of the torture awaiting him. Wake the child up. Giving shots while asleep can cause stress, the nurse stated matter-of-factly. Mrs. Li gently patted the eldest child's cheek and whispered his name softly in his ear. No response. The little guy slept like a log. Oh dear, this child is sleeping too soundly, Mrs. Li sighed helplessly. The nurse stepped forward, her movements abrupt and forceful. She grabbed Dabao's small hand and gave it a sharp flick. Wah! Dabao jolted awake, his voice cracking as he let out a deafening wail. The shrill, piercing sound reverberated through the entire vaccination room. Gu Yuan quickly raised her phone to capture this precious moment, her eyes filled with heartache. Hold him down, keep him still. The nurse acted swiftly, disinfecting and inserting the needle. Wah! Dabao cried until his face turned purple, tears streaming down like beads from a broken string. The piercing cry felt like it could lift the roof off the building. After the injection, the nurse deftly applied a bandage. All done. Keep pressing for 5 minutes. Chapter 42, Such Impatience. Li's mother quickly scooped Dabao into her arms, cooing and rocking him. But Dabao's wails showed no sign of stopping anytime soon. Next came Erbao, Li Tianqi. The little guy had been woken up by his brothers crying, but when it was his turn, he only let out a couple of whimpers. Even when the needle went in, he merely furrowed his brow, no tears. 3rd child Li Zian and 4th child Li Ziwen were even tougher. Without even opening their eyes, they just puckered their lips after the shot and went right back to sleep. Li Yu watched in utter amazement. Born of the same parents, how could the difference be so vast? Eldest child, you're really letting your older brother roll down, aren't you? And just like that, all 4 babies completed their vaccinations. The family breathed a sigh of relief and quickly left the community health center. By the time they got into the car, it was already 11:30 a.m. Li Yu started the engine and said to Gu Yuan in the passenger seat. Honey, check right away if there are any appointments left at the maternal and child health hospital tomorrow. We need to get all the blood tests done as soon as possible. The sooner we know, the sooner we can relax. Gu Yuan hurriedly pulled out her phone and opened the appointment app. Let me see. Oh, tomorrow's slots are all gone. We'll have to go the day after tomorrow. Li Yu frowned. The day after tomorrow? Fine, let's go then. Wait. Gu Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. A few slots suddenly opened up after 10:30 tomorrow morning. Perfect. I snagged one. Alright, tomorrow morning it is. The whole family's going. Li Yu made the final decision. Soon, the car glided smoothly toward Longtingipin. The family spent the entire morning preparing. By the time they returned to the villa at Longtingipin, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Nanny's sister Wang had already prepared lunch, steaming hot on the table. The 4 little ones had fallen fast asleep in the car after getting their shots. But the moment they stepped inside, the warm air seemed to awaken them, and the medicine kicked in. Wah! Debao, Li Tianming, was the first to erupt, wailing at the top of his lungs. His wail was even more piercing than at the hospital, as if he'd suffered the greatest injustice. Immediately after, the second, third, and fourth children seemed to have a chain reaction switch flipped, joining the chorus one after another. In an instant, the villa was once again drowned in a quartet of wails. Oh dear, my sweet grandchildren, what's wrong? Grandma Wang Xiulan was heartbroken. She quickly scooped up the eldest child, rocking and cooing to soothe him. Gu Yuan, unable to finish her meal, picked up the most inconsolable fourth child and whispered soothing words. Li Yuangu's father scrambled to comfort the other two. All babies have a reaction period after getting their shots. Sister Wang, drawing on her experience, offered advice while lending a hand. Especially with shots like DPT, the injection site hurts. And they tend to get fussy. Just hold them more to distract them. The dining table descended into utter chaos. It took a lot of effort to finally calm down the 4 little ones. Leaving Sister Wang and the postpartum nurse to watch them, everyone finally sat down to wolf down a few hurried bites. Li Yu looked at Gu Yuan's slightly pale face and felt a pang of heartache. He set down his chopsticks and asked with concern, "Honey, you must be exhausted today. How are you feeling? Any discomfort? Maybe we should schedule a checkup sometime." Before Gu Yuan could answer, Li's mother, Wang Xiulan, spoke up. "Xiaoyu, don't worry so much. Women don't recover that quickly after giving birth. As the old saying goes, you should wait 42 days after giving birth before getting checked. That's because by then the lochia has completely cleared, and the uterus has mostly recovered." Gu's mother nodded in agreement and added, "Yes, Yuan had a C-section, which took a toll on her vitality. Yuan, if you feel any discomfort, I'll brew you some postpartum herbal soup later. It promotes blood circulation and disperses blood stasis. It works wonders." The moment Li Yu heard the word lochia, his heart skipped a beat and he instantly understood. He awkwardly rubbed his nose, not daring to ask any more questions. Gu Yuan met her husband's concerned gaze, feeling a warm glow inside. Her cheeks flushed as she whispered softly, "Mom, Dad, don't worry. I know my own body. I'm recovering well, and the lochia will be gone soon. Once I get checked again soon and everything's clear, I'll be completely at ease." Hearing his wife's words, Li Yu's heart finally settled. That afternoon, the vaccine side effects of the 4 little ones fully erupted. Especially the eldest, Li Tianming, already the most tearful of the bunch, now cried even more intensely. The moment he was placed in bed, he'd start wailing, his little face flushed crimson as he cried himself hoarse. Gu Yuan felt so heartbroken she held him in her arms nearly the entire day. She knew he felt insecure and needed his mother's comfort. When the eldest grew hungry, he began crying once more. Gu Yuan deftly undid her collar and cradled the child in her arms. The little one stopped crying the moment it caught the familiar scent of milk, greedily latching on. Li Yu watched from the side, his heart aching for both his wife and child. He walked over and gently massaged Gu Yuan's sore, aching shoulders. "Honey, you've been through so much." Gu Yuan leaned into his embrace and shook her head. "It's nothing. As long as the babies are healthy, I'm content." It wasn't until past 10 o'clock at night that the 4 little ones finally fell asleep, utterly exhausted. The villa finally returned to a long-awaited quiet. Gu Yuan dragged her weary body to the bathroom for a quick wash before returning to the master bedroom. She pushed open the door to find only a dim bedside lamp glowing in the room. Li Yu lay half reclined in bed wearing pajamas, a book in hand, seemingly waiting for her. "Finished up? Come to bed." Li Yu set down his book, patted the spot beside him, and smiled with gentle warmth. A strange feeling welled up inside Gu Yuan. That look in his eyes, something felt off about it. She didn't dwell on it, pulling back the covers and settling in. The moment her head touched the pillow, her eyelids grew heavy, and she felt herself drifting off. Yet, just as she was about to drift into dreams, a warm, strong hand suddenly wrapped around her waist. Gu Yuan jolted awake, her eyes snapping open. Before she could react, Li Yu had already leaned in, pinning her completely beneath him. "Husband, what are you doing?" Gu Yuan's heartbeat instantly quickened, her cheeks flushing crimson. She stared at Li Yu, mere inches away, his eyes now seemingly ablaze with 2 searing flames. That look was all too familiar to her. It was a man's most primal desire for a woman. Li Yu said nothing, only lowering his head. With his magnetic voice, he murmured softly, right into her ear. His warm breath brushed against her sensitive earlobe. Gu Yuan felt a wave of tingling sensation wash over her body, nearly collapsing into his embrace. Only then did she recall Li Yu's persistent questioning about postpartum checkups during lunch that day. So that was his plan all along. Why the rush? Gu Yuan silently cursed him in her mind, yet found it somewhat amusing. It had been nearly 10 months since she'd become pregnant. This man had behaved impeccably, showing thoughtful consideration, and had managed to hold back all this time. To say she wasn't moved would be a lie. Chapter 43, just kidding. Husband. I can't. Gu Yuan tensed up nervously, pressing her hands against his chest in an attempt to push him away. Why not? Li Yu's voice was hoarse, laced with an irresistible seduction. He nuzzled her cheek gently with his nose, like a large dog seeking affection. Gu Yuan felt a tingling sensation in her heart from his touch, yet her reason remained intact. Biting her lip, her shame overwhelming her, she whispered in a voice barely louder than a mosquito's hum. Mom said earlier today, the lochia hasn't completely cleared yet. And, even though the wound has healed, the doctor said it's best to wait until after 42 days. Her voice trailed off, growing fainter and fainter, wishing she could sink through the floor. How could she possibly bring herself to say such things? Li Yu froze, staring at the flushed cheeks of the petite woman beneath him. Her eyes were filled with conflict and embarrassment, and suddenly, his heart softened. He knew perfectly well he couldn't act recklessly, couldn't put her at risk. He chuckled. Seeing Gu Yuan's tense, battle-ready expression, Li Yu finally couldn't hold back his laughter. He rolled back to his original position and pulled Gu Yuan into his arms. Silly girl, I was just teasing you. Li Yu kissed her forehead, his tone returning to its usual tenderness. How could I not know when to hold back? I just saw how exhausted you've been these past few days and wanted to tease you a little, help you relax. Gu Yuan instantly exhaled in relief, her taut nerves instantly collapsing. She patted her chest and pouted playfully, Ugh, you scared me to death. Really scared? Li Yu chuckled, pinching her nose. You're the one saying that, Gu Yuan retorted, twisting his waist playfully. Li Yu hissed softly but only laughed harder. The bedroom's atmosphere shifted instantly from its earlier tense, flirtatious tension to a warm, cozy embrace. Li Yu pulled her closer, resting his chin on the top of her head as he asked softly. Yuan, I want to ask you something. What is it? Gu Yuan murmured sleepily. Do you remember our first night together? Li Yu's voice was faint and distant, causing Gu Yuan's body to stiffen abruptly. How could she forget? It was a memory she could never forget for the rest of her life. Panic, pain, and madness. She recalled how Li Yu had demanded her almost out of control that night. And the next morning, when she woke up, her entire body felt like it was falling apart. Gu Yuan's face flushed even redder than before. She buried her face in Li Yu's chest, too nervous to utter a word. Li Yu felt the stiffness in the arms around him and understood. He sighed, his voice tinged with resignation. Honestly, I blacked out that night. I really don't remember a thing. I only remember waking up the next day, seeing the marks on the sheets, and realizing you gave me your first time. He stroked Gu Yuan's silky long hair, his voice tinged with apology and tenderness. At that moment, I thought to myself, what have I ever done to deserve this? How could I possibly be worthy of your first time? Gu Yuan lifted her head, meeting his sincere gaze, and the last traces of her embarrassment and annoyance vanished. It's all in the past. She murmured softly. Li Yu shook his head, his expression turning serious. Yuan, we're husband and wife. We're meant to spend our lives together. This kind of thing is the lubricant of marital affection, and also an important way to deepen our understanding of each other. He saw the evasive look in Gu Yuan's eyes and knew she still harbored some resistance and fear. After all, his wife had little experience in that area, so her shyness was only natural. Don't be afraid, Li Yu soothed gently. I'll be very gentle, very gentle. Everything will be guided by how you feel. This blunt statement left Gu Yuan utterly speechless. She realized Li Yu was right. Since they had chosen each other, they should be completely open with one another. Including physically. I know. Gu Yuan's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. I just wasn't ready yet. Besides, my body just won't let me. Li Yu smiled, ruffling her hair with eyes brimming with affection. It's okay. I told you, I was just teasing you. Not just 42 days, even 420 days. As long as you're not ready, I'll wait. His warm palm pressed against Gu Yuan's cheek, filling her with profound peace. Gu Yuan murmured softly, nestling deeper into his embrace. Moonlight filtered hazily through the window, casting a soft glow over the cozy, intimate room. Li Yu inhaled the faint, milky scent emanating from the person in his arms, closing his eyes contentedly. Even if he couldn't have his cake and eat it too, the feeling of sleeping with his wife in his arms was quite nice. Early the next morning, the villa erupted in chaos. Wah! Li Tianming, the eldest child, let out his signature bellow, wailing at the top of his lungs. The side effects from yesterday's vaccinations had fully kicked in today. Gu Yuan, sporting two huge dark circles under her eyes, had barely slept all night and looked utterly exhausted. Holding her eldest son, who was sobbing so hard he could barely breathe, her heart ached so much tears threatened to spill. Sweetheart, stop crying. Mommy's here. But no matter how she tried to soothe him, De Bao refused to be placated, his cries growing louder by the moment. At the dining table, the family watched the scene unfold, their faces filled with heartache. This child has such strength. Grandmother Wang Xiaolan watched her grandson's flushed, tear-stained face, growing increasingly anxious. After a morning of turmoil, the four babies finally settled down. The Li Yu family was now ready to take the babies for a comprehensive physical exam. Gu Yuan once again offered to accompany them, wanting to observe the baby's checkup. No, Yuan, you can't go out today. Gu's mother, noticing her daughter's pale complexion, was the first to object. You haven't finished your confinement period yet, and you didn't sleep well last night. Your body can't handle it. Just rest at home today. Let Xiao Yu and the others go. That's right, Mom's right. Liu placed a bowl of hot congee in front of Gu Yuan, his tone firm. Your only task today is to sleep at home and regain your strength. The kids have me and my parents. You can rest assured. Gu Yuan felt warmth in her heart as she met the concerned gazes of her entire family. She knew that insisting on doing more would only cause trouble for everyone. She nodded, her voice slightly hoarse. Alright then, while you're out, please take good care of the babies. And so it was settled. Gu Yuan stayed home, cared for by her mother and sister Wang. Liu, meanwhile, gathered his parents and Gu's father, preparing to take the 4 little ones to the city's maternal and child health hospital. But then, a new problem arose. Liu stared at the Mercedes-Benz GLC parked in the courtyard, his brow furrowing deeply. For adults, for children, plus 4 strollers even folded, they still took up space. There was simply no way they could all fit in that car. Dad, how about you take your car? We could split into 2 groups? Liu turned to his father, Li Jianguo. All right. Without another word, Li Jianguo grabbed his car keys. Chapter 44, Comprehensive Physical. Liu observed the elaborate preparations. The urge to buy an SUV surged within him like never before. Once this business was settled, he had to go look at cars immediately. If this chaos continued, he'd lose his mind. The group scrambled to settle the children and strollers, then set off in 2 cars toward the hospital. By 10:30 a.m., the entrance of the city's maternal and child health hospital was already bustling with traffic. Liu finally managed to park and place the 4 babies in the stroller. As soon as they entered the outpatient hall, deafening infant cries assaulted their ears. He took a number, finding 7 or 8 people ahead of him. The 4 of them pushed their 4 identical strollers and found a spot in the corner. Instantly, they became the center of attention once more. Look, look! It's that family again. Goodness, it really is quadruplets. I saw them yesterday at the community center. What incredible luck, 2 boys and 2 girls. I'm so jealous. The surrounding murmurs rose and fell, but Liu had long grown accustomed to it. A hint of pride even flashed across his face as he felt a surge of satisfaction. After waiting over 10 minutes, it was finally their turn. Liu pushed Bao's stroller and entered the examination room first. Seated inside was a female doctor in her 50s, with a kind and approachable demeanor. She looked up at the scene and paused, momentarily taken aback. Then, as if remembering something, her face lit up with delight. You must be the family with the quadruplets everyone in the city's been talking about. Liu smiled and nodded. Hello, doctor. That's us. Oh my, let me see these 4 little darlings. The doctor stood up and examined each of the little ones in the stroller, murmuring in admiration. They're so well-fed, plump and rosy-cheeked, full of life. In my 30 years as a pediatrician, this is the first time I've seen naturally conceived quadruplets. You 2 are truly remarkable. Hearing the doctor's praise, Liu merely smiled faintly. Doctor, we're here for the baby's 1-month checkup. He handed over the 4 childcare record books they had obtained at the community center yesterday. The doctor took the books, flipping through them as he casually asked, why isn't the mother here today? She didn't rest well yesterday and is catching up on sleep at home today, Liu explained. The doctor nodded, then suddenly looked up, his expression turning serious. Sir, I need to remind you. You're so focused on the babies right now, but please don't neglect the mother's health. Giving birth, especially a cesarean delivery of quadruplets, takes a tremendous toll on a woman's body. Once she's out of the postpartum confinement period, you must bring her in for a comprehensive postnatal checkup to assess the recovery of her uterus and pelvic floor muscles. Especially the pelvic floor muscle rehabilitation, this is crucial. It affects her happiness for the rest of her life. As her husband, you must take this seriously. The doctor's words left Liu momentarily speechless. Indeed, all his energy lately had been focused on the 4 children. Every day, he worried about whether they were eating well and sleeping soundly. Yet he had neglected the one who had sacrificed the most for this family. He remembered her postpartum figure remained full-figured, but forgot that gruesome scar. He remembered her gentle smile, but forgot the nights she'd lain awake in agony. A wave of overwhelming guilt instantly engulfed Liu. Doctor, thank you for reminding me. I'll keep that in mind, he said, his voice sounding a bit dry. Alright, let's examine the children first. The doctor said no more, picked up the stethoscope, and began working. Measuring height, weighing them, checking head circumference. The 4 little ones cooperated reasonably well throughout the routine. Only the eldest, Li Tianming, seemed to have an innate fear of doctors in white coats. He whimpered nervously, his face full of unease. Alright, the routine checkup is complete. The children are developing wonderfully, they're even sturdier than full-term babies of the same age. The doctor noted in his notebook, his face full of approval. Next, head to the 3rd floor for a fingerstick blood test to check their blood counts. Then head to the first floor for a bone density scan. She swiftly filled out the forms and handed them to Li Yu. At the mere mention of blood draw, Mrs. Wang Xiulan's face turned pale. Doctor, the child is so young, how painful must the blood draw be? There's no alternative, it's a necessary test. The doctor explained, don't worry, it's just a quick finger prick. The group carried the forms to the blood collection room on the third floor, their mood heavy. The blood collection room echoed with deafening cries. Every child emerging from the room had tear-streaked faces, wailing heart-wrenchingly. Li Yu's heart clenched in sympathy. When it was Debao's turn, Li Yu stepped forward himself. He held his son tightly in his arms, shielding his son's view with his own body. The nurse drew the lancet, aimed it at Debao's plump little finger, and swiftly pricked it. Wah! The expected wailing arrived right on cue. Debao cried heart-wrenchingly, his small body struggling relentlessly in Li Yu's arms, tears and snot smearing his face. Li Yu felt his heart shatter. He wished he could take his son's pain upon himself. Next came Erbao, Sanbao, and Sibao. Without exception, each became a tearful little mess. Especially the two little ones, their tears falling like rain, so pitiful it broke my heart. After the blood draw was finally over, the four adults paced the hallway, each holding one of the four little darlings who were crying themselves hoarse. It took over 10 minutes of soothing before the crying finally subsided. The blood test results would take 40 minutes. Li Yu and the others rushed straight to the first floor for bone density tests. By the time all the tests were completed and the reports were in hand, it was nearly noon. The group returned to the same examination room. The doctor took the thick stack of reports and began examining them meticulously. The entire examination room fell silent, broken only by the rustling of paper. Li Yu's heart was in his throat. After a long moment, the doctor looked up, a relieved smile spreading across his face. Rest assured, the children's readings are all normal. They're perfectly healthy. Phew. Li Yu exhaled a long breath, feeling drained of all strength. However, the doctor's tone shifted abruptly. Li Yu's heart, which had just settled, instantly began racing again. The children's bone density is slightly on the low side, but this is common in newborns and nothing to worry about. Just supplement them with calcium and vitamin D when you get home, the doctor patiently explained. Then, what kind of calcium should I buy? Li Yu asked quickly. You can get milk calcium or liquid calcium at the pharmacy. Those are better absorbed. We have vitamin D here at the hospital. I'll prescribe 2 boxes for each child. The doctor added. Oh, and the mother can take some calcium and vitamin D too, it'll help her recover. Plus, some of it will pass through breast milk to the baby, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 45, Preparing Formula Myself. Okay, thank you, doctor. Li Yu nodded repeatedly, his mind already made up. He'd go get the prescription filled later, and he'd buy calcium supplements as soon as possible, the best quality available. Holding the prescription the doctor had written, his mind was still preoccupied with another matter. Once Yu Yan finished her postpartum checkup, he would find her the best postpartum recovery center in all of Jiangning. No matter the cost. He owed her, and he would repay her bit by bit, doubling what he owed. Leaving the hospital, the Li Yu family made their way back to the parking lot in a large group. He carefully placed the 2 little ones, both fast asleep, into their infant car seats one by one. The moment he closed the car door, that familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind, right on schedule. Beep. Detected host completing 1-month checkup with babies. Fatherly love meter off the charts. Family happiness level boosted. Triggered special reward, 3 million cash. Hearing that figure, Li Yu felt not a ripple of emotion, he even felt like laughing. There was a time when a debt of a few 100,000 yuan could drive him to the edge. Now, a cash reward of several million couldn't even ripple his surface. The cash in his accounts alone had long surpassed 100 million, not to mention the company shares worth 70 billion and 2 villas. Money, to him, was truly just a number. True wealth lay in the 5 precious souls who occupied his every thought, his 4 children and his wife. Just past noon, 2 cars entered the Longting Ipin Villa complex, one following the other. Nanny's sister Wang had timed it perfectly, laying out a table laden with dishes. Li Jianguo and Mr. Gu had been busy all morning and were starving. They dashed straight to the dining room the moment they entered. Li Yu glanced at the dishes on the table: braised pork belly, sweet and sour spare ribs, all rich, heavy fare. He frowned and turned to ask Sister Wang, "Sister Wang, what about Yu Yan's postpartum meals?" Aunt Wang poked her head out of the kitchen, looking troubled and embarrassed. "Oh dear, Mr. Li, I was so busy preparing meals for the gentleman that I haven't gotten around to making anything for the lady yet." "Alright, then take a break. I'll handle it." Without another word, Li Yu shed his coat, rolled up his sleeves, and strode into the kitchen. Sister Wang hesitated, about to step in to help, but Li Yu stopped her. "Auntie Wang, go check on the kids for a bit. I've got this covered." No way, how could he let someone else cook for his wife? Besides, this might trigger a system reward, a golden chance to impress his wife. Opening the refrigerator, Li Yu swiftly mapped out the menu using the knowledge stored in his mind from that divine-level culinary skill. Steamed perch high in protein yet not greasy. Yam and pork rib soup to strengthen the spleen and stomach. Add stir-fried blood-nourishing pork liver with a side of refreshing broccoli. In less than half an hour, four visually appealing, flavorful, and nutritionally balanced postpartum meals were freshly prepared. After finishing their meal, Li Jianguo and Mr. Gu watched in awe as Li Yu emerged from the kitchen carrying tray after tray of exquisitely prepared dishes. "Xiao Yu, your skills surpass even those of five-star hotel chefs," Mr. Gu praised sincerely. Li Yu merely smiled as he carefully arranged the dishes onto a tray. "I learned all this just to take care of Yu Yan." With that, he carried the tray upstairs. In the master bedroom, the curtains were drawn, casting the room in dim light. Gu Yuan lay on her side, fast asleep. Her long lashes cast a quiet shadow beneath her eyelids. She was utterly exhausted, having barely slept a wink the night before. Li Yu gazed at her serene sleeping face and the faint bluish circles beneath her eyes, a sharp pang of pain piercing his heart. He moved softly, placing the meal on the nightstand, reluctant to wake her. But just then, a loud cry erupted from the nursery next door. It was their second child, Li Tanqi. Gu Yuan, fast asleep on the bed, shot her eyes open the instant the cry began. It was a maternal instinct etched deep into her bones. The baby's crying. She threw back the covers, ready to jump out of bed, but Li Yu quickly stepped forward to steady her. The couple hurried into the nursery, where they found Gu's mother and sister Wang frantically pacing while holding the second child. "Oh dear, why is this child crying so intensely? He must be hungry." Mrs. Gu glanced at the clock and nodded knowingly. "It's been nearly 3 hours since I left home without eating anything." No sooner had she spoken than Debao, Sanbao, and Sibao began crying in unison, as if they'd planned it. "I'll feed Debao." Gu Yuan took the eldest son, who was crying the hardest, from Sister Wang's arms and turned toward the master bedroom. "Honey, go make formula for Erbo and Sanbao." "Okay." Li Yu replied, turning to grab the bottles. Sister Wang quickly stopped him. "Mr. Li, let me handle it. You've never done this before, don't scold the children." "It's fine, I'll learn." Li Yu's tone was unexpectedly firm. As a super dad, how could he not even know how to prepare formula? This was a chance to learn a new skill and maybe even exploit the system for some perks. Seeing his persistence, Sister Wang patiently guided him from the side. "Mr. Li, the water temperature is crucial, it must be 45 degrees Celsius. First pour 180 milliliters of water, then add 6 scoops of formula, not a single scoop more or less." Li Yu listened intently, committing every step to memory. He first tested the water temperature with his wrist to ensure it wasn't too hot, then precisely poured in 180 milliliters of water. Then, he carefully added the formula, 1 scoop at a time, into the bottle. The most crucial step followed. Instead of vigorously shaking the bottle up and down like most people. Instead, he placed the bottle between his palms and rolled it back and forth rapidly. The formula dissolved evenly in the water, and not a single bubble formed throughout the entire process. Watching from the side, Mrs. Gu and Sister Wang were utterly dumbfounded. "Oh my, Xiao Yu, who taught you this technique? It's so professional." Mrs. Gu asked in astonishment. "Yes, Mr. Li, shaking the milk like this prevents the baby from getting gassy." "How did you know?" Sister Wang also looked utterly amazed. Li Yu chuckled inwardly with pride, but his expression remained calm and composed. "Oh, I just remembered it from reading a parenting book earlier." He certainly wouldn't mention that this was thanks to his god-tier photographic memory skill. Soon, 2 bottles of perfectly warm milk were ready. The moment the 2 little ones caught the scent of milk, they instantly stopped crying and clutched their bottles, sucking greedily. Seeing his 2 sons' contented little faces, Li Yu's heart nearly melted. And once again, the system in his mind chimed in at just the right moment. Beep beep. Congratulations, host, on successfully preparing formula for your babies for the first time. Your paternal love points have skyrocketed. Reward, 100,000 yuan in cash. Host personally feeds the baby twice more, earns an additional 200,000 yuan. Li Yu cradled his second child, who had fallen asleep after feeding, and couldn't help but grin wildly. Being a dad like this was just too satisfying. Chapter 46, Feeding the Wife. Li Yu handed the 2 soundly sleeping sons to his mother and sister Wang. He immediately turned and hurried back to the master bedroom. As soon as he pushed open the door, he saw Gu Yuan sitting on the edge of the bed, her clothes half open as she fed their firstborn. In the dim, warm light, her eyes were lowered. The contours of her profile were soft and serene, radiating maternal grace. Li Yu felt his heart skip a beat. He quickly averted his gaze and walked over carrying the meal. "Honey, eat first." He placed the tray on the bed. He picked up the bowl of yam and pork rib soup, scooped a spoonful, and brought it to her lips with a possessive gesture. "Open wide." Gu Yuan's face flushed crimson in an instant, overcome with embarrassment and awkwardness. "You, put it down first. I'll eat after I feed the baby." "No, you must eat now." Li Yu's tone was firm. "You're working so hard breastfeeding right now. You need to nourish yourself properly. What if you starve yourself?" His gaze was unwavering as he spoke. Yet his peripheral vision couldn't help but drift toward the faintly visible expanse of snow-white skin at his wife's chest. Gulp. Li Yu felt his Adam's apple involuntarily bob once. Gu Yueyan's cheeks burned under his gaze, her heart pounding like a drum. She could only drink the soup he offered her in small sips, her face flushed. The soup was rich and savory, its temperature just right. A warm wave slid down her throat and into her stomach, bringing an indescribable comfort. But just then, Gu Yueyan's expression suddenly changed. As if sensing something, her body stiffened abruptly, her expression turning utterly awkward. Honey. She bit her lip, her voice barely above a whisper. What's wrong? Li Yu's heart tightened at her unusual expression. Could you get that breast pad from my bag? Gu Yueyan's cheeks flushed crimson with embarrassment, wishing she could vanish into a crack in the ground. Li Yu froze for a moment before instantly understanding. Glancing down, he saw a small damp patch spreading across the side of her nightgown. Li Yu's face flushed too, but his movements were swift and decisive. He immediately stood up, rummaged through the bag, pulled out the pack of nursing pads, and handed her one. Throughout the entire process, his gaze held not a trace of evasion or teasing, only deep understanding and heartfelt concern. Gu Yueyan took the item, turned away, and quietly handled it herself. When she turned back around, the flush hadn't yet faded from her cheeks. Hurry up and eat before it gets cold, she urged Li Yu. We still need to go with Dad and the others to look at cars after eating. Don't let it delay the important business. Seeing her stubborn resolve, Li Yu knew that if he kept feeding her, this little girl would be so embarrassed she'd want to crawl into the ground. He nodded and picked up his own bowl. He sat down beside her and began eating heartily. The room fell quiet for a moment, filled only with the soft sounds of chewing and the baby's contented sucking. As Li Yu ate, he gazed at the two figures beside him, one big, one small, and felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Suddenly, he realized that this chaotic yet incredibly warm life was exactly the life he'd always wanted. Being a stay-at-home dad wasn't so bad after all. Li Yu finished his bowl in a few quick bites. Watching Gu Yueyan still feeding their eldest child, he picked up her barely touched postpartum meal. He scooped a spoonful of steamed perch, carefully removing the last tiny bone, and held it to his wife's lips. Here, honey, have another bite. Gu Yueyan was intently focused on her son nursing in her arms. Startled by the unexpected spoonful, she instinctively opened her mouth and swallowed the fish. I can manage on my own, Gu Yueyan murmured softly. You're feeding the baby, it's inconvenient, Li Yu said gently. He then scooped another spoonful of yam and pork rib soup, blew on it to cool it, and offered it to her lips once more. Gu Yueyan couldn't resist him and let him feed her spoonful by spoonful. The room was quiet, filled only with Debao's contented slurping and Li Yu's occasional soft reminders to eat. The warm glow of the lamp bathed them both, creating a scene as cozy as a painting. Just as Li Yu fed the final spoonful into Gu Yueyan's mouth, that long-forgotten mechanical voice in his mind exploded like a thunderclap. Beep. Detected, host personally feeding wife. Ultimate wife pampering. Husband's affection meter off the charts. Congratulations, host, on completing the hidden quest, feeding wife. Rewarding the host with a globally limited edition You Are My Only Diamond collection, valued at 999 million. Rewarding the host with one Diamond Family Jewelry Mall Supreme Black Gold VIP card, automatically deposited into the host's personal pocket. Li Yu's hand holding the empty bowl jerked violently. 999 million? And they're throwing in a Supreme VIP card? He instinctively reached into the pocket of his pajama bottoms and indeed felt a cool, solid card. Crafted entirely from gold, it felt substantial in his hand. The words Diamond Family were intricately inlaid with diamonds, radiating unparalleled luxury. Li Yu's heart pounded wildly. This system was ridiculously extravagant. As he watched Gu Yueyan gently soothing their child beside him, his gaze instantly grew fiercely intense. The old saying, a wife is a treasure, proved to be true. His greatest fortune in life was his wife and child. After Gu Yueyan finished feeding the baby and carefully placed the sleeping child back into the crib, Li Yu immediately presented the gleaming black gold card to her as if offering a precious treasure. Honey, look what this is? Gu Yueyan's eyes were momentarily dazzled by the glaring gold, but she took it with curiosity. Diamond Family? I think I've heard of them. What is this card? It's a membership card for a jewelry brand. Li Yu cleared his throat, feigning calmness. I've been thinking we haven't bought you the traditional 3 gold and 5 silver pieces yet, and we still haven't had our wedding ceremony. This card I prepared it especially for you. When you have time, we'll go pick out all the jewelry we need for the wedding. Then I'll throw you the grandest wedding in the world. Hearing this, Gu Yueyan's eyes widened instantly, her face filled with disbelief. She suddenly recalled that Diamond House was a renowned brand among the wealthy elite. It was arguably one of the world's top luxury jewelry brands, with pieces easily costing hundreds of thousands or even millions. And the card Li Yu held in his hand clearly wasn't something an ordinary person could possess. Husband, when did you get this? I got it ages ago, Li Yu lied without batting an eyelid. I've been wanting to surprise you with it, so I waited until now. Gu Yueyan's eyes instantly welled up with tears. This man always quietly prepared everything for her. She threw herself into Li Yu's arms, her voice trembling slightly. Okay, when it's time to buy the 3 gold pieces, I'll bring my mom along. We'll go together. Li Yu smiled and held her tighter. Alright, buy whatever you want then. Chapter 47, Dividend of 100 million. Oh, right, honey. Gu Yuan seemed to remember something. We're almost out of formula and diapers at home. We need to restock those soon too. Alright, I'll arrange for the purchase right away. Li Yu readily agreed. The two lingered affectionately for a while longer before carrying their trays downstairs together. The moment they reached the living room on the first floor, Li Yu's phone emitted a ding sound. He pulled it out to find a text from his bank. Dear Mr. Li Yu, your account ending in 8888 received a dividend payment of 111,888,888.88 yuan on November 15 at 14:30. Over 111 million yuan. Staring at the staggering sequence of numbers on his phone screen, Li Yu was completely dumbfounded. He stood rooted to the spot, a small, adorable smile spreading across his lips against his will. So the dividends for Tianyi Baby shares were paid quarterly and semi-annually? And there was an ultimate dividend at year-end? This was practically a money printing machine, raking in huge profits effortlessly. What are you grinning about? Found some money? Li Jianguo, sitting on the sofa watching TV. Seeing his son's silly expression, he asked irritably. Dad, look. Li Yu excitedly handed him the phone. Li Jianguo took the phone, initially looking unconcerned. But when he saw the string of numbers on the screen, his hand jerked violently, nearly dropping the phone. Over 100 million? Li Jianguo's perpetually stoic expression was now etched with shock and disbelief. He rubbed his eyes and looked again, making sure he wasn't seeing things. His son had earned over 100 million in just half a year? He had toiled his entire life raising pigs, yet his annual net profit didn't even amount to a fraction of his son's half-year dividend. Well. Li Jianguo suddenly stood up. His face lit up with excitement as he gave Li Yu a hearty slap on the shoulder. The pupil has surpassed the master. My son's ability to make money is stronger than mine. The old man's voice cracked slightly as he spoke. He let out a long sigh, his face gradually clouding over with worry. Unlike my pig farm, it's getting harder and harder to run. Li Yu watched his father's eyes darken in an instant, and his heart sank. Dad, is something wrong with the family business? Li Jianguo waved his hand dismissively. Nothing much. It's just that the overall environment isn't good right now. Feed costs keep climbing, but pork prices won't budge. Cash flow's getting tight. Without a second thought, Li Yu blurted out. Dad, I'll transfer a few million to you. Use it for now. Nonsense. Li Jianguo refused outright without a second thought, his tone firm. The money you earn is your own achievement. Your mother and I aren't at the point where we need our son's financial support. Dad, how is this helping out? Li Yu protested, growing impatient. I'm your son. Isn't it only right for me to help shoulder the family's burdens? I said no means no. The family business hasn't gone bankrupt yet. Li Jianguo's stubborn streak kicked in, and his voice rose involuntarily. Father and son argued in the living room, neither willing to back down. What's all this shouting about? What if you scare my grandson? Li's mother, Wang Xiulan, emerged from the kitchen carrying a fruit platter and scolded them irritably. She stepped between them, glancing at Li Jianguo and then at Li Yu. Now, what's this all about? Before Li Yu could speak, Li Jianguo blurted out. Nothing. This kid insists on giving me money, but I won't take it. Wang Xiulan froze, then looked at the phone Li Yu was handing her. When she saw the dividend of over 100 million yuan, she was so stunned she couldn't speak for a long while. She looked at her son, transformed overnight into a mature and steady man. Then she glanced at her stubborn-looking husband beside him, his eyes slightly reddened. Her heart swelled with both joy and sorrow. She sighed softly, patting Li Yu's arm with a touch of emotion in her voice. My son has truly grown up. He knows how to care for us now. What are you talking about? I'm 40 now. I grew up a long time ago. Li Yu took his mother's hand in his tone more earnest than ever. Mom, give me your bank account number. I'll transfer 10 million yuan to you right away. This. Wang Xiulan hesitated immediately. 10 million yuan, that was no small sum. Mom, if you refuse to take it, it means you don't recognize me as your son. Li Yu laid it out bluntly, leaving his mother no room to refuse. Wang Xiulan looked into her son's resolute eyes, feeling both touched and helpless. She knew he was absolutely determined now. Looks like there's no getting out of this. He could only give a string of bank card numbers. Without another word, Li Yu grabbed his phone and started typing away. In less than 10 seconds, Wang Xiulan's phone pinged with a bank notification. Her trembling fingers tapped to open it, and her eyes instantly widened in shock. Your account ending in 6789 has received a deposit of 10 million yuan. The string of zeros made Wang Xiulan's eyes blur, and her heart skipped a beat. Li Yu put away his phone and turned to Li Jianguo, who was still sulking nearby. Dad, what's your account number? I don't want it, Li Jianguo replied stiffly, not even turning his head. My own pig farm, I can handle it myself. I don't need your money. Li Yu knew his old man was stubborn, so he didn't push the issue. He turned to Wang Xiulan and gave her a meaningful look. Mom, you must know Dad's card number. Send it to me. Well. Wang Xiulan glanced at her husband, then at her son, her face filled with hesitation. Mom, just send it to me. Dad's just stubbornly clinging to his pride. You can't just watch him struggle alone, can you? We're family. When there's trouble, we should shoulder it together. Wang Xiulan softened at her son's words, realizing he had a point. She hesitated no longer and quietly sent Li Jiagua's bank card number to Li Yu via WeChat. Li Yu received the number and picked up his phone again. Another 10 million yuan was transferred directly. Though his father continued to grumble, he was deeply moved inside. After completing all this, Li finally let out a long sigh of relief. With his parents settled, it was now time to attend to his wife. Li Yu ascended to the second floor and pushed open the door to the master bedroom. Gu Yuan sat on the bed, cradling their sleeping eldest child in her arms and gently patting him. Seeing Li Yu enter, she lifted her head, a hint of worry on her face. Honey, you didn't argue with Dad, did you? Don't worry, it's all taken care of. Li Yu walked over to the bed, sat down, and pulled her and the child into his embrace. He pulled out his phone, opened the text message about the dividend exceeding 100 million, and held it up for Gu Yuan to see. Honey, look at this. Gu Yuan leaned in curiously and was instantly stunned. Chapter 48, Generous Handout. 1 over 100 million? Gu Yuan covered her mouth, her face frozen in disbelief. This is the company's dividend for the past 6 months, Li Yu explained with a smile. Then, right in front of Gu Yuan, he opened his mobile banking app. He transferred 30 million yuan directly to her account. Gu Yuan's phone instantly buzzed with a deposit notification, leaving her completely dumbfounded. Honey, why did you transfer me so much money? Silly, it's for you to spend, Li Yu said affectionately, pinching her cheek. 10 million is my wife's spending money, spend it freely. If it's not enough, just ask me for more. The other 20 million, transfer it to your parents on my behalf. Tell them it's a token of filial piety from their son-in-law. Gu Yuan looked at the man before her once more, and her eyes instantly welled up. Her heart felt full, warm, and sweet. She said nothing, only leaned in of her own accord. She planted a firm kiss on Li Yu's lips. Then, she immediately transferred the 20 million yuan to her parents. Li Yu watched his delighted wife, unable to hide the smile spreading across his lips. After handling these family matters, Li Yu finally remembered another important task. It was time to restock the children's supplies and gear. He walked downstairs, pulled out the business card of the saleswoman from the maternity store, and dialed the number. Hello, this is Tanny Baby Maternity Store. A familiar, warm female voice answered from the other end. It's me, Li Yu. Ah, Mr. Li, hello. The saleswoman's voice instantly rose an octave upon hearing that name. The wealthy customer who had quadruplets, she'd never forget him. Mr. Li, how may I assist you? Bring me something over. Li Yu cleared his throat and began placing his order. 10 bottles of that imported milk calcium supplement you carry. Infant formula 6 cases of the same brand as last time. Diapers 3 packs of medium size and 5 packs of large size. And those pacifiers, the ones that cost 20 yuan each, send me 1 box of 10. The saleswoman on the other end of the line scribbled furiously with her pen, her mind already churning with shock. Good heavens, this order alone was equivalent to half a month's sales for her. Especially that imported milk calcium supplement at 266 yuan per bottle, most families would think twice before buying even one. And this Mr. Li was ordering 10 bottles at once. Yes, Mr. Li, I'll get that for you right away. Oh, and that calcium supplement, my wife wants some too. Make a note of that for me, Li Yu added. Your wife needs it too. The saleswoman paused in surprise. Yes, my wife just gave birth and needs to replenish her nutrients too. I mean, I've got 2 sons and 2 daughters, 4 kids in total. So really, it's not that much. Li Yu's tone was dripping with subtle, understated bragging. The saleswoman on the other end of the line was once again deeply shocked. Comparing oneself to others is truly infuriating. Not only is Mr. Li wealthy, but he also dotes on his wife and children, truly a man of rare virtue. Understood, Mr. Li, wishing you and your wife eternal happiness and your children healthy growth. Just deliver it to Longting Ipin tonight. Li Yu hung up the phone, feeling elated. But the moment he turned around, he saw his in-laws standing in the living room, looking at him with anxious expressions. Xiao Yu, you transferred 30 million to Yuan? Mrs. Gu spoke first, her voice tinged with unease. And you asked us to accept another 20 million? That's far too much. We can't possibly accept it. Mr. Gu followed suit, shaking his head repeatedly with a serious expression. That's right, Xiao Yu. While our family isn't wealthy beyond measure, we certainly aren't short on money either. We have to return this money to you. We simply can't accept it. Li Yu knew they'd react this way and stepped forward with a smile to explain. Father and mother-in-law, please accept this money with peace of mind. It's a token of my appreciation as your son-in-law. Please accept it without worry. But no matter how he pleaded, the elderly couple refused to budge, insisting on returning the money. Just as Li Yu was at a loss, a booming voice echoed from the stairwell. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, please don't refuse. Li Jianguo had come downstairs at some point. He approached with his hands behind his back, a stern look on his face. He stood before Mr. and Mrs. Gu, cleared his throat, and said, "You must accept this money. To be perfectly honest, just now this young man insisted on giving me and his mother 10 million each. We'll take it too, the two of us." At these words, Mr. and Mrs. Gu were utterly stunned. Li Jianguo watched their stunned expressions, feeling utterly satisfied. He continued, "That kid just got a dividend payout from his company over 100 million yuan. Now that he has money, it's only right for him to show respect to us elders. If you refuse again, it would truly mean you don't consider him family." Over 100 million. Mr. and Mrs. Gu exchanged glances, seeing profound shock reflected in each other's eyes. They knew their son-in-law was wealthy, but never imagined he was this wealthy. Over 100 million in dividends for just half a year. What kind of company was this? This. Mrs. Gu opened her mouth but couldn't utter a word for a long while. Li Jianguo's words had completely cut off all their escape routes. Refusing now would make them seem too cold and disrespectful to their in-laws. All right, very well. Father Gu sighed deeply and finally relented. "Xiao Yu, thank you. It's a blessing for our Yen to marry you." "Dad, you're being too formal," Li Yu said with a smile as he helped his father-in-law to his feet. "We're family now. It's only natural." A family storm was diffused in just a few words by Li Jianguo. Li Yu looked at his father, who had been so dependable at this critical moment, and felt a surge of admiration. With family matters settled, Li Yu turned his thoughts to another concern. Nanny Wang had been working tirelessly lately, taking care of the child and the family's daily needs. She deserved a break. When this month's paycheck came in, he absolutely had to give her a raise and slip her a hefty red envelope. Now that he was a billionaire, he couldn't shortchange the people around him. By a little past 2 in the afternoon, all the household matters were finally settled. Watching Sister Wang bustling about in the kitchen, Li Yu decided it was time to show his appreciation. He walked to the kitchen door and knocked lightly on the doorframe. "Sister Wang, could you come out for a moment? I need to discuss something with you." Sister Wang, who was washing vegetables while wearing an apron, paused upon hearing the sound. She wiped her hands and emerged, a hint of confusion on her face. "Mr. Li, what is it?" Li Yu smiled, pulled a bank card from his pocket, and handed it directly to her. "Sister Wang, thank you for all your hard work these past few days. With our large family, caring for the elderly and raising the children, we're truly grateful for all you've done to manage everything. This card has 100,000 yuan. It's a bonus I'm giving you. Take it." Chapter 49, Viewing the Motorhome. Upon hearing this, Sister Wang was so startled she waved her hands frantically, her face turning pale. "Oh my, Mr. Li, this is absolutely out of the question. It's far too much. I can't possibly accept it. The salary you give me each month is already generous enough. How could I possibly accept more money from you? Sister Wang, please just take it." Li Yu was adamant, pressing the card firmly into Sister Wang's hand. "You're not just a housekeeper in our family. We've long considered you one of our own. This money is what you deserve." Sister Wang clutched the thin card, feeling as though she were holding a red-hot branding iron. She was at a loss. She knew this family was kind, but she hadn't expected them to be this generous. Seeing her hesitation, Li Yu pulled out his phone and opened the app. He directly showed her the notification for the dividend of over 130 million yuan. "Sister Wang, you see, my family isn't short on money. This amount is truly nothing to me. But this is my way of acknowledging your work. If you refuse it, it means you don't respect me." Sister Wang's eyes were glued to the dizzying string of numbers on the phone screen, leaving her completely dumbfounded. Over 130 million? She'd never seen that much money in her entire life. So the person she'd been serving all along was a billionaire hiding his immense wealth. Sister Wang's eyes instantly welled up with tears. She stopped refusing and tremblingly accepted the card. "Thank you, Mr. Li. Thank you. Oh, and Sister Wang, one more thing." Li Yu put away his phone and continued. "Starting next month, I'll handle your salary. 50,000 yuan monthly plus a year-end bonus." Sister Wang was stunned again by the figure. 50,000 yuan a month, that was higher than the salaries of many company executives. Overwhelmed with emotion, she remained speechless for a moment, nodding repeatedly. "Rest assured, Mr. Li. I'll take even better care of the household from now on. I'll cherish the young master and young ladies as if they were my own grandchildren." With Sister Wang settled, a weight lifted from Li Yu's heart. He turned and headed upstairs, calling out to Li Jianguo and Father Gu, who were watching TV in the living room. "Dad, father-in-law, let's go. We're heading to the car." The three grown men drove off in that flashy red Mercedes-AMG GT. They raced like the wind toward Jiangning City's largest auto dealership. The car had barely come to a stop at the entrance when a familiar figure appeared, as if drawn by scent, rushing over at lightning speed. It was Zhang, the male salesman who had assisted Li Yu last time. "Mr. Li, you're finally here." Xiao Zhang's face broke into a wide smile, his enthusiasm nearly making him jump right at them. "What kind of cars are you interested in today?" We just got several new models in. Liu stepped out of the car and patted the door. Xiao Zhang, we're not looking at compacts today, we're here for something bigger. We're looking to buy an RV. An RV? Zhang's eyes lit up instantly. His mind started racing with calculations. This was a big deal. An RV is perfect ideal for a family like yours. Mr. Li, this way please. We carry the most comprehensive selection of RV brands in all of Jiangning. What's your budget? Zhang asked tentatively. Liu waved his hand dismissively, replying with a carefree air. No budget. If I like it, I'll pay whatever it costs. Hearing this, Zhang felt his heart skip a beat. This gentleman was as generous as ever. He could already envision a hefty commission beckoning him. Yes, Mr. Li, this way please. Xiao Zhang bowed and scraped as he led the way, his demeanor more deferential than if he were serving his own father. The RV area covered a vast expanse, filled with all kinds of massive vehicles. Geely, Ford, Sassy Maxus, even Hyundai and Mercedes-Benz. Both Li Jianguo and Mr. Gu were seeing so many RVs for the first time, their eyes darting around in bewilderment. Wow, this thing looks like a minibus. Li Jianguo pointed at a massive Class A motorhome, marveling at its size. Mr. Gu nodded in agreement, a hint of concern on his face. Driving this thing around town must be a pain, right? Parking would be a huge problem. Li Yu also thought the thing was too big and impractical. Dad, father-in-law, let's focus on practical models first. We should skip the oversized ones. As they continued looking, Li Yu's frown grew deeper. It wasn't just the odd shape like a moving box. It was the sheer size. Driving it around would be too conspicuous. Not only was the design odd like a moving square box, but the size was also too large, making it too conspicuous to drive around. Mr. Li, take a look at this Ford Model T camper van. It's our best-selling model here. It's under 6 meters long, so you can drive it with a Class C license. It's one of the more compact RVs out there. It looks nice, but it's still over 5 meters long. Liu shook his head. Parking it in our community's standard 5.5 meter spots would be a bit tight. Zhang's eyes darted around as he tentatively suggested. How about? Mr. Li, would you consider a minivan? We have the top-of-the-line Mercedes-Benz V-Class and the Toyota Alphard. They're spacious too, no problem seating 7 or 8 people. Before he could finish, Li Jianguo flatly refused. No way, the old man shook his head like a rattle. A minivan is still just a car. How could it compare to the convenience of an RV? Think about it, we're traveling with 4 little ones. What if they get hungry? What if they get sleepy? What if they need to use the bathroom? An RV has a refrigerator to store breast milk, beds for the kids to sleep in, and a private bathroom for easy diaper changes. With an RV, it's like bringing half our home with us. No more lugging around huge bags every time we go out, like we're moving house. Li Jianguo's words were both reasonable and heartfelt. Even Gu's father, who had been mostly silent, nodded in deep agreement. Li Yu felt his father had hit the nail on the head. My dad's right, it's gotta be an RV. Seeing the situation, Zhang knew his recommendation had fallen on deaf ears. He quickly adjusted his approach, plastering a smile back on his face. You're absolutely right, I didn't think that through. Then let's take a look at this Ford first, and then we'll go see our store's crown jewel. The crown jewel? Li Yu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Xiao Zhang gave a mysterious smile, deliberately leaving them in suspense. It's also an RV, a Mercedes-Benz. We're the only dealership in all of Jiangning with one in stock right now. Mercedes-Benz? Li Yu's interest stirred slightly before he replied. Alright, let's check out the Ford first, then take a look at that big guy you mentioned. The group then headed toward the white Ford Model T camper van. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhang was already grinning from ear to ear inside. He recalled how Mr. Li had once bought 3 vehicles in one go, knowing the man wasn't short on cash. So he was determined to secure this big deal today, no matter what. Chapter 50, buying it straight away. However, they had barely spent 5 minutes inspecting the Ford station wagon. Li Jianguo grew impatient first, pacing the cabin with his hands behind his back. His brow furrowed immediately. Son, we've looked at it long enough. Let's hurry and look at the best cars here. Make a decision quickly, no need to go through every single one. His mind was already drifting back to the 4 little tyrants at home. How could he possibly focus on cars now? Mr. Gu was also distracted, constantly pulling out his phone to check the family group chat for photos of the kids. Yeah, Xiaoyu, let's not waste any more time here, Father Gu chimed in. Just buy the best and most expensive one, then hurry back to see the kids. I miss them already. The 2 elderly men's thoughts had long since flown back to their villa in Longtingyping. Li Yu watched the 2 fathers, their hearts racing to return home, and felt both amused and touched. He nodded and turned to the eager salesperson, Xiao Shang, beside him. Alright, Zhang, cut the chatter. Take us straight to your best and most expensive motorhome. Right away, Mr. Li. This way, please. At those words, Zhang's eyes narrowed into slits of pure excitement. He knew a big sale was coming. Xiao Zhang jogged ahead, leading them through a series of twists and turns until they reached a secluded display area. There, parked silently at the very center of the showroom, stood a colossal beast. It was an all-black Mercedes-Benz C-Class limousine, its front end crowned with a massive forehead. Its sleek yet imposing lines radiated an air of untouchable prestige even at rest. Holy cow, this thing is huge. Lee Jianguo couldn't help but exclaim at the sight of the massive vehicle before him. Mr. Lee, this is our flagship Model A C-Class extended version motorhome built on the Mercedes-Benz Sprinter chassis. Zhang's face beamed with pride as he launched into his enthusiastic pitch. Look at these doors, they even have special insect-proof screens. When you take the kids out to the countryside in summer, not a single mosquito will get inside. He pulled open the door, and a wave of luxury washed over him. The interior featured a warm, creamy white color scheme, entirely upholstered in premium leather. The texture was smooth to the touch, and when the lights came on, it felt like stepping into a presidential suite at a 5-star hotel. This is way too luxurious. Mr. Gu stared at the car's interior, his eyes wide with astonishment. Uncle, take a look over here. Xiao Zhang pointed to a section in the middle of the cabin, a leather booth-style sofa with facing seats. This booth can be used for tea and conversation. When needed, just lower the tabletop. It transforms into a single bed measuring 1.7 meters long and 90 centimeters wide. Li Jianguo and Mr. Gu's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing this. Excellent, this is perfect. He was already picturing family trips, where he'd sit right here. He pictured the scene across the room, for grandchildren rolling and playing on that bed. And this a 190-liter Domtic refrigerator with separate freezer and refrigerator compartments. It can store plenty of breast milk and baby food. And over here is the sterilizer cabinet. The baby's bottles and utensils can be sterilized anytime, keeping everything clean and hygienic. Zhang continued his introduction. The two elders nodded repeatedly, their faces radiating unmistakable satisfaction. This car felt tailor-made for their family. Li Yu was also thoroughly impressed by the interior layout and materials, spacious, practical, and meticulously crafted with attention to detail throughout. Alright, this is the one. But I need to check with the kid's mom and the others first, Li Yu said. Right, ask them quickly. Li Jianguo and Mr. Gu were even more eager than he was, immediately pulling out their phones. I'll film it. I'll take photos. The two men, whose combined age exceeded 100, now resembled children who just received new toys. They held their phones up and snapped away inside the car, then hurriedly sent the photos to their family group chat. Within a minute, the group chat exploded. Gu Yuyan was the first to reply, "Wow, honey, this car is so gorgeous. Buy it, buy it." She followed it with a string of heart and starry-eyed emojis. Li's mother, Wang Xiulan, sent a voice message, her voice brimming with excitement. "Buy it. We're buying this one. My precious grandchildren will be so comfortable riding in it." Gu's mother chimed in right after, "This one's perfect, spacious, and looks high-end. We'll use it for all our family outings." And just like that, it was unanimously approved. Li Yu put away his phone and looked at Xiao Zhang, asking calmly, "This one then? How much?" Xiao Zhang suppressed his inner elation, forcing a professional smile. "Mr. Li, the original price for this vehicle is 1.98 million yuan. Considering you're our most valued long-term customer, I'll apply the maximum discount for you, 1.8 million yuan, all-inclusive. What do you think?" Li Yu didn't even bother haggling over the price. He simply pulled out that black gold card from his briefcase. "Charge it." 2 words, crisp and decisive. Zhang's hand trembled slightly as he took the card, then hurried off to process the paperwork. But the moment the paperwork was signed, Li Jianguo and Mr. Gu couldn't wait any longer. "Xiao Yu, you handle the rest. We're heading back first." Li Jianguo spoke while glancing toward the doorway. Missing the grandson, can't wait another moment. Father Gu nodded repeatedly beside him. Li Yu couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. He completely understood how the two elders felt. He handed over the keys to the AMG GT. "Dad, father-in-law, take my car back. Drive carefully." The two elders took the keys and walked out without looking back. Their hurried retreat seemed as though a tiger were chasing them. In the vast showroom, only Li Yu and the brand new Mercedes-Benz sedan remained. Instead of leaving immediately, he stopped Zhang, the salesperson who was about to depart. "Xiao Zhang, don't rush off. Come here. Walk me through every single feature of this vehicle inside and out and teach me how to use it." "Sure thing, Mr. Li. I'll make sure you're satisfied." Flattered and surprised, Zhang immediately perked up. Over the next hour, Zhang demonstrated everything from operating the extendable cabin to using the onboard water and electrical systems. He even demonstrated minor details like emptying the waste tank. Li Yu listened with rapt attention. With his two divine skills, divine driving technique and photographic memory, he picked things up at lightning speed. As he listened, Li Yu practiced hands-on, testing every button and switch himself. His thoughts were focused on the future trips he would take with Yuyan and the children. He had to know this car inside and out to provide them with the safest, most comfortable experience possible. Chapter 51, Rewarded with a Plot of Land. Just as Li Yu had fully mastered all the controls and sat in the driver's seat, gripping the steering wheel and savoring its superb tactile feel, the familiar mechanical prompt sounded in his mind without warning. Beep beep. Detected, post proactively learning RV driving and operation skills for the future travel happiness of the little ones. Fatherly love meter off the charts. Triggered special reward, a 2,000 square meter plot of land with complete supporting facilities, located beside the Second Ring National Highway in Jiangning City, with full land ownership rights. Li Yu's hands gripping the steering wheel froze stiffly. He froze in place. Land? A prime plot of 2,000 square meters right beside the city's Second Ring National Highway? What kind of move is this? He instinctively asked in his mind, System, you didn't mess this up, did you? Why isn't it money or company shares this time? The system's cold, mechanical voice responded swiftly. Special rewards are randomly triggered and unpredictable. The property deed for this plot has been automatically deposited into the host's briefcase. Please retrieve it. Li Yu's heart pounded wildly. His hands trembled slightly as he reached for the worn briefcase that had accompanied him for years, sitting on the passenger seat. His fingers fumbled inside and indeed found a stiff, official-looking booklet with a stamped cover. Seated inside the brand-new RV worth 18 million yuan, his mind went blank. The thin sheet of paper inside that briefcase was likely worth hundreds, even thousands of times more than this motorhome. 2,000 square meters of prime real estate, what should he do with it? Build his own commercial tower? Or develop an upscale residential complex? Countless wild ideas flooded Li Yu's mind in an instant. But now wasn't the time for such thoughts. He'd have to plan all that later. At 6 in the evening, Li Yu drove the RV back home. He parked smoothly, pushed open the door, and was greeted by the fresh scent of new leather. He's back. He's back. Xiao Yu is home. The villa's gate swung open with a clatter as Li Jianguo and Father Gu rushed out with 2 others. Their eyes widened in awe when they saw the imposing, commanding presence of the massive vehicle in the courtyard. Good heavens, with this thing parked in the yard, it feels like the whole place shrunk by half. Li Jianguo walked around the car, hands behind his back, circling it repeatedly, murmuring in admiration. Father Gu rubbed his hands excitedly, his face beaming with uncontrollable joy. Soon, Gu Yueyan, both mothers, and the housekeeper's sister Wang came out, drawn by the commotion. The family gathered around the gleaming new Mercedes motorhome, gazing at it as if it were some rare treasure. Quick, go take a look inside. Li Yu opened the door, and everyone immediately rushed forward eagerly. The cream-colored interior and warm lighting drew gasps of admiration from everyone. This isn't just a car, it's practically a 5-star hotel on wheels. Mrs. Gu ran her fingers over the plush leather sofa, her face filled with disbelief. Li's mother, Wang Xiulan, promptly reclined on the single bed that unfolded from the booth seating, testing it out. She nodded repeatedly with satisfaction. Comfortable, so comfortable. Now my dear grandchildren can sleep soundly on the road. The family chattered excitedly inside the car for quite some time before their excitement finally began to subside a little. After dinner, as the family sat watching TV in the living room, the villa's doorbell suddenly rang. Li Yu walked over and peered through the video intercom. It was Zhang, the car salesman from last time. Behind him were 2 workers carrying several large boxes. Li Yu opened the door. Mr. Li, hello. Zhang's face immediately broke into a fawning smile upon seeing Li Yu. This is a small token of appreciation from our company for you and your little ones. Please accept it as a gesture of our gratitude. He directed the staff to carry the large boxes inside. Li Yu opened one to find 4 brand new baby walkers and several boxes of imported formula. Alright, leave the items at the door. It's thoughtful of you. Li Yu nodded. Xiao Zhang bowed and scraped, preparing to leave, but Li Yu called him back. Hold on, give me your payment code. He pulled out his phone, scanned Zhang Xiaozhan's personal payment code, and transferred 200 yuan directly. It's freezing out there. You guys must be exhausted after making the trip. Take this and grab a hot cup of tea. Xiao Zhang stared at the unexpected 200 yuan on his phone, completely stunned. He was deeply touched. This Mr. Li was truly generous and considerate. After settling the gifts, Li Yu walked over to Gu Yueyan, who was sitting on the sofa watching TV with her mother. Leaning close to her ear, he whispered in a voice only the 2 of them could hear, his tone full of mystery. Honey, I'll take you out for a little while later. I have one more incredible surprise to give you. Gu Yueyan's eyes lit up instantly as she asked curiously, what kind of surprise? I can't tell you now, it wouldn't be a surprise if I did. Remember to bring the Diamond House Gold card, Li Yu said with a smile. At those words, Gu Yueyan's heart skipped a beat. She immediately jumped up and dashed back to the master bedroom, eager to change clothes. But less than 5 minutes later, a frustrated gasp echoed from the bedroom. Li Yu hurried upstairs and pushed open the door to find Gu Yueyan staring helplessly at her wardrobe full of beautiful clothes. Several dresses she had once loved lay discarded on the floor. What's wrong, honey? Li Yu asked. Honey, none of my old clothes fit me anymore. Gu Yueyan pouted, a hint of grievance in her voice. After giving birth, she had recovered well, but she still weighed nearly 20 pounds more than before pregnancy. Her waist and hips had expanded noticeably, and those form-fitting, elegant dresses now wouldn't even zip up. I searched everywhere, and this loose dress from my early pregnancy is the only thing I can barely squeeze into. Li Yu looked at the simple dress she wore, then at her face, etched with disappointment, and felt a pang of heartache. He stepped forward and gently embraced her from behind. Silly girl, what's there to worry about? If they don't fit, we'll just go buy new ones. Perfect timing. When we head out later, I'll take you to the mall and buy every piece of clothing you like. Gu Yueyan listened to her husband's tender words, and the lingering disappointment in her heart vanished instantly. Just as they were about to leave, Gu Yueyan's expression suddenly changed slightly, and her brows furrowed. Oh no, my breasts are engorged again. She glanced at the time. It had only been an hour and a half since her last feeding. Wait here for a moment. I need to take care of this first, or it'll be even more uncomfortable once we're out. With that, she grabbed her breast pump and hurried into the bathroom. 10 minutes later, Gu Yueyan emerged carrying a bottle filled with over 100 milliliters of breast milk. She carefully placed the bottle in the refrigerator, not even pausing to tidy up before urging Li Yu. Let's go, let's go. I can't wait to see the surprise you promised me. Chapter 52, Heading to the Jewelry Store. The two drove the red Mercedes-AMG GT through the night, heading straight for Jiangning City's largest high-end mall, Donglai. Parking on the first floor, Li Yu immediately led Gu Yueyan straight to the Diamond Family Boutique. A saleswoman in her early 20s, her makeup meticulously applied, leaned lazily against the counter, engrossed in her phone. Seeing Li Yu and Gu Yueyan walk in, she merely lifted her eyelids, her gaze carrying a barely perceptible hint of disdain. After all, Li Yu was dressed casually, and the dress Gu Yueyan wore didn't look like something someone wealthy would wear. To her, they were just another ordinary couple, the kind who came to window shop, not to buy. Hello, feel free to browse, the saleswoman said indifferently, not even bothering to stand up. Li Yu didn't bother arguing with her. He turned to Gu Yueyan beside him and said, "Honey, get the card out." Gu Yueyan nodded and pulled out the gleaming black gold card from her purse. Li Yu took the card and handed it directly to the saleswoman. Then he said casually, "We're here to pick up the jewelry we reserved earlier." The saleswoman took the card absent-mindedly. But the moment her fingertips touched the solid gold card, heavy in her hand, she jolted. She looked down to examine it closely. The moment the dazzling diamond-encrusted supreme black gold card came into view, her eyes widened like copper bells, and her mouth gaped open uncontrollably. She had worked at this store for 5 full years, rising from an intern to a top salesperson. She had seen countless wealthy individuals splurge freely and hosted VIPs wielding multi-million-dollar black cards. Yet this particular card before her eyes? She had never truly seen it before. She had only glimpsed a fleeting image of it in the company's most confidential internal training materials. This was the Diamond Family Supreme Black Gold VIP card, representing the pinnacle of status, issued in strictly limited quantities worldwide. Only top-tier clients with cumulative spending exceeding 500 million yuan were eligible to possess it. 500 million yuan in spending, what did that even mean? The saleswoman felt her mind go blank with a buzzing sensation. Her hand holding the card began to shake violently, beyond her control. Then, looking at the plainly dressed man before her, the slightest trace of contempt vanished from her eyes. Mister. Please wait a moment. Her voice trembled so badly she couldn't form a complete sentence. She held the gold card, which felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, as if cradling a bomb ready to explode at any moment. I'll go get our manager right away. With that, she abandoned all notions of etiquette. She turned and hurried toward the office. Within 2 minutes, a woman in a black business skirt suit appeared, who appeared to be in her 30s and still possessed a certain charm. Rushed out in high heels, her forehead glistening with beads of sweat from the hurried dash. A fine layer of sweat glistened on her forehead, clearly the result of rushing. Manager Lu. The young saleswoman who had been following her was panting heavily, unable to catch her breath. The woman called Manager Lu had no time to acknowledge her subordinate. Her eyes were fixed intently on the gold card in Li Yu's hand, her breathing becoming rapid. Sir, you. Hello, I'm the manager of this store. My surname is Lu. Manager Lu carefully took the gold card from her subordinate's hands. Holding it reverently in both hands, she respectfully returned it to Li Yu. Mr. Li, I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused. Earlier in her office, the moment she heard her staff mention a guest had arrived with a supreme black gold card, she practically scared herself out of her skin and rushed out in a panic. It's fine, Li Yu replied indifferently. He then nonchalantly handed the gold card to Gu Yueyan beside him. Gu Yueyan took it somewhat flustered. She could sense it. The female manager's gaze was filled with awe and envy. I'm here to pick up my pre-ordered items, Li Yu stated directly. Specifically, the diamond collection called You Are My Only One. You are my only. When those 6 words left Li Yu's lips, Manager Lu's pupils suddenly contracted. A buzzing sensation filled her mind, like thunderclaps exploding. She finally remembered. Just last night, the top brass at headquarters had convened an emergency video conference in the middle of the night. During the meeting, the big boss personally announced the most exclusive and only set of the brand's crown jewels since its founding. The You Are My Only One diamond collection, valued at 999 million yuan, had been reserved by someone Rumor had it the mysterious buyer bore the surname Lee. The entire corporate leadership was thrown into an uproar. Speculation ran wild about who this extraordinary figure could be, possessing such immense wealth. It turned out to be the man standing before them. Manager Lu felt her legs go weak, nearly collapsing to her knees on the spot. She abruptly bent at the waist, executing a textbook 90-degree bow toward Li Yu. Mr. Li, so you are the distinguished guest. We have received the notification from headquarters. We sincerely apologize for the delay. Due to the exceptional value of the You Are My Only collection, it has been stored in headquarters' highest security vault. We are urgently arranging for its delivery and expect it to arrive at our store in about half an hour. Manager Lu's demeanor was humbly submissive. Alright, we'll go browse elsewhere for now. Li Yu nodded, took Gu Yuan's hand, and turned to leave. Certainly, certainly. Take your time, Mr. Li. I'll notify you the moment it arrives. Manager Lu remained bowed, his heart racing with excitement. Only after their figures vanished completely from the doorway did she dare to straighten up. The mall bustled with people, its lights shining brightly. Li Yu walked aimlessly, holding Gu Yuan's hand. Honey, was that jewelry set expensive? Gu Yuan couldn't help asking curiously. Not expensive, Li Yu replied without batting an eye. Just something I picked up for you to play with. I knew you'd love it. He dared not tell the truth, afraid of scaring his thrifty little wife. As they chatted, they arrived at the entrance of a clothing store decorated with an artistic flair. The shop had no flashy sign, only the brand name written in cursive calligraphy. The few garments displayed in the window were uniquely styled, brimming with design flair. Shall we go in and take a look? Li Yu suggested. Gu Yuan nodded, equally captivated by the shop's distinctive style. The moment they stepped inside, a faint scent of sandalwood wafted toward them. The shop wasn't crowded, with only a few scattered customers, all of whom appeared to be either wealthy or well-connected. A young saleswoman leaned against the cash register, idly filing her nails. When she noticed Li Yu and Gu Yuan entering, she merely lifted her eyelids lazily, showing no intention of approaching them. In her eyes, the couple's attire was far too ordinary. Especially the woman, her dress was an outdated style, clearly a cheap find. People like them were most likely just browsing, satisfying their curiosity. Chapter 53, She's My Wife. At that moment, Gu Yuan's gaze was quickly drawn to a white t-shirt hanging on the wall. The design was simple, a phoenix embroidered in gold thread on the chest, poised to take flight, with exquisite craftsmanship. She stepped forward and gently touched the fabric of the shirt. It was soft and smooth, with an exceptionally pleasant feel. Gu Yuan flipped open the tag to check the price. But when she saw the string of zeros on the tag, she froze in place. 13,888. Gu Yuan sucked in a sharp breath, her hand trembling so violently she nearly dropped the shirt. A t-shirt costing over 10,000 yuan? This was practically robbery. She quickly tugged at Li Yu's sleeve and whispered. Honey, let's go. The clothes here are too expensive. Li Yu had already read her mind. Seeing his wife's adorable, pained expression, he felt both amused and tender-hearted. Even though she now had tens of millions in spending money, she remained frugal and thrifty, unwilling to splurge on expensive clothes. Li Yu reached out and took the t-shirt off the rack, holding it up to Gu Yuan. It looks great. My wife looks good in anything. Then he turned to the saleswoman nearby, who was still doing her nails, and called out. Excuse me, could you please get me a new one of this shirt and wrap it up? The saleswoman froze, clearly surprised that this ordinary-looking middle-aged man actually intended to buy it. And he hadn't even asked the price. Her expression instantly changed, revealing the excitement of spotting prey. She quickly set down her nail file, clicked over in her high heels, and approached him with a broad smile plastered across her face. Right away, sir. I'll get it for you immediately. Li Yu waved his hand, pointing at Gu Yuan, and told the saleswoman. No need to wrap it. Just have her try it on. He looked at Gu Yuan, his tone gentle. This is our first proper shopping trip together. We can always earn more money later. If you like it, I'll buy it for you, not just 10,000, but even 100,000 if it makes you happy. Remember this, nothing can buy what truly captures your heart. Understand? Gu Yuan's eyes instantly welled up. Looking at the man before her, her heart felt full, warm, and sweet. Gu Yuan nodded, letting go of her usual coyness. Alright, I'll go try it on. The female salesperson standing nearby heard Li Yu's bold declaration and her eyes nearly turned into hearts. Her mind was already spinning with calculations she'd stumbled upon a big spender today. Her smile grew even warmer and more flattering. Sir, you're so kind to your girlfriend. With your girlfriend being so beautiful, she'll look even more stunning in our clothes. She intended to butter him up and build rapport. But the moment the words left her mouth, Li Yu's brow furrowed slightly. He reached out and pulled Gu Yuan, who was about to step into the fitting room, into his arms. Then, turning to face the saleswoman with her overly cheerful expression, his gaze remained calm. You're mistaken. She's not my girlfriend. The saleswoman's smile froze on her face as she stood rooted to the spot. Her heart sank, and she thought to herself, oh no. Had she misjudged the situation? Were these two not actually a couple? Then, what exactly was their relationship? She instinctively studied the two people before her. The man appeared to be around 40, mature and steady, with an extraordinary presence. The woman in his arms, however, appeared to be no more than her early 20s, young and beautiful. Such a huge age gap certainly didn't seem like a normal boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. The saleswoman's expression instantly turned peculiar and disdainful. She assumed this was yet another scenario of a wealthy older man keeping a young beauty as his mistress. But then, Li Yu's next words caught her off guard. "She's my wife, my legally married wife," Li Yu declared proudly. Hearing this, the saleswoman's face froze instantly. Her expression shifted from peculiar and contemptuous to utter shock, finally settling into thick flattery. "Oh my, I didn't realize she was your wife. My eyes must be playing tricks on me." The saleswoman slapped her lips sharply, her face plastered with an obsequious smile. "Sir, you're truly blessed to have such a young and beautiful wife. You treat your wife so well, truly the ideal husband any woman could wish for." This barrage of flattery made Gu Yueyan's cheeks burn. Li Yu smiled with satisfaction and gave Gu Yueyan a light pat on the back. Then, he slipped the t-shirt worth over 10,000 yuan into her hands. "Go on, honey. Put it on so I can see." "Okay." Gu Yueyan nodded. She took the shirt and stepped into the spacious fitting room. Moments later, the curtains slid open. Gu Yueyan emerged wearing the white t-shirt, a hint of unease on her face. You couldn't argue with the saying, "You get what you pay for." The simple white t-shirt perfectly accentuated her postpartum curves, which had grown even more voluptuous and alluring. The phoenix embroidered in gold thread across her chest only added to her air of regal elegance. Beautiful. Truly beautiful. Li Yu stared, his eyes wide with genuine admiration. Gu Yueyan felt a bit embarrassed under his gaze, but inside, she was delighted. The two continued browsing the store. Li Yu no longer wandered aimlessly as before. His gaze followed Gu Yueyan closely. He noticed that Gu Yueyan seemed particularly drawn to clothes with simple designs, yet exuding elegance in the details. She favored the feel of silk and pure cotton, while dismissing elements like sequins and lace. Li Yu silently committed his wife's preferences to memory. Soon, Gu Yueyan's attention was drawn to a pale blue dress. It was an ankle-length silk dress, elegant in style and soft in color. She picked up the dress, held it up to herself, and her eyes filled with admiration. But the thought of her current figure made her hesitate, and she gently placed it back. "If you like it, try it on." Li Yu sensed her hesitation and stepped forward. He picked up the dress again and pressed it into her hands. "Husband, I'm afraid it won't fit me." Gu Yueyan's voice carried a hint of self-doubt. "How will you know unless you try?" Li Yu's tone was gentle yet firm. "In my eyes, my wife looks beautiful in anything." Gu Yueyan, moved by his encouraging gaze, hesitated no longer and walked back into the fitting room with the dress. This time, she stayed inside a little longer. Just as Li Yu was starting to worry, Gu Yueyan's voice drifted out from the fitting room, tinged with frustration and embarrassment. Honey, could you come in for a moment?" Li Yu froze for a moment before hurrying over and pulling back the curtain. "What's wrong?" The VIP fitting room in this store was exceptionally spacious. It was a full 7 or 8 square meters, with soft wool carpeting on the floor. Gu Yueyan stood with her back to him, awkwardly reaching her hands behind her. She seemed to be wrestling with something. Chapter 54, Party Admission Ticket. "That zipper. I can't reach it. It's stuck," Gu Yueyan murmured softly. Li Yu couldn't help but smile at her flustered yet adorable expression. He stepped closer, his warm fingertips gently brushing her smooth back. Then, he grasped the small metal zipper pull and slowly pulled it upward. As the zipper closed, the pale blue dress hugged her gracefully curved figure perfectly. "All done," Li Yu said gently. Gu Yueyan turned around, gazed at the figure in the mirror, both familiar and unfamiliar, and let out a soft sigh. "Honey, look at me, I have to wear plus sizes now. I used to wear the smallest size dresses and they still felt a bit loose. I miss those days so much." Her voice was filled with loss. Li Yu saw the faint sadness in her eyes and felt a sharp pang in his heart. He knew how much she had sacrificed to bear their 4 children. Li Yu wrapped his arms tightly around her from behind, resting his chin in the hollow of her shoulder. "Silly girl, I think you look just fine now, curvy and sexy." His voice was low and gentle, like the melody of a cello. "Holding you like this, it feels so soft and comfortable." Gu Yueyan blushed fiercely at his blunt, unfiltered words. "Ugh, what are you saying?" "I'm just telling the truth." Li Yu turned her to face him, his gaze intensely earnest. "Honey, listen to me. It's perfectly normal for your body to change after childbirth. After 42 days postpartum, I'll take you for postnatal recovery treatments, especially for your pelvic floor muscles. I'll hire the best personal trainer and postpartum recovery specialist in all of Jiangning for you. I'll be right by your side, and I promise you'll come back even more beautiful than before. Okay?" Gu Yueyan's eyes instantly welled up with tears. This man always cared so deeply about everything concerning her. She nodded firmly, her voice trembling slightly. "Okay." Li Yu watched her moved expression, his heart softening. He leaned down and kissed her forehead. So stop overthinking things right now. Our mission today is to replace every piece of clothing in your closet that no longer fits with something new. Let the diamond house wait a little longer. No matter how urgent it is, it has to make way for buying new clothes for my wife. No sooner had he finished speaking than Gu Yueyan tiptoed forward. She pressed a soft kiss to his lips. Li Yu's body stiffened abruptly, two flames igniting instantly in his eyes. He took control, cupping the back of her head as he pressed his lips against hers in a fierce, scorching kiss. This kiss carried deep affection and long-suppressed longing. They tangled and pressed against each other, conquering territory. It lasted several minutes, leaving Gu Yueyan trembling with weakness. Only when she was nearly breathless did Li Yu reluctantly release her. Husband, let's go outside. Gu Yueyan leaned against his chest, panting softly. We've been in the fitting room too long. People might get the wrong idea. Li Yu chuckled softly, planting another quick kiss on her sensual lips. They smoothed out their slightly disheveled clothes before stepping out one after the other. This dress and that t-shirt from earlier will take both. Li Yu instructed the saleswoman who had been waiting nearby. Certainly, sir. The saleswoman smiled broadly, revealing all her teeth. Honey, let's browse some more. Gu Yueyan seemed to have caught the shopping bug, tugging Li Yu toward another section of the store. Sure, whatever you say. Li Yu suddenly seemed to remember something and suggested. Honey, how about we get a couple's matching set? Sure. Gu Yueyan's eyes lit up instantly. Over the next 4 hours, the store's fitting rooms practically became their private runway. From casual hoodies to stylish jackets, all the way to cozy pajamas. They tried on nearly every matching style the store had. Gu Yueyan was having the time of her life, and Li Yu was thoroughly enjoying himself, savoring every moment. Finally, Li Yu surveyed the mountain of clothes piled on the floor and waved his hand decisively. Except for those few ugly ones, we'll take all the rest over a dozen sets. Ha? Honey, isn't that a bit much? Gu Yueyan was startled by his generosity. Not at all. Li Yu's tone was unwavering. My wife is so beautiful, she deserves to wear the most stunning clothes. From now on, we'll change outfits every day, no repeats for 7 days straight. The saleswoman listened with delight, feeling she was in for a windfall today. Her fingers flew over the calculator keys, tapping away rapidly. Sir, the total comes to 423,600 yuan. As our top VIP customer, I'll give you a discount and round it down to 390,000 yuan. 39,000. That figure made Gu Yueyan gasp in shock. Just as she opened her mouth to suggest Li Yu buy fewer items, he nonchalantly pulled out a bank card from his wallet. Charge it. The two words rang out with authority. The saleswoman's hands trembled as she took the card, her face glowing with excitement. Just as the saleswoman, clutching the card, excitedly headed toward the register, Li Yu's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up to see it was Manager Lu from Diamond Dynasty calling. Li Yu pressed the answer button, and Manager Lu's voice came through the phone, filled with excitement and respect. Mr. Li, the items have arrived and been delivered to the store. When would be a convenient time for you to come pick them up? Alright, I understand. I'll be there in a few minutes. Li Yu hung up, calmly slipping his phone back into his pocket. The female salesperson beside him approached excitedly, holding the POS machine. Sir, the total comes to 39,000. Li Yu nodded, took the POS machine, and entered his PIN with practiced ease. A beep sounded, payment successful. The saleswoman stared at the receipt, grinning from ear to ear. The commission from this big sale would cover several months' worth of her salary. Just as Li Yu signed his name, that familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind once more. Beep beep. Detected, host lavishly spent on wife pampering value off the charts. Triggered special reward, 1 VIP ticket to the Jiangning City Charity Gala. This admission ticket has been automatically deposited into the host's pocket. Ha? A charity gala ticket? Li Yu froze for a moment, instinctively reaching into his pocket. Sure enough, he felt a beautifully crafted gold embossed card. This system is getting more and more playful, rewarding me with all sorts of strange things. Could there be some hidden twist to this gala? Or perhaps a surprise in store? Guess he'd have to attend to find out. Li Yu glanced at Gu Yueyan beside him, still basking in the joy of buying new clothes. Then he remembered that diamond jewelry set worth nearly $1 billion. He'd have to pick out an evening gown for his wife that would match that jewelry set. Chapter 55, Looking Down on People. Honey, let's go pick up the jewelry. I can't wait any longer. Gu Yueyan tugged at Li Yu's arm, acting like a little girl. Alright, let's go right now. The couple exited the boutique as the saleswoman bowed nearly 90 degrees in farewell. Side by side, they walked through the brightly lit mall toward the Diamond family counter. At the Diamond family counter, the atmosphere had already shifted dramatically from earlier. At the entrance, 4 burly men in black suits and earpieces had appeared at some point. Each wore a stern expression, eyes sharp and alert as they scanned everyone around them. Manager Lu paced anxiously near the entrance, glancing at his wristwatch repeatedly. Beside her stood a man with graying hair, yet alert and commanding, radiating authority. He was Mr. Zhang, the general manager of Diamond family's China division. For this staggering deal worth nearly 10 billion, he had flown in overnight from headquarters to personally oversee the handover. Here they come. Mr. and Mrs. Li are here. Manager Lu spotted them first as Li Yu and Gu Yuan approached. Mr. Zhang perked up, quickly straightened his tie, and plastered on his most enthusiastic smile. Just as Li Yu and Gu Yuan were about to reach the counter entrance, a shrill female voice suddenly cut through the air from behind them. Well, if it isn't Li Yu. Li Yu halted in his tracks and turned his head. There stood a woman dressed in flashy, gaudy attire, dripping with jewels and finery. She was arm in arm with a young man sporting greasy hair and heavy makeup, glaring at him with utter contempt. Li Yu recognized this woman. She was none other than his former colleague, Lu Tsuweiwen. A few years ago, he had foolishly pursued her for a while. Naturally, she had rejected him without mercy, citing his lack of money and prospects as the reason. Gu Yuan also recognized the man beside Lu Tsuweiwen. He was Zhao Bufan, the notorious playboy heir to a wealthy family in Jiangning City. Zhao Bufan's family was in real estate, with assets estimated at over $1 billion. He had once pursued Gu Yuan aggressively for months, showering her with flowers and cars, pulling out all the stops. But Gu Yuan had never been interested in such a spoiled rich kid. She wouldn't even let him touch her hand, let alone go out to dinner. At that moment, Zhao Bufan's face was dark and gloomy. He stared intently at Gu Yuan, whose hand was firmly held by Li Yu, his eyes burning with jealousy and resentful fury. He never dreamed that the goddess he pursued relentlessly. She was actually with a middle-aged man who looked old and poor. One, do you know this cheapskate? Zhao Bufan lowered his voice, his tone dripping with contempt. I know him well. Lu Tsuweiwen scoffed dismissively, leaning close to Zhao Bufan's ear. His name is Li Yu. He's the one I told you about, that arrogant middle-aged guy from the company who thought he could chase after me. He was even in the news recently. Apparently his wife gave birth to quadruplets. I'd bet he's the one stuck with the bill, happily becoming a dad. What? Zhao Bufan's eyes widened instantly. The ice queen he'd pursued for so long had gotten pregnant out of wedlock by this old man and had 4 kids? A wave of humiliation and rage instantly clouded his mind. Without another word, he grabbed Lu Tsuweiwen and stormed toward Li Yu and Gu Yuan. Honey, that Zhao Bufan used to chase me. Don't pay him any mind. Gu Yuan whispered to Li Yu as she watched the two approach. Li Yu nodded, then glanced at Lu Tsuweiwen as she approached. He felt utterly speechless inside. What a small world it was. Mr. Li, Mrs. Li, you've arrived. Manager Lu and President Zhang hurried over, their faces plastered with obsequious smiles. But before they could finish, Zhao Bufan rudely cut them off. Move aside. Zhao Bufan shoved Manager Lu aside and strode directly to Li Yu. He scrutinized Li Yu from head to toe, his eyes brimming with undisguised contempt and disdain. Well, Li Yu. Lu Tsuweiwen, trailing behind, spoke first in a sarcastic tone. You're a middle-aged, unemployed, penniless bum, and you actually dare to come to a place like this to spend money? What? Bringing your wife to broaden her horizons, to see what she could never afford in a lifetime? Her words were as sharp as a knife. Other customers and sales staff at the counter all turned to watch the spectacle unfold. Gu Yuan's expression instantly turned cold, and she was about to retort. Li Yu gently squeezed her hand, signaling her to stay calm. He looked at the couple before him, his face devoid of anger, instead finding the whole scene somewhat amusing. So your name is Zhao Bufan? Li Yu's gaze swept past Lu Tsuweiwen and settled on Zhao Bufan's face, his tone level. I recall you once pursued my wife? Zhao Bufan's face froze, as if he'd been slapped hard across the face. So what if I did? He roared, his shame turning to rage. Gu Yuan, I never imagined your taste could be this poor. You passed up a young, promising rich kid like me and went for some old, broke loser instead. Are you blind? Zhao Bufan, please show some respect in your speech. Gu Yuan trembled with rage. He's my husband, the father of my child. I won't let you speak to him like that. Husband? Lu Tsuweiwen burst into exaggerated laughter as if she'd heard the most ridiculous joke. Gu Yuan, don't be foolish. What could he possibly offer you? He doesn't even have a job. How is he supposed to support you and those 4 deadweights? Look at me with Xiao Xiao, even a casual necklace costs hundreds of thousands. She puffed out her chest smugly, flaunting the sparkling diamond necklace around her neck. And you? Stuck with this deadbeat? You probably can't even afford a decent outfit, huh? No sooner had Lu Tsuweiwen finished speaking. The surrounding crowd of onlookers erupted into low, snickering laughter. Li Yu didn't even bother to lift an eyelid, his gaze fixed on Gu Yuan, who was clutched in his arms, her face flushed crimson with anger. He spoke softly, don't get angry with people like her. It's not worth it. Only then did he slowly turn his head to face Lu Tsuweiwen. You look down on people with your dog eyes. Let me tell you, I'm here today to pick up jewelry with my wife. To pick up jewelry? Lu Tsuweiwen burst into such hearty laughter that she shook like a leaf. Li Yu, have you woken up yet? Do you know where we are? Diamond House. The cheapest piece of jewelry here could keep a poor schmuck like you fed and clothed for years. Zhao Bufan beside her sneered coldly, his eyes brimming with contempt as he looked at Li Yu. Kid, stop pretending to be something you're not. Get your woman and get out of here. Don't dirty this young master's eyes. Chapter 56, total price, 999 million. Then, Zhao Bufan picked up an exquisite jewelry box from the counter. Without another word, he smugly opened it in front of Lu Tsuewen. Inside lay a massive diamond ring at least 3 carats by the look of it. Wen, do you like it? Zhao Bufan asked smugly. I picked this out especially for you, it cost over 1,000,000 yuan. Wow, Mr. Zhao, you're too kind to me, Lu Tsuewen exclaimed, covering her mouth in delight. She shot a defiant glance at Gu Yueyan before turning to Li Yu. See that? Li Yu, this is what a man should give a woman. What about you? What have you ever bought your wife? Forget a diamond ring, you probably can't even afford a decent silver one, right? You're a 40-year-old deadbeat with mountains of debt, what do you have to offer her for happiness? Gu Yueyan couldn't bear to listen any longer. She abruptly broke free from Li Yu's embrace. She stepped forward, placing herself between her husband and the man. Shut up. Gu Yueyan stared coldly at the couple before her, her gaze as icy as frost. He is my husband, the father of my child, and the man I love most in this life. How we conduct our lives is none of your business. Please leave immediately and stop interfering. Oh, playing the hero now? Lu Tsuewen sneered sarcastically. Well then, since you claim you came to collect the jewelry, why don't you just hand it over and let us see it? At that moment, the jewelry store's general manager, Mr. Zhang, and manager Lu could no longer stand by. Both of you, please leave immediately, Manager Zhang said, his face darkening. Then, pointing at Zhao Bufan and Lu Tsuewen, he instructed the security guard at the door. If they refuse to leave, escort them out immediately. Lu Tsuewen was startled by Zhang's imposing presence, but Zhao Bufan beside her wasn't having it. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that? Do you know who my father is? I don't care who your father is. I'm in charge here, Mr. Zhang coldly interrupted him. He then turned to Li Yu, instantly adopting an expression of utmost respect. Mr. Li, I sincerely apologize for disturbing you and your wife. I am Zhang, General Manager of Diamond Family's China Division. I was specially dispatched by headquarters to deliver your order personally. Specifically to deliver goods? At this, Lu Tsuewen and Zhao Bufan both froze in shock. Though they were arrogant, they knew exactly what kind of figure the general manager of Diamond Family represented. For someone of that stature to personally deliver goods, what kind of client must this be? Though both were inwardly shocked and suspicious, they refused to show it outwardly. Keep pretending, Lu Tsuewen muttered under her breath, curling her lip. Just then, the security guard stepped forward, about to grab Lu Tsuewen and Zhao Bufan and drag them away. But Li Yu suddenly waved his hand magnanimously, a playful smile playing on his lips. Forget it. Let them stay here and watch. It'll be a good lesson for them. Hearing this, the security guards halted their actions and returned to their posts. Li Yu glanced at his watch and urged Mr. Zhang. Please hurry up. I need to get home to see my child. Go home to see the kids? Hearing this, everyone present felt their minds go blank. This was the handover of priceless jewels, and this man was thinking about going home to see his child? Yes, Mr. Li, this way please. Mr. Zhang dared not show the slightest delay. He immediately led the way personally, escorting Li Yu and Gu Yueyan to the most prestigious VIP reception area. Under the gazes of everyone, some curious, some contemptuous, some stunned, Mr. Zhang pulled a specially made key from his pocket and walked to an inconspicuous wall at the farthest end of the display area. He inserted the key into a hidden lock, turned it gently. The wall slid silently apart, revealing a massive safe gleaming with metallic coldness. Mr. Zhang then entered a long, complex passcode and slipped on a pair of pristine silk gloves. Only then did he carefully lift a massive box wrapped in the finest silk from the vault. The box measured about half a meter in length, its entire surface a mysterious deep purple, adorned with intricate and ornate patterns embroidered in gold thread. The box alone appeared to be worth a fortune. Lu Tsuewen and Zhao Bufan both held their breath involuntarily. Mr. Zhang gently placed the box on the black velvet-covered tabletop, then slowly lifted the lid. A blindingly brilliant light erupted from within the box, so intense it was nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open. Good heavens! A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Inside the box lay a set of exquisitely crafted diamond jewelry, resting quietly. Mr. Zhang first picked up a necklace. Its chain was entirely woven from countless tiny diamond fragments. Under the lights, it shimmered brilliantly, like a flowing Milky Way. At its center sat a heart-shaped diamond the size of a pigeon's egg. The diamond displayed a dreamlike purple-pink hue, pure and transparent, dazzlingly brilliant. This necklace, named Heart of Venus, was crafted over 3 years by our brand's chief designer. Mr. Zhang's voice trembled with excitement. The chain itself is adorned with 999 top-grade paved diamonds. The centerpiece is an exceptionally rare, 16.3 carat natural heart-shaped pink diamond. Market valuation, 360 million. The moment the words 360 million left Mr. Zhang's lips, the entire boutique fell into an instant, deafening silence. Everyone stood frozen in place, their faces etched with utter disbelief. Even Gu Yuan gasped, covering her mouth as her beautiful eyes widened in shock. She knew Li Yu intended to surprise her, but she never dreamed the surprise would be this monumental. A necklace worth 360 million? This was more outrageous than anything in the movies. Lu Tsuwen and Zhao Bufan's faces had already turned as white as paper. Compared to this necklace, Zhao Bufan's prized $1,000,000 diamond ring. It was nothing more than a worthless shard of glass. Yet this was merely the beginning. Mr. Zhang then pulled out a matching ring from the box. This ring features a 16.3-carat purple-pink diamond as its center stone, valued at 240 million yuan. Next came the earrings and bracelet. This pair of earrings is worth 200 million. This bracelet is worth 190 million yuan. With each figure Mr. Zhang announced, it felt like a heavy hammer striking Lu Tsuwen and Zhao Bufan's hearts. Their faces turned from deathly pale to ashen. This entire "You Are My Only One" diamond collection is the crown jewel of our brand, cherished for a century since its founding. Mr. Zhang's voice echoed through the silent boutique, reaching every ear present. And there is only one set in the entire world. Its total value? 99,900,000. The crowd erupted into chaos at his words. Chapter 57, Jealousy and Regret. Everyone stared at Li Yu as if he were a deity. Lu Tsuwen's legs had already given way beneath her. Had Zhao Bufan not caught her, she would have collapsed to the ground. Her mind went blank as she muttered to herself over and over. Impossible. This absolutely can't be. He's clearly just a penniless man fired from his company, a 40-year-old unemployed middle-aged man nobody wants. How could he possibly afford nearly 10 billion yuan worth of jewelry? This must be fake, all an illusion. She couldn't believe what was happening before her eyes. This man she had despised and cast aside. A billionaire who could afford nearly 10 billion in jewelry? This reversal made her feel like her entire worldview had completely collapsed. Just then, Mr. Zhang approached Li Yu with the jewelry set cradled in both hands, his demeanor respectful. "Mr. Li, please accept this gift." Li Yu didn't even glance at him. Instead, he turned his head and gazed tenderly at Gu Yuan, who was already weeping uncontrollably. "Honey, do you like it? This is my gift to you, a one-of-a-kind treasure in the entire world." Gu Yuan covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. "Honey, I love it so much, but isn't this too expensive?" At that moment, the jewelry store's general manager, Mr. Zhang, held the jewelry set in his hands. His gaze swept over Lu Tsuwen and Zhao Bufan, who were still staring in shock, his eyes brimming with undisguised contempt. He sneered inwardly, what a bunch of provincial bumpkins. Someone who could fork over nearly 10 billion yuan without batting an eye to buy the world's only "You Are My Only" purple-pink diamond collection. Could such individuals possibly be the unemployed middle-aged pauper you keep mentioning? Forget that measly diamond ring worth 100,000 in your hands. Even if you bought 10 more, wouldn't hold a candle to a single loose diamond that might fall from this set. Li Yu completely ignored the stares of others. His eyes were fixed solely on Gu Yuan. He picked up the heart-shaped diamond ring worth 240 million yuan, its center stone as large as a pigeon's egg. Then, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, he gently took Gu Yuan's left hand. He placed the dazzling ring firmly onto her ring finger. The fit was neither too tight nor too loose, it was perfect. "No, it's too expensive. I can't accept it," Gu Yuan exclaimed. As if burned, she instinctively tried to pull the ring off. "Husband, you've already given me a villa and even transferred millions to me. Today you bought me hundreds of thousands worth of clothes. Those gifts are more than enough. This jewelry set is nearly 1 billion yuan, it's too extravagant. Should we return it?" Li Yu swiftly pressed down on her delicate, boneless hand, preventing her from removing it. He gazed into her eyes, his tone gentle yet carrying an unquestionable dominance. "Silly girl, everything I do for you, I do willingly. This jewelry set is my gift to you, a token of my affection as your husband. Accept it with peace of mind. Besides, my wife is so beautiful, truly one of a kind in this world, she naturally deserves jewelry that is equally one of a kind." Though their voices were low, their words exploded like bombs. They exploded in the ears of everyone present, especially Lu Tsuwen and Zhao Bufan. Li Yu's seemingly casual words, unintentionally revealing so much, left Lu Tsuwen's mind completely blank. A villa? Clothes worth hundreds of thousands? A transfer of tens of millions? Adding it all up, hadn't Li Yu spent over 100 million on Gu Yuan? Could it be that Li Yu wasn't some middle-aged, unemployed pauper at all? He might be a genuine, deeply concealed top-tier tycoon. When he joined the company, perhaps it was genuinely just to experience life? A wave of regret so intense it felt like her intestines were turning green instantly washed over Lu Tsuwen. If only she hadn't been so snobbish back then, so quick to judge people by their appearance. If she had accepted Li Yu's advances back then. Then now, she would be living in a mansion worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, wearing designer labels costing hundreds of thousands. Adorned with nearly 1 billion yuan worth of diamond jewelry. But she had pushed it all away with her own hands. And this so-called rich second-generation guy, Zhao Bufan, beside her? He could only afford gifts worth a few 100,000 yuan at most. Compared to Liu standing before her, Zhao Bufan wasn't even worthy of tying his shoes. Though her heart was already churning with raging waves, she clenched her lips tightly to suppress the jealousy and regret threatening to erupt. She bit her lip hard, forcing back the jealousy and regret threatening to erupt. Meanwhile, Zhao Bufan beside her had turned ashen with rage, his fists clenched tight. He felt like a complete fool today, humiliated over and over again. Zhao Bufan glared at Liu, grinding out the words through clenched teeth. Fine. Very fine. You'll all pay for this. With that, he yanked Lu Tsuewen, who was still in a daze, to her feet. He even forgot to buy the diamond ring he'd intended to propose with, then stormed off without a backward glance. Lu Tsuewen stumbled from his abrupt hug, her heart seething with hatred. Today was the worst day of her life. Not only had she been humiliated by Liu, that former penniless loser, but she'd also lost the $1 million diamond ring that should have been hers. Watching the disheveled couple retreat into the distance, Gu Yueyan finally exhaled in relief. She looked at Liu with concern. Husband, that Lu Tsuewen. I can't shake the feeling her gaze toward me was strange. Liu gently pulled her into his arms and kissed her forehead. Don't mind her. She's just an insignificant person, he said calmly. I did pursue her back then, but that was just a moment of foolishness. Thinking about it now only makes me feel sick. In this life, Liu's heart and eyes hold only you and our 4 precious little ones. His words flowed like a warm current, instantly melting the last trace of unease in Gu Yueyan's heart. She buried her face deep into her husband's broad, warm embrace, feeling like the happiest woman in the world. Lu Tsuewen, walking away, glanced back at the couple's sweet embrace, her heart filled with envy. But in her eyes, Liu had merely found a substitute. She was convinced that Liu's kindness toward Gu Yueyan stemmed solely from her resemblance to the younger version of herself. The billions in wealth that should have been hers, the boundless adoration that should have been hers now stolen by another woman. Deep jealousy and resentment began to fester wildly within her heart. After the couple left, Liu and Gu Yueyan began packing up the priceless jewelry set. Mr. Zhang offered with a broad smile to include a top-of-the-line safe and arrange for special delivery to their home. Liu waved him off impatiently. No need. That thing's dead heavy. Moving it around is too much hassle. With that, he casually stuffed the rosewood box containing nearly 10 billion worth of jewelry into the plain paper bag he'd gotten from the clothing store when he bought his clothes earlier. Then, as if it were worthless, he tucked it under his arm. This display left Mr. Zhang and the sales staff standing nearby utterly speechless. Good heavens, that's nearly 10 billion worth of treasure. And you're just casually tucking it under your arm like that? Chapter 58, Shopping for Evening Gowns. The mall clock now read 9 o'clock in the evening. Gu Yueyan felt a pang of homesickness, especially for her 4 little ones waiting to be fed. Honey, let's go home. The babies must be hungry. Liu was about to nod when a sudden thought struck him. He recalled the charity gala invitation the system had just rewarded him with. He pulled the exquisitely crafted gold-embossed card from his pocket. Honey, let's not rush home just yet. Look at this. Gu Yueyan took it with curiosity. It read, Top VIP invitation to the Jiangning City Charity Gala. Just 1 week from now. Honey, this is a golden opportunity to mingle with Jiangning's high society and expand our network. Liu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Exactly. You'll accompany me, won't you? Of course I will. Gu Yueyan nodded without hesitation, her face radiating unwavering support for her husband. Then I'll accompany you as Mrs. Li. Liu smiled contentedly, gently pinching Gu Yueyan's cheek affectionately. Then there's just one last thing we need to take care of. My wife is attending such an important gala, how could she possibly go without a gown worthy of this jewelry set? Come on, honey. I'll take you to buy the most dazzling evening gown in the entire store. Soon, Liu and Gu Yueyan walked into the mall. And the other sweetly linked arms with her husband as they headed toward the mall's sole haute couture boutique. The boutique, named Celestial Star, was lavishly decorated in gold and splendor. Even the window display at the entrance showcased several evening gowns that were clearly priceless. The moment they reached the entrance, a familiar yet jarring argument erupted from inside. Mr. Zhao, didn't you promise to buy me a diamond ring first? Why did you change your mind again? It was Lu Tsuewen's voice, tinged with disappointment. Honey, listen to me. We can buy the diamond ring anytime, but next week's charity gala won't wait. Don't you need to pick out the most dazzling gown in the entire place to outshine all my friends' girlfriends? Zhao Bufan's voice carried a hint of impatience, clearly still brooding over the embarrassment he suffered at Diamond Family earlier. After much persuasion, he finally calmed Lu Tsuewen down, agreeing to buy the dress first and look at diamond rings later. Just as Lu Tsuewen was about to say something else, she turned and spotted Liu and Gu Yueyan walking into the store. Her expression darkened instantly, and that inexplicable anger flared up again. There like a persistent ghost, Lu Tsuewen rolled her eyes, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Some people just have no shame. Buying some cheap jewelry and flaunting it everywhere. And they even follow us here to disgust us? Utterly shameless. With that, she grabbed Zhao Bufan's arm and sashayed toward the exit. Let's go, let's go. Being in the same store as someone so shallow makes me feel unlucky. A young salesperson who had been enthusiastically attending to them froze, his smile instantly stiffening. He watched helplessly as a surefire big sale slipped through his fingers. Li Yu and Gu Yuan exchanged a glance, both too lazy to bother with such people. Gu Yuan glanced at the time on her phone. It was almost 9:30. Honey, let's hurry. The babies must be hungry. I need to be back before 10. Okay. Li Yu nodded. He addressed the store manager, who approached them directly. Hello, we're in a hurry. Bring out all your finest, most expensive formal wear for men and women for us to see. The store manager was a sharp, efficient woman in her 30s. Her eyes lit up instantly at Li Yu's words. She knew these were serious high-end customers. Certainly, sir. This way, please. The manager enthusiastically led them to the VIP section and began personally introducing the selections. Sir, take a look at this piece. It's the latest model airship directly from our flagship store in Italy, a globally limited edition. And this one here, designed by a French designer. The manager rambled on, but Gu Yuan's gaze was drawn to a white short-length gown hanging in the center. The design was not complex, even minimalist. Yet at the hem, the finest lace was meticulously hand-stitched into a lifelike peacock, spreading its feathers luxurious yet understated. Honey, look at that one. Gu Yuan pointed at the gown, her eyes sparkling. Li Yu followed her gaze and found himself equally captivated. This gown was an absolute match for his wife's aura. The shop manager saw the look on their faces and knew they were interested. She smiled as she approached, carefully removing the gown from the rack. Madam, you have such excellent taste. This gown is called the White Peacock's Dream. It's the winning piece from last year's Milan International Fashion Competition, created by our nation's most prestigious designer. From design to crafting, every piece is handmade by the designer herself. Only 10 exist worldwide. Each piece features slightly different details, making them truly one of a kind. Li Yu nodded. He felt that attending a gala of that caliber truly required attire that could hold its own in such a setting. He didn't even bother asking the price, simply telling the store manager. Alright, I'll take this one. Have her try it on. Then he pointed to an Armani suit in the men's section nearby. Bring that suit in my size for me to try on. Certainly, sir. The manager's smile grew even brighter. Gu Yuan walked over to the tie section and carefully selected a dark blue tie with subtle patterns for Li Yu. Honey, I think this one would look great with the suit you picked out earlier. Alright, I'll take my wife's advice. Li Yu smiled as he took the tie, then pulled her toward the shoe section. Honey, pick out a pair of heels that match this dress perfectly. Soon, Gu Yuan entered the fitting room carrying the White Peacock dream gown and a pair of silver high heels. Li Yu had also changed into that brand new Armani suit. It must be said, clothes make the man. At 40, Li Yu was naturally tall and well-built, with handsome features. Now, in the perfectly tailored suit, he radiated mature confidence and undeniable charm. Just as he was adjusting his tie in the mirror, the curtain of the fitting room opened. Li Yu instinctively turned his head. One glance was all it took to leave him utterly speechless. There stood Gu Yuan, graceful and elegant, wearing that white short cocktail dress. Though she wore no makeup, her stunningly beautiful face required no adornment whatsoever. As the former chief flight attendant of Jiangning Airlines, her beauty and poise were truly one in a million. And having just given birth, still in the breastfeeding period, her figure was even more voluptuous and alluring than before. Chapter 59, Rewarding New Skills. The dress's bust line was lifted into a breathtakingly perfect curve. The white peacock, meticulously hand-embroidered in lace upon the skirt's hem, appeared remarkably lifelike. It complemented Gu Yuan's entire figure, radiating elegance and nobility while carrying a hint of otherworldly purity. The waistline was tailored to perfection, accentuating her graceful curves to the fullest. The skirt, cut short to her thighs, revealed 2/3 of her long, slender legs. Pure yet alluring, it was utterly breathtaking. Not only Li Yu, but every single staff member in the store. Even the seasoned store manager was utterly mesmerized. Honey, do you like it? Gu Yuan felt a bit embarrassed under everyone's gaze, her cheeks flushing slightly. Beautiful. Absolutely stunning. Li Yu snapped back to reality. He strode quickly to her side, his eyes brimming with undisguised awe and adoration. He couldn't resist reaching out to pull her into his arms, whispering softly in her ear. Honey, you look so stunning today, I almost didn't recognize you. Then, he added half-jokingly. Good thing this dress isn't too revealing. Otherwise, I'd be afraid to take you out, some other guy might steal you away. Gu Yuan giggled softly at his teasing. The slight nervousness and unease in my heart vanished instantly. Madam, this gown looks on you 1,000 times better than we ever imagined. The store manager snapped back to attention, offering a heartfelt compliment. Would you like to try some makeup? We have top-tier makeup artists we collaborate with, guaranteed to make you the belle of the ball at tonight's dinner. No, thank you. We're in a hurry to get home. Gu Yuan glanced at the time. It was already 9:50. She politely declined the store manager's offer. The store manager watched Gu Yuan, her heart filled with awe. Having worked at this boutique for years, she'd served countless wealthy and influential clients. Those so-called socialites and celebrities would go to extreme lengths to wear these haute couture gowns, whether through strict dieting or intense workouts. Yet this lady before her wore this figure-demanding gown with such perfect ease. Especially that impressive bust, she was simply a natural-born clothes hanger. Now look at her husband beside her. Though he appears a bit older, his mature, handsome charm is something those young guys can't match. This couple, he handsome and wealthy, she ethereal as a goddess. Compared to the pot-bellied, greasy tycoons she usually encounters, paired with their plastic surgery-enhanced partners, they were worlds apart. This was what a truly divine couple looked like. At that moment, Liu gazed at his wife with adoring affection, yet his mind was already scheming about something else. With a wife this stunning, she'd undoubtedly be the center of attention at the charity gala. As her husband, he'd have to keep a close eye on her. These two outfits will do. Charge it to my card. Liu gently pulled Gu Yuan into his embrace and addressed the store manager, who had been staring in awe. Certainly, sir. Please wait a moment. The store manager snapped out of his daze and hurried off to fetch the POS machine. As she walked, her mind raced through calculations. The one-of-a-kind white peacock dream dress the lady was wearing retailed for 660,000 yuan. The gentleman's Armani haute couture suit was priced at 190,000 yuan. Add the silver high heels, tie, and leather shoes all together. Sir, your total comes to 1,100,000 yuan. The store manager presented the POS machine with both hands, offering it respectfully. We operate on a membership system, and all items are non-negotiable. We appreciate your understanding. 1,100,000 yuan. The sheer magnitude of that number made Gu Yuan's heart skip a beat. Spending over 1,000,000 yuan on a few outfits at once still stung a little. She instinctively tugged at Liu's sleeve, wanting to say something. But Liu seemed to read her mind. He gently squeezed her hand and gave her a reassuring look. Then, with the nonchalance of someone unfazed, he pulled out his bank card and handed it over. Charge it. The store manager stared at this extravagant spender before him. Spending over 1,000,000 without batting an eye, she was utterly awestruck. As she processed the payment on the POS machine, she enthusiastically announced, Mr. Li, you are now our store's highest-tier Black Diamond member. From now on, whenever you and your wife shop here, you'll receive one-on-one service from our exclusive designers. Additionally, we offer a special service for distinguished guests like yourself. Oh? Tell me more, Liu perked up. For the gala you're attending, we can provide you with a dedicated support team. The store manager's smile grew more professional. This includes arranging a top-tier limousine to follow you throughout the entire event. The vehicle will be staffed with a top-tier makeup artist and a dress attendant. Should any unexpected issues arise with your wife's makeup or attire during the evening, our team will resolve it immediately, ensuring everything goes flawlessly. This service instantly lit up Liu's eyes. Yuan was still breastfeeding, and what if her milk suddenly engorged during the banquet? Having such a private nanny car would be incredibly convenient. This service is excellent. What are the fees? We offer 3 tiers. The highest tier team costs 250,000 yuan. The manager cautiously quoted the price. Alright, I'll take the best one. Liu didn't hesitate, sealing the deal immediately. Next week, the evening of the 27th, just drive the car to Building 8 in Longting Iping District A and wait for me there. After speaking, he took another contract handed to him by the manager. Without even glancing at it, he signed his name directly. The deposit is 180,000 yuan. Charge it all now. Gu Yuan stood by, watching her husband spend money like water. The initial shock had long faded from her heart. She was slowly growing accustomed to and even savoring the feeling of being cherished and doted on by her husband, held in the palm of his hand. A beep signaled the successful payment. The moment Liu completed the payment, that familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind once more. Beep beep. Detected, host provided wife with top-tier banquet service. Wife pampering value off the charts. Triggered special reward, God-tier skill, discerning eye. Note, this is an active skill. It requires the host to consciously activate it to take effect and remains inactive otherwise. Ha! Liu froze for a moment. Discerning talent? What's wrong with this system today? Why is it rewarding me with such bizarre things? First a charity gala invitation, now some discerning eye skill. He instinctively asked in his mind, system, what's this skill for? This skill allows the host to discern a person's basic information, character weaknesses, and their deepest, truest thoughts within 3 seconds. Chapter 60, The Malicious Plan. Liu's heart skipped a beat, instantly putting him on high alert. This system was definitely hinting at something. First the gala invitation, now the skill to read people. Could something fishy be brewing at next week's charity gala? He'd have to stay on high alert when the time came. Just as he was deep in thought, Gu Yuan suddenly tugged gently at his arm. Honey, we should head home soon, she murmured, her brow furrowed. Liu snapped back to reality. Glancing down, he noticed Gu Yuan's face had turned slightly pale. The fabric of her white evening gown seemed stretched tighter across her chest. He instantly understood her breasts were engorged. He calculated the time they had been out for nearly 3 hours since leaving home. Alright, let's head home right away. Li Yu tenderly pulled her into his arms once more and addressed the store manager. Please pack our clothes up quickly. We need to get home right away. Certainly, sir. We'll get it done. The store manager nodded. Meanwhile, on the first floor of the mall, Lu Tsuewen, looking utterly reluctant, was dragged by Zhao Bufan into a jewelry store. In the end, Zhao Bufan spent over 100,000 yuan on a 1-carat diamond ring for her, finally managing to cheer her up. Oomph, at least you have a shred of conscience. Lu Tsuewen slipped the brand new diamond ring onto her finger, and the lingering irritation in her heart finally began to dissipate. But the moment she recalled Li Yu and Gu Yueyan's arrogant demeanor outside Diamond Family earlier, her anger flared up again. Come on, let's go check out that bridal shop upstairs. I'll see if that pair of dogs have left yet. Zhao Bufan was thinking exactly the same thing. Each harboring their own ulterior motives, they made their way back to Tianqing Bridal. The moment they stepped inside, they overheard several salespeople gathered together, chattering away about something. Huddled together, chattering away about something. Oh my god, did you see that? That Mr. Li was so extravagant just now he didn't even blink an eye before spending over $1 million. Yeah. I caught a glimpse of the bill, just that white peacock dream dress Mrs. Li bought cost 66,000 alone. The kicker is, the suit Mr. Li bought for himself was only 190,000. The rest of the money was all spent on his wife. That's such a doting husband. Now that's true fairy tale love. Every word of this conversation reached Lu Tsuewen and Zhao Bufan's ears without missing a syllable. Zhao Bufan's face instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot. Lu Tsuewen, meanwhile, froze in place as if struck by lightning. 66,000? A single dress costs 66,000? She instinctively raised her hand to look at the 1-carat diamond ring she'd just acquired. Compared to that dress, it was nothing but a joke. An uncontrollable wave of jealousy and regret surged through her heart. Just then, she watched as the store manager, wearing white gloves, carefully removing the white peacock dream from the mannequin. Then, as if handling a priceless treasure, wrapped it meticulously in the finest dust cover. That scene felt like a slap across her face. She could no longer deceive herself. The man she had despised and rejected had truly become a top-tier tycoon she now had to look up to. All this wealth and glory should have been hers. She had pushed it all away with her own hands. But in this world, there was no such thing as a pill for regret. Soon, the store manager packed up all the clothes and respectfully escorted Li Yu and Gu Yueyan out the door. Li Yu carried several luxury brand shopping bags in one hand, while his other hand held Gu Yueyan's tightly. The moment they stepped out of the Starry Grace storefront, they collided head-on with Lu Tsuewen and Zhao Bufan. Lu Tsuewen fought back the storm raging inside her, forcing what she hoped was an elegant smile. She calmly appraised Gu Yueyan from head to toe, her eyes nearly overflowing with jealousy. Li Yu, why did you buy such expensive dresses? Lu Tsuewen's tone dripped with bitterness. Could it be that you, the fake rich girl, are planning to attend next week's charity gala too? Her question was skillfully phrased, part inquiry, part disbelieving mockery. In her view, the entry threshold for such high-level events was at least several billion in net worth. If Li Yu didn't have at least 1 billion yuan in assets, he'd never be able to break into that circle. Yet Li Yu merely frowned slightly and replied coldly, none of your business. His mind was consumed by his wife's discomfort from engorged breasts. He had no time to waste on such nonsense. With that, he pulled Gu Yueyan alone, bypassing the two women, and strode straight toward the elevator. That utterly dismissive coldness left Lu Tsuewen deeply annoyed. But since Li Yu hadn't answered directly, she took it as tacit acknowledgement. She concluded that if Li Yu could actually attend that gala, he must possess at least $1 billion in assets. This was undoubtedly a solid tycoon, sparking Lu Tsuewen's desire to win Li Yu back. Although her current boyfriend, Zhao Bufan, was a second-generation rich kid, he hadn't yet inherited his family's fortune. Plus, with several other sons in the Zhao family, it was uncertain whether Zhao Bufan would even inherit the fortune. But Li Yu, as he appeared now, seemed capable of fully commanding assets worth hundreds of millions. By comparison, being with Li Yu clearly seemed more advantageous than staying with Zhao Bufan. Gradually, Lu Tsuewen's mindset began to twist, filling her with wild thoughts. She interpreted Li Yu's earlier indifference as something entirely different. He didn't scold me, didn't even spare me a second glance. What did that mean? It meant he still cared about me and couldn't bear to face me. He's afraid that seeing me will make him lose control and reignite old feelings. A dramatic scenario instantly played out in Lu Tsuewen's mind. She was convinced that everything Li Yu had done today, including splurging nearly $1 billion on jewelry and spending millions on a gown, were all deliberately staged for her benefit. She believed Li Yu was flaunting his wealth to her, seeking revenge for her past rejection. He wanted her to regret it, proof that he still cared deeply enough to put on such a deliberate display. But instead of anger, a smug, cold smile curved her lips. She glanced back at Li Yu and Gu Yueyan's receding figures, her gaze hardening with unwavering resolve. Li Yu, just you wait. Everything you have today should have been mine. I could make you lose your mind over me back then, and I can do it again now. As for that woman by your side, she's nothing but a substitute for me. A vicious plan began to take root in her heart. Lu Tsuwen resolved to exploit Zhao Bufan's lingering feelings for Gu Yueyan, scheming to help him win her back. Once she tore them apart, she would have her chance to reclaim Li Yu and the billions in wealth that rightfully belonged to her. Of course, she knew this couldn't be rushed, it required careful planning. Chapter 61, Hiring Another Nanny. 1-1, what are you staring at? Hurry up and try on this dress. Zhao Bufan, standing beside her, impatiently urged her as he saw her staring blankly into space. His heart was bleeding inside, all to save face. So he steeled himself and picked out an expensive gown for Lu Tsuwen too. Add in shoes and a clutch, and the total would easily hit 5 or 60,000 yuan. That was nearly his entire monthly allowance. Meanwhile, Li Yu and Gu Yueyan had long since cast those two clowns to the back of their minds. By the time they returned to the villa, it was already past 10 o'clock at night. The moment Gu Yueyan stepped inside, her chest felt as heavy as stone, painfully tight and rigid. Without even taking off her shoes, she hurriedly blurted out, "Honey, I'm going upstairs first." Before the words had fully left her mouth, she was already running upstairs, heading straight for the nursery. Li Yu watched her distressed expression and felt a pang of heartache. He gathered all the items he'd purchased today and carried them into the master bedroom's walk-in closet. The nearly 10 billion yuan "You Are My Only One" set was casually placed on the dressing table. The white peacock's dream, priced at 660,000 yuan, was carefully hung in the most prominent spot. Only after completing all this did he enter the nursery. There sat Gu Yueyan on the sofa, nursing the most fussy of the twins, her face radiating tender maternal warmth. Li Yu didn't disturb her. He simply watched quietly for a moment before quietly leaving. By the time Gu Yueyan had finished feeding all 4 children and returned to the master bedroom, exhaustion was written all over her face. "Honey, everything's taken care of." Li Yu stepped forward, gently pulling her into his arms as he spoke softly. "You've worked so hard, honey." He paused, then brought up another matter. "Oh, and about your postpartum recovery, I've already looked into it for you. The best place in Jiangning City." Before Li Yu could finish, Gu Yueyan cut him off. "Honey, I'm going tomorrow." Her tone carried an unwavering resolve that brooked no argument. She lifted her head and looked at Li Yu, her eyes slightly reddened. "When I tried on that dress today, I saw the extra flesh on my belly. And that scar. Even though you always say you don't mind, I find it ugly myself. The charity gala is in 8 days. I don't want to embarrass you. I have to get back to my best shape before then." Seeing the deep anxiety and insecurity in his wife's eyes, Li Yu felt a sharp pang in his heart. He knew how deeply women cared about their figures, something men could never fully grasp. Li Yu cupped her small face and spoke with utmost sincerity. "Silly girl, in my eyes, you'll always be the most beautiful. No matter what you look like, I'll always love you. But whatever you decide, I'll go with you tomorrow." Late at night, the two lay in bed, neither feeling the slightest bit sleepy. "Honey, I've been thinking we only have Sister Wang as our housekeeper. She has to take care of our parents' daily needs and help with the kids, it's just too much for her." Li Yu turned his body, pulling Gu Yueyan closer. "Tomorrow, I'll contact the domestic service agency and hire 3 of the best nannies. 1 nanny for each of our 4 babies. That way, Sister Wang can have an easier time, and our parents won't be so exhausted either." Gu Yueyan rested her head against her husband's solid chest, listening to his steady, powerful heartbeat, feeling warm and content inside. This man always arranged everything at home so perfectly, leaving her without a single worry. "Whatever you say. You decide how to handle it." She nodded. Li Yu kissed her forehead, his voice low and gentle. "All right, then you and the babies should rest well this morning. Sleep in. After lunch, I'll drive you to that beauty salon by the mall for the best postpartum recovery treatment." "Okay." Gu Yueyan snuggled into his embrace, settling into a comfortable position. Perhaps it was the exhaustion from today's shopping, or perhaps it was the warmth of her husband's embrace. She soon drifted off into a deep sleep with a contented smile. Li Yu gazed at his wife's peaceful sleeping face, the smile on his lips growing ever so tender. He gently pressed a kiss to her lips before closing his own eyes. The next morning, Li Yu was awakened by the crisp chirping of birds outside the window. He slept until 10 in the morning, feeling every bone in his body stretch and relax. Since the birth of their 4 children, this was the deepest, most restful sleep he had ever had. Stretching lazily, Li Yu rolled out of bed. The master bedroom was quiet. Gu Yueyan and the babies were probably still in the nursery. He tiptoed out of the bedroom and had just reached the second-floor landing when he spotted his mother, Wang Xiulan, and the nanny, Sister Wang, each sporting 2 enormous dark circles under their eyes. He spotted his mother, Wang Xiulan, and the nanny, Sister Wang, each sporting enormous dark circles under their eyes. He spotted his mother, Wang Xiulan, and the nanny, Sister Wang, each sporting enormous dark circles under their eyes. They were leaning against the wall by the nursery door, dozing off, their faces etched with unmistakable exhaustion. Li Yu's heart sank. A wave of heartache and self-reproach washed over him. He knew that for over a month now, everyone in the household had been working non-stop. Especially his mother and sister Wang, who had to tend to the entire family's needs day and night, taking turns getting up to feed the baby and change diapers. Even iron-willed people couldn't endure such relentless strain. This couldn't go on. Frowning deeply, Liu turned and headed back to his study, closing the door behind him. He immediately pulled out his phone and dialed the number for the largest high-end domestic service agency in Jiangning City. "Hello, I need to hire a nanny and postpartum care worker, the best ones available." The customer service representative on the other end was clearly taken aback by his direct opening line. "Sir, how many babies in your household require care?" "4 babies. So I need to hire 3 more nannies. Combined with the one already in my household, that'll be 1 nanny per child. Monthly salary of 30,000 yuan, with all 5 insurances and 1 housing fund contributed at the highest standard. Only one requirement: they must be the most experienced, patient, and caring gold medal childcare professionals." Liyu's tone brooked no argument, radiating the aura of a domineering CEO. The customer service representative on the other end of the line sucked in a sharp breath. A monthly salary of 30,000 yuan for a nanny? This was undoubtedly the most extravagant client she had encountered in her entire career. "Certainly, sir. Our company boasts the most elite team, and we guarantee your satisfaction." "Oh, right." Liu seemed to remember something and added another request. "Check the availability of Aunt Li and Aunt Chen. They previously worked as postpartum care nurses at my home. If they're available, I'd like to hire them first. They need to start in 5 days." "Certainly, sir. I'll contact them immediately." Hanging up the phone, a huge weight lifted from Liyu's shoulders. Problems money can solve aren't problems at all. As long as it eases the burden on my wife and family, spending 90,000 a month? He wouldn't bat an eye at spending 900,000. Chapter 62, Postpartum Recovery. At lunchtime, Liu announced this decision in front of the entire family. "Oh my dear son, you finally lifted a huge weight off your mother's shoulders." Wang Xiulan nearly dropped her chopsticks in excitement. "My old bones are practically falling apart. If this keeps up, your father and I will be meeting the Grim Reaper sooner than we should." Beside them, the housekeeper sister Wan was so moved her eyes welled up. She never dreamed she'd find such considerate and generous employers. Getting extra postpartum care without affecting her own pay? This was pure luck from a past life. After dinner, Liu looked at Gu Yueyan, who seemed much more energetic, and said softly, "Honey, are you full? Once you're done eating, we'll head out for your postpartum recovery." Gu Yueyan nodded, her face showing a mix of anticipation and nervousness. The couple drove their red Mercedes-AMG GT straight to the Dadonglai Mall. Located on the 5th floor, the Tianmei Postpartum Recovery Center was lavishly decorated like a palace, resplendent in gold and splendor. As soon as they entered, a faint scent of essential oils wafted toward them. "Hello, are you here for a skin care treatment?" A sweet-looking female attendant in a pink uniform greeted them warmly. Gu Yueyan's cheeks flushed slightly. She lowered her head, slightly embarrassed, her voice barely audible. "Well, I'm a new mother. I'm here to inquire about postpartum recovery." This was the first time she had ever admitted her identity as a mom in front of strangers outside her home. The feeling was strange, tinged with a touch of shyness. "Postpartum recovery, right? Sure. The shop assistant's gaze swept over Gu Yueyan's still flat abdomen and her impressive curves, her eyes filled with astonishment. "Wow, ma'am, you've kept your figure in amazing shape. You'd never guess you just had a baby." After saying this, she glanced at the handsome, wealthy Liu beside her, her tone dripping with envy. "And your husband personally came with you, you're so lucky." These words made Gu Yueyan's face flush even redder. She instinctively slipped her arm through Liu's, lifted her head, and for the first time ever, introduced him to an outsider with immense pride. "That's right, he's my husband." Hearing the word husband, Liu felt as sweet as if he'd eaten honey. He affectionately squeezed Gu Yueyan's small hand and smiled at the shop assistant. "My wife just had a baby and is feeling quite drained. Do you have any good recovery programs here? Could you tell us about them?" "Oh yes, absolutely," the saleswoman replied enthusiastically. "First, may we confirm, did you have a vaginal delivery or a cesarean? And how many days postpartum are you now?" "Cesarean. Today marks exactly 41 days postpartum," Gu Yueyan replied softly. "Alright, then her body should be mostly recovered." The saleswoman nodded, pulled a beautifully designed brochure from under the counter, and handed it over. "Sir, madam, these are our center's most specialized postpartum recovery programs. We have equipment that matches or even surpasses the technology found in top-tier hospitals. Most importantly, you won't have to wait in line for procedures here. Every step is handled with one-on-one VIP service." Liu took the brochure and leaned in with Gu Yueyan to read it together. Pelvic floor muscle repair, restore firmness, recapture that first love feeling. Diastasis recti repair, say goodbye to the mommy tummy and regain your six-pack. Fade stretch marks, restore your skin to its smooth, youthful glow. Intimate care, restoring youthful pinkness. Reading the overly explicit, even crass wording on the flyer, Gu Yueyan's cheeks instantly burned hot, making her look rather bashful. She felt steam rising from her ears and wished the ground would swallow her whole. Li Yu noticed her discomfort, finding it both amusing and heart-wrenching. He reached out, pulling her into his embrace, and leaned close to her ear. In a voice only the two of them could hear, he whispered with a mischievous grin. "What's wrong, honey? Why are you so flushed? Did you see something embarrassing? Stop it, you tease." Gu Yuan blushed and playfully punched his chest, her voice tinged with a hint of pout. "What's there to be embarrassed about?" Li Yu's tone was gentle yet carried an unmistakable hint of commanding authority. "You've sacrificed so much to bear 4 children for me, your body must be severely depleted. We have to do these projects, and if we do them, we'll do them right." He paused, then added half-jokingly. "Especially that pelvic floor muscle repair, it's crucial for your husband's sexual happiness for the rest of his life. We absolutely must get it done right." This raunchy joke instantly flushed Gu Yuan's face crimson. Yet deep inside, she felt enveloped by a warm, sweet current. This man always had his own unique way of easing her awkwardness and unease. The female shop assistant watched the couple openly displaying their affection as if no one else existed. Her smile grew warmer, tinged with a hint of envy. She cleared her throat, steering the conversation back on track. "Mrs. Gu, would you mind if I asked a few more personal questions? It's to help us tailor the most suitable restoration plan for you." Gu Yuan blushed and nodded gently. "May I ask how much weight you gained during your pregnancy?" "About over 30 pounds. "And what was the baby's combined weight at birth?" Since they were quadruplets, none of them were particularly heavy. The heaviest weighed 22 pounds, and the lightest was still 20 pounds. Gu Yuan replied softly. "What?" The female clerk's eyes widened instantly, and the pen in her hand clattered to the floor. Quadruplets. She had worked at this store for 3 years, serving countless postpartum mothers, including many who had given birth to twins. But someone like this woman, giving birth to 4 at once? And each one weighed over 4 pounds. This was her first time seeing that. This was nothing short of a medical miracle. The other employees busy at work in the store heard this and all turned to look at her with expressions of shock and curiosity. The female clerk took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Her gaze toward Gu Yuan instantly shifted. It was a complex gaze, a mix of sympathy, admiration, and professionalism. "Madam, if I may be blunt, your condition is far more serious than I had anticipated." The saleswoman's tone was unusually serious. "Carrying quadruplets exerts pressure on your abdominal cavity that's several times greater than that of an ordinary pregnancy. The laxity in your abdomen now is not simply a matter of fat accumulation. It's because your rectus abdominis muscles have been stretched to the point of severe separation. Simply put, the muscles in your abdomen can no longer properly support your internal organs. That's why it bulges outward and appears loose." Chapter 63, The Reward Tower. These words struck Gu Yuan like a heavy hammer to the heart. Her face instantly drained of color, and her body swayed uncontrollably. So, that's what it was. Gu Yuan had always believed she was merely dealing with postpartum weight gain, thinking she could regain her figure through diligent dieting. She never imagined the truth would be so brutal, far worse than she'd ever imagined. Li Yu pulled her tightly into his arms, clearly feeling her slight tremors. Then how can it be cured?" Li Yu's voice was hoarse, his eyes filled with worry. The female clerk looked at him and said with utmost seriousness. "Sir, rectus abdominis diastasis and pelvic floor muscle weakness are issues all postpartum mothers face. Especially for someone like your wife, who carried quadruplets, the situation is even more severe. This isn't just about regaining her figure, it's about her long-term health, and even." The saleswoman paused deliberately at this point. She glanced at Gu Yuan, whose face was flushed with embarrassment, before continuing with a knowing look. "Even marital harmony in that department." Gu Yuan's cheeks instantly burned like fire, wishing she could sink into the ground right then and there. Li Yu, however, remained remarkably composed. His brows furrowed tightly, his mind consumed by a single thought. That was to do whatever it took to restore his wife's health. "All right, I understand. Arrange every single one of your best restorative treatments for my wife." Li Yu's tone brooked no argument. "Certainly, sir." The female attendant's eyes lit up instantly. "We also offer specialized postpartum skincare treatments for new mothers. Your wife just had a baby, so her skin definitely needs some special care. Why not get her a membership card? It's more cost-effective." "All right, sign her up." Li Yu didn't hesitate for a second before making the decision. Gu Yuan was utterly moved by her husband's unwavering thoughtfulness and affection. She lifted her head, gazing at Li Yu's resolute profile, her eyes welling up. In a voice only the two of them could hear, she softly called out. "Husband, you're so good to me. You're my wife. Who else would I be kind to?" Li Yu bent down, pressed a kiss to her forehead, his voice tender. The young female clerks nearby watched their tender exchange. Their eyes sparkled with envy. "Sir, our membership cards come in 3 tiers. A 200,000 yuan top-up grants gold card membership, while 300,000 yuan upgrades you to diamond membership. A 500,000 yuan top-up grants you our super VIP membership. You'll receive a 20% discount on all services, and we can also provide you with one-on-one in-home service. The female attendant explained cautiously. In her eyes, anyone who could afford a 500,000 yuan beauty membership card was undoubtedly a top-tier tycoon. However, Li Yu's next words left her utterly speechless. Only 500,000 yuan? Li Yu raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with disbelief. That's not enough. Just top up $1 million for me. Every postpartum recovery treatment on the card, plus your most premium, most expensive skincare treatments. Arrange everything for my wife, the absolute best options available. If it's not enough, I'll add more. At these words, the female clerk's face lit up with wild delight and utter disbelief. $1 million yuan top-up meant a commission that would sustain her for months without spending a dime. Gu Yuan could no longer hold back the emotion welling up inside her, and tears began to fall. She threw herself into Li Yu's arms, burying her face deep into his chest. Silly girl, why are you crying? Li Yu held her tightly, gently patting her back as he soothed her softly. You nearly risked your life for me. What's a little thing like this that I did for you? Stop crying, you won't look pretty if you keep it up. Under Li Yu's gentle reassurance, Gu Yuan's emotions gradually calmed. Sir, this way, please. The female clerk was so flustered she could barely speak clearly. Her hands trembled as she held the POS machine, practically running over. Li Yu nonchalantly pulled out the black gold card from his wallet and handed it over. Swipe the card. A beep sounded, signaling a successful transaction. The instant the $1 million yuan was deducted. That familiar mechanical alert sounded without warning. Beep beep. Detected host completing special order recharge for love, spoil wife value has reached peak level. Triggered epic special reward, 100% ownership of Longchen Tower, a landmark building in downtown Jiangning City. The building is valued at tens of billions. The property deed has been automatically deposited into the host's briefcase. Please retrieve it. Li Yu's hand, clutching his bank card, froze stiffly. His entire body froze as if struck by lightning, leaving him rooted to the spot. What the hell? Longchen Tower? Wasn't that the tallest, most bustling commercial tower in Jiangning City? Perched on the city center's most prime location, it soared over 400 meters high. It was undoubtedly the landmark building of all Jiangning City. Rumor had it the building was worth at least 30 billion yuan. And now the system was actually rewarding him with the entire building? Li Yu felt his mind go blank with a buzzing sensation. He instinctively turned his head, gazing through the mall's enormous floor-to-ceiling windows toward the city center. Even from this distance, he could still make out the majestic structure piercing the sky. Was the system playing too big this time? At that moment, Gu Yuan was ushered into a VIP treatment room by several overly enthusiastic female attendants. Into a VIP treatment room decorated like a princess's bedroom. Li Yu was ushered into a separate lounge area outside. Sitting on the plush sofa, his mind still echoed with the system's earlier cold notification tone. Longchen Tower, over 30 billion. Those words were etched into his mind like a branding iron. Whenever he spent money on his wife and children, whenever it brought them joy, the system would reward him lavishly. Truly, it lived up to its name as the Super Dad system. When a wife is neglected, wealth won't come. When a wife is cherished, wealth flows endlessly. The ancients truly didn't deceive me. Li Yu even began to suspect that the system was constantly upgrading. From the initial hundreds of thousands, then millions in cash, to later rewards like multi-million-dollar villas and company shares. And now, today, it directly rewarded him with a commercial skyscraper worth over 30 billion. The leap in reward magnitude was simply staggering. He vaguely sensed it might be connected to those special orders he'd completed. Like that You Are My Only package and the $1 million yuan beauty card he'd just topped up. Perhaps completing such large-scale, symbolically significant purchases might trigger the system's hidden mechanisms, unlocking higher-tier rewards. But these were merely his speculations, to be gradually verified in the future. Chapter 64, Black Lace. Gu Yuan's postpartum recovery and skincare program. Together, they would take about half an hour to complete. Li Yu wasn't the type to sit quietly and wait. Glancing at the time, he decided to use this window to prepare another surprise for his wife. He left the beauty salon alone and took the elevator straight down to the 4th floor of the Donglai Mall. This floor housed the city's most exclusive luxury brands. He planned to buy Gu Yuan a designer handbag worthy of pairing with that white peacock dream gown, ensuring she'd look stunning at the charity gala. Stepping out of the elevator, he immediately spotted the Brigitte watch boutique nearby. The brightly lit display windows showcased exquisitely crafted timepieces. Bathed in spotlight, they shimmered with mesmerizing radiance. Li Yu's heart stirred. He realized that despite being married to Yuan for so long, he hadn't bought them any proper couple's keepsakes. Why not buy a fine watch for each of them? With that thought, he stepped inside the store. The salesperson, noticing his attire and distinguished bearing, immediately approached him with enthusiasm. Good afternoon, sir. What might I assist you with today? I'll just browse for now, Li Yu replied. Following the salesperson's introduction, he examined several classic men's watches, all of which seemed quite nice. But he couldn't shake the feeling that buying a watch alone was somehow lacking. Forget it. I'll bring my wife next time to pick one out together. Liu made up his mind to choose one for himself and one for Gu Yuan. A matching couples set would make it truly meaningful. He thanked the salesperson and turned to leave the luxury watch boutique. Yet, just around the corner of the mall, Liu's footsteps halted as if by some unseen force. His gaze was drawn to a lingerie store with an extremely sensual decor. In the store window, a stunning mannequin wore only a set of black lace lingerie. The sheer fabric offered little coverage, instead heightening the allure and sparking the imagination. Liu's Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed. An image instantly flashed through his mind: Gu Yuan wearing that very set. He felt his nostrils grow hot. No. A 40-year-old man, in broad daylight, running into a women's lingerie store, was that even appropriate? Liu's mind was torn, hesitating. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a man around his age walking into the shop without batting an eye. Liu froze. Oh, so I'm not the only one with this idea. Instantly emboldened, he adjusted his collar. Pretending to be nonchalant, he followed inside. Good evening, sir. Are you shopping for a gift for your girlfriend? A sweet-looking saleswoman spotted him entering. A hint of surprise flashed across her face, but she maintained a professional smile as she approached him. Liu's old face instantly turned beet red. He felt his cheeks burning hot. Unable to meet the female clerk's gaze, he pretended to look around at the scenery, his eyes darting nervously. Ahem, I'm just browsing for my wife, he said awkwardly. The store's decor was saturated with suggestive and provocative undertones. The walls displayed a variety of daring lingerie styles. Pure white, passionate red, and mysterious black. Each piece seemed to whisper its own silent story. Liu felt dizzy from the overwhelming display, his heart racing faster and faster. He felt like Tang Sanzang stumbling into the spider cave, surrounded by seductive creatures. Sir, we have some newly arrived styles. Would you like to take a look? Seeing him browsing silently, the saleswoman approached to offer assistance. This midnight rose is our bestseller this season. Many customers adore it. She pointed to a burgundy silk nightgown. Liu glanced at it. The fabric was scantily thin, and the neckline plunged into a deep V. Just imagining Gu Yuan wearing it made his mouth go dry. Alright, I'll take this one. Liu's face flushed crimson, his words stumbling out. He dared not look any longer, fearing he might get a nosebleed on the spot. Resolving himself, he pointed at several other equally sexy styles on the wall and blurted out in one breath. That one too, that one, and the black one, wrap them all up for me. The saleswoman's eyes lit up instantly, her smile growing even brighter. Today she'd hit the jackpot with a big spender. Certainly, sir. May I ask your wife's height and weight? I can help select the perfect size. 5 feet 7 inches, 260 pounds. Liu blurted out without hesitation. Gu Yuan's measurements were etched into his memory. Wow. The saleswoman gasped in surprise. Her gaze toward Liu brimmed with unabashed envy. Sir, your wife has an incredible figure. It's practically the golden ratio. She'd look absolutely stunning in our designs. Liu felt utterly delighted hearing this. Though his face still wore an awkward expression, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl upward slightly. Hurry up and wrap it up, he urged, desperate to escape this place that made him feel all hot and bothered. Certainly, sir. That will be 36,800 yuan. The saleswoman deftly wrapped up a few battle robes and handed them over. Liu didn't hesitate, swiping his card and walking out. Carrying the paper bag emblazoned with a seductive woman, he practically fled the scene. Only when he stepped outside did he exhale a long sigh of relief. Glancing down at the paper bag in his hand, a mischievous grin spread across his face. Tonight, there'd be some good entertainment. He glanced at the time. Nearly half an hour had passed. As for the bag he'd originally intended to buy, he decided to bring Gu Yuan along next time to pick one out together. After all, what mattered most to him was shopping with his wife and savoring the joy on her face as she picked out gifts. Liu carefully tucked the paper bag containing the sexy lingerie into another large bag beside it filled with clothes. Then, humming a tune, he walked cheerfully toward the postpartum recovery center. Liu soon arrived back at the opulent postpartum recovery center. He tucked the paper bag printed with the sexy model deep inside the bag. He couldn't possibly open it here in public, otherwise his wife would be mortified. Just as he was thinking this, the door to the VIP treatment room opened. Gu Yuan emerged, surrounded by several female attendants. Liu's eyes widened instantly. After just one treatment, Gu Yuan's entire complexion had transformed. Her skin glowed with a rosy flush, so dewy it seemed you could squeeze water from it, radiating a captivating luminosity. Paired with her already stunningly beautiful face, she was even more captivating than when they first met. Chapter 65, 5 times the reward. Honey, you're back. Gu Yuan's face immediately lit up with a sweet smile when she saw him. She trotted over and naturally slipped her arm through Liu's. What did you buy? She asked curiously, eyeing the shopping bag in Liu's hand. Nothing much, just picked up some clothes for you. Li Yu's heart leapt into his throat, and he quickly hid the bag behind him. Let's go home and look at them. We'll look at them at home. He was terrified that Gu Yueyan might impulsively open the bag in front of everyone. That would turn today's surprise into a shock. To quickly change the subject, Li Yu's mind raced and he immediately said, "Honey, while I was browsing downstairs earlier, I saw a watch I really like. Come on, let's go check it out." "A watch?" Gu Yueyan paused, then her eyes lit up. "Sure, anything you like, I'll go with you to see." If it was something her husband liked, she wouldn't just accompany him to look at it. Even if he asked her to buy it, she'd do so willingly. Under the envious gazes of the staff, the couple stepped out of the postpartum recovery center. Soon, they arrived at the Patek Philippe boutique. The female salesperson who had attended to Li Yu earlier lit up the moment she spotted him. When she noticed the stunningly beautiful Gu Yueyan by his side, her jaw dropped in astonishment. "Sir, you really brought your wife." "My wife is beautiful, isn't she?" Li Yu boasted with a look of pride. "Beautiful. Absolutely stunning," the saleswoman praised sincerely. "Sir, you're truly blessed." Li Yu couldn't be bothered with small talk. He simply pulled Gu Yueyan toward the display case showcasing the matching couple's watches. "Honey, what do you think of this pair?" Gu Yueyan followed his gaze to see two watches resting quietly on a velvet tray at the display cases center. The men's watch featured a sleek, minimalist design, while the women's model boasted a dazzling halo of diamonds encircling its dial, exquisite yet undeniably luxurious. "Sir, madam, your taste is truly impeccable." The saleswoman immediately stepped forward, her enthusiasm evident as she began her pitch. "These are our brand's latest Valentine's Day release, the D-Way automatic mechanical movement watches. Only 10 pairs exist in all of Jiangning City. It's a limited edition." "So, how much is it?" Gu Yueyan asked softly. The saleswoman's professional smile remained as she quoted a figure that made Gu Yueyan's heart skip a beat. "The men's model is priced at 2,109,999 yuan. The women's model, featuring natural South African diamond fragments, is priced slightly higher at 2,223,773 yuan. Together, they come to 4,333,372 yuan. Whoa!" Gu Yueyan sucked in a sharp breath, feeling her heart skip a beat. Over 4 million for 2 watches? That's practically wearing an entire house on your wrist. Though she had tens of millions in her account now, her frugal habits still made her wince at the thought. Li Yu, however, seemed completely oblivious to the price tag, gazing at Gu Yueyan with unwavering tenderness. "Honey, do you like them?" Gu Yueyan gazed into her husband's loving eyes. The slight pang in her heart was instantly replaced by sweetness. She nodded gently. "I like it." "Glad you like it," Li Yu smiled. He turned to the saleswoman and said, "Bring out the women's style for my wife to try on." "Certainly, sir." The saleswoman slipped on white gloves and carefully retrieved the women's watch, valued at over 2 million yuan. Li Yu personally took Gu Yueyan's hand and gently fastened the watch onto her fair, slender wrist. The size was neither too large nor too small, it fit perfectly. The dazzling diamonds, illuminated by the lights. Her wrist appearing even more jade-like in its whiteness. "It looks so beautiful," Li Yu praised sincerely. "Honey, this is far too expensive." Gu Yueyan still hesitated. "It's not expensive," Li Yu declared, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "Anything my wife likes is worth every penny." With that, he turned to the already excited saleswoman and declared, "All right, this one it is. Wrap it up." Yes, sir." The saleswoman's voice trembled with excitement. She quickly retrieved the membership application form and presented it with both hands. "Sir, with your purchases exceeding 1 million yuan in our store, you've already qualified as our platinum member. For these 2 watches, I can arrange a 10% discount for you." Li Yu took the pen and signed his name with a flourish. The saleswoman tapped away furiously on her calculator. "Sir, after applying the discount, the total comes to 3,900,395 yuan. Card payment." Li Yu casually pulled out his bank card. A beep sounded, signaling a successful transaction. Just as the POS machine printed the receipt, that familiar mechanical alert sounded again in Li Yu's mind. Beep beep. "Congratulations, host. Successful payment for your wife triggers a 5-fold rebate. The system has returned 5 times the purchase amount to your account." Li Yu's phone immediately vibrated. He picked it up to find a bank deposit notification. "Dear customer, your account ending in 8888 received a deposit of 19,501,974 yuan on November 16 at 15:30. Current account balance: over 19,500,000 yuan." Staring at the long string of numbers, Li Yu was completely dumbfounded. 5 times the rebate? Spending money on his wife actually earned him a 5-fold rebate? This system is seriously awesome. Just as he was getting excited, a sudden thought struck him. Wait a minute. Didn't the salesperson just say it was a 10% discount? The original price was over 4.3 million, discounted to 3.9 million. All told, he'd saved over 400,000 yuan. But this five-fold rebate was calculated based on the actual amount paid. So by this calculation, didn't I just lose over 2 million in rebates because of this discount? Liu instantly felt a pang of injustice, as if he'd lost a fortune. He should never have let her apply the discount. Sir, here is your watch, already packaged for you. The saleswoman handed over 2 exquisite gift boxes. Liu took the boxes and glanced at Gu Yueyan, who was still basking in her joy. A bold idea suddenly popped into his mind. Since spending money on his wife could earn him 5 times the reward, why not buy a few more things? He grabbed Gu Yueyan's hand and flashed a mischievous grin. Honey, come on. Let's go buy a bag. Huh? More shopping? Gu Yueyan was taken aback by his sudden move. Buy? We absolutely have to buy, Liu declared excitedly. I'm in a great mood today. I'm going to get my wife completely redone from head to toe. Chapter 66, Discovered. Without waiting for Gu Yueyan's reaction, he grabbed her hand and rushed into the Hermes boutique next door. Hello, bring out every single bag you have in the store. My wife will choose. Liu bellowed at the sales staff the moment he entered. Half an hour later, Liu emerged, carrying 7 or 8 orange shopping bags, looking thoroughly satisfied. He spent over 2 million yuan, and the system instantly refunded him over 10 million. This money was just too easy to make. Gu Yueyan followed behind, feeling as if she were in a dream, her whole body buzzing with dizziness. Yet this was only the beginning. Come on, honey, let's go buy shoes. Honey, stop buying. We really have enough. Not enough? How could it be? My wife's shoe closet must be the fullest in the entire world. Liu didn't give her a chance to refuse, dragging her straight into the Jimmy Choo boutique. For the next 2 hours, the entire 4th-floor luxury section of the Grand East Mall. They put on a complete and utter show of extravagance. Liu was like an inexhaustible perpetual motion machine, dragging Gu Yueyan from one boutique to the next. Handbags, shoes, clothes, jewelry. Any item Gu Yueyan so much as glanced at, Liu would immediately declare without hesitation. Charge it. We're taking it all. Salespeople across the entire floor were nearly driven mad, trailing behind them like shadows. POS machines clutched in their hands, their faces beaming with smiles. They even helped load the purchases into their car, offering impeccable service. Gu Yueyan went from initial shock to numbness. By the end, she had completely given up resisting. She let her husband splurge on her like a nouveau riche tycoon. Watching Liu's face flush with excitement, she felt both amused and touched. This man seemed happier than she was, the recipient of the gifts. What she didn't know was that every time Liu swiped his card, the 5 times cashback notification sound would ring wildly in his mind. The bank's transaction notifications flooded her phone like a relentless barrage, one after another. He felt less like he was spending money and more like he was printing it. The sensation was utterly exhilarating. Watching the balance in his bank account skyrocket, he grinned from ear to ear. Looks like he'd better bring his wife shopping more often from now on. This wasn't shopping, it was practically picking up money off the ground. Soon after, the couple drove home as the city lights began to twinkle. Liu and Gu Yueyan carried dozens of shopping bags of various sizes. It took several trips to carry everything from the car into the living room. Goodness gracious, you two little devils. Did you empty the entire mall? Wang Xiulan peeked out from the kitchen upon hearing the commotion. Seeing the scene before her, she couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Gu Yueyan hurried over to her mother-in-law and presented several bags to her as if offering a treasure. Mom, look, I picked these out for you. There's your favorite cashmere coat and a set of thermal underwear. Oh, and this handbag, I thought it would perfectly complement your style. Wang Xiulan paused for a moment, then took the bags and her eyes lit up instantly. The coat's fabric felt soft and smooth to the touch, clearly expensive. The handbag was the very style she'd seen on TV recently and had been raving about for days. Oh my dear daughter-in-law, this is far too extravagant. Though Wang Xiulan protested with words, the smile on her face was impossible to hide. Holding the gifts close, she was overjoyed, her heart as sweet as honey. My daughter-in-law is so thoughtful. Unlike that good-for-nothing son of mine who never bothers to pick out gifts for me. Wang Xiulan shot her son a disapproving look, complaining with her words, but her heart knew the truth as clear as day. These gifts were undoubtedly chosen by her daughter-in-law, but the money was surely paid by her son. Holding the gifts, she returned to her room in high spirits, humming a little tune under her breath. Seeing his mother's delighted expression, Liu felt utterly satisfied. After tidying up, the two returned to the master bedroom. The moment Gu Yueyan set down her things, she heard faint cries coming from the nursery. Without even pausing to take a sip of water, she rushed toward the nursery. Honey, I'll go check on the babies. Liu watched her hurried retreat with a resigned smile. Once a woman becomes a mother, her entire world revolves around her children. Left alone in the room, he began sorting through today's mountain of loot. Clothes, shoes, bags. As he sorted through the items, Liu calculated in his mind. Today's shopping trip had been incredibly worthwhile. He'd spent tens of millions, but with the system's 5-fold rebate, he'd netted tens of millions more. This pace of making money was practically faster than robbing a bank. Just as he reached an inconspicuous paper bag, his movements abruptly halted. He remembered this bag contained several secret weapons he'd bought for his wife at that lingerie shop. Lee Yu's Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed as a mischievous grin spread across his face. He glanced around furtively, confirming no one was nearby before carefully opening the paper bag. Inside lay a black lace lingerie set, almost entirely transparent. The fabric, as thin as a cicada's wing, offered little coverage, instead adding an alluring hint of temptation. Lee Yu's breathing instantly grew heavy. Uncontrollably, images of Gu Yuan wearing this lingerie flooded his mind. The image was utterly breathtaking. Lee Yu felt his nostrils grow hot. Just as he held the sheer lingerie, lost in his fantasies. The bedroom door creaked open. Gu Yuan, having finished feeding the baby, slipped in silently. Their eyes locked instantly. The air seemed to freeze solid in that moment. Lee Yu froze in place, still holding the sheer black lace lingerie. His mind went blank, filled only with two blood-red characters. Social death. This was nothing short of a major social death scene. His face burned fiercely, flushing crimson all the way to his ears. Honey, you have to listen to my explanation. Lee Yu's lips trembled, his words stumbling out incoherently. He wished he could sink into a hole right then and there. But Gu Yuan's reaction was completely unexpected. She didn't scream, didn't get angry, didn't even show a hint of surprise. She simply stared at him silently before slowly closing the bedroom door. Click. The crisp sound of the lock clicking shut struck Lee Yu's heart like a bolt of lightning. It's over. My wife is locking the door to beat the dog. Just as Lee Yu braced himself for the reckoning, Gu Yuan instead took a step forward, slowly approaching him. Her face bore a smile, one that was both alluring and captivating, a look Lee Yu had never seen before. Chapter 67, Postpartum Checkup. Upon reaching Lee Yu, Gu Yuan extended her slender jade-like fingers. Gently, she took the sheer lace lingerie from his hand. Then, she leaned close to his ear, her breath warm and sweet. In a voice pure yet seductive enough to drive any man wild, she whispered softly. Honey, which one do you like? Lee Yu felt his mind explode in an instant. He gazed at the little vixen before him, her eyes seductively narrowed as she teased him. His heartbeat seemed to stop, his blood boiling with excitement. I like them all. Lee Yu's voice was hoarse beyond recognition. Gu Yuan's cheeks flushed with a charming blush at his reply. She gently placed the lace lingerie on the bed. Then she reached out her arms and wrapped them around Lee Yu's neck. I've never worn something like this before. Gu Yuan's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, yet it tickled Lee Yu's heart like feathers. But if you like it, I can try wearing it for you. Those words instantly ignited every fiber of Lee Yu's being, like a potent drug. He could no longer contain his excitement, pulling Gu Yuan tightly into his embrace. My love, you truly are my treasure. Lee Yu buried his face deep in the crook of her neck, greedily inhaling the unique milky scent and body fragrance that was uniquely hers. Once your postpartum checkup clears you, I can't wait to see you in it. The two clung to each other, feeling the heat of each other's heartbeats. The warmth in the room seemed to surge dramatically in that instant. The next morning, upon waking. Today marked Gu Yuan's 42nd day postpartum, the day for her postnatal checkup. She had to get up twice during the night to feed the 4 hungry little ones. Gu Yuan had been severely sleep-deprived lately, and she looked somewhat haggard. On the way to the hospital, she leaned against Lee Yu's shoulder and soon drifted off to sleep. Seeing the faint circles under her eyes, Lee Yu felt a pang of heartache. They arrived at the Municipal Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Even though they had an appointment booked for 10 a.m. with a specialist, the hospital was still packed with people. They waited over half an hour before it was finally their turn. The doctor in the examination room was the same female physician who had performed their 4D ultrasound last time. The moment the doctor saw the name Gu Yuan on the medical record, she immediately recognized them. Oh, it's you, the mother of quadruplets. A hint of surprise and admiration flashed across her face. I looked at your baby's birth records, each weighed over 4 gene. You've done an excellent job nurturing this pregnancy. Gu Yuan smiled modestly. Doctor, you flatter me. Alright, no need to be modest. The female doctor waved her hand, her expression instantly turning serious. Today's visit is primarily for a comprehensive postpartum examination. Particular attention will be given to your rectus abdominis muscles and pelvis. These areas are of utmost importance and require thorough examination. After speaking, she filled out a stack of test orders and handed them to Gu Yuan. Ultrasound, complete blood count, bone density scan. About an hour later, Gu Yuan returned to the consultation room holding a thick stack of test reports. Doctor, the results are all in. The female doctor took the reports and began examining each one carefully. Excellent. The ultrasound shows your uterus and adnexa have recovered remarkably well, as if you'd never given birth. Your blood count is normal now too. You lost 230 milliliters of blood during the C-section, which caused your hemoglobin to dip a bit, but it's fully recovered now. Li Yu and Gu Yuan both breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. However, the doctor's next words sent their hearts racing once more. But your rectus abdominis muscle function is still too weak. The female doctor pointed to the data on one of the reports, her brow furrowed. In healthy individuals, the rectus abdominis tightly encases our internal organs, providing protection and support. But due to carrying quadruplets, your rectus abdominis has been overstretched and has severely separated. This has caused the muscles to lose their original function, which is why your internal organs are sagging downward and your abdomen appears loose and flabby. The doctor's words instantly drained the color from Gu Yueyan's face. Fortunately, you've already begun the repair process. The doctor glanced at another comparison chart, her frown easing. The data shows significant improvement compared to when you first finished your postpartum confinement. This proves the rehabilitation is working. You must stick with it until this indicator fully returns to normal, otherwise you'll face plenty of complications down the road. After reviewing the report, the doctor offered a few more words of advice. Also, your C-section scar is healing well, but your body is still severely depleted. Once you get home, you absolutely must nourish yourself properly, eat plenty of high-protein foods. Bird's nest, sea cucumber, fish maw, make sure to include these. Don't be stingy with the money. Li Yu nodded repeatedly, committing every word the doctor said to memory. Money was the last thing he lacked now, as long as it meant his wife could regain her health. Forget bird's nest, he'd even procure dragon meat if it meant her recovery. The moment the examination ended, Li Yu grabbed Gu Yueyan's hand. Straight to the largest century-old pharmacy in Jiangning City. Hello, bring me your finest, most expensive bird's nest. Li Yu addressed a young male clerk the moment he entered. And top-grade sea cucumber and fish maw, 10 pounds each. The clerk was stunned by his lavish display of wealth, frozen for several seconds before regaining his composure. Sir, our top-grade bird's nest sells for 38,000 yuan per box. Are you sure you want that much? I'm sure. Charge it. Li Yu couldn't be bothered with small talk and pulled out his black gold card. Gu Yueyan listened with her heart pounding, quickly tugging at his sleeve. Honey, we don't need to buy this much. It's way too expensive. Besides, the doctor said I need to eat more. I'm afraid if I keep gaining weight, I'll really turn into a little piggy. Li Yu turned, swept her into his arms, and murmured possessively in her ear. Fat? You're perfect just the way you are. I can finally feel some curves when I hold you. Now listen to me. Your health is the most important thing. You absolutely must nourish yourself. Starting today, you'll drink a bowl of bird's nest soup every single day. I'll personally make sure you do. Gu Yueyan's cheeks flushed crimson at his words, yet her heart felt sweetly warm. Soon, the shop assistant brought over a dozen exquisitely packaged gift boxes. Sir, the total comes to 288,888 yuan. Alright, I'll pay by card now. Li Yu didn't even blink. A beep signaled the successful payment. That familiar mechanical prompt sounded in her mind once more. Chapter 68, Senior Nutritionist. Beep beep. Congratulations, host. Successful purchase of supplements for your wife has triggered a 5-fold rebate. The system has returned 5 times the purchase amount to your account. Li Yu's phone vibrated. He picked it up to find a bank deposit notification. Dear customer, your account ending in 8888 received a deposit of 1,444,440 yuan on November 17 at 11:30 a.m. Current account balance: over 1,440,000 yuan. Li Yu stared at the string of numbers, his mouth stretching wide in astonishment. Just then, the system alert sounded again. Beep. Detected host accompanying wife for postnatal checkup. Fatherly love meter off the charts. Wife pampering meter maxed out. Triggered special reward, God tier skill advanced nutritionist. A complex and profound stream of information instantly flooded Li Yu's mind. Nutritional profiles of various ingredients, dietary pairings for different constitutions. Specialized recipes for pregnancy, lactation, and postpartum recovery. In that instant, he transformed from a mere cook into a top-tier nutrition expert. Perfect. From now on, I'll personally plan Yueyan's 3 meals a day. I'll make sure she eats nutritiously without gaining weight. Li Yu thought to himself with satisfaction. Next, he took Gu Yueyan to the Tianmei Postpartum Recovery Center. They underwent the most luxurious full-body treatment in preparation for the charity gala in a few days. He also made arrangements with the manager there, on the evening of the 27th, the day of the gala, to send the best makeup artist and dress stylist to provide in-home services via a luxury limousine. By the time everything was settled, it was already 1:30 p.m. The two grabbed a quick meal at a random restaurant in the mall. Around 4 p.m., they finally drove back to the villa at Longting Iping. The moment Gu Yueyan entered the door, she headed straight for the nursery. After so long apart, she was dying to see her 4 little treasures. Li Yu, however, was pulled aside by his mother, Wang Xiulan, into the living room. He took out half of the premium tonics he'd purchased that day and handed them to his mother. Mom, these are for you and my mother-in-law. You two need to nourish yourselves properly too. Wang Xiulan beamed at the exquisitely packaged gift boxes. Oh my dear son, you've truly grown up now, you know to take care of your mother. She patted Li Yu's shoulder with satisfaction, but her smile suddenly faded. Son, tell me honestly, what exactly are you doing now? You can't just stay at home every day, revolving around your wife and child, can you? Wang Xiulan's tone grew earnest. Your father is getting older. That pig farm business, it's a big operation. Sooner or later, it'll have to be handed over to you. The pig farm? Li Yu froze. The stench-filled pig farm from 10 years ago instantly flashed through his mind. Mom, it's just a few large pig pens. How big of a business could it be? Hearing this, Wang Xiulan shot him a disapproving look. Son, you really don't know the situation. You haven't been home in 10 years. Do you have any idea how big our family business has grown? Let me tell you, my dad alone owns over a dozen large-scale pig farms with tens of thousands of hogs each. Our family is now the undisputed pig farming king in all the surrounding villages for miles around. Li Yu was utterly stunned by his mother's words. Over 10 farms each raising tens of thousands of pigs? That's an enormous scale. He'd always assumed their family only had a few pig farms, each housing around 10,000 pigs. He never imagined his old man had been keeping such a massive operation under wraps all this time. Seeing her son's stunned expression, Wang Xiulan's face lit up with pride. Well, are you stunned? Your father's greatest wish in life is to expand our pig farms across the entire country. Now that you've made something of yourself, it's time to come back and help your father shoulder this responsibility. Li Yu fell silent for a moment. He knew he needed a legitimate, above-board identity and career. Taking over the family's livestock company was undoubtedly the best choice. All right. Li Yu lifted his head, his gaze hardening with unwavering resolve. Mom, I promise you from now on, I'll take over the family business. But I have one condition. What condition? Wang Xiulan's eyes lit up instantly. Our family's aquaculture company can't stay as rustic and backward as it used to be. I want to establish a corporate headquarters in the heart of Jiangning City. We'll grow the company into a powerful, modern enterprise. Wang Xiulan paused at first, then sighed. Son, your father and I have long shared this vision. But this isn't something that can be done easily. Office buildings in downtown Jiangning City are prime real estate, every square inch worth its weight in gold. We've been searching for months to rent a few hundred square meters for our headquarters, but haven't found anything suitable. Either they're too small, too expensive, or in a location that's too remote. Listening to his mother's complaints, Li Yu's lips curved into a mysterious smile. He recalled the Dragon Ascension Tower as system reward worth over 30 billion yuan. It was unquestionably a landmark building in Jiangning City, situated right in the busiest part of the city center. Finding a mere few hundred square meters of office space would be a breeze. Clearing his throat, Li Yu adopted a confident demeanor as he addressed his mother. Mom, don't worry about this. It's just an office space. I have connections. Just wait and see. I'll get it sorted out as soon as possible. Later, Li Yu retrieved the phone number of Ueda, the property manager of Longchen Tower, from the system. When the call connected, a respectful middle-aged man's voice answered. Hello? May I speak with Li Yu, Chairman Li? This is Ueda, General Manager of Longchen Tower Property Management. Li Yu heard the cautious tone in the other man's voice and let a slight smile touch his lips. It seemed the system had already arranged everything perfectly. He cleared his throat and spoke in a steady, authoritative tone. Manager Yu, hello. It's me. On the other end, Ueda's heart skipped a beat at Li Yu's nonchalant tone. He had expected the new boss to be an arrogant and overbearing individual. But judging by the voice, he was a mature, steady middle-aged man. Such individuals were often the most difficult to deal with. Chairman Li, how may I assist you? Ueda's tone grew even more deferential. I just wanted to ask if there are any vacant commercial spaces or offices left in the building? Li Yu got straight to the point. Ueda paused, then quickly replied, yes, Chairman Li. Let me give you a report. Currently, there are prime retail spaces of 1,000 square meters each on the first and second floors that remain unrented. Additionally, there are 18 vacant offices ranging from 200 to 300 square meters each on the 15th floor and above. Chapter 69, Intimate Interaction. Li Yu nodded silently, his mind already forming a plan. Alright, reserve the 2 adjacent offices on the 16th floor for me. Don't rent them out to anyone else. Also, if anyone expresses interest in renting those 2 large retail spaces downstairs, you must notify me immediately. Ueda froze momentarily, unsure of the purpose, but promptly agreed. Yes, Chairman Li. I'll handle it immediately and ensure the best locations are reserved for you. He inwardly gasped at the sheer scale of this new boss's ambitions. Demanding reserved offices and retail spaces right off the bat, it seemed he had big plans in motion. Oh, and Chairman Li, there's one more thing I need to report to you. Ueda's tone grew even more cautious. The semi-annual rent for our building will be fully collected by the end of this month. We expect it to be available on the 1st or 2nd, after deducting property management fees and other expenses. The amount transferred to your account should be, approximately over 300 million. After speaking, Ueda held his breath, fearing the new boss might find the amount insufficient. His heart was still pounding, because one company had run into cash flow problems. This month's rent hadn't been paid yet, and he feared Liu had come to collect. That company was a cash cow, generating tens of millions in rent annually. If it were to be evicted, he, as the general manager, would be derelict in his duties. However, on the other end of the line, Liu was startled upon hearing the figure over 300 million. What the hell? Over 300 million in half-year rent? That's over 600 million annually? Add to that the over 200 million yuan in annual dividends from Tiani Baby and other system rewards. Even if he did nothing, he could rake in nearly 10 billion yuan a year just by sitting back? Liu felt his breathing quicken, his heart pounding wildly. The system had truly given him a money tree. The cash was pouring in like rain. He forced down his inner elation and replied in as steady a tone as possible. Got it. Just transfer it directly to my card when the time comes. After hanging up, Ueda exhaled a long breath, his back already drenched in cold sweat. Thankfully, this new boss didn't seem like the type to make trouble. Otherwise, if he decided to nitpick, it would take a huge chunk of time and energy to deal with. Meanwhile, Liu sat motionless in his study chair, unable to snap out of his daze for quite some time. It all felt like a dream, so unreal. After calming his racing heart, he stepped out of the study. He found his mother, Wang Xiulan, watching TV in the living room. Mom, I've taken care of the office situation. Wang Xiulan froze, turning to look at him with disbelief. What? You handled it so quickly? Where is it? I'll take you to see it later, Liu said with a mysterious smile. Oh, and about our company headquarters, will 2,000 square meters be enough? Wang Xiulan was stunned by her son's question. She opened her mouth but couldn't speak for a long while. She waved her hand dismissively. All right. The office isn't urgent. What I want to ask you now is, what are your plans regarding your marriage to Yue Yan? Wang Xiulan's expression instantly turned serious. Listen to me, son. Our Li family can't shortchange Yue Yan. She's a pure young maiden who bore you 4 children without any official recognition. You must give her the most perfect wedding in the whole world. As she spoke, Wang Xiulan's eyes began to redden, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance and regret. Back when your father and I got married, we were dirt poor. Forget a wedding, we didn't even have a proper wedding photo shoot. This matter has become the greatest regret of my life. That's why I absolutely cannot let my daughter-in-law carry the same regret. Liu watched the loneliness in his mother's eyes, a pang of sorrow tightening his heart. He stepped forward, took her hand, and said with utmost sincerity. Mom, rest assured. I'll discuss this matter with Yue Yan and her parents. I promise to give Yue Yan a wedding she'll cherish forever. By the way, I already proposed to Yue Yan when we got our marriage certificate. Hearing this, Wang Xiulan's expression finally softened. After reassuring his mother, Liu went upstairs. The master bedroom was quiet. Gu Yue Yan had been out shopping all day. After undergoing postpartum recovery treatments, she had long since fallen asleep from exhaustion. Liu didn't disturb her. He simply pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead. He quietly slipped out and made his way to the nursery. In the nursery, the firstborn, secondborn, and thirdborn were all sleeping soundly. Only his youngest daughter, Li Ziwen, the one who clung to him most, lay wide awake. Her big, dark eyes scanned the world with curiosity. The moment she saw Liu enter, she immediately flashed a toothless grin and began babbling excitedly, waving her little arms and legs. Liu's heart melted instantly. He stepped forward and carefully lifted his daughter into his arms. The moment she was in his arms, the little one settled down. Like a little kitten, she snuggled against his chest. Liu sat on the sofa, gently rocking his daughter. Little Ziwen tilted her delicate, porcelain-like face upward, her almond-shaped eyes strikingly similar to Gu Yueyin staring at him without blinking. Suddenly, her tiny mouth moved, emitting a series of indistinct yet joy-filled sounds. Ah, gurgle, ah, gurgle. Liu's heart felt as though it had been struck hard by something. He looked down at the tiny figure in his arms, his voice brimming with surprise and excitement. My little darling, are you calling me daddy? Just then, the familiar mechanical alert tone in his mind exploded without warning. Beep beep. Detected intimate interaction between host and infant. Infant's first attempt at speech. Paternal affection meter off the charts. Triggered special reward, 1 million yuan in cash. Liu's phone immediately vibrated. He froze. 1 million? Normally, feeding the kids formula only rewarded him 100,000 yuan per session. Today, his little daughter merely uttered a couple of agu sounds, and he was rewarded with 1 million yuan? Liu gazed at the little princess in his arms, completely unaware she'd just created a fortune of 1 million. He couldn't help but lean down and plant a firm kiss on her rosy little cheek. My dear daughter, you truly are daddy's lucky charm. He held his daughter close, feeling utterly delighted. It seemed he needed to spend more time chatting with the kids from now on. Who knows? One day, one of these little ones might just open their mouth and another huge sum would land in his account. Just as he was lost in this joy, the little one in his arms, Ziwen, seemed to sense his good mood. She suddenly broke into a smile, her little mouth stretching wide, and kept cooing goo-ah-goo at him. To Liu, that clear, sweet sound was the most beautiful music in the world. Chapter 70, The Vicious Woman. A few days later, on the afternoon of the 27th, the master bedroom of Villa Number 8 at Longtingipine was bustling with activity, rivaling the backstage of the most high-end fashion shows. The chief makeup artist from Tianmei Postpartum Recovery Center and the top dressmaker from Tianqing Etiquette were swarming around Gu Yueyan. After over an hour of meticulous preparation, when Gu Yueyan emerged from the dressing room wearing the white peacock dream short gown valued at 660,000 yuan, the entire room fell silent in an instant. Leaning against the doorway, Li Yu watched his wife before him, his breath catching for half a second. Her jet-black, lustrous hair was elegantly coiled into a sophisticated updo. Her already stunningly beautiful face, enhanced by exquisite makeup, was now breathtakingly beautiful. The form-fitting white gown perfectly accentuated her curves, which had grown even more voluptuous and captivating after childbirth. Especially that breathtaking curve, it was enough to take one's breath away. A hand-embroidered white peacock on the skirt's hem appeared lifelike. It complemented her entire being, radiating an air of noble elegance, like an ethereal fairy untouched by the mundane world. "Honey, do I look nice?" Gu Yueyan's voice trembled slightly. Li Yu remained silent, simply stepping forward to pick up the rosewood box from the dressing table. Lifting the lid, the nearly 10 billion yuan "You Are My Only Purple-Pink Diamond" collection burst into dazzling brilliance under the light. He personally fastened the 500 million yuan necklace around her neck and the 200 million yuan earrings behind her ears. The cool diamonds touched her warm skin, instantly dazzling the eyes. "My love, you are the most beautiful woman in the world today," Li Yu said tenderly. At 7 p.m., the 100-meter red carpet of the Jiangning City Charity Gala shimmered with starlight. When Li Yu stepped out of the red Mercedes-Benz AMG GT, wearing a perfectly tailored gray Armani suit, and stepped out of the red Mercedes AMG GT arm in arm with Gu Yueyan, every flashbulb in the venue erupted in a frenzy, fixated solely on them. "Oh my gosh, look! Who is that woman? She's absolutely stunning. That necklace she's wearing, I'd never seen anything like it before. It looks so expensive. And the man beside her is so handsome, mature, steady, and utterly charismatic." Whispers and murmurs rippled through the crowd. Gu Yueyan's appearance instantly overshadowed all the female celebrities, making her the undisputed center of attention. Meanwhile, at the other end of the red carpet, Lu Tsuewen, dressed in a black gown with a high slit, was striking a pose when her smile froze. She glared fiercely at Gu Yueyan, who shone radiantly under the flashbulbs. Jealousy and resentment nearly overflowed from her eyes. Why? Why should that woman get to wear priceless jewels? Why should she be the one wearing that one-of-a-kind gown, basking in everyone's admiration? All of this should have been hers. Soon after walking down the red carpet and entering the lavish banquet hall, several wealthy men who looked like important figures immediately approached Li Yu, glasses in hand and smiles on their faces. "Honey, grab something to eat over here. I'll mingle for a bit and be right back," Li Yu urged, still uneasy. "Okay, go ahead. Don't worry about me," Gu Yueyan nodded obediently. However, the instant Li Yu turned to leave, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Lu Tsuewen. Lu Tsuewen was furtively pulling a woman toward a secluded corner. A sudden chill gripped Li Yu's heart. His brow furrowed slightly as he silently activated the god-tier skill within his mind. Insightful vision activated. The next second, every thought within Lu Tsuewen's mind played out crystal clear in Li Yu's consciousness. That tonight I'll make sure she's ruined. I've already drugged that idiot Zhao Bufan. Soon, Sun Yanyan will lure Gu Yueyan to the backstage rehearsal room. As long as Li Yu catches Gu Yueyan cheating with another man, he'll be disgusted. Then, Li Yu's gaze instantly turned as cold as ice, a torrent of rage surging wildly within him. What a vile woman. He suppressed the urge to rush over and tear Lu Tsuewen to shreds, silently following her instead. In a shadowy corner behind a potted plant, Li Yu clearly heard Lu Tsuewen whispering instructions to her close friend named Sun Yanyan. "Yan, later you'll tell Gu Yueyan you're Li Yu's former colleague and need to speak with her. Lure her into the deepest proofreading room at the back. This is some good stuff I got from the black market." Lu Tsuewen pulled a small glass vial from her handbag and slipped it into Sun Yanyan's hand. "Find an opportunity to pour this into the scented candle over there and light it. Once she smells the scent, she'll be as obedient as a lamb. Do whatever you tell her to do. Once it's done, I'll give you 150,000 yuan. Don't worry, Tsuewen. Leave it to me." Sun Yanyan took the bottle, a greedy smile spreading across her face. Just then, Li Yu overheard a conversation between two middle-aged men nearby. "Old Wan, have you heard? That plot on Expo Street in the southern suburbs, apparently the expropriation plan is almost finalized." "Really? We'd better get our plans in place ahead of time. South Suburb Exhibition Street?" A flicker of doubt crossed Li Yu's mind. But his mind was consumed with his wife's safety, leaving him no room to dwell on such matters. He saw Sun Yanyan already approaching Gu Yueyan with a wineglass in hand, her face beaming. Li Yu's heart instantly leapt into his throat. He immediately turned and hurried toward Gu Yueyan. Yet, by the time he pushed through the crowd and reached the spot where she had been, it was already empty. Where was Yueyan? A sense of foreboding instantly enveloped Li Yu. He immediately pulled out his phone and dialed Gu Yuan's number. The phone rang several times before being answered. "Honey, what's wrong?" Gu Yuan's slightly puzzled voice came from the other end. "Where are you?" Li Yu's voice cracked with anxiety. "I'm in a copy editing room backstage. Your former colleague Sun Yanyan needed to talk to me and brought me here." Li Yu's heart sank. "Listen to me. Don't ask any questions. Get out of that room immediately. Don't talk to anyone. Get out now. I'm coming to get you." Li Yu practically shouted into the phone. Gu Yuan on the other end of the line was startled by his sudden outburst. Though she had no idea what was happening, she instinctively replied, "Oh, okay. I'll come out right away." After hanging up, Gu Yuan stood up and prepared to open the door and leave. But just as her hand touched the doorknob, the door swung open from the outside. Chapter 71, arriving just in time. Sun Yanyan's face, bearing a fake smile, appeared at the doorway. Behind her followed a man with a flushed face and labored breathing. It was Zhao Bufan. "Yuan, look who's here," Sun Yanyan said with a smile, stepping aside. Zhao Bufan staggered inside, his eyes fixed intently on Gu Yuan, filled with a murky, lustful gaze. The effects of the drugs were already taking hold. Gu Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively took a step back. What are you doing?" Just then, an intense wave of dizziness suddenly washed over her. Gu Yuan felt her body grow hot, her limbs weak, barely able to stand steady. She suddenly caught the scent of a sweet, cloying, and eerie fragrance wafting from an incense candle that had been lit in the room at some point. "Oh no, I've fallen for it. Yuan, my goddess, I'm coming." Zhao Bufan's face twisted into a lecherous grin. His cloudy eyes burned with primal desire as he inched closer to Gu Yuan, cornered against the wall. Gu Yuan felt the world spinning, her body weak as a pile of mud, barely able to stand. She bit down hard on her tongue, trying to stay lucid through the pain. Yet that sickly sweet fragrance relentlessly eroded her sanity. At the doorway, Sun Yanyan's face twisted into a smug, cold smile. She prepared to slip out quietly, then lock the door from the outside. In just a few more minutes, everything that happened in this room would become a stain Gu Yuan could never wash away for the rest of her life. But just as her hand was about to touch the doorknob, bang! A loud bang echoed as the door was kicked open from the outside. Amidst flying splinters, a tall, imposing figure suddenly materialized. Fueled by overwhelming fury and a bone-chilling intent to kill, he burst through the doorway. It was Li Yu, arriving just in time. When he saw his beloved wife, disheveled and huddled in the corner, her face flushed crimson, eyes unfocused, looking utterly helpless and vulnerable. Li Yu's eyes instantly turned red. A rage powerful enough to incinerate everything erupted within his chest. "You bastards, you're asking for death." Li Yu let out a beastly growl. He didn't even glance at Sun Yanyan, who was preparing to flee. As they passed each other, his arm swung out with brutal force. Crack! The phone in Sun Yanyan's hand was violently knocked from her grasp, smashing against the wall into shards. She shrieked as the immense force knocked her to the ground. Li Yu didn't even glance back at her. He had only one target in mind. That bastard who dared to have dirty thoughts about his wife Zhao Bufan. Zhao Bufan was startled by this sudden turn of events. His mind, clouded by the drug's effects, couldn't process what was happening. All he saw was a dark shadow darting toward him like lightning. Then, a fist as big as a clay pot rapidly enlarged in his pupils. Thud! The dull thud echoed throughout the room. Zhao Bufan let out a piercing scream as his body flew backward like a. He slammed hard into the wall before slumping limply to the floor. Li Yu had unleashed this punch with every ounce of strength, holding nothing back. Blood gushed from Zhao Bufan's nose as he wailed in agony. Yet Li Yu's rage showed no sign of abating. But he didn't have time to strike again. Instead, he strode quickly to Gu Yuan's side and scooped her up in his arms. The petite woman in his arms was burning hot, like a furnace. Her eyes fluttered open dazedly, and upon seeing Li Yu, like a kitten clinging to its savior, she wrapped her arms tightly around his neck. "Husband. I feel so awful." Li Yu, disregarding everything else, scooped Gu Yuan up and turned to leave. As he reached the doorway, his footsteps faltered. He glanced back coldly at Zhao Bufan, who was clutching his face and wailing on the floor, and Sun Yanyan, trembling in fear. Li Yu picked up the keys that had fallen from Sun Yanyan's pocket where she'd stumbled. Then, in full view of both of them, he walked out of the room. The door slammed shut with a loud bang. Click! The crisp sound of the lock clicking echoed down the hallway. Li Yu had just locked both of them inside this room filled with aphrodisiac scents. Inside the room, Sun Yanyan's face instantly turned deathly pale. A wave of intense fear washed over her entire body. She frantically pounded on the door, screaming at the top of her lungs. "Open the door! Let me out! Help me!" Yet the hallway was deserted, no one could hear her cries for help. Just then, an indescribable heat surged from her lower abdomen, swiftly spreading throughout her body. Clearly, she too had inhaled that damn incense. Sun Yanyan felt her body growing hotter and hotter, her rationality beginning to blur. Meanwhile, Jabu Fan, who had been knocked out cold by Li Yu's punch, staggered to his feet. The drug's effects had fully taken hold of him. Jabu Fan now resembled a beast in heat, his eyes bloodshot, his mind consumed by a single thought. To vent. He turned his head, those eyes brimming with lust. Locked on the Sun Yan, who was leaning weakly against the door. Had. Little beauty, don't run away. Jabu Fan emitted a lecherous, obscene chuckle as he inched closer to Sun Yan step by step. Sun Yan was terrified out of her wits, yet her body couldn't muster a single ounce of strength. She watched helplessly as Jabu Fan lunged at her like a ravenous wolf. In the final moment before being knocked down, a desperate thought flashed through her mind. Jabu Fan was a billionaire heir, after all. What if she could climb her way up to him? Once the thought took root, it could no longer be suppressed. Sun Yan abandoned her resistance, even actively yielding to him. Meanwhile, in another room backstage, Lu Tsuewen sat triumphantly before her computer, a glass of red wine in hand, swirling it leisurely. Through a bribed backstage staff member, she had secured access to the monitoring feed of that copy room. In just a few minutes, she would witness the spectacular downfall of that Gu Yueyan, her reputation utterly ruined. She had even drafted tomorrow's headline. Shocking. Jiangning's most beautiful flight attendant caught secretly hooking up with rich kid backstage at charity gala. At this thought, the smile on Lu Tsuewen's lips grew colder and more sinister. She opened the surveillance software. The screen flickered briefly before finally clearing up. However, the smile instantly froze on her face when she recognized the two people entangled on the screen. Clang! The stemmed glass in her hand crashed to the floor, shattering into pieces. How could it be that Sun Yan? Lu Tsuewen's eyes widened in disbelief, her face etched with utter shock. Chapter 72, Not Enough Yet. Where was Gu Yueyan? Where the hell was that damn Gu Yueyan? A wave of betrayed fury instantly clouded Lu Tsuewen's mind. She realized Sun Yan hadn't followed her orders to lure Gu Yueyan away, but instead sought to climb her way up to Jiaobu Fan herself. Like a lioness gone mad, Lu Tsuewen stormed toward the editing room. She shoved open the slightly ajar door, and the sight before her nearly made her faint on the spot. Her best friend was actually involved with the man she had intended to use to frame someone else. Sun Yan, Jiaobu Fan, you two dogs. Lu Tsuewen screamed as she lunged forward, frantically tugging at the two of them. But Jiaobu Fan, high on the drug's effects, couldn't care less who she was. Unable to vent his rage, he redirected his fury toward the newly arrived Lu Tsuewen. He ripped open Lu Tsuewen's evening gown and shoved her violently to the ground. Sun Yan, watching the chaotic scene unfold beside her, flashed a look of viciousness and resolve in her eyes. She quietly pulled the key Li Yu had left from the door, then retreated back into the room. She immediately locked the door from the inside once more. She intended to trap herself, Lu Tsuewen, and Jiaobu Fan. Trapped together in this hellish realm of desire. To prevent anyone from coming in to disturb them. Meanwhile, Li Yu carried Gu Yueyan, her body burning hot, as he sprinted through the streets. The hotel hosting the banquet was the city's most prestigious establishment, the Grand Hyatt. He stormed straight to the front desk and slammed a black gold card onto the counter. Give me the most expensive presidential suite now, immediately. The receptionist at the front desk saw the stunningly beautiful woman in his arms, disheveled and flushed. Her eyes instantly filled with contempt and suspicion. Sir, please present your identification. Li Yu couldn't be bothered with her nonsense. He flung 2 red marriage certificates from his wallet. Look closely. She's my wife. Legitimate. The receptionist flinched at his domineering CEO demeanor and dared not ask another question. Soon, Li Yu carried Gu Yueyan into the penthouse presidential suite. He carefully laid Gu Yueyan on the plush, large bed. Then, he pulled out his phone and dialed his home number. Mom, Yueyan and I won't be coming back tonight. We've got something to take care of. Li Yu's voice was eerily calm, yet it carried a chilling, murderous intent. Lu Tsuewen, Jiaobu Fan, Sun Yan. These names were etched into his mind like indelible brands. Anyone who dared touch his woman would pay a price 10,000 times more agonizing than death. Hanging up the phone, Li Yu turned around. On the bed, Gu Yueyan had kicked off the covers at some point. She tugged at her dress in agony, murmuring incoherently. Her exquisite face was already flushed crimson with desire. Her eyes were unfocused, her red lips slightly parted, radiating a deadly allure. Husband. I'm so hot. Help me. Li Yu gazed at his wife on the bed, her eyes half closed and her breath coming in gasps. He felt all the blood in his body rush to his head in an instant. That soft, velvety plea, help me. Like a flame, it ignited the desire he had suppressed for so long. But he knew it was all the damn drug's effect at work. Reason told him he should immediately take his wife to a cold shower to sober her up. So he strode purposefully to the bed, scooped Gu Yueyan into his arms, and rushed into the bathroom. Splash, splash. Icy cold water gushed from the showerhead, drenching Gu Yueyan's burning body. The sudden chill made her body shudder violently. Her dazed eyes seemed to regain a flicker of clarity. But soon, the burning heat rising from within her body engulfed her once more. No, not enough. Husband, I want more. Gu Yuan clung to Liu like an octopus, her arms wrapped tightly around him. Her lips kissed his solid chest wildly. Her bold, seductive display made Liu's eyes burn red, his breathing growing heavy. He gently lowered Gu Yuan into the spacious bathtub and turned on the cold water tap. The icy water quickly rose to cover Gu Yuan's thighs. But instead of cooling her down, it only made her writhe more impatiently. Husband, come closer. Gu Yuan stretched out her slender arm and wrapped it around Liu's neck, pulling him toward her. Liu gazed at her face, made even more delicate and alluring by the misty steam, listening to her tearful pleas. The last line of defense in his heart crumbled completely. He leaned down and silenced the chattering little mouth. This kiss carried endless heartache, but even more so, the long-suppressed, maddening passion of his love. The temperature in the bathroom surged sharply in that instant. The sound of water and heavy breathing intertwined into the most primal, most moving melody. Only after a full half hour, when everything finally settled into stillness, Gu Yuan lay utterly spent, limp as a rag doll, unable to move even a finger. She lay sprawled across Liu's broad chest, gasping for breath in short bursts, her face still flushed with undimmed passion. This was their second time in the true sense. The first time had happened in a haze, fueled by alcohol. This time, though medication played a part. But it was more about the unstoppable fusion of love and desire between them. Holding the exhausted little woman asleep in his arms, Liu felt a sense of fulfillment unlike any he'd ever known. He realized this kind of thing could truly be addictive. Liu carried Gu Yuan back to the bedroom and gently laid her on the plush, large bed. He pulled the quilt over her, preparing to cover her. Yet, the moment his gaze fell upon his wife's exquisitely curved, voluptuous form once more, the flame that had just been extinguished instantly flared up again. No, he couldn't hold back. Liu's Adam's apple bobbed as he tossed aside the covers and pressed himself against her once more. This night was destined to be sleepless. From the bed to the sofa, then to the cold countertop. Every corner of the presidential suite bore the wild yet sweet imprint of their passion. The next morning, around 9 o'clock, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows and fell upon Gu Yuan's face, she slowly awoke. The moment her eyes fluttered open, she felt every muscle in her body ache and go limp, drained of all strength. She turned her head and saw the culprit beside her, sleeping soundly with a smug smile still playing at the corners of his mouth. Instantly, her anger flared. Gu Yuan lifted her stiff, weak leg and gave Liu a symbolic kick. You jerk, you've gone too far. Her voice carried a hint of sleepy hoarseness and grievance. You kept at it from last night until 4 or 5 in the morning. I'm practically falling apart. And now, at the crack of dawn, you're at it again. Chapter 73, still so intense. Liu was jolted awake by her kick and opened his eyes. Seeing his little wife beside him, all puffed up with indignation, he couldn't help but laugh. Honey, you can't blame me for this. Liu leaned in, whispering mischievously in her ear. Who told you to wrap those long legs around me so tightly last night? And you kept moaning, husband, I want more. Hearing this, Gu Yuan's face flushed crimson all the way to her ears. The wild scenes from last night flashed through her mind like a movie reel. Embarrassed beyond belief, she wished she could sink into a hole. Burying her face in the pillow, she played ostrich. Stop it. Stop it. Liu watched her shy yet adorable expression, his heart overflowing with love. He pulled her into his arms from behind, his warm, large hands gently massaging her sore legs. All right, I won't say another word. Let me rub it for you. It'll feel better soon. Gu Yuan murmured softly in pleasure as his touch eased her discomfort, and the lingering resentment in her heart began to melt away. However, she soon noticed that the large hand, which had been behaving itself on her calf, had begun its unruly journey upward. Baby, I love you just the way you are now, a little curvy, feels so good to touch. Liu's voice carried a hint of husky sensuality. Gu Yuan's body froze instantly. She could distinctly feel a certain spot behind her growing hot again. No, stop. Just as Liu was about to kiss her again, Gu Yuan spun around abruptly, pressing both hands against his chest. Honey, that's enough. Let's go home. If you keep this up, I'll tell my mom. Seeing her pitiful expression, on the verge of tears, Liu burst into laughter. All right, I won't tease you anymore, silly. He pulled her tightly into his arms and pressed a kiss to her smooth forehead. I just wanted to kiss you. Liu gazed at the petite woman in his arms, his expression turning utterly serious. Honey, let me tell you, I'm a very possessive person. You're mine, and you'll be mine alone for the rest of your life. If anyone ever dares to lay a finger on you again, I swear I'll make them regret ever being born. Gu Yuan listened to his domineering yet deeply affectionate confession, her heart sweet as if she'd eaten honey. She rested her head against her husband's solid chest, basking in that unparalleled sense of security. All right, turn over. Let me massage your back some more. Gu Yuan obediently turned over and lay face down on the bed. Liu's large hands glided over her smooth back with just the right amount of pressure. Gu Yuan closed her eyes in bliss, yet her mind couldn't help but drift back to the wild passion of the previous night. A captivating blush spread across her cheeks, neck, and back. Li Yu watched her bashful expression, the smile on his lips growing deeper. What's wrong, honey? Why are you blushing so? He deliberately leaned close to her ear, teasing her with a mischievous grin. Did something else come to mind? Looks like you still have plenty of energy left. Stop it, Gu Yuan mumbled, burying her face in the pillow in embarrassment. I just can't wrap my head around it. Everyone says men past 35 aren't up to par anymore. How come you're still so energetic at 40? Those words instantly ignited Li Yu's male pride. He rolled on top of her, pinning Gu Yuan beneath him, a wicked smile curling his lips. Oh? Is that so? Then I'll let you feel once more just how powerful your husband really is. Ah, please stop. Once again, Gu Yuan's embarrassed and exasperated pleas echoed through the room. The two engaged in another intense encounter. After half an hour of intense passion, they finally finished. Gu Yuan felt as if her entire body was about to fall apart, too exhausted even to lift a finger. Li Yu gazed at his petite wife, exhausted like a little kitten in his arms, and kissed her forehead contentedly. After another half hour of rest, Li Yu felt his energy returning. Gazing at Gu Yuan beside him, her face flushed and her sleeping features serene, Li Yu felt the urge stir within him once more. He leaned in, gently nuzzling her cheek with his nose, his voice husky as he whispered in her ear. Honey, do you want more? Startled awake by his sudden intrusion, Gu Yuan opened her eyes, still drowsy. When she saw the fire burning in Li Yu's eyes, she sobered up instantly. She shuddered in fright and quickly snatched the quilt. She wrapped herself tightly from head to toe, like a frightened rabbit. No, Gu Yuan shook her head repeatedly. This man was no human, he was an untiring, relentless beast. She felt like her bones were about to be shattered from his relentless pounding. Alright, honey. We should take a shower later. Want to join me? Li Yu watched her pitiful yet adorable expression, the smile on his lips growing wider. No way. Gu Yuan refused without a second thought. She scrambled off the bed and dashed barefoot toward the bathroom. With a loud slam, she locked the bathroom door from the inside. Li Yu stared at the closed door, smiling helplessly. He walked to the bathroom door and knocked lightly. Honey, open up. It's no fun washing alone. I promise this time I'll only scrub your back, no touching allowed. I don't believe you. Gu Yuan's muffled voice came from inside the bathroom, tinged with a hint of coyness. Honey, this presidential suite bathroom is huge. It'd be such a waste not to share it. Li Yu persisted in coaxing her. I swear I'll behave this time, just wash your hair and give you a massage. A moment of silence fell in the bathroom as Gu Yuan hesitated. Her whole body felt sore and achy. Having someone massage her would surely feel wonderful. In the end, she couldn't resist her husband's sweet talk. The lock clicked open. Li Yu stepped inside to find Gu Yuan standing under the showerhead. Her fair skin glowed with a tempting pink hue in the misty steam. Without a word, he wrapped his arms around her from behind. Honey, you smell so good. Warm water cascaded down from above as they pressed tightly together. True to his word, Li Yu gently washed her hair, massaging her sore shoulders and back. Gu Yuan closed her eyes in bliss, leaning against her husband's broad chest, savoring this rare moment of tranquility and tenderness. After the bath, Li Yu wrapped Gu Yuan snugly in a towel and carried her back to bed like a child. The moment Gu Yuan touched the soft mattress, she fell asleep instantly. Clearly, she was utterly exhausted. Chapter 74, A Year of Suppression. Li Yu gazed at her weary sleeping face, his heart aching with tenderness. He knew he had gone too far last night. After a moment's thought, he picked up his phone and dialed his mother, Wang Xiulan. Hello, Mom. You little brat, you finally remembered to call home? Where's Yuan? Wang Xiulan's slightly reproachful voice came through the phone. Mom, Yuan's too tired. She's asleep. Li Yu's tone carried a barely perceptible hint of satisfaction. I figured after she got home, she'd have to get up every 3 or 4 hours to feed the baby. She just couldn't get any proper rest. So we're not going back today. We'll stay at the hotel a little longer and let her get some proper sleep. Wang Xiulan fell silent for a moment on the other end before letting out a long sigh. You good-for-nothing boy, you have no sense of restraint. Yuan's body has only just recovered, how could you push her like this? Li Yu's face flushed crimson at his mother's scolding, and he awkwardly rubbed his nose. Mom, it's not my fault, he whispered in a low voice, trying to defend himself. Yuan and I have been holding back for nearly a year. I couldn't just ruin the mood, could I? Wang Xiulan fell silent again on the other end of the line. Having been through it herself, she understood the hardship of holding back for so long. Alright, I understand, Wang Xiulan's tone softened. Just make sure Yuan gets plenty of rest. The 4 little darlings at home are in good hands with me, your dad, and sister Wang. You don't need to worry. After hanging up, Li Yu ordered room service from the hotel. Soon, a hearty breakfast arrived. Li Yu woke Gu Yuan, who was starving. But because she was so exhausted, she only managed to slurp down a little porridge. Then she plunged back into the covers and fell into a deep sleep. She had already discreetly pumped milk once while showering, so she wasn't worried about engorgement during sleep. Li Yu watched her like this, smiling fondly. He slipped under the covers too, wrapping his arms around his petite wife from behind as they both drifted off to sleep. They slept straight through until noon. Gu Yueyan was awakened by an unusual sensation. Blinking sleepily, she opened her eyes to find Liyu's handsome face looming close. His restless hands were already roaming over her body, igniting sparks. At the same time, a familiar, aching sensation surged from her chest. Her breasts were engorged again. What are you doing? Gu Yueyan was both embarrassed and furious. She shoved Liyu away and scrambled off the bed. She hurried into the bathroom to deal with the issue. When she emerged from the bathroom, Liyu was sitting on the edge of the bed looking pitiful, like a golden retriever abandoned by its owner. Honey, have you rested enough? The moment he saw her, Liyu immediately rushed over and embraced her from behind. I feel like I'm ready to go again. Let's do it one more time. After all, we've been holding back for over a year, one more time won't hurt. Gu Yueyan was both exasperated and amused by his shameless demeanor. But when she saw the desire burning in Liyu's eyes, her heart softened. Just one last time. Half resisting, half yielding, she let Liyu carry her back to bed. Soon, the room echoed once more with the heart-pounding, blush-inducing melody of passion. Another intense, satisfying battle ensued. Afterward, they ordered lunch. When the food arrived at the door, Liyu, bare-chested and wearing only shorts, got up to answer it. Just as he pulled open the door, ready to wheel the cart inside, he overheard two hotel delivery staff whispering furtively to each other. Hey, did you hear? Something big happened at our hotel last night. What big deal? That charity gala? Word is there was a wild three-way backstage in the rehearsal room. Holy crap, really? That intense? You bet. I heard it from the cleaning lady. When she went in to clean this morning, it was a total mess. I heard one of the women apparently bolted early. TSK. The lives of these rich folks are just too decadent. Do you think we could get our hands on the hotel's surveillance footage? Just to watch it? Liyu stood at the doorway, listening to their conversation, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He snorted coldly, pulling the meal cart into the room. Then, with a loud slam, he shut the door. Lu Tsuewen, Zhao Bu Fan. Those two names flashed through his mind. The anger in Liyu's heart still hadn't subsided. They'd get what was coming to them. After lunch, the two of them slept soundly in the presidential suite. It wasn't until past 4 in the afternoon that they awoke, their eyes heavy with sleep. Having spent nearly a full day and night without restraint, Gu Yueyan's energy was noticeably depleted. Her legs felt weak as she walked, her posture awkward and unsteady. Liyu supported her into the car and hurried home. Around 4 p.m., Liyu drove the red Mercedes AMG GT back to the villa at Longtingipin. Seeing his petite wife in the passenger seat struggling even to get out of the car, he felt both amused and heartbroken. Liyu walked straight over, opened the door, and bent down to lift her in a princess carry. Ah, honey, what are you doing? Gu Yueyan gasped, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Put me down. I can walk on my own. Liyu whispered mischievously in her ear, are you sure you can walk? Don't go collapsing after 2 steps, I'd feel so sorry for you. Gu Yueyan's face flushed crimson to her ears, and she buried her head deep into her husband's broad chest in embarrassment. Liyu carried her, striding purposefully toward the villa's entrance. The moment they entered, they saw the housekeeper, Sister Wang, emerging from the kitchen carrying a tray of fruit. Seeing the couple's intimate display, Sister Wang paused in surprise before her face softened into a knowing smile. Sir, madam, after a night of restlessness, you're finally back. A hint of teasing from someone who'd been there before flashed in Sister Wang's eyes. Gu Yueyan felt her face burning hot, wishing she could sink through the floor right then and there. Liyu, however, seemed completely unfazed. He simply carried her straight upstairs. Only when they reached the master bedroom did Liyu carefully lay the petite woman in his arms onto the plush bed. The moment Gu Yueyan touched the bed, she immediately wrapped herself tightly in the quilt, burying her head like an ostrich. Liyu watched her adorable little act and smiled helplessly. He turned away and began organizing the loot he'd bought a few days earlier. Though utterly exhausted, Gu Yueyan struggled to climb out of bed. She walked to the walk-in closet and carefully hung up the white peacock dream gown worth over 600,000 yuan. Then, she took out the key and opened the small safe in the room. She solemnly placed the nearly 10 billion yuan "You Are My Only Purple Pink Diamond" set inside. Only after completing all this did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. Just then, cheerful laughter suddenly echoed up from the kitchen downstairs. Chapter 75, Her Parents' Plan. Ha? My parents are here? A hint of surprise flashed across Gu Yueyan's face. The two exchanged a glance, quickly changed into their loungewear, and hurried downstairs. As soon as they entered the living room, the rich aroma of cooking hit them. In the kitchen, a middle-aged man wearing an apron skillfully tossed a large spoon. It was Gu Yueyan's father, Gu Jianjun. Meanwhile, Gu Yueyan's mother, Zhang Suiping, sat on the living room sofa, chatting and laughing with Wang Xiulan. Dad, Mom, what brings you here? Gu Yueyan fluttered like a cheerful little bird and threw herself into her mother's arms. You're such a kid yourself, acting like a child even after becoming a mother. Zhang Suiping scolded playfully, though her face was beaming with joy. She took her daughter's hand and examined her from head to toe, her brow furrowing slightly. Why do you look so pale? Did you not rest well last night? Gu Yuan's heart skipped a beat and her cheeks flushed slightly. No, I'm fine. Maybe I'm just exhausted from taking care of the baby lately. She quickly changed the subject, calling out toward the kitchen. Dad, what's for dinner today? Haha, my daughter's back. Gu Jianjun poked his head out of the kitchen, a hearty smile lighting up his face. Today, Dad will show off his skills and whip up a few of my signature dishes. Dad, I'll help you, Gu Yuan said, stepping into the kitchen. Gu Jianjun was the owner of a catering business and also an excellent cook. At this moment, Sister Wang could only assist, and Gu Yuan joined in as well. Dad, you didn't come over just to cook for us, did you? Gu Yuan asked. Gu Jianjun replied while busy at work, of course not. I've come to discuss something serious this time. I plan to relocate the headquarters of our catering company to Jiangning City. The preliminary preparations are nearly complete. I hope when you two have your wedding, you'll hold it at our own restaurant. Gu Yuan's eyes lit up instantly at the news. Really? Dad, that's wonderful. However, Gu Jianjun's next words made her heart sink again. It would be wonderful, but we've run into a bit of trouble. Gu Jianjun sighed, a trace of worry crossing his face. I've set my sights on the shop at 20 Expo Street in the southern suburbs. The location and size are perfect. But a local Jiangning restaurant chain has also set their sights on that spot and is competing with us for it. I'm worried the landlord might not want to rent to us outsiders. Gu Yuan encouraged him, don't worry, Dad. You'll definitely secure this ideal spot. Just then, Zhang Suiping walked over and said, enough. Business matters can wait until later. Then, taking Gu Yuan's hand, she said earnestly. Yuan, I want to tell you something. I'm planning to retire early. I'll stay in Jiangning from now on and focus on helping you take care of these 4 little grandchildren. Gu Yuan's eyes welled up with emotion. Mom, thank you. Silly girl, no need to be so formal with your mother. Zhang Suiping patted her daughter's hand, then changed the subject. But Yuan, a woman should still have her own career. You can't spend your whole life just revolving around your husband and children. Once you've finished the wedding and your health is mostly restored, it'll be time for you to go back to work. Gu Yuan nodded, not entirely sure what her mother meant. She hadn't given this much thought before. Watching her father bustle about in the kitchen, a sudden impulse struck her. Dad, how about you teach me how to cook? I'd love to learn your secret recipes. Gu Jianjun beamed at the suggestion. Sure thing. If my daughter wants to learn, Dad will gladly share everything he knows. He handed her an empty wok and said with a smile, come on, let's start with the most basic skill, tossing the wok. Gu Yuan eagerly took the wok, mimicking her father's stance as she gripped the handle with both hands and flicked it upward with all her strength. However, she had overestimated her strength. Especially after last night's wild exertions, her entire body felt sore and limp, her legs heavy as if filled with lead. The moment she exerted force, her legs buckled, and she nearly lost her balance. The wok clattered to the floor with a loud clang. Oh dear, my silly girl, be careful. Zhang Suiping hurried over to steady her, her voice a mix of exasperation and amusement. Look at your little frame, you can't even hold a pan steady. What makes you think you can learn to cook? I think you'd be better off just staying put. With your delicate skin and tender flesh, you're simply not cut out for this sort of work. Gu Yuan's face flushed bright red with embarrassment. It was all Li Yu's fault now she couldn't even stand steadily. Zhang Suiping pulled her daughter aside and whispered in a hushed voice. Daughter, I'll be honest with you. Your dad didn't come to Jiangning just to open a store. His goal is to open a 5-star luxury hotel outright. Gu Yuan's eyes widened in shock at her mother's words. A hotel? How much money would that take? That's why your father is currently seeking investors everywhere. The main reason we came this time was to discuss the investment with Li Yu. After all, this hotel will eventually be passed down to you too. Gu Yuan instantly understood her parents' purpose. Seeing the hopeful look in her mother's eyes, a wave of warmth washed over her heart. Mom, don't worry. Gu Yuan's tone brimmed with confidence. If you two are short on funds, he'll definitely support you. Gu Yuan now had absolute confidence in her husband's financial capabilities. Meanwhile, in the living room, Li Yu's mother, Wang Xiulan, pulled her son close and lectured him in a hushed voice. You little brat, answer me, did you bully Yuan? Wang Xiulan's gaze scanned Li Yu like an X-ray. I saw how she was walking just now limping. Don't tell me she twisted her ankle. Li Yu's face flushed crimson under his mother's questioning, and he could only shrug his shoulders innocently. Mom, it's not all my fault. Yuan herself. Enough. Stop playing dumb with me, Wang Xiulan cut him off impatiently. You just don't know when to hold back. Yuan's body has barely recovered, how could she handle you pushing her like that? Li Yu awkwardly scratched his nose, not daring to say another word. Wang Xiulan sighed, her expression suddenly clouding with worry. By the way, your father's been thinking lately about selling back the family company shares to fund his retirement. What? Li Yu froze. What's going on? Our family business is thriving, isn't it? Big? Big what? Wang Xiulan's tone carried a hint of resignation. The livestock industry has been declining these past 2 years. Pork prices have plummeted, while feed costs keep climbing. Your dad's dozen or so pig farms may look big, but most of them are actually losing money. He's just worn out. He doesn't want to do it anymore. Chapter 76, Wanting to Live Together. Li Yu listened to his mother's words without much surprise. He thought of the Longchen Tower under his name, which brought in over 300 million yuan in rent alone over half a year. The losses from his father's pig farms were, in his eyes, barely pocket change. However, Li Yu kept the fact that he owned a building worth tens of billions to himself. His father had worked tirelessly for most of his life and now wished to retire and enjoy some peace and quiet. Li Yu wholeheartedly agreed. Money was no longer an issue for their family. After all, Li Yu possessed the super dad system, a veritable money printing machine. Why would they ever worry about money? Mom, don't worry. I've got everything at home covered. Li Yu clasped his mother's hand, his tone steady. Dad worked hard his whole life. Whatever decision he wants to make, I support him. Wang Xiulan nodded. After observing him for some time, she knew her son had truly made something of himself. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Gu Yuan continued experimenting with cooking. Though her mother had teased her, a stubborn determination surged within her. Dad, teach me how to make one dish, just one. Gu Yuan tugged at her father Gu Jianjun's arm, pleading with a hint of petulance. Gu Jianjun looked at his daughter's earnest little face and burst into laughter. All right. That never give up spirit, you're definitely my daughter. He pulled a block of tender tofu and some fresh shrimp from the nearby refrigerator. Today, Dad will teach you lotus blossom with jade from our Gu family recipe book. This dish tests your patience and timing, the most perfect for a clever little fairy like you. Under Gu Jianjun's step-by-step guidance, Gu Yuan carefully cubed the tofu and blanched the shrimp. Though her movements were still a bit clumsy, her earnest dedication earned Gu Jianjun's approving nods. Half an hour later, a plate of lotus blossom with jade finally emerged from the stove, perfect in color, aroma, and taste. The snow-white tofu, dotted with bright red shrimp and emerald green scallions, resembled a work of art. I'm done. Gu Yuan, beaming like a schoolchild who'd aced a test, cheerfully carried the dish out. Oh my, did our Yuan make this? It's absolutely beautiful. Wang Xiulan was the first to rush over, her face beaming with delight. Zhang Suweiping joined them, her eyes brimming with pride as she admired the exquisite dish. Li Yu picked up a piece of tofu and popped it into his mouth. It melted instantly. The shrimp were tender and springy, their fresh, sweet flavor exploding instantly on his taste buds. Honey, this is amazing, Li Yu praised sincerely. He leaned close to Gu Yuan's ear and whispered with a mischievous grin, loud enough only for the two of them to hear. You're truly a woman who can grace the parlor, rule the kitchen, and even. Gu Yuan's face flushed instantly, and she stomped hard on Li Yu's foot. Soon after, Li Yu's father, Li Jianguo, rushed back from outside. The family gathered around the lavishly set table, enjoying a warm and harmonious meal. After dinner, the housekeeper, Sister Wang, cleared the dishes and brewed a pot of fine tea. Wang Xiulan cleared her throat and spoke first. Dear in-laws, with both families present today, it's the perfect time to discuss the wedding arrangements for our children. Zhang Suweiping set down her teacup and adopted a serious expression. Sister Xiulan, you're right. We should discuss this properly. She glanced at her daughter and Li Yu beside her, speaking slowly. Before, we didn't know Li Yu was so capable. So we didn't think much about the dowry or such. But things are different now. The atmosphere in the living room instantly grew tense. Li Jianguo and Wang Xiulan exchanged glances, both expecting their in-laws to demand an exorbitant sum. However, Zhang Suweiping's next words stunned everyone. So as for the exact amount of the dowry, we old folks won't bring it up. Li Yu, as Yuan's husband, you decide this matter. We trust you won't shortchange our Yuan. With that, the ball was firmly placed at Li Yu's feet. It was both a show of trust and a test. Li Yu smiled but didn't respond immediately. He turned to face his in-laws and asked with utmost sincerity. Dad, Mom, money is truly just a number to me. What I'd rather know is, do you have any expectations or wishes regarding my marriage to Yuan Yan? Hearing this, Gu Jianjun and Zhang Suweiping's eyes instantly reddened. Zhang Suweiping clasped her daughter's hand, her voice trembling slightly. We have no other demands. Yuan is our only child. Our greatest wish in this life is to live with our daughter. Seeing her happy and helping raise her children would make us content. Oh my, I thought it was something else. Wang Xiulan responded warmly the moment she heard. What kind of request is that? Of course you must live together, we're family now. This villa has plenty of rooms, you can stay as long as you like. Li Jianguo nodded in agreement, exactly. More people means more fun. Seeing both sets of parents getting along so harmoniously, Gu Yuan was so moved she couldn't speak. Zhang Suweiping said with satisfaction, her father and I have already decided. I plan to retire early and stay in Jiangning specifically to help you raise the children. Hearing this, Li Yu's smile deepened. He felt the time was right. Mom, Dad, if you two could come live with us, Yu Yen and I would be absolutely thrilled. Li Yu paused before dropping a bombshell. But I'm a bit concerned about fitting both families into this Longting Ipin villa. After all, with 4 children and the nannies, it might get a bit crowded. He shifted gears, speaking with a casual air. So a while back, I bought Yu Yen another villa over in Tiannan Bay. Hearing this, Gu Jianjun and Zhang Suiping's hearts skipped a beat. Tiannan Bay? That was Jiangning City's most exclusive affluent neighborhood, a tier above even Longting Ipin. Before they could ask for details, Li Yu continued. It's the flagship villa in Building 8, a standalone structure spanning over 1,000 square meters. More than enough space for 3 generations to live together comfortably. Most importantly, Li Yu said, casting a tender glance at Gu Yuan beside him. The property deed for that villa bears only Yuan's name. This statement sent shockwaves through Gu's parents, leaving them speechless with disbelief. A standalone villa spanning over 1,000 square meters, with the property deed bearing only their daughter's name. What an extraordinary display of affection and trust. It was as if the entire world's unique sense of security had been placed at their daughter's feet. Li Yu. Zhang Suiping's lips trembled with emotion, and tears finally spilled over her cheeks. Grasping Li Yu's hand, she choked out, "My dear son-in-law, you truly are a blessing to us. Our Yuan marrying you is a blessing she earned through 8 lifetimes of good deeds." Chapter 77, Discussing the Wedding. Gu Jianjun, a man of imposing stature, now had tears welling in his fierce eyes. Overwhelmed with emotion, he could not speak. He patted Li Yu's shoulder and gave a firm nod. 1,000 words were spoken without uttering a single one. They were now utterly satisfied with this son-in-law. It took Gu Jianjun a long while to steady his emotions. Looking at Li Yu, he said solemnly, "Li Yu, since you've done so much for Yuan, as parents, we can't let her become a housewife who only depends on her husband. Our Gu family has a century-old brand called Gu Tianlu. It's now in its 3rd generation with me at the helm. I plan to open the most upscale restaurant in Jiangning City and re-establish the Gu Tianlu name here. Consider this restaurant our dowry for Yuan. I hope that in the future, you and Yuan will run this restaurant together as husband and wife. Carry on the Gu family's culinary skills and legacy." Gu Jianjun's eyes brimmed with anticipation for the future and deep affection for his daughter. He not only wanted to ensure his daughter lived without worry, but also to empower her with her own career and self-confidence. Hearing his father-in-law's words, Li Yu felt a warm surge in his heart. He understood this was his father-in-law's way. Paving the way for his daughter's future, empowering her within their marriage. Li Yu clasped Gu Yuan's hand beside him, his gaze fixed firmly on his father-in-law, Gu Jianjun. "Dad, rest assured. Yuan's matters are my matters. Not only will I restore the Gu Tianlu brand to its former glory in Jiangning City, I will also work alongside you and Yuan to make it the top restaurant brand in Jiangning, no, the top in the entire country." Li Yu's voice rang out with unwavering confidence. The system reward of God-tier culinary skills flashed through his mind, deepening the smile on his lips. "After all, I do have some expertise in the kitchen." Gu Jianjun and Zhang Suiping were both taken aback. They had tasted Li Yu's cooking before its flavors surpassed even that of 5-star hotel chefs. They had assumed he'd learned it specifically for his daughter, but never imagined he harbored such immense confidence and ambition. Gu Jianjun looked at this composed and confident son-in-law before him, slapped his thigh in excitement, and burst into hearty laughter. Good. With you saying that, Dad can finally rest easy. I've tasted your cooking, your skills surpass even this old hand who's been stir-frying for decades. With you joining us, how could Gu Tianlu of the Gu family not thrive?" The Gu parents exchanged glances, seeing relief and pride in each other's eyes. They had worried before that their son-in-law, being so wealthy, might look down on their modest little business. Now it seemed they'd worried needlessly. This son-in-law wasn't just wealthy, he was also kind-hearted and loyal, genuinely considering their little family's needs. Recalling the villa Li Yu had gifted them, the 20 million yuan he'd provided for their retirement, and witnessing his sincere demeanor at that moment, Gu Jianjun silently resolved that their family restaurant business must strive harder to grow and strengthen. They couldn't always rely on their son-in-law. They needed to build a solid foundation for the future of their 4 little grandchildren. The atmosphere in the living room grew warm and cozy. Li Yu's mother, Wang Xiulan, observed the harmonious scene between the 2 families. Clearing her throat with a smile, she steered the conversation back on track. "Dear-in-laws, now that Yuan's father has his career plans settled, we should discuss the wedding arrangements for the children." At these words, all eyes turned to Li Yu and Gu Yuan. Zhang Suiping set down her teacup and nodded solemnly. "Sister Xiulan is right. We should discuss this properly." Feeling a bit embarrassed under her elder's gaze, Gu Yuan's pretty face flushed slightly as she spoke softly. "Dad, Mom, Li Yu and I are already married and have a child. We can just have a simple vow renewal ceremony for the wedding. That's out of the question." Wang Xiulan and Zhang Suiping protested almost in unison. "A wedding only happens once in a lifetime. It absolutely must be a grand celebration," Wang Xiulan insisted firmly. Gu Jianjun pondered for a moment before speaking. "My mother is getting old, nearly 90, and her health isn't good. She keeps talking about wanting to see Yue Yan and meet her great-grandchild. My idea is that we absolutely must have a meal back home to make my mother happy. Upon hearing this, Li Yu's father, Li Jianguo, immediately responded with characteristic generosity. Absolutely. If our mother-in-law wants to see her daughter-in-law and great-grandson, we must make it happen. How about this? Let's just throw a big banquet with 100 tables right at her hometown. We'll leave early that morning, host the banquet at noon, and rush back by nightfall. It's only a 5 or 6 hour drive, we'll make it in time. Wang Xiulan nodded repeatedly, thinking this was a great idea, both lively and face-saving. However, Gu Jianjun frowned and shook his head. No, that's too rushed. Yue Yan's wedding is a major event. A 5 or 6 hour round trip in one day would be too taxing for both adults and children. We can't rush things and risk leaving regrets in the child's wedding. Gu Jianjun looked at his daughter, his eyes filled with concern. After pondering, he proposed a more thoughtful solution. How about this? The main wedding banquet will still be held at the groom's side. Once the children are 100 days old, we'll find time for the whole family to visit our hometown. Then we'll host a simple gathering for close relatives back home. Let my mother meet the baby, and we'll all share a meal together. After returning from the hometown, we'll hold the main wedding banquet in Jiangning. We'll invite the most important relatives from the hometown to attend then. Clearly, this proposal both honored the elders' wishes and ensured the quality of the wedding, truly a win-win solution. That's a great idea. Our in-laws really thought this through. Li Jianguo and Wang Xiulan immediately agreed. And so, the matter was settled. With the wedding banquet location settled, Wang Xiulan turned to Zhang Suiping and asked with a smile. Mother-in-law, regarding the dowry, do you have any specific customs or preferences on your side? Zhang Suiping waved her hand dismissively, her gaze fixed on Li Yu. Her face beamed with the satisfied smile of a mother-in-law admiring her son-in-law. Sister Xiulan, let's skip the formalities between our families. As for the betrothal gifts, just give whatever you think is appropriate, we have no specific demands. She shifted gears and added, but when it comes to the dowry, we certainly won't be stingy. Her father and I have discussed it. We plan to give Yue Yan a house in downtown Jiangning City and a nice car as part of her dowry. Gu Yue Yan immediately grabbed her mother's hand. Mom, it's not necessary. I don't need anything. She glanced at Li Yu with a hint of embarrassment and whispered to her mother. Not only did Li Yu put the villa in Tiannan Bay under my name, but the RV is also registered to me. Plus, he gives me an allowance every month. I can't even spend it all. Chapter 78, The Dowry Amount. Zhang Suiping asked curiously, pocket money? How much does he give you each month? Gu Yue Yan hesitated before whispering into her mother's ear, her voice barely audible. At the low end, 1 million. At the high end, over 10 million. Whoa. Zhang Suiping and Gu Jianjun sucked in their breath sharply, nearly dropping the teacups in their hands. Millions in monthly allowance? What kind of fairy tale life was this? They felt their hearts nearly couldn't withstand this barrage of shocks. Seeing his in-law's jaws drop, Li Yu smiled and stepped in to break the tension. Dad, Mom, I actually have a suggestion. He glanced affectionately at Gu Yue Yan beside him and spoke slowly. Yue Yan felt bad about my spending and picked out a car worth a few 100,000 yuan for herself. I've always felt bad about that. How about this? Take a small portion of the 20 million I gave you both earlier. Use it to buy Yue Yan a car she truly loves, one befitting her status. Consider it your wedding gift to her. This way, it would reflect your parental affection while also fulfilling a lingering regret of mine. This proposal would save the Gu family's face and resolve the matter gracefully. Gu Yue Yan tried to speak, but her father, Gu Jianjun, cut her off. Fine, it's settled. Gu Jianjun made the final decision, looking at his daughter with solemn earnestness. Yue Yan, this is your parents' heartfelt gesture and a matter of honor for the Gu family. You must accept it. Your husband has done so much for you. As your parents, we cannot let you marry into that family empty-handed. Seeing her father speak so decisively, Gu Yue Yan could only nod her head in agreement. The wedding discussions concluded successfully in an atmosphere of mutual satisfaction. The Gu parents gazed at the man before them, a perfect match in every way, and felt nothing but satisfaction. Their sole thought now was to organize a grand wedding for their daughter as soon as possible. With the most crucial part of the wedding discussion settled, the atmosphere in the living room gradually relaxed. Wang Xiulan picked up her teacup, smiling warmly at Li Yu as she steered the conversation back. Son, we've discussed most of the wedding arrangements. How much are you planning to offer as a dowry? The moment she spoke, all eyes instantly turned to Li Yu once more. Although Gu Jianjun and Zhang Suiping claimed it didn't matter much, they still harbored some expectations. After all, it represented the groom's level of respect for the bride. Gu Yue Yan nervously squeezed Li Yu's hand, afraid he might blurt out an astonishing figure. Li Yu sensed his wife's anxiety, clasped her small hand tightly in return, and gave her a reassuring look. He looked at his in-laws, his face bearing a gentle yet solemn smile. Dad, Mom, I've given this dowry matter a great deal of thought. Li Yu cleared his throat and slowly extended one hand. The amount I wish to give Yue Yan is this. He held up 5 fingers. Wang Xiulan's heart skipped a beat at the sight. 500,000? That amount was the absolute maximum for an ordinary family. But for her son's wealth, wasn't it a bit too little? Would the in-laws think they were being stingy? Gu Jianjun and Zhang Suiping exchanged a glance, remaining silent as they waited for Li Yu to continue. Li Yu smiled and spoke calmly. 5,200,134 yuan. 521-1314 meaning I love you forever and always. Who in the room didn't understand the meaning behind that number? Gu Yuan's cheeks flushed instantly, turning as red as a ripe apple, her heart bubbling with sweetness. She shot Li Yu a playful glare, yet her eyes were filled with an unmistakable tenderness. Oh my goodness, when did my son become so thoughtful? Wang Xiulan slapped her thigh, laughing so hard she couldn't close her mouth. Zhang Suiping stood stunned for a moment, then took her daughter's hand and nodded vigorously. Good, good, good. This is a wonderful omen, a truly wonderful omen. The amount of money isn't important, it's the thought that counts. We'll gladly accept it. Gu Jianjun, a man of 7 feet tall, was also filled with emotion at that moment. He had absolutely nothing left to say to this son-in-law. This wasn't just a dowry, it was the sweetest love confession imaginable. Wang Xiulan listened beside him, her heart bursting with joy, her smile brighter than anyone else's. She promptly waved her hand generously and declared with great enthusiasm. Mother-in-law, the dowry is settled. As for the rest, like the wedding banquet and the expenses for the bride's family to host guests, plus the money for Yuan's jewelry, the Li family will cover it all. Wang Xiulan's mind was buzzing with delight as she calculated. The card Li Yu had given her a few days ago still held several million yuan. She had already secretly visited the jewelry store and spent over 1 million yuan to order several pairs of large, thick dragon and phoenix bracelets. Come the wedding day, she would make sure her daughter-in-law became the most dazzling bride in all the world. And so, the wedding arrangements were finalized to everyone's delight. Gu Jianjun took a sip of tea to calm his excitement, but a trace of worry crept back onto his face. Ah, the wedding is settled, but my shop business is still up in the air. Li Yu immediately asked with concern, Dad, what's wrong? Did you run into any problems? Gu Jianjun sighed and said, I set my sights on a 2-story shop on Expo Street in the southern suburbs. The location and size are perfect, but the competition is fierce. A local Jiangning restaurant called Dishi Chushan has also set their sights on that spot and is currently negotiating with the landlord. I'm worried that as outsiders, we might not stand a chance against them. South Suburb Expo Street? Hearing the name, Li Yu suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. He instantly recalled a corner of the charity dinner a few days prior. 2 crucial lines from the conversation he'd overheard between 2 middle-aged men. The expropriation plan for that plot on South Suburb District's Expo Street seems to be nearing finalization. Really? Then we'd better get our plans in place ahead of time. Recalling those words, Li Yu's heart sank. If the news was true, Expo Street would be expropriated in just over 2 weeks. Leasing it now would mean losing everything just on renovation costs alone. Just as he was about to speak up, his father-in-law continued. Especially that Big West Kitchen god, I hear it has some serious backing, being part of the Zhao Group's holdings. And it's Zhao Bufan, that rich second-generation heir from the Zhao family, personally handling the negotiations. They say he's quite the shrewd operator. Zhao Group? Zhao Bufan. Li Yu's eyes instantly turned as cold as ice. He recalled that evening when this beast had tried to make a pass at his beloved wife. A torrent of rage surged wildly within him. Well, you refused the path to heaven, yet forced your way into hell. A vicious and audacious plan instantly took shape in Li Yu's mind. Not only would he steer his father-in-law clear of this pitfall, but he would also ensure that Zhao Bufan, that fool, would stumble into it himself. Chapter 79, The Gossip Recycling Bin. Li Yu forced down the rage in his heart. He put on a thoughtful expression. Dad, this exhibition street you mentioned, I think I've heard some rumors about it too. He deliberately furrowed his brow, feigning uncertainty as he spoke. A friend mentioned rumors about demolition plans there. Not sure if it's true or not. What? Is that true? Gu Jianjun's expression changed instantly. For those in the restaurant business, nothing was more dreaded than this. Once a long-term lease was signed and renovations began. And suddenly they announced demolition, you'd have nowhere to turn. What are we supposed to do now? Gu Jianjun was instantly at a loss. Seeing his father-in-law's anxious expression, Li Yu spoke calmly. Dad, don't panic just yet. Rumors aren't necessarily true, but we can't afford to be unprepared either. Here's what we'll do. Li Yu proposed his plan with confidence. Tomorrow, I'll accompany you to Expo Street for an on-site inspection. While we're there, I'll also take you to see another place. Where? Gu Jianjun asked curiously. A mysterious smile curved Li Yu's lips. Longchen Tower. What? Longchen Tower? Not only Gu Jianjun, but even Wang Xiulan and Li Jianguo jumped up from the sofa in shock. It was undoubtedly the landmark building of Jiangning City, situated in the most bustling area of the city center. Only companies ranked among the nation's top 500 could afford to operate offices there. Opening a restaurant there? The rent alone would be astronomical. Son, you're not joking, are you? Wang Xiulan looked deeply concerned. The rent there must be several times higher than anywhere else. Can we even afford it? Li Yu waved his hand dismissively, speaking with casual nonchalance. Mom, don't worry. The owner of that building is a very close friend of mine. I'll give him a heads up and we'll definitely get the most favorable rent terms. At those words, the entire family's gaze toward Li Yu shifted. That was the owner of Longchen Tower. To be on such familiar terms with a figure of that stature, his connections were truly extensive. Gu Jianjun and Zhang Suiping were so thrilled they couldn't speak. They had been worried about securing the shop, but now, with just one sentence from their son-in-law, had instantly set their sights on the crown jewel of Jiangning City. It was like reaching the top in one leap. Great! Great! It's settled then! Gu Jianjun exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. My son-in-law really has a wide network and many friends. It makes things so much easier. We'll go check it out tomorrow. After comparing the two locations, we'll decide on the next steps. The family chatted excitedly for a while longer about their future plans before retiring to their rooms. Early the next morning, Li Yu entered the study alone. He sat in the large executive chair, his fingers tapping the desk absently. A cold, icy glint filled his eyes as he contemplated his next move. That Zhao Bu Fan would pay dearly for the woman he dared to touch. A vicious plan for revenge raced through Li Yu's mind. To lure that fool Zhao Bu Fan willingly into the pit on Exhibition Street, he needed more precise intelligence. He paused, then scrolled through his phone contacts to retrieve a number he hadn't used in ages. Wang Tianlan. A former colleague from his old company, a woman in her 40s. Known as the company's gossip recycling bin, her sources were exceptionally well connected. The call connected and was answered quickly. Hello, Li Yu? Good heavens, what brings you to call me, you busy bee? Wang Tianlan's signature booming voice came through the line, brimming with playful teasing. I thought you'd forgotten all about us old colleagues now that you're a super rich dad to quadruplets. Li Yu chuckled, leaning back in his chair. Of course not. I just missed you, Sister Wang. Cut the crap. You never call for no reason. Spit it out, what do you want? Wang Tianlan chuckled on the other end before suddenly changing the subject. Oh, by the way, did you have the full month celebration for your 4 little ones yet? You didn't even invite us old colleagues for a drink. That's not very considerate of you. Full moon banquet? Li Yu froze. He'd been so busy tending to his wife and child, plus dealing with all that messy business. He'd completely forgotten about such an important occasion. Seems like he wasn't quite pulling his weight as a stay-at-home dad. I've just been so busy lately. I'll definitely make it up to you later. Li Yu mentally resolved to mention it in the family group chat later. He couldn't forget again. Alright, let's get down to business. Li Yu cleared his throat and cut to the chase. Sister Wang, you're well connected. I'd like to ask you about someone. Who? Sister Wang asked, puzzled. Zhao Bu Fan and Lu Chuiwen, how have they been lately? Li Yu's tone was flat, betraying no emotion. On the other end of the line, Wang Tianlan fell silent instantly. After several seconds, she asked cautiously. Li Yu, you haven't been dwelling on that gold digger Lu Chuiwen, have you? Let me tell you, you should never get involved with that kind of woman again. Li Yu couldn't help but chuckle at this. He knew Wang Tianlan had misunderstood. Sis Wang, you've got the wrong idea. Li Yu's tone instantly turned serious. I saw through a woman like Lu Chuiwen long ago. I wouldn't even want her if she were handed to me. The only reason I'm inquiring about them is because these two blind fools crossed me. Most importantly, they've crossed my wife. I won't tolerate that. Wang Tianlan on the other end of the line fell silent once more. She could detect a bone-chilling murderous intent lurking beneath Li Yu's calm voice. Only then did she realize Li Yu was stepping in to defend his wife and settle the score. Damn, I knew it, you're a total wife-protecting maniac now. Looks like those two really crossed your line, or else they wouldn't have come to me for help. Wang Tianlan's tone instantly grew excited. The flames of gossip blazed fiercely, and he began to talk non-stop. You came to me? You've come to the right person. I know all about that mess. Let me tell you, Zhao Bu Fan and Lu Chuiwen, those two broke up a few days ago, apparently. And starting yesterday, some video got leaked online and it's absolutely explosive. It's them, plus another woman, supposedly Lu Chuiwen's best friend. The three of them in a hotel room. Ugh, the scene was just too much to watch. But it seems like the whole thing got hushed up. It didn't even make the news. The videos online are being taken down. 2 Zhao Bu Fan hired people to handle the PR. But I still have that video. Want to take a look? Chapter 80, give them their due respect. A cold curve lifted at the corner of Li Yu's mouth. He knew all too well about that video. After all, he was the one who had locked that door from the inside. This was a case of one villain meeting his match, and it would also become a lever over Zhao Bu Fan. I won't bother watching the video. It's too disgusting for my eyes, Li Yu said indifferently. What I'm more interested in is the situation at Zhao Bu Fan's home. Oh, right, let's get down to business. Wang Tianlan's gossip-hungry spirit was abruptly reeled back in. I heard from a relative who works at Zhao Group that the Zhao family is indeed planning a major move. Their flagship brand, Big West Kitchen God, is planning to open a massive flagship store on Expo Street in the southern suburbs. Rumor has it the investment alone is said to be hundreds of millions. And they plan to hand the management directly to Zhao Bufan, that spoiled rich kid, to give him some hands-on experience. Upon hearing this, Li Yu quickly pressed, has the location been finalized? Has the contract been signed? I've heard about that too. Zhao Bufan has already picked out the spot. It's that prime two-story shop at number 20 Expo Street. Wang Tianlan lowered his voice, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. But apparently, the contract hasn't been officially signed yet. They're still negotiating with the landlord. The landlord's asking price is too high, and the Zhao family is still trying to negotiate it down. Hearing this, Li Yu's eyes lit up instantly. Excellent. The fish hasn't taken the bait yet. That meant he had ample time to set this trap. Alright, Sister Wang, thanks. This info is really useful to me. No need to thank me. Oh, and one more thing, just a heads up, Wang Tianlan added. Your 4 little treasures are having their 100-day celebration soon, right? I suggest you just combine it with your wedding. Double celebrations, how lively. Li Yu thought it was a brilliant idea. Alright, I'll take that suggestion. I'll treat you to a meal sometime. After hanging up, Li Yu leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. All the pieces of information connected in his mind, forming a complete thread. The Zhao family was spending hundreds of millions to open a branch store for Zhao Bufan. The location was set on Expo Street, which was soon to be expropriated. And the contract hadn't been signed yet. A perfect revenge plan that would bleed the Zhao family dry was gradually taking shape. A cruel, cold smile slowly curled the corners of Li Yu's mouth. Zhao Bufan, you wanted your father to invest hundreds of millions for you to practice, didn't you? Fine, I'll help you. Not only will I make you lose every penny of that investment, but I'll also saddle you with colossal debt. I'll turn you from a high and mighty rich kid into a rat everyone wants to beat. Make you live the rest of your life in regret and despair. After gathering intelligence, he couldn't forget about the 100-day celebration banquet. Li Yu picked up his phone and sent a message in the family group chat. I have a suggestion, how about combining the 100-day celebrations for our 4 babies with my wedding to Yuan? The moment the message hit the group, it erupted. Wang Xiulan, great idea. Double celebration, we must make it grand. Zhang Suweiping, I agree. This way, relatives and friends won't have to make 2 trips. Li Jianguo, no objections here. Son, you handle the arrangements. Gu Jianjun, great. We'll open Gu Tianlu, then 3 celebrations in one go. Watching the warm discussion unfold in the group chat, a gentle smile spread across Li Yu's face. Family was his only Achilles heel. Anyone who dared to touch it would die. He tucked his phone away, stood up, and walked to the massive floor-to-ceiling windows. Surveying the bustling city below, an unprecedented surge of ambition and determination roiled within him. A more audacious, more daring plan gradually took shape in his mind. Soon, the plan took complete shape in his mind. A cold gleam flashed in Li Yu's eyes. Next, he needed to arrange matters for tomorrow. He picked up his phone. He dialed the number for Ueda, the property manager of Longchen Tower. Mr. Li, good evening. What can I do for you at this hour? The moment the call connected, Ueda's deferential voice came through. Leaning back in his spacious executive chair, Li Yu's voice was calm yet carried an undeniable authority. Manager Yu, tomorrow morning, my father-in-law will be visiting the building to scout locations for opening a high-end restaurant. Show him the 2 commercial units on the 1st and 2nd floors that I previously instructed you to reserve. Ueda promptly replied, yes, Chairman Li. I will personally ensure your father-in-law receives the utmost hospitality. No. Li Yu cut him off. Not only will you personally host him, but I also want you to put on a show. Ueda on the other end of the line froze, momentarily taken aback. Mr. Li, what exactly do you mean? A meaningful smile curved the corners of Li Yu's mouth. When my father-in-law arrives tomorrow, you need to act as if those 2 commercial spaces have been vacant for ages and you're desperate to fill them. As for the rent, push it to the absolute limit, quote an absurdly low price. The goal is to make him feel like he's snagging an incredible bargain. Do you understand? Having cut his teeth in the business world for years, Ueda instantly grasped the implication. This was the boss giving his own family a perk, but he didn't want them to feel like it was charity. He needed to give them face. Understood, Chairman Li. Ueda's tone became unwaveringly resolute. Rest assured, I'll make sure this play unfolds perfectly for you. Tomorrow, I'll make sure your father-in-law leases the prime retail space in our Longchen Plaza at an unbelievably low price, one he'd never dream of getting. Very good. Li Yu nodded with satisfaction. Then it's settled. We'll be there promptly at 10:30 tomorrow morning. After hanging up, Li Yu immediately sent a WeChat message to his father-in-law, Gu Jianjun. Dad, head over to Expo Street at 9:30 tomorrow morning to meet with the landlord. Play it up, show them we're dead set on that spot. Be flexible on price too, so they see we're serious. No sooner had the message been sent than Gu Jianjun's call came through. Xiao Yu, what's this arrangement? Gu Jianjun's tone was filled with confusion. Aren't we primarily going to Luncheon Plaza to view the space? Why do you want me to put on a show over at Expo Street? If the price isn't right, we'll just pass. Why go through all this extra trouble? Liu merely smiled mysteriously. Dad, just trust my plan. It's foolproof. This is what they call having a secret weapon up one's sleeve. He paused, his voice growing slightly deeper. That shop on Expo Street is a hot commodity, but it's also a hot potato. Whether we actually get it isn't the point. What matters is making certain people believe we absolutely must have it. As for the Longshan Tower deal, I guarantee you'll be utterly astonished, satisfied beyond measure. Chapter 81, The Reward All-Purpose Card. Listening to his son-in-law's confident words, Gu Jianjun remained somewhat bewildered, yet chose to trust him unconditionally. Alright, then I'll leave it to you. We'll see what tricks you've got up your sleeve when the time comes. With everything settled, Liu felt a wave of relief wash over him. He stretched lazily and stepped out of the study. The cold fury of vengeance in his heart gradually faded, replaced by tenderness toward his family. Liu quietly pushed open the nursery door. The room was quiet. The three newly hired top-tier nannies were each diligently attending to their duties, caring for the children with meticulous attention. The eldest, second, and third children were all fast asleep, their little faces adorned with contented smiles. Only his youngest daughter, Li Ziwen, the one who clung to him the most, lay wide awake, her big, dark eyes peering curiously at the world. The moment she saw Liu enter, she immediately flashed a toothless grin. She began waving her arms and legs while babbling excitedly, as if she had seen the dearest person in the world. Liu's heart melted instantly. He stepped forward and carefully lifted his daughter from the nanny's arms. The moment the little one was in his arms, she instantly settled down. Like a docile kitten, she snuggled against his chest. Her little nose sniffed around his body, searching for that familiar scent. Liu sat on the soft sofa, cradling his daughter and gently rocking her. He lowered his head, gently touching her rosy cheek with his own nose. My little princess, did you miss Daddy? Xiao Ziwen seemed to understand his words, tilting her exquisitely carved little face upward. Her almond-shaped eyes, strikingly similar to Gu Yueyan's, stared at him without blinking. A series of indistinct yet joy-filled sounds escaped her lips. Ah, gurgle. Daddy, a gurgle. Liu held his daughter close, playing with her for nearly 20 minutes. He was completely immersed in this simple, pure happiness, forgetting all his worries and scheming. Just then, the familiar mechanical alert in his mind exploded without warning. Beep beep. Detected host enjoying family bliss. Daddy's happiness meter is off the charts. Paternal love value has reached peak levels. Triggered special reward, 1 universal card. Universal card? Liu froze in surprise. What new trick was this? He instinctively asked in his mind, System, what exactly is this universal card for? Universal card can be used to exchange for any baby-related items, skills, or services. No upper limit. No restrictions. The system's explanation was blunt and straightforward, yet it made Liu's heart skip a beat. Any item? Any skill? No limits, no restrictions? Liu's breathing instantly grew ragged. This was too incredible to be true. What did it mean? It meant he could exchange for the world's finest infant formula, ensuring his children received the safest nourishment. It meant he could exchange for the world's most advanced children's hospital to safeguard his children's health. He could even exchange for a skill that made them immune to all diseases, keeping his precious ones forever free from the torment of illness. This thin card was practically an all-purpose wish-granting ticket, the ultimate trump card to safeguard his children's growth. Liu forced himself to suppress his inner elation and thought carefully. For now, the children were all healthy, and the family had no financial worries. For now, there seemed to be nothing particularly urgent to exchange it for. I'll put it away for now. This card will definitely come in handy later, Liu silently resolved. He looked down at the little princess in his arms, who had no idea she'd just created a god-tier card for her dad. He couldn't resist planting a firm kiss on her rosy little cheek. My dear daughter, you truly are Daddy's lucky star. He held his daughter close, basking in the warmth of his thoughts. It seemed he'd have to make more time to spend with these little ones. Who knows? Maybe one day, a smile from one of them would bring in another fortune or a legendary card. Just as he was lost in his joy, the little one in his arms, Ziwen, seemed to sense his good mood. She suddenly broke into a smile, her little mouth stretching wide, while cooing "goo-ah-goo" non-stop. Liu played with his daughter for a while before contentedly handing her over to the nanny. The moment he stepped out of the nursery, he spotted his mother, Wang Xiulan, standing in the living room with a stern look on her face, waiting for him. Son, come here for a moment. Mom needs to talk to you. Mom, what is it? Liu asked, puzzled. Wang Xiulan pulled him down to sit on the sofa and spoke earnestly. You and Yueyan have bought a villa, arranged the dowry, and discussed the wedding plans in detail. But haven't you forgotten the most important thing? Liu froze, looking at his mother with confusion. Wang Xiulan shot him a disapproving look. You've been married to Yueyan for over a year now, and you haven't even taken a proper wedding photo. Yueyan never wanted anything from you. She just followed you without hesitation and gave birth to 4 children for you. You mustn't let her suffer any injustice. His mother's words jolted Liu into sudden realization. He'd been so caught up in the joy of being a stay-at-home dad and the wealth brought by the system that he'd completely neglected the most important ceremonial aspect of their marriage. A wave of guilt washed over him. Mom, I understand. I'll find a chance to take the photos, Liu declared solemnly. That evening, the sound of running water filled the master bathroom. Gu Yuan had just finished her shower and emerged wrapped in a towel. There stood Liu, leaning against the doorframe, his eyes burning with intensity as he watched her. The fire in his eyes instantly made her understand what this man wanted. Honey, wanna join me? Liu's voice carried a hint of hoarseness as he stepped closer to her. Gu Yuan's cheeks flushed crimson. She recalled last night's wild passion at the hotel, her legs still trembling slightly. No. Her face flushed crimson as she refused without hesitation. My bones feel like they're falling apart. You shower alone. Seeing the undisguised disappointment on Liu's face, Gu Yuan felt a pang of pity. She knew this man had been pent up for nearly a year, having tasted the sweetness, and now was precisely when he needed it most. So she stood on tiptoe and planted a quick kiss on Liu's lips. Alright, I'm going to bed first. You wash yourself. With that, she darted into bed like a startled little rabbit. Liu touched his lips, still lingering with his wife's sweet scent. He smiled helplessly, then turned and walked into the other bathroom. The icy cold water poured down from above, yet it couldn't extinguish the burning desire consuming both his heart and body. By the time he finished showering and returned to bed, Gu Yuan was already asleep. She lay on her side, breathing evenly, her long lashes casting a soft shadow beneath her eyes. She was a sensual sleeping beauty, enough to make one's blood boil. Chapter 82, Negotiating Rent. Liu lay beside her, his nose enveloped in a unique fragrance. It was the fresh scent of his wife after bathing, mingled with a faint milky sweetness and the warm fragrance of her skin. This scent acted like the most potent aphrodisiac. The desire he had just suppressed surged back to life, screaming for release. Gazing at his wife's sleeping profile, a daring thought began to take root in his mind. Silently, he drew closer, gently drawing her soft, warm body into his embrace from behind. In her sleep, Gu Yuan seemed to sense something amiss. She murmured softly, unconsciously shifting toward the source of warmth. Finding a more comfortable position, she reached the peak and drifted back into a deep sleep. She was utterly exhausted, feeling as though she had experienced an incredibly vivid and shameful erotic dream. 3 hours later, a faint cry echoed from the nursery. Gu Yuan's biological clock woke her precisely on schedule. The moment she stirred, an unfamiliar ache and sticky sensation washed over her body. Last night's shameful erotic dream instantly became crystal clear. She whipped her head around to stare at the culprit beside her, sleeping soundly with a smug smile still playing at the corners of his mouth. Her pretty face flushed crimson with anger in an instant. That old rogue, sneaking up from behind. She bit her lip, muttering under her breath with a mix of irritation and amusement. This man was becoming more and more reckless. She rose quietly, slipped into the bathroom, and then went to the nursery to nurse the baby. The next morning around 8 o'clock, Gu Yuan woke up to find the man behind her already clinging to her. Honey, you awake? Liu's voice, thick with amusement, murmured in her ear. Gu Yuan kept her eyes closed, pretending not to hear. Liu watched her slightly trembling eyelashes and knew instantly she was faking sleep. He leaned in with a mischievous grin, gently blowing a breath into her ear. Honey, your acting is terrible. The warm breath instantly made Gu Yuan's ears flush crimson. She couldn't keep up the act any longer. The moment she opened her eyes, Liu's possessive kiss silenced her. This time, Liu remembered to take precautions. After their passionate encounter, Gu Yuan drifted back to sleep, utterly satisfied. At 9 in the morning, Liu rose feeling refreshed and alert. After washing up, he changed into a well-tailored casual outfit. He looked even more mature and steady, radiating charm. When he descended the stairs, his father-in-law, Gu Jianjun, was already seated at the dining table, sipping tea with a hint of nervousness. Morning, Dad. Morning. Gu Jianjun looked at his calm and composed son-in-law. And felt his own nervousness inexplicably ease considerably. After a simple breakfast, Liu picked up his car keys. Dad, let's go meet that landlord. They drove the eye-catching red Mercedes-AMG GT straight to Expo Street in the southern suburbs. At the agreed-upon cafe, Liu and Gu Jianjun waited a full 15 minutes before the so-called landlord, Mr. Zhou, finally strolled in. He strutted in with a beer belly, looking haughty and arrogant. Oh my apologies. I just got a call from the folks at Dishi Kitchen God discussing their plans. They're quite pleased with my shop, you see. Before he even sat down, he started laying down the law. Gu Jianjun's brow furrowed imperceptibly. Mr. Zhou plopped down and got straight to the point. My terms are simple, 1 million yuan monthly rent, 1 month deposit plus 12 months rent upfront, with a minimum 5-year lease. Just as Gu Jianjun was about to protest that the price was outrageous, Mr. Zhou waved him off impatiently. Sir, you may be unaware of the market. The Great Western Kitchen God has already offered me 1,100,000. I'm only giving you this chance because you contacted me first. If you don't seal the deal today, this place will be someone else's tomorrow. His arrogant demeanor, as if he had them in the palm of his hand, made Gu Jianjun's face turn pale with anger. He turned to look at Li Yu, wanting to see his son-in-law's reaction. But Li Yu had been leaning back in his chair the entire time, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips, not uttering a single word. Only when Mr. Zhou impatiently urged them did Li Yu slowly sit up straight. He didn't speak, merely taking out his phone and tapping the screen lightly a few times. Then, in full view of Mr. Zhou and Gu Jianjun, he slid the phone slowly toward the center of the table. Mr. Zhou, before we discuss the price, why don't we take a look at this first? Mr. Zhou shot at a dismissive glance, then his expression froze instantly. Displayed on the phone screen was a photograph of an official document bearing a bright red official seal. Internal notice regarding the comprehensive acquisition and redevelopment plan for the Expo Street area in South Suburb District. Mr. Zhou's pupils contracted sharply, the color draining from his face at a visible pace. A fine sheen of cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. Li Yu calmly lifted his coffee, taking a leisurely sip. He tucked his phone away, leaned back in his chair, and let a cold smile curve his lips. Mr. Zhou, now, tell me again. Is your shop, slated for demolition any moment now, still worth $1 million a month? Cold sweat trickled down Mr. Zhou's plump cheeks, beating and dripping. Staring at Li Yu's calm, composed face, he felt like a clown stripped bare. All his schemes and calculations lay exposed before this man. Mr. Zhou? Gu Jianjun was also rendered speechless by this sudden turn of events. He glanced at the internal document stamped with a red seal. Then he glanced at the pale-faced landlord beside him, and instantly understood. His son-in-law had known about the demolition plans all along. This wasn't mere hearsay. Mr. Li, where did you get this? Mr. Zhou's voice trembled as he pointed at Li Yu's phone, his eyes filled with astonishment. He had only caught a glimpse of this document once, secretly peeking at it through a relative at the neighborhood office. The relative had warned him repeatedly that this was top-secret information that must never be disclosed. Yet this young man before him could produce a photo of the document outright. What did this mean? It meant his background and connections were no ordinary affair. Where I got it from doesn't matter. Li Yu tucked his phone away and spoke slowly. What matters, Mr. Zhou, is that your shell game isn't exactly a masterstroke. You wanted to offload this hot potato at a premium before the demolition announcement, shifting all the renovation losses onto the buyer. That's quite the scheme you've cooked up. Li Yu's words left Mr. Zhou flustered, his lips trembling as he struggled to respond. Just then, the cafe door swung open. A voice familiar to Li Yu drifted inside. Dad, big brother, let me tell you, this location is absolutely one of Jiangning City's prime spots. Li Yu turned to see none other than Zhao Bufan. Chapter 83. This is a big pitfall. Two men walked side by side with Zhao Bufan. One exuded extraordinary presence with piercing eyes, Zhao Yikong, chairman of the Zhao Group. The other wore gold-rimmed glasses and had a refined, scholarly demeanor, Zhao Bufan's older brother, Zhao Tianqi. The moment Zhao Bufan entered, he spotted Li Yu and Gu Jianjun seated by the window. His expression darkened instantly. Li Yu, you're the fall guy again. What are you doing here? Zhao Bufan's eyes brimmed with contempt and provocation. He eyed Li Yu up and down, then glanced at Gu Jianjun beside him. Oh, so you brought some middle-aged guy along to play the role of a wealthy man for appearances? Just putting on a show? What nonsense are you spouting? I'm his father-in-law. Gu Jianjun flared up instantly. Father-in-law? That would make him Gu Yueyin's father? Zhao Bufan paused, then laughed even more brazenly. Ah, Mr. Gu, my apologies for the oversight, he said with a sarcastic tone. But you lot? Thinking you can compete with the Zhao family? That's nothing short of a pipe dream. Clearly, Zhao Bufan had spotted the landlord and Li Yu seated at the same table and recognized them as rivals. Li Yu remained silent at first, quietly observing this clown's performance. Only after the other man finished speaking did he meet Zhao Bufan's challenging gaze and speak calmly. That's right. I'm here to compete with you for this shopfront. Whatever you plan to do here, I plan to do the same. Li Yu's tone was calm, yet it carried an undeniable air of dominance. Zhao Bufan was furious at his father's behavior and was about to explode. But his father, Zhao Yikong, silenced him with a single glance. Bufan, come here. Zhao Yikong's voice was not loud, but it carried an air of authority. Zhao Bufan shot Li Yu a resentful glare before reluctantly approaching his father. Dad, you saw that, right? It's that kid. He's always going against me. Zhao Bufan lowered his voice, speaking urgently. This place is so popular now that even someone like him wants a piece of the pie. It proves this is a surefire money-making venture. We must take over this shop immediately. We can't let him beat us to it. Zhao Yikong remained silent, his sharp gaze fixed on Li Yu and Gu Jianjun in the distance. Zhao Tianqi adjusted his glasses beside him and spoke in a seemingly gentle tone. Dad, I think second brother has a point. I've already sent people to conduct market research. The foot traffic and consumer potential in this section of Book Street are top tier. Opening our flagship store here would guarantee an overnight sensation. Seeing his older brother speak up for him, Zhao Bufan seized the moment, pounding his chest as he made a solemn pledge. Dad, just trust me this once. I promise I won't let you down. Just this location alone give me some money to invest and I guarantee we'll make over 10 million within a year. Zhao Yikong pondered for a moment before finally nodding. Looking at his once troublesome youngest son, he spoke slowly. All right. I'll trust you one more time. I've prepared the 200 million yuan budget for you. As long as you can generate 10 million yuan in net profit from this store within a year, I'll formally bring you into the Zhao Group's management team and you'll continue to oversee this branch. Hearing his father's promise, Zhao Bufan's eyes lit up instantly. Joining the Zhao Group's senior management was his lifelong dream. After all, according to regulations, only those who made significant contributions to the group were eligible for such positions. Otherwise, even as the chairman's son, he would struggle to gain entry. Even if he did, without results, people would gossip about him. This time, however, was Zhao Bufan's chance to prove himself. Thank you, Dad. I won't let you down, he said excitedly, already envisioning his future rise to prominence. Dad, what do you think would be a reasonable rent within our budget? Zhao Bufan asked. You handle that. As long as we don't lose money in the end, it's acceptable, Zhao Yikong declared decisively. Now go negotiate with the landlord and get that contract signed as soon as possible. I don't have time to waste here. Got it. Zhao Bufan responded excitedly, turning and running toward Mr. Zhou. The instant he turned away, Li Yu keenly noticed a fleeting, icy smirk flash across the lips of his refined older brother, Zhao Tianqi. The smile vanished in an instant, so fleeting it could have been mistaken for a hallucination. But Li Yu saw it clearly. A thick cloud of suspicion instantly settled over his heart. Something was wrong. Very wrong. Li Yu's brow furrowed deeply. Without hesitation, he silently commanded in his mind. System, activate insightful vision. Target, Zhao Tianqi. Beep beep. Insightful judgment skill activated. Target, Zhao Tianqi. Basic information, Vice President of Zhao Group, Zhao Bufan's half-brother by the same father. Personality traits, cunning and treacherous, calculating and scheming, intensely jealous, will stop at nothing to achieve his goals. True intentions, this individual is meticulously plotting to frame his younger brother, Zhao Bufan. Through the Baolang Street project, he aims to cause Zhao Bufan to lose 200 million yuan of the group's assets. This would permanently disqualify him from inheriting the family business and barring him from the company's management, thereby threatening Zhao Bufan's position. A cascade of revelations exploded like bombs in Li Yu's mind. So that's how it was. Li Yu suddenly understood everything. This was no brotherly unity cutting through steel. This was clearly a real-life soap opera of wealthy brothers tearing each other apart in a bitter struggle for the family fortune. Zhao Tianqi, that seemingly gentle smiling tiger, was the true mastermind behind it all. He deliberately egged Zhao Bufan into jumping into the fiery pit of Baoyuo Street, just to watch him crash and burn. And that fool Zhao Bufan, thinking he'd struck gold, was still counting the money for his own brother who'd sold him out. Pitiful and laughable. A cold smile slowly curled the corners of Li Yu's mouth. He glanced at Zhao Bufan, who was currently engaged in a heated, spittle-flying haggle with Mr. Zhou. Then his gaze drifted to Zhao Tianqi, not far away, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and watching his younger brother with a look of concern. A bold idea began to take root in his mind. Since this was a play, he might as well go with the flow and add fuel to the fire. Li Yu's eyes sparkled with the amusement of someone anticipating a good show. He could already picture the scene, Zhao Bufan pouring 200 million yuan into extravagant renovations. A demolition order would come crashing down from the heavens. At that moment, his once arrogant face would be twisted into an expression of utter despair and collapse. The thought sent a wave of unprecedented satisfaction surging through Li Yu's heart. Zhao Bufan, that foolhardy fool, dared to harbor improper intentions toward the woman he cherished. This was the fate he deserved. Chapter 84, Arrival at Longchen Tower. Beside him, Gu Jianjun watched his motionless son-in-law. A chill ran down his spine. He lowered his voice and whispered. Xiaoyu, what should we do now? Should we keep fighting them? Li Yu snapped back to reality and gave his father-in-law a mysterious smile. Dad, don't worry. The show's just getting started. Soon, Zhao Bufan strode over, his voice brimming with arrogance. Kid, let me make this clear, I'm taking this shop. I've already negotiated with the landlord, I'll pay 1,200,000 a month. Li Yu watched Zhao Bufan's arrogant expression, his smile growing even wider. Ignoring the other man's ranting, he leisurely lifted his coffee cup and took a gentle sip. Then, under everyone's stunned gaze, he slowly extended one finger. 1,300,000. His calm voice sent shockwaves through the crowd. Not only Zhao Bufan, but even the landlord, Mr. Zhou, and Gu Jianjun were stunned. Mr. Zhou's mind raced. Something was off. This kid clearly knew the place was slated for demolition, how dare he raise the bid? He glanced at Li Yu, then at the furious Zhao Bufan across from him. A thought flashed through his mind, these two had a grudge against each other. This kid named Li wasn't genuinely interested in renting. He was deliberately driving up the price to make Zhao Bufan bleed. Realizing this, Mr. Zhou felt a surge of delight. Perfect. Whatever grudge they held against each other, as long as the price went up, he stood to profit more. Mr. Zhou cleared his throat, his face now wearing a look of genuine difficulty. Well now, with both of you showing such sincerity, this puts me in a difficult position. In that case, let's be perfectly clear. The highest bidder wins. Whoever offers the most money gets this prime location. Mr. Zhou's words were exactly what Xiao Bufan wanted to hear. He wanted to use the money right now to thoroughly humiliate Li Yu. Fine. Xiao Bufan slammed his hand on the table, pointing at Gu Jianjun with utter contempt. Mr. Zhou, I advise you to think this through carefully. You're renting your shop to some no-name store that popped up out of nowhere. If they lose money, they won't even be able to pay the rent. You won't have anywhere to cry about it. The nobody shop he referred to was none other than Gu Tianlu, the century-old establishment Gu Jianjun held in pride. You! Gu Jianjun trembled with rage, leaping to his feet. The Gu family's reputation isn't something a greenhorn like you can insult. Xiao Bufan, however, couldn't care less. He sneered coldly. Our Zhao family possesses immense wealth and an impeccable reputation. Partnering with us is the most secure choice. Then, he held up 4 fingers arrogantly. And I'll pay 1,400,000 yuan in monthly rent. Li Yu couldn't be bothered with his nonsense, uttering only 3 indifferent words. Then I'll offer 1,500,000. You! Xiao Bufan's eyes turned red with fury, instantly losing his temper. 1,600,000. He practically shouted it. Not only will I pay 1.6 million a month, but I'll settle 2 years' rent in one lump sum. That's 38,400,000 total. Sign the contract now. Transfer the money now. Whoa! Mr. Zhou sucked in a sharp breath, his heart nearly leaping out of his throat. Paying 2 years' rent in one lump sum? That was nearly 40 million in cash. He struck gold. He'd hit the jackpot. He didn't even bother to check Li Yu's reaction, leaping up from his chair in excitement. Excellent, excellent. Young Master Zhao truly is a straightforward man. It's settled then, this shop is yours. Xiao Bufan looked at Li Yu smugly, his eyes brimming with the triumphant arrogance and contempt of a victor. As if to say, see that, you poor schmuck? That's the gap between us. Yet, not a trace of disappointment or resentment could be seen on Li Yu's face. He rose calmly and offered his father-in-law a smile. Dad, looks like this place isn't meant for us. Let's go. Gu Jianjun still felt a bit annoyed, but he nodded and followed his son-in-law toward the door. Watching their forlorn retreating figures, Xiao Bufan's smug grin grew even broader. He immediately urged Mr. Zhou to sign a 5-year lease agreement on the spot. Little did he know he had just signed a losing indenture with his own hand. After leaving the cafe, Li Yu drove his father-in-law straight to Longchen Tower. Half an hour later, the crimson Mercedes AMG GT came to a smooth halt before a towering skyscraper. Longchen Tower, my first time here, Gu Jianjun remarked, lifting his head. Gazing at the towering, majestic structure before him, he couldn't help but utter a gasp of awe. As the two approached the entrance, a middle-aged man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses, accompanied by 2 young, attractive female assistants, hurried over to greet them. Chairman Li, you're here. The man bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle toward Li Yu, his demeanor utterly humble. Gu Jianjun was startled by the scene and looked at his son-in-law in confusion. Who is this man? Why is he so respectful toward you? Li Yu smiled at his father-in-law and explained in a low voice. Dad, this is Ueda, the general manager of the building's property management. The owner of this building is a very close friend of mine. I gave him a heads up beforehand. Ueda's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. He instantly understood the owner didn't want his identity exposed. Ueda quickly lifted his head, his face breaking into a warm smile as he extended his hand toward Gu Jianjun. You must be Mr. Gu? It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Please, come in. Ueda personally led the way, guiding the 2 men inside the building. Mr. Gu, here are our retail spaces on the 1st and 2nd floors. Spanning 2 levels, the total area exceeds 2,000 square meters. Ueda pointed to the spacious, bright prime retail space with its huge floor-to-ceiling windows and launched into a detailed introduction. Our building alone houses several thousand permanent office workers, all high-income earners. Not to mention the daily visitors and tourists, the foot traffic here is undoubtedly the highest in all of Jiangning City. Gu Jianjun's eyes lit up as he surveyed the seemingly perfect location before him. Whether it was the location, the size, or the potential customer traffic, was 100 times better than that shop on Exhibition Street. But he quickly regained his composure. He quietly tugged at Li Yu's sleeve and lowered his voice. Xiaoyu, this place is great, but the rent. Gu Jianjun did a quick calculation. For a prime location like this, would easily cost 5 or 6 million a month. Just then, Ueda spoke up at the perfect moment. Mr. Gu, to be honest, the great Western chef approached me just the other day. They wanted to open their flagship store here and offered 7 million a month outright. But I turned them down per Chairman Li's instructions, all to save it for you. Chapter 85, Scouting the Competition. What? You turned down 7 million a month? Gu Jianjun's heart sank instantly. He was about to say it was fine then. But then he caught his son-in-law Li Yu discreetly giving Yuita a meaningful glance. Yuita immediately understood. A pained expression crossed his face as he sighed, feigning helplessness. But you see, this shop has been sitting empty for months now. We're eager to rent it out. How about this, Mr. Gu? Out of respect for your position as Chairman Li's father-in-law, I'll quote you the actual market rate. He held up 2 fingers. 2 million a month. What do you think? Gu Jianjun's eyes widened in shock. Only 2 million? That was 3 or 4 million less than he'd expected. This was practically manna from heaven. Seeing Gu Jianjun's stunned expression, Yuita thought the other party was dissatisfied with the price. He gritted his teeth, stamped his foot, and seemed to make a huge decision. Forget it. I'm going all in today. Even if the boss yells at me, I'll take it. 150,000. Mr. Gu, this truly is the absolute lowest price we can offer, a rock-bottom deal. If you can finalize it today, I'll personally waive 3 months' rent as your renovation period. 1,500,000 yuan plus 3 months' rent waived. Gu Jianjun was stunned, his heart racing with excitement. Before Yuita could finish speaking, he slammed his hand on the table. I'll take it. Sign the contract now. Soon, a 5-year lease agreement for 1.5 million yuan with 3 months' rent waived was placed before Gu Jianjun. Holding the steaming hot contract, Gu Jianjun grinned from ear to ear. He was now utterly satisfied with this son-in-law. Not only had he helped him avoid the pitfall of Expo Street, but he'd also found him this prime location. Most importantly, the price was practically a giveaway. Looking at his son-in-law beside him, calm and composed, he felt a flood of emotions welling up inside. Just how much untapped potential does this son-in-law of mine still hold? Once the contract was signed, a weight lifted from Gu Jianjun's shoulders. As they got into the car, he looked at his son-in-law, Li Yu, growing more and more pleased with him. Xiaoyu, where should we go now? Li Yu started the car, a hint of a mysterious smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Dad, knowing your enemy and yourself ensures victory in every battle. I'm taking you to scout out our future competitors. The Great Western Chef. Half an hour later, the car pulled up outside a lavishly decorated restaurant in downtown Jiangning City. It was the most popular branch of Dishi Chef God, owned by the Zhao Group. The hostess at the entrance lit up at the sight of the eye-catching red Mercedes AMG GT. As soon as the two stepped out, a male manager in a suit approached them with a broad smile. Gentlemen, please come in. Li Yu nodded and led his father-in-law inside. The restaurant was bustling with noise and packed to capacity. The manager scanned the room, a look of difficulty crossing his face. My apologies, gentlemen. It's peak dining hours now, and we're completely full. Gu Jianjun frowned. Looks like we're too late. No seats left? Li Yu, however, remained unfazed. His expression turned serious as he stated, we came here to eat, not to stand around. Overwhelmed by Li Yu's presence, the manager immediately bowed and scraped. Please don't worry, I'll see what I can do. He hurried over to whisper instructions to a waiter. Soon, the waiter led them through the bustling dining hall to a corner. I'm terribly sorry, but this is the only table left, the waiter said apologetically, pointing to a small 2-person table right next to the restroom door. The waiter pointed to a small 2-person table right next to the restroom door, his face full of regret. A faint, lingering odor drifted over from the restroom direction. Gu Jianjun's expression darkened instantly. What kind of nonsense was this? They were being seated next to the restroom? Just as he was about to protest, Li Yu pressed his shoulder and shook his head. Dad, when you're here, you might as well make the best of it. Besides, this gives us a chance to see what their service is really like behind all that hype. Gu Jianjun thought this made sense and reluctantly sat down. The waiter handed over the menu. Without even glancing at it, Li Yu told the server. Bring us one of every signature dish on your menu. The server froze, thinking he must have misheard. Sir, we have over a dozen signature dishes. Won't 2 of you be unable to finish them all? We can take the leftovers home, Li Yu replied calmly. Noticing the waiter's confusion, he smiled and explained. My father-in-law is visiting from out of town. It's his first time in Jiangning. I want him to try our most famous local dishes. This explanation seemed perfectly reasonable, and the waiter nodded quickly. Certainly, sir. I'll place your order right away. The waiter's gaze toward Li Yu instantly shifted from puzzlement to admiration. Not only was this gentleman handsome and wealthy, but he was also a devoted son. And bring us 2 cups of your best health tea. Li Yu added. After ordering the tea, his thoughts suddenly drifted to his beloved wife at home. Yue Yan had just given birth and was severely depleted. It was time to put my god-tier nutritionist skills to use and design a proper nutritional meal plan for her. I must nurse my wife back to being plump and rosy-cheeked, soft and supple. Just as Li Yu was mentally planning how to nourish his wife's body, a hushed conversation drifted over from the next table. The voices sounded vaguely familiar to Li Yu, and he instinctively turned his head. Seated at the adjacent table, also tucked into the corner, sat a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. It was Zhao Bufan's treacherous older brother, Zhao Tianqi. He was speaking into his phone with a tone laced with smugness and contempt. Rest assured, it's all taken care of. That fool Zhao Bufan has fallen right into the trap I set for him. I'd already confirmed through inside channels that the land on Baluo Street was about to be expropriated. I deliberately had someone package that location as prime real estate and leak it to him, making him think he'd stumbled upon a huge bargain. Today he actually went for it, signing a 5-year lease at a sky-high monthly rent of 1.6 million. He paid nearly 40 million yuan in rent upfront. Once he pours his entire 200 million yuan startup fund into it and the demolition order arrives, I'll see how he manages to recover. Then he'll be a true wastrel. Forget about joining the group's top management, he won't even be able to get into any of the group's subsidiaries. Zhao Tianqi's voice dripped with malicious glee. These words exploded like a thunderclap in Gu Jianjun's ears. The teacup in his hand clattered onto the table, spilling tea everywhere. A wave of terror, like surviving a catastrophe, made his heart pound wildly. Chapter 86, Getting Better at It. Oh my god. If it weren't for his son-in-law learning about this beforehand and orchestrating this whole scheme, today, it would have been Gu Jianjun himself who jumped into this fiery pit. Forget opening a shop, he'd likely lose his entire life savings. He looked at his son-in-law, who wore an expression of utter calm, his eyes filled with indescribable shock and gratitude. This son-in-law of his was nothing short of a god sent down from heaven. Li Yu, however, showed no reaction. All of this had been within his expectations. He merely thought Zhao Tianqi's tactic of using others to do his dirty work was executed with remarkable skill. Too bad, the blade the other side wielded had also become a piece in his own revenge plan. Soon, the dishes began arriving at the table. French-baked snails, black truffle foie gras, beef Wellington. The table was laden with an array of dishes, each exuding an enticing aroma. Gu Jianjun forced down the shock in his heart and picked up his knife and fork. Xiaoyu, come on, let's try some. The two began to savor the dishes. The flavors were indeed good, but they weren't exactly mind-blowing. Moreover, the dishes were mostly Western cuisine, lacking the soul of Chinese food. The flavor is passable, but it lacks any distinctive character. Gu Jianjun set down his knife and fork, offering his assessment. It's nowhere near as good as the dishes at our Gu Tianlu. It's just that this place has Western cuisine instead of mine. Son-in-law, do you think our restaurant should hire some Western chefs too? Gu Jianjun asked. Li Yu shook his head. No need. The foundation of Gu Tianlu is Chinese cuisine. We can borrow Western presentation and some cooking techniques, but we absolutely can't lose our core identity. My vision is to focus on top-tier traditional Chinese cuisine, complemented by a few exquisite Western desserts and dishes, a fusion of East and West. Li Yu spoke eloquently, sharing his culinary vision without reservation. Gu Jianjun nodded repeatedly, his gaze toward his son-in-law growing increasingly appreciative. This young man not only had money and connections but also possessed unique insights into business. A true leader. The two continued eating and conversing. From the restaurant's decor to future marketing strategies, our conversation flowed more and more naturally. Before we knew it, it was past 2 in the afternoon. Let's go, Dad. Time to head home. Li Yu waved over a server to settle the bill. The total bill came to over 38,000 yuan. Li Yu swiped his card without hesitation, leaving without even taking leftovers. Driving home, a wave of deep longing washed over him. He'd been out for most of the day, wondered if the 4 little ones at home had been crying or fussing. He also had no idea what his delicate wife was doing right now. At a red light, he pulled out his phone to send Gu Yuan a message. The moment he opened WeChat, a new message popped up. It was from Gu Yuan. He tapped to open it, a photo. In the photo, Gu Yuan lay on her side on the large bed in the master bedroom. She wore the very same wine-red midnight rose silk nightgown he had bought her a few days ago. The deep V-neck design accentuated her postpartum curves, which had become even more striking. Her fair, slender legs were faintly visible beneath the hem. Her exquisite, delicate face bore a hint of languid, alluring flush. Beneath the photo, a line of tantalizing text appeared. Honey, I've put the kids to bed. Just waiting for you to come home. Li Yu felt a surge of blood rush to his head. The veins on his hands gripping the steering wheel bulged. The moment the light turned green, his foot instinctively slammed the accelerator. The red Mercedes-AMG GT roared to life. Like an arrow released from its bow, it sped toward home. Li Yu's mind was now filled with that photograph and those tantalizing words. And Gu Yuan's charming face, capable of both playful scolding and radiant joy. That little vixen was getting better and better at flirting. Soon, the car executed a graceful drift and came to a stop in front of the villa at Longtingipin. Li Yu quickly turned off the engine, grabbed the keys, and dashed into the house. In the living room, his father, Li Jianguo, watched the financial news on TV with keen interest. Xiaoyu's back? How'd things go? Li Yu gave a vague reply, yeah, it's okay. Without pausing, he bounded up the stairs 2 at a time. His father-in-law entered through the doorway and began chatting with Li Jianguo. Li Yu burst into the second floor and flung open the master bedroom door. The scene before him made his breath catch in his throat. Gu Yuan lay on her side on the bed, wearing that burgundy midnight rose nightgown. Under the soft glow of the lamp, the silk nightgown shimmered seductively, clinging perfectly to her delicate, undulating curves. The deep V-neck design accentuated her postpartum, even more voluptuous snow-white skin, creating a breathtaking sight. Hearing the door open, she slowly turned her head. Her jet-black hair cascaded like a waterfall across the pillow. Her exquisite, delicate face bore a hint of lazy flush. Her almond-shaped eyes gazed at him with a moist, alluring look, her gaze full of charm. "Honey, you're back." Gu Yuan's voice was soft and sweet, like a hook that instantly snagged Li Yu's soul. Li Yu felt the blood in his veins boil to the brink of explosion. He slammed the door shut behind him, like a starved tiger. He lunged straight toward the tempting little lamb on the bed. "Ah!" Gu Yuan let out a startled cry. Instantly, she found herself pinned beneath a scorching, rock-hard chest. "You little vixen, just wait and see what I'll do to you today." Li Yu's voice was hoarse, thick with desire. He lowered his head and claimed the lips he'd longed for day and night with a fierce kiss. The kiss was domineering and wild, carrying the pent-up longing and desire he'd suppressed for so long. Gu Yuan was kissed into a daze, able only to emit soft, broken whimpers. Her small hands weakly pushed against his solid chest, yet it felt more like a reluctant invitation. The temperature in the room soared rapidly. Clothes shed, the room filled with sensuality, reaching the peak. It wasn't until past 6 in the evening that this intense battle finally came to an end. Gu Yuan lay limp in Li Yu's arms like a puddle of mud, utterly content. She had now fully experienced what it meant to be as fierce as a bull. This man was nothing short of an untiring, wild bull. Li Yu, contentedly holding his lovely wife close, asked, "Honey, are you hungry?" Gu Yuan murmured a faint mmm. "Come on, honey. I'll take you downstairs for dinner," Li Yu said, reaching to lift her. "No, I can walk myself." Gu Yuan blushed bright red with embarrassment and struggled to climb out of his arms. The two of them dressed in a flirty, affectionate manner before heading downstairs together. At the dining table, the housekeeper, Sister Wang, had already prepared a sumptuous dinner spread. The elders from both families were already seated. Spotting the two of them, Wang Xiulan beckoned cheerfully. Come on. We've been waiting just for you too." Chapter 87, Rewarding the Security Company. Gu Yuan's cheeks still held a faint blush, and she lowered her head shyly. Zhang Suiping observed her daughter's bashful demeanor, then glanced at her son-in-law beside her, looking refreshed and energetic. As someone who'd been through it all, she knew exactly what had transpired. Zhang Suiping shook her head helplessly, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Young love was a beautiful thing. The family gathered around the dining table, radiating warmth and harmony. Gu Jianjun was in an especially good mood today, his smile never leaving his face. "Xiaoyu, I really owe you today. If it weren't for you, I would have made a huge blunder today." Gu Jianjun raised his wineglass, his face full of gratitude. Li Yu smiled. "Dad, no need for formalities between us. We're family. Come on, let's raise a glass to celebrate Dad's Gu Tianlu restaurant, which is about to open in the busiest part of Jiangning City," Li Yu said, pulling a bottle of rare 1982 Lafite from the nearby liquor cabinet. "Wow, an 82 Lafite." Gu Jianjun's eyes lit up. Though he was quite successful in his career, a wine of this caliber was something he only occasionally encountered at the most exclusive wine tastings. Li Yu skillfully opened the bottle and poured glasses for all the men in the household. He poured a little for the ladies as well. "Here, everyone. Let's raise a toast to our family's ever-brightening future. Cheers." The family raised their glasses, producing a crisp clinking sound. After dinner, night deepened. Li Yu suggested, "Let's go for a walk to help our digestion." The suggestion was met with immediate approval from the entire family. So, 6 adults from one family pushed 4 identical luxury strollers. They emerged from the villa in a grand procession. This was also the first time Li Yu had the leisure to properly explore this exclusive affluent neighborhood. The landscaping was impeccable, with neatly trimmed lawns and various rare flowers and trees lining both sides of the roads. The air carried a fresh, herbal fragrance. A gentle evening breeze caressed their faces, bringing an indescribable sense of comfort. The 4 little babies lay in their strollers, their big, dark eyes wide with curiosity as they took in this new and fascinating world. The family chatted and laughed, savoring this rare moment of leisure. However, just as they rounded the corner of a villa district, a sudden change occurred. 2 massive, menacing Rottweilers suddenly burst out of the darkness. Unleashed, they growled lowly. Their bloodshot eyes locked onto the 2 strollers at the front. In the next instant, the vicious dogs shot forward like arrows released from a bow. They lunged violently toward the strollers carrying Li Tianming Big Treasure and Li Ziwen Fourth Treasure. "Ah!" Wang Xiulan and Zhang Suiping screamed in terror. In the blink of an eye, just as the vicious dogs' gaping maws were about to touch the stroller, a dark figure kicked out with even greater speed. Thud! Thud! 2 dull thuds. The 2 ferocious dogs flew through the air like 2 broken sacks, kicked violently away. They arced through the air, crashing heavily onto the lawn several meters away, their wails piercing the air. The one who struck was Li Yu, who had stepped in front of the children at the most critical moment. Wah! Wah wah wah! The sudden commotion terrified all four little ones. Their quartet of cries instantly filled the quiet neighborhood. My precious grandchildren! My darlings! Wang Xiulan and Mrs. Gu were nearly scared out of their wits. They rushed forward, frantically trying to calm the frightened children. Li Jianguo and Gu Jianjun's faces turned ashen as they glared at the two vicious dogs still thrashing on the ground, their hearts pounding with lingering fear. Whose dogs are these? How can you let such big dogs out without a leash? Wang Xiulan trembled with rage, pointing in the direction the dogs had come from and shouting angrily. No sooner had she spoken than the gate of a villa swung open. A couple decked out in flashy jewelry emerged, cursing under their breath. Who the hell is making all this racket in the middle of the night? What a lack of manners! The man, with a beer belly and a thick gold chain around his neck, wore a face full of fleshy, menacing features. The woman beside him wore heavy makeup and had a sharp, mean look about her. Their expressions changed instantly when they saw their dog lying on the ground whimpering. Who the hell hit my dog? Was it you? The man pointed at Li Yu's family and erupted into a tirade. We're just walking our dog in front of our own house. What business is it of yours? The woman crossed her arms and retorted sharply. Exactly. Our dog is well behaved and never bites anyone. Wang Xiulan nearly choked on her anger. Doesn't bite people? It nearly bit my grandson just now. You have the nerve to walk such a big dog without a leash? I walk my dog however I want. Who are you to tell me what to do? The man looked utterly arrogant, not giving Wang Xiulan the time of day. Besides, it only scared your kid. It didn't actually bite him. What's all the fuss about? Let me tell you, this is a purebred Rottweiler worth hundreds of thousands. If my dog gets hurt from your kicking, can you afford to pay for it? The man's words completely enraged everyone present. Gu's mother, Zhang Suiping, was so furious her lips trembled. How can you be so unreasonable? Your dog lunged at us to bite. We were acting in self-defense. Bull logic. All I know is my dog got hurt, the woman sneered. The man pointed at Li Yu and demanded, you kicked him, didn't you? Mark my words, this isn't over. Get my dog to the vet now. Or else, I'll make sure you regret this. His arrogant, overbearing demeanor made it seem as if the entire villa community belonged to him. You should know my dog is worth far more than your child. The man's final words were like a bucket of gasoline, igniting the rage burning within Li Yu. Just then, that familiar mechanical alert sounded in Li Yu's mind. Beep. Detected host's intense maternal instincts and overwhelming paternal affection. Special reward triggered. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a 51% stake in Zhonghua Long Security Company, becoming its largest shareholder. Beep beep. Detecting imminent danger to host. Threat sources, two vicious dogs and their owner. Activate company emergency call system? Li Yu's gaze instantly turned as cold as ice. Without hesitation, he silently commanded, activate. Emergency call system activated. Security personnel will arrive at the scene within 5 minutes. Host, please ensure your safety. Meanwhile, the commotion drew nearby neighbors, who quickly gathered in a circle. It's them again. That couple is notorious for being bullies in the neighborhood. Yeah, their two dogs have scared several kids. We've complained to management multiple times, but nothing's been done. I heard the husband's a nouveau riche got a little money and now he thinks he's God. Chapter 88, You're in trouble. The neighbors' murmurs made the couple's faces turn even paler. The man, however, stiffened his neck, adopting a defiant, I'm not afraid of boiling water attitude. What are you all staring at? Get lost. He bellowed at the surrounding neighbors, then pointed at Li Yu's family. Listen up, none of you are leaving until you pay up today. Clearly, he assumed the Li Yu family were outsiders and easy to bully. But the moment his words fell silent, a crisp, rhythmic stomping of footsteps suddenly echoed from behind the crowd. The sound grew louder and louder, drawing nearer and nearer. Like an army on the march, it carried a heart-stopping sense of pressure. Everyone turned to look. At the end of the neighborhood road, a dense line of figures appeared. They were all dressed in identical black suits and wore dark sunglasses. Their imposing figures moved in perfect, synchronized steps, radiating a menacing aura. Following behind this group of burly men in black were 5 uniformed police officers. The lead officer stood tall with a square jaw and piercing eyes, commanding respect without a word. The onlookers were startled by the imposing display and instinctively stepped back, automatically clearing a path. The arrogant couple froze, momentarily unable to comprehend the situation. Under everyone's stunned gaze, the dozen or so burly men in black strode directly to Li Yu. With a synchronized swish, they halted in unison and collectively bowed 90 degrees toward Li Yu. Chairman Li, Zhonghua Long Security Company reporting for duty. The voice boomed with overwhelming force, leaving Li Yu's family members utterly dumbfounded. Chairman Li? Security Company? What on earth was going on? Li Yu, however, remained remarkably calm. He patted his mother Wang Xiulan's hand and whispered reassuringly. Mom, it's okay. I hired new security personnel to prevent any further incidents. Hearing this, his family finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet the looks they gave Liu were filled with deeper shock and curiosity. At the same time, the tall police captain approached with his team. His sharp gaze immediately locked onto the dazed dog couple. We received a report from the public about vicious dogs attacking people here. Is that you? The captain's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. The man's arrogance deflated by half at the sight of the police, yet he stubbornly insisted. Officer, it's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. We were just walking our dogs in front of our own house. We didn't do anything. The woman beside him quickly chimed in, yes. They attacked our dogs first. The tall captain snorted coldly, pointing at the two Rottweilers still struggling at their feet. In Jiangning City, all dogs entering public areas must be on a leash. That's the rule. Where are your dog ownership permits? Show them to me. The man stuttered, unable to get a word out. Just then, a nosy neighborly auntie raised her phone high. Officer, I have video evidence. I saw it clearly from upstairs just now. It was those two unleashed dogs from his place that went berserk and lunged at someone's baby stroller. If it weren't for this gentleman's quick reaction, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The woman's words seemed to open a floodgate as neighbors nearby stepped forward to corroborate her account. That's right, it's not the first time those dogs have scared people. We've reported it to property management multiple times, but they won't listen. They even scold us for minding other people's business. Officer, you've got to crack down on them today. The tall captain took the elderly woman's phone and played the video. The footage captured the entire sequence. To Liu intervening, and finally the couple erupting into a tirade of abuse, the entire arrogant and brazen sequence. The captain's expression grew increasingly grim. He returned the phone to the woman, turned around, and fixed the couple with an icy stare. The evidence is clear. What more can you say? He pulled out a small notebook from his pocket and began listing their offenses one by one. First, publicly insulting an elderly person with vile language. According to the Public Security Administration punishment law, this warrants detention for 5 to 10 days and a fine of up to 500 yuan. Second, according to the Jiangning City dog ownership regulations, walking a dog in public without a leash, causing a serious negative impact, is punishable by a fine of 500 to 3,000 yuan. In severe cases, the dog ownership license may be revoked. Third, the captain paused, his gaze sharpening. I suspect you never obtained a dog ownership license in the first place, making this illegal dog ownership. These two dogs will be confiscated as stray animals. At the word confiscate, the couple panicked completely. No! You can't take my dogs, the woman screamed, lunging forward. Woof, woof, woof. The two Rottweilers, having just regained their composure, seemed to sense their owner's distress. They struggled to their feet once more, growling menacingly at the officers. Just as the officers instinctively reached for their weapons, the group of burly men in black behind Liu moved. The lead security officer coldly issued an order through his earpiece. The targets are aggressive and pose a threat to police and Mr. Li's family. Authorization granted to use non-lethal weapons. No sooner had the words left his mouth than two burly men flashed objects resembling flashlights from their waists. ZZZZT. Two blue arcs of electricity instantly struck the vicious dogs. Woo! The two Rottweilers, which had been ferocious moments before, didn't even have time to let out a cry. They collapsed to the ground, convulsing violently, completely knocked out. The entire process was lightning fast and decisive. My dogs! What have you done to my dogs? The woman let out a shrill scream and lunged forward like a madwoman. But two police officers held her down firmly. Do you know who I am? I'm telling you, you're in big trouble today. The man had completely lost his temper, pointing his finger right at the tall captain's nose and cursing furiously. The tall captain sneered coldly and immediately ordered his colleagues behind him. Obstructing an officer is a separate charge. Handcuff them and take them away. Yes, sir. Several officers swarmed forward. Just then, a police car had arrived unnoticed and several officers stepped out. One officer produced a shiny pair of handcuffs, preparing to fasten them around the man's wrists. I dare anyone to touch me. Do you know who I am? The man continued to resist. The tall captain looked at him, shook his head, and a hint of pity flashed across his face. I'm Chen Xianzhen, captain of the Direct Action Squad under the Jiangning City Public Security Brigade. I don't care who you are or what connections you have. He leaned close to the man's ear and spoke slowly, emphasizing each word. Right now, you're the one who's truly in deep trouble. Chapter 89, True Power. The name Chen Xianzhen was a name that struck fear into the hearts of all in Jiangning City. He was famously incorruptible and fearless in the face of power and privilege. Countless arrogant rich kids and local thugs had fallen victim to his justice. The moment that man heard the name, the color drained from his face and he went limp. Soon, the arrogant couple was forcibly escorted into the police car. The two unconscious dogs were taken away by animal shelter staff who arrived shortly after. Chen Xianzhen approached Liu's family, a hint of apology on his face. I'm sorry for frightening you and the children. Liu shook his head. Captain Chen, you're too kind. We owe it all to your timely arrival. Captain Chen nodded, then glanced at the imposing, black-clad men standing solemnly nearby. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he didn't press further. We'll be leaving now. Should any issues arise later, feel free to contact me anytime. With that, he led his men away. After the police departed, from among the dozen or so burly men in black, a man of imposing stature and composed demeanor stepped forward. He approached Li Yu and bowed respectfully once more. Mr. Li, I am Shuizhen, the East China Regional Director of Zhonghua Security Services. I am reporting for duty. From this day forward, I will personally lead the team responsible for your and your family's security around the clock. Shuizhen's voice was firm and authoritative, resonating with conviction. Li Yu nodded, satisfied with his decisive action earlier. You've worked hard today. Take your team back first. I'll contact you if needed. Yes, Chairman Li. Shuizhen bowed once more, then led his men away like a receding tide, leaving without a sound. Li Yu's phone vibrated once Shuizhen had sent his contact information. Only then did Li Yu's family members finally snap out of their series of shocks. Li Jianguo and Gu Jianjun looked at Li Yu with complex expressions, wanting to ask something but unsure where to begin. Wang Xiulan and Zhang Suiping, however, wore expressions of pride and satisfaction, convinced that Li Yu was becoming more and more capable. Gu Yuyan walked over to Li Yu, gently linking her arm through his. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with a strange light. She realized she seemed to understand this man less and less. Like a bottomless treasure trove, he always managed to bring her immense surprises and a profound sense of security when she least expected it. Honey, how many more secrets are you keeping from me? Gu Yuyan tilted her petite face upward, her question half playful, half genuinely curious. Li Yu gazed at her exquisite, charming face and couldn't resist reaching out to gently tickle her nose with affection. What's mine isn't yours? He leaned close to her ear, whispering with a mischievous grin in a voice only the two of them could hear. Want to know how many secrets I still have? Wait until tonight when we're in bed, and I'll tell you each one slowly. Gu Yuyan's cheeks flushed instantly. She playfully punched Li Yu's chest in embarrassment. Her eyes sparkled with pure sweetness. Li Yu smiled, ruffling her hair before turning to his family. Dad, Mom, please take the kids home first. I'll handle the follow-up with the security company and be right back. Li Jianguo and Wang Xiulan had 1,000 questions swirling in their minds. Seeing their son's confident demeanor, they nodded in agreement. Come back soon, don't keep us worrying, Wang Xiulan urged. Got it, Mom. Watching his family push the stroller back to the villa in a grand procession, Li Yu's smile gradually faded. Instead of heading home immediately, he found an empty bench in the neighborhood and sat down. The evening breeze carried a hint of chill, yet it couldn't dispel the heat and turmoil in his heart. He pulled out his phone, his fingers trembling slightly as he typed 5 characters into the search bar. Zhonghua Security Company. The search results popped up instantly. After reading only the first entry's description, Li Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. He took a deep breath and clicked on the most authoritative official introduction page. The startling text on the screen exploded like thunder in his mind. Zhonghua Security Group, with registered capital of 120 billion yuan, is a world-leading comprehensive security service provider. Operating in over 100 countries and regions worldwide, it possesses the most advanced global intelligence network and analytical systems. Due to its unique background and state backing, it holds certain special investigative privileges domestically. The group's domestic headquarters employs over 10,000 security personnel, including more than 1,000 elite veterans from special forces with extensive combat experience, capable of undertaking any high-risk assignment. Li Yu shot up from the bench with a start. His eyes widened as he stared intently at the phone screen. He felt his heart pounding so hard it threatened to leap out of his throat. This wasn't just any security firm. This was clearly a behemoth with a legitimate license and capabilities rivaling a national intelligence agency. A registered capital in the hundreds of billions, a global business network spanning the world. And the most crucial phrases, state-backed and special investigative authority. Li Yu instantly understood this reward, earned by kicking a vicious dog flying in his desperate drive to protect his son. This was by far the most significant and mind-blowing reward the system had ever bestowed. This was no longer something that could be measured by simple monetary value. It represented status, standing, true power and influence that ordinary people could never hope to attain in a lifetime. From this day forward, Li Yu was no longer just a wealthy upstart. He was now the largest shareholder of Zhonghua Security Group. This status alone would allow him to walk tall in Jiangning City and indeed across the entire nation of Longhua. An unprecedented surge of pride and excitement surged through his chest. He forced himself to suppress his inner elation, pulled Shuizhen's number from his contacts, and dialed. The call was answered almost instantly. Chairman Li. Shuizhen's steady, respectful voice came through the receiver. Captain Shui, I need to confirm the safety of my family. Li Yu forced his voice to sound calm. Rest assured, Chairman Li. Shuizhen's tone was unwavering. Starting immediately, a 12-member elite squad will be assigned to your family. They will operate in 3 rotating shifts. They will provide round-the-clock covert protection for your family. They will remain out of sight and won't disrupt your family's daily life. But they will respond immediately to any threat the moment it arises. Li Yu nodded. This was precisely what he wanted. Shuizhan paused briefly on the other end of the line before adding. Additionally, Chairman Li, as the head of the East China region, I have the authority to access certain intelligence resources within the group. Should you encounter any unsolvable issues in the future, or wish to investigate any person or matter, you may instruct me directly. We guarantee a satisfactory response in the shortest possible time. These words once again sent shockwaves through Li Yu's mind. Chapter 90, The Lively Homeowners Group. Investigate anyone, anything, what immense power that entailed. Zhao Bufan's arrogant face instantly flashed through his mind. And Lu Tsuiwen's sharp, biting expression, he couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Now he possessed the absolute power to crush them beneath his feet with ease. Alright, I got it. Li Yu hung up the phone and exhaled a long, heavy breath. He felt as though the very ground beneath his feet had shifted. He sat quietly on the bench for over 10 minutes, finally calming his emotions. Only then did Li Yu rise and walk toward his home. Upon returning to the villa, the living room was brightly lit. The elders from both families, along with Gu Yuan, were all seated on the sofa, waiting expectantly for him. As soon as he entered, Wan Xiulan was the first to greet him. Son, you're finally back. Quickly tell Mom what all that commotion was about earlier. Those men in black suits, did you really invite them? Li Yu changed his shoes, walked over to the sofa, sat down, and pulled Gu Yuan into his arms. He had already prepared his explanation. Mom, that was the security company I just hired. You saw what happened today, it was too dangerous. If I'd reacted even a second slower, the consequences would have been unimaginable. We have 4 children now. Safety is our top priority. No expense is too great. Hearing it was for the safety of her 4 precious grandchildren. Wang Xiulan's puzzled expression instantly shifted to agreement and relief. Right, you're absolutely right. We should hire some people to watch over them. We're not afraid to spend money, the children's safety is paramount. Zhang Suweiping and the 2 grandfathers nodded in unison, offering their fullest support for Li Yu's decision. With that, Li Yu casually swept the matter under the rug. He pulled out his phone, pretending to check messages, and opened the homeowners group chat. The group was already buzzing with activity. The 999 plus message notification flashed bright red. Scrolling through, he saw neighbors frantically discussing the recent incident. Soon, he spotted the video recorded by that enthusiastic auntie. The video clearly shows 2 vicious dogs lunging at the baby stroller. Li Yu's 2 swift kicks were captured with such precision they looked downright cool. Immediately after, the dog owner's arrogant and abusive shouting erupted, making anyone who heard it boil with rage. Resident Building 12 Mrs. Wang, good heavens, the residents of Building 8 are so unlucky to have to deal with those lunatics from Building 16. Resident Building 9, Mr. Li, those 2 dogs have scared my son multiple times, and the property management just won't do anything. The comments section erupted with condemnation of the dog owners. Just then, another video surfaced. This one was filmed from a higher angle, likely from an upper floor. In the footage, a dozen burly men in black marched in formation, arriving at the scene with an intimidating presence. Soon after, police officers appeared, led by a commanding sergeant. Finally, the once arrogant couple was handcuffed like 2 dead dogs and escorted into the police van. The moment this video surfaced, the entire homeowners group erupted. Resident Building 3, Sister Chen, holy. Is this a movie? This setup is terrifying. Resident Building 18, Director Zhao, I recognize that Police Commander Qin Xianzhen, head of the Municipal Bureau's Special Operations Unit. He's notorious as an iron-fisted enforcer. Never expected him to personally handle this call. Resident Building 6, Professor Liu, didn't you notice? Those men in black suits all addressed the male homeowner of Building 8 as Mr. Li and bowed collectively. What level of big shot must he be? Resident Building 12 Mrs. Wang, good heavens! Our community has been hiding such a god among men? Living in Building 8 really is something else. Seeing the shocked and envious comments in the group chat, Li Yu's lips curved into a faint smile. Making an example to intimidate others, the effect of establishing his authority was even better than he'd imagined. From this day forward, throughout the entire Longtingipin Villa complex, no one would dare provoke the Li Yu family again. Just then, Mr. Zhao from Building 21 suddenly spoke up in the group chat. Neighbors, my cousin works in the Municipal Bureau's Public Security Division. I'll have him find out how that crazy couple was ultimately dealt with. The moment he spoke, the homeowners group erupted. Brother Zhao, you're amazing. Who knew you had connections like that? Hurry up, Brother Zhao. We're counting on your good news. Those uncivilized jerks must pay the price. Standing with Brother Zhao. People like that need to be dealt with properly, or who knows how arrogant they'll get in the future. Li Yu glanced at the flattering comments in the group chat and merely smiled faintly. He tucked his phone away, no longer bothered by the pointless flattery. He no longer needed others' connections to solve problems. Because he himself was the most powerful connection. Li Yu rose and tiptoed into the nursery. Gu Yuan was cradling their baby daughter, Li Ziwen, pacing gently back and forth in the room. The little one in her arms seemed startled, sleeping restlessly. Her tiny brow was deeply furrowed, and she occasionally let out a faint whimper. "Honey, go rest. I'll take over." Li Yu approached, his voice barely above a whisper, afraid to disturb the tiny being in her arms. Gu Yuan lifted her head, her eyes reflecting a mix of exhaustion and worry. "Honey, our little angel. It's okay. I'm here." Li Yu carefully took the soft little body from his wife's arms. Xiao Ziwen seemed to recognize the familiar, comforting scent on her father. Her furrowed brow slowly relaxed. Li Yu cradled his daughter and sat down in the nearby rocking chair. In the deepest, gentlest voice, he hummed a lullaby that barely held a tune. "Sweetheart, don't be afraid, Daddy's right here. Daddy will protect you. No one can bully my little princess." His voice seemed to carry a magical power, and the little one in his arms gradually quieted, drifting back into sweet dreams. Even in her sleep, her tiny hand clung tightly to one of Li Yu's fingers, as if it were the safest harbor in the entire world. Li Yu gazed down at his daughter's serene, adorable sleeping face, his heart melting instantly. Just then, that familiar mechanical alert sounded in his mind. Beep. Detected host soothing frightened infant. Perfectly completed care for little baby task. System reward, 1 million yuan in cash. Reward deposited into host's bank account. Please verify receipt. The phone screen lit up briefly, displaying a bank deposit notification. Li Yu merely glanced at it casually, his heart remaining utterly unmoved. To him, these cold numbers held far less comfort than the steady breaths of his daughter nestled in his arms. Family was the most precious treasure of his life. Chapter 91, Heartwarming Recipes. About half an hour later, his mother-in-law, Zhang Suiping, entered carrying a cup of warm milk. "Xiao Yu, you should rest. I'll keep an eye on things here." "Mom, it's okay. I'm not tired. Now be a good boy. You've been busy all day. Go get some sleep." Zhang Suiping took the child from his arms without further discussion and urged him to rest. Li Yu couldn't persuade his mother-in-law otherwise, so he nodded in agreement. Returning to the master bedroom, he didn't immediately climb into bed. While his family's safety was paramount, his wife's health was equally crucial. Gu Yuan had severely depleted her body giving birth to these 4 children and needed proper nourishment to recover. Recalling his advanced nutritionist skill, an idea took root in his mind. He would personally design the most perfect, scientifically tailored postpartum nutritional plan for his wife. Li Yu quietly slipped into the bathroom, took a shower, and changed into his pajamas. Then he pulled up a chair and sat down at his desk. Glancing at his phone, he saw it was already 10:30 p.m. He opened the homeowners group chat, which had been quiet for a while. He found the group had erupted once more. A police bulletin issued by the Municipal Public Security Bureau's official account was pinned at the top. Police bulletin, regarding the attempted dog attack incident at Longting Yipin Residential Complex, investigation reveals that perpetrators Wang male, 45 and Huang female, 42 publicly insulted others in a public place with egregious circumstances. Pursuant to relevant provisions of the Public Security Administration punishment law, they are each sentenced to 5 days of administrative detention. Their 2 Rottweiler dogs, kept without proper registration and unleashed in public, posed a threat to public safety. The dogs have been lawfully impounded. Wang was additionally fined 300 yuan. The announcement sparked widespread outrage. Serves him right. 5 days in detention? He deserved it. Only a 300 yuan fine? That's too lenient. But at least the dogs were impounded, removing a public menace. Well done, thank you police officers. That Mr. Zhao from Building 21 who claimed to have connections earlier has resurfaced. Ahem, everyone, my cousin says he did his best. This is the harshest punishment we could get. Another wave of praise flooded in. Brother Zhao is amazing. Li Yu stared at his phone screen, feeling elated, then shut it off. He pulled a brand new notebook and a fountain pen from his desk drawer. Taking a deep breath, knowledge of nutrition and top-tier culinary techniques surged through his mind like a tidal wave. He unscrewed the cap and began writing furiously on the paper. Postpartum 42-day nutritional diet plan for radiant skin. Phase 1 7 days, detoxification and skin rejuvenation, gentle tonification of qi and blood. Main dishes, red bean and jobs tears porridge, millet and pumpkin porridge. Soups, Chinese yam and black chicken soup benefits, strengthens spleen and stomach, nourishes yin and kidneys, angelica and ginger lamb soup benefits, warms the middle burner, replenishes blood, dispels cold, and relieves pain. Dishes, steamed sea bass, spinach with pork liver. Phase 2 15 days, nourish and repair, replenish collagen. Soups, fish maw stewed with fresh milk benefits, replenishes collagen, beautifies the complexion, sea cucumber millet porridge benefits, nourishes essence and marrow, boosts immunity. Phase 3 30 days, slow fat reduction, restore body shape. Li Yu wrote with meticulous care, not only detailing each meal pairing. Even the specific cooking methods for each dish and soup, the precise control of heat. Even the ingredient ratios were meticulously documented in the most concise language. This writing session lasted a full 40 minutes. When he finally set down his pen, nearly half of the thick notebook was filled. Looking at the heartfelt recipe book he had poured his soul into, a satisfied smile spread across Li Yu's face. He could almost envision how, under his careful nurturing, his wife would regain her pre-pregnancy beauty, even more captivating and alluring than before. Early the next morning, Li Yu had just come downstairs. He saw his father-in-law, Gu Jianjun, sitting on the living room sofa. His face was etched with anxiety as he kept glancing at the wall clock. The moment he saw Li Yu descend the stairs, he sprang to his feet. "Xiao Yu, you're finally down." Gu Jianjun hurried over to him, his tone tinged with urgency. "We've secured the shop and luncheon plaza, but we need to get the renovations underway immediately. I want to get the store up and running as soon as possible to establish a foothold in Jiangning City and provide you and Yue Yan with the strongest possible support." The sincerity and hope in his father-in-law's eyes warmed Li Yu's heart. He understood his father-in-law was trying, in his own way, to contribute to his daughter's happiness. "Dad, don't worry." Li Yu helped Gu Jianjun settle into the sofa and spoke with confidence. "I've got the renovation covered." A name instantly flashed through his mind. Sun Haotian. A former colleague from his old company, who later quit to start a renovation business with his own father. He was reliable and hardworking, with solid craftsmanship. Most importantly, he was trustworthy. "I have a former colleague who runs a renovation company. It's quite sizable. I'll call him right now," Li Yu said, pulling out his phone right in front of his father-in-law. He scrolled through his contacts and found the number he hadn't called in ages. After a few rings, a familiar, booming voice came through, tinged with teasing. "Holy crap, Li Yu? You remembered to call me? I thought you'd forgotten about us old buddies after marrying your pretty wife and having quadruplets." On the other end was Sun Haotian, a former colleague from Li Yu's old company. Li Yu chuckled, leaning back on the sofa, his tone relaxed. "Of course not. I'm just thinking of you because something good came up." "Yeah, right. No news is good news. Spit it out, what's up?" Sun Haotian teased over the phone. Li Yu cut straight to the chase. "Here's the thing. I've got this big deal lined up and I want to give you, my old friend, first dibs." "Oh really? The sun's rising in the west?" Sun Haotian laughed uncontrollably on the other end. "What kind of big deal could you possibly have for me? Let's get one thing straight, I don't take jobs under 30 grand. Not even enough for gas money." "Don't worry, I guarantee you'll make a killing," Li Yu chuckled. "So, my father-in-law is planning to open a restaurant in Jiangning and needs renovations done. I figured since your family's in this line of work, would you be interested in taking it on?" "Take it? Hell yeah." Sun Haotian perked up at the mention of renovation work, pounding his chest in assurance. "Your father-in-law's business is my uncle's business. Rest assured, I'll handle it with utmost clarity and professionalism. How big is the place? I'll get my people ready right away." Chapter 92, Heading to the Renovation Company. Li Yu replied in a matter-of-fact tone, "The location is at Luncheon Tower. First and second floors combined, roughly over 2,000 square meters." The moment those words left his mouth, silence instantly fell on the other end of the line. After a full 10+ seconds, Sun Haotian's voice, thick with utter shock and disbelief, finally came through again. "WH what? Over 2,000 square meters? Li Yu, you're kidding me, right? That's Luncheon Tower. Prime real estate. Your father-in-law is building an aircraft carrier." Sun Haotian had assumed it was just a small shop of 200 or 300 square meters, never expecting it to be such a colossal undertaking. This deal is too big for me to handle alone. I need to talk to my dad about it right away." Sun Haotian's voice brimmed with unmistakable envy and awe. "Well done, kid. Quietly snagged a rich, beautiful wife and hit the jackpot in one fell swoop. No wonder you quit your job, turns out you're living off your wife now." Li Yu heard this and could only give a helpless smile. Starting a business is tough, but keeping it going is even harder. It's not as easy as you think. "Alright, discuss it with your dad first and give me a definite answer as soon as possible." Alright, I'll call you back." Sun Haotian hung up the phone excitedly. Li Yu put down his phone and looked at his father-in-law's face, which was both tense and expectant. He smiled and said, "Dad, it's settled. My friend said he'll discuss it with his father right away. Shouldn't be a problem." Gu Jianjun nodded excitedly, his admiration for his son-in-law's influence growing. Within 5 minutes, Sun Haotian called back, his voice brimming with uncontrollable excitement. "Li Yu, my dad said we're taking this job. Our largest construction crew just wrapped up a project and is ready to start any time. So, let's schedule a meeting. When would work for you?" Li Yu glanced at the wall clock. It was 9 in the morning. "Let's meet at 10:30 this morning. We'll come straight to your office." "Alright, I'll be waiting for you both." After hanging up, Li Yu stretched lazily, feeling thoroughly pleased. He glanced toward the master bedroom upstairs. The woman who had sacrificed so much for him was probably still fast asleep. A wave of deep affection and heartache washed over him. He stood up and said to his father-in-law, "Dad, please sit tight for a moment. I'll go prepare something for you Yen to eat." With that, he headed straight for the kitchen. The housekeeper, Sister Wang, was preparing breakfast. Seeing Li Yu enter, she hurriedly asked, "Sir, what would you like to eat?" "Auntie Wang, you carry on with your work. I'll make you a nutritious meal." Li Yu smiled as he rolled up his sleeves. He retrieved the premium bird's nest soaked overnight from the refrigerator, along with fresh milk and several red dates. He lit the stove and began simmering, his movements flowing like water, seamless and effortless. His masterful knife skills and precise control of the heat left Sister Wang, watching nearby, utterly speechless. In less than half an hour, a steaming bowl of fragrant bird's nest stewed in fresh milk was ready. The milky white broth was thick and rich, exuding an enticing sweet aroma. Beep. Detected host personally preparing nutritious meal for beloved wife. Spoilage meter off the charts. Triggering special reward. Reward, 100,000 yuan cash. The familiar system notification chimed in his mind, yet Li Yu remained utterly unfazed. He even felt like chuckling. Rewards of this level were now nothing more than a drizzle to him. He carefully carried the breakfast of love upstairs. Gu Yuan had just woken up, leaning lazily against the headboard in her burgundy silk nightgown. Seeing Li Yu enter with the food, a sweet smile touched her exquisite, delicate face. "Honey, try it. I made it just for you." Li Yu sat on the edge of the bed, picked up a spoon, scooped up a spoonful, blew on it to cool it down, and brought it to his wife's lips. Gu Yuan obediently opened her little mouth. The sweet, soft, and sticky texture instantly captured her taste buds. So delicious. She closed her eyes in bliss, looking like a contented little kitten. Seeing her adorable expression, Li Yu's heart nearly melted. After feeding his wife, he lingered with her for a while longer. When the time seemed right, he rose to change clothes. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Li Yu drove the eye-catching red Mercedes-AMG GT, carrying his father-in-law, Gu Jianjun, and departed on time. As the car sped down the highway, Gu Jianjun gazed out the window at the rapidly receding cityscape, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Soon, they arrived at an industrial park that looked somewhat aged. The sign for Jia Decoration Company was inconspicuous among the cluster of factory buildings. Sun Haotian had been waiting impatiently at the company entrance, pacing back and forth. When he spotted the blazing red sports car, as dazzling as flames, heading his way, he was completely dumbfounded, his mouth gaping wide enough to fit an egg. Holy crap, a Mercedes-AMG GT? That thing must cost at least 2 million yuan. Sun Haotian rubbed his eyes hard, making sure he wasn't seeing things. He finally realized that Li Yu hadn't just made money, he'd struck gold. The door swung open, and Li Yu stepped out of the driver's seat, flashing him a smile. "Haotian, you've been waiting a while, haven't you?" Not long. It took Sun Haotian a moment to snap out of his daze. He looked at Li Yu, then glanced at that flashy sports car, and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. "Wow, you've really made something of yourself. Absent for just a few days, and now you're driving a luxury car like this." Li Yu smiled and introduced the two. "Dad, this is my friend, Sun Haotian. Haotian, this is my father-in-law, Gu Jianjun." "Hello, uncle." Sun Haotian promptly extended his hand and shook Gu Jianjun's with respect. Gu Jianjun looked at the energetic young man before him and nodded with a smile. Come on, Uncle Li Yu, let's go inside for tea. My dad will be here any minute." Sun Haotian warmly ushered the two men into the company. The company wasn't large, but it was kept neat and orderly. In the tea room, Sun Haotian personally brewed top-grade Da Hong Pao tea for them. After just 2 cups of tea, a slightly plump, kindly-looking middle-aged man hurriedly walked in from outside. My apologies. I'm terribly sorry to keep you waiting." The man bowed apologetically as soon as he entered. "Dad, let me introduce you. This is Li Yu, the person I've been telling you about. And this is his father-in-law, Uncle Gu." Sun Haotian promptly stood up to make the introductions. The newcomer was none other than his father, Sun Jialong, the owner of Jia Decoration Company. "Mr. Sun, you're too kind. We just arrived ourselves." Gu Jianjun smiled. "The fact that you could make time to come back amidst your busy schedule speaks volumes about how much you value us." Li Yu and Gu Jianjun then stood up and extended their hands to shake Sun Jialong's. After exchanging pleasantries and formalities, they all sat back down. Chapter 93, Money is no object. Sun Jialong rubbed his hands together and got straight to the point. "Gentlemen, Haotian just mentioned it to me, a major project spanning over 2,000 square meters. This is the largest contract our company has ever secured since its founding." His eyes gleamed with eagerness for the deal, tinged with a barely perceptible edge of nervousness. "I wonder if you have any specific ideas or budget in mind for the restaurant's renovation, Mr. Gu?" Upon hearing this, Gu Jianjun carefully retrieved a thick stack of documents and photographs from the briefcase he carried with him, and carefully laid out a thick stack of documents and photographs on the coffee table. "Mr. Sun, the Gu Tianlu brand has been passed down through 3 generations of our Gu family. Some things are legacies from our ancestors that must never be lost." Gu Jianjun pointed to the slightly yellowed old photographs, his eyes brimming with reverence for tradition. "Take this storefront, for instance. It must be crafted from solid wood, with the carvings done by hand by master artisans. And this 100 blessings screen in the lobby, it must be made of golden thread Manhwa wood. For the exact dimensions, you'll need to conduct an on-site survey. Sun Jialong and his son Sun Haotian stepped closer. Surveying the intricate and exquisite Chinese designs, solemn expressions settled on their faces. The job was challenging, but not impossible. Rest assured, Mr. Gu, we can handle all of this, Sun Jialong assured him, patting his chest. But what are the requirements for the timeline? His expression shifted slightly. Gu Jianjun lifted his head, his gaze intense as he looked at him. I have only one requirement, it must be completed and open for business within 2 months. What? 2 months? Sun Haotian exclaimed in shock. Uncle, over 2,000 square meters with all this intricate woodwork? 2 months is way too tight. Gu Jianjun's brow furrowed imperceptibly. He knew it was a tight schedule, but time was of the essence. Just then, Li Yu, who had remained silent, slowly lifted his teacup. Haotian, money isn't the issue. It's just a matter of paying more. His gaze fixed on Sun Haotian, his tone was calm yet carried an undeniable authority. As long as you can guarantee quality and finish within 2 months, we can renegotiate the price. Sun Haotian was stunned by Li Yu's nonchalant, wealthy demeanor. He turned to his father for help. Sun Jialong pondered for a moment, then clenched his teeth and slammed his hand on his thigh. Deal. Li Yu, Brother Gu, I, Sun Jialong, am putting my word on the line today. If we take this project, I'll start preparations immediately. My most elite construction crew will dedicate themselves entirely to your project. 2 months. Quality guaranteed. I'll deliver a flawless Gu Tian Tower. Sun Jialong's promise rang out with conviction. Gu Jianjun's furrowed brow finally relaxed, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. Excellent. Mr. Sun, you're a man of your word. It's settled then. I wonder about the cost. Gu Jianjun inquired tentatively. Sun Jialong quickly calculated in his mind and held up 3 fingers. Brother Gu, given your requirements, top-tier materials and expedited production. For a venue over 2,000 square meters, I'll give you a straight quote, it won't come in under 3 million. 3 million. The figure made Gu Jianjun's heart skip a beat. Though he could afford it, subsequent operational costs and working capital would become tight. He was about to open his mouth to negotiate a lower price. Li Yu waved him off without a flicker of emotion. Let's stick with 3 million. I can pay you 2 million as a deposit right now so you can source the best materials. The remaining balance will be settled in full upon project completion and successful inspection. Li Yu's words left all 3 men present stunned. Sun Jialong and Sun Haotian, father and son, were stunned by Li Yu's lavish generosity. 2 million yuan as a deposit, paid without hesitation, not even batting an eye. This wasn't some ordinary son-in-law, he was a veritable walking fortune. Gu Jianjun was deeply moved by his son-in-law's thoughtfulness and sense of responsibility. He understood that Li Yu was taking the burden off his shoulders, unwilling to let him shoulder such a heavy financial burden. Xiao Yu, this money. Gu Jianjun was about to insist that he should cover the cost himself. But Li Yu had already pulled out his phone and addressed Sun Haotian directly. Haotian, send me your company's account details. Oh, okay. Sun Haotian hurriedly fumbled to send over the company account details. Gazing at his son-in-law's unwavering profile, Gu Jianjun swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue. His heart was filled with nothing but deep emotion and satisfaction. Beep. Your account has received 2 million yuan. Sun Haotian's phone buzzed with the deposit notification almost instantly. Staring at the long string of zeros, he felt his hands trembling. It's here. Sun Jialong's face flushed crimson with excitement as he sprang to his feet and extended both hands. Li Yu, Brother Gu, let's make this a successful partnership. Great to do business with you. Li Yu and Gu Jianjun also stood up, their 4 hands clasping tightly together. A renovation contract was signed on the spot. Before leaving, Gu Jianjun still felt uneasy and said to Sun Jialong, Mr. Sun, during the renovation period, would it be possible for me to visit the site every day? Absolutely welcome. You're always welcome to visit and offer guidance anytime, Sun Jialong replied, grinning from ear to ear. With the deal sealed, Li Yu drove off, his satisfied father-in-law by his side, heading home. The red Mercedes-AMG GT weaved through the traffic. Holding the steering wheel, Li Yu's mind was elsewhere, calculating another matter. Helping his father-in-law get the restaurant up and running would be like building his own business. With his god-tier culinary skills and advanced nutritionist expertise, he was undeniably gifted in the food industry. This was the perfect opportunity to learn restaurant operations and management from his father-in-law. When Yu Yan eventually took over the restaurant, he'd be able to lend a hand and ease her workload. Thinking of his delicate wife, a tender smile involuntarily curved the corners of Li Yu's mouth. By the time he returned to the Longting Yiping villa, it was already past 11 in the morning. The moment Li Yu stepped inside, the enticing aroma of freshly cooked food filled his senses. He changed his shoes and quietly slipped into the kitchen. His eyes immediately fell upon the captivating figure that haunted his dreams. Gu Yuyan stood at the stove, her back to the door, wearing an apron. Her slender waist and curvaceous figure were accentuated by the apron, making her appear even more alluring. She was intently watching the pot, holding a spatula in her hand as she carefully stirred the contents, as if preparing one of her signature dishes. Li Yu's heart instantly melted into a puddle. He lightened his footsteps like a cat sneaking a snack, silently approaching his wife from behind. Chapter 94, Wedding Date. Li Yu intended to whisper a surprise in his wife's ear. But just as he bent down, Gu Yuan seemed to sense movement behind her and whipped her head around. Their eyes met. Two warm lips collided unexpectedly. The air in the kitchen froze instantly. Gu Yuan's eyes widened in shock. Her long lashes fluttered like startled butterflies. Li Yu froze too, his nose filled with the unique scent of his wife, a blend of faint milkiness and the aroma of cooked rice. That scent stirred his heart more than any perfume ever could. Mum. Gu Yuan's cheeks flushed crimson instantly. As if electrocuted, she jerked backward a step, covering her mouth with her hand. Her heart pounded wildly, thumping relentlessly. What were you doing? You scared the life out of me. She glared at the culprit before her, both embarrassed and annoyed. Li Yu touched his lips, where a lingering trace of softness and sweetness remained. Watching his wife's adorably bashful expression, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Honey, is this your way of rewarding me? Reward my ass. Gu Yuan was so embarrassed she could barely lift her head. Who told you to walk around like a thief, making no sound? I just wanted to surprise you while you were cooking for me. Li Yu spread his hands innocently. He gazed at the dish in the pot, its golden hue and enticing aroma filling the air, and asked curiously. Honey, what delicious dish are you making? Lotus flower with jade, Gu Yuan replied softly. Dad taught me how to make it last time. I thought you'd like it, so I tried making it for you. Those words instantly filled Li Yu's heart with warmth. Gazing at the woman before him who had rolled up her sleeves to cook for him, tenderness nearly overflowed from his eyes. Gu Yuan felt a little embarrassed under his gaze and turned away, pretending to focus intently on the pot. Oh, right, honey. She seemed to suddenly remember something, a hint of seriousness in her voice. Once my dad gets this restaurant up and running, he's getting on in years, he won't be able to manage it for much longer. When that time comes, this place will likely fall into my hands. If that day ever comes, would you be willing to help me? As the words left her lips, Gu Yuan felt a flutter of unease in her heart. She knew her husband was now wealthy and capable, so she feared he might look down on her family's modest food business. Li Yu's smile gradually faded as he heard her words, replaced by a solemn expression. He stepped closer, gently wrapping his arms around his wife's slender waist from behind. He rested his chin on the fragrant hollow of her shoulder. Silly girl. Li Yu's voice was deep and magnetic, carrying a reassuring strength. Your matters are my matters. Don't even mention just helping you. Even if you don't want to manage it, if you hand this restaurant over to me completely, I'd gladly run it for you. I'll make sure the whole world knows that Li Yu's wife isn't just beautiful, she's the female owner of the nation's top restaurant brand. His words made Gu Yuan's eyes sting with warmth, her heart feeling full as if something had filled it completely. An unprecedented sense of security and happiness enveloped her. Thank you, husband, Gu Yuan murmured softly, turning her head. Li Yu lowered his head and gently kissed away the moisture at the corner of her eye. Why be so formal with me? His large hand began to wander mischievously along her waist. His warm breath brushed against her ear. Baby, you smell so good today. Gu Yuan's body instantly went limp. She could feel it clearly, the solid, scorching body behind her. A dangerous change was occurring somewhere. Stop it. Mom and Dad are right outside. Her face flushed crimson as she wriggled free from Li Yu's embrace like an eel. Fearing her family outside might witness this embarrassing scene, Li Yu watched her retreating figure, sighing helplessly. He muttered under his breath. Living with so many people, there's no privacy at all. Gu Yuan heard his complaint and paused in her steps. She felt exactly the same way. She and Li Yu had skipped all the stages of courtship, plunging straight into marriage and child-rearing. Every day was filled with children and family, leaving no private space for just the two of them. She longed to be like ordinary couples. To hold hands with her husband and go see a movie. Or on a quiet night, doing nothing but holding him in silence. What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and call Mom and Dad down for dinner. Gu Yuan turned her head, hiding her inner thoughts as she urged Li Yu. But in her heart, she was thinking, once the kids are a little older, she absolutely had to find an opportunity to take him on a belated honeymoon, just the two of them. After lunch, Li Yu was happy to have some free time. He spent the entire afternoon with his wife and children, savoring the rare moments of leisure. At dinner, the family was filled with warmth and joy. Gu Zhenjun, relieved that a weight had been lifted from his heart, drank until his face glowed red. He pulled his father-in-law, Li Jianguo, into a toast, glass after glass. After the meal, Wang Xiulan looked around at the family gathered together. She cleared her throat and announced solemnly. Since everyone is here, I have something to announce. The living room instantly fell silent, all eyes fixed on her. Wang Xiulan took a red paper from her handbag and carefully unfolded it. This afternoon, I made a special trip to see Master Chen, the most renowned fortune teller in Jiangning City. I asked him to select the most auspicious date for Xiao Yu and Yu Yan. Pointing to the bold characters written in brushstrokes on the red paper, she spoke with radiant joy. The 16th day of the 8th month auspicious for weddings, bringing great fortune and prosperity. I confirmed with the master this is the best date for the second half of the year. August 16th. Li Yu silently repeated the date to himself. There was still about a month left. He turned to look at Gu Yuyan beside him, noticing a hint of anticipation and coyness on her face. Alright, let's set it for the 16th of August. Li Jianguo was the first to agree, his face beaming with approval. It's a perfect date, neither too early nor too late, giving us ample time to prepare properly. Gu Jianjun and Zhang Suiping nodded repeatedly, thoroughly satisfied with the date. Just then, Li Jianguo, who had been mostly silent, raised another question. We're all set on our end, but what about Yuyan's hometown? Yuyan married into our family and even had children, yet we've never formally visited her parents' home. That's not proper. I think we should take the children back to Yuyan's hometown before the wedding to formally introduce the family. Chapter 95, Preparations underway. Li Jianguo's suggestion immediately gained unanimous approval. It wasn't just about tradition, it was also a sign of respect from the Li family toward their in-laws. Wang Xiulan pondered for a moment before suggesting. How about we go around the 6th of August? By then, the babies will be nearly 3 months old, making the car ride more comfortable. Gu Jianjun's eyes lit up at the mention of that date. Oh my, what a coincidence. My mother Yuyan's grandmother has her birthday on the 9th of August. We were already planning to take the grandchildren back before the 9th so she could see them and celebrate her birthday. So this timing works out perfectly. Wang Xiulan slapped her thigh, her smile growing even brighter. Well, that's just wonderful, 3 celebrations in one. It's settled then. We'll leave on August 6th for Donglan City. First, we'll have a grand engagement banquet over at your place. Then we'll celebrate the elder's birthday in style. When we return, we'll hold the main wedding banquet in Jiangning. Wang Xiulan grew more and more excited as she spoke. She clasped Gu Yuyan's hand, her eyes brimming with genuine affection. Yuyan, don't think just because you've given our family 4 children, we can have a simple wedding. I'm telling you, it's not acceptable. Not only must we have a wedding, but it must be a grand celebration. Let all of Jiangning know that you were brought into our Li family in a grand palanquin, a proper and legitimate bride. Her words brought tears to Gu Yuyan's eyes, welling up with emotion. Zhang Suiping, too, felt her heart grow warm as she listened, clasping her in-law's hands tightly. With such an understanding and genuinely loving in-law family, what else could she possibly worry about? With the wedding date and itinerary set, the next step was to finalize the details. The drive from Jiangning City to Donglan City took about 3 hours. To make it easier to care for the 4 little ones, everyone unanimously decided to forego the high-speed train and opt for a road trip instead. Li Yu's 1.8 million yuan Mercedes-Benz motorhome would prove invaluable for this journey. With Li Jianguo and Gu Jianjun's vehicles, plus the relatives joining them, transportation was no longer a concern. The arrangements were quickly finalized. Gu's mother, Zhang Suiping, decided to return to Donglan City the very next day. She would discuss the engagement banquet arrangements with the relatives at home and make preparations in advance. Li Jianguo and Wang Xiulan began flipping through their phone books. They contacted each of the Li family's relatives one by one to share the good news. In no time, both the Li and Gu families were bustling with preparations for the upcoming grand wedding. The news spread like wildfire. That very evening, it caused quite a stir among the Li family's relatives. Li Yu's second uncle, Li Qingchen, returned home that evening. He thought of his elder brother, Li Jianguo, surrounded by 4 grandchildren, and the wedding planned to be grand and splendid. Then he looked at his own son, Li Jiat, who was well into his 20s yet still loafing around all day, only interested in video games. The fire in his heart flared up instantly. Li Jiat, get your ass out here. Li Qingchen kicked open his son's door. Pointing at his son, who was wearing headphones and furiously pounding away at the keyboard in front of the computer screen, he unleashed a torrent of curses. Li Jiat was startled and quickly pulled off his headphones. Dad, what's the big deal? I'm in the middle of a teen fight. Fight, all you ever do is play games. Fuming with rage, Li Qingchen yanked Li Jiat's suitcase from under the bed. He stuffed Li Jiat's clothes haphazardly into the suitcase while yelling. Starting today, you're moving out. Go rent your own place. Li Jiat was stunned. Dad, have you lost your mind? Why are you kicking me out for no reason? I'm not crazy. If you keep wasting your life like this, my family line will die out. Li Qingchen pointed his finger at Li Jiata's nose, his voice filled with disappointment. Look at your cousin Li Yu. Even though he's 40 years old, he's got a wife and kids, and they had 4 children at once. Now look at you, besides playing video games, what else can you do? Listen to me. Starting today, I'll give you 20,000 yuan a month for pocket money. Go find yourself a wife right now. Once you bring her home, you can move back in. Li Jia's eyes lit up instantly at the words. Originally, his allowance had been 10,000, but now it was 20,000. He couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. But he quickly masked his inner elation, putting on a look of hurt innocence. Dad, that's not fair. What era are we living in? What can you possibly do with 20,000 yuan? How am I supposed to ask girls out for dinner and movies? Or buy them gifts? A decent handbag costs tens of thousands these days. With only 20,000 yuan, I can't even afford one. Who's going to go out with me? Li Jia's twisted logic nearly made Li Qingchen choke with anger. You've got some nerve, haggling with me like this. Provoked by his son, Li Qingchen lost his cool and made a bold offer. Fine, I'll add to it. He held up one finger, his voice gritted with determination. 100,000 a month. Is that enough? I'll give you 6 months. If you still can't bring home a girlfriend within that time, I'll break your legs. 10,000 a month? Li Jia's heart began pounding wildly. He fought back the urge to laugh out loud as he quickly calculated in his mind. His monthly allowance had skyrocketed from 10,000 to 100,000. That meant 600,000 in half a year. He knew his dad had tens of millions in assets. The sum was well within his means. With this money, he could finally get his hands on that top-of-the-line Alienware gaming rig he'd been dreaming about. As for a girlfriend? That was easy to fix. If need be, he could hire one in 6 months' time. First, he'd have to deceive his hot-tempered old man. Then he could use the excuse that dating was expensive. He might even keep getting that 100,000 yuan monthly allowance. Li Jiayi grew more and more excited as he thought about it, already plotting his plan for his old man in his mind. Dad, you said it yourself, no backing out now. Fearing his father might change his mind, Li Jiayi leapt up from the floor and dragged his suitcase out the door. A gentleman's word is his bond. Remember to send the money every month. Don't worry, I promise to bring you a beautiful daughter-in-law within 6 months. With a loud slam, Li Jiayi shut the front door and made a quick getaway. Li Qingchen was left standing alone in the empty living room. Watching his son's impatient retreating figure, he was so furious he could barely catch his breath. He couldn't shake the feeling that this brat had played him like a fool. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan lay in bed, savoring a rare moment of leisure. She idly scrolled through her phone, glancing at the photos of gourmet meals and travel destinations shared by others in her social feed, yet her heart remained unmoved. Because she knew what she possessed now was the very happiness they could only dream of. Gu Yuan suddenly thought of someone, her best friend, Li Fengyue. Chapter 96, Her Best Friend's Situation. Back when they both worked at the airline, they were inseparable, sharing everything. But after she quit her job to have a baby, their contact dwindled. Especially lately, Li Fengyue seemed to have vanished into thin air, even her social media updates had stopped. Worried, Gu Yuan pulled Li Fengyue's number from her contacts and dialed. The phone rang for a long time. Just as Gu Yuan thought no one was answering and was about to hang up, it finally connected. Hello, Yuan? What brings you to call me? Li Fengyue's voice sounded slightly weary on the other end, accompanied by the clatter of keyboard keys. Fengyue, what have you been up to lately? Why haven't we heard from you at all? Gu Yuan asked with concern. Don't even ask. Li Fengyue sighed deeply, her voice heavy with resignation and bitterness. I made a huge mistake at work recently and got fired by the airline. What? Gu Yuan jolted upright in bed. How could that happen? What about you now? I'm working at a small design firm now, just an assistant. Working my ass off for barely over 10,000 a month. Li Fengyue's voice dripped with self-mockery. Our boss is a total jerk. We have to hand in our phones during work hours. It's like being in jail. If I hadn't just gotten off work, I wouldn't have had a chance to take your call. Unlike you, you landed a great husband, living the life of a wealthy housewife with nothing to worry about. Gu Yuan listened to her best friend's complaints, feeling a pang of sadness. She knew Li Fengyue used to be a flight attendant at an airline. With her monthly salary plus bonuses, she made nearly 100,000 yuan a month and lived a pretty carefree life. She never imagined Li Fengyue would end up in such a predicament. So where are you living now? Where else? I rented a tiny 50-square-meter apartment near the company, right next to Dadanglai. That tiny dump costs 4 or 5,000 a month in rent. Life's been tight. I can't even afford to go to the beauty salon anymore. A hint of tears colored Li Fengyue's voice. At the mention of Donglai, Gu Yueching's eyes lit up. Fengyue, you live near Dadanglai? Perfect timing. I was planning to go there for a treatment later. Why don't we meet up after work? I'll treat you to a beauty treatment together? Really? Li Fengyue's voice on the other end instantly rose an octave, brimming with delight. That'd be wonderful. Yuan, you're my savior. Oh, and just the facial won't cut it, you have to treat me to a fancy dinner. I haven't had anything delicious in ages. Li Fengyue promptly made her request. No problem. Gu Yuan agreed without hesitation. But a thought quickly crossed her mind. Her husband, Li Yu, had meticulously designed an extremely strict nutritional meal plan for her to recover quickly after childbirth. He personally supervised her, and if she went out eating indiscriminately and he found out, Just the thought made Gu Yueyan feel a pang of guilt. Fengyu, I need to check with my husband first, she said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Holy crap, Gu Yueyan, when did you become such a husband slave? You need his permission just to eat? Li Fengyue on the other end of the line let out an exaggerated gasp. Yet her tone was thick with undisguised envy. Gu Yueyan's cheeks flushed slightly. Nothing like that. I just need to let him know. With that, she hung up and rose to walk into the study. Once inside, she purred like a kitten as she rubbed against Liu, who was reviewing documents at his desk. Husband. She tugged at Liu's arm, her voice soft and sweet enough to melt hearts. Liu set aside his papers, drew her into his embrace, and kissed her rosy lips. What's wrong, my little darling? I want to go out to dinner with Fengyu. Is that okay? Gu Yueyan blinked her big, watery eyes, watching him cautiously. Just one meal. I promise I won't eat anything spicy. Liu couldn't help but chuckle softly at her pitiful expression. He extended a finger, gently lifting her delicate chin. Going out to eat is fine, but you'll have to trade something for it first. What? Gu Yueyan looked utterly bewildered. Liu said nothing, only fixed his burning gaze on her tempting red lips. Gu Yueyan instantly understood his meaning, her cheeks flushing crimson in an instant. She glanced at the study's tightly closed door, stood on tiptoe, and swiftly planted a kiss on Liu's lips. Is that enough? Not enough. Liu shook his head, the amusement in his eyes deepening. He swept Gu Yueyan into his arms and strode purposefully toward the master bedroom. Ah! What are you doing? Gu Yueyan gasped. Collecting interest, of course, Liu replied with a mischievous grin. Half an hour later, the room finally fell silent. Liu, utterly satisfied, held the soft, delicate body in his arms and pressed a kiss to her smooth forehead. Go ahead, he added with another mischievous grin. Just come back early. I'll be back tonight. We still need to work out and burn off all the calories you consumed today. Gu Yueyan buried her face in his chest, blushing and murmuring, You're so annoying. That evening, Gu Yueyan drove the red Mercedes to the entrance of the Dadanglai shopping mall. After getting out, she spotted Li Fengyue waiting by the roadside. The once radiant flight attendant now looked somewhat haggard. Though she wore makeup, it couldn't conceal the exhaustion in her eyes. Yueyan, you finally made it. Li Fengyue rushed over as soon as she spotted her. Come on, come on. I know a fantastic hot pot place nearby. Today, I'm treating you to a feast. Li Fengyue pulled Gu Yueyan along, leading her with practiced ease to a hot pot restaurant decorated in an antique style. Considering she was still breastfeeding and couldn't handle spicy food, she ordered a nourishing soup base. But before she could open her mouth to order, Li Fengyue across from her had already grabbed the menu and started ordering like crazy. Waiter, 5 servings of Australian marbled beef first. 3 portions of premium beef tripe. 5 portions of hand-cut fresh lamb. And this, 2 portions of each. Li Fengyue ordered over 20 dishes in one breath, leaving the waiter beside her speechless. Miss, there are only 2 of you. Can you really finish all this? The server kindly reminded her. We'll take the leftovers home. Just bring the food, Li Fengyue waved impatiently. Gu Yueyan watched Li Fengyue's domineering manner and felt a pang of unease. Soon, platter after platter of fresh dishes flowed onto the table like a river. The tables were completely filled, requiring 2 carts to hold everything. Chapter 97, Postpartum Depression. Gu Yueyan stared at the mountain of food before her, startled. Fengyue, how long have you been starving yourself? Sigh. Li Fengyue picked up her chopsticks. She dipped a slice of beef into the steaming hot soup, then popped it into her mouth. A look of pure satisfaction spread across her face. Yueyan, you have no idea how hard my life has been. Her eyes welled up as she spoke. My monthly salary is just over 10,000 yuan. After paying 4 or 5,000 for rent, then deducting utilities and transportation costs, I'm left with only 3 or 4,000 each month. With this little money, I can't even afford a decent outfit, let alone go to a beauty salon. Li Fengyue grew increasingly aggrieved as she spoke, tears falling steadily down her cheeks. I miss the old days so much, earning 100,000 yuan a month, buying whatever I wanted, never worrying about money. It's all my fault for being so reckless with money back then. I didn't save a single penny. Now look at me back to square one. I can barely support myself. Li Fengyue wailed as she stuffed meat into her mouth frantically. As if she intended to vent all her grievances through food. Gu Yueyan watched her best friend like this, feeling a pang of sorrow in her heart. She picked up a tissue and handed it to Li Fengyue. Fengyue, don't be so upset. Things will get better. Better? How could it get better? Li Fengyue lifted her head. Her eyes, red from crying, stared intently at Gu Yueyan. Yueyan, you're so lucky to have found such a wealthy husband. Look at you now driving luxury cars, living in villas, never a worry in the world. And me? I have to watch my boss's face every day, squeeze onto the subway, and eat takeout. Li Fengyue's voice brimmed with deep envy and resentment. Actually, my life isn't as carefree as you imagine. After having the baby, there are still plenty of worries. Gu Yueyan sighed softly. What are you saying, Yueyan? Li Fengyue paused her frantic eating, lifting her head with a look of utter bewilderment. You have 4 adorable babies and a husband who adores you to the moon and back. For maids catering to your every need at home, you don't have to lift a finger. How could you possibly have worries? I've dreamed of living a life like yours. Guyue-chan gave a wry smile and ran a hand through her increasingly thinning hair. But sometimes, I just feel inexplicably irritable. I can't seem to be happy. Sometimes when I see the kids crying, my heart feels heavy, and I just want to cry with them. Lately, my hair's been falling out like crazy. Every time I wash it, huge handfuls just come out. Fengyue, do you think I might have postpartum depression? A thread of panic, unnoticed even by herself, threaded through Gu Yueyen's voice. The words postpartum depression exploded in Li Fengyue's mind. The envy and jealousy vanished from her face, replaced by solemnity and concern. Don't scare yourself. Li Fengyue quickly set down her chopsticks, pulled out her phone, and tapped rapidly on the screen. Let me look it up for you. Soon, a list of symptoms associated with postpartum depression appeared on the phone screen. Low mood, anxiety and irritability, insomnia, loss of appetite, low self-esteem, lack of interest in anything. The most crucial point was that these symptoms were closely linked to the sharp drop in hormone levels after childbirth. Yueyen, your symptoms do seem to match up. Li Fengyue put away her phone, her expression turning serious. Why don't you wean the babies? But didn't the doctor say hormone levels gradually return to normal after weaning? No way. Gu Yueyen refused outright without a moment's hesitation. Her intense reaction even startled Li Fengyue. Why not? Yueyen, listen to me. Your health is the most important thing right now. Formula can still make the baby plump and healthy. Gu Yueyen shook her head, her eyes glistening slightly. Fengyue, you don't understand. Only when I breastfeed them can I truly feel that I am their mother. Only then can I feel that they need me. As she spoke, a barely perceptible catch formed in Gu Yueyen's voice. Something happened recently that I haven't told anyone about. A few nights ago, my husband took us out for a walk and we encountered 2 unleashed dogs. Those dogs went berserk and nearly lunged at the stroller. Though it ended without incident, the children were terrified. Especially our youngest, Xiaoxi. Ever since that day, his sleep schedule has been completely disrupted. She cries the moment I put her down and can only sleep when held. I've been holding her night after night for days now, not closing my eyes once. Watching her cry feels like a knife cutting through my heart. I'm so afraid something might happen to her. As Gu Yueyen spoke, tears streamed down her face like beads from a broken string, beyond her control. Li Fengyue's heart instantly clenched. She quickly stood up, sat beside Gu Yueyen, and held her tightly in her arms. There. Don't cry. It's all over now. Let's move somewhere else we can talk in a private room. Cry as much as you need to. Rant and rave if you must. Without waiting for a response, Li Fengyue summoned a waiter and had them move to a more private room. Over the next hour and a half, Gu Yueyen opened up like a floodgate. She poured out everything. All the grievances, all the anxieties, all the unease. She poured it all out in one go. Li Fengyue simply listened quietly, occasionally handing her a tissue and patting her back. When Gu Yueyen finally cried herself out, exhausted from both tears and words, her eyes red and swollen, she felt as though a heavy weight that had long been pressing down on her heart had been lifted. She felt much lighter. Thank you, Fengyue, for listening to all my complaints. Gu Yueyen sniffed, her voice hoarse. No need to be so formal with me, Li Fengyue said tenderly, gently stroking her cheek. Come on, let's go get a facial, Gu Yueyen said, gathering her composure. Soon, the two arrived at the top-tier beauty salon on the 5th floor of Donlai Plaza. Li Fengyue stared at the price list, where treatments routinely cost 4 figures, and couldn't help but gasp. Goodness gracious, a single treatment costs 1,000 or 2. How did I never notice how expensive this was before? My monthly salary would only cover 3 or 4 sessions now, she chuckled wryly. Seeing her best friend's dejected expression, Gu Yueyen felt a pang of unease. She walked straight to the front desk and addressed the receptionist. Hello, I'd like to get a membership card for my friend. The kind that covers all treatments, with no limits on sessions or spending. Chapter 98, Urgently Seeking a Girlfriend. Ha! We don't offer that kind of card. The highest tier we have is the black gold card. The clerk froze, thinking she'd misheard, and explained. Then just get me a black gold card like that one, Gu Yueyen said. She placed the black gold card Li Yu had given her on the counter. Li Fengyue stared wide-eyed at Gu Yueyen's bossy CEO demeanor. Overcome with emotion, she rushed forward, wrapped her arms around Gu Yueyen, and planted a firm kiss on her cheek. Yueyen, you're my absolute hero. I love you to bits. Seeing her best friend's joyful excitement, the gloom in Gu Yueyen's heart seemed to dissipate under the warmth of the sun. It turned out that bringing joy to others could bring joy to oneself as well. By the time the two finished their beauty treatments, it was already past 9 in the evening. As they parted ways, Li Fengyue watched Gu Yueyen drive away. Her worries surged back up once more. She paused, then scrolled through her phone contacts and pulled up a WeChat ID she had scarcely ever used. It belonged to Li Yu, whom she had casually added during her last visit to see Gu Yueyen and the children. After a moment's hesitation, she tapped open the chat window, composed a message, and sent it. Hello Mr. Lee, I'm Yuan's close friend, Lee Fengyue. I met with Yuan today, and I sensed something was seriously off with her emotions. I suspect she might be experiencing postpartum depression. She's sacrificed so much for you. I hope you can show her more care and concern. At that moment, Li Yu was seated in his study. He was flipping through the quarterly financial statements for Longchen Tower. His phone buzzed with a ding, the screen lighting up briefly. He glanced at it casually, assuming it was just another unimportant spam message. But when he read the message's contents, his expression froze instantly. Postpartum depression, those 4 words sent a chill through him. The very thing he feared most had finally come to pass. Li Yu shot up from his chair. The financial report worth hundreds of millions in his hands was crumpled into a ball and slammed onto the floor. A wave of unprecedented shock, self-reproach, and dread washed over him. Li Yu had believed he had given her the best life imaginable. He believed hiring the finest postpartum nurse and nanny would ensure her complete peace of mind. Everyone in the household treated her like a queen, cherishing her like a precious treasure. Yet she still fell apart, still succumbed to depression. He hurriedly opened his computer, his fingers flying across the keyboard. On the screen, information about the causes of postpartum depression, treatment plans, psychological counseling methods. He scanned each piece of information rapidly, absorbing it and synthesizing it in his mind. His skills as a senior nutritionist were pushed to their absolute limit in that moment. Li Yu intended to formulate the most scientific and effective dietary therapy plan from all this information. He would use every ounce of knowledge he possessed to pull her out of her depression. Meanwhile, Li Fengyue returned to her cramped, 50-square-meter rental apartment. The cramped and cluttered space stood in stark, jarring contrast to Gu Yuan's opulent villa. Exhausted, she flopped onto her bed, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She felt joy that her best friend had found a loving home where she was truly cherished. Yet bitterly resentful of her own pitiful circumstances. Bored, Li Fengyue scrolled through her phone and opened an app called Cattle and Horse Mutual Aid Forum. She'd recently discovered this space, filled with others just like her, struggling to survive in the big city. They vented their frustrations and found solace in each other's company. Just as she was about to post a complaint about her psychotic boss, a pinned post suddenly caught her eye. High reward. Urgently seeking a girlfriend to fend off family elders. Requirements: pretty, classy, good at acting. Generous payment upon success, details negotiable. Li Fengyue curled her lip, silently muttering scam artist. She'd seen this type of post countless times before. 9 times out of 10, they were sleazy middle-aged men trying to scam young girls under the skies. Just as she was about to swipe past, she accidentally tapped the poster's profile picture. It was a young, handsome profile, with a hint of devil-may-care charm in his eyes. He looked barely over 20. He looks pretty decent, Li Fengyue snorted softly. Then, as if possessed, she clicked the Add Friend button. Who cares if he's a scammer? She was penniless anyway, nothing left to lose. What if he was actually some dim-witted rich kid? Little did Li Fengyue know that the man she dismissed as a rich kid con artist was none other than Li Yu's cousin, Li Jiatii, the one kicked out by his own father who received 100,000 yuan in monthly allowance. Click. A soft click sounded from the villa's front door. Gu Yuan had returned. Li Yu, who had been waiting impatiently in the living room, dashed over in a single stride. Just as Gu Yuan finished changing her shoes, before she could utter a word, he stepped forward and pulled her tightly into his embrace. This embrace was filled with endless guilt and heartache. Honey, you've been through so much. Li Yu buried his face in the crook of her neck, his voice hoarse as he spoke. He didn't ask her what she'd discussed with her best friend, nor did he mention those 4 words that had sent his heart racing. He feared frightening her, and even more so, worrying the elders at home. Gu Yuan was momentarily stunned by his unexpected gesture, then a wave of warmth washed over her. She could feel that this man was worried about her. I'm fine, I was just chatting with Fengyue. She gently patted Li Yu's back, offering soft reassurance. As they entered the living room, they sensed something was off. Nanny Sister Wang and the 3 top-tier nannies were all gathered around the crib. Each wore a furrowed brow and a look of deep concern. What's wrong, Sister Wang? Li Yu's heart skipped a beat. Mr. Li, you must come see this, Sister Wang said anxiously. Debao, he hasn't had a bowel movement in a week. A week without a bowel movement? Li Yu and Gu Yuan's expressions instantly changed. I checked his belly, it's not bloated. He seems energetic, but he just won't go. Aunt Chen, the most experienced among them, spoke up, her tone relatively calm. In theory, breastfed babies sometimes experience holding in their poop, which is normal. But it could also be that the formula is causing some heatiness. Why not try giving him some 7-star tea or some probiotics to regulate his system? Then observe him. If he still doesn't pass stool later, use a suppository. No, we can't wait any longer. The moment Aunt Chen finished speaking, Gu Yuan let out a shrill scream. Her face turned deathly pale, and her hand holding the phone trembled slightly. I just looked it up online. 7 days without a bowel movement is dangerous. It could be intestinal obstruction. We have to use the enema right now. Use it immediately. Chapter 99, finally pooped. Gu Yueyan's panicked expression made Li Yu's heart ache. Li Fingyue's words echoed in his ears once more. He knew his wife was overly anxious about the children's situation. Li Yu stepped forward, gently taking the phone from his wife's hands and pulling her into his embrace. Honey, don't be afraid. I'm here. He whispered softly, soothing the slightly trembling body in his arms. Babies' digestive systems are different from ours, but they're not that fragile. And you can't believe everything you read online. While calming his wife, he pulled out his own phone and dialed the familiar number. The call was answered almost instantly. Hello, is this Tianyi Baby Maternity Store? This is Mr. Li from Building 8, Block A, Longtingipin. I need you to deliver some items to me immediately. Li Yu's tone brooked no argument, radiating an aura of authority. The best imported infant probiotics, the mildest 7-star tea, and infant-specific suppositories, get me several of each. Additionally, recommend the imported formula least likely to cause heatiness. I don't care how you do it, deliver it within 15 minutes. Li Yu's decisiveness and composure acted like a shot of adrenaline, instantly calming Gu Yueyan's panicked heart. Leaning against her husband's solid chest, she listened as he methodically arranged everything. Deeply moved, she knew this man would always be her strongest support. The moment Li Yu hung up the phone. In the crib, the usually quiet baby Li Tianming suddenly turned bright red. He let out a soft, muffled ah as his tiny body strained. A soft plop sounded. A faint, sour odor began to waft through the air. Though the sound was faint and the smell indescribable, to those present at that moment, it sounded like nothing short of heavenly music. He did it! He did it! Sister Wan was the first to cry out excitedly. The whole family rushed over to see. A small, golden yellow, soft and sticky poop had appeared. Though not much, it was proof enough that the baby's bowels were functioning. The living room erupted in a burst of excited cheers. Li Yu pulled his wife close once more and whispered softly in her ear. See? I told you everything would be fine. Don't look things up online by yourself anymore. Tell me first if anything happens. I'll take care of it for you. Gu Yueyan buried her face in her husband's chest, her voice trembling with lingering fear. I just got scared by all those articles online. Hearing this, Li Yu's expression darkened instantly. He recalled the vicious dogs that had nearly injured their child just days ago. Then he thought of his wife's excessive anxiety today, fueled by online information. A thought crystallized in his mind with unprecedented certainty. That was to move as soon as possible. To the larger, more secure Tiannanbei villa. Perhaps a change of scenery would lift the oppressive feeling and ease the depression. At that moment, Li Tianming's little face turned bright red. His little fists clenched tightly, emitting a soft, muffled His tiny body was like a bow drawn taut, straining with every ounce of strength. Come on, Dabeo, Daddy's right here. Li Yu crouched beside the crib, his voice carrying a hint of tension he hadn't even noticed himself. Aunt Chen and the other 2 childcare workers gathered around. They murmured words of encouragement, as if cheering on the little one. Only Gu Yueyan bit her lip tightly, her eyes fixed on Dabeo without blinking. In the thick, almost frozen air, a soft plop sounded, followed by a louder, more drawn-out plop. A pungent, tangy, and uniquely distinct odor instantly filled the living room. This smell was more intoxicating than any chemical weapon. Everyone froze for a moment before instinctively covering their noses. Li Yu watched as Dabeo's little face instantly relaxed. As he inhaled that familiar scent, his heart finally settled. He couldn't help but chuckle and tease. Good heavens, this little guy must have emptied a week's worth of stash all at once. Gu Yueyan, who had been frowning the entire time, looked at the little figure in the crib, its entire back covered in golden poop. A soft chuckle escaped her lips. Her laughter carried a sense of relief. You little rascal. Gu Yueyan scolded playfully, yet glistening tears sparkled at the corners of her eyes. She set down her phone and bent over without a hint of disgust. Carefully, she lifted the filthy little creature into her arms. The heavy weight in her heart finally lifted completely. Aunt Chen, hurry and run the bath water. Set the temperature to 38 degrees. Li Yu, go get Dabeo's blue little dinosaur onesie. Gu Yueyan, who had been frantic moments ago, now radiated an unusual calm as she methodically directed everyone. She understood that Dabeo was simply holding in his bowel movements a perfectly normal physiological phenomenon. It was her own nerves getting the better of her, scared silly by all those alarmist articles online. Gu Yueyan silently resolved that next time she faced such a situation, she wouldn't panic like this again. Soon, the entire villa descended into a flurry of activity as everyone scrambled to clean up the battlefield left by Dabeo. Yet this bustle was filled with warmth and joy. Just as the family was bustling about, the doorbell rang. I'll get it, Li Yu said, wiping his hands and hurrying downstairs. Standing at the door was none other than the saleswoman from the Tianyi Baby Maternity Store. Behind her were 2 staff members carrying several large boxes. Mr. Li, we've delivered everything you ordered. The saleswoman's face immediately broke into a professional smile upon seeing Li Yu. Liu took the probiotics, 7-star tea, and enema solution she handed him. Glancing at the 4 large boxes they were carrying in, he asked with some confusion, "What are these?" "Mr. Li, these are gifts our boss specially sent for your 4 little ones." The saleswoman explained with a smile, "They're 4 brand new imported baby walkers. We hope the little ones will enjoy them." Liu nodded, feeling even more satisfied with the store's service. He had Sister Wang sign for the items, then carried the medicine and formula upstairs. By then, Debao had been thoroughly cleaned by Gu Yuan and Aunt Chen and dressed in fresh clothes. He lay in his crib, contentedly waving his tiny hands and feet. Liu approached and handed the probiotics and 7-star tea to Aunt Chen. "Aunt Chen, give Debao 1 packet of these probiotics daily, dissolved in warm water. As for this 7-star tea, use it as needed, give him some if he seems a bit overheated." "Yes, sir," Aunt Chen replied respectfully as she accepted the items. Chapter 100, Never Out of Sight. Liu gazed at the 4 delicate little bundles in the crib, his heart melting. Just as he leaned down to kiss Debao's forehead, the familiar system prompt sounded in his mind. Beep. Detected host showing affection toward infants. Fatherly happiness at peak levels. System reward, 1 million yuan in cash. Reward deposited into host's bank account. Please verify receipt. His phone screen lit up briefly as a bank deposit notification popped up. Liu merely glanced at it casually, his heart remaining utterly unmoved. Just then, the villa's front door swung open once more. Liu's mother, Wang Xiulan, and his mother-in-law, Zhang Suiping, entered cheerfully, carrying large bags and packages. "Son, Yuan, come see what wonderful things we bought for the kids." Wang Xiulan's voice brimmed with unmistakable excitement. Liu and Gu Yuan walked over at the sound, only to find the living room floor piled high with shopping bags. From clothes and shoes to all kinds of toys, everything imaginable was there. The most eye-catching item was an imposing-looking stroller designed specifically for quadruplets. Its front back two seating arrangement not only solved the problem of taking all 4 babies out at once, but also looked incredibly stylish. "Mom, where did you find such an amazing stroller?" Gu Yuan asked, her voice brimming with delight. "Don't even ask," Zhang Suiping replied with a laugh. "Sister Xiulan and I wandered around the mall for over 2 hours, our legs nearly giving out, before we finally found this gem tucked away in a corner of one store. There was only one left, and we were over the moon." Wang Xiulan patted the stroller proudly. "See? Now taking the kids out will be so much easier." "This is perfect, Mom. Thank you both so much." Liu and Gu Yuan gazed at the battle wagon, satisfied smiles lighting up their faces. "Oh, Mom, I have some good news to share." Gu Yuan happily linked arms with both mothers. "Debao just pooped." "Really?" Wang Xiulan and Zhang Suiping were overjoyed, as if they'd won the lottery. "Oh my dear grandson, he finally did it. Now grandma can rest easy." The 2 mothers rushed excitedly to the crib and showered Debao with kisses. Then, they eagerly tore open the newly bought clothes, trying each piece on the children one by one. "This little tiger outfit is so cute. I'll wash it right now so he can wear it tomorrow. And this little princess dress, put it on our little 4th child, and she'll look just like a fairy." The living room was filled with laughter and joy. Liu didn't join in, standing silently to the side. His gaze never left Gu Yuan. Liu saw his wife genuinely smiling, a smile that came from the heart. Her beautiful eyes had regained their former sparkle. Gone was the previous look of anxiety and panic that had shrouded her. Liu's heart finally settled completely. He finally understood that Gu Yuan's anxiety wasn't mere fussiness. It stemmed from a mother's deepest, most instinctive love and concern for her children. She poured every ounce of her being into these 4 little ones. The slightest change in them could send waves of worry crashing through her heart. Liu silently resolved. From this day forward, he would pay constant attention to his wife's emotional state. Even the slightest symptom must not be taken lightly. He couldn't let his wife dwell on unfounded worries alone. Nor could he let her bear the weight of unfounded pressure and fear alone. In the days ahead, Liu's attention toward Gu Yuan reached an unprecedented level. He remained by her side almost constantly. The slightest furrow of her brow would send him rushing over, anxiously asking if she was okay. "Honey, are you feeling unwell somewhere? Honey, would you like some water? Honey, the kids are with the nanny. Go lie down for a bit." Liu's overly anxious demeanor quickly drew the attention of both mothers. That afternoon, while Gu Yuan was in the nursery putting the baby to sleep, Wang Xiulan and Zhang Suiping cornered Liu on the living room sofa. "Son, tell us honestly, has something happened between you and Yuan?" Wang Xiulan's gaze held a hint of scrutiny. "I've noticed you've been watching her like a hawk these past few days. You get all worked up over her every move." Zhang Suiping chimed in from the side. "Yeah, Xiaoyu, did you and Yuan have a fight?" "Mom, mother-in-law, you're overthinking it." Liu laughed awkwardly, trying to brush it off. "I'm just concerned about Yuan since she just gave birth and is still weak. I'm just looking out for her." Enough with the excuses, Wang Xiulan snapped, slapping her hand on the sofa and glaring at her son. "You're flesh of my flesh. If you lift your butt, I know exactly what kind of poop you're doing. I know you're hiding something from us." Facing the unwavering stares of both mothers, Li Yu knew he couldn't hide it any longer. He sighed, hesitated for a moment, then decided to come clean. This matter couldn't be handled by him alone. He had to let the elders in the family know so they could all figure out a solution together. Mom, the truth is, Yu Yan might be experiencing postpartum depression. Li Yu's voice carried a weighty tone. He relayed everything he'd heard from Gu Yuan's close friend, Li Fengwei, along with his own observations over the past few days. Her emotions are very unstable, and she's overly anxious about the children's affairs. I'm afraid if she keeps bottling it up alone, something bad might happen. The words postpartum depression caused Wang Xiulan and Zhang Suiping's expressions to darken instantly. Having been through it themselves, they knew full well the horror of this condition. My goodness, how could this happen? Zhang Suiping's eyes instantly reddened, tears welling up from the heartache. It's all my fault. As her mother, I was so caught up in my own joy that I failed to notice my daughter's emotional distress. It's not your fault. It's all mine. Wang Xiulan's face was equally filled with self-reproach. Yu Yan has given birth to 4 children for our Li family. She's done us an immense service, yet we've let her suffer such injustice. The two mothers took turns speaking, each trying to shoulder all the blame. Mom, it's not your fault, Li Yu quickly interjected to comfort them. Yu Yan's depression stems mainly from how deeply she cares about the children. As a new mother, it's only natural for her to feel anxious. What we need to do now is find ways to help her shoulder the pressure and relax. Yes, you're absolutely right. Wang Xiulan immediately understood, her eyes filling with unwavering resolve. Starting today, Aunt Zhang and I will do our best to help with the baby. Night feedings, diaper changes, Yu Yan won't have to lift a finger. Let her rest properly and do whatever she wants. Chapter 101, there's more to come. Zhang Suiping nodded repeatedly and said, I'll gather my square dance sisters tomorrow. We'll drag Yu Yan out shopping every day, have afternoon tea, and get beauty treatments. I just don't believe that with all of us keeping her company, we won't be able to chase away that little bit of unhappiness. Seeing the two mothers' spirited determination, a wave of warmth washed over Li Yu's heart. An elder in the family is like a treasure, and now his home held 4 such treasures. Over the next week, the entire villa entered a state of full-scale mobilization. True to their word, the two mothers took over most of the childcare duties for the 4 little ones. From feeding and bathing to diaper changes and soothing them to sleep, they handled every detail personally. With the assistance of 4 nannies, the 4 babies were well taken care of. Gu Yuyan was completely freed up, spending her days sleeping in until she woke naturally. Then she was practically herded out the door by her own mother and mother-in-law, like ducks being herded to the water. Shopping, spa treatments, and leisurely strolls made for a carefree existence. Surrounded by the family's unwavering care and companionship, the smile on Gu Yuyan's face grew visibly brighter. Her sleep quality also improved significantly, no longer waking at the slightest disturbance as she had before. That evening, after finishing some paperwork, Li Yu returned to the bedroom. Gu Yuyan was already asleep, breathing evenly, her sleeping face serene. He quietly slipped into bed beside his wife, ready to turn off the light and sleep. Just then, Gu Yuyan, still asleep, seemed to sense his approach. She instinctively rolled over like a little kitten and burrowed into Li Yu's embrace. Her small face nuzzled against his chest as she settled into a comfortable position. Then, in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, tinged with the murmur of a dream, she whispered softly, "Husband, you're so kind." The whisper was faint yet felt like an electric current, instantly striking Li Yu's heart. In that very instant, a long-forgotten, cold mechanical alert suddenly rang in Li Yu's mind. Beep. Detecting host receiving affection from beloved wife. Triggering special order. System reward, 1 Lilt 1 Hotel. Li Yu froze on the spot, his eyes snapping wide open. The Relton Hotel? Wasn't that one of the top 5-star hotels in Jiangning City? Just because his wife mumbled something in her sleep, the system rewarded him with an entire hotel? Li Yu suppressed his overwhelming joy and looked down at the woman still sleeping soundly in his arms. A faint smile played at the corners of her lips, as if she were experiencing a sweet, beautiful dream. Li Yu's heart instantly melted into a puddle. He leaned down and pressed a deep kiss onto his wife's smooth forehead. The kiss seemed to disturb the person in his arms. Gu Yuan's long lashes, like butterfly wings, fluttered gently twice before slowly opening. Their eyes met. Seeing her husband's eyes brimming with tenderness and desire, Gu Yuan's cheeks flushed slightly. She said nothing, only tilted her head back willingly. Her soft, warm lips gently pressed against Li Yu's. This kiss ignited a fire, instantly kindling Li Yu's long-suppressed desire. To spare his wife's feelings, he hadn't engaged in intimate communication with her for over a week. At 40, a man was in the prime of his sexual vigor. Holding such a vibrant, alluring beauty every day, yet only able to look but not touch. This torment was more agonizing than being forced to carry bricks. Now, he finally received the signal of liberation. Li Yu could hold back no longer. With a swift roll, he pinned the lovely creature beneath him. The temperature in the room surged sharply in that instant. The next morning, Li Yu rose from bed feeling refreshed and alert. He glanced at his wife beside him, still fast asleep, exhausted like a little kitten. A smug, mischievous grin spread across his lips. When Liu descended the stairs, his father-in-law, Gu Jianjun, was already seated at the dining table. "Xiao Yu, you're up." Gu Jianjun waved him over as soon as he saw him. "Come on over and try Sister Wang's new pan-fried buns, they're absolutely delicious." Liu sat across from his father-in-law, picked up a pan-fried bun, and took a bite. The crust was crispy, and the filling was savory and juicy. "Dad, how's the renovation going at the restaurant?" Liu asked while eating. "Progress is flying by. Your friend's son Haotian is a real workhorse." Gu Jianjun's face lit up with excitement at the mention. "It's only been a week, and all the plumbing and electrical work is already done. They've started the carpentry now. At this pace, I reckon it won't take a month to finish, we'll be ahead of schedule." Gu Jianjun set down his chopsticks and looked at Liu with a serious expression. I want to discuss something with you. You funded this shop's renovation and found the location. From now on, you'll take over its management. I'm getting older, so I'll just assist you and serve as a technical advisor." Upon hearing this, Liu hastily waved his hands. "Dad, that's out of the question." He looked at his father-in-law and said sincerely, "This shop is the heart and soul of 3 generations of the Gu family. It's Yuan's dowry. How could I possibly take it? I'm just Yuan's husband. If she ever needs help in the future, I'll be happy to lend a hand from the sidelines. After all, I don't want to be seen as living off your family's business, letting people say I'm a freeloader." His words touched Gu Jianjun deeply, warming his heart. He looked at the man before him, capable, responsible, and respectful man before him. His satisfaction grew with every passing moment. Just then, Liu's phone rang. It was Shuizhen, the regional manager of Sinocam Loan Security Company. Liu stepped aside and answered the call. "Good morning, Chairman Li." Shuizhen's steady and respectful voice came through the receiver. "There's been new movement regarding Zhao Bufan, the individual you previously asked me to monitor. Tell me about it." A faint, cold smile tugged at the corner of Liu's mouth. "Chairman Li, things with Zhao Bufan are unfolding exactly as you predicted." A hint of schadenfreude tinged Shuizhen's tone. His flagship Western Kitchen God restaurant, a billion-yuan investment, had its demolition notice plastered on the door just 2 days after opening. And the contract he signed didn't even include a clause for compensation on the renovation costs. Over 100 million yuan has gone down the drain. Liu heard the news without a flicker of emotion, even feeling a slight urge to laugh. All of this had been entirely within his expectations. "Oh, and Chairman Li," Shuizhen added, "I have a feeling this isn't over yet. Zhao Bufan's older brother, Zhao Tianqi, seems to have more tricks up his sleeve. I suspect he's trying to screw his own brother over big time." "Got it. Keep monitoring the situation. There should be more drama to come." Liu gave a brief instruction before hanging up. He tucked his phone away, gazing out at the bright sunshine streaming through the window. His mood lifted considerably. When he returned to the nursery, Gu Yuan was holding their baby daughter, Li Ziwen, feeding her. Sunlight streamed through the window, bathing both mother and child in a warm glow, a tender and beautiful scene. Chapter 102, First Visit to her parents' home. Before they knew it, August 6th arrived. Before dawn, the entrance to Villa 8 in Longting Yipin District A was already bustling with traffic. A dozen identical black Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedans, like a black dragon poised to strike, were parked quietly along the roadside. At the very front of the convoy stood the massive Mercedes-Benz limousine, valued at 18 million yuan. Liu glanced at the imposing convoy and nodded with satisfaction. This trip back to his mother-in-law's hometown wasn't just to celebrate the elderly lady's birthday. It was also the occasion for his and Yu Yan's engagement banquet, and the spectacle had to be grand. This not only gave his in-laws ample face but also declared to all the Gu family relatives that he, Liu, held his wife in the highest regard. "Is everything ready?" Liu turned to look at his father, Li Jianguo, and his second uncle, Li Qingchen, who were following behind him. "Rest assured, everything's taken care of." Li Jianguo patted his chest, his face beaming with pride. "Your second uncle and I will each lead a team. We'll make sure all the relatives arrive safely." Liu nodded, then opened the door to the motorhome. "Mom, mother-in-law, you two take the kids and get in first." Wang Xiulan and Zhang Suiping exchanged a smile, carefully cradling their sleeping babies. With the nanny's support, they boarded the motorhome, this mobile 5-star hotel. Gu Yuan followed behind her mother. Before getting in, she turned, stood on tiptoe, and planted a light kiss on Liu's cheek. "Honey, you've worked so hard." Liu smiled and ruffled her hair, his eyes brimming with adoration. "Silly girl, no need to be so formal with me." The motorcade slowly began to move, heading toward Donglan City in a grand procession. Inside the spacious and comfortable RV, the refrigerator was packed with milk for the children and an assortment of fresh fruits. On the plush bed, her little ones slept soundly. Wang Xiulan and Zhang Suiping sat in comfortable airline-style seats, taking in the luxurious interior decor. Seeing the children so well cared for, their hearts grew ever more satisfied with Liu. Mother-in-law, tell me what kind of good karma did our Yen accumulate over generations to find such a wonderful man as Xiaoyu? Zhang Suiping clasped Wang Xiulan's hand, her voice brimming with emotion. It's Aryu who's the lucky one, Wang Xiulan replied, smiling from ear to ear. To marry such a beautiful and virtuous daughter-in-law as Yen, our Li family ancestors must be smiling down on us from beyond the grave. The two mothers exchanged compliments, their mutual praise creating an atmosphere of pure harmony. Gu Yuan leaned against Li Yu's shoulder, listening to her mother's conversation, her face radiant with a blissful smile. After over 3 hours on the road, the motorcade finally arrived in Donglan City. Gu Jianjun's Gu Tianlu restaurant stood in the city center's most bustling district. This 3-story antique-style building featured ornate carvings and painted beams, exuding grandeur. The sheer size of the massive parking lot in front alone spoke volumes about the scale of this restaurant. As a dozen Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedans and a massive motorhome slowly pulled into the parking lot, the Gu family relatives waiting at the entrance were all stunned. Good heavens, is this second brother and his entourage returning? This is way too much pomp and circumstance, like some TV tycoon making a grand entrance. What kind of vehicle is that largest one? It looks like a house. The relatives murmured among themselves, their faces etched with shock and envy. Gu Jianjun and Zhang Suiping were the first to step out of Li Yu's motorhome. Seeing the familiar faces gathered at the door, Gu Jianjun's eyes instantly welled up with tears. Big brother, big sister, I'm back. He hurried forward and embraced his siblings tightly. Li Yu, ever the gentleman, helped Gu Yuan out of the vehicle, followed by the nanny carrying 4 children. The moment the 4 perfectly formed, identical little bundles appeared before the crowd, the scene erupted in excitement. Oh my goodness, these are quadruplets. They're so adorable, just like the babies in those New Year paintings. Relatives from the Gu family swarmed around the stroller, surrounding it completely. Every face beamed with joy. Wang Xiulan watched the lively scene unfold before her, then glanced at the magnificent 3-story restaurant building. She couldn't help but be secretly impressed. She quietly tugged at Li Jiangwo's sleeve beside her. Old man, did you see that? Our in-laws' restaurant is no small affair. I overheard them saying this entire building and the land it stands on belong to them. Li Jianguo nodded, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. He had assumed his in-laws merely ran a small eatery, never imagining their family fortune was so substantial. It seemed his son's taste in partners was truly exceptional. The welcome banquet was held in the largest private room at Gu Tianlu. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 courses of food, Gu Jianjun announced with a ruddy glow on his face. All of the Li family's relatives would be staying at Donglan City's only 5-star hotel that night, with all expenses covered by him. As for Li Yu's family, they would be staying at the Gu family's villa in the suburbs. 2 days later marked the 71st birthday celebration for the elderly Mrs. Gu. The venue for the birthday banquet remained Gu Tianlu. That day, Gu Tianlu was decked out in festive decorations, its doors bustling with guests. Nearly every prominent figure in Donglan City was present. Grandma Gu, dressed in a bright red traditional Chinese gown, sat radiantly at the head of the table. Though 70 years old, she was remarkably spry, her eyes sharp and alert. She had 2 sons. The eldest, Gu Yijuan, was a chief physician at the Municipal People's Hospital, a man of integrity and reliability. The younger son, Gu Jianjun, Gu Yuan's father, was quick-witted and business-savvy. He had expanded the Gu family's culinary legacy, becoming the pride of the entire clan. Therefore, deep down, the old lady favored this younger son who brought honor to the family. At that moment, she was cradling her first grandchild, Li Tianming, smiling so broadly her teeth were barely visible. Oh my dear great-grandson, you're growing so strong and sturdy. Jianjun, you've truly been a great asset to our Gu family. The old lady praised Gu Jianjun lavishly while playing with the child beside her. Meanwhile, at another table, the eldest son Gu Yijuan and his family looked rather awkward. Especially Gu Shuyan, Gu Yijuan's daughter and cousin to Gu Yuan. She watched her second uncle's family, the center of attention, surrounded like a moon surrounded by stars. Then she glanced at her own father beside her, meek and timid, not daring to breathe a word. A surge of intense jealousy and resentment flooded her heart. Why? Why did all the glory belong to her second uncle's family? Why did that Gu Yuan get to marry a billionaire? While she was stuck with this good-for-nothing father, looked down upon by everyone? When she saw Grandma pull a bulging red envelope from her bosom and slip it into the swaddling clothes of the child in Gu Yuan's arms, the final thread holding Gu Shuyan's composure snapped. She abruptly stood up, yanking her chair back. Without a backward glance, she stormed out of the banquet hall under the astonished stares of the crowd. Chapter 103, A Green Tea. Shuyan, where are you going? Her mother called anxiously from behind. Gu Shuyan paid no heed. She ran all the way to the hotel entrance in one breath, her chest heaving violently. Outside, one luxury car after another, each worth a fortune, kept pulling up. Well-dressed guests, clutching lavish gifts, entered the hotel with beaming smiles. None of it had anything to do with her. They were all there for her second uncle, Gu Jianjun, and for her cousin, Gu Yuan, who had married into a wealthy family. Gu Shuyan burned with jealousy, her heart filled with bitter resentment. She refused to spend her entire life living in Gu Yuan's shadow. Gu Shuyan turned to leave this suffocating place. But she didn't notice someone behind her and collided headfirst into a solid, warm embrace. Ouch! Gu Shuyan stumbled from the impact, nearly falling. A strong, firm hand reached out just in time to steady her arm. Are you okay? A deep, magnetic male voice sounded above her. Gu Shuyan looked up and froze instantly. The man before her appeared to be around 40 years old. Tall and well-built, he wore a perfectly tailored Armani suit. His angular face radiated mature handsomeness. Especially those deep, mesmerizing eyes. Wasn't this man none other than her cousin's husband, Li Yu, from the photograph? Li Yu had only come out to retrieve something, never expecting to bump into a girl. He looked at the girl before him, her expression fierce, her eyes filled with venom. A sudden sense of caution rose within Li Yu. People reader, activate. A thought flashed through his mind. The next second, a line of cold text appeared before his eyes. Gu Shuyan, 23 years old, cousin of Gu Yuan. Personality, White Lotus, gold digger, manipulative, extremely jealous. Inner thoughts, why the hell did that Gu Yuan get such a good marriage? That old man looks loaded, if only I could snatch him away from her. Seeing the system's information, Li Yu's eyes instantly turned cold. So she was Yuan's cousin, a scheming, manipulative green tea with a mind full of malice. Trying to steal him? A barely perceptible cold smile curved Li Yu's lips. Meanwhile, Gu Shuyan was still immersed in the shock and a hint of secret delight from her unexpected encounter with Li Yu. Gazing at Li Yu's face, even more handsome and captivating than his photos, her heart began to race uncontrollably. A bold and malicious thought flashed through her mind. Li Yu couldn't be bothered with this manipulative woman and turned to leave. Yet barely a few steps later, hurried footsteps echoed behind him. Brother-in-law. A sweet, slightly affected voice, tinged with deliberate coquetry, rang out from behind him. Li Yu halted abruptly, his brow furrowing imperceptibly. Gu Shuyan was already striding up to him, blocking his path. She wore a form-fitting white dress today, accentuating her enviable hourglass figure to perfection. As a dance student, she possessed absolute confidence in her figure. What is it? Li Yu's voice was flat, devoid of any emotion. Brother-in-law, you're so handsome, even more so than in photos. Gu Shuyan's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Li Yu, her heart beating wildly against her will. The mature, steady aura radiating from this man was 100 times more captivating than any 20-something heartthrob. Are you one of the Gu children? Li Yu's voice was deep and magnetic as he asked deliberately. Yes, I'm Yuan's cousin. My name is Gu Shuyan. She nodded excitedly. Li Yu's gaze swept over her from head to toe. That gaze made Gu Shuyan's heart race faster. She instinctively straightened her posture, showcasing her most perfect curves to this man. She believed her charm had successfully captivated this wealthy and handsome brother-in-law before her. Little did she know that in Li Yu's eyes, her little schemes were already transparent. From head to toe, this woman screamed gold digger and vanity. Brother-in-law, why are you here all alone? Gu Shuyan asked innocently. Li Yu waved the baby bottle he'd just retrieved from the RV. The baby was hungry, so I came out to get a bottle. Oh dear, how could I let you do such a small thing yourself? Gu Shuyan immediately adopted a concerned expression, reaching out to take the bottle from Li Yu's hand. Let me help you with that. Li Yu twisted his wrist, deftly dodging her outstretched hand. Though the movement was slight, it carried a sense of detachment. No need. This is my responsibility as the father. With that, Li Yu turned away without another glance at her and headed toward the banquet hall. Gu Shuyan's outstretched hand froze awkwardly mid-air. Watching Li Yu's tall, straight back, a flicker of reluctance crossed her mind. But she quickly composed herself and hurried after him. Brother-in-law, wait for me. The two walked one behind the other down the corridor leading back to the dining hall. All the way, Gu Shuyan racked her brain for topics, trying to bridge the distance between her and Li Yu. Brother-in-law, you're so impressive. My second uncle told me you're a big boss now. Brother-in-law, that suit looks great on you. What brand is it? Brother-in-law, let me take the bottle. It must be so inconvenient for you to hold it. She repeatedly tried to take the bottle from Li Yu's hands. But each time, Li Yu deftly avoided her with subtle movements. Passing guests couldn't help but cast curious glances at the scene. Whispers began to circulate. Isn't that Gu Shuyan, the daughter from the Gu family's main branch? Why is she getting so close to the son-in-law from the second branch? You didn't know? That son-in-law of the second branch isn't just anyone. A middle-aged man who seemed well-connected lowered his voice and shared some gossip with his companion. I heard from a friend at the DMV that Gu Yuan now has a red Mercedes sports car registered under her name. Plus a Mercedes RV worth 1.8 million yuan, all gifts from her husband. That's nothing, another woman scoffed, her voice dripping with envy. My cousin works at Diamond House. She said a while back, some tycoon surnamed Li. He bought their priceless store treasure worth nearly 1 billion yuan, something called You Are My Only One. Turns out that big spender was Gu Yuan's husband. 100 million in jewelry, my goodness, just like that, gone. And that's not all. I heard he also bought Gu Yuan a 1,000 square meter mansion in that exclusive Tiannanbei Villa district. And the property deed is solely in Gu Yuan's name. Every word of this gossip drifted into Gu Shuyan's ears without missing a syllable. The smile on her face gradually stiffened. Chapter 104, delayed on the way. Sports cars, villas, jewelry worth $1 billion. Any one of these things was beyond her wildest dreams. Yet now, they all belonged to that cousin she had looked down on since childhood, Gu Yuan. Why? Why did Gu Yuan get such a charmed life? A wave of frenzied jealousy surged through her heart once more. Li Yu, of course, overheard the whispers, but he merely smiled faintly, utterly unconcerned. He strode over to Gu Yuan's side and reached out his hand without a second thought. He drew his wife's supple waist into his embrace. Honey, the baby must be starving. Shall we go to the private room to feed? His voice was gentle, forming a stark, glaring contrast to the coldness he had shown Gu Shuyan moments before. This scene felt like sharp steel needles piercing Gu Shuyan's eyes. She watched Gu Yuan, wrapped in Li Yu's doting embrace, her face radiant with blissful shyness. Then she looked at herself, trailing behind like a clown, unable to even touch a bottle. An unprecedented wave of humiliation surged through her. All right. Gu Yuan nodded, her face flushed with sweetness. Then, Li Yu's mother, Wang Xiulan, and Gu Yuan's mother, Zhang Suiping, carrying the other 3 babies over. Let's go to the private room, Wang Xiulan said with a smile. It's crowded and full of prying eyes here, not very convenient. The group prepared to leave in a grand procession. Gu Shuyan watched them, then found herself following along. Auntie, I'd like to see the babies too. Her face bore a sweet smile, revealing nothing out of the ordinary. Zhang Suiping glanced at her, didn't think much of it, and nodded. Then come along. The group arrived at the most luxurious private room in Gu Tianlu. The room was spacious and quiet, with excellent soundproofing. The nannies deftly produced the bottle warmer and sterilizer, preparing for feeding time. Gu Yuan sat on the sofa cradling her little daughter, cooing gently to soothe her. Wang Xiulan and Zhang Suiping each held one baby, their faces radiating tenderness. Zhang Suiping glanced at her niece standing nearby, her eyes brimming with envy, and began to advise her. Shu Yan, you're not getting any younger. It's time you found yourself a boyfriend. Look at your sister Yuan, she's got a child now. How happy she is. Get married and have a baby soon. Your auntie will help take care of it. Gu Shuyan heard this and pursed her lips, her voice tinged with unabashed ambition. Auntie, I don't want to get married so soon. Donglan City is too small. I want to develop my career in a big city like Jiangning. As she spoke, her gaze drifted casually toward Li Yu, who was helping Gu Yuan tidy her clothes. If I'm going to find someone, he'd better be as outstanding as my brother-in-law. Someone capable and who knows how to treat his wife right. The moment those words left her mouth, the air in the private room fell suddenly silent. Zhang Suiping's smile stiffened slightly. She glanced at her daughter and son-in-law, then at this ambitious niece, her expression growing complex. It's good for young people to be ambitious. But why did this girl's words sound so off? Young people should indeed get out more and broaden their horizons. Zhang Suiping replied indifferently. She then turned away, no longer engaging with her, and went to play with her grandson in her arms. Gu Shuyan watched her aunt's indifferent reaction and sneered inwardly. She knew all along that her second uncle's family were nothing but selfish, self-serving people. Even after she'd laid it out so plainly, they couldn't even muster a polite offer like, let your brother-in-law help you find a job. Truly, wealth breeds callousness, they didn't even know how to help their own kin. Gu Shuyan cursed them bitterly in her heart, yet her face remained plastered with that sweet, innocent smile. Watching Gu Yuan, the darling of the family, the vicious thought in her heart grew clearer and more resolute. So what if he's an old man? If Gu Yuan could have it, why couldn't she, Gu Shuyan, have it too? Soon, it was time for the birthday banquet to officially begin. The banquet hall of Gu Tianlu, spanning over 1,000 square meters, was filled to capacity with 100 tables, buzzing with voices. Nearly every prominent figure in all of Donglan City had gathered. Directly above the head table, a massive red character for longevity outlined in light strips shone brilliantly. Grandma Gu, dressed in a festive red tang suit, sat radiantly at the head of the table, receiving everyone's blessings. After a series of elaborate and solemn birthday rituals concluded, it was time for the guests to present their gifts. Hongfa Group of Donglan City presents a Hotan Jade Rui to honor the 70th birthday of the esteemed Madame Gu. Director Zhang of the Municipal People's Hospital presents a calligraphy scroll by a renowned artist from the previous dynasty, wishing Lady Gu blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity as enduring as the southern mountains. One after another, lavish gifts of considerable value were presented. Most were precious gifts worth thousands or tens of thousands of yuan, eliciting waves of astonished murmurs from the assembled guests. As time passed, whispers began to circulate among the relatives seated at the main table. The one speaking was none other than Gu Yuan's maternal aunt Gu Shuyan's mother. She glanced at the wall clock, then at Li Yu sitting calmly across from her, and pursed her lips. Well, it's almost midnight. Why hasn't my second brother's son-in-law made a move yet? She deliberately raised her voice so those nearby could hear. Isn't he worth billions? How can he be so stingy he can't even afford a proper gift? Gu Yijuan, sitting beside her Gu Yuan's eldest uncle. He frowned at her words and nudged his wife with his elbow. Hold your tongue. Xiao Yu and the others surely have plans. How am I saying less? Auntie's voice grew louder, her face brimming with disdain. I say they just talked themselves into a corner and can't back down now. Look at Jianjun's face, he's practically sweating from anxiety. Every word of this sharp criticism drifted unmistakably into the ears of the Gu family. Gu Jianjun's face alternated between pale and flushed, and a fine sheen of sweat had indeed begun to bead on his forehead. Last night, he and Li Yu had clearly gone together to Donglan City's largest jewelry store, Golden Abundance, to order a celebratory gift. To surprise the old lady and avoid accusations of extravagance, they hadn't told anyone. They had specifically arranged with the store to ensure delivery before noon today. But now, as he watched the clock's hands pass noon, the gift was nowhere to be seen. Xiaoyu, what's going on here? Gu Jianjun lowered his voice, asking anxiously. Dad, don't worry. Li Yu remained as calm as ever, lifting his teacup and taking a leisurely sip. The gift I ordered is rather valuable. The shop said security personnel would escort it over, so it might be delayed en route. Chapter 105, The Lavish Birthday Gift. Though their voices were low, Gu Shuyan, seated nearby, overheard them nonetheless. Her eyes darted about, and an innocent smile instantly spread across her face. Oh dear, Auntie, please don't rush them, she said in a sweet voice. Maybe my brother-in-law has prepared some incredible surprise for us, which is why it's taking so long. Her words seemed meant to diffuse the tension, but the sarcastic undertone only darkened Gu Jianjun's expression further. Just then, the elevator doors at the banquet hall entrance chimed with a ding and slowly opened. All eyes were drawn to the entrance. Out stepped a middle-aged man in a suit, looking sharp and capable, striding purposefully. Following behind him were 7 bodyguards, all dressed uniformly in black suits and sunglasses. The most striking sight was the enormous, pitch-black safe being pushed by the 7 bodyguards working together. This spectacle instantly silenced the entire banquet hall. Shock and confusion were written all over the faces of every guest. Isn't that Manager Zhao from Golden Treasure? What's he doing here? Good heavens, and with this many people pushing such a massive safe? What on earth is he up to? Looks like someone's about to present a supersized gift. Whispers erupted instantly. Gu Jianjun's face cleared of all anxiety the moment he spotted the arriving party. He quickly stood up, pulling Li Yu along as he hurried over. Manager Zhao, you finally made it. Mr. Li, Mr. Gu, I'm terribly sorry. Traffic delays kept me late. Manager Zhao bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle upon seeing Li Yu, his face etched with apology. Pointing to the safe behind him, he respectfully stated, the golden longevity peach you ordered has been delivered. As a gesture of our apology, we're also gifting you this custom safe, valued at 200,000 yuan. Li Yu nodded, signing his name on the delivery receipt without a flicker of emotion. Then, pushing the massive safe, he walked straight to the main table in front of Mrs. Gu. Straight to the main table, right in front of old lady Gu. Grandmother. Li Yu approached old Madame Gu with a gentle smile, speaking in a clear voice. Your grandson-in-law, Li Yu, wishes you health, longevity, and everlasting prosperity. After speaking, he entered a sequence of numbers on the safe's keypad. A soft click sounded as the heavy door slowly swung open. A dazzling golden light burst forth from within, nearly blinding everyone present. Placed prominently at the center of the vault was a massive, lifelike peach of longevity, crafted entirely from pure gold. This golden longevity peach stood over half a person tall, crafted entirely from the purest gold. Intricately carved with the 3 stars of blessing, prosperity, and longevity, along with pine trees and cranes symbolizing longevity, its craftsmanship was exquisite and masterful. Good heavens! Isn't this the store's prized treasure, the golden peach of abundance? A wealthy connoisseur in the crowd let out an incredulous gasp. I tried to buy it last time I visited their store, but Manager Zhao said it was non-saleable. How did it end up here? I heard this golden peach of longevity was crafted from 50 gene of pure gold. The material cost alone must be close to 10 million yuan. 10 million. Those 3 words exploded like a bomb in the banquet hall. Every guest gasped in unison, their gaze toward Li Yu shifting completely. Their eyes brimmed with awe and astonishment. All the previous doubts and whispers about the Li family's wealth were shattered into dust by this gleaming golden peach. After all, without billions in assets, one wouldn't dare to squander money so extravagantly. Oh my, Xiaoyu, you've gone and spent a fortune on this. Grandma Gu beamed from ear to ear, her words polite but her eyes never leaving the golden peach. The gifts and red envelopes you brought earlier were already so generous. Why spend this unnecessary money? Grandma, it's only right to show you respect. Li Yu smiled modestly, his tone devoid of any hint of boasting. As long as you're happy, Grandma, no amount of money is too much. Even Li Yu's mother, Wang Xiulan, and his mother-in-law, Zhang Xueping, were left speechless by this extravagant gesture. Though they knew Li Yu was wealthy, they hadn't imagined he could be this extravagant. He handed over nearly 10 million yuan in gifts without a second thought, not even blinking an eye. The two women exchanged glances, seeing deep shock and immense pride reflected in each other's eyes. Meanwhile, Gu Shuyan's mother's face darkened to the extreme. She glanced at the golden peach worth tens of millions, then thought of the massage chair her family had given, which cost only a few thousand. The contrast was like having her face repeatedly rubbed into the dirt. So what if they have a few stinking bucks? What's so great about that? Auntie sneered, muttering sourly under her breath. Gifts are about the thought, not the price. Giving something this extravagant is just blatant showing off, isn't it? Gu Shuyan, standing beside her, heard this and her eyes lit up instantly. She instantly adopted an innocent expression, her voice neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for everyone at the main table to hear. Mom, how could you say that? My brother-in-law's heartfelt gesture to grandma can't be measured by money. Besides, when it comes to gifts, it's the thought that counts. What you give isn't important. Her words seemed to be defending Li Yu. Yet the sarcastic undertone in her voice allowed everyone to detect the hidden meaning. She was subtly mocking Li Yu for throwing money around, making him seem vulgar. Shut your mouth. Gu Yijuan, the eldest uncle who had remained silent until now, finally couldn't hold back. He glared fiercely at his daughter and hissed in a low voice. Is this embarrassment not enough? Gu Shuyan froze at her father's shout, her eyes instantly reddening as she hung her head in hurt. Yet deep inside, her hatred toward Li Yu and Gu Yuan only grew stronger. After the gift-giving segment concluded, the birthday banquet proceeded to its next phase. According to Donglan City custom, the younger generation would take the stage to personally write the character longevity, offering blessings to the elders. Gu Yuan had minored in fine arts during college, and her brushwork flowed like clouds in water, displaying remarkable grace and character. The character she designed was particularly ingenious, drawing applause from the entire hall. What delighted old Mrs. Gu most was when, after Gu Yuan finished writing, Li Yu walked up holding the four little ones. He held each child's tiny hand, dipping them into red ink. Beneath the enormous longevity character, for tiny, adorable handprints were left. Oh my four precious great-grandchildren, you are all so well behaved. Grandma Gu beamed with delight at the four bright red handprints. She immediately pulled out 8 thick red envelopes from her bosom, slipping 2 into each child's swaddling clothes. Chapter 106, The Photography Team. Yuan, you've raised these 4 children so well. The old lady took Gu Yuan's hand, her face beaming with joy as she urged. While you're still young, hurry up and have another child with Xiaoyu. The moment those words left her lips, Gu Yuan's face flushed crimson. Meanwhile, a familiar system notification suddenly chimed in Li Yu's mind. Beep beep. Detected host celebrating the birthday of baby's great-grandmother. Filial piety levels off the charts. System reward, 5 times the total gift amount will be refunded. Reward amount, 49,999,995 yuan has been disbursed to the host's bank account. Please verify receipt. Li Yu's breath caught in his throat. 5 times the return? Spend 10 million, get 50 million back? This system is incredibly generous, giving rewards just for being connected to the baby. He suppressed his inner euphoria, maintaining his usual calm and composed expression. The birthday banquet finally concluded around 3 in the afternoon. As guests gradually dispersed, the Li Yu family returned to the Gu family's suburban villa. No sooner had they arrived than Li Yu received a call. After hanging up, he walked over to Gu Yuan, who was playing with the baby, and gave her a mysterious smile. Honey, change your clothes. I want to take you to meet some people. Meet people? Are they your friends? Gu Yuan asked, puzzled. Yeah, sort of, Li Yu nodded, offering no further explanation. Upon hearing they were her husband's friends, Gu Yuan immediately took it seriously. She deliberately returned to their bedroom and spent over half an hour applying a delicate, subtle makeup. She slipped into a tasteful dress before stepping out. While waiting for Li Yu, Gu Yuan pulled out her phone and sent a message to her best friend, Li Fengyue. Fengyue, don't forget to be my bridesmaid at the wedding on the 16th. At that moment, Li Fengyue was crammed into her tiny 50-square-meter rental apartment, eating instant noodles. Seeing Gu Yuan's message, she quickly set down her chopsticks and replied with an OK emoji. Immediately afterward, another WeChat conversation popped up. The sender's online name was Gatling. Hey, are you there? Are you free on the 16th? My brother's getting married. Come with me, and you can meet my parents too. Li Fengyue pursed her lips as her fingers flew across the screen. Sorry, boss, I'm not free on the 16th. I'm the maid of honor for my best friend. We made plans ages ago. This client, whose online handle was Gatling, was someone she'd met just days ago on that Cowhorse mutual aid forum while taking orders. The client had hired her to play the role of a gold-digging girlfriend to appease the family elders. The pay was generous. Just moments ago, the client had sent her a 5,200 yuan red envelope as an advance payment. Li Fengyue stared at the bright red 5,200, feeling utterly delighted. Who would have thought there were actually rich second-generation kids out there who were this gullible? Meanwhile, Li Jiate, known online as Gatling, glanced at the rejection message Li Fengyue had sent and curled his lip in disdain. He immediately forwarded their chat history and the screenshot of the 5,200 yuan transfer to his father, Li Qingchen. Dad, look. My girlfriend cares about me so much she won't even let me buy her a bag worth tens of thousands, afraid I'll waste money. She only asked for 5,200 to show my feelings. A daughter-in-law this wonderful is hard to find even with a lantern. But I still want to surprise her and that costs money. Can you chip in a bit? Add some cash? Soon, Li Qingshan's call came through. On the other end, his exasperated roar echoed. You good-for-nothing brat, always asking me for money. I'll transfer you 200,000 yuan later. Spend it wisely. If I find out you've scammed me, I'll break your legs. Li Jiatie hung up, staring at the 200,000 yuan deposit notification on his phone. He nearly jumped off the bed in excitement. Dad's getting easier and easier to fool. Meanwhile, at the Gu family villa. Honey, are you ready? The guests have arrived. Li Yu's voice echoed from downstairs. Coming, Gu Yuan replied, hurrying downstairs. Li Yu drove the red Mercedes AMG GT, carrying Gu Yuan, to the entrance of the villa complex. A massive black motorhome sat quietly parked by the roadside. The door opened, and a man carrying professional photography equipment stepped out. Immediately after, a woman carrying a large makeup case stepped out. All told, 7 or 8 people emerged. Each carried professional equipment, resembling a film crew. Gu Yuan stared at the scene before her, utterly dumbfounded. Honey, what is this? Li Yu parked the car and walked over to her. He gently pulled her into his arms, a doting smile on his face. Silly, we haven't taken our wedding photos yet. I thought we'd take the most beautiful wedding photos right here in the city where you grew up. This team I spent over 500,000 yuan to bring in the top photographers from Beijing. They'll spend 2 days taking us to every meaningful place in Donglan City, capturing our most beautiful moments. Li Yu's voice was deep and gentle, instantly bringing tears to Gu Yuan's eyes. Husband. Gu Yuan could no longer hold back. She threw herself into Li Yu's arms and clung tightly to him. This man always managed to surprise her with the most exquisite romance and delight when she least expected it. And I've already made arrangements with them. Li Yu gently patted his wife's back as he whispered softly into her ear. This is an expedited service. The photos will be ready within 2 days, guaranteeing they won't delay our wedding next week. The top-tier photography team worked with remarkable efficiency. In less than half an hour, they had set up their professional equipment on the lawn in front of the villa's main gate. A temporary white changing room was also assembled within just over 10 minutes. Mr. Li, Mrs. Li, the wedding gown and formal attire have been pressed and are ready for you to change into at any time. A woman who appeared to be the lead stylist addressed Li Yu and Gu Yuan respectfully. Alright, thank you for your hard work. Li Yu nodded. As the staff retrieved over a dozen brand new wedding gowns in formal attire from the large trunks and hung them on hangers, Gu Yuan's eyes lit up instantly. Each gown was so stunning she couldn't look away, exquisitely crafted with innovative designs. Honey, whichever one you like best, we'll shoot that one first, Li Yu said with a smile. These dresses are all so new, even the tags are still on them. I bought them brand new. After all, how could my wife wear second-hand clothes? After the shoot, we'll just let them handle the disposal. We won't keep any of them. Chapter 107, Family Portrait. At this remark, the staff present froze in shock. Mouths gaped open, faces frozen in disbelief. Each of these wedding gowns started at tens of thousands of yuan, and with over a dozen pieces, the total easily reached hundreds of thousands. And they were just going to throw away hundreds of thousands of dollars for a photo shoot? Such extravagant gowns treated as disposable items? This was sheer extravagance. Honey, this is such a waste. Gu Yuan was also stunned by her husband's extravagance and couldn't help but whisper a gentle scolding. It's not wasteful. Li Yu pulled his wife into his arms. He leaned down and whispered in her ear, his voice soft enough for only the two of them to hear. This is just for the photo shoot. We'll wear something even more beautiful on our wedding day. I already had Tianqing's team deliver the real wedding dress to you. That one now, that's the real showstopper. A wave of sweet warmth instantly flooded Gu Yuan's heart. She nestled into her husband's embrace, her face radiant with happiness. Soon, with the stylist's help, Gu Yuan slipped into the first mermaid-style wedding gown. When she emerged from the dressing room, everyone was utterly stunned. Li Yu's eyes widened in awe. He walked straight into the dressing room and, before Gu Yuan could react, wrapped his arms around her from behind. Honey, you look absolutely stunning today. Li Yu's breathing grew heavy, his warm breath tickling Gu Yuan's sensitive earlobe. His large hands began to wander unruly over her exquisitely curved figure. Stop it, there are people outside. Gu Yuan's cheeks flushed crimson instantly as she hurriedly pressed down on his wandering hand. What are you afraid of? They can't see us. Li Yu grinned mischievously, leaning down to kiss her. Oh, come on, behave yourself. Gu Yuan pushed him away, her face still flushed. We're running out of time. Today's the 10th, and we have to move on the 13th. We need to get back to Jiangning before then. Hearing this, Li Yu reluctantly released her. Fine, I'll let you off for now. He tickled his wife's delicate nose with his finger and chuckled. Just wait until we get back to the room tonight. You'll see what I'll do to you. Gu Yueyan shot him a flushed glare, though her heart was filled with sweetness. Over the next 2 days, Li Yu and Gu Yueyan, surrounded by the photography team. They practically covered every street and alley in Donglan City. They visited the slightly dilapidated park where Gu Yueyan used to play as a child. On the rusty swings, they captured a sweet photo together. They visited the elementary and middle schools Gu Yueyan had attended. Watching his wife point to a particular classroom and excitedly recount amusing stories from her student days. In Li Yu's heart, it felt as though he too had returned to that youthful era. He felt he understood and cherished this woman who had borne him 4 children even more deeply. On August 13th, after a farewell dinner with Gu's relatives, the Li family set off on their journey back to Jiangning. When the convoy arrived at the Tiannan Bay Villa complex, several large moving trucks from the moving company were already waiting at the entrance of Villa number 8, the Wang residence. Workers methodically carried boxed furniture and luggage into the magnificent standalone villa. That afternoon, Li Yu invited the Tianqing privilege team directly to the new home. They were tasked with bringing the latest designs to help Gu Yueyan and both sets of parents select formal attire for the wedding. The spacious, bright living room was filled with rows of elegant gowns and tailored suits. The 2 mothers, Wang Xiulan and Zhang Suweiping, were like 2 little girls, excitedly selecting from row after row of hangers, their faces beaming with joy. Just then, father-in-law Gu Jianjun burst in from outside, his face beaming with excitement. He grabbed Li Yu, who was looking at the gowns, and exclaimed excitedly, "Xiao Yu, I've got some amazing news for you. The renovation work on our store in Longchen Plaza finished ahead of schedule. I had the formaldehyde levels tested today, they're completely within standards. We can open any time." "Really? Dad, that's fantastic." Li Yu's face lit up with delight. "That's not all." Gu Jianjun lowered his voice, a hint of unmistakable pride visible on his face. "I had another talk with manager Yu from Longchen Tower. Seeing my sincerity, he's agreed to lease me the entire 1,000 square meter space on the 3rd floor as well. Now our store spans over 3,000 square meters across 3 floors. Best of all, the monthly rent only went up a tiny bit, just over 1.9 million yuan a month. Don't you think I just scored an absolute steal?" Gu Jianjun grew more and more excited as he spoke, his face flushing with enthusiasm. He felt he'd never made such a profitable deal in his entire life. Li Yu watched his father-in-law's self-satisfied expression and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. But he kept his expression neutral, giving his father-in-law a thumbs up. "Dad, you're truly amazing. With this, our Gu Tianlu will become the largest Chinese restaurant in all of Jiangning City." "Of course it is," Gu Jianjun declared, patting his chest with satisfaction. "Oh, and I've already made arrangements with the kitchen staff. Tonight, the whole family will head to the new restaurant. I'll personally cook a feast for you all, consider it an early tasting." "Sounds great." Li Yu nodded with a smile. Just then, Li Yu's mother, Wang Xiulan, approached carrying a cheongsam that looked incredibly luxurious. "Son, how are the wedding preparations with Yueyan coming along? Have you booked the hotel? Hired a wedding planner?" "Mom, you can rest assured," Li Yu said with a smile as he took the cheongsam from his mother's hands. "The company I hired will handle everything perfectly. From the stage decorations to the wedding car arrangements, we won't have to lift a finger." "Oh, right." Li Yu seemed to suddenly remember something and added. "They also said they'd give us a free family portrait photo shoot." "Oh, right. We really should get a family portrait taken." Wang Xiulan slapped her thigh, as if she just remembered something incredibly important. At that moment, Li Yu suddenly realized they'd forgotten to arrange the family portrait in advance. A wave of guilt washed over him. "Mom, don't worry. I'll take care of it." Li Yu immediately pulled out his phone and dialed the number of the head photographer at that top-tier studio in the capital. "Hello, it's me, Li Yu. I don't care how you do it, but first thing tomorrow morning, I want your best team at Villa number 8, Tiannan Bay. We're taking a family portrait, just us and my 4 little ones. Money is no object. Name your rush fee." Hearing that unquestioning tone on the other end, didn't dare utter a word, immediately agreeing to the request. Chapter 108, Wedding Day. The next day, before dawn, the photography team arrived at the villa entrance with their full equipment. Gu Yueyan had already changed into the Celestial Star top-tier custom wedding gown that Li Yu had specially prepared for her, one that hadn't yet made its debut at the ceremony. Under the photographer's direction, the family took over 100 photos. After the team worked through the night on urgent photo editing and printing, it wasn't until the evening before the wedding. Li Yu finally received the hardcover family photo album, still faintly fragrant with the scent of fresh ink. "Honey, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault for rushing things like this," Li Yu said to Gu Yueyan, his face full of regret as he held the album. Gu Yueyan shook her head gently, reaching out her soft hand to clasp his firmly. "Husband, just being able to marry you makes me incredibly happy." Her voice was as gentle as water, and the love in her eyes nearly overflowed. "The wedding is just a formality. I don't care about it." Li Yu could no longer hold back. He pulled his wife into his arms and leaned down to kiss her. This kiss carried boundless tenderness and adoration. They clung to each other tightly, as if striving to merge into the very marrow of each other's bones. After this intimate encounter, their relationship grew even closer, resembling that of a loving married couple. Soon, the 16th arrived, the wedding day. The top styling team from Tianqing Ceremonial arrived early at the presidential suite of the Linton Hotel where Gu Yueyan was staying. Li Fengyue, serving as maid of honor, and several other bridesmaids also arrived early. They gathered around Gu Yueyan, chattering excitedly. Just as the room was filled with laughter and cheer, the door swung open. Gu Shuyan, Gu Yueyan's cousin, walked in uninvited, wearing a white cocktail dress that stood in stark contrast to the bridesmaids' ensemble. "Congratulations, Sister Yueyan." Her face bore a sweet smile, revealing not a hint of anything amiss. Gu Yueyan's smile stiffened slightly at the sight of her. She hadn't invited Gu Shuyan to be a bridesmaid, as their relationship wasn't particularly close. Though reluctant, she was, after all, her cousin, and it was a joyous occasion. It would be awkward to refuse her in front of so many people. "Why are you here?" Gu Yueyan asked casually. "I came to see you off on your wedding day." Gu Shuyan walked over to Gu Yueyan with familiar ease, pushing aside Li Fengyue, who was adjusting her veil. Meanwhile, at Li Yu's villa number 8 in Tiannan Bay, the atmosphere was equally lively. Li Yu's cousin, Li Jiati, and several brothers were loudly acting as the groomsmen. When they stepped into the palace-like mansion, a standalone building exceeding 1,000 square meters in size, everyone was left speechless. "Holy, Jiati, what kind of family is your cousin from? Does he own a mine or something?" One of the groomsmen pinched himself hard, his face etched with disbelief. Li Jiati was equally dumbfounded. He recalled how, when they were kids, his family had actually lent money to his uncle's household. Though the debt was repaid quickly, back then his uncle's family had been worse off than theirs. How many years had passed since then? How had they suddenly skyrocketed to such heights, living in a mansion he'd never even dared to dream of? Li Jiat was filled with confusion, but his face remained impassive as he smugly patted his chest. "Of course. My brother's a man of great ambition." At 9 o'clock in the morning, the auspicious hour had arrived. Li Yu stood tall in his crisp Armani suit, a groom's boutonniere pinned to his lapel, looking even more handsome and imposing. With a sweeping gesture, he led a grand procession of over a dozen identical black Mercedes-Benz S-Class limousines toward the Linton Hotel. The hotel manager had long since received notice from the big boss. The entire hotel, inside and out, had been transformed with the freshest roses and balloons. The entire hotel had been transformed into a breathtakingly romantic setting. When the wedding procession arrived at the hotel entrance, the waiting journalists and onlookers erupted into a frenzy. "Here he comes. The groom is here." Li Yu, surrounded by his groomsmen, strode into the hotel and headed straight for the presidential suite on the top floor. Knock, knock, knock. Li Jiati was the first to rush forward, pounding on the door. "Open up! Open up! We're here to get the bride." From inside the room came the triumphant laughter of Li Fengyue and the other bridesmaids. "Thinking you can just take the bride? Not so fast. Red envelopes, bring the red envelopes first." Li Jiati chuckled, pulling out a thick stack of red envelopes from his chest and trying to stuff them through the door crack. But the door of this presidential suite was so well made that the gap was too narrow to even fit a piece of paper through. "Oh dear, this gap is too narrow, it won't fit." Li Jiati scratched his head in frustration. His eyes darted around and an idea struck him. "Hey, ladies inside, how about you open the door a crack so we can pass the red envelopes through?" As he spoke, he discreetly signaled to his brothers behind him. The bridesmaids inside discussed it and decided the suggestion was feasible. They deliberately fetched a thick iron chain and locked the door from the inside. Then, with great care, they opened the door just a crack about 10 centimeters wide. "Hand over the red envelopes," Li Fengyue declared triumphantly, extending her hand. The moment her words fell, outside the door, the groomsmen led by Li Jiati suddenly let out a unified shout. "Brothers, charge!" Then, they all charged violently toward the door. With a loud clang, the seemingly indestructible iron chain snapped, having been improperly secured. The heavy door was violently flung open by a tremendous force. Li Fengyue and the other bridesmaids behind the door had no time to react. The immense impact sent them tumbling head over heels, screaming as they crashed to the floor. Li Jiati, leading the charge, stumbled forward, his entire body lunging ahead. He felt himself plunge into a soft, springing embrace. A faint, refreshingly sweet fragrance tickled his nostrils. "Rogue!" Before he could react, a crisp, resounding slap landed squarely across his face. Li Jiat was stunned on the spot. He lifted his head, ready to explode in anger, only to meet a pair of beautiful eyes filled with both shame and anger, eyes that were all too familiar. Beneath him, Li Fengyue stared in shock at the rather handsome man pinning her down. The next second, they both blurted out each other's online name almost simultaneously. "Gatling. Little cowgirl." They stared wide-eyed at each other, their faces etched with utter disbelief. Meanwhile, the rest of the wedding party had already surged past them, rushing excitedly toward the bride's room. Li Gat finally snapped out of it, scrambling awkwardly off Li Fengyue and pulling her up with him. "You? What are you doing here?" Li Jiatii pointed at Li Fengyue, his words stumbling out. Chapter 109, Double the Reward. I'm here to be the maid of honor for my best friend. Is that any of your business? Why don't you explain why you're here? Li Fengyue rolled her eyes at him impatiently, rubbing her sore arm where he'd bumped it. Best friend? Bridesmaid? Li Jiat's heart skipped a beat. He whipped his head around to look at the bride. The bride in her pristine white gown, radiant as a fairy. Wasn't that his cousin Li Yu's wife? So the gold-digging girlfriend he hired, little cowgirl, was actually his cousin's wife's best friend? I'm here to be my cousin's best man, Li Jiat said, regaining his composure. Hearing this, Li Fengyue's face also twisted in shock. That Gatling she'd been fishing for online, the one she thought was a dumb rich sucker, was actually the groom's cousin? They exchanged a glance, seeing deep shock and a hint of panic in each other's eyes. Just then, another bridesmaid approached, asking with concern. Fengyue, are you okay? Did you hurt yourself when you fell just now? Li Fengyue recoiled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She abruptly took a step back, instantly creating a 3-meter distance between herself and Li Gatling. I'm fine, really. At that moment, Li Yu noticed the unusual tension between the two. But he had no time to spare for the couple staring at each other in disbelief behind him. His eyes were fixed solely on his wife, dressed in a pristine white wedding gown, her beauty taking his breath away. Li Yu strode swiftly to Gu Yuan's side and, under everyone's gaze, knelt down on one knee. He lifted his head, his deep eyes brimming with undying devotion. My love, I've come to take you home. Those simple words instantly brought tears to Gu Yuan's eyes. She nodded firmly, her voice carrying a barely perceptible catch. Groom, if you think you can just sweep away our most beautiful bride, think again. Li Fengyue, the maid of honor, forced down her own panic and stepped forward. Though the earlier mishap had made her heart race, as the maid of honor, she couldn't skip a single step of the ritual. Exactly. No generous red envelope, no release. The other bridesmaids joined in the commotion, surrounding Gu Yuan. Li Yu smiled and gave Li Jia a knowing look behind him. Hand over the red envelope. Coming right up. Li Jia pulled out a thick stack of red envelopes from a huge backpack and began distributing them. Oh my, these red envelopes are a bit thin, aren't they? Li Fengyue pinched the red envelope in her hand and deliberately pouted. She jokingly held up one finger. First challenge simple enough. Counting me, there are 5 bridesmaids here. 10,000 each, that's not unreasonable, right? The moment she said this, everyone present sucked in a sharp breath. 5 people, 100,000 each, that's $1,000,000. This wasn't a door-blocking game, it was outright robbery. Li Jia's face and those of the other groomsmen turned green. The red envelopes they'd prepared today barely totaled 200,000 yuan. How were they supposed to pay this? Even Gu Yuan felt her best friend had taken the joke too far and was about to say something. Li Yu raised his hand to silence her. He looked at Li Fengyue, his face showing no trace of discomfort, but instead a hint of approval. Not excessive. Not in the slightest. For my wife's sister, it's worth not just 10,000, but 100,000. Li Yu said, pulling out his phone and opening the transfer page. Give me your account number. Li Fengyue froze on the spot. She had only meant it as a joke to lighten the mood, never expecting Li Yu to take it seriously. No need, brother-in-law. I was just joking. Li Fengyue waved her hands frantically, her face drained of color. No, you must give it to me. Li Yu's tone brooked no argument. My wife deserves full respect, and I'll give it to you in spades. Hurry up, don't delay the auspicious time. Facing Li Yu's unwavering gaze, Li Fengyue had no choice but to grit her teeth and give him her bank account number. Li Yu's fingers flew across the screen, entering a string of numbers before tapping confirm. The next second, Li Fengyue's phone emitted a crisp notification sound. Your savings account ending in XXXX received a deposit of 1,000,000 yuan on XX at XXX. Staring at the long string of zeros on her phone screen, Li Fengyue's hand trembled, nearly dropping the phone. Had she really received 1,000,000 yuan? Was it truly the amount? 1,020,000 each. Divided among you and your sisters. Li Yu tucked his phone away, speaking with a casual air. For the rest of the game, let's keep things simple. How does that sound? The entire room fell silent in an instant. All the bridesmaids' eyes were glued to Li Fengyue's phone. Their mouths gaped open, faces frozen in disbelief. This groom was way too generous. 1,000,000 yuan transferred in an instant, without so much as a blink. Wow. Li Fengyue stammered out a response, her mind still blank. The subsequent rituals, finding the wedding shoes, answering questions, proceeded remarkably smoothly, bolstered by sheer financial power. The bridesmaids practically went easy on her, afraid of delaying this money god's auspicious timing. Just as Li Yu found the wedding shoes and prepared to slip them onto Gu Yuan's feet, a delicate figure suddenly approached. Brother-in-law, let me help you. Gu Shuyan's face lit up with a sweet smile as she bent down to take the high heels from Li Yu's hands. She had deliberately chosen a low-cut white cocktail dress for the occasion. As she bent over, the deep cleavage of her chest was faintly revealed before Li Yu's eyes. Yet Li Yu seemed oblivious. He didn't even lift an eyelid, merely uttering a few indifferent words. No need. Move aside. Gu Shuyan's outstretched hand froze mid-air. The smile on her face froze instantly, replaced by sheer awkwardness. Li Yu couldn't be bothered to spare another glance at this disgusting woman. He gently lifted his wife's delicate foot, personally slipping on her the crystal high heels studded with tiny diamonds. This scene was clearly witnessed by Li Fengyue, who stood nearby. She watched as he remained unmoved by the temptation of beauty. Her eyes held only his wife, and she silently gave him a mental thumbs up. Her husband was truly worth it. Meanwhile, best man Li Jiatai wasn't having such an easy time. A sweet-faced, curvaceous bridesmaid had been clinging to him since earlier. Hey, are you the legendary Gatling? I'm Zhao Yenyue, your biggest fan. God, you're so good at gaming. Can we exchange WeChat so you can teach me? Zhao Yenyue practically pressed herself against Li Jiatai, her voice dripping with sweetness. Li Jiatai was getting a headache from her persistence. He hated nothing more than carrying girls in games. They were all such dead weights. Finally, Li Jiatai claimed he was busy and slipped away. Chapter 110, A Pile of Jewelry. Just then, Li Fengyue approached with a dark expression. She glared at Li Jiat and warned, Jiat, you better watch your step. Don't think having a few stinking bucks makes you special. If you lay a finger on my sisters, I won't let you off the hook. Seeing her all puffed up like this, Li Jiatai wasn't the least bit annoyed. Instead, he found it rather amusing. He leaned closer, lowering his voice to whisper a wicked smile in her ear. What? Jealous? You're talking nonsense. Li Fengyue recoiled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her cheeks flushing instantly. She shot Li Jiat an icy glare before turning and storming off, bewildered by her own sudden fury. The wedding procession concluded smoothly. Li Yu, holding Gu Yueyan, stepped out of the hotel surrounded by family and friends. Below, a luxurious convoy of over a dozen black Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedans stood ready and waiting. When the convoy arrived in full force at the penthouse villa of Building 8 in Tiannan Bay, everyone was utterly stunned by the sprawling villa before them, a standalone structure spanning over 1,000 square meters, decorated like a European castle. Especially Gu Shuyan. Gazing at this mansion dozens of times larger than her own dilapidated little house, her eyes nearly blazed with fury. A maddening jealousy and greed began to grow wildly within her heart. Why wasn't all this hers? She would snatch Li Yu away from that Gu Yueyan. She absolutely had to. Soon, the motorcade came to a halt. Li Yu carried Gu Yueyan out of the car. Both sets of parents and a crowd of relatives followed suit, stepping out of the vehicles behind. My goodness, the Li family's house is enormous and absolutely stunning. A relative clutched Wang Xiulan's hand, her face aglow with amazement. This isn't just a villa, it's practically a palace. Wang Xiulan couldn't stop smiling, feeling increasingly proud of her son. Gu Shuyan heard this, her eyes darting around before she immediately stepped closer. Auntie, you're so blessed to have such a capable son like my brother-in-law. She wrapped her arm around Wang Xiulan's with an innocent look, her words as sweet as honey. I'll have to visit you more often to soak up some of your good fortune. Wang Xiulan watched this overly familiar girl, her brow furrowing imperceptibly. She quietly withdrew her arm, her face bearing a polite yet distant smile. I have many relatives visiting today and must attend to them. Please make yourself at home. With that, she turned and walked away. Gu Shuyan's smile froze on her face as she stood awkwardly rooted to the spot. Meanwhile, Li Jiatai had barely stepped into the villa when Zhao Yenyue intercepted him. Gatling God, let's team up. I'll play Yao and support you. Zhao Yenyue held up her phone, her face brimming with anticipation as she looked at him. Li Jiatai glanced at her platinum rank and his mouth twitched violently. He'd rather face off against 100 pro players than carry a platinum Yao. I'm feeling a bit queasy. I need to use the restroom first. Li Jiatai made up a flimsy excuse and slipped away again. Soon after, the wedding party poured into the master bedroom in full force. Inside, bridesmaids and relatives swarmed around Gu Yueyan, chattering and fussing. But the moment everyone caught sight of the scene at the room's center, all the noise abruptly fell silent. A massive round rosewood table was densely packed with dazzling gold jewelry. It wasn't just one or two pieces, nor one or two pairs. Dozens of pure gold bracelets, each engraved with auspicious dragon and phoenix patterns, piled up like a small mountain. The dazzling gold nearly blinded everyone. Holy cow! One of the groomsmen couldn't help but gasp, his voice trembling. This must weigh over 10 pounds, right? Goodness gracious, did they just raid a jewelry store? Li Fengyue stared wide-eyed. She rubbed her eyes hard, convinced she was seeing things. But the dazzling golden glow made it painfully clear to her that this was all real. Li Yu's mother, Wang Xiulan, wore a beaming smile of immense pride. She pulled several ants over to the table. She picked up the heavy gold bracelets and began slipping them onto Gu Yueyan's wrists. Yueyan, some of these I bought myself, and others were gifts from relatives. Here, put these on. This one is from your first aunt, and this one is from your second aunt. And this one from your third aunt. You must take good care of it. 1, 2, 3. One golden bracelet after another was fastened onto Gu Yueyan's slender, snow-white wrists. Soon, both her arms were encircled with glittering gold bracelets. Like wearing 2 suits of golden armor, they were so heavy she could barely lift her arms. Finally, Wang Xiulan personally reached into a velvet box and carefully placed a pair of jade bracelets, entirely emerald green and richly translucent. She carefully placed them on top of the others for Gu Yueyan. Yueyan, these are specially chosen for you by your mother. Wang Xiulan held her daughter-in-law's hand, her eyes slightly reddened. From now on, Xiao Yu and this family are both entrusted to you. A wave of warmth flooded Gu Yueyan's heart. Looking at the mother-in-law who treated her like her own daughter, her own eyes grew moist. Mom! She called out softly, yet with profound solemnity. That single word mom made Wang Xiulan's smile blossom fully. Ah, my dear daughter-in-law. Wang Xiulan fetched several more jewelry boxes from nearby, each filled with diamond necklaces and ruby and sapphire pieces. Here, put these on too. Today is a joyous occasion for our family, you must look absolutely stunning. Faced with the mountain of jewels, Gu Yueyan felt both amused and overwhelmed. Mom, this is too much. I can't possibly wear it all. Li Yu walked over with a smile and pointed to the massive built-in safe against the wall. Just put the ones you can't wear away for now. Gu Yueyan nodded and, with the help of several bridesmaids, carefully placed each piece of precious jewelry into the safe. Just as she was about to close the door, she seemed to remember something. She reached inside and pulled out a box. When the box opened, a massive pink heart-shaped diamond ring appeared before everyone. The entire room fell silent once more. The pink diamond refracted a dreamlike glow under the lights, breathtakingly beautiful. This can't be. Gu Shuyan, standing in the corner of the crowd, felt her pupils suddenly contract. She had once seen reports about this ring online. The world's only purple pink diamond collection, you are my only one, valued at nearly 10 billion. At the time, she had scoffed at it, thinking only a sucker would pay such an astronomical price for something like that. But she never dreamed in her wildest dreams that this very ring would actually end up on Gu Yueyan's finger. Li Fengyue was also rendered speechless by the dove-egg-sized pink diamond before her. She tugged at Gu Yueyan's arm, lowering her voice as she asked tremulously. Yueyan, this is just too extravagant. Chapter 111, The Li Family Tradition. Gu Yueyan gave a slightly embarrassed smile. Then she leaned close to her best friend's ear and whispered softly. This jewelry set, and even this villa we're staying in now, he gave them to me after I gave birth. Altogether, it should be over 1 billion yuan. Boom! Li Fengyue felt as though her mind had been struck by a bolt of lightning. Though their conversation was whispered in hushed tones, every word drifted unmistakably into the ears of Gu Shuyan, who stood nearby, ears pricked, listening in. 10 billion yuan worth of jewelry. A villa worth hundreds of millions. Plus the over 5 million yuan dowry earlier, and the 10 million yuan allowance for her second uncle and aunt. Why? Why should Gu Yueyan and her family get all this? A wave of frenzied jealousy instantly consumed Gu Shuyan's reason. She stared at Gu Yueyan, surrounded by admirers, her face radiant with happiness. The vicious thought in her heart became clearer and more resolute than ever before. She would uncover every preference of this man named Li Yu. Then, at any cost, she would snatch him away from Gu Yueyan's grasp. Just then, Li Yu walked in from the doorway, carrying a bowl of steaming hot tang yuan. A cheerful-looking auntie grinned as she took it, acting as the matchmaker. She scooped up a glutinous rice ball with a spoon, held it to Gu Yueyan's lips, and called out loudly. Bride, eat your tang yuan. Will you bear children? The phrase unborn carried a double meaning, referring both to whether the dumplings were cooked through and to whether she would bear children. Gu Yueyan's cheeks flushed slightly. She glanced at Li Yu beside her and smiled, opening her mouth. The dumpling had been deliberately undercooked. Gu Yueyan took only a symbolic bite before smiling and answering. Yes. Ha ha ha, good. Raw best if it's 4 more. The room erupted in a wave of good-natured laughter. Li Yu gazed at his wife's wrist, slightly reddened where the gold bracelet pressed against her skin, a flicker of tenderness crossing his eyes. He leaned closer and whispered softly. Honey, why don't you take these off first? They're too heavy. Gu Yueyan shook her head, responding softly in return. It's fine. I can handle it. Today is your family's joyous occasion. With so many relatives watching, we can't bring shame upon the Li family. I'll just wear them until it's time to toast. Li Yu watched his wife's feigned strength, feeling both deeply moved and heartbroken. He knew she was doing this for him, for the entire Li family. You fool. Li Yu reached out, gently pulling his wife into his embrace, and whispered a promise in her ear. Don't worry. Once we're at the banquet, I'll have the safe and security personnel ready. We'll walk down the aisle in style, and then you'll be free. Gu Yueyan leaned against her husband's solid chest, listening to his thoughtful words. The last traces of hardship and resentment in her heart vanished completely. She wrapped her arms, adorned with gold jewelry, tightly around her husband in return. The two embraced as if no one else existed, a scene sweet and warm. But to Gu Shuyan's eyes, felt like poisoned steel needles piercing her heart. She watched the loving couple, her face still adorned with a sweet smile. Yet inside, she cursed them with the most vicious words imaginable. During a brief pause in his embrace, Liu glanced up. He caught the unguarded look in Gu Shuyan's eyes filled with venom and jealousy. Though it was but a fleeting moment, it sent a sudden chill through Liu's heart. His gaze instantly turned cold, knowing this woman was trouble. He must be more vigilant from now on. He absolutely couldn't let her harm Yue Yan. Immediately afterward, a 9-camera crew began filming the newlyweds on the villa's vast lawn, which resembled a golf course. A drone hovered overhead, capturing this dreamlike scene from every angle. Liu, dressed in a crisp suit, held his wife clad in a pristine white wedding gown close as they struck intimate poses for the cameras. Just then, the nanny, Sister Wang, came running over. "Sir, madam, the babies are hungry. It's time for feeding." Gu Yueyan's face flushed slightly at the mention, and she glanced at Liu with a touch of embarrassment. "Honey, I'll go take care of them for now. Go ahead. I'll come see you and the kids in a bit." Liu smiled, planted a kiss on her forehead, and watched as his wife, surrounded by her bridesmaids, made her way toward the nursery in the villa. The moment he turned away, he was immediately surrounded by the groomsmen Li Jiatii, Sun Haotian, and Yu Jun. "Damn, you're something else." Yu Jun gazed enviously at the palace-like villa, his voice brimming with excitement. "So young, already successful in your career, married to such a gorgeous wife, and blessed with 4 healthy sons, you're the ultimate winner in life. Bro, spill the beans, how did you land a wife this gorgeous?" Sun Haotian joined in, his face wearing a lecherous grin. "Is it just about having money? If so, I'll go sell a kidney right now." Hearing this, Li Fengyue, who was drinking water nearby, nearly spit it out. She couldn't bear to listen any longer. She slammed her cup down and stormed over, her face dark with anger. "What do you know? Don't talk about my sister Yue Yan like she's some gold digger." Li Fengyue glared at Sun Haotian, her voice clear and sharp. "Our Yue Yan comes from a family that runs a restaurant chain. She's a proper rich girl. Why would she need your measly money? What she admires is Brother Yu's character, the kindness he shows her. Do you understand?" Li Fengyue grew increasingly agitated, her voice rising with each word. "Brother Yu put this multi-million-dollar villa and that several $100,000 sports car entirely under Yue Yan's name. What does that mean? It means security. It means responsibility. That's what a real man looks like. Could any of you do that?" Her words left Sun Haotian, Yu Jun, and the other men flushed and speechless. Standing nearby, Li Jiat, upon hearing this, instantly straightened his posture. A beaming smile of immense pride spread across his face as he declared loudly. "Of course. My cousin is definitely a good man. The men of our Li family may lack other virtues, but we are loyal and devoted to our wives. It's a tradition in our Li family." These words caused Li Fengyue, who had just been filled with contempt for him, to look at him with newfound respect. Watching Li Jiat's beaming expression, filled with pride and satisfaction, her impression of him quietly shifted. So this guy wasn't entirely just some spoiled brat who only knew how to play games. Perhaps his request for her to pretend to be his girlfriend. Because his family was pressuring him to marry so relentlessly, and he didn't want to settle for just anyone. Chapter 112, Who Says I Don't Understand? Just then, the girl named Zhao Yenue from the bridesmaids group suddenly lit up, slowly approaching Li Jiatii. "Gart," she said, looking at him coyly with a voice so sweet it could melt butter. I actually want to date a great guy like you. Would you give me a chance?" The moment those words left her lips, the smile on Li Jiat's face froze instantly. Staring at the woman practically pressing herself against him, he backed away in alarm. Well, I suddenly need to use the restroom. I'll be right back." With that, he turned and fled without looking back. His flustered appearance drew a burst of laughter from the crowd. Why does he always have to pee? Zhao Yenue muttered to herself, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Yu Jun, eyeing Zhao Yenue's curvaceous figure, licked his lips and edged closer. "Hey, beautiful, what do you think of me? I'm a decent guy too." Zhao Yenue gave him a once-over, curled her lip, and shot back without mercy. "Sorry, we're not a match. How would you know without trying?" Yu Jun persisted, refusing to give up. "Just try me, and you'll see how powerful and fierce I am." "Rogue." Zhao Yenue shot him a fierce glare and turned to walk away. Yu Jun was left standing there alone, awkwardly frozen in place, his face etched with hurt. "Brother Yu, look at her. She called me a scoundrel. My confession failed again." Yu Jun ran over to Liu, his face etched with hurt, to vent his frustration. "I've never even held a girl's hand in my whole life. I'm still a virgin." "Ha!" Liu couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. He patted Yu Jun on the shoulder and offered comfort. "It's okay, bro. You're not alone." As he spoke, Liu shot a meaningful glance at Sun Haotian, who was snickering nearby. "There's someone else in our group just like you. The one who tells the raunchiest jokes all the time is often the most innocent one." Sun Haotian's laughter abruptly stopped. His face flushed bright red in an instant, turning as red as a monkey's butt. As everyone joked and played around, Liu glanced toward the nursery and prepared to go see his wife and child. But after taking just a few steps, he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye a white figure silently trailing behind him. It was Gu Shuyan, the very person who made him feel profoundly uncomfortable. Her eyes held not a trace of joy or goodwill. Only a greed and desire that filled Li Yu with profound revulsion. Her target was clear him. Li Yu's gaze instantly turned cold. At that moment, Li Fengyue also noticed something off about Gu Shuyan. Her gaze turned icy as she watched the woman lurking behind Li Yu, and alarm bells instantly rang in her mind. This scheming woman clearly had ulterior motives. What was she up to? A wave of intense unease surged through Li Fengyue's heart. She couldn't let this woman ruin Yue Yan's happiness. With that thought, Li Fengyue immediately lifted her foot and followed after them. Oh, I'll go see the little ones too. She made up a casual excuse and quickly caught up with Gu Shuyan. Just then, her phone suddenly vibrated. Li Fengyue pulled it out to find a text from that guy Li Jiatie. Hey, beautiful, I need your help right now. My parents seem to have recognized you. They've been staring at you the whole time. And that woman named Zhao Yanue? She's like glue, can't shake her off. How about we just come clean with them? Reading the message, Li Fengyue nearly burst out laughing in exasperation. Lay our cards on the table? Was this guy's brain made of mush? Her fingers flew across the screen as she typed furiously. A line of text, laced with accusation and sarcasm, flew off her fingers without mercy. Didn't you just say being a good man is a Li family tradition? If you're such a good man, why did you need a fake girlfriend to deceive your own parents? After sending that mocking message to Li Jiatie, she tucked her phone away, her heart filled with contempt. She lifted her head, about to follow Li Yu's footsteps to keep a close eye on the scheming Gu Shuyan. But at that moment, voices drifting from the corner of the villa's first floor made her instinctively halt. Jiat, show mom again, is this girlfriend of yours really the girl in the photo? Li Fengyue quietly peeked her head around the corner. Holding her phone up, scrutinizing a photo repeatedly. And that photo was none other than Li Fengyue's own selfie from her social media feed. Li Jia's mother frowned deeply, her face filled with doubt. The more I look, the more she seems like the bridesmaid from earlier, yet also not quite. The face in this photo is too sharp, and the eyes are too big. The real person doesn't look that exaggerated. Li Fengyue's heart skipped a beat, and she nearly cursed out loud. Damn beauty camera. At that moment, Li Jiat was looking down. His fingers flew across the phone screen as he typed a reply to Li Fengyue's questioning. Hearing his mother's impatient prompting, he didn't even look up, responding with a dismissive. Oh, Mom, it's her. You've asked me this 1,000 times already. I'm chatting with her right now, aren't I? At those words, Li Jiata's mother's eyes lit up instantly. She playfully smacked the back of his head and leaned in excitedly. Really? Quick, let me see. What have you two been talking about? Oh, and send her a photo of your dad and me right away. Let your girlfriend get to know her future in-laws. Li Jiat was startled and quickly hid his phone behind his back. Mom, can you please not be so impatient? We're just getting started. You're already demanding to see chat logs and send photos, you'll scare her off. He silently cursed his luck. Back when he wanted to scam more pocket money, he'd deliberately found this fake girlfriend online who seemed to perfectly match his mom's taste. But he never imagined his mom would take it so seriously. Me, impatient? Li Jiata's mother heard this and angrily smacked him on the back of the head again. Look at how old you are. You look perfectly human, so why can't you find a decent girlfriend? Be honest with your mother, don't you know how to pursue girls? Don't you understand romance? Li Jiat held his head, looking utterly aggrieved. Who says I don't know? I send her red envelopes every day, isn't that romantic enough? Smack. Another slap, this time landing loudly on his back. Red envelopes, all you know how to do is send red envelopes. Li Jiat's mother scolded him, frustrated beyond words. Do you think you can buy a girl with money? You need to put your heart into it, do you understand? Chapter 113, No Living Together. Li Jiat tried to interject, but his mother kept droning on. Let me tell you, in the Li family, character comes first when choosing a daughter-in-law. Absolutely no gold diggers chasing wealth and status. You need to be more discerning yourself. Go buy your girlfriend a gift right after this. No more trying to get away with just giving her red envelopes. After you buy it, show me the purchase receipt and proof she received the gift. Just then, a sweet, girlish voice drifted over from nearby. Auntie, what's wrong? Are you upset with brother Xingji? The bridesmaid named Zhao Yanue approached with a sweet smile on her face. She stopped in front of Li Jia's mother and proactively reached out to link her arm through his. Hello, Auntie. My name is Zhao Yanue. I'm Jia Ji's girlfriend. At this sight, the smile on Li Jia's mother's face froze instantly. Her gaze instantly sharpened to an icy glare. Like two knives, they scraped back and forth across Zhao Yanue's face. Hiding in the corner, Li Fengyue nearly burst out in anger at the sight. This woman had no shame whatsoever. Li Jiatie, meanwhile, was utterly terrified. He knew better than anyone that his mother despised nothing more in this world than those who destroyed others' relationships, the so-called third parties. As if electrocuted, he violently shook off Zhao Yanue's hand and scrambled behind his mother. Mom, don't misunderstand. I barely know her. I only met her today. I don't even know her name. Lee Jiat's voice trembled with the edge of tears, his panic nearly breaking him into sobs. Lee Jiat's mother ignored her cowardly son. She stepped forward, blocking Lee Jiatie. Like a lioness protecting her cub, she glared coldly at Zhao Yanhua. Young lady, didn't he tell you he already has a girlfriend? The smile on Zhao Yanhua's face froze completely. She hadn't expected that throwing herself at him would be met with such a ruthless rebuke. She was both embarrassed and furious, so awkward she wished she could sink into a hole. She opened her mouth but couldn't utter a single word. Finally, she stomped her foot angrily, turned, and ran off crying. The crisis seemed to have been defused just like that. But before Li Jiatie could breathe a sigh of relief, a hand as strong as iron pincers suddenly yanked his ear. Ow, Mom, it hurts, it hurts. Li Jiat clenched his teeth in agony, begging for mercy. You little brat, think you're so clever now? Li Jiat's mother yanked him by the ear, pulling him close as she growled through gritted teeth. You dare cheat on Fengyue behind her back? I didn't. Mom, I'm innocent. Li Jiatie explained with a mournful expression. That Zhao Yanhua threw herself at me. I didn't even acknowledge her. Hidden in the shadows, Li Fengyue watched Li Jia's pitiful, wronged expression and felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction welling up inside her. This smooth-talking guy who always flirted on WeChat finally got his comeuppance. At the same time, her impression of Li Jia's mother completely changed. This auntie had sound values, understood reason, and seemed like someone she could get along with. Seeing her son's foolish expression, Li Jiatie's mother knew he didn't have the nerve to do such a thing. She gave a cold snort and released her grip. I doubt you'd have the guts anyway. But I warn you, Li Jiat, men of the Li family may lack ambition, but they absolutely must not get involved in affairs outside the home. That's the rule of our Li family. If I ever find out you dare follow the example of those disreputable scoundrels playing the field, I'll be the first to break your legs and kick you out of this house. And don't expect to get a single penny of the family fortune. His words were spoken with absolute finality, without a trace of jest. Li Jiatie's neck jerked back in fright as he nodded rapidly, like a chick pecking at grain. I understand, Mom. I absolutely won't dare. Watching this scene, Li Fengyue felt the slight resentment from being deceived melt away. She even found herself thinking that this good-for-nothing Li Jiat didn't seem quite so detestable after all. Li Jiat's mother hummed contentedly as she walked away. She felt that as a mother, she had truly worn herself out worrying about her son's future. Watching his mother's determined retreat, Li Jiadong exhaled a long sigh of relief, his entire body going limp. Good heavens, finally got rid of that giant Buddha statue. He plopped down onto the nearby sofa and wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead even though there was none there. Hiding in the corner, Li Fengyue couldn't help but twitch her lips at those words. Seeing how terrified he was of his mom, he couldn't be a mama's boy, could he? Li Fengyue pursed her lips, a wave of contempt washing over her. But then she thought again something didn't add up. A mama's boy wouldn't have the brains to pull off something like this, finding a fake girlfriend to scam his allowance? This guy was nothing but a scheming fool. Just then, Li Jiatie checked his messages and saw the same mocking question staring back at him. Didn't you just say being a good man is a Li family tradition? If you're such a good man, why invent a fake girlfriend to deceive your own parents? Li Jiat looked at the message, curled his lip, and began typing rapidly on the screen. You just don't get it, do you? This is a white lie, for the sake of family harmony. Besides, if it weren't for you, would I have the good life I have today? Li Fengyue was completely baffled. What does that mean? My dad thought I was really dating you. He got so excited he transferred ownership of a 100+ square meter apartment downtown to me. He even said it's for us to use when we get married. My monthly allowance went from 100,000 to 150,000. So, what do you think? Following me pays off, right? Li Fengyue stared at the message, her eyes wide. An apartment? 150,000 yuan in monthly allowance? This guy's dad must be loaded. Just as she was reeling from the shock, Li Jiatie sent another message. My parents were just discussing it. They said after my brother's wedding, they'll have us move into that apartment to try living together first. Living together? Li Fengyue shuddered at the very words. No way. Absolutely not. I can pretend to be your girlfriend, but we absolutely cannot live together. We're a man and a woman alone together. What if you try something inappropriate? Li Jiatie stared at the message, momentarily stunned. He hadn't considered that possibility after all, he just wanted more money. Then what should we do? Li Jiat's eyes darted around as an idea struck him. How about this? We'll just stall for now. After 6 months, I'll tell my parents we're incompatible and parted ways amicably. That way, we get both the house and the money, right? Don't worry, I won't shortchange you a single cent of the breakup settlement. Chapter 114, I miss you. Li Fengyue stared at the message, furious enough to nearly smash her phone. Scumbag. You deadbeat scumbag. You haven't even started yet, and you're already thinking about how to break up. Li Jiatie frowned at the word scumbag. Hey, can you be reasonable? This is called planning ahead. How does that make me a scumbag? Besides, I may not be a saint, but I'm definitely not the type to sleep around. Just look at this face of mine. If I wanted to mess around, the women chasing me would line up all the way to France. Take Xiao Yanhua just now, isn't she a perfect example? So gorgeous, with curves in all the right places, but did you see me give her the time of day? Li Fengyue read this and instantly pictured Li Jiati's pathetic retreat earlier, fleeing in panic after being intimidated by Xiao Yanhua. The slight irritation in her heart inexplicably vanished. This guy might be smooth talking, but he didn't seem like the type to mess around. Just as she hesitated, her phone vibrated again. A red envelope popped up. Transfer 5,200 yuan. Immediately followed by a message. This is today's fee for your trouble. You'll be well taken care of every month from now on. Seeing that glaring 5,200, Li Fengyue's heart wavered against her will. Fine. For the sake of the money, she'd play along with his charade a little longer. This is a one-time thing. She typed those 4 words before putting her phone away. Li Jiati stared at those 4 characters and exhaled a long sigh of relief. Finally got this lady sorted. He stretched lazily and pulled a mini-game console from his pocket. Seizing a moment of downtime, he found a secluded corner and immersed himself in the game. Gart, let's play together. Yu Jun appeared out of nowhere, his face lit up with excitement as he leaned in close. I'm a pro jungler. Let me carry you. Li Jiate lifted an eyelid, gave him a dismissive glance, and said, sorry, but I'm a jungler too. 2 tigers can't share the same mountain, got it? Yu Jun's face instantly fell. He glanced at Li Jiati, who was engrossed in his game, and couldn't resist mocking him. No wonder you can't find a girlfriend. All you do is play games all day, never even taking a girl out. What woman would like you? Li Jiati heard this and tilted his chin toward Xiao Yanhua, who was nearby. Playing games with women only slows down my ranking progress. He withdrew his gaze and turned to Yu Jun, who was wearing a pained expression, delivering a slow, deliberate final blow. Besides, it's not like you have a girlfriend yourself. Yu Jun felt as if his heart had been stabbed through. Clutching his chest, he turned and walked away silently. Li Jiate snorted lightly and returned to his game. After finishing a round, he felt a bit bored. After a moment's thought, he pulled out his phone again and sent Li Fengyue a message. Hey, what are you up to? Bored? Wanna play a couple rounds together? I'll carry you. However, Li Fengyue was far too occupied to check her phone at that moment. She was with Gu Yueyan in the enormous nursery on the 3rd floor of the villa. 4 exquisitely delicate little babies lay in their cribs, gazing curiously at the world around them. Oh my goodness, they're so adorable. Li Fengyue held Gu Yueyan's eldest son, Li Tianming, unable to get enough of kissing him. The little one wasn't shy at all, giggling happily in her arms. His big, dark eyes, like little black grapes, fluttered open and shut. Yueyan, your eldest is so delightful he makes me want to have one of my own. Li Fengyue remarked while playing with the child. Gu Yueyan watched her best friend's utterly smitten expression and teased her with a smile. Then you should hurry up and find a good man to marry and have one yourself. It's not that easy, Li Fengyue pouted. Her gaze fell on the innocent little face in her arms, her expression growing distant. As if struck by a thought, she suddenly leaned close to Gu Yueyan's ear and whispered mysteriously. But who knows? Maybe one day, I'll be just like you. Do something crazy for someone I really like? The words sent a flush racing across Gu Yueyan's cheeks. She recalled her own impulsive night with Li Yu and their whirlwind marriage. The memory stirred an indescribable urge within her. She pulled out her phone, her slender fingers tapping lightly on the screen. Husband, I miss you. This was the first time she had ever expressed her longing for Li Yu so directly. The instant the message sent, a blush spread across Gu Yueyan's cheeks, and her heart began to pound wildly. Meanwhile, in the living room downstairs of the villa, Li Yu was surrounded by a group of enthusiastic relatives, their congratulatory voices ringing incessantly. Just then, his phone in his pocket vibrated softly. Li Yu discreetly pulled out his phone. When he saw the 5 characters on the screen, he froze completely. Then, an overwhelming surge of ecstasy instantly swept through his entire body. He had barely left the room when his young wife already missed him. This made Li Yu's heart race wildly, despite being a 40-year-old man. He could no longer spare a moment for polite conversation with his relatives. Uttering only a hurried "excuse me" for a moment. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he took long strides and practically ran up the stairs to the 2nd floor. In the bridal chamber, Li Fengyue and several bridesmaids. They were gathered around 4 exquisitely beautiful babies, playing with them to their heart's content. Only Gu Yueyan sat quietly by the bedside. Her phone in hand, a faint, unmistakable smile of sweetness played at the corners of her lips. Li Yu pushed open the door and immediately spotted the figure that captivated him. Without a word, he walked straight behind her. He wrapped his strong arms around her, pulling her tightly into his embrace. His nose caught the familiar, enchanting scent of his wife, a blend of milky sweetness and a faint, delicate fragrance. Mum. Gu Yueyan was startled by the sudden embrace, letting out a soft, dazed moan. The moment she felt that familiar embrace, her body instantly went limp. Now that they were legally husband and wife, they no longer felt the need to hide their affection in front of family and friends. Oh my goodness, I can't bear to watch this. Lee Fengyue dramatically covered her eyes and winked at her sisters beside her. We should get out of here fast. No point being the third wheel. Exactly. Let's give the lovebirds some privacy. The other bridesmaids chimed in with playful teasing, all wearing warm, knowing smiles. As the maid of honor, Lee Fengyue tactfully took charge. Come on, come on. Let's carry our 4 little darlings outside so their parents can have some alone time. Saying this, she led the way by picking up one of the babies. Together with the other bridesmaids, they giggled and chattered their way out of the room. Chapter 115, Teaming Up for a Gaming Session. Lee Fengyue reached the doorway. Thoughtfully, she gently closed the door behind them. But just as the door was about to close, her peripheral vision caught sight of a figure that made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Gu Yueyan's cousin, Gu Shuyan, was lurking just outside the door. Her face bore not a trace of joy or goodwill. Her eyes were fixed intently on the couple embracing inside the room. Deep within her eyes burned an unmasked jealousy, almost hot enough to spit fire. Her right hand clenched into a tight fist, veins bulging on the back of her hand. That hate-filled, ferocious expression sent a sharp pang through Lee Fengyue's heart. This woman was terrifying. Why would she look at Yueyan and her husband with such eyes? A terrifying thought flashed through Lee Fengyue's mind. Could it be that she had set her sights on Li Yu? At that thought, Lee Fengyue's eyes instantly turned cold. She made up her mind, today, she would keep a close watch on this woman. She couldn't give her any chance to ruin her best friend's happiness. Inside the room, Li Yu remained oblivious to everything unfolding outside the door. He walked to the door and locked it with a click, securing it completely. Only after completing this did he turn back and pull Gu Yueyan back into his embrace. What's wrong? Feeling nervous? Li Yu's deep, magnetic voice murmured in her ear. Gu Yueyan buried her small face in her husband's broad chest, responding with a muffled sound. Today, she was the bride in the spotlight. A faint, lingering anxiety still clung to her heart. After all, she was different from other girls. She wasn't just a bride, she was also a mother of 4 children. Li Yu seemed to read her thoughts as he gently lifted her chin. He made her look into his eyes, brimming with tenderness and adoration. Silly girl, with me here, you have nothing to fear. Today, all you need to do is relax and be my most beautiful bride. With that, he lowered his head and gently pressed his warm lips against hers. This kiss carried boundless tenderness and adoration. They clung tightly to each other as the room's temperature soared. Outside the room, Lee Fengyue handed the babies needing sleep to Li Mama and Gu Mama, who had rushed over upon hearing the news. The 2 mothers gazed at the well-behaved, adorable grandchildren in their arms, their smiles never fading. Lee Fengyue and her bridesmaids returned to the spacious living room downstairs to rest. The moment she sat down, her phone began vibrating frantically. Picking it up, she saw several WeChat messages from that guy named Gatling. Hey, gorgeous. You've played over 10,000 games of Honor of Kings, yet you're still stuck at Star Glory? You've never even reached King rank? You're way too weak. Come on, call me Wild King brother. I'll carry you to victory. Reading these lines brimming with mockery and provocation, Lee Fengyue's temper flared up instantly. She, Lee Fengyue, had roamed the King's Canyon for years, always a lone wolf. Though her rank wasn't high, she considered her skills undeniably solid. Yet this brat dared to call her noob? This was nothing short of utter humiliation. Who's no good? You're the noob. Your whole family are noobs. Lee Fengyue's fingers danced across the screen as she fired back without mercy. If you're so confident, let's team up right now. I'll show you what a master mage's dominance looks like. Less than 3 seconds after sending the message, the other party's reply popped up. Fine. I just started a game, but for you, I can restart. Restart? Lee Fengyue froze for a moment. As a veteran player, she knew exactly what restart meant. For someone in the middle of a ranked match, what that meant was clear. This guy was willing to sacrifice his ranked match just to play with her? But right now, Lee Fengyue was consumed by rage. Her sole thought now was to get her revenge in the game. Wait, I'll be online soon. Lee Fengyue dropped that line before immediately clicking on the game icon she both loved and hated. Today, she would show the jerk Li Jiatie what real skill looked like. After logging in, Lee Fengyue wasted no time. She immediately dragged Li Jiatie into a ranked match of Honor of Kings. This match was crucial for her. A win would finally elevate her to the king tier. Meanwhile, outside the villa on the corridor, Lee Fengyue stormed over to Li Jiatie, who was sitting on a long bench, leisurely playing a video game. She lunged forward in a single stride, shoving Li Jiatie aside without a word. Caught off guard, Li Jiat nearly toppled off the bench. He looked up, ready to explode, only to meet Lee Fengyue's face, a perfect picture of "I'm going to beat the crap out of you." Li Jiatie rolled his eyes. A real man doesn't pick fights with women. He simply sat down on the nearby steps and pulled out his phone. The game started quickly. Upon entering the hero selection screen, Li Fengyue intended to instantly pick her most proficient mage. But unexpectedly, her teammate on the second floor was faster, pre-picking Diao-chan. Damn it, Li Fengyue nearly cursed aloud in frustration. She absolutely hated playing marksman, but now that role was the only one left. With no other choice, she reluctantly locked in her Marco Polo, a champion she only had a 40% plus win rate with. Meanwhile, Li Jiatii made his choice without hesitation, the elusive jungler assassin, Lanling Wang. The game officially began. Li Fengyue carefully cleared minions along the bottom lane with her Marco Polo. The enemy marksman was a short-legged Lu Ban. Just as she reached level 2, an exclamation mark suddenly lit up in the nearby brush. It was Li Jiat's Lanling Wang. He silently circled around to Lu Ban's back. With a fluid sequence of skills, he instantly took down the short-legged hero. First blood. The system's cold kill notification chimed. Li Fengyue froze for a moment, watching Li Jiatii's dashing retreat. Her impression of him quietly shifted a little. This guy wasn't all talk after all. But the good times didn't last long. 10 minutes into the game, Li Jiatii's accusatory voice crackled over the team chat. Hey, you there, Marco Polo? What's going on? I'm soloing top lane against 2 enemies and nearly crushed their top laner, yet you can't even take down the bottom lane tower? Li Fengyue's temper flared instantly at those words. And you have the nerve to talk to me? Look at their jungler, he's ganked me 800 times. How many times have you even shown up? The two bickered back and forth, their voices rising in the voice chat. Just then, Jian-chan from mid lane timidly chimed in. How about I help you guys gank someone? Chapter 116, Claiming Sovereignty. No, thank you. No need. Li Fengyue and Li Jiatii refused almost in unison. Shortly after, Li Jia's Lanling Wang reappeared in the bottom lane. This time, he planned to coordinate with Li Fengyue to tower dive and force kill the cowardly little Lu Ban cowering beneath his tower. But unexpectedly, the moment he materialized, 3 figures burst out of the enemy brush. Chaos erupted in an instant. In the end, Li Jiat's Lanling Wang managed to take down the enemy support. He himself was killed by a combined assault from Lu Ban and the mage Daji. Li Fengyue's Marco Polo was left barely alive, retreating in disarray back to the tower. Retreat! Retreat! Diao-chan in the mid lane urgently signaled for retreat. But Li Fengyue dismissed it, convinced she was safe under the tower and even considered recalling on the spot. Just then, Li Jia's voice, tinged with mockery, echoed through the voice chat once more. Hey, rookie, the red buffs respawned. Go grab it. Red buff? Li Fengyue froze. She instinctively glanced at the minimap. Sure enough, a red marker had lit up in her team's red buff zone. Though she resented Li Jia's commanding tone, the lure of the red buff made her abandon her plan to recall under the tower. She turned her Marco Polo around and headed toward the jungle. However, the instant her feet left the tower's attack range, a flash of golden light erupted. The enemy mage, Daji, had actually flash jumped into the tower. A barrage of skills slammed into the spot where she had just stood. Had she been a step slower, it would be her lying on the ground now. Li Fengyue's heart lurched violently. Staring at her now empty health bar, cold sweat instantly broke out on her palms. Did that bastard deliberately distract me? Did he know Daji would flash in? Before Li Fengyue could process it, Li Jia's voice rang out again. What are you standing around for? Grab that buff. Snapping back to reality, Li Fengyue swiftly controlled Marco Polo to claim the steaming hot red buff. With the red buff's boost, her attack power surged significantly. Meanwhile, Li Jiatii had already respawned. With a smug look, he typed a line on the public chat visible to all. Our Lanling Wang, see? That's what an effective retreat looks like. Upon seeing this, Diao-chan in the mid lane immediately sent a string of admiring emojis. Our team Diao-chan, Wild King bro is so awesome, divine prediction. Wild King brother? Hearing those 4 words, Li Fengyue felt as if needles had pricked her ears. An inexplicable surge of anger instantly welled up inside her. Without a second thought, she shouted into the team voice chat. Don't you dare call him that. The furious outburst froze the other 3 members of the team in their tracks. Even Li Jiatii, who was currently fighting for the blue buff, paused mid-action. Support Sunbin sent a question mark. Teammate Sunbin, Marco Polo, are you jealous? Teammate Sunbin, it's just a name. Is it really that big of a deal? Reading Sunbin's teasing words, Li Fengyue was so furious she nearly smashed her phone on the spot. Her fingers flew across the keyboard, typing a line that sent shockwaves through the entire chat. Our team Marco Polo, the jungler is my boyfriend. Shut up, all of you. The words exploded like a bombshell. It instantly sent shockwaves through the entire team. Mid-laner Diao-chan fell silent. Sunbin, the support, stopped talking. Even the top lane warrior, who'd been focused solely on farming, sent a 666 emoji. As for Li Jiatii, the man at the center of it all, he couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth turn up slightly as he stared at the bold declaration on the screen. He neither confirmed nor denied it. He simply marked the blue buff he'd just secured. Our Lanling Wang, blue buff, come and get it. Watching Li Jiati's move, Li Fengyue felt the last remnants of her irritation vanish instantly. Instead, an indescribable, sweet feeling washed over her. This guy still had a shred of decency. For the rest of the game, the atmosphere became unusually harmonious. Mid-lane Diaochan never dared to call him Jungle King again. Li Jiati, meanwhile, seemed like a completely different person. From then on, he voluntarily gave up every red buff to Li Fengyue like a dutiful boyfriend. Under his leadership, the entire team advanced like a steamroller. In under 20 minutes, they shattered the enemy's crystal. Victory! The victory emblem appeared at the center of the screen. Li Fengyue stared at her rank emblem, which had transformed from Glory Eye to Supreme Champion, nearly leaping off her chair in excitement. She had won. She had finally reached the highest tier. Li Fengyue set her phone down and exhaled a long breath, her face radiant with triumphant joy. She turned her head, about to share this joy with Li Jiati, only to meet his eyes, tinged with amusement and teasing. What? Now you know who the real Jungle King is? Li Jia's voice carried a barely perceptible hint of smug satisfaction. Li Fengyue's smile instantly froze. Only then did she recall what she'd just said in the game. The jungler is my boyfriend. The thought of those words made Li Fengyue's face flush crimson. Staring at Li Jia's infuriatingly smug expression, she wished the ground would swallow her whole. Li Jiate, however, watched her adorable mix of embarrassment and annoyance, the smile on his lips deepening. He rose slowly, taking deliberate steps toward Li Fengyue. His towering figure completely enveloped her in shadow. A distinctly masculine aura, heavy with pressure, washed over her. Li Fengyue's heart began to pound wildly, beyond her control. What do you want? Get lost. Her cheeks burned hot with shame and anger as she shouted. Staring at Li Jia's handsome face twisted into a wicked grin, she swung her leg up and kicked him. Li Jiati reacted with lightning speed, jerking his body backward. He narrowly dodged the sudden kick. Seeing Li Fengyue's furious expression, he felt a wave of dread wash over him. Good heavens, this wasn't a little kitten, she was a full-fledged tigress. No way, no way. No more jokes. Li Jiat immediately raised both hands in surrender, wisely backing away several steps. Just then, Sun Haotian, Yu Jun, and the other groomsmen appeared out of nowhere. Hey, Jiate. Wondered where you'd vanished to, turns out you were hiding here hitting on girls? Yu Jun leaned in with a lecherous grin and nudged Li Jiat with his elbow. Nice one, buddy. You're such a womanizer, forgetting all about us brothers. Chapter 117, can't keep it hidden anymore. Sun Haotian joined in the teasing. His eyes roamed over Li Fengyue's curvaceous figure. Gart, aren't you going to introduce us to this gorgeous bridesmaid? Li Jiate flushed crimson at his friend's teasing. He glanced at Li Fengyue, who was glaring at him indignantly beside him. His eyes darted around, and a plan formed in his mind. To avoid any misunderstandings from these guys and to get back at them for teasing him earlier. He cleared his throat and deliberately adopted an exaggerated tone. Allow me to introduce this beauty as the one I just carried to victory. A legendary figure who's played a full 10,000 games of Honor of Kings without ever reaching the king tier. 10,000 matches. The moment those words left his mouth, Sun Haotian, Yu Jun, and the others froze in place. Their mouths dropped open, faces frozen in disbelief. Holy, is that even possible? 10,000 games and still not reached king rank? Yu Jun's voice cracked as he stared at Li Fengyue with a mix of awe and pity. How utterly terrible at the game must one be to rack up such a record? Li Fengyue felt her face burning with embarrassment. She wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl inside. That damn Li Jiati, exposing her weakness in front of everyone like that. Can you blame me? Li Fengyue nearly jumped up in panic, scrambling to defend herself. I spend most of my time practicing heroes in casual mode, okay? Besides, what kind of monsters do you encounter in ranked matches? Do you even get it? They're all like bots, completely incapable of teamwork. Li Jiati couldn't help but smile at her adorable expression. He thought for a moment and suggested. How about this, the five of us queue up together and play another ranked match? His little scheme was clicking away in his mind. Bringing in more people meant that even if this tigress threw a fit later, at least the firepower would be spread out a bit. She wouldn't be able to focus all her anger on just him. Sounds good, sounds good. Yu Jun and Sun Haotian perked up immediately. They were also curious just how skilled was this legendary 10,000 battle starshine? Seeing Li Jiati so protective of Li Fengyue, they assumed he had feelings for her. Little did they know that Li Jiati, being a straight-laced guy, didn't have a single thought about romantic feelings. He simply found it fascinating that a girl could play 10,000 games without reaching the top rank. The five quickly formed a team and entered the ranked match. This time, Li Fengyue finally secured her preferred role as a mage. She picked Xiao Qiao, determined to prove herself. Once the game began, everyone was stunned by Li Fengyue's skill. She maneuvered Xiao Qiao with dazzling footwork and pinpoint prediction. Her skill combos flowed seamlessly, completely overwhelming the enemy mid-laner. She even made timely lane rotations to support her teammates, helping them establish a dominant lead. Holy, Foniwe, you're killing it with that mage. Yu Jun couldn't help but exclaim over voice chat. Looks like you were right earlier, you really were screwed over by your teammates. Sun Haoyan chimed in. Exactly. With skills like that, you should have hit the top tier ages ago. Li Foniwe felt a surge of pride at her teammates' praise. She shot a smug glance at Li Jiati, who was focused on jungling beside her, a faint smile playing on her lips. Just wait until you dare call me no good again. As the five of them played happily, time slipped by unnoticed until it was already 5:30 p.m. Just then, a strong, resonant female voice echoed from nearby. Li Jiati, you're still playing here? What time is it? Li Jiat's mother had appeared out of nowhere. She stared at her son, who was sitting intimately side by side with a rather pretty girl on a long bench. The distance between them was so close they were practically pressed together. A look of suspicion and scrutiny instantly flashed in Li Jiat's mother's eyes. Mom, what are you doing here? Li Jiat was startled, nearly dropping the game controller in his hand. If I hadn't come, would you have played here until dark? Li's mother shot him a disapproving look and urged him on. Hurry up and get ready. We're going to the hotel for your brother's banquet. And don't forget you still need to pick up your sister-in-law's family. Got it, got it. Give us a few minutes to finish up. Li Jiati brushed her off while continuing his game. A few minutes later, the game ended, and the five players quickly disconnected. Li Jiat's mother yanked him up from the stool. Come with me for a moment. She pulled Li Jiat to a secluded corner. Lowering her voice, she cut straight to the point. That girl sitting with you earlier, is she your girlfriend, Li Fengmue? Li Jiat's heart skipped a beat. He thought for a moment. Since his mom had already seen the photos, this was something he couldn't hide forever. He might as well go all in and admit it. Yes, that's her. Li Jiati nodded calmly, then added. But mom, please don't tell anyone. Fengmue is shy and doesn't want it made public so soon. At those words, Li Jiat's mother's expression instantly brightened. Overjoyed, she nodded repeatedly. All right, I understand. I promise to keep it confidential. Though she said this, she couldn't resist turning back before leaving, giving Li Fengmue a meaningful look. That look made Fengmue's heart race with unease. As soon as Li Jiat's mother left, Li Fengmue rushed over and grabbed Li Jiat by the collar. Li Jiati, what did you tell your mother? Startled by her fierce expression, Li Jiati hurriedly explained. I just admitted our relationship. My parents have seen your photos anyway. They'd find out sooner or later, so I just wanted to be upfront with them. You? Li Fengmue was so furious she couldn't speak. Didn't you see the look your mom gave me just now? Like she wanted to eat me alive. What do you mean, devour you? Li Jiat looked at her with an innocent expression. That's called doting, got it? What you're getting now is the top-tier treatment reserved for the future daughter-in-law of the Li family. But you'll have to play the part of a gold digger later on. Li Fengmue froze, puzzled. Play the gold digger? Why? Li Jiati leaned close to her ear, lowering his voice mysteriously. You wouldn't understand. It's for your own good and mine. Think about it, if my parents grow too fond of you, what if I meet my true love someday? What if I want to break up with you, but they can't bear to let you go and won't let me? Li Fengmue blinked after hearing his twisted logic. Upon reflection, she realized he might actually have a point. If his parents truly treated her like their own daughter, then it would be quite a hassle for her, the fake girlfriend, to extricate herself. Fine, let's do it your way. Li Fengmue nodded, accepting his absurd plan. Chapter 118, Gossip. At 6 in the evening, the city lights began to glow. Li Yu's wedding didn't opt for the usual cookie-cutter 5-star hotels. Instead, it was held at Gu Tianlu, the newly renovated banquet hall owned by his father-in-law, Gu Jianjun, which had yet to officially open. Occupying the first 3 floors of Longchen Tower, this restaurant spanned over 3,000 square meters, existing solely for today's wedding celebration. This gesture not only gave his father-in-law immense face but also served as the grand opening for his own restaurant. It also fulfilled his father-in-law's wish to personally oversee his daughter's wedding, truly killing 3 birds with 1 stone. The entire Longchen building, from the 1st to the 3rd floor, was adorned with festive red lanterns and colorful ribbons. A massive LED screen displayed a slideshow of Li Yu and Gu Yuan's wedding photos. At the entrance, a 100-meter-long red carpet stretched out, flanked by rows of fresh rose bouquets, creating an exceptionally grand atmosphere. Li Jiati drove his flashy Ferrari, carrying the meticulously dressed Li Fengmue. They raced like the wind to the underground parking garage of Longchen Tower. Get out! What are you standing there for? Li Jiati parked the car and urged impatiently. Oh, right. Li Fengmue snapped back to reality and reached for her seatbelt. A warm, large hand suddenly reached out and covered the back of hers. Li Fengmue's heart skipped a beat. She looked up to meet Li Jia's eyes, which held a hint of playful teasing. Let me do it, Li Jiat's resonant voice came. He leaned forward, bringing his face close to hers, and unbuckled her seatbelt. The distance between them closed instantly. Li Fengmue could even distinctly smell the faint masculine scent emanating from him. Her cheeks flushed involuntarily. Her heart pounded wildly, nearly leaping out of her throat. This bastard is flirting with me again. Li Fengyue cursed him silently in her mind, yet found herself not the least bit annoyed. In fact, she felt a hint of sweetness. She realized she felt a strange, inexplicable fondness for this guy named Li Jiatai and his intriguing family. Then, the two walked side by side into the elevator, silent all the way. When the elevator doors opened and the bustling scene unfolded before her eyes, Li Fengyue was utterly stunned. At the entrance of the banquet hall, Li Yu and Gu Yueyan stood in their splendid wedding gown and tuxedo. Alongside their parents, they beamed with joy as they welcomed the guests. A handsome groom and a beautiful bride, a perfect match. Hurry over to help, Li Jiatra said, taking Li Fengyue's hand and striding toward them. The warm touch in her palm made Li Fengyue's heart skip another beat. Brother, sister-in-law, congratulations. Li Jiatra squeezed his way forward, grinning broadly. Here we are. Li Yu smiled and nodded. Just then, Li Yu's second uncle and Aunt Li Jiat's parents emerged from inside to help greet the guests. But the moment their eyes fell upon the stunningly beautiful and exceptionally elegant Li Fengyue standing beside Li Jiati, froze instantly. Their eyes locked onto Li Fengyue like hungry wolves spotting prey. Their gazes brimmed with undisguised delight and scrutiny. They scrutinized her from head to toe, as if trying to strip her bare with their eyes. Clearly, both men were thoroughly impressed with Li Fengyue. After all, anyone who could be such good friends with Gu Yueyan couldn't be all that bad. As for family background and career, those matters were of little consequence. Money was the last thing the Li family lacked these days. Li Fengyue felt a chill run down her spine under their scrutiny, not knowing where to put her hands or feet. She could sense that there was no ill will in those two gazes. Yet the sheer intensity of their stares still sent a wave of inexplicable panic through her. Li Jiati watched his parents, who looked as if they wanted to tie Li Fengyue up and take her home to marry her on the spot, and felt utterly speechless. He quickly stepped forward, using his tall frame to block those two intense gazes. Dad, Mom, what are you doing? He warned in a hushed voice. Don't stare at her like that. If you scare her away, I'll never forgive you. Li Jiat's parents finally snapped out of it, quickly reining in their predatory expressions. But the joy on their faces was impossible to hide. All right, we won't look. We won't look. Li Jiat's mother beamed from ear to ear, leaning close to whisper excitedly in her son's ear. Son, this girl is 100%, 1000% perfect for your mom. You'd better hurry up and bring her home to us after the wedding. Li Jiat gave a perfunctory nod before turning back to Li Fengyue. Hey, go say hello to my parents. He said, quietly pulling out his phone. WeChat transfer, 5,200 yuan. Li Fengyue stared at the glaring red envelope on her phone screen, and the flustered look vanished instantly from her face. She lifted her head and flashed Li Jiat an equally sweet and professional smile. Sure thing, dear. With that, she glided over to Li Jiat's mother with graceful steps. Hello, auntie and uncle. I'm Li Jiata's girlfriend, Li Fengyue. You and uncle must be exhausted after working so long. Would you like to come inside and rest? This proactive and well-mannered greeting left Li Jiat's parents both surprised and delighted. Oh dear, you're such a sweet girl. Not tired at all, not tired at all. Mrs. Li was so overcome with emotion she could barely speak coherently, quickly grabbing Li Fengyue's hand. Come on in, come on in. Quickly, come inside and sit down. Inside the banquet hall, all 100 tables were filled to capacity, brimming with distinguished guests. Relatives and friends clinked glasses and toasted each other in lively celebration. At a round table near the main banquet area, several aunts who appeared to be distant relatives. They huddled together, engaged in lively discussion. Oh, Yueyan really is blessed with good fortune. A plump auntie in a floral shirt cracked sunflower seeds as she remarked with a hint of envy. She hasn't even had the wedding yet, and she's already had 4 kids. That's right, chimed in another tall, thin aunt. I heard today happens to be the 100-day celebration for all 4 of those little ones. What do you call that? Double good fortune. Yet, the conversation drifted away from congratulating the newlyweds and veered off in another direction. Well, if you ask me, young people today sure are open-minded. Auntie Fat lowered her voice and said mysteriously. They're not even married yet, already living together, and now they've gone and made a baby. What do they call that? Oh, right, jumping the gun. The moment those words left her mouth, the atmosphere at the table turned slightly awkward. You can't say it like that, a younger-looking woman couldn't help but retort. What era are we living in? Isn't cohabiting before marriage perfectly normal? As long as they truly love each other, when they get married doesn't matter. Whether they have children or not is entirely their own business. Chapter 119, You look stunning today. Normal? No matter how normal it is, it's still getting pregnant before marriage. Auntie Pang's voice instantly rose several notches, her face brimming with disdain. Back in our day, people would have pointed fingers at them. Exactly, chimed in the tall, thin aunt. A girl should maintain some dignity, she can't be too easy. Otherwise, she won't be able to hold her head up high when she marries into her husband's family. Though their murmurs weren't loud, they drifted intermittently into the ears of nearby tables. Even the elders from the Gu and Li families at the main table caught snippets of it. Gu Jianjun and Zhang Suweiping's expressions instantly darkened. Wang Xiulan's brow also furrowed slightly. Today was the joyous occasion of her son and daughter-in-law's wedding. She didn't want these idle remarks to dampen everyone's spirits. But these words were simply too jarring. Just then, as if the commotion wasn't loud enough, the plump auntie. She glanced at Gu Yuan, who was sitting at the main table, beaming with happiness as she received everyone's blessings. Then she suddenly raised her voice, deliberately asking loudly. Hey, you Jianjun family. Your Yuan sure has a productive belly, doesn't she? For babies in one go? Do you have some secret formula? The moment those words left her mouth, the atmosphere at the main table instantly turned icy cold. Gu Jianjun and Zhang Suweiping's faces turned beet red with embarrassment, their expressions turning grim. Wang Xiulan and Li Jiangwo's smiles froze on their faces, their eyes betraying a hint of displeasure. Today was a joyous occasion for both the Li and Gu families. What kind of talk was this? What secret formula? Wasn't this blatantly implying that their daughter-in-law had an illegitimate pregnancy, that she had conceived the quadruplets through other means? Just as the awkwardness reached its peak, a gray-haired man seated at a nearby table who appeared to be on good terms with the Li family. Suddenly, with a loud clang, he slammed his wine glass down on the table. Hey, old Zhang, did you just pull that mouth out of the toilet? How can it stink so bad? What secret formula? What secret formula? Being able to bear quadruplets is a blessing from heaven, do you understand? Some people can't conceive at all, while others give birth to deformed babies. Unlike the Li family, 4 dragon and phoenix twins in one go. That's ancestral virtue at work. Some people just can't stand seeing others happy. When they can't get the grapes, they say they're sour. Her words came out fast and furious, like a machine gun. They left the plump aunt speechless, her old face flushing bright red. I didn't mean it that way. She stammered in defense, but the uncle cut her off without mercy. If you didn't mean it, then shut your mouth and sit still. Stop spouting nonsense and ruining everyone's mood. The other aunts at the table, who had been joining in the teasing moments ago, were now too scared to utter another word. One by one, they turned their heads away, pretending they hadn't heard a thing. The tall, thin aunt rolled her eyes and quickly changed the subject. Let's not talk about that. I heard that Yuan's relatives back home are all prominent figures in Donglan City. How about asking your Gu family to help find a match for my son? The moment those words left her mouth, the atmosphere at the table instantly livened up. Exactly. And my daughter, she's getting on in years too. It's driving me crazy. Mr. Gu, see if you have any promising young men in your circle you could introduce to us? In an instant, aunts and cousins swarmed around him, each brimming with enthusiasm. Some even offered rewards on the spot. Whoever finds my son a good wife gets a 10,000 yuan red envelope right away. 10,000? That's too stingy. I'll give 30,000. I'll put up 50,000. The red envelope stakes kept climbing, leaving everyone speechless. Just then, an auntie timidly asked, what about someone who's divorced and has a child? Would that work? The moment those words left her lips, the table fell silent. The aunts, who had been fiery with enthusiasm moments before, all fell silent. They exchanged glances, but no one spoke. Just as the awkwardness hung heavy in the air, a woman who appeared to be from a well-off family suddenly spoke up. If it's a girl, we could consider it. My son is divorced too, it could be a good match. These words stirred another small commotion. The wedding's clamor seemed to exist in a world apart from the quiet presidential suite on the 3rd floor. Li Yu had specifically requested 2 of the most elite security personnel from Zhonghua Long Security Company. Like 2 guardian deities, they stood silently beside the massive safe at the room's entrance, their eyes sharp as hawks. Inside the room, Gu Yuan finally slipped off the dozen or so pounds of gold bracelets one by one from her wrists. When the last pair of gold bracelets was placed inside the safe, she exhaled a long sigh of relief. Her arms felt as though they were no longer her own. Rubbing her wrists, now marked with red indentations, her small face was filled with relief. Li Yu watched her adorable, relieved expression and approached her with a tender look. He gently pulled her into his arms, took her delicate hands, and placed them to his lips, blowing softly on them. You've worked so hard, my love. Gu Yuan shook her head, her face glowing with happiness. She retrieved the nearly 10 billion yuan "You are my only one" purple and pink diamond jewelry set from the jewelry box. When the massive heart-shaped pink diamond necklace was placed upon her snow-white, slender neck, the entire room seemed to be instantly illuminated by its dazzling radiance. Gu Yuan's entire aura instantly transformed into one of noble elegance, a beauty beyond compare. Li Yu personally fastened the earrings and ring onto her fingers before drawing her into a tight embrace from behind. His warm breath brushed against her sensitive earlobe. My love, you look absolutely stunning today. Gu Yuan's cheeks flushed slightly as she leaned against her husband's solid chest, her heart sweet as if filled with honey. Just then, Li Yu's phone rang. It was his mother, Wang Xiulan. You 2 little darlings, still getting all lovey-dovey? Hurry downstairs, the auspicious time is almost up. Wang Xiulan's urgent voice came through the phone. Li Yu chuckled in response before hanging up. He picked up the pure white, feather-like veil and carefully placed it over Gu Yueyin's head. Then, he pressed a tender kiss full of love onto her smooth forehead. I'll go down first and wait for you downstairs. With that, Li Yu turned and strode swiftly out of the room. In the room, only Gu Yueyin and her bridesmaid Li Fengyue remained. Li Fengyue clasped Gu Yueyin's hand tightly and said solemnly, Yueyin, you look absolutely stunning today. You must be happy, you know? And when you toss that bouquet later, you have to throw it to me, okay? Chapter 120, Getting Ahead of Yourself. Gu Yueyin nodded happily. Don't worry. I'll definitely toss the bouquet to you later. I'll make sure you catch it. At 7:30 p.m., the wedding ceremony officially began. The lights in the entire banquet hall dimmed instantly. A spotlight focused on the center of the stage. Li Yu stood in a crisp suit, a boutonniere pinned to his lapel. He stood there with his groomsmen, Li Jiati and Sun Haotian, all looking tense as they waited. The stirring and romantic wedding march began to play softly. The two mahogany doors of the banquet hall, carved with auspicious dragon and phoenix patterns, were slowly pushed open. A flawlessly white figure appeared before everyone's eyes. Gu Yueyin, arm in arm with her father Gu Jianjun, wore a blissful yet bashful smile. Step by step, she made her way toward the stage. Trailing behind her was a wedding gown train stretching over 10 meters long. Li Fengyue and the other two bridesmaids carefully adjusted the hem of her gown. Behind them, an even more astonishing sight unfolded. For baby carriages, adorned with flowers and ribbons like festive floats. For nannies in matching uniforms pushed them slowly. Inside, for exquisitely delicate babies gazed out with wide, curious eyes. They were the most unique and adorable flower children at this wedding. The entire hall of over 1,000 guests couldn't help but erupt in waves of gasps and applause filled with blessings. Gu Jianjun, arm in arm with his daughter, stepped onto the stage one step at a time. His eyes were slightly reddened and his voice carried a barely perceptible catch. He solemnly placed his daughter's soft little hand into Li Yu's broad, warm palm. Xiao Yu. The most precious daughter of my life, I entrust her to you today. You must treat her well and never let her suffer the slightest injustice. Li Yu clasped Gu Yueyin's hand tightly and nodded firmly to his father-in-law. Father, rest assured. I will spend my entire life loving her and protecting her. The officiant stepped forward, wearing a professional smile. Now, let us witness the most sacred moment for this couple. He looked at Gu Yueyin, his voice clear and resonant. Miss Gu Yueyin, do you take Mr. Li Yu, who stands beside you, to be your husband? For better or for worse, in sickness and in health, to love, honor, and cherish, until death do you part? Gu Yueyin lifted her head, her eyes as beautiful as stars glistening with crystal and tears. She gazed at the man before her, the one who had given her a home, who had given her the world, and nodded firmly. I do. Those three simple words drained her of every ounce of strength. The officiant nodded with satisfaction, then turned the microphone toward Li Yu. And now, Mr. Li Yu, do you take? Before he could finish, Li Yu snatched the microphone from his hand. Facing the 1,000 guests in the hall, he roared with every ounce of strength left in him. I do. The roar was so thunderous it nearly shook the banquet hall's roof. After a moment of stunned silence, an instant erupted into thunderous applause and laughter. The laughter even drowned out the stirring wedding march. Ha ha ha, this groom is in such a hurry. Exactly. The officiant hadn't even finished speaking before he rushed to say I do. Guess it's true love after all. The crowd teased him playfully, the atmosphere filled with joy and celebration. The officiant looked both amused and exasperated. He walked up to Li Yu and joked. Groom, you haven't even reached the bridal chamber yet, why the rush? The remark sent the entire crowd into another roar of laughter. On stage, Gu Yueyin blushed bright red with embarrassment, wishing she could sink into the ground. She reached out her small hand and pinched Li Yu's waist hard, glaring at him reproachfully. Li Yu, however, paid no heed. He clasped his wife's hand tightly, his face beaming with a blissful and triumphant smile. In that moment, he wanted to shout to the world that this woman was his. The guests below the stage murmured among themselves, gazing at the radiant couple on stage. That bride is stunningly beautiful, no wonder she's Jianing City's top flight attendant. Yeah, look at her figure, it's perfect. You'd never guess she's a mother of 4. But carrying quadruplets all by herself must have been incredibly tough. Exactly. But it was worth it. Look at her, she got both sons and daughters all at once. That kind of blessing is something you can't envy. 4 babies dressed in adorable little outfits sat beside the main table, held by 4 experienced nannies. Their big, dark eyes, like plump grapes, gazed curiously at the bustling world around them. As if they too were solemnly witnessing their parents' wedding. On stage, the ceremony continued. Guided by the officiant, Li Yu and Gu Yueyin exchanged the wedding rings that had been prepared long ago. When that dazzling diamond ring was slipped onto Gu Yueyin's slender finger, her eyes instantly welled up with tears. Next came the veil lifting ceremony. But before Li Yu could reach out, Gu Yueyin reached out her own small hand and gently lifted the white veil. She lifted her head, her eyes as beautiful as stars, brimming with an indelible depth of affection. Gu Yuan gazed tenderly at the man who had given her a home, who had given her the whole world. At that moment, Li Yu's heart melted completely. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, he bowed his head before the gaze of the 1,000 guests in attendance. He pressed his lips fiercely against those red lips that had haunted his dreams. The kiss was both possessive and deeply tender. Oh! The entire hall erupted in an instant. It wasn't until the MC stepped forward again, speaking in a joking tone. Ahem, groom, bride, there are over 1,000 single folks watching here. Could you spare a thought for our feelings? Only then did the couple reluctantly part. Gu Yuan's lovely face flushed slightly as she gazed at the familiar, warm faces below the stage. Her eyes fell upon her 4 adorable children, and finally, tears of happiness could no longer be held back, trickling down her cheeks. Li Yu reached out, gently wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes with the warmth of his fingertips. Silly girl, why are you crying? Today is our joyous day. You should be smiling. Gu Yuan nodded vigorously, her face lighting up with a smile brighter than diamonds. And now, it's time for the most exciting part, the bouquet toss. The MC's voice rang out once more. Li Jiat and Sun Haotian, along with several other groomsmen, tactfully stepped aside, leaving the stage to the single ladies. Chapter 121, I Have a Boyfriend. Gu Yuan turned around, her back to the audience below. She discreetly gave Li Fengyue, one of the bridesmaids, a knowing look. Li Fengyue understood immediately, pushing her way to the very front, ready to snatch the bouquet. 3, 2, 1. As the MC finished the countdown, Gu Yuan flung the bouquet backward with all her might. However, being her first time, she hadn't quite mastered the force. The bouquet, symbolizing happiness, traced an oddly curved trajectory through the air, perfectly avoiding every eager young woman waiting with bated breath. With a thud, it landed squarely in someone's arms. That person was none other than Li Jiati, the best man standing at the very back of the crowd, watching the spectacle unfold. All eyes instantly turned to Li Jiat. Li Jiat kept his head down, staring at the vibrant bouquet in his arms, completely dumbfounded. Holy crap, what just happened? I was just standing here watching the show, how did this thing end up flying into my arms? After a brief silence, the entire venue erupted in laughter even louder than before. Ha ha ha, I'm dying. That bouquet sure has a mind of its own. Exactly. Ignoring all those beauties and diving straight into a guy's arms. Li Jia's old face instantly turned as red as a pig's liver. As if clutching a hot potato, he rushed toward Li Fengyue without a second thought. Here, take it. Quickly, grab it. Without a word, he tried to force the bouquet into Li Fengyue's hands. I don't want it. What use is this thing to a grown man like me? I don't want to get married this early. Here, take it. Li Jiat's face twisted into an awkward grin. Li Fengyue watched his repulsed expression, as if he couldn't avoid it fast enough, and nearly exploded with rage on the spot. She shoved Li Jia's outstretched hand away and snapped angrily. I don't want it either. If I didn't catch it myself, it doesn't count. Take it back. I don't want yours either. The two shoved and pushed, neither willing to accept the bouquet, causing a moment of utter chaos. Seeing this, the MC's eyes darted about, and an idea immediately formed. Clearing his throat, he announced loudly. Since both of you are being so modest, why don't you both come up on stage together? Below the stage, Li Jiat's parents watched the scene unfold, their hearts bursting with joy. Oh my, old man, look at Fengyue. Our future daughter-in-law. She caught the bouquet. That's an incredibly auspicious sign. Li Fengyue, having been called by the MC, reluctantly made her way onto the stage. Beautiful young lady, how should I address you? The MC held the microphone before her. My name is Li Fengyue. Alright, Miss Li Fengyue. The MC nodded, then posed the question everyone was eagerly anticipating. For the sake of all the eager bachelors in the audience, may I ask a bold question? Are you currently single? The question hit like a bombshell. It instantly left Li Fengyue speechless. Single? How should she respond? If she admitted she was single, wouldn't that immediately expose Li Jia's fake boyfriend status? If his parents found out the truth, they'd break his legs for sure. But if she denied it and claimed she had a boyfriend, wouldn't that effectively shut down all her future romantic prospects? She was counting on snagging a wealthy husband at this very wedding. Fengyue, what's wrong? Answer me. Gu Yuan watched her best friend's hesitant expression and urged her with some confusion. Li Fengyue lifted her head, catching the expectant, scrutinizing gaze of Li Jia's parents below the stage. Then she glanced at Li Jiat's pitiful expression beside her, on the verge of tears. Finally, steeled with resolve, she gritted her teeth and blurted out. I have a boyfriend. Li Fengyue practically shouted the words with her eyes closed. The room erupted in an uproar. Gu Yuan's mouth fell open in shock, her face frozen in disbelief. What? Fengyue has a boyfriend? How come I didn't know? When did this happen? Meanwhile, Li Jiata's parents in the audience instantly broke into smiles upon hearing the answer. Overcome with emotion, they immediately began applauding. Li Jiati breathed a long sigh of relief, shooting Fengyue a grateful glance. Oh dear, that's truly unfortunate. The MC shook his head regretfully, though his face remained fixed in a professional smile. Nevertheless, we extend our heartfelt wishes to this lovely young lady and her boyfriend, hoping they'll soon achieve their happily ever after. And now, let us welcome the bride and groom to cut the wedding cake, symbolizing sweetness and happiness. The MC's voice drew everyone's attention back to the center stage. The minor incident seemed to have passed without further incident. Yet within Gu Yuan's heart, a storm raged. She watched her best friend, now visibly flustered, her mind swirling with countless questions. Amidst thunderous applause, Li Yu and Gu Yuan joined hands to cut into the enormous 6-tier wedding cake. The banquet officially commenced. The MC didn't immediately step down from the stage. Clearing his throat, he wore a mysterious smile. Ladies and gentlemen, please quiet down. At the request of the groom, Mr. Liu, I have another momentous announcement to make. All the guests fell silent, their eyes turning curiously toward the stage. Today marks not only the wedding of our bride and groom, nor merely the 100-day celebration for their 4 adorable children. The MC deliberately drew out his words, building suspense. Today also marks the grand opening of the bride's family's ancestral business, Gu Tianlu Restaurant. The very place we stand today is the first branch of Gu Tianlu in Jiangning City. And every dish we savor today has been meticulously prepared by the bride's father, Mr. Gu Jianjun. Every bite embodies a father's deepest affection for his daughter. These words instantly sent the banquet hall into an uproar. Good heavens! This entire restaurant belongs to the bride's family? That's outrageous! What kind of extravagance is this? I thought it was odd when I walked in. The Longchen building is a landmark in our city of Jiangning. In such prime real estate, who would be willing to rent out the entire first to third floors just to open a restaurant? A middle-aged man who looked like a businessman pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, his face etched with astonishment. These 3 floors combined must be at least several thousand square meters. Just this main hall alone is over 1,500 square meters. At Longchen Tower's market rate, the monthly rent must be over 10 million, right? Chapter 122, The Straightforward Guy. At that moment, a friend beside him shook his head and said, "Just tens of millions in rent, no need to be surprised. You're thinking too small. I heard the bride's father is one of the wealthiest tycoons in Donglan City. Their family runs a restaurant chain. This Gu Tianlu is their flagship brand. And the bride is their only daughter." Whoa! Everyone around them sucked in a sharp breath. What being an only daughter meant was self-evident. This groom was practically marrying a gold mine into his family. But soon, someone voiced a different perspective. Well, you can't say that. You haven't seen the groom's family's extravagance. I heard the groom gave his in-laws 10 million each just for pocket money. And that dowry of over 5 million symbolizing "I love you for a lifetime," who could match that? And that's not all. Did you see the red Mercedes sports car the bride drove? That's just pocket change. I heard the bride's dowry included a top-of-the-line Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Cullinan? That luxury car dubbed a mobile palace with a base price of millions? Exactly that one. Goodness gracious, the world of the wealthy is beyond our imagination. Whispers of astonishment rippled through the guests, their gazes fixed on the head table with a mix of awe and envy. Meanwhile, at the table for the best man and maid of honor, the atmosphere felt strangely off. Li Jiatie was buried in his food, devouring the delicacies spread before him. He didn't even bother to glance at Li Fengyue, as if she were invisible. Li Fengyue gritted her teeth in silent fury, yet dared not erupt. Seated at the adjacent table, Li Jiate's mother watched her son's behavior with such distress that her heart ached. She kept nudging her husband with her elbow, lowering her voice to scold him in frustration. Look at your precious son, all he knows is eating. Miss Fengyue is sitting right next to him, and he doesn't even offer her a single dish. He deserves to be single forever. Li Jiate's father merely chuckled, unconcerned. Children have their own destinies. Why fret so much? What do you know? Li's mother shot him a withering glance. She pulled out her phone and swiftly sent Li Jiatai a WeChat message. You little brat, hurry up and serve Fengyue some food, you hear me? Li Jiate was busy munching on a huge lobster when his phone buzzed in his pocket. Without even glancing at it, he forwarded the message straight to Li Fengyue. Li Fengyue stared blankly at the baffling message on her phone. She looked up just as Li Jiate shot her an impatient glare that said, "Just serve yourself already. Don't interrupt my meal." Fury nearly snapped her chopsticks in two. This steel-straight man was hopeless. Just then, the banquet hall lights refocused. Gu Yuan had changed into a custom-tailored red cocktail dress and returned to the head table. The form-fitting cut accentuated her postpartum figure, still as fiery as ever. Li Yu immediately stood up and thoughtfully pulled out her chair. Her mother-in-law, Zhang Suiping, quickly picked up the communal chopsticks and served her a piece of her favorite dish, shrimp and lotus petal sauce. Yuan, have something to eat to settle your stomach. You'll need to make toasts later. Thank you, Mom. Gu Yuan flashed a sweet smile, her face radiating happiness. All eyes in the room once again focused on her. Yet, there was one person who remained unaffected: Gu Shuyan, seated in the corner of the banquet hall. After briefly lowering her head to hide her emotions, her eyes once again flashed with jealousy so intense it seemed ready to burst into flames. Why? Why did Gu Yueyan get to have it all? But soon, Gu Shuyan's face was once again adorned with that sweet, innocent smile. She turned to her mother beside her and said in a spoiled tone, "Mom, I want to come to Jiangning to develop my career too. I want to find a man as wonderful as my brother-in-law." Gu Shuyan's mother froze, her brows furrowing. "What would you do in Jiangning? You're a young woman in a strange place. I can't feel at ease about it. Besides, do you think men like your brother-in-law are easy to come by? Mom, I don't want to spend my whole life stuck in that little place in Donglan City." Gu Shuyan hugged her mother's arm, shaking it insistently. "Just let me come. I'll stay with Uncle Air. I heard Uncle Air's place, Gu Tianlu, is about to open. They'll definitely need help. I can help Uncle Air and learn some cooking skills. Having another trade won't hurt me in the future." Gu Shuyan's mother felt a twinge of interest at her words. Her daughter's reasoning seemed plausible. "But you're a girl, what use is learning cooking? It's exhausting and backbreaking work." "I'm not afraid." A determined gleam shone in Gu Shuyan's eyes. "Mom, you don't know I'm actually quite talented in the kitchen. Just let me try, okay?" Seeing her daughter's earnest expression, Gu Shuyan's mother finally relented. "Alright, fine. After the wedding, I'll talk to your second uncle about it." "Yay! Thanks, Mom. You're the best." Gu Shuyan's goal achieved, she let out a smug, cold chuckle inside. She had already done her homework. Although the Gu Tianlu restaurant was the brainchild of her second uncle, Gu Jianjun. But the ones who ultimately took over its management were Li Yu and Gu Yueyan. She intended to infiltrate the restaurant early on, to learn every one of Li Yu's preferences and habits. Then, step by step, she would snatch this outstanding man away from Gu Yueyan's grasp. She would make everyone see that she, Gu Shuyan, was 100 times, 1,000 times better than that Gu Yueyan. A sweet smile graced Gu Shuyan's face. Yet within those beautiful eyes flickered a cold, serpentine glint. A vicious plot against her own cousin was quietly brewing. All the while, Gu Yueyan and Li Yu, immersed in their bliss, remained utterly unaware. The banquet was in full swing. Li Jiada's mother watched Li Fengyue from a distance, growing increasingly pleased with what she saw. She pulled out her phone and swiftly sent her son a WeChat message. Moments later, Li Jiada's phone buzzed. He glanced down to see the message from his mother. "Son, why are you and Fengyue still sitting so far apart? Hurry up and bring her over to sit at the main table with us." After reading it, Li Jiada felt a chill run down his spine. He turned his phone screen toward Li Fengyue. Li Fengyue caught only a glimpse but instantly understood the message. Without a moment's hesitation, she shook her head. "Are you kidding me? Admitting she had a boyfriend on stage just now to save him was already absurd enough. Now she was supposed to go to the main table and sit with all their elders? That would be like meeting the parents for real. And in public, no less. Wouldn't that let too many people know and lead to misunderstandings? That won't do. After all, we're just pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend. If people start believing it's real, it could damage our reputations." Chapter 123, I'll drink for her. Li Fengyue lowered her voice, warning through gritted teeth. "Li Jiatii, I'm warning you, this wasn't part of our agreement. I only agreed to pretend to be your girlfriend, I never agreed to publicly acknowledge it. If you dare drag me over there, I'll spill everything to your parents immediately." Li Jiatii watched her menacing expression and instinctively ducked his head. Knowing she meant every word, he grimaced and picked up his phone again to text his mother. "Mom, Fengyue is shy and doesn't feel comfortable coming over. Don't be hard on her. Let her sit with the bridesmaids." The message had barely been sent when his mother's reply came back instantly. "Oh my, this child is shy? How adorable. Alright, I understand. We're in no rush. Take it slow, we wouldn't want to scare off our future daughter-in-law." Immediately after, Li Jiat's mother gave him a distant okay sign from the main table. With a mom understands you smile on her face, Li Fengyue watched the scene unfold, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She hadn't expected Li Jiat's parents to be so understanding. They didn't carry any of the airs typical of wealthy elders. This made her feel even more favorably toward the family. But immediately afterward, a strong sense of caution surged back into her mind. "No, Li Fengyue, you must stay clear-headed. This is all an act. You're just a tool being paid to do a job. Don't let the act become real and get yourself entangled." Soon, the formal toasting ceremony commenced. Li Yu and Gu Yueyan, accompanied by both sets of parents. The large group began making their rounds, toasting at each table. As the sole best man, Li Jiati, and the chief bridesmaid, Li Fengyue, naturally followed behind. "Oh my, Mr. Gu, your family's cooking is absolutely incredible. Absolutely. Especially this lotus flower duck, it's simply divine. I've never tasted anything quite like it." The guests couldn't stop praising the banquet dishes. Gu Jianjun's face flushed with pride as joy filled his heart. Holding his wine glass, he seized the moment to promote his family's restaurant. "If you all enjoy it, please come back often to support us. I promise everyone here today, any relatives or friends who attend will receive a 12% discount on all future meals at our Gu Tianlu restaurant. The crowd erupted in cheers once more. The atmosphere of toasting grew increasingly lively. Soon, it was the turn of the table occupied by several business partners who appeared to be close associates of Li Yu. A middle-aged man, his face flushed crimson from drinking, stood up holding his wineglass. Come on, groom and bride, this toast is for you. But hey, the best man and maid of honor shouldn't be left out either. He turned his gaze toward Li Fengyue beside Li Jiatii, his eyes flashing with mischief. Especially this lovely bridesmaid, so beautiful, she must be able to hold her liquor, right? Come on, beautiful lady, let's have a drink together. Saying this, he moved to pour wine for Li Fengyue. Li Fengyue frowned, wanting to refuse but afraid to, worried she might ruin the mood. Reluctantly, she reached out to take the cup. But at that moment, a tall figure suddenly blocked her path. It was Li Jiatii. Mr. Wang, what are you saying? Li Jiatii's face bore traces of intoxication, yet his eyes remained unusually clear. This lovely lady isn't much of a drinker. I'll drink this glass for her. Without another word, he picked up the full glass of baijiu from Li Fengyue's table and downed it in one gulp. Mr. Wang paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Well done, young man. That's what I call manly. Well, I can't be stingy either. I'll down this one too. A minor incident was thus diffused by Li Jiatii. But this was only the beginning. At every table that followed, someone tried to find ways to get Li Fengyue drunk. But each time, Li Jiatii blocked them flawlessly. 1 cup, 2 cups, 3 cups. Li Jiat accepted every offer, his face flushed crimson as he began to stagger. Yet he remained like a solid wall, steadfastly shielding Li Fengyue from the front. Li Fengyue watched his drunken, yet still upright figure. Something gently brushed against her heart. An indescribable warmth slowly spread throughout her body. She had never imagined that this usually carefree, big-mouthed fellow could possess such a profoundly masculine side. In this moment, she truly felt like a little princess held in the palm of his hand, cherished with the utmost care. At the main table, Li Jiat's parents watched the scene unfold, nearly slamming their hands on the table in excitement. Old man, look! Look! Mrs. Li grabbed her husband's arm, her voice trembling with excitement. Our son has finally come to his senses. He knows how to treat his wife right now. I always knew it. The men of the Li family are all good at heart. Mr. Li's face was also filled with a satisfied smile as he nodded repeatedly. This is promising, very promising. I'd say this matter is 80% settled. After a round of toasts, the banquet drew to a close. Li Jiatai, however, was completely passed out drunk, sprawled across the table, unresponsive to any attempts to rouse him. In the end, it was the groomsman's son Haotian, Yujun, and the others who scrambled to carry him upstairs to a private room to rest. As the guests gradually dispersed, Gu Yueyan prepared to head to another private room to feed the babies. Fengyue, come with me. Li Fengyue nodded, supporting Gu Yueyan, who had also had her share of drinks as they entered the adjacent nursery room. The moment the door closed, Gu Yueyan couldn't hold back any longer. She grabbed Li Fengyue's hand, her eyes sparkling with pure gossip-hungry excitement. Oh, you! Li Fengyue, you ungrateful little thing. When did you start dating? You kept it from me? Come on, spill it. Who is he? What does he do? Is he good to you? A barrage of questions pelted Li Fengyue like a machine gun, leaving her head spinning. Seeing Gu Yueyan's relentless, gossip-hungry expression, Li Fengyue couldn't help but smile bitterly inside. There was no hiding it now. Li Fengyue sighed and decided to spill the beans, telling the whole story from start to finish. What boyfriend? It's all fake. I just took a job on an app called Cattle and Horse Mutual Aid. Some guy with the username Gatling paid me to pretend to be his girlfriend to placate his family's pressure to get married. I only found out he was your husband's cousin today when I bumped into him at the hotel during the wedding reception. Gu Yueyan listened, her mouth forming a perfect O in shock. She never could have imagined the truth behind it all. It's actually this absurd and melodramatic. Chapter 124, Reward Mall. My goodness, what a coincidence. It took Gu Yueyan a moment to process before she finally reacted. Looking at Li Fengyue's face etched with utter helplessness, she suddenly burst out laughing. What did I tell you? Your romantic luck is unstoppable. This is fate arranged by the heavens themselves. Destiny, my ass. Li Fengyue shot her a disapproving look and retorted stubbornly. I don't feel anything for him. He's just a useless gamer. Once I get the final payment, I'm cutting him off completely. We'll never speak again. Her words were sharp and decisive. But her mind kept drifting back to the moment Li Jiatii had shielded her from the drink, his expression unwavering. And his words, she can't hold her liquor. I'll drink for her. At that thought, Li Fengyue's cheeks flushed involuntarily. Every flicker of emotion was keenly observed by Gu Yueyan. Is that so? Gu Yueyan drawled, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Then why are you blushing? I'm just flushed from the alcohol. Li Fengyue hastily covered her face, offering a flustered excuse. Gu Yuan didn't call her out, merely shaking her head with a smile. She reached out and gently tapped her best friend's forehead. Fengyue, you can fool others, but you can't fool me. You're just stubborn. Gu Yuan watched her friend's contradictory expression, a knowing smile playing on her lips. If you truly felt nothing, you wouldn't have admitted having a boyfriend just for him up there on stage. Li Fengyue was rendered speechless, her pretty face flushing crimson in an instant. I was just trying to save him from embarrassment, afraid his parents would lose it right there. Besides, I took his money. You take someone's money, you do their bidding, that's professional ethics. Got it? Though Li Fengyue kept up the pretense with her words, her heart was pounding with guilt. She couldn't even explain to herself why those words had slipped out on stage just now. Perhaps it was truly just for that 5,200 yuan red envelope? Or was it seeing the hopeful eyes of Li Jiada's parents, unable to bear disappointing them? Or could it be that deep down, she had long harbored an inexplicable feeling for that usually carefree yet, but showed such responsibility in critical moments? Li Fengyue's heart was in complete turmoil. She felt that taking on this fake girlfriend gig just for fun back then was like digging herself into a massive hole. Now, it seemed she couldn't climb out. Gu Yuan watched her best friend's conflicted and bewildered expression, nearly shaking her head with a smile. She didn't press further, but a strong premonition stirred within her. These two lovebirds were destined to end up together sooner or later. Soon, it was past 9 in the evening, and the wedding banquet finally came to an end. Li Yu and Gu Yuan saw off the last wave of guests and returned to their new home in the penthouse of Building 8 at Tiannanbei. The vast villa was brightly lit and bustling with activity. Li Yu's parents, his uncle and aunt, and several close relatives had not yet departed. Everyone gathered in the living room, chatting cheerfully and reminiscing about the grand and perfect wedding that had unfolded today. 3 gold medal nannies and the housekeeper, Sister Wang, were busy preparing bathwater and bedtime milk for the 4 little babies. A warm and blissful atmosphere filled the entire home. Li Yu and Gu Yuan first returned to the master bedroom upstairs. Gu Yuan changed out of her elaborate formal dress and slipped into a comfortable silk nightgown. Li Yu also shed his suit for loungewear. After a quick tidy-up, they held hands and returned to the living room downstairs. Dad, Mom. Li Yu and Gu Yuan approached Li Jianguo and Wang Xiulan, lifting the teacups that had been prepared earlier. Kneeling side by side on the red cushions, they respectfully offered tea to their parents. Dad, please have some tea. Mom, please have some tea. Gu Yuan's voice carried a barely perceptible tinge of nervousness and shyness. This was the first time she had ever formally addressed them as Mom and Dad. Ah, good child. Wang Xiulan beamed from ear to ear, quickly reaching out to help her up. She pulled a red envelope she prepared earlier from her pocket and pressed it into Gu Yuan's hand. This is your name-changing gift from Mom. From now on, we're family. We don't have many rules in the Li family. Do whatever you want, just be happy. Thank you, Mom. Gu Yuan's eyes welled up slightly, a warm wave of emotion flooding her heart. Next, the two presented tea to Uncle Li and Auntie Li. Li Jiada's parents, beaming with joy, also presented a generous red envelope. It wasn't until past 10 o'clock that night that the relatives finally departed, each satisfied and content. The entire villa finally fell silent. Li Yu gazed at his little wife in his arms, drowsy from a day of exhaustion. His heart ached as he gently lifted her and carried her horizontally. Honey, let's go to our room and sleep. Gu Yuan obediently rested her small head against his chest, letting out a satisfied soft sigh. Li Yu carried her, his long legs striding steadily up the stairs to the second floor. However, the instant he stepped into the master bedroom with Gu Yuan in his arms, a cold, mechanical alert sounded in his mind without warning. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing your century wedding with your beloved wife and gaining the approval of both sets of parents. Daddy's happiness is off the charts. System special reward, the Donglai National Chain Department Store. Li Yu was startled. The Donglai National Chain Department Store? The retail giant with stores in every major city across the country, raking in hundreds of billions in annual sales? Li Yu's heart began pounding uncontrollably. Though he didn't know the exact value of this mall. But even a fool could tell this was an astronomical sum. Hundreds of billions? Even trillions? This reward was simply mind-blowing. Just as Li Yu was reeling from this sudden, overwhelming surprise, Gu Yuan in his arms suddenly stirred. She wriggled free from his embrace, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she gazed at him with a mysterious smile. Honey, don't move just yet. There's one crucial thing we still need to do. Li Yu froze, still processing the request. She turned and dashed into the enormous walk-in closet. Soon, she emerged holding a thick stack of A4 paper and a brand new set of paintbrushes and paints. Honey, what are you up to? Li Yu stared at the items in her hands, utterly baffled. Gu Yuan didn't answer. She simply placed everything on the large round rosewood table in the center of the room. She skillfully opened the paint box and squeezed a tube of powder blue paint onto the palette. Then she took hold of Li Yu's broad, warm hand. Using the brush, she carefully coated his entire palm with the mixed paint. Chapter 125, Plans for Further Study. Here, press down firmly. Gu Yueyan held his hand and pressed it firmly onto the first sheet of A4 paper, leaving a clear, complete handprint. Next, she switched to pink, pale yellow, mint green. Using different colors, she left Li Yu's unique palm print on each sheet of A4 paper. Alright, go wash your hands first. Only after completing this did Gu Yueyan clap her hands in satisfaction, urging Li Yu onward. Though completely baffled, Li Yu obediently walked into the bathroom. In the brief minutes he spent washing his hands, Gu Yueyan picked up her paintbrush and coated her own slender, fair hand with various colors of paint. Then, she carefully pressed her palm print tightly against Li Yu's, their prints overlapping perfectly. Not too big, not too small, it fit perfectly. When Li Yu emerged from the bathroom, this heartwarming scene unfolded before his eyes. His footsteps halted instantly. On the table, sheet after sheet of white paper bore the imprints of two palms pressed tightly together. The larger one was steady and strong. The smaller one, delicate and gentle. To hold your hand and grow old together. Li Yu's heart stirred. He said nothing, only quickened his pace to approach. From behind, he pulled the woman who had given him the world into a tight embrace. 1,000 words dissolved into a single promise, brimming with love. Honey, thank you. This lifetime, I will never let you down. Gu Yueyan leaned against her husband's sturdy chest, listening to his husky yet deeply affectionate words. A smile brighter than diamonds blossomed across her face. Li Yu looked down at his hand, freshly washed yet now accidentally smudged with paint by Gu Yueyan. Then he glanced at Gu Yueyan's hands, now similarly transformed into little spotted paws. The adoration in his eyes nearly overflowed. Li Yu took Gu Yueyan's hand, their fingers intertwining tightly. Come on, little kitten. Let your husband take you to wash your hands. His voice was husky and magnetic. With that, he led her by the hand into the bathroom. The second day of their marriage, as dawn was just breaking, Gu Yueyan awoke from Li Yu's broad, warm embrace. Gazing at her husband's handsome, angular features as he slept, her heart felt as sweet as honey. She extended her slender fingers and gently tapped Li Yu's cheek. Honey, wake up. It's time to pay respects to our parents with tea. Li Yu stretched out his long arm and pulled his restless little wife back into his embrace. Resting his chin on her forehead, his voice carried a hint of sleepy hoarseness and languor. Sleep a little longer, honey. It's still early. The two lingered in bed for a while longer before finally dragging themselves out of bed. In the bathroom, Li Yu wrapped his arms around Gu Yueyan from behind as she brushed her teeth. They gazed at their intimate reflection in the mirror, both faces beaming with happiness. After a quick wash, they walked downstairs hand in hand. The housekeeper, Sister Wang, was already bustling about in the kitchen. Spotting them, she greeted them with a cheerful smile. Good morning, sir and madam. Good morning, Sister Wang. As Sister Wang brought the warmed milk to the table, she smiled and reported. Sir, madam, our 4 little ones have been so well behaved. They slept straight through the night last night, not waking up once for milk. Right now, the nannies have taken them out to the courtyard to soak up some sunshine. Sister Wang's face was filled with a loving smile. Especially the eldest, he's already over 70 centimeters tall and weighs a full 20 gene. He's as sturdy as a little calf. Hearing how healthy the children were, Gu Yueyan and Li Yu exchanged a smile, their hearts brimming with the joy of parenthood. Oh, Mrs. Gu, Sister Wang added, remembering something. The mistress called earlier specifically to say that formalities aren't necessary now, so the tea ceremony can be skipped. She wants you two to rest well and sleep in a bit longer. A wave of warmth washed over Gu Yueyan at these words. She knew her mother-in-law was concerned about how exhausted she'd been the day before. After breakfast, Gu Yueyan took Li Yu by the hand into the villa's vast, park-like garden for a stroll. Hand in hand, they strolled along the cobblestone path, basking in the first rays of morning light since their wedding. Honey, Li Yu suddenly stopped, looking at Gu Yueyan with earnestness. I signed us up for 2 auditing spots at Jiangning University. The courses are in business management. Classes start next week. Let's attend together. After all, our family's businesses will only grow. We need to learn how to manage them properly. Gu Yueyan paused for a moment, then nodded firmly. Alright, I'll go with you. She understood that Li Yu was planning for their shared future. But immediately, a very practical concern crossed her mind. But honey, the babies are still breastfeeding. If I go back to school, it'll be so inconvenient to breastfeed there. Li Yu frowned slightly at her words. After a moment's thought, he tentatively suggested. What if we wean them? No way. Gu Yueyan refused immediately without hesitation. The doctor said breast milk is best until 6 months. It's good for the baby's health. Seeing his wife's resolute expression, Li Yu smiled. He reached out and gently tickled the tip of her petite nose. I have a plan up my sleeve. He pulled Gu Yueyan toward the garage door, pointing at the vehicle parked in the corner with a grin. Isn't our RV just sitting idle? From now on, we'll drive it to school and park it right on campus. Whenever you need to pump milk for the baby, you can just head to the RV. It'll be private and comfortable. Plus, there's a fridge in the RV perfect for storing milk so none goes to waste. Gu Yueyan's eyes lit up instantly. Honey, you're so clever. She threw herself into Liyu's arms excitedly and planted a big kiss on his cheek. Liyu added with a mischievous grin. Plus, this RV can be our secret rendezvous spot at school. Then we can sneak away from those little brats and get cozy inside, wouldn't that be lovely? Gu Yueyan's pretty face flushed instantly. She raised her delicate fist and playfully pounded his chest. Ugh, you're so naughty. Just as the two were playfully bickering, Mrs. Li and Mrs. Gu returned from their walk outside, accompanied by the nannies and pushing the 4 babies in strollers. Liu then told both mothers about his plan to audit courses at Jiangning University for further study. Both mothers listened with expressions of wholehearted support. Go ahead, go ahead. Learning more is always a good thing, Wang Xiulan said with a look of satisfaction. Just focus on your studies. You don't need to worry about things at home. Chapter 126, Chain Supermarket. His mother-in-law, Zhang Xuweiping, nodded in agreement. Exactly. Once you've finished your studies and come back, it'll be time for you to take over managing Jianjun's Gutian Ludut. He's been talking about retiring for ages, wanting to enjoy his golden years. Though a smile graced Gu Yueyan's face as she listened to her mother's words. A fleeting, complex emotion flickered deep in her eyes. Back in their room, Liu keenly sensed his wife's unease. He gently pulled Gu Yueyan into his arms and asked softly, Honey, what's wrong? Are you upset? Gu Yueyan hesitated for a moment before finally pouring out her thoughts. Burying her face in Liu's chest, her voice muffled, she said. Husband, the truth is, I don't want to take over my father's restaurant so soon. Liu froze, sensing the low spirits of his petite wife in his arms. She continued. Ever since I was little, I've loved painting. My dream is to hold my own international art exhibition. The kind that could reach the world. After speaking, she cautiously lifted her head to look at Liu, a hint of apprehension in her eyes. She feared he might think her ambitions were unrealistic, that he wouldn't support her. Yet, upon hearing her words, Liu showed no trace of surprise or displeasure. He simply reached out, gently tucking a stray strand of hair from her forehead behind her ear. His deep eyes brimmed with unwavering affection and tenderness. Silly girl, why didn't you say so sooner? Liu's voice was so tender it could almost drip with sweetness. He pulled Gu Yueyan tightly into his embrace and made a solemn promise in a tone that brooked no argument. Your dreams are my dreams. Go ahead and paint, pursue your dreams boldly. I'll take care of your father's restaurant for you. I promise you, no matter what challenges arise, I will be your strongest support. I will make you the most carefree and happiest artist's wife in the world. These words flowed like a warm current, instantly flooding Gu Yueyan's entire body. She could no longer hold back, and her eyes instantly reddened. Tears of happiness spilled uncontrollably down her cheeks. She clung tightly to Liu, burying her small face deep into his chest. Feeling that solid, warm support that belonged solely to her. In this moment, she felt like the luckiest, happiest person in the world. Liu felt the slight tremors of his petite wife's excited body in his arms, and an unprecedented sense of fulfillment welled up inside him. He said nothing, only held her tighter. In his heart, Liu silently vowed to clear every obstacle from his little wife's path to her dreams. Even if it meant standing against the entire world. In the room, the two clung tightly to each other, savoring the tenderness of their wedding night. Just then, a cold, mechanical alert sounded unexpectedly in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing an intimate exchange with your beloved wife on your wedding night. You have earned her wholehearted approval, and your daddy happiness is off the charts. System special reward, 30% stake in Longfa National Supermarket chain. Longfa Supermarket? Liyu's movements paused slightly. Wasn't this the chain supermarket renowned for its quality goods and low prices, with branches sprouting up everywhere in major cities across the nation? But the problem was, his own Donglai Mall already housed a massive upscale supermarket. Why would the system reward him with another Longfa supermarket, which served a similar purpose? Liu couldn't quite wrap his head around it, but he didn't dwell on it too much. After all, it was free money, might as well take it. It was a pleasant surprise. He gazed down at his petite wife nestled in his arms, exhausted and nearly asleep, his eyes brimming with affection. Compared to these cold shares in numbers, the warm, soft beauty in his arms was his most precious treasure. Early the next morning, Liu and Gu Yueyan drove the 1.8 million yuan Mercedes-Benz RV to Jiangning University. Inside the university administration building, they smoothly completed the enrollment procedures for auditing students. Walking along the tree-lined campus paths, they took in the youthful energy radiating from the faces around them. Both Liu and Gu Yueyan felt an extraordinary lightness in their hearts. Liu held Gu Yueyan's hand tightly. They looked like a pair of university sweethearts deeply in love, both wearing radiant smiles of happiness. Honey, I truly hope that when we're old, we can still stroll hand in hand through the campus like this. Gu Yueyan lifted her head, gazing at the handsome, mature man beside her, her eyes brimming with longing. Sure, Liu nodded with a smile. Then when that time comes, I'll be leaning on my cane, and you'll be in your wheelchair. I'll push you. You're so annoying. Gu Yueyan laughed at his teasing, playfully punching his chest with her small fist. As she gazed at their tightly clasped hands, a sudden surge of creative inspiration welled up within her. Honey, I've decided. When we're old, I'll paint us with white hair, holding hands. We'll hang it above our bed in the bedroom, okay? Sure, whatever you say. Li Yu's face was filled with an indulgent smile. Lunchtime came quickly, and the two headed to the school cafeteria. Gu Yueyan's stunningly beautiful face and fiercely sexy figure instantly drew everyone's attention. Many male students in the cafeteria stared, their eyes fixed on her as they whispered and exchanged whispers. Damn, that girl is seriously hot. Is she even from our school? How come I've never seen her before? No clue. Looks like a freshman, but that guy beside her seems a bit older. A tall, muscular guy in a basketball uniform. He nudged his friend and whispered in a sour tone. What's there to wonder? She's definitely being kept by someone. Just look at all that designer stuff she's wearing, and that air about her. She's clearly not some ordinary girl. Bet she's some clueless freshman who hooked up with an old guy who could be her dad just for the money. As soon as he said this, the other boys around him shot him looks of contempt and disdain. But the boy in the basketball jersey didn't seem to care. His gaze roamed freely over Gu Yueyan's curvaceous figure, a lecherous grin curling at the corners of his mouth. So what if she's being kept? As long as you swing the hoe right, there's no wall you can't knock down. I've seen plenty of women like her, innocent on the surface, but tied to the core. Once I get a chance to dig into her background, I'll have her wrapped around my finger sooner or later. Though his voice wasn't loud, Li Yu, with his exceptional hearing, he caught every word. Chapter 127, Baby has diarrhea. Li Yu's grip on the tray tightened abruptly. A bone-chilling intent to kill flashed deep within his eyes. He didn't react immediately, instead quietly pulling Gu Yueyan to a secluded corner where they sat down. Honey, from now on, wait for me in the RV after class. Don't wander off alone, understand? Li Yu's voice sounded no different from usual. But Gu Yueyan still sensed something was off. Honey, what's wrong? Nothing. Li Yu shook his head, his face once again softening into that gentle smile. There are so many people at school, and I'm afraid someone might pick on you. Gu Yueyan found it a bit odd, but she nodded obediently. By a little past 1 in the afternoon, the two returned to their villa in Tiannan Bay. The moment they stepped inside, an uneasy atmosphere enveloped the house. Mrs. Li and Mrs. Gu sat on the living room sofa, their expressions filled with worry and anxiety. Mom, what's wrong? Did something happen? Gu Yueyan's heart clenched sharply. Wang Xiulan, spotting them, immediately stood up and pointed toward the nursery, her voice urgent. Go check on him quickly. Dabeo, he seems to be sick. He's been having diarrhea since this morning and won't drink much milk. I'm so worried. Zhang Suiping chimed in. Yes, his stool is curd-like and a bit greenish. It breaks my heart to see him like this. Oh, and Xiaoyu, I did the math, it's been over a month since any of our 4 little ones had a checkup or vaccinations. We really can't put it off any longer. Li Yu and Gu Yueyan's expressions instantly darkened at the news. Without another word, they rushed straight into the nursery. There lay their eldest, Li Tianming, in his crib, his little face scrunched up in distress, looking utterly listless. Gu Yueyan's heart clenched instantly, and tears nearly spilled from her eyes. Don't panic. Li Yu pulled his wife into his arms and said in a low voice. We're taking him to the hospital right now. His voice acted like a soothing balm, instantly calming the flustered crowd. The family immediately sprang into frantic action, rushing the 4 children to the best children's hospital in Jiangning City. At the hospital, Li Yu methodically secured an appointment with a specialist. He pulled out his phone and handed the doctor the photo he had taken that morning of the baby's stool. The doctor was a seasoned woman in her 50s. She examined the photos carefully and then conducted a thorough series of tests on the eldest child. Finally, she removed her stethoscope and smiled at the anxious-looking family. Nothing serious, just typical indigestion with some gas in the stomach. Hearing this, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. Observing their relieved expressions, the doctor shook her head with a smile and began explaining patiently. You new parents are just too anxious, she said. You assume every cry means the baby needs milk, terrified of letting them go hungry. The thing is, babies have very delicate digestive systems. Feeding should follow the 70% full, 30% empty principle. Never overfeed them. Let me give you an example. Suppose your baby usually drinks 210 milliliters per feeding. If he still cries after finishing that, just add another 20 milliliters, that's all he needs. Don't prepare a whole new bottle that only burdens their digestive system. The doctor's words prompted everyone to nod in agreement. She then prescribed a box of infant probiotics called Mommy Love for the eldest child. This probiotic is suitable for your other 3 babies too. 1 packet daily can effectively regulate their gut flora. As for vaccinations, wait until Dabeo is fully recovered before administering them. There's no rush. Leaving the hospital, everyone felt a weight lift from their shoulders. That evening, after Dabeo took the probiotics, his diarrhea stopped and his appetite improved significantly. Seeing her son bounce back to his lively self, Gu Yueyan finally smiled. A huge weight lifted from Li Yu's heart. He personally cradled Dabeo, pacing gently in the nursery while humming a tune that barely qualified as a lullaby. Just then, that cold, mechanical alert sounded again in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the baby health checkup task and demonstrating exceptional care for your child's well-being. Your paternal affection has reached unprecedented levels. System special reward, 1 million yuan in cash. Seeing the familiar deposit amount in his mobile banking app, Liu felt nothing but calm. Compared to these cold numbers, the delicate little bundle in his arms was his most precious treasure. Early the next morning, as dawn began to break, a delighted shriek suddenly pierced the nursery. Oh my goodness! Quick, come see! Come see! It was the voice of his mother-in-law, Zhang Xueping. Liu and Gu Yueyan, who were studying childcare recipes with Wang Xiulan in the living room, heard the commotion and their hearts skipped a beat. Exchanging a glance, they dashed straight into the nursery without a word. There they found Zhang Xueping and Wang Xiulan gathered around the crib of their second child, Li Tianyu, their faces a mix of shock and delight. Mom, what's wrong? Did something happen to the baby? A barely perceptible tremor ran through Gu Yueyan's voice. No. It's good news, absolutely wonderful news. Wang Xiulan's face flushed crimson with excitement as she pointed at the second child in the crib, who was kicking his little legs with all his might, her voice trembling. Look, everyone! Our little one, he can roll over. What? Liu and Gu Yueyan hurried over at the news. Their layer-bao, Li Tianyu, on his side in the crib, his little head straining upward. His tiny hands flapped continuously in the air as he cooed and babbled. He seemed determined to roll over, but his strength wasn't quite enough yet. After several attempts, he still couldn't manage it. Go, little one! Go, little one! Gu Yueyan watched her son's adorable, determined expression and couldn't help but clench her little fists, cheering him on. Wang Xiulan and Zhang Xueping joined in the cheers. Come on, my dear grandson, push a little harder. That's it. Just like that, push with your legs one more time. As if he understood his family's encouragement. Erba's little face flushed bright red as he strained with all his might. With a plop, his chubby little body finally succeeded in flipping from lying on his side to lying on his stomach. He rolled over. Gu Yueyan jumped up in excitement, her eyes instantly welling up. Watching her son, who had just successfully rolled over, now proudly lifting his little head and grinning foolishly at them, an indescribable wave of emotion and pride surged through her heart. Chapter 128, The Green Tea Moves. Liu smiled as he pulled his wife into his arms. Gently patting her back, he said, Look how amazing our son is. Yes, he really is, Gu Yueyan murmured, nestling into her husband's embrace with a radiant smile. In this moment, she felt that all her hardships and sacrifices had been worth it. Watching her children grow up healthy and happy day by day was her greatest joy. The family gathered around their second child, laughing and playing for quite some time. Only then did Gu Yueyan remember something. She took Liu's hand and led him back upstairs to their master bedroom. From the drawer, she retrieved several sheets of A4 paper, now dried and brittle, bearing the imprints of their palms. Honey, look, our handprint painting. Gu Yueyan's face beamed with happiness. Shall we frame it? When the babies grow up, we can add their little handprints and footprints beside ours. Sure, whatever you say. Liu looked into his wife's eyes, filled with longing, and nodded with a smile. He could almost see them decades later, a family of gray-haired elders gathered around the table. Gazing at this loving scene, they recalled the warmth of days gone by. Life carried on like this, passed down from generation to generation. After lunch, his father-in-law, Gu Jianjun, suddenly rushed back from Gu Tianlu. The moment he entered, he plopped down on the sofa. He let out a long sigh, his face etched with worry and resignation. Dad, what's wrong? Is something wrong with the restaurant? Gu Yueyan asked with concern, seeing her father's troubled expression. The restaurant's fine. Business is booming. Gu Jianjun waved his hand dismissively and sighed again. It's your eldest uncle's daughter, Shuyan. Gu Shuyan? At the mention of that name, Gu Yueyan's brows instinctively furrowed. Li Yu's gaze instantly turned icy. He hadn't forgotten the look that woman had given his wife at the wedding. That unmasked gaze, brimming with jealousy and venom. Gu Jianjun continued sighing heavily. I have no idea what got into that girl. Yesterday your uncle suddenly called me, saying Shuyan graduated from college but couldn't find a suitable job in Donglan City. She insisted on coming here to stay with me, saying she wanted to learn the ropes at my Gu Tianlu dut. Learn things? Gu Yueyan's face was filled with utter disbelief. Dad, if I remember correctly, Shuyan majored in dance in college, right? What could she possibly learn at our family restaurant? Exactly. Gu Jianjun slapped his thigh, his expression growing even more exasperated. That's exactly what I told your uncle back then. But you know what your uncle's like, he's all about saving face. He insisted I give Shuyan some cushy position and let her stay in Jiangning City for now. He even said that if that girl really caused trouble, it wouldn't be too late to kick her out later. Tell me, what kind of talk is that? She's my own niece. Could I really kick her out? Gu Jianjun grew angrier as he spoke, picking up the teacup on the table and downing it in one gulp. Dad, what exactly are you suggesting? Liu looked at his father-in-law and asked calmly. What can I possibly mean? Gu Jianjun looked utterly defeated. Your uncle has already made his position clear. How could I possibly refuse? That girl's train arrives in Jiangning at 5:30 p.m. That's the busiest time for afternoon tea at my restaurant. I simply can't get away. Gu Jianjun looked up at Liu, a hint of sheepish pleading in his expression. Xiao Yu, look. Could you possibly go pick her up at the train station this afternoon? Then help her find a decent hotel nearby so she can stay there first. As he spoke, Gu Jianjun seemed to remember something. He quickly added another sentence, his tone turning unusually serious. Remember, under no circumstances should she stay at our place. That girl's always been a handful since she was little. I'm afraid she'll cause trouble for you guys. Gu Jianjun's words confirmed Liu's suspicions. It seemed that Gu Shuyan was indeed targeting him. She wants to move into the villa thinking proximity will give her an advantage? Ha, she could dream on. A cold smile flashed through Liu's mind. Yet his face remained adorned with that same gentle, humble smile. Dad, don't worry. Leave this minor matter to me. Alright. I'll head back to the restaurant now. Gu Jianjun sent Gu Shuyan's phone number and train details to Liu. Then he hurried back to the restaurant. In the living room, only Liu and Gu Yueyan remained. Gu Yueyan watched her father's departing figure, her face filled with worry. Honey, Shuyan has always loved competing with me since she was little. I'm afraid she didn't come here with good intentions again. Liu reached out, gently pulling his wife into his embrace, and soothed her softly. Don't worry, dear. With me here, she won't be able to stir up any trouble. His voice was like a reassuring pill. Instantly, Gu Yueyan's anxious heart settled. Liu glanced down at the familiar number on his phone. A meaningful, cold smile curved his lips. Gu Shuyan, you finally showed up. I'll see just what tricks you're up to. Liu's gaze instantly turned icy. Without a moment's hesitation, he dialed the number for the property manager of Longchen Tower. On the other end, Yuita's respectful voice answered immediately. Mr. Li, what are your instructions? A relative of mine is coming to Jiangning. Prepare a fully furnished apartment for them in Longchen Tower immediately. It must be move-in ready this afternoon. Can you make it happen? Liu's tone brooked no argument. No problem, Chairman Li. Yuita assured him promptly. We recently reclaimed a batch of serviced apartments in our building that have been vacant. I'll send someone to clean it immediately and ensure everything is arranged perfectly for you. Liu responded with satisfaction before hanging up. He opened WeChat and accepted the friend request from someone named Little Princess Shuyan, a cold smile playing on his lips. Want to move into my villa? Think proximity gives you an advantage? Gu Shuyan, you've seriously underestimated me, Liu. Meanwhile, aboard a train bound for Jiangning City. Gu Shuyan stared at the notification on her phone. Your friend request has been accepted. A smug smile curved her lips. Leaning back on the soft berth, she methodically packed her luggage while mentally plotting her vicious scheme. Brother-in-law, you've finally taken the bait. Once I move into your grand villa, I'll have plenty of chances to spend every waking moment with you. That stupid woman Gu Yueyan? She's no match for me. Chapter 129, You've finally seen the light. Gu Shuyan began fantasizing about snatching Liu away and becoming the new mistress of the Tiannanbei villa. She pictured herself crushing Gu Yueyan beneath her heel, a sick, maniacal grin spreading across her face. Yet, no matter how much she schemed and plotted, what awaited her wasn't a luxurious villa at all, but a cold, empty apartment. Meanwhile, Li Fengyue had just finished work. She returned to her cramped, 50-square-meter rental apartment, barely settling into her seat. Her mother's frantic calls began ringing incessantly. Li Fengyue, you get your ass back here right this minute. Her mother's furious roar echoed through the phone. Her ears rang from the shouting, and her heart sank. Oh no, something must have gone wrong. She didn't dare delay. She quickly changed clothes and rushed back to her parents' house in a taxi. The moment she walked in, she saw her two clownish parents sitting stiffly on the sofa. Li Fengyue's mother held up her phone, the screen playing a video from the wedding ceremony. In the video, the MC held a microphone and asked Li Fengyue on stage with a gossipy expression. Are you currently single? Li Fengyue in the video hesitated for a moment before finally shouting out loud. I have a boyfriend. Li Fengyue, you better tell me the truth, what's going on here? Her mother's face was etched with excitement and agitation, her gaze intense as if interrogating a criminal. When did you start dating? Why didn't we know about this? Li Fengyue's father sat beside her, silent. His eyes, brimming with scrutiny, never once blinked as they fixed on her. Facing her parents' interrogation-like stance, Li Fengyue felt a chill run down her spine. This scene reminded her of her high school days. Back when she'd been caught in a romantic relationship too early and confined at home for interrogation by her parents. In truth, Li Fengyue's family background was not poor. Her parents ran a fairly sizable company and were considered moderately wealthy. But Li Fengyue refused to be a freeloading rich kid. Coupled with her parents' constant nagging about marriage, she'd stormed out in a fit of anger to make her own way. Little did she expect that after hiding for so long, she still couldn't escape him. Dad, Mom, please don't get so worked up. It's not what you think. Li Fengyue looked at her parents' eyes, which were wide and frighteningly bright, and felt a wave of bitter laughter in her heart. She couldn't very well admit that this boyfriend was someone she'd paid to hire, could she? Her eyes darted around, and she steeled herself to start spinning a tale. We're not officially dating yet. We've only gone on one date, just had a cup of milk tea. I just have a crush on him, so that's why I said what I did on stage yesterday. Li Fengyue's voice trailed off, growing softer and softer. Even she could tell the lie was full of holes. Yet, upon hearing this, her parents didn't doubt her at all. Instead, they exchanged a glance, their expressions growing even more excited. Once? You're this invested after just one date? Mrs. Li exclaimed, slapping her thigh in excitement. What does that mean? It means you've truly met someone you like. My dear daughter, you've finally come to your senses. Mrs. Li's eyes reddened with emotion. Ever since that heartbreak in high school, you haven't had a boyfriend in sight all these years. It's been driving your father and me crazy. Exactly, her father chimed in, nodding with a look of relief on his face. He cleared his throat and spoke with the weight of experience. Fengyue, back when your mother was pursuing me, she was incredibly proactive. She brought me meals and water, wrote love letters, she tried everything. If she hadn't been so thick-skinned and persistent, you wouldn't be here today. So remember, when a woman pursues a man, it's like a thin veil, you have to take the initiative, understand? Get lost. Who was thick-skinned? Li's mother shot her husband a disapproving glance, yet her face was filled with a sweet smile. She turned to look at Li Fengyue, her expression filled with concern. My dear daughter, I hear you're working overtime every day at your current job. You're exhausted like a dog. When would you even have time to pursue a guy? Li Fengyue's heart skipped a beat at those words, and she quickly seized the opportunity. She instantly adopted a pained expression and began pouring out her woes. You have no idea, Mom, how crazy our boss is. He just keeps squeezing us dry. I don't even have time to send a WeChat to my friends. How am I supposed to chase after anyone like this? Li Fengyue's words tugged at her parents' hearts. Exchanging a glance, they made an immediate decision. Quit that lousy job, Li's father declared, slamming his hand on the table. I have a friend who runs a company, and I happen to be their second largest shareholder. I'll call him tomorrow and get you hired. The pay will be better than what you're making now, and the work is pretty much the same. Most importantly, it's easy, absolutely easy. Mr. Li paused, then added one more thing. You can take some time off first to rest and adjust properly. Then, take the initiative to ask that boy out and make things official. Li Fengyue listened, her heart bursting with joy. She never imagined that just a few casual complaints had so effortlessly landed her a dream job, well-paying, low stress, and close to home. It seemed that leveraging her parents' concern for her love life to improve her situation was indeed an effective strategy. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom. Li Fengyue was so thrilled she nearly jumped up on the spot, rushing to give each parent a big hug. But, seeing her daughter's joyful expression, Mrs. Li couldn't help but ask with lingering concern. How exactly did you two meet that boy? The question instantly stumped Li Fengyue. Her mind raced, but she couldn't think of a plausible excuse. She couldn't very well say they'd met on the Cattle and Horse Mutual Aid app, could she? In her panic, her mind went blank, and she blurted out. We met in a game. The moment those words left her mouth, the atmosphere in the living room froze. The smiles on Li Fengyue's parents' faces froze. They exchanged a glance, seeing deep shock and concern in each other's eyes. Met in a game? Li's father's voice rose several notches. You actually want to date a gaming addict? Li's mother, unable to stay seated, chimed in with her nagging. My dear daughter, have you lost your mind? Can you really trust a man you met online? Is he a con artist? Does he look like a total loser, which is why he's scamming young girls online? Li Fengyue felt dizzy from her mother's barrage of questions, fired off like machine gun fire. Seeing her parents' tense, on high alert expressions, she felt utterly speechless. Oh no, this seems like it's gone too far. Chapter 130, Jealousy Runs Wild. Li Fengyue's mind raced as she hurriedly explained. Dad, Mom, what are you thinking? He's not some random online acquaintance. He's my best friend's cousin, Yuan's husband's cousin, to be exact. We know him inside out. He's a good guy, just a rich kid who loves gaming. He's no con artist. Yuan's husband's cousin? Li Fengyue's parents exchanged a glance, and the tension on their faces instantly eased. Anyone connected to a big spender like Li, you couldn't be just anyone. Oh my goodness, why didn't you say so earlier? You scared me half to death. Mrs. Li patted her chest and exhaled a long sigh of relief. I hear the Li family is quite wealthy. You've got good taste, girl. Since you two know each other, his character must be beyond reproach. Mr. Li nodded in agreement, a smile returning to his face. Oh, and my friend's company is right in that building over in Dadanglai. It's close to where you live now, so it'll be convenient for your commute. You, just take some time to rest properly and focus on developing your relationship with that young man. Hearing this, Li Fengyue's heart blossomed with joy. She could finally be a legitimate slacker for a while. For a gaming addict like her, who felt restless without playing games for even a day, this was absolutely fantastic news. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom. Li Fengyue responded sweetly, but inside, her little plans were already clicking away. First, I'll play for 10 days or a fortnight to climb the ranks. Leaving her parents' place, Li Fengyue returned to her tiny rented room. The first thing she did was open WeChat on her phone and send a message to that guy named Li Jiat. My parents know about us now. You figure it out. After sending it, she opened the match history page in honor of kings. Seeing row after row of the bright red word loss, her composure shattered instantly. Last night, she'd gone on a 12-game losing streak in solo queue. The hard-earned king tier she'd climbed back down to star tier. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She sent Li Jiate another message. It's all your fault. You made me lose 12 straight games last night and drop back down from king to star. The message had barely left her fingers when Li Jia's reply came back instantly. You're that bad and you're blaming me? A rolling eyes emoji followed. Li Fengyue stared at the words, so furious she nearly smashed her phone on the spot. Suck? A veteran player with over 10,000 matches under my belt, and you call me no good? Without another word, she logged into the game. Li Jiate, get online. If you've got the guts, let's play a match right now. I'll show you just how good I am. Soon, Li Jiate sent a party invitation. Li Fengyue didn't hesitate and accepted immediately. However, the moment she entered the game room, her expression froze. Besides Li Jiate, there was another female player in the room with the ID AI Chow. Her avatar was a cute, innocent-looking girl. Why are you teaming up with someone else? Li Fengyue's voice carried a hint of reproach she hadn't even noticed herself. Oh, she's my friend. She dropped a star last night, so I'm helping her get it back. Li Jiate explained casually. Just then, AI Chow suddenly activated voice chat. A sickly sweet, high-pitched voice, as if laced with 1,000 pounds of saccharin, poured out of the phone. Hi, sis. Are you the amazing friend Jiaer mentioned? Li Fengyue heard the voice and felt goosebumps rise all over her body. She forced back the nausea and rolled her eyes inwardly. Troll Queen, confirmed. The game began swiftly. Li Jiate picked his go-to jungler hero, Li Bai. Meanwhile, that AI Chow wasted no time in instantly picking a support hero, De Qiao. De Qiao was a hero born for the jungle. With one recall and one teleport, she lets the jungler roam the map freely. Li Fengyue watched the seemingly perfect hero pairing and felt a strange pang of envy welling up inside her. In a fit of pique, she selected a marksman hero she wasn't particularly skilled with, Yu. Once the game started, Li Fengyue fully understood what it meant to be superfluous. That AI Chow clung to Li Jia's side like glue from start to finish. Gator, I'll scout for you. Gator, come quick. There's a low health target here. Gator, you're so amazing. That sickeningly sweet brother was enough to make Li Fengyue's teeth ache. But Li Jiate, that straight as an arrow guy, seemed to be enjoying it. He charged through the jungle and lanes with that AI Chow, killing enemies left and right. Meanwhile, Li Fengyue was left all alone defending the bottom lane. Pinned under her tower by the enemy marksman and support, she dared not even farm minions. She sent multiple distress signals across the map, but that AI Chow, who only knew how to circle around Li Jiate, seemed blind, completely oblivious. In the end, thanks to Li Jiate's heroic efforts, the game was won. Li Fengyue had died a staggering 13 times, her stats utterly dismal. The moment the game ended, she silently left the room. Li Jiat seemed to sense something was off with her and quickly sent a WeChat message. What's wrong? Are you upset? Hold on, I'll take her for one more game to help her reach star glory. I'll be right back to duo queue with you. Reading this message, the unexplained anger in Li Fengyue's heart flared up instantly. Play again? Still duo queue? I'll make sure you queue until you're sick of it. Without another word, she opened the game chat and typed. Looking for a CP. Top tier solo queue partner wanted. Sweet voice, beautiful person, skilled player. The moment the message went out, her friend request list exploded. Within seconds, she received over 100 friend requests. Li Fengyue stared at the chaotic avatars and IDs, feeling a wave of irritation wash over her. Just as she was about to shut off her phone, a peculiar ID suddenly caught her eye. King of Kings. Wow, that name is just too cocky. Curiosity got the better of her, and she tapped on his profile picture. The next second, her breath caught in her throat. The profile picture showed a man in a white shirt, his profile so perfectly sculpted it took her breath away. His high, straight nose, deep-set eyes, and slightly pursed thin lips. He looked exactly like her childhood idol, Daniel Wu. Li Fengyue's heart began to race uncontrollably. Almost instinctively, she tapped accept. The other party replied instantly. The profile picture is me. 5 simple words, yet brimming with unquestionable confidence. Li Fengyue stared at that face so strikingly handsome it seemed to defy heaven and earth and felt her cheeks begin to burn. She hurriedly replied. Me too. Want to play together? The other person sent another invitation. Li Fengyue stared at those two words, already picturing herself dominating the entire match. With a mix of excitement and trepidation, she quickly replied with a single word. Let's go! Chapter 131, You're Special. The game began shortly after. Li Fengyue selected her most proficient mage hero, Wang Zhaojun. Meanwhile, the guy named King of Kings instantly picked the jungler hero, Xiao Yun. Right from the start, Li Fengyue witnessed what it meant to face a true master. This grandmaster Zhao Yun's gameplay flowed like water, and his awareness was nothing short of terrifying. Counter-jungling, ganking, dragon control, the pace was flying. Under his leadership, Li Fengyue's team advanced like a tidal wave, pushing into the enemy high ground in under 10 minutes. A storm of emotions surged within Li Fengyue. She played tens of thousands of games, yet this was the first time she'd ever seen anyone wield Zhao Yun with such mastery. This guy's skill was every bit as good as that annoying Li Jia's. Pro, what's your name? Li Fengyue finally couldn't resist and typed a line in the team chat. After a long while, the Zhao Yun player, having finished clearing a wave of jungle creeps, replied slowly with just two words. Along? Along? Li Fengyue stared at the two characters, silently repeating them in her mind. It was a rather nice-sounding name. She thought for a moment before replying. Along, my name is Ye. You can call me that too. You're special. Along's reply made Li Fengyue's heart skip a beat for no apparent reason. Special? What was so special about her? Before she could figure it out, Along's next message arrived. I've taught many girls how to play games. They all like to call me Brother Long. Except you. Big Brother Long? Li Fengyue stared at those three characters, and instantly, the image of that green tea named Ai Chao flashed through her mind. The sickeningly sweet brother gator she'd used still gave her goosebumps just thinking about it. A surge of inexplicable anger instantly welled up inside her. Do all men like being called brother? Li Fengyue typed the words almost instinctively. Only after sending the message did she realize she might have been a bit too impulsive. Sure enough, Along remained silent for a long time, offering no reply. Just as Li Fengyue thought she'd killed the conversation and was about to awkwardly wrap things up, Along's message finally arrived, long overdue. This kind of address can indeed greatly stimulate a normal man's protective instincts. But it has zero effect on steel straight men. But I'm not one of those. Li Fengyue stared at the lines of text, momentarily stunned. She never imagined this seemingly aloof legend would explain so much to her. And he'd even casually clarified that he wasn't one of those steel straight guys. Was he flirting with her? Li Fengyue's heart began to race uncontrollably. She forced herself to stay calm as she replied. I'm not used to calling guys I don't know well that. After sending that message, Along didn't reply a single word until the game ended. After the game ended, just as Li Fengyue was about to message Along to ask if he wanted to play another round, Li Jia's WeChat message came through urgently. Hurry up, hurry up. Add me to the game, that noob is inviting me again. She's driving me nuts. A mischievous smile curved Li Fengyue's lips as she read the message. She opened WeChat and typed slowly. What? She keeps calling you guard brother, don't you like that? Like hell I do. Li Jia's reply dripped with impatience. I'd rather carry you, my eternal star glow, than play with that green tea again. Hurry up, or she'll drive me crazy. Li Fengyue watched his eager-to-escape expression and felt a surge of secret satisfaction. She pondered what Along had said earlier and suddenly had a bold theory. Could it be that Li Jia was the kind of steel-straight guy Along had mentioned? If you don't want to play with her, why not just refuse? I did refuse, but she's like glue, I can't shake her off no matter what. How about we form a 5-man squad? With more people, she'll feel awkward pestering me. 5-man squad? Li Fengyue's eyes twinkled mischievously as a prankish idea instantly popped into her head. First, she sent a WeChat to Along, asking if he wanted to join the 5-man squad. After receiving his affirmative reply, she immediately created a 5-player room in the game. She pulled Along and Li Jia into the group first. Then, Li Jia invited that green tea named Ai Chao and his buddy Yujun into the group. The moment Yujun entered the room and saw this bizarre lineup, he was instantly dumbfounded. He glanced at the avatars of Along and that Ai Chao, then looked at Li Jia and Li Fengyue's avatars. He instinctively assumed these were two couples playing together. Yo, Jia, not bad. When did you and the gorgeous phone you get this close? And you, buddy, your avatar with your girlfriend looks pretty good together too. The green tea named Ai Chao instantly perked up the moment she saw 3 guys in the room. She didn't turn on her voice chat but instead typed in the team channel with a sly, flirtatious tone. Wow, 3 handsome guys carrying me along, I'm so happy blushing. However, the 3 guys in the room acted as if they'd coordinated beforehand, not a single one acknowledged her. The atmosphere grew awkward. The game started quickly. Upon entering the hero selection screen, Li Jia instantly picked his most proficient jungler hero, Li Bai, without hesitation. Meanwhile, that Ai Chao instantly picked a support hero, De Qiao. Gator, I'll protect you. She cooed in the team chat while selecting her hero. Sis, pick a strong hero too, let's carry the team together. Sis? Li Fingyue's heart burned with rage the moment she saw those two characters. Who's older and who's younger here? Who do you think you are calling me sister? She scoffed coldly and immediately picked a mid-lane hero, Daochan. Just then, Along, who had been silent all along, also finished his hero selection. He picked Zhao Yun, but went to the top lane. And for the first time ever, he spoke up in the team chat. My signature hero can play top lane or jungle. At that moment, Li Fengyue felt an inexplicable stir in her heart, suddenly recalling what Along had said earlier. A bold and reckless thought surged through her mind. So what if she had to play the innocent act and call everyone brother? Who couldn't do that? Li Fengyue cleared her throat and immediately activated the team voice chat. Imitating that AIAICHO lisp, she called out in a voice so sweet it could make you choke, sounding all coy and girly. Wow, brother Long, you play Xiaoyun too? Dragon brother, carry me to victory. You're so awesome. Chapter 132, A Bitter Taste. The moment those words left her mouth, the entire squad chat fell silent. Li Jiati and Yu Jun were both struck dumb by the sudden, high-pitched voice. Almost simultaneously, they both let out a silent wail in their hearts. Oh no, did that green tea infect Fengyue? But what shocked them even more was yet to come. There, the Alufei Long actually replied in the squad chat with an I love it meme. Li Fengyue stared at the emoji, letting out a smug, cold laugh inside. You think you're playing the green tea card with me? You're still too green. The game began, and within a minute, Along's Xiaoyun successfully counter-jungled the enemy's blue buff. Then, he marked Li Fengyue's mid-lane position directly on the map. Blue's yours. Those three simple words made Li Fengyue's heart feel as sweet as honey. Thanks, brother Long. Li Fengyue responded sweetly, her admiration for Along growing even stronger. After that, Along headed to the bottom lane to farm. While clearing minions, he leisurely typed a line in the team chat. My real name is Zhao Long. Wow, brother Zhao Long, not only are you skilled, but you're also such a gentleman unlike certain people who just bully girls. The green tea named AIAI Chao instantly switched her target the moment she saw how skilled Along was. She stuck to him like glue, constantly calling him brother Zhao Long. Yu Jun watched the scene unfold and couldn't help but mutter a quiet complaint in the team voice chat. Damn, this girl is way too real, huh? She was chasing after Gart's ass just now, and now she's already switched targets? The game continued. Li Fengyue's Daochan had a rough start. The enemy mid-laner, Zhang Liang, seemed to have a personal vendetta against her, fixating on her relentlessly. The moment she dared to leave the tower, Zhang Liang's ultimate would stick to her like a leech, leaving her completely immobilized. Within just 5 minutes, Li Fengyue's kill death assist stat line had spectacularly plummeted to 0-3. The first tower in the mid lane fell quickly too. Sis, how can you be so bad? In the team chat, that green tea named AIAI Chao sent a line dripping with mockery. I told you to pick a stronger hero, why won't you listen? Li Fengyue nearly smashed her phone in anger upon reading the message. She immediately activated voice chat and roared. You're a support, yet you've been tagging along with the jungler, wandering aimlessly in the jungle the entire game. You never came to mid lane for support, and you have the nerve to criticize me? Yet the team voice chat fell deathly silent, no one responded. Just as Li Fengyue's temper was about to explode, a line of text suddenly appeared in the team chat. It was from Zhao Long, the Xiaoyun player. Follow me. 3 simple words, yet they felt like a soothing balm, instantly calming Li Fengyue's agitated heart. Then, in an unprecedented move, Zhao Long activated the squad voice chat. A deep, magnetic voice emanated from the phone. Daochan, skip pure damage items for now. Start with Prophecy of Time, then follow up with Blizzard. During the team fight, just stay behind me. I'll take care of Zhang Liang for you. That voice, was it really that good? Li Fengyue felt as if her ears had been struck by an electric current, instantly numbing them. Her heartbeat skipped a beat, utterly beyond her control. She froze in place, completely forgetting about the game. Wow, brother Zhao Long, your voice is so nice. The moment that green tea named AIAI Chao heard Zhao Long's voice, immediately switched to a sickeningly sweet, high-pitched voice. Brother Zhao Long, I really want to play with you too. But before she could finish her sentence, Zhao Long's voice, cold and utterly devoid of emotion, rang out once more. Shut up. 2 simple words, yet they carried an authority that brooked no argument. That AIAI Chao instantly fell silent. Li Fengyue watched the scene unfold, a surge of satisfaction washing over her. Almost instinctively, she completely forgot about her fake boyfriend Li Jiati, who was still grinding in the jungle. Meanwhile, Li Jiate felt a pang of unease. A sour feeling welled up inexplicably. It felt like his territory had been invaded by someone else. He flitted around the jungle, controlling Li Bai. His aggressive play seemed like he was venting something. Yu Jun seemed to keenly sense the tension in the air. He silently controlled his hero, not daring to utter a single word. He was terrified that one careless word might set himself on fire. The rest of the game proceeded exceptionally smoothly under the leadership of Zhao Long and Li Jiati. Although Li Fingyue's Daochan still met a gruesome demise. She strictly followed Zhao Long's tactics, clinging tightly to his side during every team fight. Using her own body, she blocked Zhang Liang's deadly ultimate ability multiple times for him. Ultimately, the game ended in an unquestionable victory. Li Fingyue's stats were a dismal 3-5-12. She ended up with the highest number of assists on the entire team. Meanwhile, that green tea support who hid in the back the entire game without dying once drew unanimous criticism from everyone. After a few games, the team quickly disbanded. Li Jiati promptly rejected that AI Chao friend request without hesitation. In his view, this green tea played worse than Li Fengyue, who was stuck at Star Glory rank forever. After the game ended, Li Fengyue opened Zhao Long's personal profile. She was shocked to discover that Zhao Long's account didn't even have a single paid skin. Every hero was sporting the default, system-provided skins. Staring at that pitifully shabby account, Li Fengyue felt an inexplicable stir in her heart. Without a second thought, she opened the in-game store. As a prestigious V10 player, she promptly gifted Zhao Long several skins for the heroes he had just played. Zhao Yun's Engine Heart, Li Bai's Phoenix Seeking the Phoenix, Han Xian's White Dragon's Roar. All of them were priceless legendary skins. Soon, Zhao Long's WeChat message arrived. "Rich lady, let me ride your coattails." Followed by a trembling emoji. Li Fengyue couldn't help but chuckle at the words. Just as she was about to reply, an unfamiliar number suddenly rang. It was her former company manager. "Li Fengyue, come back to the office tomorrow to complete your resignation procedures." The manager's cold, businesslike voice came through the phone. Li Fengyue hurriedly informed Zhao Long and Li Jiati before logging off. Chapter 133, Plans Go Awry. Meanwhile, aboard the high-speed train bound for Jiangning City, Gu Shuyan gazed out the window at the rapidly receding scenery, her smile brimming with satisfaction and anticipation. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Yu arrived punctually at Jiangning City's high-speed rail station in his eye-catching Mercedes AMG GT. He parked by the roadside near the exit, rolled down the window, and looked outside. At 5:20 p.m., the high-speed train arrived on schedule. A surging crowd poured out of the exit. Gu Shuyan, dragging a massive suitcase, immediately spotted the luxury car parked by the roadside. Her eyes lit up instantly. Gu Shuyan practically jogged to the car. Her face adorned with a smile sweet enough to make one gush, she called out in a clear voice. "Brother-in-law." Li Yu gave her a cold glance and responded with a flat "hm." He got out of the car without hesitation and opened the trunk. "Put the luggage in," Li Yu said coldly. Gu Shuyan froze, taken aback by Li Yu's unexpectedly cold demeanor toward her. But she quickly composed herself, her face once again adorned with that sweet, harmless smile. She struggled to lift the heavy suitcase and shoved it into the trunk herself. Then she hurried to the passenger door, pulled it open with practiced ease, and slid inside. The moment she entered the car, Gu Shuyan's heart began to race uncontrollably. She stole glances at the man beside her out of the corner of her eye. His flawless profile, those large hands gripping the steering wheel with clearly defined knuckles. Every detail radiated a deadly allure. Gu Shuyan felt her cheeks begin to flush slightly. Suddenly, her voice sweetened with longing and anticipation as she said, "Brother-in-law, we can drive now. Let's go home." Hearing this, Li Yu merely gave a cold chuckle, offering no reply. He started the engine, and the Mercedes AMG GT roared to life with a deep growl, merging into the traffic. Seated in the passenger seat, Gu Shuyan felt her blood boiling. She turned her head to gaze at Li Yu's flawlessly sculpted profile, her heart pounding wildly. "Brother-in-law, this car is gorgeous. It must be really expensive, right?" She tried to find a topic to break the awkward silence. Li Yu kept his eyes fixed straight ahead, responding with a faint MHM. Gu Shuyan's smile faltered for a moment, but she quickly regained her sweet demeanor. "Brother-in-law, how are the 4 little ones at home?" At the mention of the children, Li Yu's eyes finally softened slightly. "They're doing well." His voice remained devoid of emotion. Gu Shuyan was about to say more when Li Yu abruptly cut her off. "Drive. Don't talk." Those 4 simple words instantly extinguished the fire burning in Gu Shuyan's heart. She opened her mouth, but reluctantly closed it again. The car drove steadily toward the city center. Not toward the suburban Tiannanbei Villa district as she had imagined. A sense of foreboding welled up inside Gu Shuyan. The car finally came to a smooth stop in the underground parking garage of Longchen Tower. "Brother-in-law, why are we here? Weren't we going home?" Gu Shuyan stared at the iconic landmark of Jiangning City, her expression filled with confusion. Li Yu unbuckled his seatbelt and turned to look at her. His deep, piercing eyes held not a trace of emotion. "It's not very convenient for you to live here alone." "What?" Gu Shuyan's mind buzzed, and she felt completely dazed. "Not very convenient? What did that mean? Could it be, he doesn't plan to let me move into his place? How could that be? I came all this way to seek refuge with him, and he actually wants to leave me out in the cold?" Her plans had fallen through, sending her heart plummeting to the depths of despair. She forced back her disappointment and anger, plastering a tearful, aggrieved expression on her face. "Brother-in-law, I'm all alone in Jiangning. I don't know anyone here. I'm scared. Before she could finish, Liu cut her off coldly. I've already arranged a place for you to stay, Liu stated, his tone leaving no room for argument. It's in this building, a fully furnished hotel-style apartment. Just move in with your bags. Right below is your second uncle's Gutianlu restaurant, so you can easily go there to learn the ropes. I've paid the rent for a year in advance, so you don't need to worry about money. Liu's words formed a wall as solid as concrete. In an instant, it crushed every excuse and argument Gu Shuyan had prepared. Staring at Liu's expressionless face, an unprecedented wave of helplessness surged through her. At the same time, Gu Shuyan's heart brimmed with unwillingness. But she held it in, her face once again adopting that pitifully helpless expression. Thank you, brother-in-law. You really think of everything. Liu said nothing, merely opening the car door and stepping out. Gu Shuyan watched his indifferent back, clenching her fists tightly. Liu, just you wait. No man I, Gu Shuyan, set my sights on has ever eluded me. Shortly after, the two entered the kitchen of Gu Tianlu restaurant, one following the other. It was peak dining hour, and the restaurant was bustling with noise and bustling with business. Gu Jianjun, clad in a pristine chef's uniform, bustled about the kitchen with fervent energy. Spotting Liu escorting Gu Shuyan inside, he immediately set down his spatula and stepped forward to greet them. You brought her here? Yes, Dad. I've already arranged an apartment for her upstairs. You can rest assured. Liu replied calmly. Ah, good. I can always count on you to handle things properly, you. Gu Jianjun nodded with satisfaction, a relieved smile spreading across his face. He turned his head to look at Gu Shuyan standing nearby, his brow slightly furrowed. Shuyan, since you're here, you'll stay in the apartment your brother-in-law arranged for you for now. Starting tomorrow, you'll come help out in my kitchen. Begin by washing vegetables and doing odd jobs. Washing vegetables and doing odd jobs? At those 4 words, the smile on Gu Shuyan's face instantly froze. She glanced at the greasy floor and the chefs working up a sweat. A flash of undisguised disgust and contempt flickered deep in her eyes. She hadn't come to Jiangning to be a vegetable washer. Yet this subtle shift in her expression was caught by Liu, who had been observing her covertly all along. A cold sneer formed in Liu's mind. The fox's tail had finally shown itself. He pulled out his phone and dialed the number of Ueda, the property manager of Longchen Tower. Manager Yu, I'm downstairs. Come down immediately. On the other end, Ueda's voice sounded respectful, bordering on obsequious. Yes, Chairman Li, please wait a moment. I'll be right there. Less than 5 minutes later. A middle-aged man in a suit emerged breathlessly from the elevator. Spotting Liu standing by the kitchen entrance, he immediately broke into a jog to meet him. Mr. Li, my apologies for keeping you waiting. Chapter 134, The Ultimate High Roller. Ueda wiped the sweat from his forehead. He bowed at a 90-degree angle, his demeanor reaching the pinnacle of humility. Standing nearby, Gu Shuyan watched the scene unfold, her pupils suddenly contracting. Though she didn't know this man's identity. But judging by his impeccably tailored suit and the expensive Rolex watch on his wrist, he was certainly no ordinary person. Yet this man, who appeared to be a successful individual, was now groveling so obsequiously before her brother-in-law. What on earth was going on? Gu Shuyan's mind was filled with shock and confusion. This is the relative I mentioned to you, Miss Gu. Liu gestured toward Gu Shuyan beside him and said indifferently. Take her upstairs to see the room and give her the access card and keys. Yes, Mr. Liu, rest assured, I'll take care of it. Ueda hurriedly nodded and bowed in agreement. Then, turning to Gu Shuyan, he offered a professional smile. Miss Gu, please follow me. Liu watched the two enter the elevator before turning to leave. Brother-in-law, aren't you coming up with me to take a look? Gu Shuyan called out to Liu as he prepared to leave. Liu halted his steps but didn't turn around. No, I still need to buy diapers for the baby. With that, he strode away without looking back. Gu Shuyan watched his resolute retreat, her teeth clenched in silent fury. Buying diapers for the baby? Who was he trying to fool with that nonsense? He clearly didn't want to be alone with her. Inside the elevator, Ueda felt a chill run down his spine as he met Gu Shuyan's dark, stormy expression. He carefully pulled a business card from his pocket and handed it over. Miss Gu, here's my card. If you ever need anything while you're here, feel free to call me anytime. But Gu Shuyan acted as if she hadn't seen it, not even bothering to lift an eyelid. Ueda's hand hung awkwardly in midair. Daring not to offend this relative of Chairman Li, he sheepishly withdrew his hand. Soon, the elevator reached the 22nd floor. Ueda led Gu Shuyan to the door of apartment 2238. He swiped the access card to open the door and gestured for her to enter. Miss Gu, we're here. Gu Shuyan entered without a word. She surveyed the apartment exquisitely decorated, yet cold and utterly devoid of warmth. The rage boiling within her could no longer be contained, and her expression darkened instantly. Ueda watched her, trembling at the sight of her on the verge of exploding. He'd assumed she was dissatisfied with his service. He paused, searching for a way to ease the awkward tension. He steeled himself and cautiously began to explain. Miss Gu, please don't misunderstand. Our property management holds you in the highest regard. After all, you are a relative of our owner, Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, the owner? Gu Shuyan froze upon hearing those words. Then she exclaimed, what did you say? She whipped her head around, fixing her gaze intently on the property manager beside her, Ueda. Did you just say Mr. Lee, the property owner? Ueda watched her shock-induced disarray and felt a chill run down his spine. Oh no! In his attempt to curry favor with this relative of Chairman Lee, he seemed to have let something slip. This Longchen Tower was indeed an asset under Chairman Lee's name. But this was a closely guarded secret. Mr. Lee kept a low profile and had never disclosed it publicly. If Director Lee found out about his indiscretion, this multi-million-dollar-a-year job would likely be gone. A cold sweat instantly broke out on Ueda's forehead. He frantically waved his hands, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying, stammering out an explanation. No, Miss Gu, you must have misheard. You definitely misheard. What I meant was, Mr. Lee is a distinguished guest of our building, a VIP owner. Yes, a VIP owner. Ueda grew increasingly uneasy as he spoke, his voice trembling. Yet his frantic attempts to cover up only made matters worse. Only served to confirm Gu Shuyan's suspicions. She watched Ueda's shifting gaze and sneered inwardly. Trying to fool me? So that's it. No wonder he could casually gift a pink diamond worth 10 billion. No wonder he could buy the penthouse villa in Tiannan Bay without batting an eye. She had assumed Liu had built his fortune solely through that maternity company, with a net worth of at most a few billion. But now it seemed she'd been far too naive. This entire landmark building in the heart of Jiangning City's busiest commercial district belongs to him. How much could that possibly be? Hundreds of billions? Or even trillions? This man was no ordinary tycoon. He was a true, top-tier tycoon hidden within the city. The mere thought sent Gu Shuyan's heart racing wildly, her blood boiling throughout her body. Her gaze instantly hardened with unwavering determination and a hint of madness. She would snatch this man away from Gu Yuan's grasp. At any cost. Once she resolved this, Gu Shuyan looked at the property manager before her, who was still wiping sweat from his brow, and her gaze instantly changed. In her eyes, Ueda had transformed from a powerful figure she needed to curry favor with into a worthless servant. Fine, I understand. Gu Shuyan waved her hand impatiently, her tone dripping with contempt and disdain. You're no longer needed here. You may leave. Ueda paused for a moment before nodding and leaving. Meanwhile, Li Yu, seeking to avoid Gu Shuyan. After leaving the Longchen Tower apartments, he headed straight to his father-in-law's, Gu Tianlu. Changing into casual clothes, he helped greet guests in the lobby, pouring tea and experiencing life firsthand. He worked until past 6 in the evening before heading home. He returned to the villa in Tiannan Bay. His mother-in-law, Zhang Suweiping, was sitting in the living room watching TV. Spotting Li Yu's return, she immediately asked, Xiao Yu, have you settled that girl Xu Yan in? Yes, Mom, don't worry. Li Yu changed his shoes and sat down on the sofa. I've arranged for her to stay in the apartment upstairs in Gu Tianlu. It's fully furnished and ready to move into. The restaurant is right downstairs, so it's convenient for her to learn from Dad without disturbing our family life. Ah, that's perfect. That's perfect. Zhang Suweiping nodded with satisfaction, a relieved smile spreading across her face. You're the thoughtful one, Xiao Yu. That girl's never been easy to handle since she was little. Living with her, I'm genuinely worried she'll corrupt our Yuan. Li Yu chuckled and said no more. After exchanging a few more words with his mother-in-law, he rose and headed upstairs. In the master bedroom, Gu Yuan knelt on the plush carpet. She was sorting through the sheets of paper bearing their handprints from their wedding day. Chapter 135, DeBeo turns over. Honey, you're back. Gu Yuan lifted her head at the sound of footsteps, her face glowing with happiness. Look, I've organized our handprint paintings. Tomorrow I'll have them framed and hang them above the bed. Li Yu stepped forward, gently wrapping his arms around her from behind and resting his chin on the hollow of her shoulder. All right, whatever you say. After a moment of tenderness, they held hands and went downstairs for dinner. After dinner, Li Yu played with the 4 little ones in the living room's play area. When it was nearly time, he prepared to bathe the dragon and phoenix twins. Mom, could you please take care of the little one? Li Yu smiled at his mother-in-law, Zhang Suweiping. I'll bathe that little stinker DeBeo. Alright, be careful not to get water in the baby's ears. Zhang Suweiping nodded with a smile, skillfully picking up her delicate little daughter and heading into the bathroom. Li Yu gazed at his son, who was as sturdy as a little calf in his arms, and couldn't help but joke with his mother-in-law. Mom, our second child can already roll over, but why hasn't our first made any progress? I reckon this kid is just too lazy. You silly boy, what nonsense are you talking about? A playful scolding laugh drifted from the bathroom. Our eldest is just steady and composed, not like his noisy little brother. Li Yu chuckled at the exchange, carrying his son into the other bathroom. He carefully bathed DeBeo and wrapped him in a soft towel. Just then, that cold, mechanical alert sounded in his mind once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the Give Baby a Nice Bath task. Your paternal love points are off the charts. System special reward, 1 million yuan in cash. Seeing the familiar deposit amount in his mobile banking app, Liu felt nothing but calm. He gently placed the freshly bathed Debeo onto the soft, plush bed. The little one seemed quite content, stretching lazily with a satisfied yawn. Then he stuffed his chubby little fist into his mouth and began sucking on it with relish. That utterly adorable sight melted Liu's heart. Staring at his son's face, which bore such a striking resemblance to his own, a mischievous thought suddenly popped into his head. Liu picked up the bottle he had prepared earlier, grinning mischievously as he waved it near Debeo's mouth. The familiar scent of milk made Debeo instantly abandon his flavorless little fist. His big, dark eyes widened with excitement as he reached out his tiny hand, babbling as he tried to grab the bottle. But just as his tiny hand was about to touch it, Liu abruptly snatched the bottle back. Want some? No way, you're not getting any. Like a childish fool, Liu waved the bottle back and forth in front of his son, refusing to give it to him. Once, twice, 3 times. Debeo tried again and again, but couldn't grab the bottle that was right before his eyes. The little one's mouth fell into a pout and his clear, bright eyes instantly clouded over with mist. He looked at the mean dad in front of him with a look of grievance, his eyes filled with accusation and pitifulness. That little face could melt anyone's heart. Seeing his son's pitiful expression, tears welling up in his eyes, Liu didn't feel the slightest bit of pity. Instead, he grinned mischievously. Want to cry? Well, if you cry, no milk for you. Like a childish fool, he continued to tease his own son with the bottle. Debeo's lips puckered even tighter, tears welling in his eyes but stubbornly refusing to fall. That pitifully aggrieved little face was enough to melt anyone's heart. Just then, the bedroom door swung open. As soon as Gu Yuan entered, she saw her husband bullying their son, instantly feeling both annoyed and amused. Liu, how childish can you be? Bullying Debeo again. Gu Yuan stepped forward and snatched the bottle from Liu's hands. Then she scooped up the little guy, who was all teary-eyed and upset, and held him close. There, Debeo, don't cry. Mommy's here. She gently patted her son's back while soothing him with soft words. However, she didn't immediately feed Debeo. Instead, her eyes twinkled as a brilliant idea struck her. She placed Debeo back on the bed, positioning him on his side, then waved a bottle in front of him. Debeo, look, what's this? The familiar scent of milk made Debeo's eyes light up instantly. He reached out his little hand, babbling as he tried to grab it. Want some? Gu Yuan asked with a smile. If you can roll over by yourself, mommy will reward you with milk, okay? Roll over? Liu paused, then realized. Right. Bao can already roll over, it's time for Debeo to learn too. Come on, big boy. Roll over and you'll get milk. Show daddy what you can do. Liu joined in the cheering, pulling out his phone and activating the video recording function. His mother-in-law, Zheng Suiping, and Wang Xiulan, who were nearby, heard the commotion and came over. They gazed expectantly at the little one on the bed. Come on, my sweet grandson, roll over and show grandma. That's it, just like your little brother, push with your legs. As if understanding his family's encouragement, or perhaps spurred on by the bottle in his mother's hand, Debeo stared at the reward just inches away, his little face flushed crimson. He clenched his chubby little fists, kicking his stubby legs vigorously in the air. Once, twice. He tried several times, but his round little body. He rolled back and forth on the bed, but just couldn't flip over. The little guy seemed a bit discouraged, letting out a soft whimper. Come on, Debeo, you're almost there. Gu Yuan hurriedly tempted him again with the bottle. Debeo watched the bottle swaying back and forth, his fighting spirit reigniting. He took a deep breath and strained with all his might. Put! Amidst the surprised and delighted gazes of everyone present, his chubby little body finally succeeded in rolling from his side to his stomach. He rolled over. He rolled over. Gu Yuan jumped up in excitement, her eyes instantly welling up with tears. Liu quickly pressed the record button, capturing this precious and historic moment in its entirety. Good boy. You're definitely Liu's son, just awesome. Liu watched the video on his phone, where the little one, after successfully rolling over, proudly lifted his tiny head. Seeing his son grinning foolishly at them, an indescribable sense of pride welled up inside him. He was about to share the video in the family group chat to show off. But suddenly, something occurred to him, and the smile froze on his face. Oh no! Last time Bao rolled over, he'd been so caught up in the excitement that he'd forgotten to record it. Liu glanced at their second child, who was also cheering on his older brother, and instantly had an idea. Honey, bring little Bao over too. Let him show off his skills. Chapter 136, Scrubbing Your Back. Gu Yuan paused for a moment before catching on. She smiled and nodded, lifting the second child onto the bed. But the moment she let go, the eldest child, who had just completed his first ever rollover beside them, saw his mother about to pick up his little brother and instantly grew anxious. He thought she was going back on her word and wouldn't feed him anymore. The little one's mouth puckered, and he stretched out his tiny hand with a look of grievance. Babbling incoherently, he tried to grab hold of his mother's clothes. "Oh my, you little jealousy pot." Gu Yueyan couldn't help but laugh at her son's pitiful yet adorable expression. She quickly leaned down and planted a kiss on his chubby little cheek. "Don't worry, mommy always keeps her promises. As soon as your little brother finishes his performance, you'll get fed right away." After soothing the firstborn, Gu Yueyan placed the second child on the bed. "Second child, it's your turn. Show mom and dad how you can roll over." The second child seemed to understand perfectly, needing no coaxing. He deftly shifted his little body to the side, pushed off with his legs, and rolled over with surprising agility. The entire process flowed like water, completed in one seamless motion. The onlookers couldn't help but gasp in admiration once more. Li Yu successfully recorded her bows rolling over, and a huge weight lifted from his heart. Just then, that cold, mechanical alert sounded in his mind once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing intimate interaction with your baby and successfully capturing this milestone moment. Your paternal affection is off the charts. System special reward, 1 million yuan in cash. Li Yu glanced at the deposit notification in his mobile banking app, feeling utterly unmoved. He finally understood the system was finding creative ways to encourage him to be a competent stay-at-home dad. Alright. The performance is over. Gu Yueyan announced with a smile, then picked up their firstborn, ready to fulfill her promise. The sensible second child seemed to know he wouldn't be getting any milk. He instinctively reached out his little hand toward Aunt Zhang, the nanny, cooing softly. Downstairs in the living room, Li Jianguo was reading the newspaper. Hearing bursts of laughter and cheerful chatter coming from upstairs, couldn't help but call out in curiosity. "Old lady, what's all the commotion upstairs? What's going on?" "Good news, the best kind of news." Wang Xiulan's voice trembled with excitement. "Our debao can roll over now." Hearing this, Li Jianguo leapt up from the sofa in excitement. "Really? The little guy finally got the hang of it?" Li Yu chuckled and immediately shared the 2 videos he'd just recorded in the family group chat. The moment the videos appeared, the group chat erupted. Gu Jianjun, busy at the restaurant far away, was the first to send a big thumbs-up emoji. Li Jianguo, meanwhile, opened the videos and watched them over and over again. Watching his 2 adorable, lively grandchildren in the footage. Tears welled up in his weathered eyes without him even realizing it. That evening, Li Yu returned to the bedroom. He took out the picture frame he'd bought earlier that day and carefully mounted each of the handprint paintings Gu Yueyan had prepared. One by one, he carefully mounted them. Gazing at the 2 handprints, one large, one small, tightly intertwined. A satisfied smile spread across Li Yu's face. Just then, the bathroom door opened. Gu Yueyan emerged, drying her dripping wet hair. "Honey, what are you doing?" "Nothing much. Go take a shower, honey. I've already run the water for you." Li Yu neatly arranged the framed painting on the nightstand before smiling and saying. The 2 shared a tender embrace before Gu Yueyan turned and stepped into the bathroom. But the moment she stepped inside, a little head popped back out. "Honey, where's my nightgown?" Li Yu grinned mischievously as he pulled a sheer silk bathrobe from the wardrobe and handed it to her. "Wear this." Gu Yueyan's pretty face flushed, and she shot him a playful glare before taking it. Soon, the sound of splashing water filled the bathroom. Li Yu sat on the edge of the bed, waiting quietly. Several minutes later, the bathroom door swung open once more. Gu Yueyan emerged, wearing that black silk bathrobe, looking fresh and lovely. The robe's belt hung loosely, revealing expanses of snow-white, delicate skin and the tantalizing curves beneath. Her damp, long hair fell casually over her shoulders, adding an air of languid charm. Li Yu felt his throat suddenly tighten. He stood up, about to step forward. But Gu Yueyan seemed not to notice him at all, walking straight to the dressing table to dry her hair. Just as she bent down to plug in the hairdryer, Li Yu's figure materialized behind her like a ghost, silent and swift. Without a word, he swept his startled little wife up in his arms. "Ah!" Gu Yueyan let out a startled cry, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. "Honey, what are you doing? You scared me." Li Yu said nothing, merely holding her close. He strode purposefully into the bathroom, still filled with swirling steam. With a loud slam, he kicked the bathroom door shut and locked it from the inside. "Honey." Li Yu gently laid her on the sink counter. His hands braced on either side of her, trapping her between himself and the wall. He looked down at the delicate beauty in his arms, her face like a peach blossom, her eyes like spring water, and said in a hoarse voice. "Seems like I forgot to scrub your back." Meanwhile, Li Fengmei had intended to lie comfortably at home, but was roused by a WeChat message from Li Jiate. "Ready to play? 3 players needed, hurry up." Li Fengmei rolled her eyes in annoyance at the 2 brief messages. She replied immediately, "No way, not in the mood." "Isn't your sister playing with you? The one from this afternoon? She's pretty good, right?" After sending the message, Li Fengmei tossed her phone aside, feeling irritated. Li Jiate's reply came quickly. "You mean that Da Xiao? I never added her as a friend in the first place. She's so lame she'd drag me down." Seeing this reply, the inexplicable rage in Li Fingyue's heart actually subsided a little. So he hadn't even added that green tea as a friend. Seems like this guy might genuinely be a clueless straight guy who just doesn't get it. As these thoughts swirled in Li Fingyue's mind, another face involuntarily flashed before her eyes. That man named Zhao Long and his magnetic voice. Brother Long. She found herself murmuring the nickname involuntarily, then felt her cheeks flush hot. She slapped her face sharply. What are you thinking about, Li Fingyue? Have you lost your mind? Li Fingyue shook her head, trying to shake that man's voice from her mind. But the harder she tried, the clearer it became. Li Fingyue sighed. Sleep was now completely out of the question. She climbed out of bed and opened Honor of Kings. Chapter 137, He's a Scumbag. On the game's main interface, Zhao Lon's profile picture appeared grayed out. Clearly, he wasn't online. Li Fingyue opened his profile page. Looking at the skin list, which was completely empty except for a few she had gifted him. An empty skin list, her heart inexplicably stirred. This man really didn't spend much on the game. Unlike that spendthrift Li Jiatii, whose in-game skins outnumbered even hers as a V10 player. A thought suddenly surfaced in Li Fingyue's mind. A man this exceptional was worth spending money on. Yes, he was worth it. Li Fingyue felt energized as if she'd been injected with adrenaline, immediately opening the game shop. Gift friend Grandmaster Zhao Yun Star Forged Radiance. Gift to friend Grandmaster by Li Shouyu Shattered Cloud. Gift to friend Big Boss. A flurry of gift notifications flashed across the screen. Like a madwoman, Li Fingyue bought every single skin available in the store for Zhao Long. In just a few minutes, thousands of yuan vanished. Staring at her bank balance, which had plummeted by more than half in an instant, Li Fingyue felt not a twinge of regret, but rather an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. She logged out of the game with satisfaction, already picturing Zhao Long's stunned and touched expression when he came online. Sure enough, not long after, Zhao Long's avatar lit up. His WeChat message followed immediately. Rich lady, got the skin. Thanks. A clinging to someone's leg emoji followed. Li Fingyue watched the words appear, her lips curling upward uncontrollably. Feeling the timing was right, she tentatively sent a message. So, wanna form a CP? After sending the message, Li Fingyue's heart leapt nervously into her throat. However, Zhao Long's reply felt like a bucket of cold water, instantly dousing the flame in her heart. Nah, I'm taking my little sister out tonight. We'll do OQ later. Li Fingyue stared at the message, her brows instantly furrowing. A wave of unease surged from the depths of her heart. Something was off. There was definitely something fishy going on. Alarm bells rang loudly in Li Fingyue's mind. She instantly transformed into Sherlock Holmes, launching her investigation. First, she clicked on Zhao Long's personal homepage, hoping to see his relationship status. However, the page displayed, the other party has hidden their close relationships. Hidden? This only made it more suspicious. Li Fingyue's heart sank. But she didn't give up. She kept scrolling down and clicked on Zhao Long's master apprentice list. Soon, a player with the ID Little Ella caught her attention. She immediately opened Little Ella's personal homepage and directly activated the spectator function. Although Zhao Long had hidden his close relationships, Little Ella had not hidden hers. When Li Fingyue saw the intimate relationship section clearly displaying lover, grandmaster, her mind went blank and she was completely stunned. Lover? They were actually in a romantic relationship? So he wasn't without a girlfriend after all. He'd simply kept his girlfriend hidden. Turns out, he wasn't some aloof genius after all. He was just a scumbag who basked in his girlfriend's adoration while flirting with other girls on the side. Li Fingyue recalled how she'd just spent thousands of yuan on him like some little cutie. An unprecedented wave of humiliation and rage surged through her heart. Li Fingyue trembled with rage, her eyes instantly reddening. She finally understood why her parents had always told her to choose a partner whose background she knew inside and out. Because only then could she avoid being deceived. She thought again of Li Jiatii, a man who might not be romantic, but at least he wouldn't cheat. Compared to this lying scumbag, that steel straight guy didn't seem so bad after all. Just then, Li Jiat's WeChat message popped up again. Finished. That green tea finally left. Hurry up, log in. I'll take you for a ride. Li Fingyue stared at the words, her heart churning with mixed emotions. She forced down the rage boiling inside and coldly replied with a single word. Screw you. After sending it, she immediately logged out of the game and tossed her phone aside. Meanwhile, Li Jiatii, waiting in the game lobby, was utterly dumbfounded. Get lost? Had this woman lost her mind? She was perfectly fine just a moment ago. How could she flip out so suddenly? Li Jiatii couldn't make heads or tails of it. He sent a few more messages, but they all went unanswered. Frustrated, he logged out of the game and vented his grievances in the group chat with his buddies. Damn, women's hearts are like needles at the bottom of the sea. She was fine just now, and now she's ignoring me. Yu Jun, who was video chatting with his girlfriend, saw the message and replied. What did you do to upset the lovely Fingyue? How should I know? Li Jiat looked utterly innocent. Just then, Sun Haotian, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly chimed in. Are you stupid? You took another girl to play games in front of her this afternoon. How could she be happy? Do you think all women are as heartless and carefree as you? Sun Haotian's words struck Li Jiat like a bolt of lightning, exploding inside his thick skull. He froze for a moment, then shrugged dismissively. It's just a game. Is it really that big of a deal? Besides, she's so bad at it. I was just trying to boost my rank. Sun Haotian stared at his self-righteous expression, utterly speechless. You deserve to be single. Shortly after, Yu Jun strolled over to Li Jiat's door with a plate of freshly sliced watermelon. He pushed open the door and saw Li Jiat sitting at his computer with a dark expression. What's the matter? Who's got our big shot Li upset now? Yu Jun walked over, placed the watermelon on the table, and asked with a sly grin. Get lost, Li Jiat said without turning his head, his eyes fixed on his phone screen. Yu Jun leaned in to look. The screen displayed the game lobby for Honor of Kings. But Li Jiat wasn't playing, he was endlessly refreshing his friends list. The avatar named Little Cowgirl remained gray. Oh, you said you weren't in the mood? Looks like you're sick with love, huh? Yu Jun picked up a slice of watermelon, took a bite, and teased him with a mouthful. You don't know. Li Jiate scratched his head in irritation. I just don't get it. How can a woman flip out like that? She was perfectly fine a minute ago. Yu Jun shook his head in exasperation at the stubborn blockhead's thick skull. Clearing his throat, he decided to enlighten this love-struck fool himself. Tell me, he pressed, what exactly do you feel for that Li Fengyue? Feelings? Li Jiate froze for a second before blurting out without thinking. She's great. Solid skills, straightforward personality, a solid partner for climbing the ranks. Chapter 138, Strike While the Iron is Hot. That's all? Yu Jun looked utterly incredulous. What else? Li Jiate retorted. Yu Jun stared at his self-righteous expression, utterly speechless. He began to reason with him gently. Think carefully. That afternoon when you took that girl named Ai Chow to play games, didn't Li Fengyue get upset? Then didn't she deliberately find another guy to flaunt their affection right in front of you? What does that prove? It proves she's jealous she cares about you. Yu Jun spoke with such fervor that saliva flew from his mouth, but Li Jiate listened with a completely bewildered expression. Jealous? Cares about me? How could that be? We're just hired fake lovers. Li Jiate scoffed dismissively, but his mind couldn't help but drift back. That inexplicable irritation he'd felt that afternoon watching Li Fengyue play games with that guy called Grandmaster. She just quit her job and is in a bad mood, taking it out on me. Li Jiate stubbornly defended himself. But despite his words, he found himself inexplicably unable to log out of the game. He just stared at that gray avatar, waiting for over half an hour. Finally, unable to hold back, he sent Li Fengyue another WeChat message. Are we still leveling up or not? I've been waiting forever. The message sent only fueled Li Fengyue's anger further. No way. Go find someone else. Li Jiate frowned slightly at the angry words. Yu Jun, standing nearby, urged him impatiently. Quick, go placate her. Under Yu Jun's urging, Li Jiate hesitantly sent another message. Alright, don't be mad. I'm sorry, is that good enough? How about this? Just the two of us, no one else. Deal? After sending the message, Li Jiat felt a strange sense of nervousness. Meanwhile, lying sulkily on her bed, Li Fengyue froze upon seeing the message. Just the two of us? Has this stubborn straight guy finally wised up? Images flooded her mind, Li Jiate shielding her from drinks that afternoon and his furious outburst in the game when she provoked him. Then she remembered that lying scumbag Zhou Long. She suddenly realized that her feelings toward Zhou Long were mostly anger over being deceived and resentment over the money she'd wasted on him. But the unease and irritation she felt at the thought of Li Jiat playing games with other girls was very real. So this was what jealousy felt like. Li Fengyue's heart was in turmoil. After a moment's hesitation, she finally replied. Wait, I'm logging in. In the game room, Li Jiate watched as that familiar avatar lit up. A heavy weight lifted from her heart. Neither spoke as they silently began the game. But the moment they entered the game, Li Jiate couldn't hold back. Hey, what happened with that guy called Grandmaster? He asked casually, but his ears perked up. What else could happen? He went off to play with his girlfriend. Who has time for me? Li Fengyue shot back irritably. But no sooner had the words left her mouth than she heard a soft chuckle escape Li Jiate. Though faint, the sound was sharply caught by her keen ears. What are you laughing at? Li Fengyue demanded. Nothing, Li Jiate hastily denied. Behind him, Yu Jun clapped his hand over his mouth, laughing so hard his shoulders shook. And you say you don't care? Look at your mouth, it's practically stretched to your ears. Yu Jun whispered in Li Jiat's ear, his voice hushed. Li Jia's face flushed crimson, and only then did he belatedly realize. He seemed to have developed something different for this woman named Li Fengyue. Ahem. He cleared his throat. To mask his awkwardness, he quickly began making moves in the game. Blue buff spawned. It's yours. Don't worry, I'll block the skills for you. Dare to mess with me? Just wait, I'll get revenge for you right away. For the rest of the game, Lee Jia-tae was like a completely different person. From a clueless, straight-laced guy, he transformed into an attentive, protective knight in shining armor. Under his protection, Li Fengyue dominated the mid lane, crushing any opposition in her path. Wow, I never would have guessed you're actually pretty good. Li Fengyue's mood lifted accordingly. For the first time ever, she even complimented Li Jia-tae herself. Of course. Who do you think I am? Li Jia-tae raised his eyebrows smugly. Alright, we know you're amazing, Wild King brother. Li Fengyue was amused by his cocky demeanor and playfully scolded him. Hearing those 4 words, Li Jia-tae felt his heart tingle and go all fuzzy. He realized he didn't dislike the nickname at all, he actually rather liked it. Yu Jun, watching the two of them acting all lovey-dovey, knew his chance had come. He quickly leaned in close to Li Jia's ear during a moment when Li Jia was distracted, whispering urgently. Bro, strike while the iron's hot. Quickly ask her if she wants to form a gaming CP, test her feelings. CP? Li Jia-tae froze for a moment before catching on. Right, that was a good idea. After the game ended, Li Jia-tae stared at the 2 big characters' victory on the screen and finally gathered his courage. He opened WeChat, his fingers tapping and tapping on the screen, deleting and rewriting several times. Finally, he sent the message. Wanna form a CP? After sending the message, Li Jia's heart leapt into his throat. Meanwhile, upon seeing the message, Li Fengyue was completely dumbfounded. He actually wanted to form a CP with her? Li Fengyue's heart stirred once more. In her eyes, forming a CP was no trivial matter. It meant that within the game world, the two of them would be bound together as an exclusive pair. Should she agree? But in reality, they were just hired fake lovers. As Li Fengyue wavered, torn between conflicting thoughts, a game invitation suddenly popped up on her phone screen. Big Shot invites you to join a ranked match. Seeing that ID, a surge of inexplicable anger flared up inside Li Fengyue. How dare this two-timing jerk have the nerve to invite her? Without a second thought, she tapped decline. But just as she was about to block the jerk, a thought flashed through her mind. If even a scumbag like him, who sleeps around, can have a significant other, why can't I? The thought crystallized her resolve instantly. She opened the chat window with Li Jia-tae, her fingers flying across the screen as she typed a few words before hitting send. Alright. Let's form the group now. Chapter 139, Double Payback. When Li Jia-tae saw Li Fengyue's reply, he was instantly thrilled. He promptly initiated a form intimate relationship request within the game. Li Fengyue accepted. The next second, a pink heart icon appeared beside both their avatars. Though it was only a level 1 relationship, that heart felt like a branding iron, searing itself deep into Li Jia's heart. Ahem, now that we're officially a couple, you can't play games alone with other guys anymore, okay? Li Jia-tae cleared his throat, adopting a righteous tone as he declared authoritatively over voice chat. Yu Jun, watching him act all smug and entitled from behind, couldn't help but roll his eyes. Li Fengyue heard this and felt utterly speechless inside. This hopelessly clueless guy really knew how to take advantage of the situation. But she had no energy to argue with him about this now. Her mind was consumed by a single thought, revenge. Fine, I can play only with you. Li Fengyue's eyes darted around as a mischievous idea instantly took hold. Right now, drag that guy called Grandmaster into our room. What? Li Jia-tae froze, his face a mask of disbelief. Why bring him? Didn't you say he's a scumbag? Precisely because he's a scumbag is why we need to bring him in. Li Fengyue sneered coldly, her tone dripping with contempt. I want him to see with his own eyes that this lady doesn't need him. I'll make him realize that the line of men chasing this lady stretches all the way to France. Li Jia-tae listened, utterly dumbfounded, though he didn't quite grasp the meaning. But he keenly grasped the crux of her words. That Li Fengyue was using him as a shield to spite that scumbag. The thought sent an inexplicable thrill through Li Jia's chest. Without another word, he pulled Zhao Long, the one calling himself Grandmaster, into the game chat. The moment Zhao Long entered the room, he spotted the glaring pink heart icon beside Li Jia and Li Fengyue's avatars. He was completely dumbfounded. CP? When did these two get together? Before he could process it, Li Fengyue's high-pitched voice crackled over the team voice chat. Oh dear, Jia-tae, why did you drag an outsider into this? I just wanted to play with you alone. That sickeningly sweet falsetto made Zhao Long's skin crawl. Li Jia-tae was stunned speechless, but he forced back his laughter and played along. Sweetie, don't be upset. I just wanted to show certain people what it means to be taken. The two of them played their parts so convincingly that Zhao Long, standing nearby, nearly threw up on the spot from disgust. Without a word, he exited the room, not even bothering to say goodbye. Watching the grayed-out profile picture, Li Fengyue felt a surge of vengeful satisfaction. It felt so damn good. Alright, the nuisance is gone. Let's get started. Li Fengyue's mood instantly cleared like clouds parting to reveal sunshine. Li Jia-tae watched her triumphant expression and felt a surge of satisfaction himself. Yu Jun, standing nearby, couldn't help but mutter under his breath at the pair's lovey-dovey display. And you say you're not interested in her? Looks like you're completely hooked, kid. After the game ended, Li Jiatie suddenly asked as if remembering something. Oh, right. Didn't you quit your job? What are your plans now? Nothing much. Just plan to lounge around at home for a while. Li Fengyue stretched lazily, her voice thick with languor. My parents can support me anyway. Li Jiate's eyes lit up instantly at those words. Opportunity. Well, I happen to have a money-making gig available. Want to consider it? What kind of job? Li Fengyue asked, puzzled. Just keep pretending to be my girlfriend and meet my parents. Li Jia's voice trailed off, growing quieter and more hesitant. Get lost. Li Fengyue refused without a second thought. I already went out of my way to save your face at the wedding. You think you can push your luck even further? Hey, hold on before you say no, Li Jiatie hurriedly interjected. This time it's different. It's paid work. How about 10,000 yuan per meeting? Li Fengyue paused, then scoffed dismissively. You think I'm a beggar? You think 10,000 yuan will buy me off? It's not just about the 10,000, Li Jiatie hastily explained. My parents said that if I bring a girlfriend home, they'll reimburse double the cost of any gifts I buy her. Meaning whatever you have your eye on, I'll buy it for you. My parents will cover it as long as it doesn't exceed 1 million. Seriously? Li Fengyue's eyes lit up instantly. Her mind immediately flashed back to the Hermes Birkin bag she'd spotted in the mall just days ago, one worth over 100,000 yuan. Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? Li Jiatie patted his chest in assurance. So, how's that deal? Pretty sweet, huh? Li Fengyue's heart began to pound wildly. All she had to do was pretend to be his girlfriend, and she'd get a bag worth over 100,000 yuan for free. It was like manna from heaven. Deal. Li Fengyue agreed without hesitation. They agreed on the spot to meet the parents in a couple of days. Meanwhile, the next morning, Li Yu and Gu Yueyan arrived at the community health center in Jiangning City with their 4 children. The moment the 1.8 million yuan Mercedes-Benz motorhome pulled up at the entrance, it drew everyone's attention. Holy crap, who's that? What a grand entrance. No clue. Judging by that license plate, they're no ordinary folks. As Li Yu and Gu Yueyan, surrounded by 4 nannies, pushing the quadruplet-specific stroller down the steps of the motorhome. The surrounding murmurs instantly reached a fever pitch. Good heavens, quadruplets! What kind of family could possibly afford to raise 4 children? Li Yu had long grown accustomed to the envious stares around him. He carried his eldest child straight into the vaccination room. The nurses inside were startled by the sight. She hurried over warmly and arranged for 4 nurses to administer shots to all 4 babies simultaneously. But the moment the needles went in, wah! A heart-wrenching wail instantly filled the entire vaccination room. The 4 little ones wailed so fiercely their faces were smeared with tears and snot. Gu Yueyan's heart broke at the sight, her eyes instantly reddening. Li Yu quickly pulled her into his arms, whispering soothing words. After finally getting the shots done, the family hurried back to the RV. The 4 little ones, likely exhausted from crying, fell into a deep sleep the moment they got in. Gazing at their peaceful, tear-streaked faces, an indescribable sense of fulfillment welled up in Li Yu's heart. Just then, that cold, mechanical alert tone echoed once more in his mind. Chapter 140, An Unexpected Encounter. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the Baby Health Guardian mission. Your paternal love points have skyrocketed. System special reward, 1 million yuan in cash. Li Yu glanced at the deposit notification in his mobile banking app, inwardly delighted. This money was too easy to earn. He then carefully started the motorhome and drove steadily toward Tiannan Bay. He feared even the slightest bump might disturb the sleep of his 4 precious little ones. Meanwhile, at the Gutian Tower within Longchen Tower, Gu Shuyan, dressed in a crisp, professional waitress uniform, bustled through the busy kitchen. A sweet smile graced her face as she deftly assisted the chefs. Her diligent and hard-working demeanor earned nods of approval from Gu Jianjun, who watched nearby. That girl Shuyan, it seems she's truly grown up and become sensible. Yet he remained unaware. In the corners he couldn't see, a cold, icy glint flickered deep within Gu Shuyan's eyes. As she washed the vegetables, she schemed over her vicious plan in her mind. I will seize control of this shop and become a formidable businesswoman. Then I'll show Li Yu that I'm 100 times better than that useless ornament Gu Yueyan. I refuse to believe he won't be moved by a woman as intelligent, capable, and beautiful as me. This Longchen Tower, this man, everything will be mine. A cold, triumphant smile curled at the corner of Gu Shuyan's lips. She had already conducted preliminary investigations. The manager of this store had no significant background. With just a little maneuvering, she could easily sideline him. Then, step by step, she would seize complete control of the store. Meanwhile, after settling the 4 babies, who had been crying their hearts out, back home, it was already afternoon. Li Yu gazed at his wife Gu Yueyan's reddened eyes, filled with heartache for the children, and offered gentle words of comfort. Honey, let's go. We need to buy supplies for your upcoming training courses. Gu Yuan nodded, her mood still somewhat low. When they reached the garage, Li Yu suddenly remembered. The most expensive car had been driven out early that morning by his father, Li Jianguo. As for the red Mercedes-AMG GT, it was far too flashy. After some thought, Li Yu finally drove out a Mercedes-Benz E-Class worth only a few 100,000 yuan from the corner of the garage. The car drove smoothly all the way, finally stopping at the entrance of Longchen Tower. Just as Li Yu parked and prepared to exit with his wife, a female voice filled with surprise and a hint of sharpness suddenly rang out from nearby. Well, if it isn't our former campus beauty from Jiangning University, Gu Yuan? Hearing this familiar yet unfamiliar voice, Gu Yuan instinctively frowned. She turned her head to see a woman dressed in a Chanel suit, her face adorned with meticulous, heavy makeup. She was walking toward Gu Yuan in high heels, a fake smile plastered on her face. Behind the woman followed a young man in a suit, his hair slicked back and face powdered. He had just stepped out of a Porsche 911 worth millions, holding a large bouquet of bright red roses. Wu Yenyue? Gu Yuan recognized the woman. It was her college classmate who had constantly competed with her and disliked her. As for the man, he was the wealthy second-generation heir who had once pursued her relentlessly. But he was the rich second-generation heir, Sun Jihao, whom she had rejected multiple times. What a coincidence, Yuan. You're out shopping too? Wu Yenyue said it was a coincidence, but her eyes were filled with scrutiny. Scrutinizing Li Yu and the Mercedes-Benz worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. When her gaze settled on the car's model, a flash of undisguised contempt and disdain flickered deep within her eyes. And who might this be? Wu Yenyue asked with feigned curiosity, her gaze settling on Li Yu. This is my husband, Li Yu. Gu Yuan introduced him with a hint of awkwardness. Oh, so it's Mr. Li. Wu Yenyue drew out her tone, a hint of amusement playing across her smiling face. I heard you were married. I thought it was just a rumor, but it turns out it's true. As she spoke, she deliberately straightened her posture and pushed Sun Jihao, who stood beside her, forward. Let me introduce you to my boyfriend, Sun Jihao. He just returned from studying abroad. Yuan, long time no see. Sun Jihao wore a smug grin he likely thought was charming. Yet his eyes were fixed on Gu Yuan with a lecherous glint. Especially when his gaze lingered on her voluptuous curves, his Adam's apple visibly bobbed. Seeing this, Li Yu's eyes instantly turned cold. A surge of icy fury erupted from the depths of his heart. Without a word, he stepped forward, shielding his wife Gu Yuan completely behind him. His towering frame completely blocked that aggressive, lecherous gaze. Sun Jihao's expression stiffened slightly. Meanwhile, Wu Yenyue, witnessing her boyfriend's uncharacteristic display, a flame of jealousy instantly surged within her. She shot Sun Jihao a fierce glare before forcibly pulling him back, cursing inwardly. This useless piece of trash can't even walk straight when he sees that vixen Gu Yuan. If it weren't for the fact that his family still held some value to her, she wouldn't bother associating with scum like him. Wu Yenyue's heart brimmed with contempt and disdain. But she quickly composed herself, slipping back into her fake, insincere smile. Oh, Yuan, Wu Yenyue said suddenly, as if remembering something. Tonight, our department happens to have a class reunion at the nearby Linton Hotel. You absolutely must come and bring your husband along so we can all get to know him properly. She deliberately emphasized the word husband, the mockery implicit in her tone unmistakable. Gu Yuan was naturally introverted and disliked such gatherings. And she instinctively opened her mouth to decline. No thanks, I've got 4 little ones to look after at home. I won't be joining you. Oh, you have kids already? Wu Yenyue covered her mouth in feigned surprise, her expression brimming with schadenfreude. I heard your husband splurged $1 billion to win you over, bought you a one-of-a-kind pink diamond as a betrothal gift. What? He's so rich, yet he can't even afford a nanny? Wu Yenyue's voice was neither loud nor soft, yet it was loud enough for everyone passing by to hear clearly. Or was that whole 10 billion yuan dowry just a load of hot air? If you don't have the diamond drill, don't take on the porcelain job, right, Yuan? Wu Yenyue's words made Gu Yuan tremble with rage. Just then, Li Yu, who had remained silent all along, finally spoke up. Fine. Let's go. Chapter 141, Birds of a Feather. Li Yu's face still bore that same carefree smile. Yet within his deep, piercing eyes lay a chill as cold as ice. Wu Yenyue felt a sudden chill run through her at the oppressive intensity of his gaze. She quickly regained her composure, assuming he was merely putting on a brave face to save face. A sinister smirk curled at the corners of her mouth. Very well, then. We'll be waiting for your distinguished presence at the Linton Hotel this evening. I just fear you won't dare to show up. Li Yu couldn't be bothered with such a clown. He took his wife's hand and turned to walk into the Longchen building. Honey, don't let people like that get to you. It's not worth it. Gu Yuan gazed at her husband's broad back and those warm, strong hands. The resentment and anger in her heart dissipated almost entirely. She nodded and squeezed his hand tightly in return. Wu Yenyue watched their retreating figures, her smile growing increasingly smug and venomous. In her eyes, most rumors about Gu Yueyan marrying a top tycoon were false. She believed Li Yu was merely a man with a little money, still a poor schmuck in her eyes. At the upcoming class reunion, she would thoroughly humiliate him. Then, Wu Yenyue turned her head to look at Sun Jihao, who was still staring at Gu Yueyan's retreating figure with a dazed expression. A surge of anger flared within her. What are you staring at? She's long gone. Wu Yenyue snapped irritably. Still harboring those thieving thoughts for that vixen? Sun Jihao jolted awake at the shout, snapping back to reality. Seeing Wu Yenyue's darkened expression, fear made his heart pound wildly. No, Yenyue, don't misunderstand. Just what? Wu Yenyue sneered coldly, her tone dripping with contempt and disdain. Sun Jihao, I warn you, don't forget your place. If it weren't for our Wu family investing in your company, your shambles of a business would have gone bankrupt long ago. Everything you eat, wear, and use, it's all thanks to me. You're nothing but a dog I keep on a leash. What gives you the right to be so fickle in front of me? Wu Yenyue's words instantly drained the color from Sun Jihao's face. He clenched his fists tightly, a flash of humiliation and resentment flickering deep in his eyes. But in the end, he loosened his grip and forced a smile that looked more like a grimace than a genuine expression of flattery. Yes. Yenyue, don't be angry. It's all my fault. As he spoke, he hurriedly jogged over and opened the portiere door for Wu Yenyue. His obsequious demeanor resembled that of a well-trained servant. Wu Yenyue snorted coldly and slid into the car. Only then did Sun Jihao dare to take the driver's seat and start the engine. Gu Yueyan, you just wait. Wu Yenyue stared out the window at the rapidly receding scenery, a sickly, maniacal grin spreading across her face. Tonight, I'll make sure you become the laughingstock of our alumni. Meanwhile, Li Yu entered the Longchen building with his wife. This was Jiangning City's premier shopping center, the Grand Donlai Mall. Originally, Li Yu had planned to bring Gu Yueyan here to buy some notebooks and pens for class. They could also browse the shops and relax a bit. But after being disrupted by that pair of dogs, Wu Yenyue and her lover, all his mood vanished. The two found a window seat in the mall's third-floor cafe. Gu Yueyan stared out the window, still fuming, her pouty lips turned up high. Still angry at that kind of person? It's not worth it. Li Yu took a sip of his coffee, his voice brimming with affection. I just can't figure out why she targeted me at every turn back in college. Gu Yueyan turned her head, her beautiful big eyes brimming with hurt and confusion. When I won first place in the school dance competition, she insisted on reporting me for bribing the judges. When I won a scholarship, she spread rumors behind my back, saying I had an inappropriate relationship with the department chair. I really don't understand what I ever did to offend her that she had to target me like that. Li Yu couldn't help but smile at his wife's adorable, earnest expression. He reached out and gently tickled the tip of her pert nose. Silly girl, what's so hard to understand? You're prettier than her, you have a better figure, and even the way you walk has more grace than hers. If she's not jealous of you, then who else would she be jealous of? Li Yu cut straight to the heart of the matter. There are always those in this world who can't stand seeing others do better than themselves. Wu Yenyue was clearly one of them. Gu Yueyan froze for a moment before realizing it too. It seemed that was exactly the case. Honey, you really understand things. Hearing those words, the slight pang of resentment in Gu Yueyan's heart instantly vanished. She leaned in and gently kissed Li Yu on the cheek. Oh, right, honey. Gu Yueyan suddenly spoke up, as if remembering something. I remember when Wu Yenyue was in college, she and my best friend Li Fengyue were pretty estranged too. Do you think she might have invited Fengyue too? I still haven't gotten a call from Fengyue. She must know about this, right? The more Gu Yueyan thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. She quickly pulled her phone from her bag and dialed Fengyue's number. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered. Hello? Who is this? In broad daylight, trying to wake me up. Li Fengyue's voice came through, thick with the grogginess of someone just waking up. Fengyue, it's me, Yueyan. Are you still sleeping? Gu Yueyan couldn't help but laugh upon hearing her best friend's familiar voice. Yueyan? Holy cow, you finally remembered me. Li Fengyue on the other end instantly sobered up at the sound of Gu Yueyan's voice. Do you know what? I haven't slept a wink since your wedding day. Every night I dream about your husband's red Mercedes-Benz G-Class and that pink diamond ring on your finger bigger than a pigeon's egg. You little rich girl, have you forgotten your poor sister? Li Fengyue ranted breathlessly on the other end. Gu Yueyan giggled at her dramatic display. Alright, my bad. I'll treat you to a big meal to make it up to you sometime. Let's get down to business. Wu Yenyue organized a class reunion tonight. It's at the Linton Hotel. Did you know about this? What? Wu Yenyue? That green tea? Li Fengyue's voice shot up several octaves on the other end of the line. She's organizing a reunion? Does she even deserve that? And she's with that Sun Jihao guy now, Gu Yueyan added. Holy. Is that for real? Li Fengyue was utterly stunned. Sun Jihao, that greasy guy? He used to chase after you like a dog, and now he's actually hooking up with Wu Yenyue? Those two really are birds of a feather. Birds of a feather flock together. Chapter 142, I'll cover everything. Exactly. We ran into them at the mall entrance earlier. She totally grossed us out. My husband was so furious he agreed for me, saying he'd attend the party tonight. Fengyue, you absolutely have to come help me. I can't handle this alone. Gu Yueyan briefly recounted the incident to her best friend. On the other end of the line, Li Fengyue let out a wail after hearing the story. Oh my goodness, Yueyan, you're killing me. Do you realize I spent my entire month's allowance just to attend your wedding last time? I'm broke as a joke right now. How am I supposed to afford a party outfit? If I show up in this cheap outfit, won't that green tea Wu Yenyue laugh me to death? Li Fengyue poured out her woes on the other end of the line. But no sooner had she finished speaking. A large hand with prominent knuckles reached over from the side and took the phone from Gu Yueyan's hand. Li Fengyue, it's Li Yu. Li Yu's deep, magnetic voice came through the phone. Head to the Donglai Mall and Longchan Plaza immediately. Pick out the most expensive clothes and accessories you can find. Don't worry about the cost, I'll cover it. We absolutely cannot let anyone look down on us. Li Fengyue on the other end froze for a full 10 seconds before registering the words. An indescribable surge of elation instantly flooded her heart. This was a billionaire tycoon, and he'd personally offered to cover the bill? Li Fengyue nearly leapt off the bed in excitement. I guarantee I'll complete the task. I'll be there within 15 minutes. After hanging up, Li Fengyue glanced at the time on her phone screen. She didn't even have time to wash her face or brush her teeth. She grabbed a t-shirt and jeans, threw them on, slipped into a pair of slippers, and dashed out the door. 15 minutes later. When Li Yu and Gu Yueyan saw Li Fengyue appear at the mall entrance, her hair a tangled mess like a bird's nest, and still had sleep in her eyes, panting heavily at the mall entrance. Both couldn't help but burst out laughing. Oh my god, I'm exhausted. Li Fengyue gasped, one hand on her waist and the other propping up her knee. Brother-in-law, do you still stand by what you said earlier? Of course it does. Li Yu smiled as he watched her adorable, money-hungry expression and nodded. Whatever catches your eye today, just take it. I'll cover everything. Wow, brother-in-law, you're so generous. Li Fengyue exclaimed excitedly. She turned and hugged Gu Yueyan beside her, her face radiating pure, unadulterated envy. Yueyan, did you save the galaxy in a past life? How did you end up with such a heavenly husband? Handsome, wealthy, and so considerate, he's the absolute pinnacle of perfection. Gu Yueyan couldn't help but laugh at her exaggerated reaction, a happy smile spreading across her own face. Alright, stop teasing me. Come on, let's head to my dad's restaurant for dinner. We need to fuel up before the real battle begins. Gu Yueyan took Li Fengyue's hand and turned toward Gu Tianlu downstairs. The two women walked hand in hand, chattering away ahead, leaving Li Yu all alone behind. Li Yu watched his wife's radiant smile, which seemed to come straight from her heart, and felt warmth spread through his own chest. He could tell Gu Yueyan and this friend named Li Fengyue shared a genuine, deep bond. Since she was his wife's good friend, she was naturally his friend too. Love extends to all connected to the beloved, and as the husband, he certainly couldn't be stingy. Li Yu led Gu Yueyan and Li Fengyue straight downstairs to Gu Tianlu. The moment they reached the entrance, a voice sweet enough to make one sick drifted over. Brother-in-law, you're here. Li Fengyue looked up and immediately spotted Gu Shuyan, dressed in a waitress uniform. Her heart skipped a beat and her guard shot up instantly. This scheming woman, how could she be so persistent? She sensed something off about her at the wedding, and now she actually followed them here. Li Fengyue instinctively stepped forward, discreetly blocking Gu Shuyan from view. Yet, Gu Shuyan's eyes were fixed solely on Li Yu. Like a fluttering butterfly, she emerged from behind the front desk, aiming to draw closer to Li Yu. Brother-in-law, are you here for dinner? I'll arrange the best private room for you. Li Yu's brow furrowed imperceptibly. He sidestepped effortlessly, avoiding her advance, and pulled his wife, Gu Yueyan, into his embrace. Yes, accompanying your sister and her friend for dinner. Li Yu's voice betrayed no emotion, yet carried an icy detachment that kept others at arm's length. Gu Shuyan's smile froze momentarily before quickly resuming its sweet appearance. Cousin, you're here too. Only then did she greet Gu Yueyan warmly, as if she had just noticed her. Fengyue, this is my cousin, Gu Shuyan. Gu Yueyan introduced them with a hint of awkwardness. Shuyan, this is my best friend, Li Fengyue. Hello, Sister Fengyue. Gu Shuyan greeted her sweetly, but her eyes darted quickly over Li Fengyue's entire appearance. When she noticed the faded t-shirt that had been washed to the point of whiteness and the cheap slippers on her feet, a flash of undisguised contempt flickered deep in her eyes. Li Fengyue, however, was so disgusted by that sister that she nearly vomited on the spot. She inwardly scoffed, who the hell are you calling sister? Don't go trying to claim kinship. But she still responded politely, hello. So, brother-in-law, Sister Fengyue, please follow me. I've reserved a private room for you on the 3rd floor. It's quiet and secluded, Gu Shuyan said warmly. She led the three into an elegantly decorated private room and personally poured them tea. My second uncle has stepped out on business today. Please take your seats and order first. I'll have the dishes served shortly. After saying this, Gu Shuyan turned and stepped out, returning to her position at the front desk. Inside the private room, Li Fengyue glanced at the closed door and curled her lip in disdain. I see it now, your cousin has ulterior motives. The way she looks at you, it's like she's practically staring at your husband. Gu Yuan gave a slightly helpless smile. Fengyue, don't say that. That's just her personality. What personality? The personality of a green tea girl? Li Fengyue retorted bluntly. Yuan, I'm telling you, you'd better keep a close eye on your husband. Don't let that fox spirit slip through the cracks. Li Yu couldn't help but laugh at the adorable look of helplessness on his wife's face. Don't worry, your brother-in-law here isn't so easily fooled. The three chatted while ordering, then handed the menu to the nearby waiter once they were done. Soon, one dish after another, each a feast for the eyes, nose, and palate, was brought to the table. Chapter 143, Arranging Surveillance. My goodness, Juan, the food at your place is absolutely incredible. Li Fengyue picked up a piece of the signature dongpa pork and popped it into her mouth. The melt-in-your-mouth tenderness made her eyes crinkle with pure bliss. If you opened a restaurant back in our hometown, it would definitely be a huge hit. A proud smile spread across Gu Yuan's face. Of course. Our Gu Tianlu has over a century of family-handed-down craftsmanship. My dad has taken the original recipe and adapted it to modern tastes, making plenty of improvements and innovations. Then you'd better learn well from your father. Li Fengyue said, picking up another piece of sweet and sour pork. You're the only daughter in the family. This entire business will be yours someday. Gu Yuan glanced happily at Li Yu beside her upon hearing this. No need for me to learn, my husband will handle the management. He said he'll take over all the family business. All I need to do is focus on being an artist's wife and pursue my dreams. Holy crap! Li Fengyue listened, filled with envy. Brother-in-law, what kind of divine husband is this? He's handsome, wealthy, and so considerate, and best of all, he supports his wife's dreams. Yuan, how many incense sticks did you burn in your past life? Li Fengyue felt her teeth were practically aching from envy. Ah, these are just things a husband should do, Li Yu replied with a faint smile. The meal concluded in a relaxed and cheerful atmosphere. After eating their fill, the trio prepared to leave for a shopping spree at the mall upstairs. As they reached the entrance, Gu Yuan glanced at Gu Shuyan standing at the front desk and casually asked out of courtesy. Shuyan, we're heading upstairs to shop. Want to join us? Sure. Without hesitation, Gu Shuyan agreed immediately, her face lighting up with surprise and anticipation. However, the moment the words left her mouth, she caught the strangely shifting expressions in Li Yu and Li Fengyue's eyes. Gu Shuyan's heart skipped a beat. Only then did she realize she might have seemed too eager. She quickly waved her hands, forcing a sweet smile as she explained. Oh, I was just joking with you guys. I'm swamped with work right now, I don't have time to go shopping. You two go ahead and have fun. Li Fengyue watched her feeble attempt to cover up her true feelings and sneered inwardly. At least you know when to back off. The three said nothing more and turned toward the mall elevators. Gu Shuyan stood rooted to the spot, watching their backs as they walked away, their closeness unmistakable. Especially when she saw Li Yu's large hand casually draped around Gu Yuan's waist. A wave of maddening jealousy and resentment surged through her. The sweet smile on her face vanished without a trace, replaced by an icy glare. Why should Gu Yuan get all this so easily? I refuse to accept it. Gu Yuan, just you wait. I will take everything you have right now. Just as the flames of jealousy burned fiercely within Gu Shuyan's heart, Li Yu, walking ahead, seemed to suddenly recall something. He whipped his head around, his gaze locking precisely onto Gu Shuyan. Their eyes met, and Gu Shuyan's expression changed abruptly. That icy, venomous expression instantly transformed into her usual sweet, harmless smile. Brother-in-law, what's wrong? Did you forget something? Her voice remained as sweet and crisp as ever. Li Yu watched her Oscar-worthy speed at changing expressions and sneered inwardly. What was this scheming woman up to now? He said nothing, only gave her a meaningful look. Then he turned and continued walking toward the elevator. Subsequently, Li Yu discreetly pulled out his phone. He sent a message to Shuizhan, the head of Zhonghualong Security. Keep an eye on someone for me, Gu Shuyan, currently at Gu Tianlu. Monitor her every move. Roger that, Chairman Li. Shuizhan's reply came back almost instantly. Li Yu slipped his phone back into his pocket, his gaze returning to its previous mildness. The three walked side by side, soon entering the dazzlingly diverse Donglai Mall. Li Fengyue's eyes nearly popped out of her head at the luxury goods priced in the 5- and 6-figure ranges. After browsing here and there, the trio stepped into a Chanel boutique. Li Fengyue gazed at the beautiful clothes and handbags, suddenly deflated again. She tugged at Gu Yuan's sleeve and whispered softly. Yuan, maybe I shouldn't go tonight after all. What's wrong? Gu Yuan asked, puzzled. You two are such a perfect pair. If I go alone, won't I just be the third wheel? Li Fengyue looked utterly dejected. That green tea Wu Yenue will definitely use this to mock me again. Gu Yuan couldn't help but laugh at her gloomy expression. Why don't you just find yourself a boyfriend? Like I don't want one? Li Fengyue rolled her eyes, looking utterly miserable. You know perfectly well my reputation for being gold digging has already spread like wildfire throughout my entire social circle. What blind fool would dare pursue me now? Gu Yueyan thought about it and realized she was probably right. She turned her head, looking at Li Yu with curiosity. Honey, do you know why Fengyue has this reputation? No idea. Li Yu shook his head. It's all because I was forced into it. Li Fengyue sighed and began pouring out her grievances. Back then, there was this rich kid I didn't like. He stuck to me like glue, pestering me every single day. To make him give up, I deliberately took him to a luxury boutique, pointed at a bag costing hundreds of thousands, and told him to buy it for me. I meant to scare him off, but guess what happened? The guy did get scared off, but he went around telling everyone I was a gold digger who only cared about money. I couldn't be bothered to explain myself, so that reputation just stuck. Li Yu couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. This Li Fengyue sure was a woman of passion. Just then, Li Fengyue's phone buzzed. She pulled it out to find an unfamiliar WeChat group invitation. Clicking it open, she discovered it was a temporary group created by Wu Yenue specifically for the evening's class reunion. The group owner, Wu Yenue, posted an announcement. Hey everyone, tonight at 7 p.m., Relton Hotel. See you there. Rose emoji. Relton Hotel? Li Yu's eyebrow twitched imperceptibly at the sight of those 4 characters. Only then did he recall wasn't that the property previously rewarded by the system? Oh no. Now I definitely can't go. Li Fengyue let out a wail upon seeing the group message. The Linton Hotel is the top-tier 5-star establishment in Jiangning City. Only the wealthy or influential dine there. If I show up there alone, won't that green tea Wu Yenue laugh her teeth out? Chapter 144, Backup Boyfriend. Who said you're single? Gu Yueyan's eyes twinkled mischievously as she replied. Don't you still have a backup boyfriend? Backup boyfriend? Li Yu froze, his face filled with confusion. Honey, you didn't know? Gu Yueyan leaned close to Li Yu's ear and briefly explained the absurd little affair between Li Fengyue and Li Jiati. What was this cattle and horse mutual aid forum? What was this scheme of pretending to be a girlfriend to fool her parents? What was this pay-per-use arrangement? Li Yu listened, utterly dumbfounded. The look in his eyes as he glanced at Li Fengyue instantly turned peculiar. His gaming-obsessed, clueless cousin actually pulled off such a bold move? Ahem, brother-in-law, please don't tell anyone about this. Li Fengyue felt uneasy under Li Yu's gaze and quickly waved her hands. Li Jiata and I signed a contract, it's purely a business arrangement. I help him get money from his parents, and he pays me a fee. We both get what we need. Li Yu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at her pathetic attempt to cover her tracks. These two really were a perfect pair of clowns. Fengyue, why do I feel like the way you look at Jiati is different? Gu Yueyan cut straight to the heart of the matter. What are you talking about? Li Fengyue bristled instantly, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. What could I possibly feel for him? That clueless guy besides gaming, what else can he even do? Is that so? Li Yu smiled faintly, his tone laden with meaning. My cousin might be a bit slow sometimes, but he's got a good heart. If you're really interested in him, you'd better take the initiative. Otherwise, with that blockhead of his, he'll never catch on in this lifetime. Who has feelings for him? Li Fengyue's words remained defiant, yet her cheeks flushed involuntarily. Unbidden images flooded her mind, Li Jiata shielding her from toasts at the wedding. And in the game, that wild king brother who constantly complained but silently protected her all along. But it felt like something was just off. Alright, stop hesitating. Hurry up. Gu Yueyan pulled out her phone and shoved it into Li Fengyue's hand. Text your backup boyfriend right now and have him come rescue you tonight. Under the relentless stares of the two, Li Fengyue had no choice but to grit her teeth and open the chat window with Li Jiat. Her fingers tapped on the screen, deleting and rewriting several times. Finally, she sent a message. There's a class reunion tonight. Need a last-minute rescue. Can you make it? Barely 3 seconds after sending the message, Li Jiat's reply came rushing back. Oh, suddenly remember me? Your boy here is your personal boyfriend. My appearance fee is pretty steep. Li Fengyue rolled her eyes in exasperation at the words. Cut the crap. One word, coming or not? Coming. Of course I'm coming. Li Jiati replied instantly. But I have a condition too. What condition? I'll go with you to meet your classmates, but you have to go with me to meet my parents. Li Fengyue froze upon seeing the message. She thought it over. Since she'd already agreed to his request before, what difference would this one make? Deal. With the date partner issue settled, Li Fengyue's mood instantly cleared up. She tucked her phone back into her pocket and flashed an OK sign at Li Yu and Gu Yueyan. It's settled. My go-to boyfriend will be there on time tonight. That's wonderful. Gu Yueyan exclaimed, hugging her excitedly. But Li Fengyue's tone shifted, and a frown returned to her face. That woman, Wu Yenue, loves to compare and show off. If I go alone, she'll find every way to mock me. And if I bring a boyfriend? She'll tear me to shreds. Well then, Liu smiled faintly, his tone brimming with unquestionable authority. Since we're going, we have to put on a good show. Not only do you need to look your best, but my cousin needs to be dressed to the nines too. Tonight, your mission is to thoroughly humiliate her. Let her see what real high society is all about. Hurry up and get him to buy some clothes too, I'll cover it. Li Yu's words instantly ignited Li Fengyue's blood. Right. With my brother-in-law, this god-tier rich guy, backing me up, what the hell do I have to fear from her? Got it. Li Fengyue nodded firmly, her face radiating determination. I'll have my personal boyfriend roll over here to join us right now. Without another word, Li Fengyue openly Jiat's WeChat again. My go-to-boyfriend, hurry to Longchin Tower, Donglai Mall. Something good is happening. After sending the message, Li Fengyue paused and added another line. Your cousin Liu is picking up the tab for the entire place today. Don't miss out. This second message hit like a depth charge. Li Jiat, who was idly playing games in his rented apartment, stared wide-eyed the moment he saw the message. His cousin Liu was picking up the tab? That meant it was practically free. His cousin was loaded anyway, time to milk him for all he was worth. Hold on, 15 minutes, I'll be right there. Li Jiat replied to the message, not even bothering to quit the game, and sprang up from his gaming chair. He rushed into the closet, threw on what he considered his sharpest outfit, and dashed out the door. Sure enough, in less than 15 minutes. Li Jiat drove up, executed a perfect drift, and pulled up at the entrance of Longchin Tower. Sporting a pair of aviator sunglasses, he strode into the mall with deliberate nonchalance. Soon inside the Donglai Mall, he spotted Liu and the others waiting at the Chanel store. I'm here. Li Jiat stepped into the store, removed his sunglasses, and raised an eyebrow at Li Fengyue. Her eyes rolled at his smug expression. Just then, a commotion erupted at the store entrance. A middle-aged man in a suit, accompanied by a dozen or so individuals who appeared to be mall executives. He hurried toward them, his face etched with urgency. Manager Tan? Liu glanced at the man leading the group, his eyebrow lifting imperceptibly. The man was none other than Tan Qiming, the general manager of Dadonglai Mall. The moment Tan Qiming entered, his gaze locked onto Liu. Just as he was about to approach with a fawning greeting, he suddenly caught Liu's subtle, warning glance. Tan Qiming's heart skipped a beat. He instantly understood. The big boss was conducting an incognito inspection, unwilling to reveal his identity. His sharp mind began racing at full speed. The next second, Tan Qiming's face instantly broke into a professional yet warm smile. He strode quickly toward Liu, excitedly extending both hands to grasp Liu's. Sir, congratulations. Congratulations. Chapter 145, Free for All. What am I being congratulated for? Liu feigned confusion at the scene. Sir, you are the 199th lucky customer at our Grand Donglai Mall today. Tan Qiming's voice was filled with exaggerated delight. To show our appreciation to our valued customers, our mall has specially launched this promotion today. As our lucky customer, all purchases made today by you and your friends within the mall will be completely free. No restrictions on categories or amounts, everything is on the house. Tan Qiming's words landed like a bombshell. Instantly, the entire Chanel boutique fell into dead silence. The wealthy ladies browsing nearby all turned to stare in shock. Their eyes brimmed with envy, jealousy, and resentment. Everything free? What kind of divine luck was this? Li Fengyue and Li Jiatie were utterly dazed by this unexpected windfall. Is this real? Li Fengyue stammered, feeling as though she were in a dream. Of course it's real. Tan Qiming pulled a black business card from his pocket and presented it to Liu with both hands. Sir, here's my card. For you and your friends, any purchases made today at any store. Simply present this card, and the charges will be added directly to my account. Liu watched Tan Qiming's flawless performance and silently nodded in approval. This Tan Qiming was indeed a capable talent. Well, thank you, Manager Tan. Liu accepted the card without a flicker of emotion, his face breaking into a perfectly measured look of surprise. Tan Qiming exchanged a few more polite words before leading his entourage away in a grand procession. The moment he was gone, Li Fengyue burst into excitement. Oh my gosh, we're rich! We're rich! She bounced around the store like a mad rabbit. Then she rushed straight to the sales assistant. Pointing at the clothes and bags she'd admired earlier, she declared with unbridled enthusiasm. This one, and this one, wrap them all up for me. No need to try them on. I'm in a generous mood today, I'll take everything. Her extravagant display made Li Jia's eyelids twitch uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan giggled at her best friend's exaggerated display. Unlike Li Fengyue's wild spending spree, she carefully selected 2 dresses she liked and the latest handbag model. For the next hour, Li Fengyue went on a full-blown shopping spree. Like a wild horse breaking free from its reins, she dragged Gu Yuan from the first floor all the way up to the 5th. Wherever they went, nothing was left untouched. Clothes, shoes, handbags, cosmetics, jewelry. She didn't even glance at the price tags. Anything that caught her eye was immediately bagged by the sales assistants. Li Jiatii became the dedicated bag carrier, trailing behind the three women. Soon, his arms were laden with 50 or 60 shopping bags of all sizes, leaving him breathless with exhaustion. Hey, you've got to stop this. Li Jiatii couldn't help but whisper a warning as he saw Li Fingyue's determined look, ready to keep shopping. All this stuff together must be over 1,000,000 yuan, right? Even though he knew it was all on the house, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. This woman was a spending machine. If he really ended up with her, his meager allowance wouldn't even cover her toothpick. However, no sooner had he spoken. Li Yu, walking ahead, turned around and gave him a faint smile. Feng Yu, go ahead and buy whatever you like. Whatever catches your eye today, just take it. Don't hold back. Even if the store doesn't cover it, I'll pay for everything myself. Li Yu's voice was soft, yet it carried an undeniable air of authority. Li Jiatii's heart skipped a beat upon hearing those words. Big Brother was truly Big Brother. That kind of presence was simply unmatched. Staring at the mountain of shopping bags, Li Jiatii felt his arms were about to snap. He slumped onto a mall sofa, pulled out his phone, and snapped a photo of his haul. Then, he snapped a selfie of himself, exhausted and disheveled, weighed down by the shopping bags hanging from his arms. He posted both photos to the Li family group chat. He considered adding a caption to explain to his family. It was the mall's free shopping event, and he figured he'd play up the hardship a bit. But before he could finish typing, a ding sound rang out. A bank transfer notification popped up. Your account ending in 8888 has received a transfer, 2,000,000 yuan. Li Jiatii froze, unable to process it. His father, Li Qingchen, immediately sent a WeChat message. You little rascal, finally learned to spoil your girlfriend with gifts. Not bad, showing some growth. Take this money for now. If it's not enough, just ask Dad. Don't ever lose face in front of your girlfriend. Reading his father's two messages, Li Jiatii was completely dumbfounded. He glanced at the long string of zeros on his phone screen, then at the explanation he hadn't yet sent. A bold thought instantly sprang to mind. Without hesitation, he deleted the prepared explanation word by word from the chat window. Then, he swiftly replied. Got it, thanks Dad. After sending it, he shoved his phone back into his pocket with lightning speed. A sly, satisfied grin spread across his face. Getting 2,000,000 for free? This deal was a total steal. The 3-hour shopping spree finally came to an end. Mall staff wheeled the mountain of loot to the underground parking garage. Li Jiatii stared at the nearly 4,000,000 yuan bill that had been waived, his eyelids twitching wildly. He finally understood why his dad always warned him never to date a girl who spent money like water. Without the free stuff, he couldn't have paid for this even if they sold him off. Honey, what's wrong? You don't look well. Li Yu observed his wife Gu Yueyan's slightly flushed cheeks. He noticed her slightly unnatural gait and asked with concern. And nothing. Gu Yueyan's pretty face flushed, and she murmured softly, feeling a bit embarrassed. It's just, my breasts feel a bit engorged. Let's hurry home. Hearing this, Li Yu's heart tightened instantly. He quickly pulled his wife into his arms, speaking with genuine concern. It's all my fault. I was so busy shopping with you guys that I completely forgot about this. Come on, let's head home right now. But what about tonight's class reunion? Li Fengyue asked, a hint of worry in her voice. Don't worry, we'll make it, Li Yu said firmly, glancing at his watch. We'll take Yueyan home first. Meet at the entrance of the Linton Hotel at 7 p.m. tonight. All right. Li Jiatii and Li Fengyue nodded. They then parted ways in the parking lot, each heading home. Chapter 146, The 20 Billion Reward. On the way back, Li Yu drove the Mercedes-Benz E-Class worth hundreds of thousands, maintaining a steady speed. He occasionally turned his head to glance at the passenger seat. His wife, slightly frowning due to feeling unwell, her eyes filled with tenderness and affection. Just then, the cold, mechanical alert sounded in his mind without warning. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the special mission, granting your beloved wife and her best friend the ultimate pleasure of a tycoon. System special reward, 1 Dragon Bank Supreme Black Card. Account balance, 2 billion yuan. Li Yu's mind buzzed, and he was completely stunned. He instinctively slammed on the brakes. The Mercedes screeched to a halt with a shrill screech, coming to a steady stop by the roadside. Honey, what's wrong? The sudden, sharp braking startled Gu Yueyan. And nothing. Li Yu suppressed the storm raging inside him, his voice trembling slightly. I think I saw a kitten dart across the road. I was afraid of hitting it. At that moment, Li Yu's heart began pounding wildly, beyond his control. 20 billion? Did I hear that correctly? This was a direct cash reward, not just compensation for assets yet to be liquidated. The cash rewards he'd received before were always just a few million at most. Even combined, they hadn't exceeded 10 billion in cash. But now, a single reward of 20 billion cash? This left Li Yu stunned, his heart racing with wild excitement. Before Li Yu could recover from this immense shock, the system's notification tone sounded again in his mind. Ding! Detected, host has completed 9 special orders. Complete just one more special order and the system will undergo a full upgrade. After the upgrade, rewards will also be enhanced. Keep up the good work, host. System upgrade? Rewards upgraded too? Li Yu's breathing instantly became ragged. The rewards he was already receiving were astronomical. What would an upgrade mean? Li Yu dared not dwell on it further, fearing his heart might not withstand the strain. He forced himself to calm down and restarted the vehicle. Soon, he returned to the villa in Tiannan Bay. After settling his wife in, Li Yu slipped into the study alone. From his pocket, he pulled out the bank card that had appeared out of nowhere entirely black, with a cold metallic sheen. At the card's center was a vividly rendered golden dragon. With trembling hands, Li Yu opened the mobile banking app and entered the card number and password. When he saw the string of zeros on the screen, so many he had to count them several times. He finally believed he wasn't dreaming. 20 billion, a full 20 billion in cash. Li Yu felt his blood boil with excitement. Staring at that astronomical figure, a wild thought suddenly sprang to mind. Isn't making money just for spending on your wife? Without hesitation, he opened the transfer interface, his fingers flying across the screen. Recipient, Gu Yuan. Transfer amount, 200 million Chinese yuan. He entered the password and clicked confirm. Done. Li Yu gazed at his phone screen with satisfaction, already picturing his wife's adorable expression of shock and emotion. He paused for a moment, then transferred 20 million yuan each to his parents and his in-laws. Only after completing all this did Li Yu contentedly slip his phone back into his pocket and step out of the study. The moment he stepped into the living room, he saw the Li family group chat had completely exploded. Dad Li Jianguo? Mom Wang Xiulan? Father-in-law Gu Jianjun, Xiao Yu, what are you doing? Why did you suddenly transfer so much money to me? Mother-in-law Gu Jianjun, yes, dear, we can't accept this money. You must take it back immediately. Just then, the door to the baby's room opened. Gu Yuan emerged holding her phone, looking utterly shocked. Honey, why did you suddenly transfer me 200 million? Her voice was filled with utter disbelief. Li Yu couldn't help but laugh at her adorably dazed expression. He stepped forward and gently pulled his wife into his arms, his tone brimming with unquestionable authority. Isn't my money meant for you to spend? This is just a drop in the bucket. From now on, every penny I earn is yours. Gu Yuan's eyes instantly welled up with tears at her husband's bold yet deeply affectionate declaration. She clung tightly to him, burying her face against his chest. After calming his wife, Li Yu took out his phone and sent a message in the family group chat. Dad, Mom, Father-in-law, Mother-in-law, please accept this money with peace of mind. Consider it a token of filial piety from your son and son-in-law. From now on, I'll transfer this amount to you every month as pocket money. Li Yu's message landed like a bombshell. It instantly plunged the four elders in the group into silence. 20 million a month? That's 240 million a year? Gu Jianjun, who was processing documents in Gu Tianlu's office, was also startled upon seeing the message. His modestly sized company, Gu Tianlu, only made 1 or 200 million yuan annually during good times. His son-in-law's annual allowance alone exceeded his entire yearly earnings? Gu Jianjun felt his entire worldview was about to be overturned. He even felt like giving up on striving altogether. Xiao Yu, tell me the truth, where on earth did you get all this money? Please don't get involved in anything illegal. Gu Jianjun's worries mirrored those of the other three elders. Li Yu glanced at the group chat messages and smiled faintly. He knew they wouldn't feel at ease accepting the money until he gave them some reassurance. Without hesitation, he took a screenshot of the 20 billion yuan balance in his mobile banking app and sent it to the group. Rest assured, this money is entirely from my investments. Its source is absolutely legitimate. When that screenshot enough to drive anyone mad appeared in the group chat, the entire family group fell into dead silence once more. Everyone was utterly stunned by that dizzying string of zeros. After a long while, his father, Li Jianguo, finally sent a single line of admiration. Well done, son. You're truly the son of Li Jianguo, a real achiever. Alright, we'll accept this money. Take care of yourself and don't overwork. With Li Jianguo leading the way, the other three elders no longer declined and gladly accepted this token of filial devotion. They were now thoroughly impressed with Li Yu's smart, savvy with investments, and above all, a devoted son. Gu Jianjun stared at the screenshot, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He recalled his own youth, when people constantly gossiped behind his back because he had only one daughter. But now, seeing his daughter married to such a capable son-in-law, living happier than anyone else. This lifetime, he could finally rest easy. Chapter 147, Center of Attention. Even if I just lie around, I'd still make money. I don't even want to run the restaurant anymore, I'll just go home and take care of my grandkids. Gu Jianjun suddenly posted this half-joking remark in the group chat. Li Yu smiled gently at the message from his father-in-law. Father-in-law, if you truly wish to step back, I'll take over managing the restaurant. Just relax at home, enjoy your leisure, and cuddle your grandson. Li Yu's words sent a wave of indescribable warmth through Gu Jianjun's heart. He knew his son-in-law truly treated him with the filial devotion of a biological father. The wisest decision he'd ever made was marrying his daughter to him. Li Yu watched the cheerful atmosphere in the group chat and his heart warmed too. At 6:30 p.m. in the oversized walk-in closet of Unit 8, Tiannanbei, Gu Yuan emerged from the dressing room. She wore a black strapless cocktail dress. It perfectly showcased her snow-white swan neck and delicate collarbones. The form-fitting cut accentuated her postpartum curves, now fuller and more voluptuous than ever, to stunning effect. Li Yu took one glance and felt his throat suddenly tighten. No, this dress is too revealing. My wife is this beautiful, and she's only for me to see. Those filthy men outside, even one extra glance from them is a desecration of her. Honey, change into something else. Li Yu stepped forward, gently pulling his wife into his embrace from behind, resting his chin on the hollow of her shoulder. Why? Doesn't it look good? Gu Yuan turned her head, her beautiful big eyes filled with confusion. It's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Li Yu's voice was slightly hoarse. It's precisely because it's so beautiful that I don't want other men to see it. Hearing her husband's possessive and childish declaration, Gu Yuan felt both exasperated and amused. She reached out and gently tapped his forehead with her finger. You're such a tightwad. Though she said this, her heart felt as sweet as honey. She turned around and planted a kiss on Li Yu's cheek. Fine, I'll do whatever you say, my stingy little husband. After saying this, Gu Yuan obediently turned and walked into the dressing room. Li Yu watched her retreating figure, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He turned and began rummaging through the wardrobe. Soon, he found a beige Dior casual suit and handed it to Gu Yuan. For himself, he changed into a matching Armani casual outfit in the same color palette. Though they appeared to be ordinary casual wear, those in the know could tell at a glance. The outfit he wore was worth at least tens of thousands of yuan. A few minutes later, Gu Yuan emerged once more. The beige casual wear made her already fair skin appear even more delicate and translucent. Though the conservative style covered her from head to toe, her stunning figure seemed like a treasure impossible to conceal, still creating breathtaking curves beneath the fabric. Li Yu gazed at his wife's innocent yet sensual appearance and couldn't help but inwardly groan. He'd made a mistake. That damn good figure couldn't be hidden no matter what she wore. He even regretted agreeing to attend this ridiculous class reunion with his wife. 7:05 p.m. A black Rolls-Royce Cullinan glided silently to the entrance of the five-star Relton Hotel. Wu Yenyue and Sun Jihao, who had arrived a minute earlier, stepped out of a Porsche 911. Their gazes were instantly drawn to the multi-million-dollar luxury vehicle. Sun Jihao stared at the Cullinan, his eyes brimming with undisguised envy and desire. Just then, the Cullinan's passenger door swung open. A slender ankle clad in white sneakers emerged first. Following that, a woman dressed in beige casual wear stepped out of the vehicle. When Sun Jihao recognized her face, he was completely stunned. Gu Yuan? It was her. Though Gu Yuan wasn't wearing the meticulous makeup she had in college today, her bare, unadorned face was still breathtakingly beautiful. Her innate, cool elegance and the gentle grace of a lady from a distinguished family instantly made her the center of attention in the entire room. Sun Jihao looked at her, then glanced at Wu Yenyue beside him, her face swollen with hyaluronic acid fillers, heavy makeup caked on. An unprecedented wave of disgust and disappointment surged through him. He now regretted it so deeply he could have kicked himself. If only he had tried harder back then, persisted just a little longer. Perhaps the man standing beside Gu Yuan right now would be him. He'd seen it in some gossip columns this Cullinan was part of Gu Yuan's dowry. What kind of family could afford to give a luxury car worth millions as a dowry? Just as Sun Jihao was consumed by regret, the driver's door of the Cullinan swung open and Li Yu stepped out. His tall, imposing figure and mature face, weathered by time yet still devastatingly handsome, instantly made Wu Yenyue's eyes light up. But that fleeting admiration was quickly drowned out by a wave of intense jealousy. She glanced at the seemingly ordinary casual outfit Gu Yuan was wearing. Then she looked down at her own carefully chosen pink bodycon dress, worth tens of thousands. That sense of superiority instantly returned. What was so appealing about the other girl dressed like a country bumpkin? Tonight, I am the queen of this ball. Yet, that confidence crumbled the moment she saw Gu Yuan's perfectly proportioned, curvaceous figure. It crumbled to dust in an instant. She glanced down at her own starved, flat figure, the result of relentless dieting. An unprecedented wave of defeat and humiliation surged through her. Wu Yenyue, consumed by rage, could no longer contain herself. Striking a sultry sway with her hips, she approached in her high heels, her face plastered with a fake smile. Well, if it isn't our campus beauty, Gu Yuan. Driving a Cullinan today? Wu Yenyue's voice dripped with biting sarcasm. That car must cost a fortune to rent for a day, huh? You really went all out for this class reunion. After all, she remembered clearly the last time at the entrance of Longchan Plaza. Li Yu had only driven a beat-up Mercedes worth a few 100,000 yuan. And now, after just a few days, he's upgraded to a Cullinan? If it wasn't rented, where else could it have come from? Sun Jihao turned pale at the remark. He hurriedly stepped forward, yanking Wu Yenyue aside. He whispered urgently into her ear. Are you out of your mind? Do you know who you're talking to? That car was a wedding gift from her dad Gu Jianjun, the renowned restaurant tycoon of Donglan City, worth nearly 1 billion yuan. Wu Yenyue's mind went blank at the words, her whole body numb with shock. 10 billion yuan? How could that be possible? Chapter 148, Entering the Banquet Hall. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Gu Yueyan observed Wu Yenyue's dazed and disoriented expression, offering only a faint smile. She linked her arm through Li Yu's and spoke calmly. Wu Yenyue, I came to attend a class reunion, not to let you interrogate me. If you have so much free time, why not focus on minding your own business? With that, she dismissed the clownish figure. Arm in arm with her husband, she strode straight into the hotel. Li Yu hadn't spared the adulterous couple so much as a glance the entire time. In his eyes, they were no different from stray cats and dogs on the street. Wu Yenyue stood rooted to the spot, watching their intimate silhouettes recede into the distance, trembling with rage. Her face, twisted by jealousy, looked particularly hideous and terrifying. So she vowed silently to herself, Gu Yueyan, you just wait. Tonight, I will make sure you are utterly disgraced. A sinister plan instantly took root in her mind. Yenyue, let's hurry inside. Our classmates are getting impatient. Sun Jihao, standing beside her, cautiously reminded Wu Yenyue as he observed her expression. What's the rush? Wu Yenyue snorted coldly. She flung his hand away, her tone dripping with contempt and disdain. Sun Jihao, that pathetic look on your face earlier, are you still harboring those wicked thoughts about that vixen Gu Yueyan? No, Yenyue, don't misunderstand. Sun Jihao's face drained of color as he frantically waved his hands in explanation. I just think Gu Yueyan's family isn't simple now. We'd better not cross her. I heard that her husband, though I don't know what he does, is loaded. Just the dowry alone was 5,200,000 yuan, plus a set of pink diamond jewelry worth nearly 1 billion. 100 million? Are you kidding me? Wu Yenyue heard this and let out a shrill, piercing laugh, as if she'd heard the biggest joke in the world. Don't you need to use your pig brain to think about it? How could that be possible? I've already looked into her husband. He's just a greasy middle-aged guy in his 40s, unemployed and drowning in debt. If he had 1 billion, I'd eat these high heels right here and now. No idea how this guy ended up living off someone else. Probably that little cutie Gu Yueyan. She must be blind to marry him. Wu Yenyue pointed at the sky-high stilettos on her feet, her face dripping with contempt. In her eyes, all that talk of a 10 billion yuan dowry and 5 million yuan betrothal gift were all fake news deliberately spread by that face-obsessed woman, Gu Yueyan, just to save face. She wanted everyone to know that even if she married a penniless man, she lived better than anyone else. Gu Yueyan, just you wait. Wu Yenyue stared at the gilded revolving doors of the hotel entrance, a sickly, maniacal grin spreading across her face. Tonight, I'll make sure you and your freeloading husband are humiliated. Sun Jihao watched her frenzied expression, his heart pounding with fear, but he dared not say another word. He could only hope tonight wouldn't turn into a complete disaster. Soon, Li Fengyue and Li Jiatii arrived at the hotel entrance in their flashy red Ferrari. The four of them gathered and headed together toward the banquet hall on the hotel's top floor. Tonight's class reunion was held in a small banquet hall on the hotel's top floor, capable of accommodating over 100 people. To flaunt her wealth, Wu Yenyue had reserved the entire venue and hired a professional band for live accompaniment. For fewer than 80 classmates and their families, she had reserved a full 10 banquet tables, opting for the trendy buffet-style arrangement. When Gu Yueyan entered the venue arm in arm with Li Yu, this stunningly handsome and beautiful pair instantly became the center of attention. Holy crap, isn't that Gu Yueyan, our campus beauty back in the day? How come she's here too? She's still gorgeous, no, even more stunning than in college. That figure is absolutely killer. Who's that guy beside her? He looks pretty old. But he's seriously handsome. That mature, masculine charm is just, wow. You don't know? That's her husband. They just had their wedding a few days ago. Heard it was a huge affair. Strange though, out of over 100 classmates, it seems only Li Fengyue got invited. Classmates gathered in small groups throughout the venue, buzzing with conversation. The conversation quickly shifted from gossip about the couple to Gu Yueyan's family background. Have you heard? Yueyan's family is incredibly wealthy now. They opened a 3-story, over 3,000 square meter restaurant in the heart of the city at Longchen Plaza. It's called Gu Tianlu. I took a client there last week. The dishes, the flavors absolutely incredible, and the prices are surprisingly reasonable. A male classmate who looked like a businessman described it vividly. The surrounding students all wore expressions of envy. Li Yu and his 3 friends ignored the curious stares around them. They walked straight to the table Li Fengyue and Li Jiatii had reserved in advance and sat down. Honey, what would you like to eat? I'll go get it for you. Li Yu asked thoughtfully the moment he sat down. I'd like some noodles and a steak. Gu Yueyan pondered for a moment before replying softly. Li Yu nodded, his gaze sweeping across the venue. Soon, he spotted the steak station at the buffet counter where a long line had formed. The chef deftly retrieved pre-cooked steaks from a warming cabinet, distributing them to the students waiting in line. Li Yu's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. In his opinion, steaks prepared in advance and kept in warming cabinets had long since lost much of their texture and flavor. And judging by the long line, who knew how long it would take before his turn came? He couldn't bear to let his wife eat food of such poor quality. He certainly couldn't bear to let her wait that long on an empty stomach. Honey, the steak here isn't good, and we'd have to wait in line. Li Yu leaned close to Gu Yuan's ear and whispered. Wait here for me, I'll get you something better. Wow, brother-in-law, I want some too. I want some too. Li Fengyue, standing nearby, heard this and her eyes lit up instantly. She immediately raised her hand like a hungry little schoolgirl. Alright, I'll get you one too. Li Yu smiled at her adorable, money-hungry expression and agreed. He stood up and scanned the venue, quickly spotting a server tidying up trays. Hello, could you help me? Li Yu's voice was gentle and polite. Sir, how may I assist you? The server paused her work and asked respectfully. Chapter 149, Ordering Without Permission. Place an order for 2 of your hotel's finest steaks. And some drinks. Bring them to this table shortly. Li Yu pointed to his table and spoke calmly. Certainly, sir. Please wait a moment. The waiter nodded and hurried away. After making all the arrangements, Li Yu didn't immediately return to his seat. He turned and walked over to the nearby snack area, where an array of exquisite desserts and fruits were displayed. He carefully selected a few of Gu Yuan's favorite treats, mango pudding and strawberry mousse, and arranged them on a plate. Then he carried the plate back to their table. Honey, the steak will take a little longer. Have some dessert to tide you over. Li Yu gently placed the plate before Gu Yuan, his voice brimming with affection. Gu Yuan's heart melted as she gazed at the desserts her husband had brought. She picked up a small spoon, scooped a spoonful of mango pudding into her mouth, and a satisfied smile spread across her face. Wow, Mr. Li, you're being way too biased. Li Fengyue, watching from the side, remarked sourly. You only brought some for your wife and didn't even get me a single serving. If you want some, go get it yourself. Li Yu gave a faint smile and gestured toward the dessert area nearby. Ugh, cheapskate. Li Fengyue pouted but obediently got up to fetch her own dessert. Just then, a man dressed in a suit and tie, who looked like the restaurant manager, strode quickly up to Li Yu. Good evening, sir. The manager bowed slightly, his tone respectful. The 2 top-grade tomahawk steaks you ordered earlier are already being prepared in the kitchen. However, since they are made to order, it may take a little longer. We appreciate your patience. No problem, we're in no rush. Li Yu nodded calmly. By the way, I'll settle the bill for these 2 steaks separately. Please don't include them in tonight's gathering tab. Understood, sir. The manager acknowledged the request and hurried away. However, the moment he turned, he was intercepted by Wu Yenyue nearby. Manager Wang, what did that table just order? Wu Yenyue looked at Li Yu's table and asked with feigned curiosity. Oh, Miss Wu, that gentleman ordered 2 of our signature tomahawk steaks. Manager Wang replied truthfully. Tomahawk steak? Isn't that your most expensive dish? Each one costs thousands, right? Wu Yenyue covered her mouth in feigned surprise, though a flicker of contempt and disdain flickered in her eyes. Yes, Miss Wu. Our hotel's tomahawk steak is priced at 4,888 yuan per serving. What? 4,888? Wu Yenyue's expression instantly changed upon hearing the price. She sneered inwardly. Just as she expected a penniless bumpkin who'd never seen the world. Did he really think this lady was a sucker, trying to rip me off? Miss Wu, the gentleman mentioned that he would cover the cost of both steaks. Manager Wang, seeing Wu Yenyue's displeased expression, hurriedly explained. Before he could finish, however, Wu Yenyue cut him off. Waving her hand dismissively, she plastered on a fake smile. It's fine, Manager Wang. Just do as he said. We're classmates after all. It's rare for us to gather like this. What's 2 steaks? I can afford it. Though she said this, her mind was already made up. When it came time to settle the bill, she'd humiliate him thoroughly in front of all their classmates. Let him learn what it means to pretend to be something he's not. Clearly, she was convinced Li Yu had deliberately ordered the expensive steak to make her pay. After dismissing Manager Wang, Wu Yenyue carried a glass of red wine. A smug smile on her face and returned to her seat. Meanwhile, Li Fengyue, having returned with dessert. As soon as she sat down, she leaned in mysteriously to Gu Yuan's ear. Yuan, guess who I just saw? Who? Gu Yuan asked curiously. Li Fengyue nodded toward the table behind them. Did you see him? That guy in the Armani suit, looking all high and mighty. That's the rich kid I told you about, the one who spread rumors about me back then. Wang Yizhong. Gu Yuan followed her gaze and saw a young man who looked fairly refined. He was holding a wineglass, chatting and laughing animatedly with his friends. Beside him sat an ordinary-looking woman with a stunning figure. The woman gazed at Wang Yizhong with adoration, her eyes brimming with affection. He's doing pretty well for himself now, Gu Yuan murmured, pulling her gaze away. You bet. I heard he joined his family's company right after graduation and now makes hundreds of thousands a month. Li Fengyue curled her lips in disdain. But to be honest, I should thank him. If he hadn't gone around ruining my reputation back then, calling me a gold digger, I'd probably still be swamped with annoying suitors. Li Fengyue's words were actually quite true. She was beautiful with a great figure, and back in college, the line of men chasing her stretched from the dormitory building all the way to the school gate. Ever since she earned that gold digger reputation, the insecure, penniless guys never dared bother her again. It saved her a lot of trouble. The two were whispering to each other, completely unaware. Li Jiatii, who was stuffing his face nearby, had his ears perked up. Hundreds of thousands a month? That's more than my allowance. A sudden, inexplicable sense of crisis surged through Li Jiat's mind. Fengyue, why do I feel like the way you look at him is different? Gu Yueyan couldn't help teasing her best friend at her adorably contradictory expression. Why don't you just settle down with our Jiatii? My cousin might be a bit slow sometimes, but he's a decent guy with a good family background. Look how reasonable his parents are. If you marry into the Li family, I guarantee no one will dare bully you. Gu Yueyan's words startled Li Jiatii, who was eavesdropping, causing him to drop the chicken drumstick he was holding. He jerked his head up, staring at Gu Yueyan in utter shock. Sis-in-law, you shouldn't say things like that. Li Fengyue, meanwhile, blushed bright red at the remark. Yueyan, what nonsense are you spouting? She gave Gu Yueyan a playful glare before pulling out her phone and pretending to play with it. Yet, the corners of her mouth that twitched upward uncontrollably and the faint blush on her cheeks had already betrayed her true feelings. Wang Yitsong, seated at the table behind them, hadn't taken his eyes off Li Fengyue since she entered the room. Looking at the woman who was as radiant and captivating as she had been in college, his heart was filled with resentment and bitterness. He recalled how much effort he had poured into pursuing her back then, how many gifts he had given her. Yet this woman had never even deigned to give him a proper glance. In the end, he'd merely complained to a friend, calling her a gold digger. Little did he know that reputation would spread so far. Chapter 150, Seizing the Opportunity to Confront. Wang Yitsong had assumed someone like Li Fengyue would definitely come looking for him to settle the score. Then, he could just soften his stance a bit, offer an apology, and maybe win her heart. But he never imagined this woman wouldn't react at all. It was as if he were nothing more than air in her eyes. This feeling of being ignored deeply wounded Wang Yizhong's pride. Wang Yixong glanced at the woman beside him, a flicker of disgust deep in his eyes. Her name was Lu Qian, a colleague at his company. She's average looking, but she's got a great figure. Most importantly, she's super easy to get. All I did was treat her to a few meals and give her a couple of handbags, and she became completely devoted to me. To save on rent, she even moved in with him. Wang Yixong always believed this woman was just a gold digger after his money. Little did he know she genuinely loved him. Today, Wang Yitsong deliberately brought her to the class reunion. He wanted to flaunt his success in front of Li Fengyue. He wanted Li Fengyue to see just how well he was doing now. He wanted her to regret rejecting him back then. But he was disappointed. From start to finish, Li Fengyue never once looked at him properly. Her eyes seemed fixed only on the man beside her. A wave of mad jealousy surged through Wang Yitsong's heart. He refused to accept defeat. He couldn't lose like this. Resolve hardened within him. Honey, I'll go say hello to some old classmates. You go ahead and eat. Wang Yizhong forced what he thought was a gentle smile at Lu Qian beside him. Then, holding his wine glass, he stood up. He walked straight toward Li Fengyue's table. By then, Wu Yenyue and Sun Jihao had already seated themselves across from Gu Yueyan. Their eyes scanned Li Yu and the others like searchlights, waiting for their chance. Just as Wu Yenyue was about to rise, a figure beat her to it, approaching with a wine glass in hand. Fengyue, it's been a while. The visitor was none other than Wang Yizhong. His face bore just the right amount of contrition as he looked earnestly at Li Fengyue. Back then, I was foolish. I spread rumors behind your back and ruined your reputation. Today, I formally apologize to you. Seeing his hypocritical act, Li Fengyue felt no trace of the anger she once harbored. Instead, she found it amusing. It's been so many years. I don't hold it against you anymore. She waved her hand dismissively. Seeing she'd let bygones be bygones, Wang Yitsong's face lit up with relief. He seized the moment. Then, could I add you back on WeChat? It'd be nice to stay in touch as classmates. At those words, Li Fengyue's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Refusing outright in front of so many classmates seemed impolite. You're in the group chat. Just add me there, she replied casually. Sure. Wang Yitsong nodded repeatedly, satisfied, and turned to leave. What he didn't see was Li Jia's face darkening behind him like the bottom of a pot. The chopsticks in Li Jia's hand were nearly crushed in his grip. Wang Yitsong quickly returned to his seat, where his girlfriend Lu Qian immediately asked with concern. Honey, is that the girl you chased in college? She's really pretty. What good is beauty? She's just a gold digger, Wang Yizhong sneered dismissively. But inwardly, he was scheming how to win Li Fengyue back. Gu Yueyan took in Li Jia's awkwardly jealous expression. She glanced over at her best friend, who was pretending to play with her phone but couldn't help the corners of her mouth curling upward. A wave of amusement washed over her. Looks like this bickering couple might just have a future. As the sister-in-law, she'd have to give them a helping hand later. No sooner had Wang Yitsun left than Wu Yenhua eagerly rose to her feet. Holding her wineglass, she swayed her hips like a water snake and approached with a fake smile plastered on her face. Yuan, you're so lucky to be married in your early 20s. Her tone shifted abruptly, dripping with biting sarcasm. But marrying a greasy middle-aged man in his 40s, what on earth could you possibly see in him? His age? Or the fact he never bathes? Wu Yenyue's words made the surrounding classmates burst into laughter. I heard you even got pregnant before marriage, carrying 4 little ones at once. Oh my, that's a first around here. Must have taken some effort to find a fall guy back then, huh? Sun Jihao, standing behind her, chimed in with a sarcastic tone. Yeah, Yuan, your taste is pretty terrible, isn't it? You passed up a young, handsome rich kid like me and went for some good-for-nothing middle-aged guy instead. Gu Yuan trembled with rage at their shameless remarks, her face turning pale instantly. What nonsense are you spouting? She snapped, rising abruptly to her feet. My husband isn't anything like you're making him out to be. He treats me wonderfully and is incredibly capable. He turned my father's restaurant from loss to profit and made a fortune through stock trading and investments. Ha 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 ha. Wu Yenyue heard this and let out a shrill, piercing laugh, as if she'd heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. Stock trading? Investments? Such ephemeral nonsense can only fool naive, brainless sweethearts like you. Gu Yuan, stop deluding yourself. Isn't your husband just a 40-year-old unemployed loser drowning in debt? Now he's entirely dependent on your family for support. To put it bluntly, he's a freeloader living off his wife. The words deadbeat sent a wave of fury coursing through Gu Yuan. It also ignited Li Jiet's fury beside her. After all, this concerned the dignity of the Li family. Who the hell do you think you're calling a freeloader? Li Jiet slams his fist on the table and leaps to his feet. His eyes locked onto Wu Yenyue with such ferocity that she flinched inwardly. But she quickly regained her composure, her face twisting into an even more contemptuous sneer. Well, who's this upstart kid daring to cause trouble here? What? Standing up for your freeloading cousin? Let me tell you, you have no place here. Get lost. You. Li Jiatii trembled with rage, about to step forward to argue. But a warm, strong hand pressed down firmly on his shoulder. Li Yu had appeared behind him without a sound. Li Jiatii looked into his cousin's calm eyes, and the rage in his heart instantly subsided by half. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, a cold smile curved his lips. Li Jiatii shook off Li Yu's hand and stepped forward again, his gaze dripping with contempt as he looked at Wu Yenyue. My cousin can't be bothered to stoop to your level, you narrow-minded fool. But I won't let this slide. You called my cousin a freeloader? Fine. Today I'll open your eyes and show you what a real aristocratic family looks like. Chapter 151, Charge it all to my account. Li Jiet cleared his throat and continued. Do you know the biggest maternity and baby brand in Jiangning City, Tianyi Baby? The surrounding classmates exchanged puzzled glances, none quite grasping the reference. Still, a few nodded. Of course. My kid uses their diapers and formula, the quality is excellent. Li Jiet let out a cold laugh and dropped a bombshell. My cousin, Li Yu, is the largest shareholder of Tianyi Baby, holding 35% of the company's shares. Just from the first half of this year's dividends alone, he raked in over 100 million. Do you still think my cousin needs to live off someone else? Li Jiet's words exploded like thunder in everyone's minds. The entire conference hall instantly fell into dead silence. Over 100 million yuan in dividends? What kind of concept was that? After a brief silence, the room erupted in chaos. Holy crap, is this real? I know Tianyi Baby, that's a huge corporation. Quick, check online. See what Tianyi Baby's market cap is. A quick-thinking male classmate immediately pulled out his phone and began frantically searching online. When he saw the search results, he was completely stunned, nearly dropping his phone. Holy crap! He gasped in disbelief, his voice trembling slightly. Tianyi Baby's latest market value is 200 billion. And the major shareholder listed there is indeed Li Yu. What? 200 billion? The classmates around him sucked in their breath at the staggering figure. So that 35% stake is worth 70 billion? Holy crap, 70 billion yuan in net worth? That's insane. All eyes instantly turned to Li Yu. Their eyes brimmed with shock, awe, and utter disbelief. They finally understood why the campus beauty had willingly married a 40-year-old man back then. This wasn't some greasy middle-aged guy at all. He was clearly a top-tier tycoon hiding among the common folk. I knew it. Yuan's taste couldn't possibly be that bad. Turns out she didn't marry for love, she married for money. Who needs love when you've got a 7 billion fortune? What else could you possibly want? The tide of gossip did a complete 180 in an instant. Those glances that had carried a hint of sympathy and pity now turned into pure, unadulterated envy and jealousy. No wonder I heard Li Yuguan gave Yu Yen a dowry set of pink diamond jewelry worth nearly 10 billion. A female classmate suddenly exclaimed, pointing at Gu Yuyen's hand as if remembering something. Look at that ring on her finger. Isn't that the legendary "You are my only one" purple pink diamond, the only one in the world? I saw it online before. That ring alone is worth hundreds of millions. All eyes once again turned to Gu Yuyen's slender fingers. The massive heart-shaped pink diamond refracted dazzling, mesmerizing light under the banquet hall's brilliant illumination. It made all the so-called luxury jewelry around it look dull and lackluster. In that moment, all the rumors about Li Yu's wealth seemed to be confirmed. Wu Yenyue and Sun Jihao were utterly stunned by this sudden, earth-shattering reversal. Their faces instantly drained of color, turning deathly pale. Wu Yenyue was so terrified she went limp, stumbling backward and nearly collapsing on the spot. She never imagined that the penniless deadbeat she'd always seen was actually a billionaire tycoon worth billions? Every pair of eyes in the room fixed on Li Yu like searchlights. Especially Wang Yizhong in the back row. He was utterly dumbfounded by Li Jia's revelation. 70 billion yuan? What kind of joke was this? He considered himself among the elite of his peers, earning hundreds of thousands a month. But compared to 70 billion, it was like comparing an ant to an elephant. Yet he found it hard to believe. After all, the prominent tycoons in Jiangning City were all fairly well-known figures. Yet he'd never heard of this Li Yu. It was as if he'd materialized out of thin air. After a moment of stunned silence, Wu Yenyue was the first to snap out of it. She let out a shrill, piercing laugh, as if she'd heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. Li Jiati, huh? That's a bit of an exaggeration, don't you think? You say he's a shareholder of Tianyi Baby, so he just is? There are tons of people with the same name. Who knows if that Li Yu listed up there is even him? Wu Yenyue pointed at Li Yu, her face etched with contempt and disdain. Sun Jihao beside her chimed in with a sarcastic tone. Exactly. These days, scammers love using tricks like this to make themselves look legit. He shot Li Yu a contemptuous glance, his tone dripping with superiority. Here's the deal: if you really have billions in assets, then you foot the bill for everything at tonight's class reunion. If you dare to pay, we'll believe you. Sun Jihao's words made Wu Yenyue's eyes light up. She seized the opportunity immediately, adding fuel to the fire. Exactly. If you're really loaded, foot the bill for tonight. Don't try pulling stunts like earlier, secretly ordering a steak costing thousands behind my back just to take advantage of me. How can someone who can't even spare a few thousand yuan claim to be worth billions? Wu Yenyue's words made the surrounding classmates look at each other with expressions of sudden realization. Though stunned by the 70 billion figure, they'd secretly doubted it all along. Now, hearing Wu Yenyue's words, they instantly realized. This must be a show Li Yu staged with his cousin just to save face. Honey, let's ignore them and go. Gu Yuyen, seeing the strange looks around them, felt her eyes redden with anger. She grabbed Li Yu's hand, determined to escape this trouble spot. But Li Yu swiftly turned his hand and clasped her small hand tightly in his own. He shot his wife a reassuring glance. Only then did he turn his calm gaze toward Wu Yenyue and Sun Jihao. Fine. I agree. Tonight, whatever you want to eat or drink, just order freely. All charges will be on my tab. Li Yu's tone was calm, yet carried an effortless confidence and assurance. The entire room erupted in astonishment. This was the 5-star Linton Hotel, after all. Nearly 80 people, classmates and family members, were present tonight. If they ate and drank freely, the bill would easily run into the millions. And he had just agreed to it so casually? Chapter 152, The Supreme Black Card. Sun Jihao froze for a moment before catching up. He looked at Li Yu as if he were a little cutie, unable to resist clapping his hands. Well, putting on airs. I'll be damned if I don't see how you'll clean this up today. Sun Jihao wore a smug expression as he cleared his throat. He boasted loudly to the surrounding classmates. My dad's company may not be huge, but it's worth hundreds of millions. As the sole heir, all this will be mine someday. Unlike certain people who just spend their wife's family's money and live off others. Sun Jihao's words drew looks of envy from the surrounding classmates. They didn't know Li Yu, but they knew Sun Jihao's background all too well. And his girlfriend, Wu Yenyue, came from a family worth over $1 billion. The two of them together were nothing short of a powerhouse pairing. Sun Zihao is truly Sun Zihao. His confidence is in a league of its own. Exactly. Young Master Sun is the pride of our department, such a rising star at such a young age. Back in the day, young Master Sun was a campus legend. His pursuit of our school beauty, Gu Yuyen, was nothing short of spectacular. A male classmate suddenly chimed in, as if remembering something. But he quickly realized his mistake and covered his mouth. Wu Yenyue's face darkened instantly. The atmosphere in the venue instantly turned awkward. Wu Yenyue shot the loose-lipped male student a fierce glare. Then she vented all her pent-up anger onto Gu Yuyen. Gu Yuyen, you really know how to play the game. You're so incompetent you had to marry some pretty boy, and now you're letting your husband take advantage of me. Ordering that ridiculously expensive steak behind my back earlier, you knew I was treating today, didn't you? Just trying to fleece me. You can't even spare a few thousand yuan, yet you have the nerve to play the big spender here? It's laughable. Wu Yenyue's voice was sharp and biting, dripping with venomous scorn. Today, she intended to trample Li Yu and Gu Yueyan's dignity underfoot in front of all their classmates. Turn them into the laughingstock of everyone present. Gu Yueyan trembled with rage at Wu Yenyue's shameless words. She looked at Li Yu helplessly, tears welling up in her eyes. Just then, a restaurant manager in a suit hurried over, carrying a card reader. "Good evening, sir," the manager said respectfully as he approached Li Yu. "The 2 tomahawk steaks you ordered earlier, along with some beverages, come to 15,000 yuan. Would you like to settle the bill now?" All eyes instantly turned to Li Yu. For many present, 15,000 yuan represented an entire month's salary. They were eager to see how this so-called big spender would handle the situation. Wu Yenyue lifted her chin smugly, her face radiating schadenfreude. In her eyes, Li Yu was undoubtedly in a no-win situation now. If he couldn't produce 15,000, all his earlier boasts would crumble to dust. Then she'd thoroughly humiliate him. Even if he did come up with the money, she could mock him for spending his wife's cash, living off her. However, to her disappointment, Li Yu's face showed not a trace of panic. He didn't even lift an eyelid, merely reaching into his pocket. He casually pulled out a black card and handed it to the waiter. "Charge it." His tone was as calm as a breeze, without a trace of tension. The surrounding students craned their necks, curiously eyeing the card. It was a card entirely black, bearing no bank insignia whatsoever. Only a vivid golden dragon head design adorned it, appearing both mysterious and noble. Most classmates couldn't discern the card's origin. They merely remarked on its rather unique design. However, among the crowd were several well-off, worldly-wise second-generation wealthy individuals. Their expressions abruptly changed the moment they recognized the card. One male student wearing gold-rimmed glasses was so startled he dropped his wine glass, which shattered with a sharp crack. Pointing at the black card in Li Yu's hand, his voice trembled. Isn't that the legendary Dragon Bank Supreme Black Card? Dragon Bank's Supreme Black Card?" At the mention of those words, most of the students in the venue looked utterly bewildered. They merely thought the card's design was rather unique, unaware of its true significance. However, among those present, a few students whose families ran businesses, or those already navigating the financial world themselves, their expressions instantly turned utterly horrified. Zhao Feng, are you sure? Is it really that card?" a male classmate asked, his voice trembling. The bespectacled man named Zhao Feng swallowed hard. He adjusted his glasses and stared intently at the black card in Li Yu's hand. "No mistake. Absolutely no mistake. I had the privilege of seeing it last year at a high-end banquet with our boss." Zhao Feng's words sent a collective gasp of awe through the surrounding students. "What's so special about this card?" a female classmate couldn't help but ask curiously. "What's so special about it?" Zhao Feng gave a bitter smile, his face etched with reverence. "Let me put it this way, to even apply for this card, you must meet 2 fundamental requirements. First, the applicant must have a monthly income exceeding 10 million yuan for the past year. Second, the applicant's bank account must consistently maintain a cash flow of no less than 1.5 billion yuan. Zhao Feng's words exploded like bombs in everyone's minds. The entire venue instantly fell into a deathly silence. A monthly income exceeding 10 million? 15 billion yuan in cash reserves at all times? What the hell kind of godly concept was this? Among them, the most successful could earn a few million a year and be considered the cream of the crop. But compared to that guy's daily income? It was laughable. Wu Yenyue's face instantly drained of color, turning deathly pale. Her family's company might be worth over $1 billion, but that was all fixed assets. Forget 15 billion in cash flow right now, just coming up with 50 million would require taking out a bank loan. Beside her, Sun Jihao was so terrified his legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the floor. His family's company, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, had recently been scrambling to secure investments from every possible source due to a broken capital chain. 15 billion? Selling him wouldn't even cover a fraction of that. All eyes instantly refocused on Li Yu. The looks in their eyes held no trace of the earlier doubt or contempt, only sheer terror and envy remained. Now they finally understood why he could casually gift a pink diamond worth 10 billion. With that kind of net worth, 10 billion was nothing. Chapter 153, The Chairman. At that moment, a bold male classmate stammered out a question. "Mr. Li, when did you get this card?" Li Yu glanced at the black card in his hand and replied calmly. "Oh, I just got it today. It's still warm from my pocket." The remark sent shockwaves through the crowd. His show of superiority was utterly refreshing and utterly unexpected. Even Li Fengyue and Li Jiatii, standing nearby, felt their scalps tingle at Li Yu's effortlessly cool display of subtle, understated superiority. Li Yu couldn't be bothered with their astonishment. He handed the black card to the restaurant manager, who was now completely dumbfounded, and said calmly, "Charge it. Also, bring a bottle of your hotel's finest red wine to every table here. Same with the steaks, serve everyone the finest cut available." The manager snapped back to his senses and eagerly took the black card, bowing and scraping. Yes, sir, yes, sir. I'll see to it immediately. By the way, sir, our finest wine is the 1982 Lafite. Would you like? Just bring that one. Li Yu waved his hand impatiently. The young manager was overjoyed and began swiping the black card. Li Yu's words left every student present so excited they nearly jumped out of their seats. An 82 Lafite? That was legendary stuff. A single bottle cost hundreds of thousands. And they could drink it for free today? Everyone stared at Li Yu as if he were a god. Yet, a few discordant voices still emerged from the crowd. Pfft, it's just a crappy card. Who knows if it's even real? Wu Yenyue muttered sourly under her breath. She still couldn't believe that the penniless beggar before her eyes could be a billionaire tycoon. Just then, the banquet hall doors burst open from the outside. A middle-aged man in a suit, accompanied by a dozen hotel executives, burst in, panting heavily. Mr. Yang. Mr. Yang? Wu Yenyue's eyes lit up the moment she saw the man leading the group. The man was none other than Yang Buku, general manager of the Linton Hotel. The Linton Hotel was the largest partner of the cleaning company under her family's umbrella. Uncle Yang, what brings you here? Wu Yenyue quickly forced a sweet smile, swaying her hips as she stepped forward to greet him. Yet Yang Buku seemed to ignore her entirely, his stride unbroken as he brushed past her. The gust of wind he created nearly knocked her off balance. Wu Yenyue's smile instantly froze on her face. She watched helplessly as Yang Buku, accompanied by a large group of people, walked straight up to Li Yu. Then, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, Yang Buku bowed deeply to Li Yu at a 90-degree angle. Chairman Li, I deeply apologize for my tardiness. Please forgive me for not greeting you at the door earlier. Yang Buku's voice trembled with fear and unease. The moment he lifted his head, he spotted the restaurant manager beside him holding a POS machine, ready to swipe a card. Yang Buku's expression changed instantly. He lunged forward in a single stride, snatching the black card and POS machine from the manager's hands. Then, with a swift backhand, he delivered a hard slap to the manager's face. What the hell is wrong with you? Do you know who this gentleman is? And you dare take his money? This gentleman is the chairman of our Relton Hotel, my direct superior. Yang Buku's words thundered like a bolt from the blue, reverberating violently in everyone's minds. The entire banquet hall plunged once more into a deathly silence. The chairman of the Relton Hotel? Had they heard correctly? This was a 5-star hotel worth billions. And it was his business? Everyone felt their brains were about to explode. Now they finally understood why he possessed that exclusive black card. This hotel alone was worth billions. Add to that the previous maternity and infant company worth 20 billion yuan. This man's net worth had long surpassed 10 billion. In that instant, every doubt about Li Yu's financial power was utterly shattered. Wu Yenyue, however, was utterly terrified by the news. The Linton Hotel belongs to Li Yu? Then what about her father's company? Wu Yenyue dared not think further. A bone-chilling coldness surged from the soles of her feet straight to the crown of her head. 40% of her family's cleaning company's business came from the Linton Hotel. Their cooperation contract was set to expire next month. If the Relton Hotel declined to renew, her family's company would be on the brink of bankruptcy. At that thought, Wu Yenyue abandoned all concern for appearances. She scrambled to her feet and rushed toward Li Yu, her voice breaking as she pleaded. Mr. Li, I'm so sorry. I didn't recognize your worth. I'm just a dog that can't spit out pearls. Please, in your magnanimity, spare me this once. As she spoke, Wu Yenyue raised her hand and slapped herself hard across the face several times. The sharp smacks echoed piercingly through the silent banquet hall. Chairman Li, what's going on with Miss Wu? I don't understand. Yang Buku, standing nearby, saw Wu Yenyue's pitiful state and guessed what had happened. It was clear she had offended Chairman Li earlier. After all, the Wu family's company had maintained a solid partnership with the hotel for years. Yet before he could finish his sentence, Li Yu raised his hand to cut him off. Mr. Yang, this is my personal time. No business talk. His voice was calm, yet carried an air of unquestionable authority. Yang Buku's heart skipped a beat as he instantly understood. Staring at Li Yu's impassive face, a fine sheen of cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. The big boss was reprimanding him. He quickly bowed his head and replied respectfully. Yes, Chairman Li, I understand. With that, he shot a meaningful glance at the restaurant manager behind him. Quickly refund Chairman Li's money. Then bring out every rare wine and finest dish in the hotel for Mr. Li and his friends. Tonight, Chairman Li and his friends must be treated to the finest dining experience. With that, Yang Buku tactfully turned to leave with his men. Uncle Yang, please let me explain. Wu Yenyue was utterly panicked. She scrambled to her feet and chased after him, clinging desperately to Uncle Yang's leg. Uncle Yang, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Please give me another chance. Yet Yang Buku seemed oblivious, not even sparing her a glance. His expression remained impassive as he signaled to the security guards behind him. 2 security guards immediately stepped forward, one on each side, lifting Wu Yenyue off the ground. Chapter 154, Who are you? Let me go. Let me go. Wu Yenyue struggled desperately, her voice shrill and desperate. Yang Duku straightened his rumpled suit jacket and walked into the elevator without looking back. As the elevator doors slowly closed, his cold, emotionless voice rang out clearly. Notify everyone, effective immediately, the Linton Hotel terminates all business ties with every company under the Wu family's umbrella. And never again. The elevator doors closed completely, sealing off Wu Yenyue's heart-wrenching cries. A deathly silence fell over the entire banquet hall. Everyone was utterly stunned by this sudden turn of events. They stared at Wu Yenyue, pinned to the floor by two security guards like a dead dog. Their eyes brimmed with terror and dread. One sentence had severed the lifeline of a family business. What immense power, what terrifying authority must this be? Husband, what on earth is going on? Gu Yueyan tugged at Li Yu's sleeve, her beautiful big eyes brimming with shock and confusion. Li Yu couldn't help but smile at his wife's adorably dazed expression. He reached out and gently teased her little nose with his finger. Silly girl, this hotel is indeed mine. I invested in it a long time ago. That hotel manager was so nice to you at the wedding because he knew you were the boss's wife. Hearing this, everyone felt envious. This five-star hotel, worth billions, was truly his property. Gu Yueyan was stunned speechless upon hearing her husband's explanation. She had always known her husband was wealthy, but never imagined he was this rich. After a moment of stunned silence, an unprecedented wave of admiration and pride surged through her heart. Gazing at her husband's handsome, composed face, her eyes practically sparkled with admiration. She stood on tiptoe and planted a firm kiss on Li Yu's cheek. Honey, you're amazing. Oh my goodness, my teeth are practically aching from this. Li Fengyue, watching the couple openly display their affection as if no one else existed, dramatically covered her eyes. The classmates around them, after a moment of shock, all snapped out of it. As if on cue, they all raised their glasses and swarmed forward. Chairman Li, Miss Gu, I didn't recognize you earlier. My eyes couldn't see Mount Tai. My tongue couldn't spit out pearls. I'll drink 3 cups as punishment to make amends. Exactly. Mr. Li, you're a magnanimous man, don't hold it against us small fry. Yuan, we were such good friends back in college. Please help us plead with Chairman Li. The classmates who had just been sneering at Gu Yuan now all put on fawning expressions. They kept calling him Chairman Li and her Yuan with such apparent warmth. Watching these old classmates change their faces faster than turning a page, Gu Yuan felt a wave of disgust wash over her. She instinctively ducked behind Li Yu. Li Yu shielded his wife behind him, his gaze calm as he addressed the crowd. I'm just accompanying my wife to this reunion. You all just enjoy your food and drinks. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. Overwhelmed by his powerful presence, the crowd fell silent, daring not to utter another word. Just then, a plump chef in a white uniform and tall chef's hat, accompanied by several assistants, pushed a cart laden with premium ingredients toward them at a brisk pace. Chairman Li, hello. I'm Zhu Dahai, the hotel's executive chef. The chef bowed respectfully toward Li Yu. Mr. Yang has already instructed me that tonight, I will personally serve you and your friends. Whatever you wish to eat, just give the word. Li Yu nodded and gestured toward Gu Yuan and Li Fengyue beside him. For my wife and her friend, bring the finest tomahawk steak, medium rare, for each of them. Certainly, Chairman Li. Please wait a moment. Zhu Dahai acknowledged the request and immediately set up a grill with his assistant, beginning to cook on the spot. The sizzling sound of the grilling meat and its enticing aroma made the surrounding students swallow hard. Just then, a shrill ringtone suddenly pierced the air. Wu Yenyue, slumped on the floor, mechanically pulled her phone from her bag as if her soul had been sucked out. When she saw the word Dad on the screen, her blood nearly froze in her veins. Her trembling hand pressed the answer button. The moment the call connected, her father's furious roar erupted from the other end. Wu Yenyue, you good-for-nothing troublemaker. What sin did I commit in my past life to deserve a monster like you? Do you even know who you've offended? Yang Duko's secretary just called personally to terminate all cooperation with our company. That contract accounts for 1/3 of our company's revenue. Without it, our entire family will be left to starve. Wu Yentian listened to her father's despairing roar as the phone in her hand clattered to the floor with a sharp crack, its screen shattering into pieces. All color drained from her face. Her entire body went limp like a pile of mud, collapsing completely. Beside her, Sun Jihao watched Wu Yenyue's utterly devastated state, yet a flicker of relief flickered deep in his eyes. Thankfully, he hadn't been too definitive in his earlier words. His gaze fell upon Li Yu, who was being fawned over like a moon surrounded by stars. His mind began racing with calculations. Wu Yenyue was no longer a reliable pillar to lean on. He had to find a new patron. Just then, the banquet hall doors swung open once more from the outside. A pot-bellied middle-aged man in a suit strode in, accompanied by several executives who looked like business tycoons. Sun Jihao's eyes lit up the moment he recognized the newcomer. The man was none other than Tan Qiming, general manager of the Jiangning district branch of the Grand East Mall. He had made numerous calls to this Mr. Tan in an effort to secure his family's food company as a supplier for the Dadanglai Mall. Though each call ended with an impatient hang-up, Sun Jihao was certain Tan must remember him. He quickly straightened his clothes, plastered on what he considered his most perfect smile, and hurried forward to greet him. Mr. Tan, hello. Do you remember me? I'm Xiao Sunday. Sun Jihao bowed slightly, hands extended with his business card, his demeanor humbly submissive. However, Tan Qiming merely gave him a fleeting glance. His expression was blank as he asked, "Who are you?" Chapter 155, Never Collaborate. Sun Jihao's smile instantly froze on his face. He awkwardly reminded him, "Mr. Tan, I'm Sun Jihao from Sun's Dongyuan Food Group. I've called you several times before, hoping to arrange a meal with you." "Oh, I remember now." Tan Qiming's expression shifted as if a memory surfaced, his face lighting up with sudden realization. But immediately afterward, his expression darkened, his tone brimming with undisguised disgust and impatience. "So it's you, kid. Calling me all day long, don't you get tired of bothering me? Let me tell you something, your crappy company's substandard products? You think we'd ever stock them at our Grand East Mall? Go dream on. Stop wasting your breath. Get lost. You're just in my way." Tan Qiming's words were blunt and unapologetic. Each word felt like a stinging slap across Sun Jihao's face. The surrounding classmates were stunned speechless by this sudden, earth-shattering reversal. They never imagined that just moments ago, the arrogant young master Sun was seen by others as nothing more than a junk food peddler and a stalker. The humiliation was utterly devastating. Sun Jihao was humiliated beyond words by Tan Qiming's words. His face felt like it was being roasted over an open flame, burning with unbearable heat. He wanted to retort, but not a single word came out. But Sun Jihao refused to give up. This was his last chance. He hastily pulled a thick red envelope from his pocket and forced himself to shove it forward. He forced a smile that looked worse than crying and continued pleading. "Mr. Tan, please consider this a token of our sincerity. We humbly ask for one more chance for our company." Tan Qiming stared at the red envelope, his face growing even more disgusted. He recoiled as if avoiding a plague, taking a sharp step back and impatiently cutting him off. "Get your filthy thing out of my sight." With that, Tan Qiming ignored the clownish figure entirely and strode past him. Amidst the stunned gazes of everyone present, Tan Qiming strode quickly to Li Yu's side. His face, which moments before had been etched with impatience and disgust, instantly contorted into a humble and respectful smile. "Chairman Li, good day." Tan Qiming bowed slightly, his demeanor more deferential than if he were greeting his own father. "I am Tan Qiming, general manager of the Jiangning district branch of your group's Dadanglai shopping mall." The moment these words left his mouth, the banquet hall plunged once more into a deathly silence. Chairman of Dadanglai Mall? Had they heard correctly? That was a top-tier national chain, with over a dozen branches in Jiangning City alone. A commercial giant with annual sales exceeding 100 billion yuan, and it was his business? Everyone's minds were racing. They stared at the man who had remained utterly composed throughout, feeling as if they were in a dream. Shareholder of a maternity company, owner of a five-star hotel, and now chairman of a nationwide department store chain? Just how many undisclosed identities did this man possess? Tan Qiming paid no heed to their astonishment. His sole focus now was to impress his big boss. "Chairman Li, I was just conducting business here myself. I heard from Mr. Yang at Lelton that you were here, so I made a special trip to pay my respects." As he spoke, he casually glanced at the group of individuals who had offended the chairman not far away. "I heard about what happened earlier. I never imagined those blind fools would dare cross you. Rest assured, I'm absolutely not acquainted with them." After Tan Qiming finished speaking, he seemed to remember something and quickly added, "Oh, Chairman Li, we have a board meeting in Jiangning District tomorrow morning at 9. Would you be available to attend?" Li Yu glanced at Sun Jihao, who stood nearby looking ashen and utterly dumbfounded, then turned his gaze back to Tan Qiming. He asked calmly, "What's your relationship with that Sun fellow?" Tan Qiming broke out in a cold sweat at the question, frantically waving his hands to distance himself. "No connection whatsoever. Absolutely none. Chairman Li, please don't misunderstand. I've barely exchanged a few words with him. He kept trying to negotiate a partnership with our mall, but I refused because their company's product quality was too poor." Tan Qiming declared emphatically in front of everyone to prove his stance. "I've long believed their company lacks the capability. There's simply no need for cooperation. From this day forward, our Dadanglai Mall will never engage in any business with the Sun family's food company." Tan Qiming's words struck Sun Jihao's heart like a heavy hammer. It shattered the last shred of his illusions. Sun Jihao felt darkness envelop his vision as his entire body went limp. Li Yu observed Tan Qiming's eagerness to prove his loyalty with a faint smile. "These matters are entirely up to you to decide." His tone, as light as a breeze and as calm as clouds, radiated absolute authority and confidence. Then, Li Yu shifted his tone abruptly. "I won't be attending tomorrow's board meeting. I need to stay home with the kids. I don't have time." Li Yu's words left everyone present stunned once more. This was the board meeting of a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate. He simply declared he wouldn't attend? And his reason was to stay home and take care of the kids? His act was so utterly refreshingly unconventional, it left everyone completely off guard. Everyone stared at Liu as if he were a deity. They finally understood what true arrogance meant. Upon hearing Liu's response, Tan Qiming showed not the slightest hint of displeasure. Instead, his deference deepened. Yes, Chairman Li. It was my oversight. Then I'll leave you to your work. I shan't disturb you further. Tan Qiming bowed respectfully and withdrew, not forgetting to shoot Sun Jihao a vicious glare as he left. The banquet hall once again returned to its previous bustling atmosphere. Only this time, every pair of eyes was fixed firmly on Liu. Gu Yuan tugged at Liu's sleeve, her beautiful eyes wide with shock and confusion. Honey, what on earth is going on? Is the Donglai department store yours too? Her mind felt like it was about to short-circuit. Just how many secrets was her husband keeping from her? Liu couldn't help but smile at his wife's adorably bewildered expression. He reached back, took her small hand firmly in his own, and spoke with gentle yet unwavering resolve. Honey, don't worry. Once we get home, I'll tell you everything, every detail. Gu Yuan heard her husband's promise, and though her heart was still filled with shock. But what overwhelmed her more than anything was an unprecedented sense of admiration and pride. Chapter 156, Serves Him Right. Meanwhile, at Li Jiati's table, the atmosphere was equally eerie. Li Fengyuan nudged Li Jiat, who was buried in his food, and whispered in utter shock. Hey, what's going on here? Your cousin owns even the Dadonglai Mall? Li Jiat's mouth was stuffed with steak, his words muffled. I don't know either. He forced down the food in his mouth, his face equally stunned. All I know is my cousin owns 35% of that Tianny baby company, worth billions. As for this hotel and mall, I only found out today. Li Fengyuan gasped at the revelation. My goodness, just how wealthy is your brother? She felt her entire worldview was about to be turned upside down. Li Jiati looked just as bewildered. He shook his head and muttered under his breath. I don't know either. All I know is that my brother is incredibly rich now, incredibly rich. Li Fengyuan looked at Liu, who was surrounded by a crowd fawning over him like he was the center of the universe. Then she glanced at her own dim-witted cousin beside her, who only knew how to play video games. Both men from the Li family, yet why was the gap between them so vast? Now she finally understood why Gu Yuan had wholeheartedly married a 40-year-old man. With a husband like that, she'd marry him even if he were 80, let alone 40. What Li Fengyuan didn't know was that Gu Yuan hadn't known Liu was so wealthy beforehand. So Gu Yuan marrying Liu had nothing to do with money. Meanwhile, the banquet hall was now filled with an utterly bizarre atmosphere. Tan Qiming and his entourage bowed respectfully and departed, leaving a mess in their wake. All the classmates stood frozen in place, their minds buzzing. The shareholder of Tianny Baby held a fortune worth billions. The holder of Longxing Bank's Supreme Black Card, with 15 billion yuan in cash always available. Chairman of the 5-star Lelton Hotel, with a market value of billions. Chairman of the nationwide chain of Donglai department stores, with annual sales exceeding 100 billion. Any one of these titles alone would be an unattainable dream for the average person to strive toward for 10 lifetimes. Now, all these titles are concentrated in one person. They stared at the man who remained utterly composed throughout. Their worldviews felt on the verge of collapse. Good heavens, what kind of godlike husband did Yuan marry? This isn't just a wealthy family, it's a god-tier fortune. A successful career, a happy family, and 4 adorable quadruplets, this is the ultimate life winner. After a moment of stunned silence, the venue erupted into a frenzy. Everyone stared at Liu and Gu Yuan as if they were deities. Their eyes brimmed with envy, jealousy, and utter disbelief. Just then, a shrill ringtone pierced the cacophony of whispers. It was Sun Jihao's phone. As if his soul had been ripped from him, he mechanically pulled out his phone. When he saw the word Dad on the screen, his hands trembled as he pressed the answer button. The moment the call connected, his father's furious roar. So loud that everyone nearby could hear it clearly. Sun Jihao, you useless piece of trash who can't accomplish anything but only cause trouble. Do you even know who you've offended? Just now, Mr. Tan from Dadong Mall called personally to say our company has been permanently blacklisted. That project had some hope left, but now you've added all up. Our family is finished. Cough, cough, cough. A violent coughing fit erupted on the other end of the line, as if he were coughing up his lungs. Sun Jihao turned ashen-faced with fright. His hand trembled, and he hung up the phone. Without landing the major client, the Donglai Mall, his already precarious company, was on the brink of bankruptcy. But one crisis barely subsided before another erupted. No sooner had Sun Jihao's call ended than Wu Yenyue's phone began ringing beside her. She glanced at the caller ID. It was her father again. A sense of foreboding washed over Wu Yenyue. Her hands trembling, she answered the call. On the other end, her father's furious roar echoed once more. Wu Yenyue, you troublemaking, good-for-nothing daughter. What the hell did you and that good-for-nothing Sun Jihao go and do to offend someone out there? Just now, Mr. Yang from Linton and Mr. Tan from Donglai called one after another, demanding to terminate all cooperation with our company. Add that to the cancelled Linton Hotel project, over 100 million in contracts, all ruined by you. How did you manage to offend 2 CEOs in a single day? It's beyond belief. Wu Yenyue listened to her father's despairing roar, her voice trembling with tears. Dad, I didn't know it would turn out like this, she explained weakly. How was I supposed to know the chairman of Liltuan and the chairman of Dongdonglai were the same person? No sooner had Wu Yenyue finished speaking. A loud thud suddenly echoed from the other end of the line, as if something heavy had crashed to the floor. Then, an eerie silence descended. Wu Yenyue's heart skipped a beat. Had her father fainted from shock? Without a second thought for her dignity, she bolted toward the exit of the banquet hall like a madwoman. Sun Jihao watched her distraught figure and scrambled after her. Like 2 stray dogs, they fled in panic under the schadenfreude-filled stares of all their classmates. Watching the 2 clowns' pitiful retreat, some felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction welling up inside. Serves them right. You were so arrogant earlier, now you're getting your comeuppance. $2 billion cooperation projects just went down the drain. The slap to their faces was audible. After Wu Yenyue and Sun Jihao left, the banquet hall's atmosphere returned to its previous liveliness. Only this time, every pair of eyes was fixed firmly on Liu. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at Li Jia's table had turned eerily tense. Surrounded by a feast of delicacies, he suddenly found it all utterly tasteless. For a gaming-obsessed shut-in like him, this high society gathering felt like pure torture. Ugh, this is boring, Li Jiate muttered under his breath, pursing his lips. What's the matter? Our young master Li can't handle this high society gathering? Li Fengyue, sitting beside him, couldn't resist teasing him as she watched his restless demeanor. Of course not. I'd rather spend this time playing a few more rounds of games and climb to the top of the national server rankings. Li Jiate declared with righteous indignation. Pfft, all you ever do is play games. Serves you right for being single. Li Fengyue rolled her eyes in exasperation. Li Jiate couldn't be bothered to argue with her. He pulled his phone out of his pocket. He tapped the Honor of King's icon with practiced ease. Chapter 157, Not Even Free. The banquet hall remained as lively as ever. Everyone's gaze drifted suddenly toward the table where Liu and Gu Yueyan sat. Executive Chef Zhu Dahai had already prepared 2 perfectly seared, tender inside and crispy outside, aromatic tomahawk steaks, served with utmost respect. Gu Yueyan picked up her knife and fork, carefully slicing the steak into small pieces. Then, she gently lifted a small piece with her fork and tenderly brought it to Liu's lips. Honey, open wide. Liu watched his wife's tender and considerate expression, feeling a warm glow in his heart as he opened his mouth and ate the steak. The tender, juicy flavor exploded across his taste buds in an instant. The couple's unabashed display of affection drew envious glances from their classmates. Especially the female classmates, seeing Gu Yueyan's face, radiant with happiness, made their eyes nearly red with envy. Oh my gosh, Yueyan is so incredibly lucky. Look at that ring on her finger, it's the world's only, you are my one and only purple-pink diamond. And guess what? Chairman Li just bought Yueyan a billion-yuan mansion in Tiannan Bay, the most exclusive neighborhood in Jiangning City. A female classmate who was fairly close to Gu Yueyan delivered the scoop with vivid detail. The surrounding female classmates all gasped in astonishment. Jewelry worth 100 million, a villa worth over 100 million. What kind of fairy tale life is this? Of course, where there's envy, there's jealousy. In a corner, several plain-looking female classmates from ordinary families were huddled together, murmuring sourly under their breath. Pfft, what's so great about her? She just married some rich old guy. Exactly. She'd even go for a middle-aged guy over a decade older just for the money. Total gold digger. If I had her face and figure, I could find a husband that rich too. Yet despite their words, their voices were hushed to a whisper. They were terrified Liu, standing nearby, might overhear. After all, the tragic fates of Wu Yenyue and Sun Jihao were still fresh in their minds. They certainly didn't want to cross a tycoon like Liu. As time dragged on, Li Fengyue began to feel bored. She nudged Li Jiate, who had just finished a game, and whispered, "Hey, let me join you. It's boring sitting here alone." Li Jiate's eyes lit up instantly at the suggestion. He happily leaned in, a smug grin spreading across his face. "What? You're bored too? I tried calling you to play earlier, but you wouldn't listen." Li Fengyue rolled her eyes at him in exasperation before logging into the game. The two quickly formed a party and sat side by side. Their heads were close together, the glow from the screen illuminating their focused faces. They occasionally cheer softly at a brilliant move, then scold each other over a mistake. To onlookers, their intimate demeanor resembled that of a young couple deeply in love. Meanwhile, Wang Yitson, seated at a nearby table, never once took his eyes off Li Fengyue. He half-heartedly kept his girlfriend Lu Qian company while secretly sending WeChat messages to Li Fengyue, but none of them ever got a reply. When he saw Li Fengyue and Li Jiate sitting side by side, playing games and laughing so hard they were shaking, jealousy made his eyes red and his expression darkened to the extreme. Honey, what's wrong? You look awful. Did your ex-girlfriend upset you? Lu Qian, sitting beside him, noticed his unease and asked with concern. Nothing. She has a boyfriend now. I've had nothing to do with her for ages. Wang Yizhong forced a smile that looked worse than crying and lied. Lu Qian followed his gaze and saw Li Fingyue's radiant, captivating face. A fleeting, barely perceptible flash of jealousy flickered in her eyes. But upon hearing she already had a boyfriend, she relaxed. She refocused her attention back on Wang Yizhong. Meanwhile, Li Jiatii also noticed Wang Yizhong's sour expression. A surge of satisfaction washed over him. He was playing the role of fake boyfriend perfectly. He nudged Li Fengyue beside him with his elbow and lowered his voice, speaking as if seeking praise. See that? That guy's face is turning green. I'm blocking this unwanted romantic interest for you. How do you plan to thank me? Li Fengyue didn't even lift an eyelid, her gaze still fixed intently on her phone screen, her tone dripping with disdain. Him? A man who can't keep his mouth shut? I wouldn't take him even if he was handed to me on a silver platter. The gathering stretched late into the night. Finally, the restaurant manager approached Li Yu with a long bill in hand, bowing respectfully. Chairman Li, tonight's banquet total comes to 2,880,000 yuan. It has been fully waived for you. Nearly 3 million yuan in charges simply waived. The classmates who hadn't left yet were once again deeply stunned by Li Yu's extravagance. After the banquet concluded, the guests departed one by one. At the hotel entrance, Wang Yizhong happened to see Li Jiat and Li Fengyue getting into a seemingly ordinary Toyota Corolla. That car was worth, at most, 100,000 yuan. A flash of contempt and disdain instantly crossed Wang Yizhong's eyes. He sneered coldly, thinking to himself, I thought he'd hooked up with some rich guy, but it turns out he's just a poor kid driving a beat-up Toyota. Little did Wang Yizhong know that this car was actually a punishment from Li Jiata's father. His father had bought it specifically as punishment, meant to be his transportation. In fact, his father, Li Qingchen, was already considering upgrading his son to a new car. Meanwhile, Li Yu had already started the engine of his luxury car. Inside, besides Gu Yueyan, sat several of her former female college classmates. Since these classmates lived farther away, Li Yu kindly offered them a ride. Yueyan, you're so incredibly lucky. We're all jealous to death. Yeah, your husband isn't just handsome, he's so wealthy too. And the best part is how doting he is on you. He's practically a dream husband. Inside the car, the female classmates chattered non-stop, their conversation revolving entirely around Li Yu and Gu Yueyan. Gu Yueyan felt a bit embarrassed by their chatter, her pretty face flushing slightly as she nestled happily into Li Yu's embrace. After a moment, she smiled and said, by the way, Li Yu and I are planning to return to Jiangning University for further studies. We've signed up as auditors. If you ever want to see me, you can come find me at school. What? Back to Jiangning University? One female classmate suddenly gasped as if remembering something. Oh dear, Yueyan, you'd better be careful then. You didn't know? That woman, Su Yusen, is coming back to China. I heard from a friend studying abroad that she's also coming back to Jiangning University to pursue a graduate degree. Chapter 158. We've known each other for ages. Su Yusen? Gu Yueyan's brow furrowed imperceptibly at the name. Li Yu caught the fleeting change in his wife's expression through the rearview mirror. He asked calmly. Who is Su Yusen? Brother Li, you don't know her. That Su Yusen is no good. A female classmate immediately launched into an indignant explanation. She used to be in our class. Her family is incredibly wealthy, and she was spoiled rotten since childhood, wild and willful. Back then, she was madly infatuated with Chen Feng, the captain of our school's basketball club. But Chen Feng just happened to like our Yueyan. Because of that, Su Yusen made life miserable for Yueyan at every turn. She treated her like a thorn in her side. Another female classmate chimed in, yeah, I remember once when Yueyan entered the school art competition and won first prize. That Su Yusen spread rumors everywhere, claiming Yueyan bribed the judges to win the prize. Another time, she actually pointed her finger at Yueyan's nose in front of the entire school in the cafeteria, calling her a shameless vixen who seduces men. If we hadn't stopped her, she would have attacked Yueyan right then and there. Listening to the classmates chattering, Li Yu's expression darkened gradually. That Su Yusen went abroad for graduate studies after graduation. She probably assumed Yueyan, had long since left Jiangning. She never dreamed you'd not only come back, but also become her fellow alum at the same university. Goodness, I can't even imagine the look on her face when she comes back and discovers. The face she'll make when she realizes that Gu Yueyan, the undisputed campus beauty of Jiangning University, is actually you. She'll explode on the spot. The female classmates in the car, imagining the spectacular scene about to unfold, couldn't help but wear expressions of schadenfreude. Li Yu listened to the gossip about his wife's past, feeling deeply unsettled. An unnamed rage burned fiercely within his chest. He hated himself for not appearing in his wife's life sooner, forcing her to endure so much hardship. After safely dropping off the female classmates at their homes, the car finally fell silent. Gu Yueyan looked at her husband's tense profile and darkened eyes, knowing he was still angry about what had just happened. She reached out her small hand, gently resting it on the back of his, and asked softly, "Honey, what's wrong?" Li Yu struggled to quell the rage boiling within him, his voice low and icy. "Nothing. Just feel like punching someone." Hearing her husband's words, filled with protective instinct, a wave of indescribable warmth surged through Gu Yueyan's heart. She leaned in and pressed a tender kiss to his cheek. "It's okay now. It's all in the past. As for that Chen Feng, I never liked him anyway. Back in college, I was completely absorbed in painting. I didn't have time for romance." Gu Yueyan spoke, then gently rested her small head against Li Yu's shoulder. She tilted her head back, her beautiful eyes brimming with unwavering love and admiration. "Besides, I have you now. You're my husband, the only man I've ever loved in my entire life." Li Yu gazed at his wife's luscious, red lips. He could no longer resist, leaning down to kiss her. The temperature inside the car instantly rose significantly. By the time they returned to Villa Number 8 in Tiannan Bay, it was already 11 p.m. Li Yu carefully carried his half-asleep wife upstairs to the master bedroom. After settling her, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he sat by the bedside, quietly watching her serene sleeping face. Moonlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing her face. It made her already exquisite features appear even more serene and captivating. An indescribable sense of fulfillment and happiness welled up within Li Yu. He reached out and gently stroked her smooth cheek. As he gazed at her, a lingering doubt that had troubled him for so long surfaced once more. Leaning close to her ear, he whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. "Honey, tell me honestly, when you decided to marry me, weren't you even a little afraid? Back then, I was just a 40-year-old unemployed man, broke and drowning in debt. You were young and beautiful, with a bright future ahead. You could have had so many better options." A barely perceptible tremor colored Li Yu's voice. He had always believed their union was nothing more than an accident. A ridiculous mistake fueled by alcohol and hormones. He had always felt he was beneath her. Yet, the moment his words fell, Gu Yueyan, who hadn't truly fallen asleep, fluttered her eyelashes slightly. She slowly opened her sleepy eyes. Gazing at her husband mere inches away, a tender smile graced her face. "Who said you're broke?" Her voice carried a hint of sleepy hoarseness, yet it sounded exceptionally melodious. "In my eyes, you've always been the most outstanding man." Li Yu froze, his face blank with confusion. "Actually, I already knew you before that passionate night." Gu Yueyan's pretty face flushed slightly as she murmured shyly. "Do you remember? The company you worked for before was right next to our Jiangning Aviation headquarters." Li Yu thought carefully and realized it was true. "Back then, I saw you every day on my commute. You always seemed in a hurry, but you were polite to everyone. Once, I saw an elderly woman struggling up the stairs with heavy bags. Everyone around ignored her, but you stepped forward to help." Gu Yueyan's voice brimmed with the sweetness of memory. "From that moment on, I knew you were different from those men who only chase fame and fortune. You're hardworking, kind, compassionate, and especially devoted, never flirting with any of the younger female colleagues at the company. So I've had feelings for you for a long time." Li Yu was stunned by his wife's sudden confession. It felt like he'd been struck by lightning, his mind buzzing with disbelief. He never imagined their connection had begun so long ago. He'd always believed it was sheer luck, a stroke of dumb luck, that this middle-aged, unemployed, penniless guy like him had won the favor of his goddess. Little did he know that the goddess had already set her sights on him long ago. An unprecedented wave of ecstasy and emotion instantly swept through his entire being. He could no longer contain his emotions, pulling his wife tightly into his arms. The force was so intense it felt as though he was trying to merge her into his very bones. "Honey, I love you," Li Yu's voice was deep and unwavering. "This lifetime, I, Li Yu, swear to make you the happiest woman in the world." "Ah," gently, Gu Yueyan murmured shyly. Chapter 159, Blockhead. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Jiatii drove the Toyota Corolla worth over 100,000 yuan, dropping Li Fengyue off at the entrance of her residential complex. "All right, we're here. You go up." Li Jiatii parked the car and said without turning his head. Seeing his impatient expression, Li Fengyue felt a surge of irritation. But after a moment's thought, she tentatively asked, Aren't you going to walk me up?" She actually wanted this guy to know the exact location of her home. After all, they were currently pretending to be a couple. If his parents ever came for a home visit, it would be good to be prepared. However, Li Jiatii, being a straight-laced guy, clearly couldn't grasp her subtle intentions. He glanced at his watch, remembering his good buddy Su Ming still waiting impatiently outside his own door. Without a second thought, he flatly refused. "No, I've got plans. I'm meeting a friend." With that, he floored the gas pedal and sped off in his beat-up Toyota. Li Fengyue was left standing there, stomping her feet in frustration. "Li Jiatii, you insensitive, clueless straight guy. You deserve to be single forever." Li Fengyue glared at the taillights disappearing into the night and flipped him off with a vicious middle finger. Meanwhile, Li Jiatii, rushing home in a panic, had barely opened the door when he saw a young man in a t-shirt and jeans squatting by the entrance, looking utterly dejected. He found a young man in a t-shirt and jeans crouched by the doorway, looking utterly dejected. Damn it, Ming, what are you doing crouched here? Li Jiatie was startled by his pitiful appearance. The man was none other than his former college buddy, Su Ming. You've got some nerve asking that. I've been waiting at your door for nearly half an hour. Su Ming stood up, brushed the dust off his butt, and snapped back. If I hadn't lost my job and couldn't find work, I wouldn't have stooped so low as to come begging at your door, you rich bastard. Alright. Come on in. Li Jiatie ushered him inside and gestured toward the kitchen. Hungry? There's instant noodles in the kitchen. Go cook them yourself. Oh, and make me a bowl too. I'm starving. Su Ming didn't hesitate and headed straight for the kitchen. Soon, 2 steaming bowls of instant noodles were placed on the table. The two slurped their noodles while chatting. Hey, Art, how's things going with your girlfriend? Su Ming seemed to remember something and asked with a gossipy look on his face. What girlfriend? That's my sister-in-law. She just asked me to help keep up appearances. Li Jiatie rolled his eyes and briefly explained the class reunion that night. But honestly, I really have to thank my cousin. Thanks to my cousin's influence, my parents have been nagging me daily to find a girlfriend. Li Jiatie set down his chopsticks and said triumphantly. So I found a fake girlfriend to play along with me in a few scenes, and I managed to get over 2 million from my dad. But honestly, I don't care about video games or sports cars anymore. All I want now is to make money, big money, just like my cousin. Li Jiatie spoke, then seemed to recall something, his face lighting up with relief. Oh, and that woman earlier? She even wanted me to walk her upstairs. You think she wanted me to fix her pipes or change her light bulbs? Good thing I got out of there fast. Otherwise, I'd be working for free again tonight. No sooner had Li Jiatie finished speaking. Su Ming across from him sputtered, pfft, as his instant noodles sprayed everywhere. He stared at Li Jiatie like he was some kind of little cutie, utterly dumbfounded. Damn it, Art, are you blind? She was giving you a chance to go upstairs, and you turned it down? Su Ming was nearly furious with his own brother. Ha? What chance? Li Jiatie still looked completely bewildered. Forget it. There's no point explaining anything to a blockhead like you. Su Ming pressed his forehead, his face utterly devoid of hope. Suddenly, he felt it was his duty as a brother to help this thick-headed pal of his. Art, don't worry. I'll definitely help you out, bro. Su Ming pounded his chest, vowing solemnly. But Li Jiatie didn't take his words to heart at all. His mind was consumed with thoughts of how he could make big money like his cousin. Meanwhile, back home, Li Fengyue knew nothing of the conversation between Li Jiatie and Su Ming. After her bath, she lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Her mind was filled with the image of Li Jiatie, that stubbornly straight man. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She grabbed her pillow and slammed it hard against the wall. Li Jiatie, you damn jerk. All you ever do is play video games. Just then, her phone buzzed with a ding. She picked it up to find a WeChat message from Li Jiatie. Honor of kings, in or out? Li Fengyue stared at those words, so furious she nearly smashed her phone on the spot. This jerk, can't he think about anything besides games? She was about to type get lost in reply. But then she thought she couldn't sleep either, and she was bored anyway. Why not play a couple of rounds with this guy? She could give him a proper beating in the game while she was at it. Let him know that this lady isn't someone to mess with. With that thought, Li Fengyue's mood instantly cleared up. She typed back swiftly. Bring it on. Who's afraid of who? Then, with lightning speed, she leapt off the bed. The two quickly teamed up for a duo queue, their bond deepening through the game's interactions. As midnight approached, Li Fengyue finally finished her duo queue session with Li Jiatie. Suddenly, she spotted the profile picture of that scumbag Zhao Long, nicknamed King of Kings, and her blood boiled. But when she saw the pink heart-shaped CP badge next to her and Li Jiatie's avatars, the slight irritation in her heart vanished like smoke. Just then, her phone screen lit up with a WeChat message. Why aren't you playing with me anymore? The sender was none other than Big Shot himself, Zhao Long. Li Fengyue nearly laughed in anger at the message. This scumbag already has a girlfriend yet still goes around flirting with others, and now he has the nerve to ask her? She replied without holding back. Sorry, I'm taken now. Don't contact me anymore. Zhao Long replied almost instantly. CP? That guy you tri-queued with before? His skills are so weak, what's the point of playing with him? Li Fengyue's temper flared instantly at those words. Nonsense. His skills are great, at least better than yours. Besides, he's my boyfriend. So what if he's bad? I like him. She deliberately emphasized the word boyfriend with extra emphasis. Zhao Long fell silent for a few seconds, seemingly stunned by the news. Boyfriend? When did you two start dating? Chapter 160, A Friend's Divine Assist. Li Fengyue couldn't be bothered with his nonsense anymore and called him out on his lie. Weren't you supposed to be gaming with your girlfriend? How come you have time to message me? After seeing the message, Zhao Long went completely silent. After a long pause, he finally sent back a shocked emoji. How did you find out? Li Fengyue scoffed coldly, her fingers flying across the keyboard. Playing both sides and still trying to keep your options open? Zhao Long, you're something else. Don't bother me again, or I'll expose your true colors to your girlfriend. After sending the message, Li Fengyue blocked and deleted Zhao Long in one fluid motion. Only after completing these actions did she feel the pent-up anger in her heart finally dissipate. But as her mind settled, another question surfaced. Why was this guy Li Jiatie always dragging her into playing games? A thought suddenly popped into Li Fengyue's mind, one so absurd even she found it ridiculous. As if compelled by some unseen force, she opened the chat window with Li Jiatie and typed a single line. Why do you always drag me into playing games? Meanwhile, in Li Jiat's room, he was bragging to his best friend Su Ming about how he'd swindled 2 million from his dad. Su Ming listened with wide eyes, finally shaking his head helplessly. Damn, Art, you're a business genius, even pulling one over on your own dad. What do you mean screwed? That's called a white lie, all for the sake of family harmony. Li Jiat retorted with righteous indignation. Just then, his phone pinged. He picked it up to find a message from Li Fengyue. Why do you always drag me into playing games? Li Jiatai stared at the message, scratching his head in confusion. What's this woman playing at? He muttered under his breath. Asking why I drag her into games? Obviously to boost her rank. Su Ming, standing nearby, overheard and leaned in to take a look. His face immediately twisted into an expression of disappointment. Damn it, Art, are you blind? When a girl asks you that, it means she's into you. Interested? Li Jiatie was even more confused. What could she possibly mean by that? We're just a fake couple for business purposes. I only did this to placate my parents and get more pocket money. And look, I've already raked in over 2 million so far. Li Jiatie proudly waved his phone again. Su Ming listened, pressed his forehead, and looked utterly disheartened. So you don't have any feelings for her at all? Feelings? Li Jiatie pondered for a moment before replying. I guess I feel okay about her. Didn't I tell you? She's just a good partner for climbing the ranks. But... His tone shifted abruptly, a hint of irritation flitting across his face. At the class reunion today, some guy tried to add her on WeChat. It really rubbed me the wrong way. I mean, she's technically my girlfriend now, right? How can she just casually add some random guy on WeChat? Su Ming couldn't help but laugh at his hypocritical, awkward expression. That's not discomfort, you're jealous, bro. You've had a crush on her for ages and you haven't even realized it yourself. Su Ming cut straight to the heart of the matter. Me? Like her? No way. Li Jiatie denied it immediately, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Su Ming didn't argue with him, just said slowly. When you used to play games, did you ever give up the blue buff to anyone else? I remember you once said mages are just dogs for junglers, and blue buff isn't even fit for dogs to take. But when you play with her, forget the blue buff, sometimes you even give her the red buff. You dare say you don't have feelings for her? Su Ming's words instantly silenced Li Jiatie. He thought back carefully, it seemed he really had done just that. Could it be, he really had fallen for that tigress? Just as Li Jiatie was drowning in self-doubt, his phone pinged again. It was Li Fengyue again. Don't ever drag me into your games again. Followed by 3 furious exclamation marks. Seeing the message, Li Jia's heart skipped a beat and panic instantly washed over him. Oh no. She's mad. She must think I'm annoying. Damn it, Art, can you use your brain for once? Su Ming was practically furious with him. She's clearly throwing a tantrum because she couldn't wait for your reply. It's just her venting. Don't you get it? Then what should I say back? Li Jiatie was completely at a loss, looking like a helpless elementary school kid. Honestly speaking, Su Ming said as he took his phone and started typing. Just say you enjoy gaming with her because the experience is so pleasant even when you lose, you don't blame each other. Soon, under Su Ming's guidance, Li Jiatie sent a heartfelt message. In the rented apartment, Li Fengyue read Li Jiat's reply. The anger in her heart inexplicably faded. So it wasn't just about leveling up that he'd reached out to her. It turned out that playing games with him made him genuinely happy too. An indescribable sweetness instantly filled her heart. The corners of her mouth lifted upward uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Li Jiatie, seeing Li Fengyue hadn't replied for ages, started pacing restlessly again. Why isn't she replying? Did I say something wrong? Su Ming watched his anxious expression and shook his head with a smile. Alright, calm down. Watch me give you a master assist. He snatched Li Jiat's phone and his long fingers flew across the screen. Then, he turned to Li Jiat and flashed a knowing smile. All set. Just wait for your girlfriend to accept. Before Li Jiatie could react, Su Ming had already sent the message. He snatched the phone back and froze in shock. Let's date. For real. Not the fake kind. Li Fengyue stared at the bold declaration on her phone screen, completely dumbfounded. She rubbed her eyes hard, thinking she must have misread it. Dating? Li Jiatie, that straight-laced guy, had actually confessed to her? Her mind went completely blank. Her heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably and her cheeks began to burn hot. Without a second thought, she immediately video called her best friend, Gu Yueyan. The call connected quickly, revealing Gu Yueyan's stunning face on the screen. Only, she seemed slightly out of breath. Her lovely face was flushed and a fine sheen of sweat glistened on her forehead. Behind her stood the backdrop of an exquisitely luxurious master bedroom. Li Yu's tall, imposing figure also appeared in the frame. He was gently pulling Gu Yueyan into his embrace from behind. Chapter 161, finally off the market. Fengyu, it's so late. Is something wrong? Gu Yueyan's voice carried a barely perceptible hint of shyness. Li Fengyu watched the intimate scene between the two and instantly understood. Her face flushed bright red and she hurriedly said, did I interrupt you too? Not at all, we just finished exercising. Gu Yueyan replied with unabashed ease, her face radiating unmistakable happiness and sweetness. Seeing her best friend radiating the glow of love, Li Fengyu felt a pang of envy. Then she recounted every detail of Li Jia's confession to her. After hearing it, Gu Yueyan's expression said it all. I knew it. I knew it. That guy definitely has feelings for you. Li Yu, standing behind her, chimed in with a laugh. My cousin can be a bit slow on the uptake sometimes. He's never been in a relationship before, so he's pretty innocent. If he confesses to you, it means he genuinely likes you. Hearing Li Yu's words, Li Fengyue's heart skipped a beat. He genuinely likes me? It had been so long since she'd been in a relationship. So long that she'd almost forgotten what it felt like to be liked by someone. The thought of Li Jiatii, though clueless about romance, he'd always step up to protect her when it mattered most. An indescribable flutter stirred within her heart. Staring at the chat window on her phone screen, still waiting for her reply. She was overcome by an unprecedented wave of shyness and confusion. Should she accept his invitation? Seeing Li Fengyue's indecision, Gu Yueyan on the other end of the video call grew even more anxious than she felt herself. Behind her, Li Yu gently wiped the fine beads of sweat from her forehead. That intimate sight made Li Fengyue's heart ache. Fengyue, what are you hesitating about? Look at me and Li Yu, didn't we also start with an accident? What's the harm in giving it a try? We're perfectly happy now, aren't we? Gu Yueyan, seeing her best friend's conflicted expression, shared her own experience. Besides, aren't age gap relationships all the rage these days? You're only a year older than him, what's the big deal? And Li Yu's cousin, even though he can be a bit slow sometimes. His character and values are absolutely solid. His family background is good too, look how reasonable his parents are. Gu Yueyan's words fell like pebbles into Li Fengyue's already churning heart. She recalled Li Jiatii's swaying yet resolute figure as he shielded her from drinks at the table. She also recalled how, in the game, he'd curse her for being terrible at it. Yet always gave her the most crucial buffs at critical moments. This man, though clueless about romance. But in his clumsy way, he silently protected her. But, Li Fengyue still hesitated. After all, she'd only just decided to start dating. Did that mean she had to meet his parents right away? Good heavens, what was she thinking? Nothing was even set in stone yet, and she was already thinking about meeting the parents. This was moving way too fast. Oh, stop with the buts. If you like him, just go for it. If you miss this village, you won't find another shop. Gu Yueyan's words completely dispelled Li Fengyue's last shred of hesitation. Yeah, she'd been single for so long. Why not be brave just this once, when she'd finally met a man who made her heart race? With that thought, Li Fengyue took a deep breath, as if making up her mind. Alright, then. I'll give it a shot. As soon as the words left her lips, her cheeks flushed bright red. Meanwhile, in Li Jiat's room, Su Ming watched Li Jiatai, who was scratching his head and fidgeting restlessly. His expression betrayed a mix of exasperation and disappointment. Damn it, Art, can't you pull yourself together? It's just a confession. It's not like it's going to kill you. Su Ming snatched Li Jiat's phone and began tapping rapidly on the screen with his long fingers. Watch me give you another divine assist. He flashed Li Jiatii a knowing smile. Done. Just wait to receive your new girlfriend. Before Li Jiatii could react, Su Ming had already sent the message. He snatched the phone back and read the message, breaking out in a cold sweat on the spot. I'm serious. I think I'm falling for you. Want to be my girlfriend? Holy, Su Ming, you're ing crazy. Li Jiatii frantically tried to snatch the phone back, desperate to explain it wasn't him who sent it. Su Ming held his hand firmly, his expression calm. Don't panic. I guarantee she's into you. You believe me? Just as Li Jiatii was frantically typing to explain, the phone chimed with a ding. On the screen, Li Fengyue's reply popped up. Just one word. Okay. Seeing that single character, Li Jiatii froze solid in place. Su Ming beside him seemed frozen in place, as if struck dumb. The two stared at each other in silence for over 10 seconds. Holy. Art, you're no longer single? Su Ming snapped out of it first, slapping Li Jiat's shoulder hard, his voice trembling slightly. I have a real girlfriend? Li Jiatii still looked utterly incredulous. He looked down at the phone in his hand, then up at Su Ming. It felt like a dream. Could it really be that simple? A straight guy who'd been single for over 20 years by his own doing, just like that? After a moment of shock, an unprecedented wave of panic instantly washed over him. So, what am I supposed to say next? What do couples usually talk about? Li Jiatii was completely at a loss, looking to Su Ming beside him for help like a helpless elementary school student. Su Ming looked just as bewildered. Scratching his head awkwardly, he replied, I don't know either. I've never been in a relationship. How about you ask her what she's doing? No way, that's way too cliché. Li Jiat rejected the suggestion outright without a second thought. He paced back and forth in the room, phone in hand, his mind in turmoil. After a long while, he finally stopped, as if something had occurred to him. Got it. I'll ask her to meet tomorrow. With that, Li Jiatii swiftly typed out a line on his phone and sent it off. In the rented apartment, Li Fengyue stared at the words "Let's meet tomorrow" on her phone screen. Her heart felt like it was about to leap out of her throat. She rolled excitedly on the bed, hugging her pillow and letting out bursts of silent screams. Oh my god, this is real. It's not a dream. Suppressing her overwhelming joy, she swiftly replied with a single okay. Then she immediately sent a WeChat message to Gu Yueyan. Yueyan, thank you. It worked. He asked me to meet him tomorrow. Chapter 162, Asset Disclosure. In the master bedroom of Villa Number 8, Tiannan Bay. Gu Yueyan nestled into Liyu's embrace, showing him the chat history on her phone. Honey, look, they're together now. Liyu couldn't help but laugh at his wife's excitement, which seemed to surpass his own when they were dating. He reached out and playfully tickled her little nose. I told you so. The men of the Li family are all devoted. But whether they'll last in the end depends on their own fate. MHM. Gu Yueyan nodded. She nuzzled her little head against her husband's chest once more. Just then, a loud cry erupted from the baby monitor by the bedside. Wah, wah. The sound was clear and full of grievance. Liu glanced at the clock just past midnight. It's Dabeo. Gu Yueyan sat up instantly, her face etched with heartache. That kid must be missing me again. Without even putting on her shoes, she grabbed the robe by the bedside. She hurried toward the nursery on the 3rd floor. In the nursery, Dabeo lay in his crib, wailing heartbreakingly. For nannies surrounded him, rocking and coaxing him, but to no avail. Madam, you're here. The nannies looked at Gu Yueyan as if they had seen a savior. Gu Yueyan nodded to them and hurried to the crib. She carefully lifted the gasping, sobbing baby into her arms. Dabao, be good. Stop crying. Mommy's right here, she murmured softly. The nannies, sensing the moment, discreetly exited the room, leaving the mother and child alone. Strangely enough, the baby who had been wailing so loudly moments ago. The moment he was cradled in his mother's arms and caught that familiar scent, his wails instantly softened into quiet sobs. He buried his little head tightly against his mother's chest. His tiny hands clutched her nightgown tightly. That pitiful little face nearly melted Gu Yueyan's heart. After soothing Dabeo to sleep, Gu Yueyan carefully checked on the other 3 babies once more. Only after confirming they were all sleeping soundly did she tiptoe back upstairs to the master bedroom. Liu was leaning against the headboard, holding a business magazine, seemingly waiting for her. Honey, still awake? Gu Yueyan slipped off her nightgown, revealing her perfectly proportioned figure, and crawled into the warm embrace of the bed. Waiting for you. Liu set down the magazine and drew her soft body into his embrace. Ouch, my waist. Gu Yueyan couldn't help but let out a soft cry as soon as she moved. She'd been wearing high heels all evening, standing for hours in the banquet hall, and was utterly exhausted. Add to that the intense activity on the bed earlier, and now she felt like her back was about to snap. What's wrong? Are you tired? Liu watched her discomfort, his face filled with concern. It's all your fault. I was already exhausted after spending the whole day at the class reunion, and then you had to wear me out like that when we got back. Gu Yueyan shot him a playful glare, her alluring expression sending a flutter through Liu's heart. Fine, it's all my fault. Liu quickly raised his hands in surrender, his face plastered with an apologetic smile. Come on, lie down. Let your husband give you a massage. Gu Yueyan obediently rolled over, curling up on the plush bed like a lazy kitten. Liu extended his warm, strong hands, gently cupping her slender waist. He began kneading her with just the right amount of pressure. The perfectly calibrated pressure sent waves of pleasure through Gu Yueyan, causing her to let out a satisfied moan. Honey, you're so good. Hearing his wife's voice, sweet and seductive to the bone, a surge of indescribable satisfaction filled Liu's heart. Gazing at his wife's defenseless sleeping face, a long-suppressed thought resurfaced in his mind. He resolved to tell her everything about his business dealings, down to the last detail. Between husband and wife, there should always be complete honesty. Honey, there's something I want to talk to you about. Liu pressed the button while tentatively broaching the subject. What is it? Gu Yueyan kept her eyes closed, her voice tinged with a lazy nasal tone. Liu took a deep breath, as if steeled with resolve. It's about my business ventures. At those words, Gu Yuan slowly opened her sleepy, hazy eyes. She rolled over, tilting her head back, her beautiful large eyes brimming with curiosity. Husband, you really don't need to tell me about this, she said, her voice gentle yet firm. As long as your money is earned honestly and legally, I won't ask a single question. In my heart, you'll always be the best. I'm proud of you. Liu felt an indescribable wave of emotion wash over him at his wife's words. He reached out and gently rubbed her little nose. Silly, we're husband and wife. What's mine is yours. Of course you have the right to know. He paused, then dropped the first bombshell. Do you remember the Longchen building where your father's Gu Tianlu is located? Of course I do. What about it? Gu Yuan looked utterly bewildered. Liu couldn't help but laugh at her adorably dazed expression. That building, it's mine. The moment those words left his mouth, Gu Yuan froze solid in place. She stood completely motionless, as if someone had paralyzed her. After a full 10 seconds of shock, she suddenly leaped up from the bed. Her beautiful, wide eyes were filled with shock and utter disbelief. What did you say? That building is yours? Now she finally understood why the monthly rent for the 3 floors her father leased was so ridiculously cheap. Turns out, her husband had been secretly pulling strings behind the scenes. Well done, Liu. You've been secretly playing landlord behind my back. Gu Yuan, both annoyed and amused, reached out her small hand and gave his chest a light yet firm pat. Liu caught her mischievous hand, pulling her back into his embrace as he chuckled. That's just the tip of the iceberg. He leaned close to his wife's ear and dropped an even bigger bombshell. Besides that building, I hold roughly 51% of the shares in Zhonghua Security Company. Plus, several shopping malls and some plots of land are also under my name. Gu Yuan was utterly dumbfounded by her husband's words. Her mind felt like it was about to explode. Zhonghua Security? That's the largest security company in the country. Could it be, it was also her husband's? Overwhelmed with emotion, she couldn't find the words. She could only stare at Liu with her mouth agape, her face frozen in shock. After a long moment, she finally found her voice and said half-jokingly, "Oh my goodness, honey, you're practically forcing me to become a spendthrift. With all this money, how long will it take me to spend it all?" Chapter 163, System Upgrade. Liu couldn't help but laugh at her adorable expression. That's right. I earn money just so you can spend it, he said, pulling out the brand new, still warm Dragon Bank Supreme Black card from the nightstand. Honey, take this card. There's 1 billion yuan in it. Think of it as you're spending money. Gu Yuan stared at the black card, a symbol of supreme wealth and status, and her eyes instantly welled up with tears. What moved her wasn't the 10 billion yuan inside. It was the unreserved trust and adoration her husband showed her. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, she threw herself forward and clung tightly to Liu. Husband, I love you. Just as they embraced tightly, lost in tender moments. A cold, mechanical notification tone once again sounded in Liu's mind at the most inopportune moment. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully confessing all assets to your beloved wife. You have earned her complete trust and admiration, triggering a special mission reward. Reward 10 billion yuan in cash. Hearing this reward, Liu couldn't help but twitch his lips. Damn, he'd just given his wife 10 billion, and the system promptly topped him up. But before he could process it, the system's notification tone sounded once more. Ding! Host has completed 10 special missions. Upgrade conditions met. Initiating upgrade process. System upgrading. 10%. 50%. 100%. Ding! Congratulations, host. Super Daddy System version 2.0 upgrade complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a system upgrade gift pack. Reward, 1 unlimited credit card for the system. Special note, this card has no spending limit but can only be used for the host and their immediate family. Only 10 uses permitted. Liu held his wife, warm and soft against his chest, listening to the series of system notifications echoing in his mind. Yet an indescribable, eerie sensation welled up within him. He felt as though the trajectory of his life was entirely under the control of this mysterious system. He felt like a marionette, following the script the system had written for him, step by step. But he soon let it go. If being a puppet meant becoming a winner in life, if it meant protecting his family, ensuring they lived a lifetime of peace, joy, and carefree happiness, then why not submit to the system's arrangements? With this thought, Liu's heart was no longer clouded by confusion or unease. A few days later, the day of Jiangning University's opening ceremony finally arrived. Early in the morning, Liu and Gu Yuan rose from bed. However, just as they finished getting ready and were about to leave, a deafening wail erupted from the nursery on the 3rd floor. As if they had all agreed beforehand. Screamed at the top of their lungs, their cries piercing the air. The 4 little ones stretched out their chubby little hands, teary-eyed as they looked at their parents. Their pitiful expressions were enough to break anyone's heart. They seemed to have sensed that their parents were leaving today for a distant place, making them clingy beyond measure. Gu Yuyan watched the babies crying so hard they could barely catch their breath, her eyes reddening with heartache. She quickly gathered each little one into her arms, kissing them one by one. There, babies, don't cry. Mommy and Daddy are just going to school for some training. We'll be back soon. Li Yu was also deeply moved. He crouched down and patiently comforted his precious children. It took nearly an hour of effort, with the combined strength of 2 mothers and 4 nannies. They finally managed to calm the clingy little ones. Seeing the tear-stained faces of her sleeping children, Gu Yuyan felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. Honey, maybe we shouldn't go today? Silly, today is the first day of school. How could we possibly skip it? Li Yu pulled her into his arms and comforted her gently. Don't worry, we'll rush back as soon as school lets out this afternoon. Meanwhile, in Li Jia's apartment spanning over 100 square meters, Su Ming lounged around in boxer shorts, a fried dough stick dangling from his mouth, idly scrolling through his phone. Damn, Art, you're living the good life, aren't you? Playing video games at home all day, with girls chasing after me, I'm living the dream. Li Jiatii finished a game, stretched lazily, and wore a look of pure satisfaction. Of course I am. You know who I am, after all. He waved his phone around, showing it off. Oh, and my girlfriend mentioned yesterday that she's planning to switch to a job with better pay, less hassle, and closer to home soon. I just looked it up, that company is right across from her apartment complex. It's a 5-minute walk. Li Jiatii said, but his brow furrowed slightly. But this job sounds kinda sketchy. Hope she's not getting scammed. She's a young woman who just quit her job, she probably doesn't have much money on her. Li Jiatii grew increasingly uneasy. He picked up his phone. Without a second thought, he transferred 52,000 yuan to Li Fengyue. Dearest, I know you're short on cash after changing jobs. Take this money for now. If you need more, just let me know. After sending the message, Li Jiatii felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction wash over him. He felt like he was radiating boyfriend material vibes right now. Across from him, Su Ming watched his goofy expression and dropped his fried dough stick onto the table with a loud thud. Holy, Art, are you stupid? Didn't you even check? That's her dad's friend's company. She's off living the high life now, and you're still sending her money? Su Ming was nearly driven mad by his own brother's actions. Huh? Her dad's friend's company? How could that be? Li Jiatii looked utterly bewildered. Forget it. There's no point explaining to a blockhead like you. Su Ming pressed his forehead, looking utterly defeated. He watched Li Jiatii open his browser again, searching for posts like what to pay attention to on dates and how to quickly improve couple bonding. A sense of foreboding washed over Su Ming. Art, I'm warning you, don't go picking up all that nonsense from the internet. And if you two move in together someday, where am I supposed to stay? Su Ming shot him a resentful look. Li Jiatii couldn't be bothered to respond. His mind was completely occupied with how to make his girlfriend happy. At 9 in the morning, the entrance of Jiangning University bustled with people, a lively scene. A sleek, all-black Mercedes motorhome pulled up slowly at the entrance. Its massive frame and imposing silhouette instantly drew everyone's attention. Holy crap, what kind of car is that? It's way too cool. Looks like a Mercedes-Benz Sprinter van. The top-of-the-line model costs millions. Who could be driving such a luxury car to campus? Chapter 164, Meeting an Old Rival. Amidst the curious stares of the crowd, the door slowly opened. A tall, handsome man with a calm demeanor stepped out first. Following him was a woman dressed in a beige casual suit. A stunningly beautiful woman with a fiery figure followed suit. It's Gu Yuyan, our school's former campus beauty. Someone in the crowd immediately recognized Gu Yuyan. Oh my gosh, who's that man beside her? He's so handsome, with such mature charm. That must be her 40-year-old husband, right? I saw their posts online before. Never imagined they'd look even more perfect together in person than in photos. What a fairy tale romance, a dashing older man paired with a stunning campus beauty. I'm totally shipping them. Li Yu and Gu Yuyan, of course, couldn't hear the surrounding whispers. Li Yu parked the car, took Gu Yuyan's hand, and strolled through the familiar campus grounds. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting warm halos around them. Honey, will we do this every day from now on, holding hands on our way to school? Gu Yuyan tilted her head back. Her beautiful eyes brimming with anticipation for the future. Of course. Li Yu tightened his grip on her small hand. He walked Gu Yuyan all the way to the entrance of a graduate teaching building. They bid each other a reluctant farewell. Only after watching his wife enter the building did Li Yu turn and walk away. Since they were pursuing different fields of study, they didn't share the same classroom. Yet, barely a few steps into his departure, Li Yu pulled out his phone again and sent his wife a WeChat message. Honey, did you make it to class? Remember to drink plenty of water and don't overexert yourself. What do you want for lunch? I'll go to the cafeteria early to save you a seat. Gu Yuyan stared at the string of carrying messages on her phone, her lips curving upward uncontrollably. She felt as though she'd fallen into a honey pot so sweet it was almost sickening. Gu Yuyan entered her classroom, where many classmates were already seated. Though all unfamiliar faces, as a former prominent figure at Jiangning University, her arrival still caused quite a stir. You're senior Gu Yueyan, right? A girl wearing glasses asked excitedly. Hello, I'm Gu Yueyan. Gu Yueyan flashed her a friendly smile. Her approachable demeanor instantly bridged the gap with her classmates. Soon, a curious crowd gathered around her, chattering away. Just then, the classroom door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. A woman wearing Chanel's latest dress, her face adorned with meticulous, heavy makeup. She walked in on high heels, radiating an aura that said, "Keep your distance." The newcomer was none other than Su Yusin. The moment she stepped into the classroom, she spotted Gu Yueyan, who was being fawned over like the center of attention. Su Yusin's expression darkened instantly. She never imagined she'd end up in the same class as this woman. What made her even more jealous was that this woman was already married with children. Why was she still so beautiful, with such a perfect figure? Why did she instantly become the center of everyone's attention the moment she appeared? A raging fire of jealousy ignited within Su Yusin's heart. Having just returned from abroad, she'd only heard rumors about Gu Yueyan's marriage. In her mind, Gu Yueyan must have married some penniless nobody. Su Yusin snorted coldly, finding a corner seat in the back row and sitting down alone. Yet her ears pricked up, eavesdropping on the conversation ahead. Yueyan, your husband treats you so well. He even personally walked you to class just now. Oh yes, we all saw it. Your husband is so handsome and has such a great aura. Hearing these words, Su Yusin's lips curled into a cold, contemptuous sneer. Handsome? Great aura? He's nothing but a greasy, unemployed middle-aged man in his 40s. And now he's still relying on money from Gu Yueyan's family just to get by? He's just a deadbeat leech. What's there to envy? The surrounding classmates also noticed Su Yusin's dismissive expression. Though they didn't know her personally, they'd heard plenty about this spoiled rich girl who'd been arrogant and domineering back in school. Add to that Liu's extravagant spending at the reunion, his billion-dollar fortune had already spread like wildfire within their small circle. Seeing Su Yusin's clueless arrogance, they all silently chose to remain silent. No one had proactively shared more details about Gu Yueyan, so Su Yusin remained unaware of just how wealthy Liu's family truly was. Meanwhile, Gu Yueyan was happily chatting with her new classmates, completely unaware of the venomous, jealous glare fixed on her from behind. Just then, a middle-aged man in a suit, appearing refined and scholarly. Holding a textbook, he walked up to the podium. Good morning, everyone. I'm your instructor for this course. My surname is Wang. Professor Wang pushed his glasses up his nose and said with a smile. I look forward to learning and growing together with all of you over the coming year. Scattered applause filled the classroom. Professor Wang's gaze swept across the classroom. When he spotted Gu Yueyan sitting in the front row, his eyes lit up instantly. Adjusting his glasses, he offered a warm smile. This student looks familiar. Were you previously enrolled at our university? Gu Yueyan stood up and replied politely. Yes, Professor Wang. My name is Gu Yueyan. I graduated from the Fine Arts Department of this university. It's been several years since graduation. I'm back now for further studies. Oh, now I remember. Weren't you once considered the campus beauty? And now you're willing to come back to study. Truly an ambitious young person. Excellent, excellent. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. Professor Wang's face lit up with delight. Receiving the professor's praise, Gu Yueyan smiled shyly and sat back down. However, her modest demeanor. To Su Yusin in the back row, it came across as blatant showing off and provocation. Su Yusin stared intently at Gu Yueyan's flawless profile. The venom in her eyes was no longer concealed. The bell signaling the end of class rang. Professor Wang finished his lecture, tucked his textbook under his arm, and left the classroom with a satisfied smile. The moment he stepped out, Su Yusin gathered her things. Clicking her high heels, she walked past Gu Yueyan. As if deliberately, she let out a sharp, cold snort right beside Gu Yueyan. Her eyes, accentuated with meticulous eyeliner, shot Gu Yueyan a blatant, dismissive glare. It was filled with provocation and contempt. Gu Yueyan was left speechless by this inexplicable display. But she couldn't be bothered to stoop to her level. She merely gave her a faint glance before withdrawing her gaze. Chapter 165, Call Me Gu. After Su Yusin left, the bespectacled girl from earlier approached again. Her face brimming with curiosity, she whispered, Senior Yueyan, who was that woman just now? She seemed to have a lot of hostility toward you. Just an old classmate. No need to pay her any mind, Gu Yueyan replied with a smile, shaking her head. Oh, okay. The bespectacled girl nodded, though her curiosity clearly hadn't been satisfied. Gazing at Gu Yueyan's face, still as stunningly beautiful as ever, she said enviously. Senior, you're amazing. You're married with kids, yet you look so well preserved. I heard you had 4 babies, twins, a boy and a girl, quadruplets. How incredibly lucky is that? Senior, do you have some secret formula for having twins? Could you teach me? The bespectacled girl's words drew curious glances from the surrounding classmates. Gu Yueyan's smile instantly froze. She hadn't expected to face such an awkward question on her very first day back at school. How could she possibly discuss such a private matter in front of so many people? Having children is incredibly difficult, especially 4 at once. I nearly died during the process. Gu Yueyan could only find an excuse to tactfully end the conversation. After gathering her things and bidding farewell to her classmates, she hurried toward the parking lot. Just as she reached the base of the academic building, a familiar voice filled with surprise suddenly called out from behind her. Is that Yueyan? Gu Yueyan turned around to see a man wearing a white shirt and gold-rimmed glasses. He looked like a refined, handsome gentleman, staring at her with genuine delight. Brother Tian-song? Recognizing the man, Gu Yueyan couldn't help but gasp in surprise. It was none other than her childhood neighbor, Du Tian-song. They hadn't seen each other in years, and she never expected to run into him here. It really is you, Yueyan. You've grown so much. Du Tian-song hurried over, his eyes hidden behind his glasses brimming with joy at this long-awaited reunion. Brother Tian-song, what are you doing here? Gu Yueyan's face also lit up with surprise. I'm a professor at this university now, Du Tian-song said with a smile. But what about you? I heard you got married and had kids. Why are you back at school? The two stood on the tree-lined path, happily catching up. Yet neither noticed, not far away. A tall, imposing figure was silently watching them. Li Yu had just stepped out of his classroom when he saw his wife chatting animatedly with another man. Seeing the genuine, radiant smile on his wife's face, an indescribable pang of bitterness suddenly welled up inside him. Li Yu strode forward with long strides, approaching without a hint of emotion. Honey. He walked up beside Gu Yueyan, extending his arm to pull her into his embrace with effortless ease. The possessive gesture caused Du Tian-song, standing nearby, to pause in slight surprise. Honey, you're here. Gu Yueyan's smile grew even brighter at the sight of her husband. Tilting her head back, she happily introduced them. Honey, this is my childhood neighbor, Du Tian-song, brother Tian-song. Brother Tian-song, oh, no, teacher Du, this is my husband, Li Yu. Hello. Du Tian-song extended his hand, his face bearing a polite smile. Li Yu's gaze fell on the outstretched hand, his eyes devoid of any warmth. He merely gave a faint nod, showing no intention of shaking hands. The atmosphere instantly grew awkward. Du Tian-song withdrew his hand uncomfortably. To break the tension, he smiled at Gu Yueyan and said, Yueyan, you can still call me brother Tian-song like you did earlier. The moment the words left his mouth, he felt a cold, piercing gaze settle upon him. Li Yu's eyes instantly filled with scrutiny and hostility. Yueyan, I have class. I should be going. Du Tian-song couldn't bear to stay any longer. Finding an excuse, he made a somewhat flustered retreat. Watching Du Tian-song's lonely retreating figure, Gu Yueyan turned to her husband beside her with a puzzled look. Honey, what's wrong? Your expression just now was really scary. Li Yu said nothing, merely taking her hand and striding quickly toward the parking lot. Only when they were completely alone did he stop, turn around, and fix her with an intense gaze. I don't like you calling other men brother. His voice was low, yet carried an undeniable air of dominance. Gu Yueyan froze for a moment before realizing what he meant. Seeing her husband's awkwardly jealous expression, she felt both annoyed and amused. He was my childhood neighbor. We haven't seen each other in over a decade. Not even a neighbor. From now on, you'll call in teacher Du. Li Yu's tone was unusually firm. Seeing his petty demeanor, an indescribable sweetness welled up inside Gu Yueyan. She knew this man was only being so possessive because he cared deeply for her. All right, my domineering CEO. Gu Yueyan stood on tiptoe and planted a kiss on his cheek. But Li Yu wasn't satisfied. He leaned close to his wife's ear, his voice hoarse as he murmured. Just kissing me isn't enough, call me brother you and let me hear it. Ha? Gu Yueyan's face flushed bright red in an instant. She glanced around. Though no one was there, she still felt incredibly embarrassed. Say it. Li Yu pulled her behind a large tree, enveloping her completely in his embrace. His hot breath washed over her ear, making it feel like it was about to catch fire. You Gu. Gu Yueyan's voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. I can't hear you. Louder. You. Gu Yueyan closed her eyes and let go. That voice, so sweet it could melt bones, sent shivers through Li Yu's heart. He could no longer resist, leaning down to kiss her. When they returned to the $1 million Mercedes RV, Gu Yueyan's pretty face was still flushed. Li Yu retrieved a bottle of warm water from the mini fridge and handed it to her. Then, thoughtfully, he produced a breast pump. Honey, you don't have class this afternoon, right? Yeah, I don't. Gu Yueyan replied. Perfect. I don't have any classes either. Staying here is boring, nothing to do. Then let's head straight home. The babies must be missing us. Li Yu said, starting the car. Back at the villa, the couple resumed their roles as full-time parents, tending to their 4 little ones. Soon, the next morning arrived. Li Yu drove the imposing Mercedes-Benz motorhome, carrying Gu Yueyan to Jiangning University. The vehicle came to a smooth stop in their reserved parking spot. Li Yu instinctively reached to take his wife's hand. Yet as he grasped her soft, boneless little hand, his eyebrows raised slightly. It felt hollow. His gaze fell upon Gu Yuan's slender, fair ring finger. It was bare. The large pink diamond ring that symbolized their marriage was gone. Chapter 166, Buying a New Diamond Ring. Honey, where's the ring? Li Yu's voice betrayed no emotion. Yet the hand encircling her waist tightened slightly without her noticing. Gu Yuan stuck out her tongue, explaining with a touch of embarrassment. Honey, that you are my only one ring is too big. Wearing it to school would be too flashy. I'm afraid people would think I'm showing off. She had a point that nearly 10 billion yuan pink diamond was indeed out of place on a university campus. Yet Li Yu felt inexplicably annoyed. How could his wife's hand not bear his mark? No way, Li Yu declared, his tone carrying an unquestionable dominance. My wife's finger must wear a ring I gave her. Seeing the slight surprise on his wife's pretty face, an idea instantly formed in his mind. Here's what we'll do. After school today, I'll take you to buy a new one. Ha? Buy another one? Gu Yuan's small mouth fell open in surprise. Yeah, get a more low-key one for school. Li Yu said it casually. Seeing her husband's earnest expression, Gu Yuan felt both sweetly touched and helplessly resigned. She could only nod obediently. Morning classes ended quickly. Li Yu drove the RV straight to the bustling financial district next to Jiangning University. The vehicle pulled up outside a high-end diamond customization boutique named Amakinton. The moment they stepped inside, a saleswoman dressed in a professional skirt suit and wearing meticulous makeup immediately approached them. Good afternoon, sir and madam. How may I assist you? Show us your finest diamond ring, something elegant but not too flashy. Li Yu got straight to the point, stating their purpose without beating around the bush. The saleswoman paused for a moment before flashing a professional smile. Certainly, sir. This way, please. She led them to the VIP lounge and soon returned carrying a tray. Sir, madam, please take a look at this one. It's one of our most popular designs, featuring a 1-carat F-grade diamond as the center stone. With VVS1 clarity, it's perfect for both everyday wear and special occasions. The saleswoman carefully presented the diamond ring to Gu Yuan as she described it. The ring's design was simple and elegant. Set with a brilliant diamond that sparkled dazzlingly under the lights. Wow, it's beautiful, Gu Yuan exclaimed, her eyes lighting up instantly. Though this ring couldn't compare to the pink diamond Li Yu had given her. It won her over with its delicate, petite design. Worn on her finger, it made her hand appear even more slender and fair. Priced at over $1 million, it was also more within her means. However, Li Yu merely gave it a fleeting glance before frowning. The grade is too low. He placed the ring back on the tray and said calmly. Money isn't an issue. I want the best. He gazed at his wife's puzzled expression and affectionately tickled her little nose. Honey, I'll buy you several more of these little trinkets later. You can switch them out and wear different ones. Different occasions call for different rings. Li Yu's words sent a jolt through the female salesperson standing nearby. A diamond ring worth over $1 million yuan, and he called it a little trinket? She surreptitiously studied the man before her, his demeanor calm and composed, while her mind was churning with astonishment. This man was undoubtedly a hidden top-tier tycoon. Yes, sir. I understand. We also have a prized piece in our collection. I'll go fetch our manager to bring it over. The saleswoman's attitude instantly shifted to one of utmost deference. While waiting for the manager, Gu Yuan's phone suddenly rang. She picked it up to see it was her best friend, Li Fengyue. Hello, Fengyue, what's up? The moment she answered, Li Fengyue's frantic voice came through the phone. Yuan, something huge just happened. 2 things. First, that woman Su Yusin is back. Right here at our Jiangning University. You'd better watch your back. I know about that. I'm in the same class as her. We see each other every day. Gu Yuan said nonchalantly. What? You're in the same class? Has she given you any trouble? Li Fengyue's voice instantly grew tense. Not really, but she gives me the cold shoulder all the time. Well, that's good. You'd better stay away from her. That woman is a lunatic. Li Fengyue cautioned before continuing. Second thing, do you remember Huang Yanjue? At the mention of that name, the smile on Gu Yuan's face froze instantly. Her mood instantly grew heavy. What about her? She's back. She suddenly popped up in our college alumni group chat just now. She even suggested getting a few of us close friends together for a gathering tonight. Li Fengyue's voice carried a hint of complex emotion. Gu Yuan hung up the phone, her beautiful eyes filled with worry and sadness. Li Yu pulled her into his arms and asked softly. What's wrong? Who's Huang Yanjue? He was my closest friend during college. Gu Yuan's voice was slightly subdued. She unexpectedly got pregnant during her junior year. That man was irresponsible and just abandoned her. Left alone with no options, she had to drop out of school and eventually cut off contact with all of us. We searched for her for years without any news. I never imagined she'd actually come back. Li Yu listened to his wife's story, feeling a pang of sadness in his heart. He reached out, gently stroking her silky long hair as he offered comfort. Don't be sad. The fact that she reached out to you means she's finally moved on. He added half-jokingly. See? Compared to her, don't I seem like a responsible, decent man? Gu Yuan couldn't help but laugh at his sudden self-praise. The gloom in her heart dissipated considerably. Just then, a middle-aged man in a suit, looking sharp and capable. Sir, madam, good afternoon. I'm the manager of this establishment, my name is Wang. Good afternoon, sir and madam. I'm Wang, the manager of this store. Manager Wang's face was plastered with a humble and respectful smile. He carefully placed a locked safe onto the table. Then, in front of the two of them, he entered the password and opened the box. Inside lay a bare diamond, roughly the size of a fingernail. Under the light, the diamond shimmered with a dazzling rainbow of colors, breathtakingly beautiful. Sir, this is our company's sole treasure. 2.5 carats, D-color, if clarity, the world's most perfect flawless grade currently available. Manager Wang's voice brimmed with pride. Since it's a rare gem, we need to custom design a ring setting for you. Take a look. Chapter 167, Rewarding the Divine Medicine. Liu glanced at the diamond and offered a casual appraisal. It's a bit small, but it'll do. The moment he finished speaking, Manager Wang and the female salesperson beside him both froze in shock. They stared at Liu as if he were a freak, their minds buzzing. A 2.5 carat top-tier loose diamond, and he called it merely a bit small? This was a rare treasure worth nearly 10 million. Then, how long would customization take? Liu asked. Sir, if you place your order today, we can expedite it for you. You could have it as early as tonight. Manager Wang snapped back to attention and hurriedly replied. Then place the order now. I'll pay by card. Liu said, pulling his card from his pocket. He handed the card to Manager Wang, his tone as calm as if he were buying a cabbage at the market. Manager Wang stared at the bank card Liu held out, his hands trembling slightly. He carefully accepted the ordinary bank card, feeling as though he'd taken on a mountain of responsibility. Sir, the total cost for this loose diamond and the custom ring setting is 13 million. Manager Wang's voice trembled slightly as he announced the figure. He stared intently at Liu's face, fearing he might detect even the slightest hint of hesitation or reluctance. Yet Liu's expression remained as calm as ever. He merely nodded indifferently. Got it. Charge it. Hearing this, the female salesperson beside him was utterly shocked. 13 million. He just bought a ring for that? And just to wear around school for fun? Poverty, once again, limited her imagination. Manager Wang took the card, walked to the POS machine, and tremblingly entered a string of zeros. A soft beep sounded. Transaction successful. Manager Wang stared at the printed receipt and let out a long sigh of relief. And just as Liu signed his name, that cold, mechanical prompt sounded again in his mind, as untimely as ever. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing your first task after the system upgrade, purchasing a token of love for your beloved wife. Task completion, perfect. Triggered 10x cashback reward. Reward, 1,300,000 cash. Liu's brow furrowed slightly. 1,300,000? When did the system become so stingy? But before he could finish his complaint, the system's notification sound rang out once more. Ding! System calculation error, recalculating. Congratulations, host. You have received a 10-fold cashback reward, 130 million yuan. Reward automatically deposited into your bank account. Please verify receipt. Liu's mouth twitched involuntarily. Wow, after this system upgrade, even the calculator has gotten smarter. But that wasn't all. Ding! Host's affection level for beloved wife has reached peak value. Triggered special reward, life regression pills x5. Liu froze. Life regression pills? What on earth are those? Life regression pills restores all diseased cells within the human body to a healthy state. Special note, this pill exhibits extraordinary efficacy against terminal illnesses like cancer, but is ineffective for healthy individuals. Liu stared at the 5 pills in his system inventory. Emitting a faint green glow, they looked extraordinary. His heart skipped a beat. Cure cancer? This was practically a miracle drug. Compared to these 5 life-saving elixirs, that cash reward of over 100 million suddenly seemed insignificant. Money? He had plenty of that now. But these life-saving elixirs? Money couldn't buy them. A thought suddenly flashed through Liu's mind. If there are pills that can cure diseases and save lives, might there also be pills that strengthen the body, or even extend one's lifespan? It seemed he would have to find ways to trigger more of the system's special missions in the future. After the transaction concluded, Manager Wang and the female salesperson respectfully escorted Liu and Gu Yuan to the door. Their demeanor was more respectful than if they were greeting their own father. Mr. Li, Mrs. Li, please take your time leaving. The saleswoman watched the Mercedes RV slowly drive away, her eyes filled with envy and longing. She fantasized about when she might meet a man like Liu. A man who could spend lavishly to make her happy without batting an eye. It wasn't about the amount of money, but the attitude this man showed toward her. Shortly after 3 in the afternoon, Li Yu and Gu Yueyan returned to Villa Number 8 in Tiannan Bay. The moment they entered, they heard bursts of clear laughter echoing from the courtyard. Mrs. Li, Wang Xiulan, and Mrs. Gu, Zhang Suiping, were leading 4 nannies, pushing 4 baby strollers as they strolled through the garden. 4 adorable little bundles lay in their strollers, curiously observing this new and fascinating world. The moment they spotted their parents returning, the 4 little ones instantly became excited. They stretched out their chubby little hands, cooing and babbling, desperately wanting their parents to pick them up. Li Yu's heart melted instantly. He hurried over and lifted Debeo, who was crying the hardest, out of the stroller. "You little rascal, miss daddy so much after just 1 day apart?" Li Yu lifted Debeo high in the air and planted a firm kiss on his little face. "Come on, say daddy for me. I'll only hold you if you say it." Li Yu teased him playfully. Little Bao couldn't understand a word, just burrowing into his arms. His little hands clung tightly to Li Yu's clothes, as if afraid he might run away again. Gu Yueyan watched the tender scene between father and son and couldn't help but smile. But just then, Li Yu's gaze fell upon Li's mother. She was lifting Bao out of the stroller, cradling him upright in her arms and gently bouncing him up and down to soothe him. Li Yu's expression shifted slightly. He hurried forward and said sternly, "Mom, you can't hold him like that." Wang Xiulan froze, looking utterly bewildered. "What's wrong? Didn't I always hold you like this? You turned out just fine." "Mom, times have changed. Nowadays, we emphasize scientific feeding and care." Li Yu patiently explained, "The baby is only 4 months old. His neck and spine aren't fully developed yet. Holding him upright like this could easily hurt him. Plus, you were bouncing him just now. That increases the risk of shaken baby syndrome. Severe cases can even affect brain development that would be terrible." Gu Yueyan, standing nearby, watched as her husband stepped in to correct his mother-in-law. She let out a long sigh of relief. She had wanted to speak up long ago, but had hesitated due to the delicate mother-in-law-daughter-in-law dynamic. Now that her husband had stepped in, she no longer needed to worry. Wang Xiulan listened to her son's explanation, her expression wavering between belief and doubt. Yet seeing his earnest, serious expression, she ultimately chose to believe him. Chapter 168, The Mysterious Potion. "Oh my, so there are so many rules to follow. Seems my old ways really are outdated." Wang Xiulan readily complied, immediately cradling Bao horizontally in her arms, her face etched with lingering fear. "Come on, let's take a picture with the babies," Li Yu suggested, taking Bao from her. He held Debeo in one arm and Bao in the other, his face radiating unmistakable happiness and contentment. Gu Yueyan stepped forward too, cradling third child and little sweetie in her arms. However, the firstborn, held by Li Yu, was clearly displeased. He stretched out his little hands, persistently trying to wriggle into his mother's arms, whimpering pitifully. His adorable attempt to compete for attention left everyone both exasperated and amused. "You ungrateful little thing. Daddy's holding you, and you're already thinking about mommy." Li Yu pretended to be angry and gave his little bottom a light pat. Gu Mama Zhang Suiping watched this scene of the 6 family members enjoying each other's company, her heart bursting with joy. She quickly pulled out her phone and said with a smile, "Come on, everyone, stay still. I'll take a picture of you all. Smile, everyone. 1, 2, 3. With a soft click. This warm and blissful moment was forever captured. In the photo, Li Yu and Gu Yueyan's faces radiated joyful smiles. And the 4 little bundles of joy nestled in their arms seemed to understand their grandmother's words. All grinned with their little mouths wide open, revealing innocent, radiant smiles. Goodness gracious, have these 4 little ones turned into little geniuses? They're actually smiling. Zhang Suiping stared at the photo on her phone, utterly incredulous. Wang Xiulan and the other nannies crowded around, murmuring in amazement. Li Yu gazed at the photo, where the 4 babies beamed like blooming flowers. A surge of indescribable pride and satisfaction welled up inside him. "They're definitely my children, cleverer than other kids." He saved the photo and set it as his phone's wallpaper. The very moment Li Yu set the photo as his phone wallpaper, that cold, mechanical prompt sounded again in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the hidden mission, family portrait warmth. Fatherly love off the charts. Family happiness index has reached its peak. Special reward, 100 milliliters of miraculous health boosting potion. Li Yu's heart stirred. Strengthening the body? He immediately immersed his consciousness into the system space, where an ancient, exquisitely crafted blue jade bottle floated silently mid-air. Potion description: this elixir distills the essence of heaven and earth, enhancing bodily functions and purging impurities. Long-term consumption fortifies the body and wards off all ailments. Special note: the potency is extremely potent. Mortal flesh cannot directly withstand it. It must be diluted in water before consumption. Li Yu's gaze drifted unconsciously to the 2 mothers nearby, smiling radiantly as they played with their grandchildren. He recognized his mother, Wang Xiulan, and his mother-in-law, Zhang Suiping. Those smiles graced their faces. But their eyes and brows betrayed an unmistakable weariness. Caring for these four energetic little ones meant neither had slept soundly in recent days. At that thought, a decision instantly formed in Liu's mind. This miraculous potion would be perfect for the two hard-working mothers. From now on, he would add a drop or two to their tea each day. Without anyone noticing, it would gradually improve their health. At that moment, the family was enjoying their precious family time together. Glancing at the time on her phone, Gu Yuan smiled and said to her two mothers, "Mom, tonight I'm meeting Feng Yue and the others with Liu for a girls' night out." Wang Xiulan and Zhang Suiping exchanged glances, their smiles fading slightly. Wang Xiulan spoke first, taking Gu Yuan's hand and saying earnestly, "Yuan, I won't stop you young people from going out to socialize. But look at these four little ones, they're growing up day by day and starting to recognize people now. Especially at night, they cling to you two like glue. Don't stay out too late. If the babies can't see their mom and dad, they'll cry and fuss nonstop, nothing will calm them down." Zhang Suiping chimed in from beside her. "That's right. The doctor said the younger the child, the more they need their parents' presence to build a sense of security. When you go out at night, try to come back early and don't make the children wait too long." Hearing the two mothers' words, Liu and Gu Yuan both felt an indescribable wave of emotion wash over them. They had been so preoccupied with their own little world that they had neglected the most fundamental responsibility of parenthood. Gu Yuan gazed at the four pairs of clear, bright eyes in the stroller, a wave of guilt washing over her. "Mom, we understand." Liu clasped his wife's hand and solemnly promised the two mothers, "From now on, we promise that no matter what engagements we have, we will be home before 10:30 p.m. Hearing the young couple's assurance, Wang Xiulan and Zhang Suiping finally let relieved smiles return to their faces. Just after 5 in the afternoon, Gu Yuan was resting on the sofa when her phone suddenly chimed. It was a message from her best friend, Li Fengyue. "Yuan, meet me at 6:30 p.m. at the usual spot, the Starbucks on Financial Street. Huang Yanjue asked me out. I'll ask her face to face where she's been all these years, not a word." Gu Yuan read the message and smiled helplessly. Looks like tonight would be another banquet of treachery. She had just replied with a simple okay when a new friend request popped up on WeChat. The profile picture showed a refined man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, a face that looked strangely familiar. The note attached to the request made Gu Yuan pause. "Brother Tian Son." Without hesitation, she accepted the friend request. The other party messaged her almost immediately. "Is this Yuan? I'm Du Tian Son. We met at school earlier today. I found your contact info through the school's internal directory. Hope I'm not bothering you?" So it was him. Gu Yuan realized with a start, a smile spreading across her face as she replied immediately. "Not at all, teacher Du, long time no see." Liu had just stepped out of the study when he saw his lovely wife clutching her phone, beaming with joy. Curiosity piqued, he approached without drawing attention. Leaning closer, Liu casually glanced at the phone screen. The contact labeled teacher Du reminded him of Du Tianson, whom he'd encountered earlier that day. A sense of unease washed over him. This man definitely had improper intentions toward his wife. "Who are you chatting with?" Liu asked in a low voice. Gu Yuan looked up to find her husband's face plastered with 3 big characters, unhappy. Chapter 169, The Vanished Best Friend. "Honey, what's wrong? Who is he?" Liu pointed at the phone screen, his voice icy. "Oh, him? He's my childhood neighbor, Du Tianson, the same Mr. Du I ran into at school today." Gu Yuan explained with a smile, completely unaware that her husband had already tipped over the vinegar jar. Thinking Liu was merely curious, she continued her explanation. "We were really close growing up. I always thought of him as my own brother." "Like a brother?" Liu felt a surge of anger welling up inside him. He didn't buy into the idea of any pure brotherly affection in this world. Especially this guy surnamed Du. The way he looked at his wife was like a wolf eyeing its prey. "I don't care who he is." Liu snatched his wife's phone with domineering force and pressed the lock button. Leaning down, he braced himself on the sofa with both hands, drawing Gu Yuan completely into his embrace. He stared into Gu Yuan's clear, innocent eyes and said, one word at a time. "From now on, keep in touch with him less." Gu Yuan froze at his sudden action. But when she saw her husband's taut jawline and eyes burning with fire, she instantly understood. This man was jealous. "Oh my, what are you thinking?" Gu Yuan poked his chest with her finger, both annoyed and amused. "We haven't seen each other in years. It's just ordinary friends catching up." "Just friends?" Liu snorted coldly. He pinched her delicate chin, forcing her to look at him. Would ordinary friends call each other so affectionately? And still call him Brother Tianson during the day? "I'm jealous," he admitted without reservation, his eyes brimming with possessiveness. Gu Yuan looked at his petty, domineering expression, yet instead of anger. Instead, her heart felt as though it had been filled with honey, sweet and tender. She knew this man only acted this way because he cared. Gu Yuan wrapped her arms around his neck. She gave his lips a light peck. "Got it, my jealous little pot." That coquettish voice sent a flutter through Liu's heart. Yet the expression on his face remained utterly unyielding. "You're not allowed to call him brother anymore, and you can't contact him too often. Got it, hubby, Gu Yuan murmured with a smile. I promise I'll be yours alone from now on. I'll never do anything to betray you. Her beautiful, large eyes brimmed with sincerity and resolve. Seeing her obedient and adorable demeanor, the last remnants of anger in Liu's heart instantly vanished. He pulled her tightly into his embrace, resting his chin on the top of her head, his voice low and husky. Honey, it's not that I don't trust you, nor that I lack confidence in myself. I just believe it's wise to guard against others. You're so beautiful and accomplished, it's inevitable that some blind flies will buzz around you all day. I just don't want them harboring any unrealistic fantasies about you. Gu Yuan listened to her husband's possessive words, a profound sense of security welling up inside her. She nestled her head deeper into his embrace, her voice tinged with playful petulance. All right, I understand. I'll listen to you from now on. The two lingered affectionately for a while longer before reluctantly parting ways, preparing to head out for the evening's girls' night gathering. 6 o'clock in the evening, at the Starbucks on Financial Street. Liu and Gu Yuan arrived half an hour early. The moment they walked in, they spotted a woman dressed provocatively with meticulous makeup. She sat by the window, idly scrolling through her phone. It was Gu Yuan's best friend, Li Fengyue. She had arrived 10 minutes earlier than the agreed time. Fengyue, you're here so early? Gu Yuan smiled as she walked over and sat down across from her. Li Fengyue looked up and saw Liu beside Gu Yuan. Her eyes lit up instantly. She put down her phone and leaned in with a curious look. Hey, I've got to ask Liu. Is there something wrong with your cousin Li Jiatii? Liu froze, looking utterly bewildered. What's wrong with him? I haven't heard anything about him being weird. How could you not? Li Fengyue, as if she'd found someone to vent to, began pouring out her grievances. I've realized this guy has a total split personality. When we're together, he's like a clueless, straight-laced guy who can't get a single word out of him. But the moment we part ways and go home, he turns into a completely different person on WeChat. Suddenly he's all thoughtful and smooth-talking, spouting sweet nothings like it's nothing. He's even better at flirting than my ex-boyfriend. Do you think there's something wrong with him? Could he be secretly learning PUA tactics online? Li Fengyue grew increasingly convinced by her own suspicions, her expression darkening with each word. Liu listened, utterly baffled. He knew his cousin well enough. He'd been a gaming nerd his whole life, with zero interest in anything besides video games. Getting him to say sweet nothings was harder than climbing Mount Everest. Could it really be that he secretly signed up for some kind of dating class to chase after a girlfriend? Beside him, Gu Yuan couldn't help but laugh at her best friend's troubled expression. Oh, stop overthinking it, she said. When it comes to feelings, the worst thing you can do is overanalyze. If you have questions, just ask him directly. Honesty is the most important thing when two people are together. Gu Yuan's words sent Li Fengyue into deep thought. It seemed like that was the truth. Just then, the coffee shop door swung open once more. A woman wearing a white dress, with delicate features and an air of quiet refinement, stepped inside from outside. Her gaze swept around the coffee shop. Upon spotting Gu Yuan and Li Fengyue, a timid smile appeared on her face. Yuan, Fengyue. The newcomer was none other than their other close friend, Huang Yanjui. Yanju, you finally made it. Li Fengyue was the first to react. She stood up and waved at Huang Yanjue. Huang Yanjue hurried over and sat down beside Li Fengyue. Yanju, let me introduce you. This is my husband, Liu. Gu Yuan took Huang Yanjue's hand and introduced them with a smile. Hello, Liu nodded politely toward her. Huang Yanjue replied somewhat stiffly, hello, then lowered her head, unable to meet Liu's gaze. Yanju, where on earth have you been these past few years? Li Fengyue, being straightforward, cut right to the chase. You vanished without a word. We searched for you for years, practically turning the entire city of Jiangning upside down. Chapter 170, Job Hunting. Huang Yanjue's expression instantly turned unnatural at these words. She stirred her coffee, her eyes darting around as if hiding some unspeakable secret. She opened her mouth but couldn't find the words to begin. Gu Yuan sensed her discomfort and quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Fengyue, don't rush. Whatever you need to say, we can talk it through slowly. She turned to look at Huang Yanjue's face etched with exhaustion and felt a pang of sympathy. Yanju, have you run into some trouble? If it's about money, just tell me. I'll help you. Huang Yanjue lifted her head, gave Gu Yuan a grateful look, then shook her head. It's not entirely about money. Her voice was faint, trembling with barely perceptible emotion. Then what is it? Just tell me. You're driving me crazy. Li Fengyue stamped her foot impatiently beside her. Huang Yanjue took a deep breath, as if gathering her resolve. My problem, you could say it's related to money, or you could say it's not. As she spoke, her gaze drifted uncontrollably toward Liu sitting across from her. Her eyes were filled with wariness and unease. Clearly, she didn't want to reveal her predicament in front of a stranger. Gu Yuan instantly understood her meaning. She turned to her husband beside her and said with a smile, Honey, why don't you go take a stroll outside? We sisters haven't seen each other in ages. We have things to talk about. I'll call you once we're done chatting. Li Yu was no fool, he had long sensed Huang Yanjue's reservations. He stood up, nodded to the group, and said gently, "Alright, go ahead and talk. I'll be nearby. Call me anytime if you need me." With that, he turned and walked toward the cafe entrance. Only when Li Yu's tall, upright figure had completely vanished from sight, Huang Yanjue's taut nerves finally relaxed. Unable to hold back any longer, she covered her face with both hands. Tears she'd held back for so long instantly streamed down her cheeks. Wah! The heart-wrenching sobs were enough to break anyone's heart. "Yanju, what's wrong? Don't cry." Gu Yueyan and Li Fengyue were startled by the scene. They hurried over, one offering tissues. The other gently patted her back, offering soft words of comfort. Huang Yanjue's sobs were stifled and filled with despair. Like a wounded little animal, alone in a corner, licking its own wounds. Gu Yueyan and Li Fengyue felt their hearts clench in sympathy. "Yanju, what happened? Tell us. We're sisters, we'll carry this burden together." Li Fengyue was beside herself with worry, grabbing Huang Yanjue's arm and shaking her forcefully. Huang Yanjue lifted her tear-streaked face to meet the sincere concern of her two dear sisters. She could hold back no longer, pouring out years of pent-up sorrow and pain. I did get pregnant back then, but I had an abortion." Her opening words dropped a bombshell. Gu Yueyan and Li Fengyue froze in place, their faces frozen in utter shock. "That man was my boyfriend at the time. When I told him about the pregnancy, he initially promised to take responsibility and marry me. But I never imagined he was a liar, a complete scumbag." Huang Yanjue's voice brimmed with endless regret and venom. "When my father found out, he was so enraged he suffered a stroke right then and there. They rushed him to the hospital for emergency treatment. Though his life was saved, he's been confined to a wheelchair ever since." At this point, Huang Yanjue's sobs grew more heart-wrenching than ever. "Just when my family needed money the most, that man, he vanished. He blocked all my contact methods, vanishing as if he'd evaporated from the face of the earth. I could never find him again. Damn it!" Li Fengyue slammed her fist on the table in fury after hearing this, sending coffee splashing everywhere. "What's that scumbag's name? Where does he live? I'm going to find him and settle this right now." Her fiery temper flared up instantly. "It's no use, Fengyue." Huang Yanjue shook her head, her face etched with utter despair. "In the end, my mom had no choice but to take me to the hospital and terminate the pregnancy. My dad's treatment and recovery drained every penny we had. I had to drop out of school because I couldn't afford the tuition. What decent job could a woman with only a high school diploma find in a small town like ours? I work my fingers to the bone and only make 2,000 or 3,000 yuan a month, not even enough to cover my dad's medication. That's why I came back this time to find work in Jiangning. As long as they provide room and board and pay me 10,000 yuan a month, I'd be willing to work like a horse or an ox." Huang Yanjue's voice was filled with humility and pleading. Looking at her two glamorous best friends before her, an indescribable wave of inferiority washed over her. Once upon a time, they had stood on the same starting line. But now, the gap between them felt like an uncrossable chasm. "It's just money. What's the big deal?" Li Fengyue pulled a bank card from her purse and slammed it down on the table. "There's 100,000 yuan in here. Take it for now. The pin is your birthday. If it's not enough, I'll find another way." Gu Yueyan also pulled a card from her own bag and gently slid it toward Huang Yanjue. "Yanju, we're sisters. Your troubles are ours. Take this card. There's no pin. Spend whatever you need." She didn't mention how much money was in the card, but that undeniable air of authority sent a wave of warmth surging through Huang Yanjue's heart. Yet Huang Yanjue shook her head and pushed both cards back. "No, I can't accept your money." Her voice was faint, but her stance was unwavering. "I already owe my parents far too much. I can't burden you with more debt. I just want to earn money honestly with my own two hands." Seeing her stubborn expression, Li Fengyue felt both heartbroken and exasperated. "You stubborn fool." After a moment's thought, she added, "Fine, you don't want money, right? But a job should be okay, right? My dad knows plenty of friends who run companies. I'll go back and have him ask around for you. Forget 10,000, even a job paying 20 or 30,000 wouldn't be a problem. Also, where are you staying now?" Li Fengyue seemed to remember something and pressed further. I'm staying at a small hotel near the train station for now." Huang Yanjue's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. "What? How can you, a young woman, stay in a place like that?" Li Fengyue exploded at the mention. Chapter 171, insisting on coming along. "No way. You're coming with me right now. Move in with me. I just rented a 2-bedroom apartment nearby, and there's an extra room available. Living together would mean we can look out for each other," Li Fengyue stated firmly, leaving no room for argument. But how could I possibly accept that?" Huang Yanjue hesitated. "What's there to be embarrassed about? It's settled. If you keep making excuses, don't call me your sister anymore." Li Fengyue played her trump card. Gu Yueyan chimed in from the side. That's right, Yan Jue. Feng Yue's right. We're worried about you living alone out there. After her two best friends took turns persuading her, Huang Yanjue finally nodded, her eyes welling up again. Thank you, Yueyan, Feng Yue. Seeing Huang Yanjue finally agree, Gu Yueyan and Li Fingyue's faces lit up with relieved smiles. Just then, the cafe door swung open once more. A woman dressed in a professional skirt suit, appearing intelligent and elegant, walked in from outside. The newcomer was none other than Zhao Yenyue. Li Fingyue's smile instantly froze upon seeing her. Uncontrollably, the scene from Gu Yueyan's wedding flashed through her mind. At that time, Zhao Yenyue had been seated at their table. She clearly remembered the undisguised admiration and curiosity in Zhao Yenyue's eyes when she looked at Li Jiatii. It was the kind of gaze a woman reserved for prey that piqued her interest. An unprecedented sense of crisis surged through Li Fingyue's heart. Her relationship with Li Jiatii had only just been confirmed. This steel-straight man had confessed his feelings to her. But who knew what was going on inside that thick skull of his? What if some other woman lured him away? As Li Fingyue's mind raced with wild thoughts, Zhao Yenyue had already approached their table. She gave polite nods to Gu Yueyan and Huang Yanjue before fixing her gaze on Li Fengyue. Li Fengyue, hello. Zhao Yenyue's voice was pleasant, carrying a hint of the intellectual charm of a mature woman. She took the empty seat beside Li Fengyue with a calm smile. I know you might have some misunderstanding about me. At the wedding last time, I did indeed feel a certain attraction toward Mr. Li Jiatii. But that was before I knew he had a girlfriend. Zhao Yenyue said, lifting her coffee cup and raising it in a distant toast toward Li Fengyue. Now that I know, I wish you both happiness. With that, she drained the cup in one gulp. Her open and honest demeanor instantly eased the tension in Li Fengyue's heart. It turned out she had overthought it. Li Fengyue smiled slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed, and lifted her own cup. Thank you. The invisible tension was effortlessly diffused by Zhao Yenyue. Yenju, it's been ages. Where have you been all these years? Zhao Yenyue turned to look at Huang Yanjue, her face filled with concern. Huang Yanjue briefly explained that her father had fallen ill and she needed to return home to care for him. She omitted the details of being abandoned by a scumbag and the financial hardships her family faced. I see. So, are you planning to settle back in Jiangning now? Zhao Yenyue asked. Yeah, I want to find a job first and get settled, Huang Yanju nodded. Just as the group fell into an awkward silence. A girl wearing a floral dress, looking lively and cheerful, arrived late. Oh my gosh, sorry, I'm late. Her name was Zhang Li, and she had also been their roommate in college. She plopped down next to Zhao Yenyue, a apologetic smile on her face. Oh, and I invited a few friends we were close with back in college. Thought it'd be more fun with a bigger group. Zhang Li's words caused Huang Yanjue's expression to shift slightly. She had invited everyone out today specifically to gather with her closest girlfriends and pour out her heart's troubles. She hadn't expected Zhang Li to take it upon herself to invite so many people. Before long, the cafe door swung open again. 5 or 6 stylishly dressed young men and women walked in, chatting and laughing. When they saw the woman in the center of the group heavily made up and radiating an aura that said, keep your distance, Gu Yueyan and Li Fingyue's expressions darkened instantly. The new arrival was none other than Su Yusen. Zhang Li, why did you bring her here too? Li Fengyue demanded in a hushed voice. Zhang Li looked utterly innocent. I didn't invite her. I invited Xiao Mei, the girl next to her. Who knew she'd hear that Yueyan and you were both here and insist on tagging along? I couldn't stop her. Su Yusen had clearly spotted them too. A cold curve lifted at the corners of her mouth. She strode over in her high heels. Her defiant gaze held no pretense. What had started as a cozy girls' night instantly turned into a treacherous banquet filled with hidden currents. With everyone present, the next topic was deciding where to dine. Hey, since Yueyan's back, why don't we try out that new place she opened tonight, Gu Tianlu? Su Yusen spoke up first, her tone laced with a barely perceptible edge of sarcasm. She'd already done her homework, that so-called restaurant chain of the Gu family. It was only somewhat famous in that small place, Donglan City. Opening a branch in Jiangning was likely just putting on airs. She intended to see for herself just how grand the Gu family's display would be. But no sooner had she finished speaking. A girl from the recent class reunion immediately retorted from the crowd. Who cares about Gu Tianlu? If we're going anywhere, it's the Linton Hotel. You guys have no idea at the last reunion, Mr. Li, Yueyan's husband. That tomahawk steak they treated us to? One serving was 4,888. I've never tasted anything so delicious before, and I'd love to have it again. The man said this, exaggeratedly smacking his lips, his face radiating pure delight. His words instantly froze Su Yusen's expression. The Linton Hotel? That was the most prestigious 5-star hotel in Jiangning City. Her father had to book a private room there a full 2 weeks in advance. And Gu Yueyan's greasy, 40-year-old husband could actually host a dinner there? And serve steaks priced at 4,800 yuan per serving? No way. You're just bragging. What kind of place is the Linton Hotel? Could a freeloader like him even afford it? Su Yusin scoffed without a second thought. The girl who heard this instantly took offense. What do you mean bragging? What do you mean freeloader? You probably don't know, but the entire Relton Hotel is owned by Chairman Lee. He's hosting at his own hotel. He can eat whatever he wants. Why would he need to spend money? Chapter 172, fully booked. The room fell deathly silent at those words. Every pair of eyes turned to Gu Yuan, their expressions frozen in shock and disbelief. Su Yusin felt as if struck by lightning, her mind buzzing with disbelief. The Linton Hotel belonged to Gu Yuan's husband? This couldn't possibly be true. She refused to believe that not a single word of it. This must be Gu Yuan putting on a show to save face, deliberately hiring someone to act. A raging fire of jealousy ignited within Su Yusin's heart. She stared at Gu Yuan, surrounded by admirers like a moon surrounded by stars. A vicious thought took root in her mind. Fine. If you want to play this game, I'll play along until the very end. I'll see how you wrap this up tonight. Meanwhile, Huang Yanjue's heart sank to the depths. Seeing the sudden appearance of 7 or 8 strangers, and hearing they intended to patronize a place like Relton, her face instantly drained of color. She quietly pulled out her phone and sent a message in their private group chat. Yuan, Fengyue, I might not have enough money to cover the bill. Could you guys lend me some in advance? Gu Yuan's phone vibrated. She picked it up to see the message from Huang Yanjue. Reading the message, her heart ached. She replied immediately, "Don't worry, Yanjue. My husband is covering the bill tonight. Last time he treated us at Linton, he ended up getting the bill waived. Don't worry about the money." Seeing Gu Yuan's reply, Huang Yanjue's anxious heart finally settled a little. In the end, at the insistence of most classmates, everyone unanimously decided to head to the Linton Hotel. Su Yusin waved her Porsche keys triumphantly. My car seats 4. Who's coming with me? Her $1 million Porsche Panamera. Among her university peers, it was considered a top-tier luxury car. 2 girls immediately gathered around, their faces brimming with envy. Yusin, we'll ride with you. Sure, hop in. Su Yusin basked in the attention, shooting a disdainful glance at Gu Yuan. Yuan, what about you? Want a ride since I'm heading that way? Gu Yuan smiled and shook her head. No thanks, my husband will pick me up. Oh? Is that so? Su Yusin's tone dripped with disdain. She couldn't wait to see what kind of beat-up car that greasy 40-year-old guy would show up in. As they approached the coffee shop entrance, Su Yusin's flashy red Porsche drew gasps of admiration. Just then, a sleek, all-black luxury car pulled up slowly to the curb. Its imposing silhouette and overwhelmingly imposing body instantly made the Porsche beside it look like a toy car. Holy crap, what is that? A Rolls-Royce? Looks like a culinary. Top-of-the-line model must cost close to 10 million. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, the door slowly opened. A tall, handsome man with a calm demeanor stepped out of the driver's seat. It was Li Yu. He walked around to the passenger side and opened the door for Gu Yuan with impeccable gentlemanly grace. Honey, get in. Su Yusin stared at the top-of-the-line luxury car, nearly 10 times more expensive than her own. The smugness on her face instantly froze. An indescribable wave of jealousy and disappointment washed over her. How could this be? How could that freeloader possibly afford such a car? Just as Gu Yuan was about to get in, Li Fengyue beside her suddenly spoke up. Wow, Yuan, this culinan you got as a dowry is seriously impressive. Your dad really spoils you. Dowry? Hearing those 2 words, Su Yusin's heart instantly felt balanced. So it was the Gu family's money. She knew it. A freeloader living off his wife's family could never afford something like this. A cold, contemptuous sneer returned to Su Yusin's face. So it's a dowry after all. The Gu family really is wealthy, though it does seem a bit like they're paying to marry into the family. Gu Yuan's smile faded slightly at these words. She disliked others constantly bringing up her family background in dowry. It made her feel as though her relationship with Li Yu had lost its purity. Li Yu keenly sensed his wife's emotional shift. He said nothing more, only gently shielding her head with his hand as he helped her into the car. The car door closed, shielding them from the outside world's gazes, some envious, some jealous. Li Yu took out his phone and sent his wife a WeChat message. Ignore those flies. In my heart, you'll always be the best no matter your family background. Gu Yuan read the message on her phone, feeling a wave of warmth wash over her. The slight annoyance she'd felt moments ago vanished instantly. She turned to Li Yu and flashed him a radiant smile. A few minutes later, several cars arrived one after another at the 5-star Relton Hotel. Su Yusin parked the car and strode toward the hotel entrance with several classmates, her head held high. Upon reaching the entrance, they bluntly demanded the security guard arrange the top-tier private room. The security guard beside them shook his head. I'm sorry, ladies, but the top-tier private rooms on the top floor are all fully booked. What? Fully booked? Su Yusin's brows instantly furrowed. My father is Su Qinglong of the Su Group. Tell your manager to arrange a top-tier private room for me. She assumed that mentioning her father's name would secure immediate access. However, the two security guards merely shook their heads expressionlessly. We apologize, Miss Sue, but our hotel policy prohibits arranging premium private rooms without prior reservations. Just as Su Yusin was about to lose her temper, Lee Yu's black Cullinan slowly pulled up in front of the hotel's main entrance. What followed left Su Yusin utterly speechless. The hotel's general manager, Yang Buku, personally led a group of over a dozen executives as they hurried out to greet them. The scene resembled a grand reception for some distinguished VIP. Yang Buku hurried to the Cullinan's door. The moment Li Yu and Gu Yuan stepped out, he bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. Chairman Li, Madam Chairman, welcome. His humble and respectful demeanor left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. The chairman's wife? Su Yusin's mind buzzed, going completely blank. It felt like someone had poured a bucket of cold water over her head, leaving her numb from head to toe. Madam Chairman, your husband has already made arrangements. He reserved our hotel's finest imperial suite for you and your friends. Yang Buku's face was plastered with an obsequious smile. He personally led the way, ushering Li Yu and Gu Yuan, and the others following behind them, including Li Fengyue, into the hotel. Throughout the entire process, he didn't even glance at Su Yusin once. Chapter 173, Intense Jealousy. Su Yusin and the classmates she had brought along were left standing there, abandoned like stray dogs no one wanted. The girls who had ridden in the same car as her watched Su Yusin's face, which had gone pale and then flushed. Their eyes filled with peculiarity and contempt before they followed Li Yu and the others inside. In the Imperial Hall, the opulent crystal chandelier cast a dazzling glow. Yang Buku personally pulled out chairs for everyone and arranged their seating. His attentive demeanor was more deferential than if he were serving his own father. Madam Chairman, what would you like to drink? I'll have the kitchen prioritize serving you and your friends first. Su Yusin and her friends arrived late. When they saw the scene unfolding, their expressions darkened further. Su Yusin could no longer contain herself and discreetly pulled out her phone. She typed Chairman of Linton Hotel into the browser. When the search results page clearly displayed the name Li Yu, her phone clattered to the floor with a sharp crack. The screen shattered instantly. So everything that girl said was true. The Linton Hotel was indeed owned by Gu Yuan's husband. He wasn't some deadbeat freeloader, he was a billionaire tycoon. She had been so utterly wrong. An indescribable wave of regret and jealousy instantly consumed her rationality. Why? Why did Gu Yuan get all the luck? The dishes arrived swiftly, filling the table to overflowing with the restaurant's finest signature dishes. During the meal, the same girl who had attended the previous reunion couldn't resist bringing up that topic she couldn't stop thinking about. Yuan, I heard them say last time that your husband gave you a pink diamond jewelry set worth 10 billion. The one called You Are My Only One? Is that true? The moment those words left her lips, every pair of eyes in the room turned toward Gu Yuan once more. Su Yusin's ears perked up sharply. The hotel being his, she could accept. But jewelry worth 10 billion? She wouldn't believe it even if you killed her. This was pure bragging. Gu Yuan felt a bit embarrassed under everyone's scrutiny, her pretty face flushing slightly. Well, it's true, but that diamond ring is too big. It's inconvenient to wear daily, so I haven't been wearing it. Hearing this explanation, Su Yusin's lips curled into a cold smile. Just an excuse, as expected. However, before she could utter a word of mockery, Zhao Yenyue, seated beside them, suddenly brightened. Pointing at Gu Yuan's hand, she exclaimed in surprise. Yuan, that ring on your finger, it's a custom piece from Amekaitan, right? I saw it in a design magazine before. The concept is called Milky Way, and it's a globally limited edition, only one in existence. Gu Yuan's face flushed even redder. She murmured softly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Well, since I mentioned the one at home wasn't convenient to wear, my husband accompanied me to buy a new one. The room fell silent at her words. Because one ring was inconvenient to wear, she casually bought another globally limited custom piece? What kind of god-tier husband was this? Su Yusin stared intently at the diamond ring on Gu Yuan's finger, its brilliance catching the light. The jealousy in her eyes was impossible to hide. She silently vowed to herself that once she returned home, she would immediately have her family arrange a blind date. She refused to believe that with her family background and looks, she couldn't find a man worth billions. Then, she would make sure to reclaim every shred of dignity she'd lost today right in front of Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan felt Su Yusin's venomous glare, almost piercing through her, and felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. She disliked this kind of flaunting, especially in front of these old classmates she wasn't particularly close with. She skillfully steered the conversation toward amusing anecdotes from their university days. But Su Yusin's mind was nowhere near the dinner table. She pricked up her ears, eavesdropping on the whispered conversations of several female classmates at the next table. You guys have no idea that black card from Chairman Lee isn't something you can get just by having money. I looked into it later. You have to be a top-tier client at Dragon Bank, with at least $1 billion in cash flow in your account year-round. At this revelation, several classmates nearby who hadn't known the truth gasped in astonishment. Billions in cash flow? What did that even mean? They wouldn't earn that much in their entire lifetimes. What's so impressive about that? Another girl in the know sneered dismissively. You guys didn't see how that general manager from the mall last time begged Chairman Lee to hold a board meeting. Mr. Lee just said, no time, gotta go home with the kids, and sent him packing. That's the Dong Lai, with annual sales in the hundreds of billions. Their chairman just says he won't go, and that's it. Now that's true arrogance. And then there's that Wu Yenyue and Sun Ji. How didn't they get themselves into trouble just by talking trash about Chairman Lee? Guess what happened? Both companies went belly up overnight. They're in dire straits now, heard they're on the brink of bankruptcy. Each stunned and reverent remark struck Su Yusin like a hammer blow to the heart. Her face flushed crimson, then drained pale, then turned ashen, a vivid display of terror. The chairman of Dadonglai Mall? Driving the Wu and Sun families to the brink of bankruptcy overnight? Each piece of information struck her like a thunderclap, exploding in her mind. She finally grasped how utterly wrong she had been. The family background she had once prided herself on? In their eyes, it probably wasn't worth a damn. An indescribable jealousy instantly consumed her reason. She picked up the glass of red wine before her and gulped down a large mouthful. The sharp liquid burned her throat, yet it did nothing to extinguish the raging fire of envy within her. Su Yusin ate this meal without tasting a single bite. She sat there like a puppet, her mind in turmoil. Over an hour later, the gathering finally ended. Su Yusin couldn't bear to stay any longer. She abruptly stood up and coldly declared, I have things to do. I won't be going the same way as you. With that, she turned and strode toward the door without looking back, her high heels clicking on the floor. Her hastily retreating figure resembled nothing so much as a stray dog with its tail between its legs. After the gathering, Li Yu's thoughtful and considerate side was once again fully displayed. He first had the hotel manager arrange several cars. He ensured every classmate who hadn't driven was safely escorted home, one by one. Then, he personally approached Huang Yanjue and spoke in a gentle tone. Is your luggage still at that small hotel? I'll accompany you to retrieve it, then take you directly to Feng Yue's place. Huang Yanjue looked at the man before her, refined yet completely unpretentious, and felt a wave of warmth wash over her. She nodded slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Well, thank you so much for going out of your way. Chapter 174, Considering Weaning. No trouble at all. We're friends of Yuan's, which makes us friends of mine. Li Yu said, leading the three women toward the parking lot. He first retrieved Huang Yanjue's luggage, a heavy suitcase. Li Yu lifted it with one hand, effortlessly. Then he escorted the two women to the entrance of Li Feng Yue's newly rented apartment building. You two go up first. I'll bring the luggage up for you. Li Yu said, then strode toward the elevator entrance, suitcase in hand. That broad, dependable back made Li Feng Yue, following behind, feel a pang of sadness. She couldn't help but pull out her phone and send a WeChat message to that clueless, straight-laced guy. Look at someone else's husband, then look at you. The message went out like a stone sinking into the sea, receiving no reply whatsoever. Fuming, Li Fengyue stomped her foot, mentally cursing Li Jiatii 1,000 times over. After settling Huang Yanjue, Li Yu finally drove off with Gu Yueyan toward the Tiannan Bay villas. The night was deep, and the neon lights outside the car window streaked past rapidly. Leaning back in the passenger seat, Gu Yueyan watched the fleeting city lights and couldn't help but sigh softly. Husband, I feel like these class reunions are just so exhausting. It's mentally draining. Hearing this, Li Yu turned his head to glance at her, a tender smile curving his lips. He said nothing, only easing off the gas slightly. At a red light, he suddenly reached into the glove compartment beside him. Here. For you, Li Yu murmured softly. Gu Yueyan paused, her curiosity piqued as she accepted the box and opened it. Inside lay a diamond ring, resting quietly. The diamond was larger and more dazzling than the one they had customized in the store that afternoon. Under the dim glow of the car's interior light, it emitted a dazzling brilliance that was almost mesmerizing. Its purity was higher, its brilliance even more dazzling. This isn't the one from this afternoon. Gu Yueyan gasped in surprise, her mouth agape, her face etched with disbelief. Yes, the one from this afternoon is for every day we're at school. Li Yu's voice was deep and magnetic. This one is for when you want to shine. He spoke as he picked up the diamond ring and gently took his wife's delicate, boneless hand. Just as the traffic light turned green, Li Yu personally slipped the ring as symbol of eternity onto her slender, fair ring finger. It's beautiful. Li Yu lowered his head and gently kissed her finger. I meant your hand. Gu Yueyan's heart melted instantly. She gazed at the dazzling diamond ring on her finger, then looked at the domineering yet tender man beside her. She felt as though she'd fallen into a honeypot, so sweet she could barely find her bearings. The atmosphere inside the car grew increasingly sweet and suggestive. However, Li Yu keenly sensed. Her mood didn't seem to lift much despite the new diamond ring. A lingering trace of unresolved sorrow still clouded her brow. Honey, you don't seem very happy tonight. Li Yu asked tentatively as he drove. Is it because of that Su Yusen? No. Gu Yueyan shook her head. Leaning back in her seat, she watched the night scenery rush by outside the window, her voice tinged with weariness. Then what is it? Li Yu pressed. Gu Yueyan paused for a moment before speaking slowly. Honey, just focus on driving for now. I'll tell you everything when we get home. Li Yu nodded and started the car, heading home. At 10 o'clock that night, the black Cullinan glided into Villa number 8 at Tiannan Bay. Back in the master bedroom, Li Yu gently laid his wife on the plush bed. He gazed at Gu Yueyan's lovely face, still tinged with worry, and couldn't resist reaching out to gently smooth her slightly furrowed brow. Now you can tell me, my beautiful lady. What's troubling you? Gu Yueyan lifted her large, watery eyes to meet her husband's gaze and sighed softly. Honey, I've been wondering, when will our 4 little ones finally stop needing night feedings? Li Yu froze upon hearing this answer, then chuckled softly. He'd assumed his wife was troubled by unpleasant events at her class reunion, but this was unexpected. That's it? Li Yu smiled faintly. Isn't that a big deal? Gu Yueyan shot him a playful glare. The baby's schedules are getting more regular now. They're fine during the day, but come nighttime, they get super clingy. Especially when they wake up at night if they don't see us, they cry nonstop, and nothing can calm them down. Li Yu pulled his wife into his arms, inhaling the faint, sweet scent of her skin, and felt a wave of warmth wash over him. Honey, you're doing an amazing job. He knew how much she had sacrificed for these 4 children. Didn't you stop nighttime breastfeeding already? Yes, Gu Yueyan nodded, her face serious. I plan to breastfeed until they're 6 months old. Then we'll introduce rice cereal and other solid foods, and we can wean them completely. We've been doing mixed feeding, and the babies aren't overly dependent on breast milk, so it should go smoothly. Listening to his wife's well-organized parenting plan, Li Yu felt immense pride. No wonder she used to be a flight attendant, she really knows how to organize things. Just as the couple shared a tender moment, a piercing cry suddenly echoed from the nursery on the 3rd floor. Then, as if contagious, the cries of the other 3 little ones began to echo in succession. The couple exchanged a glance, both wearing helpless, wry smiles. They hurried into the nursery on the 3rd floor, where they found 4 adorable little bundles. Lying in their respective cribs, wailing at the top of their lungs, their cries piercing the air. The moment Mom and Dad walked in, the 4 little ones instantly quieted down. They stretched out their chubby little hands, cooing and babbling, desperately wanting to be picked up by Mom and Dad. Their mother-in-law, Zhang Suiping, looked utterly exhausted as she tried to soothe the little darling. Seeing the couple, she looked as if she'd spotted a lifeline. You're finally back. These 4 little devils, I don't know what's gotten into them tonight, but they just won't go to sleep. Seems like they just can't settle down without seeing you too. Grandma Wang Xiulan, holding Sanbao, looked utterly helpless. Li Yu and Gu Yueyan hurried over and took the children from them. The 2 mothers handed the children over, offering a few last instructions. Then, dragging their weary bodies, they headed back to their rooms to rest. The young couple each held 2 children, pacing back and forth in the nursery while softly soothing them. It took nearly half an hour of constant effort before they finally managed to lull 2nd child and 3rd child to sleep. Chapter 175, Rewarding New Skills. Gu Yueyan carefully placed the 2 sleeping babies back into their cribs. She exhaled a long sigh of relief before turning to Li Yu. Honey, I'm going to take a shower. I'll leave the firstborn and the little one with you. Go ahead, don't worry, Li Yu nodded. After Gu Yueyan left, the nursery was left with only Li Yu and the 2 little ones, still wide awake and full of energy. He cradled one in each arm and hummed a lullaby. Sleep, sleep, my dear little ones. The little angel in his arms obliged, closing her eyes soon after and breathing evenly. But Debeo, the energetic little rascal, showed no signs of sleepiness. His big, dark eyes peered curiously at his father. Not only did he refuse to sleep, but he also grinned widely and giggled at Li Yu. Li Yu watched his carefree, adorable expression, both exasperated and amused. Just then, Debeo suddenly puckered his little lips and puffed out a stream of saliva, spraying Li Yu's face. Li Yu smiled helplessly. Good heavens, this little rascal actually dared to attack his own father. To avoid waking the other 3 babies who were already asleep, Li Yu carried Debeo to the small living room next door and placed him on the soft sofa. Li Tianming, I'm warning you, if you don't go back to sleep right now, Daddy won't want you anymore. Li Yu frowned, feigning anger as he spoke. Little Treasure couldn't understand a word. He only saw his dad's face looking very stern, as if he were truly angry. His little mouth pouted, and golden tears instantly welled up in his eyes, ready to spill over into full-blown sobs. Seeing this, Li Yu's heart instantly softened. He quickly crouched down, placing his index finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. Shoo, keep it down. Your little brothers and sisters are sleeping. Don't wake them up. Strangely enough, Debeo seemed to understand his father's words. He forced back his sobs, sniffling sadly instead, and stretched out both little arms, wanting his daddy to pick him up. Li Yu's heart melted instantly. He scooped the little troublemaker back into his arms and planted a kiss on his tiny cheek. You little rascal, always picking on your dad. Perhaps he was tired from playing, or perhaps he felt the warmth of his father's embrace. Debeo, who had been full of energy just moments ago, quickly drifted off into a deep sleep in Liu's arms. Liu carefully placed Debeo back into his crib and tucked him in with his little blanket. Gazing at the four babies' peaceful, adorable sleeping faces, an indescribable sense of fulfillment and pride welled up in his heart. Just then, that cold, mechanical alert sounded in his mind once more. Ding! Host detected engaging in intimate interaction with baby for over half an hour. Fatherly love value has skyrocketed. Special reward, economic management skill master level. Upon acquiring this skill, the host will intuitively master all knowledge related to economic management, becoming a top expert in the field. Liu's breath caught in his throat. Economic management knowledge and skills? Wasn't that precisely the graduate program he was currently auditing at Jiangning University? He had been dreading the tedious theoretical knowledge that gave him headaches, but the system had just delivered a complete solution in one fell swoop. A surge of wild excitement welled up in Liu's heart. He realized this system was incredibly user-friendly. Whatever he lacked, it provided. Whatever he needed, it rewarded him with. It was even more powerful than Aladdin's magic lamp. With this master-level economic management skill, he could practically walk into class tomorrow and start teaching as a professor. Liu grew more and more excited the more he thought about it, unable to suppress the smile spreading across his lips. His life felt like it had been put on autopilot, racing toward an unimaginable destination. The night was as dark as ink, enveloping Villa Number 8 in Tiannan Bay in a profound stillness. In the master bedroom, warm yellow light spilled softly. Gu Yuyan had just stepped out of the bathroom, wrapped in a towel. Her snow-white skin glowed alluringly under the light. Her long, damp hair fell casually over her shoulders, adding a touch of languid charm. Liu leaned against the headboard, his satisfaction palpable as he contemplated the newly acquired economic management skill master level in his mind. It felt as though his brain had been forcibly crammed into a supercomputer. Countless pieces of knowledge and case studies on finance, management, and investment flooded in like a tidal wave, instantly becoming fully integrated. This feeling was more exhilarating than earning 100 billion. Honey, what are you grinning about? Gu Yuyan asked curiously while drying her hair. Nothing. Just thinking about our bright future. Liu snapped back to reality and flashed his beloved wife a doting smile. Just then, his phone on the nightstand suddenly buzzed. Liu picked it up to see the caller ID displayed as Shuizhan. His eyebrows involuntarily raised slightly. So late at night, Shuizhan calling must mean something important. Liu walked to the balcony with the phone and pressed the answer button. Chairman Li, I apologize for disturbing you so late at night. Shuizhan's steady, respectful voice came through the line. Go ahead, what is it? Liu's tone was flat. Mr. Li, that Gu Shuyan you asked me to keep an eye on, she's made a new move. Shuizhan's tone grew solemn. She's been employing some very covert tactics recently, targeting your father-in-law's Gu Tianlu establishment. Our team discovered that the restaurant's recent profits have dropped nearly 20% compared to the same period last month. We've gathered all the relevant evidence. Liu didn't even lift an eyelid at the news. He wasn't the least bit surprised that Gu Shuyan would resort to such underhanded tactics. What wouldn't a woman who even tried to steal her own brother-in-law be capable of? Keep monitoring her. Liu's voice betrayed no emotion. Record every single one of her underhanded moves in detail. I want to ensure she has no chance to deny it later. Yes, Chairman Li. Shuizhan responded respectfully, then shifted the subject. Mr. Li, there's another matter even more serious than this. Speak. Liu frowned. Our people discovered that Gu Shuyan purchased a hormone drug called Nylonter through an illegal channel, Shuizhan continued. Nylontel? Liu's brow furrowed slightly. Yes. If ordinary people take large doses of this drug over a long period, it can lead to a series of serious complications, including osteoporosis, bone necrosis, and muscle atrophy. Shuizhan's voice grew increasingly somber. And since yesterday, she has personally brewed a cup of goji berry tea for your father-in-law, Mr. Gu, every single day. Then she'd mix this hormone drug which costs only a few dollars into the tea and have your father-in-law drink it. Chapter 176, The Vicious Woman. Shuizhan's words exploded like thunder in Liu's mind. An overwhelming surge of fury erupted from the depths of his being, impossible to contain. What a vicious woman. Plotting to seize the family fortune was bad enough, but to actually poison his own family members. But before Liu could erupt, Shuizhan's voice sounded again on the other end of the line. Rest assured, Chairman Li. The moment our people discovered she purchased this medication, we took immediate action. We replaced all the pills she purchased with identical-looking ordinary vitamins beforehand. She remains completely unaware of this. Hearing this, Liu's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled slightly. But the raging inferno of fury within him showed no sign of abating. Instead, it felt like pouring boiling oil on the flames, making them burn even more fiercely. Fine. Very fine. This fool who doesn't know when to quit. Not only did he scheme to seize his family's assets, but he dared to set his sights on his family members. It seems I was too lenient with her before. I understand. Li Yu's voice was as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion whatsoever. Since she enjoys playing games so much, let her keep jumping around for a few more days. As long as my father-in-law's safety is guaranteed, don't disturb her for now. I want her to fall from heaven into hell at the height of her triumph. Understood, Chairman Li. After hanging up, Li Yu's face remained as calm as ever. Yet within his deep, piercing eyes, a terrifying coldness flickered. He returned to the master bedroom, where his wife sat at the vanity drying her hair, clad in a sensual silk robe. Her curvaceous, fiery figure was faintly visible in the light, radiating a deadly allure. Honey, you're back. Gu Yuan's face lit up with a sweet smile when she saw her husband. Yet she quickly sensed something was wrong with him. Honey, what's wrong? You look terrible. Li Yu said nothing, merely stepping behind her. He wrapped his arms around her, pulling her tightly into his embrace. Resting his chin on the top of her head, his voice was low and hoarse. Honey, there's something I need to tell you. He recounted everything Shuizhan had said on the phone to Gu Yuan, word for word. The smile on Gu Yuan's face froze, bit by bit. When she heard that Gu Shuyan not only intended to destroy their family business but also planned to poison her own father. Her lovely face instantly drained of color. No, it can't be. Gu Yuan's body trembled slightly. Her beautiful, large eyes were filled with utter disbelief. How dare she? That's my father, her own uncle. She knew this cousin of hers had envied her since childhood, her gaze never friendly. But she never imagined Gu Shuyan's heart could be so utterly vile. That was her own family. Honey, don't get so worked up. Li Yu turned his wife to face him. He reached out, gently wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes as he spoke softly. Don't worry, Dad will be fine. My people replaced all those drugs with vitamins beforehand. Dad won't be in any danger. Gu Yuan lifted her tear-streaked face, still visibly hurt. But why would she do this? Didn't she want to develop her career in Jiangning? My parents were so kind to her. Why repay kindness with betrayal? Gu Yuan couldn't understand it. She truly couldn't comprehend it. Because of jealousy. Li Yu's gaze turned cold and sharp. She envied everything you had, so she wanted to take everything you possessed. Including your family, your career, and even your husband. Li Yu's words sent a sharp pang through Gu Yuan's heart. She finally understood why Gu Shuyan's gaze toward her was always filled with venom and resentment. That mad woman. Gu Yuan trembled with rage, clenching her teeth as she spat out each word. Husband, we can't just let her get away with this. I could overlook her trying to ruin my family's restaurant. But if she tries to harm my father, I absolutely cannot forgive her. Fierce anger blazed in Gu Yuan's beautiful eyes. It was the kind of fury that erupted when one's limits were pushed to the absolute edge. Don't worry, honey. Li Yu lowered his head and gently kissed her forehead. His voice was low, yet carried a reassuring strength. I promise I won't let our family come to any harm. As for that reckless woman. A cold, cruel curve formed at the corner of Li Yu's mouth. I'll make her pay the most painful price for what she's done. Li Yu had already made up his mind. Once he gathered sufficient evidence, he would make Gu Shuyan suffer public disgrace before all her relatives. Yet Gu Shuyan's body still trembled slightly. Tears streamed down her face like beads from a broken string, impossible to stop. Husband, I just can't understand it. I truly can't understand it. Her voice was thick with a nasal tone, filled with sorrow and despair. My eldest uncle voluntarily gave up his inheritance rights to grandfather's old shop back then to pursue his own dreams. My father always felt indebted to him, so over the years, he's consistently shown their family the same level of care and support. From Gu Shuyan's dance lessons as a child to her college tuition, even the house they live in, my father paid for it all. Gu Yuan grew more agitated as she spoke, tears streaming down her face. I knew she'd always been jealous of me, jealous that I was prettier than her, jealous that my dad was more capable than hers. But I never imagined her heart could be so poisonous that was her own uncle. Li Yu listened to his wife's tearful confession, his heart aching unbearably. He pulled her tightly into his arms, gently patting her back as if comforting a wronged child. There. Don't cry anymore. It's not worth grieving over that ungrateful bastard who can't be warmed by your kindness. Li Yu's voice was low and gentle, yet carried a soothing strength. Don't concern yourself with this matter anymore. I'll personally gather the evidence, then find the right moment to have a serious talk with Dad and make him see that woman's true colors. As for how to deal with her, leave that to me and my father-in-law. Gu Yuan lifted her tear-streaked face, meeting her husband's deep, unwavering gaze. The deep sense of injustice and helplessness within her heart finally began to dissipate. She knew that as long as this man stood by her, he would shoulder the weight of the world for her. Li Yu reached out, gently wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, then remembered something else. Oh, and honey, at the reunion, I noticed that woman named Su Yusen. The way she looked at you seemed off too. Keep your distance from her at school from now on. Be careful. Chapter 177, Job Arrangements. Gu Yuan sniffed and nodded. I know. She's jealous of me, but she probably wouldn't dare do anything out of line. Still, you need to be cautious. You can never truly know someone's heart. Li Yu cautioned. Gu Yueyan leaned into her husband's embrace, her emotions gradually calming. Suddenly, another worry surfaced and a trace of worry reappeared on her face. Honey, there's something else I need your help with. Go ahead, Li Yu replied softly. It's about my good friend, Huang Yanjue at Gu Yueyan's side. Feng Yu just texted me, saying she wants to help find a job for Yanjue. But Yanjue only has a high school diploma. In a place like Jiangning, it's incredibly difficult to find a decent job. Feng Yu asked her dad around, but all he could find were waitressing jobs paying 5 or 6,000 a month and they don't even cover room and board. I was thinking you have a wide network and many connections. Could you help arrange something for Yanjue? Li Yu nodded without hesitation after hearing this. This is nothing. In a place like Jiangning, a single woman, without education or connections, truly had nowhere to turn. Since she was his wife's close friend, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Li Yu immediately picked up his phone and dialed Shuizhan, the head of Zhonghualong Security Company. Mr. Li. On the other end, Shuizhan's voice remained as steady and respectful as ever. Old Shui, do me a favor. At your command, Mr. Li, Shuizhan replied respectfully. I have a woman here with a high school education. See if there's a suitable position for her at the company and arrange it. Something with light duties and higher pay. Li Yu issued the order directly. No problem, Chairman Li. Shuizhan agreed without even asking her age or name. Are you kidding? Someone personally requested by the big boss? Forget high school education, even if she were illiterate, he'd make sure she was placed perfectly. What position do you think would be suitable? Regarding salary and benefits. You decide. Just make sure my wife's friend isn't treated unfairly, Li Yu said casually. Understood, Chairman Li. I guarantee it will be handled perfectly. You and your wife will be completely satisfied. Shuizhan instantly grasped Li Yu's meaning. This wasn't about finding a job, it was clearly about securing a cushy position. After hanging up, Li Yu turned to his wife. Give me her contact info. I'll send it to old Shui. Gu Yueyan watched her husband's decisive efficiency with a surge of admiration and affection. What seemed impossibly difficult for others was solved with a single phone call by her husband. She quickly pulled up Huang Yanjue's contact card from WeChat and sent it to Li Yu. After Li Yu forwarded the card to Shuizhan, Gu Yueyan immediately opened her chat with Huang Yanjue. Yanju, don't worry about the job. My husband has already taken care of it for you. Just wait for the call. Barely seconds after sending the message, Huang Yanjue's call came through. The moment the call connected, Huang Yanjue's voice came through, so overwhelmed she could barely form coherent words. Yueyan, is this real? Am I dreaming? Of course it's true. Just relax and wait, Gu Yueyan replied with a smile. But I only have a high school diploma. I don't know how to do anything. What kind of job could I possibly get? Huang Yanjue's voice was filled with anxiety and unease. Oh, don't worry so much. My husband said he's got it all set up for you. It's bound to be a good job. Yueyan, thank you. Thank you so much. Huang Yanjue's voice was already breaking into tears. As long as it's a job, no matter how tough or exhausting, I'm willing to do it. Alright, stop crying. We're sisters, you shouldn't talk like that with me. Gu Yueyan offered a few more words of comfort before hanging up. Immediately afterward, she sent a message to her best friend, Li Fengyue. Fengyue, Yanjue's job is sorted. You don't need to worry about it anymore. Li Fengyue, who had been fretting over Huang Yanjue's job situation in their rented apartment, jumped up from the sofa the moment she saw the message. Holy crap! Is this for real? Your husband is seriously amazing. How did he manage to pull it off so quickly? What kind of job? How much does it pay? A barrage of questions fully revealed Li Fengyue's stunned state of mind. Gu Yueyan glanced at the message, a smug smile spreading across her face. I don't know the specifics of the job, but it's definitely nothing to sneeze at. As for the salary, it should be enough for her to live comfortably in Jiangning City. After sending the message, an indescribable sense of pride and satisfaction welled up inside Gu Yueyan. Having such an all-powerful husband was truly wonderful. She set her phone aside and, like a docile kitten, nestled into her husband's embrace. Honey, thank you. What for? Li Yu lowered his head and gave her lips a gentle peck. For being so good to me, and so good to my friends too. Gu Yueyan lifted her delicate little face, her large, watery eyes brimming with admiration and affection. Seeing her so deeply moved, Li Yu felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He could no longer resist and leaned down to kiss her. Meanwhile, Li Fengyue beamed with delight as she read Gu Yueyan's message. My angelic husband, truly an angelic husband, she couldn't help but exclaim. What seemed impossible for others was solved with a single phone call for Li Yu. That kind of financial clout was truly enviable. Just then, her phone suddenly chimed. It was a friend request from an unfamiliar gaming account. Li Fengyue tapped to open it. The ID read King of Kings, and the profile picture was that familiar profile shot. It was Zhao Long. The smile on Li Fengyue's lips instantly turned cold. This two-timing jerk actually had the nerve to add her? Without a second thought, she clicked reject. But the other party seemed determined, sending multiple friend requests in quick succession. Fed up with his persistence, Li Fengyue finally accepted the friend request. She wanted to see what tricks the scumbag had up his sleeve. Little cowgirl, you finally accepted my friend request. Zhao Long's message came back almost instantly. I thought you were really mad and ignoring me. Li Fengyue read the message and felt a wave of nausea wash over her. She couldn't even be bothered to type a reply, just sending a vomiting emoji instead. What do you mean? Zhao Long's tone seemed slightly displeased. Nothing much. Just think you're pretty disgusting. Li Fengyue shot back without mercy. You? Zhao Long seemed to be at a loss for words, not replying for a long while. Li Fengyue sneered coldly, about to block him. But then, another message from him arrived. Chapter 178, I'm coming over. Are you mad at me because I didn't take you out that day? Let me explain that Xiao Xiaoer is just a regular friend. I was only helping her level up. There's really nothing going on between us. Seeing this feeble excuse, Li Fengyue couldn't help but laugh. She'd seen them marked as lovers on the game homepage with her own eyes. What was he playing at now? Oh, really? Li Fengyue replied. Well, sorry to break it to you, but I have a boyfriend now. He doesn't let me play games with other guys. I only reached out to you that day to get back at him. Now that we're back together, I don't need you anymore. With that, Li Fengyue pressed the delete friend button without hesitation. This was the first time she'd added a stranger on a social platform other than WeChat. And it would be her last. Shortly after, Huang Yanjue returned from outside and sat on the sofa, feeling uneasy. Though Li Fengyue had repeatedly told her to treat this place as her own home, her heart remained filled with self-doubt and unease. Just then, her phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Huang Yanjue hesitated for a moment before pressing the answer button. Hello? May I speak with Ms. Huang Yanjue? A steady, magnetic male voice came from the other end of the line. Yes, this is she. Who's this? I'm the manager of Zhonghua Long Security Company. My surname is Shui. I'm a friend of Mr. Liu, and he asked me to contact you. The moment she heard the name Liu, Huang Yanjue's heart leapt to her throat. Mr. Shui. Mr. Shui, hello. Ms. Huang, it's like this. Shui Zhan's tone sounded very polite. Mr. Li specifically instructed me to arrange a job for you. The specifics of the work must remain confidential for now, but rest assured, it is absolutely safe and legal. Regarding compensation, we've tentatively set it at 50,000 yuan per month. Does that work for you? 50,000? Huang Yanjue's mind went blank at the figure, a buzzing sound filling her ears. Thinking she must have misheard, she couldn't help but ask again. Yes, 50,000. And that's just the probationary period salary. If you perform exceptionally well, there is room for increase later on. Shui Zhan's tone remained as calm as ever. Huang Yanjue's heart began to pound wildly, beyond her control. 50,000 a month. This was a figure she had never dared to dream of before. Miss Huang, this job requires you to strictly follow our instructions and not disclose your work to anyone, including your closest friends. Shui Zhan's tone suddenly turned stern. Someone will contact you tonight to provide basic training. Please ensure your phone remains accessible at all times. All right. I understand. Huang Yanjue felt as if she were in a dream. This sounded just like a spy meeting in the movies. After hanging up, Huang Yanjue still felt a bit dazed. She glanced at Li Fengyue, who was making her bed nearby. She opened her mouth but couldn't find the words. Yanju, what's wrong? Who was that? Li Fengyue asked curiously. And nothing, just a sales call, Huang Yanjue lied. She looked at Li Fengyue, her voice tinged with embarrassment. Fengyue, I might be staying here for a while and bothering you. Don't talk about bothering me. Stay as long as you want. Li Fengyue said with her usual carefree attitude. Just then, Huang Yanjue's phone pinged. A bank transfer notification appeared. Your savings account ending in XXXX received 50,000 renminbi on XXXX at XXXX. Current balance, 50,000 renminbi. Longxing Bank. Seeing that string of zeros, Huang Yanjue's eyes instantly welled up with tears. She knew her new life was about to officially begin from this moment on. After settling Huang Yanjue in, a heavy weight lifted from her heart. Yet her own messy situation was driving her crazy. Her relationship with Li Jiatie had been confirmed. Their progress was slower than a snail's pace. Forget kissing, they hadn't even properly held hands once. This clueless, straight-laced guy was so passive it was infuriating. The more Li Fengyue thought about it, the angrier she got. She decided to just open Honor of Kings. She refused to believe she couldn't handle him in the game. Wild King, are you there? Carry me. Li Fengyue sent the message. Li Jiatie replied almost instantly. Sure. The two quickly formed a party. But today, Li Fengyue was acting like she'd swallowed gunpowder. In the game, she was acting all unreasonable and throwing away her own life. Li Jiatie was on the verge of losing his cool because of her. What's wrong with you? Why are you playing so poorly today? After one game ended, Li Jiatii finally couldn't hold back and asked. So what if I suck? If you think I suck, go play with someone else. Li Fengyue exploded in anger. Li Jiatii was completely baffled by her sudden outburst. After a moment's thought, he mustered his patience and tried to calm her down. I didn't mean it like that. I just think you're not in the zone today. Did something bad happen? Reading his message, Li Fengyue felt her anger inexplicably subside by half. She took a deep breath, as if making up her mind about something. Li Jiar, I'm hungry. Huh? Well, then just order takeout. Li Jiat replied. I don't want takeout. I want you to cook for me. I can't cook. Then just boil some noodles for me. I don't know how to do that either. Li Fengyue stared at his stubbornly unyielding replies, so furious she nearly threw her phone. Gritting her teeth, she typed out a line. I don't care. Tonight, I'm having a meal you cooked with your own hands. I'm heading over to your place right now. You better be ready. Li Jiatii stared at the message, frozen in place. He wanted to refuse, but couldn't find the words. Send me your address. Li Fengyue demanded, leaving no room for argument. Li Jiatii couldn't resist her and obediently sent her the address of his apartment. Upon receiving the address, a smug smile spread across Li Fengyue's face. Oomph, you little brat, I'll show you. But just as she was about to head out, Li Jiat's message came through again. My friend Su Ming has been staying with me lately. The smile on Li Fengyue's face instantly froze. What? There's someone else at his place? How could she possibly carry out her little plan now? An indescribable rage surged through her heart. That bastard Li Jiatii. Not only did he fail to mention there was someone else living there, but he actually dared to invite her over. Chapter 179, He Likes Men? Li Fengyue stomped her feet in fury, but then reconsidered. She had already made her intentions clear. Backing out now would be utterly humiliating. Fine, she'd go. She refused to believe she couldn't find an opening to strike. Half an hour later, Li Fengyue appeared at the entrance of Li Jia's apartment building. Inside the elevator, Li Fengyue remained silent, radiating an icy aura that screamed, keep your distance. Standing beside her, Li Jiatii felt as if he might freeze solid. He had no idea what he'd done to offend this lady again. A ding sounded as the elevator reached its floor. Li Jiatii led Li Fengyue to his apartment door. He pulled out his keys, unlocked the door, and peered inside. The living room was empty. Su Ming seemed to be absent. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. Stepping aside, he addressed Li Fengyue. Come in. Li Fengyue slipped on her slippers and stepped into the living room. She surveyed the apartment, which was simply decorated yet exceptionally clean and tidy, feeling somewhat surprised. Who knew this gaming geek was such a neat freak? Have a seat. I'll get you a glass of water. Li Jiatii said, turning toward the kitchen. Just then, the apartment door suddenly swung open violently from the outside. Gart, I'm home. What's for dinner tonight? I'm starving. A boisterous voice echoed, growing louder as it approached. Immediately after, a boy wearing a basketball uniform, looking bright and handsome, burst into the room. His voice abruptly stopped when he saw Li Fengyue sitting on the sofa. His entire body froze in place. The next second, as if realizing something, an utterly exaggerated look of shock spread across his face. Oh my, did I come back too early? Su Ming looked at the beautiful woman on the sofa, radiating an icy aura. Then he glanced at Li Jiatii, standing at the kitchen doorway, looking utterly flustered. He instantly understood what was happening. Oh my, Mrs. Li is here. Su Ming's face instantly broke into a flattering smile. He hurried over and greeted her warmly. Hello, sister-in-law. My name is Su Ming. I'm Jiat's childhood friend. Li Fengyue merely gave him a cold glance, not even bothering to lift her eyelids. I just got back from job hunting and haven't had time to change clothes yet. Please don't mind. Su Ming said, placing several documents on the coffee table. Li Jiatii, upon seeing Su Ming, hurried out of the kitchen. However, the moment he opened his mouth, both of them were taken aback. Su Ming, you're just in time. Li Jiatii pointed toward the bathroom and declared with righteous indignation. I spilled soup on my pants while eating instant noodles last night, so I soaked them in a basin. Now you go scrub them clean by hand. Remember to use liquid detergent, not powdered detergent, it's harsh on your hands. The moment those words left his mouth, the air in the living room instantly froze. Li Fengyue's brows knitted tightly together, her eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. A flicker of awkwardness crossed Su Ming's face. But he quickly recovered, smiling as he tried to smooth things over. All right. What can I say? I'm your free labor, after all. Please take a seat, sister-in-law. I'll go wash your precious little one's pants right away. Su Ming said, then resignedly headed toward the bathroom. Li Fengyue watched his dutiful, uncomplaining figure retreat, and the sense of dissonance in her heart grew ever stronger. Have a seat. I'll go get you something to eat. Li Jiatii, oblivious to the awkwardness in the air, turned and disappeared into the kitchen. Left alone on the sofa, Li Fengyue felt increasingly uneasy the more she thought about it. She stood up and, as if compelled by some unseen force, headed toward the bathroom. The moment she reached the doorway, the sound of running water reached her ears. Peering cautiously inside, she saw Su Ming squatting on the floor. He was vigorously scrubbing a pair of jeans that were clearly men's. Beside him sat a laundry basket overflowing with dirty clothes. Li Fengyue's gaze involuntarily swept around the bathroom. When her gaze landed on the sink, she froze instantly. There, on the clean and tidy counter, sat a matching set of couples' toothbrush cups. The pink cup featured a shy little girl. The blue cup featured a handsome little boy. Placed side by side, the two cups formed a perfect heart shape. Beside them lay two differently colored toothbrushes and two towels that were clearly a matching set. Li Fengyue's mind went blank with a sudden buzzing sensation. She instantly recalled Li Jia's previous irrational behavior. Why did he remain indifferent to her overtures? Why did he prefer sweet talk over WeChat to any real-life intimacy? Why would he pay for a fake girlfriend online just to appease his parents, rather than pursue a genuine relationship? So, that's why. This clueless, straight as an arrow guy? He wasn't straight at all. He likes men. And that man was none other than his so-called friend. An indescribable wave of disgust and humiliation instantly surged through Li Fengyue's heart. She felt like the biggest fool in the world, completely played for a fool. Li Fengyue couldn't bear it any longer. She spun around abruptly, desperate to flee this suffocating place. But the moment she turned, she collided head-on with someone. "Sis-in-law, what's wrong? You look terrible." Su Ming had just finished washing his pants when he looked up and saw Li Fengyue's deathly pale face, startling him. Li Fengyue ignored him, brushing past him and hurrying toward the living room. But moments later, an even more devastating scene unfolded. There stood Li Jiatii at the kitchen doorway, holding a freshly cooked egg pancake. Su Ming had somehow appeared beside him. He took a piece of the egg pancake, his body almost pressed tightly against Li Jiat. He brought the egg pancake to Li Jiat's lips. "Here, Jiatii, open wide. Try this, I just bought it downstairs. It tastes pretty good." Without hesitation, Li Jiatii opened his mouth and took a big bite. To Li Fengyue's eyes, their intimate posture. They looked like a couple deeply in love, flirting openly as if no one else existed. "What are you doing?" Li Fengyue could no longer contain her emotions, screaming hysterically. The startled sound jolted the two, who had been taking turns eating. "Fengyue, what's wrong?" Li Jiatii looked at the suddenly enraged Li Fengyue, utterly bewildered. "Sis-in-law, don't misunderstand. We were just..." Su Ming panicked and hurried to explain. Chapter 180, a huge misunderstanding. However, Li Fengyue didn't give them a chance to explain. She stormed forward, pointing at the two of them, trembling with rage. "Li Jiar, you bastard. You two are all lovey-dovey, it's disgusting. And you even bought couples stuff. Li Jiatii, you like men? Why didn't you just say so? What do you take me for? A shield?" Li Fengyue's voice brimmed with endless hurt and fury. I didn't." Li Jiatii was utterly bewildered by her sudden accusation. "Sis-in-law, you've got it all wrong." Su Ming was sweating profusely as he pointed toward the bathroom and explained. "That couple's cup? It was a freebie that came with the toothpaste I bought. I just thought it was cute, so I picked it up and started using it." However, his feeble excuse only made Li Fengyue suspect he was covering something up. "I don't want to hear your excuses." Li Fengyue stared at the two men desperately putting on a show before her, feeling a wave of nausea wash over her. She spun around abruptly and dashed toward the front door without looking back. But just as she reached the doorway, she realized her phone was still lying on the sofa. Gritting her teeth, Li Fengyue reluctantly turned back. But that single glance back revealed a scene she would never forget for the rest of her life. Li Jiatii was rushing out to explain. He accidentally stepped on the wet slippers Su Ming had just taken off. His body instantly lost its balance, sending him tumbling forward uncontrollably. And the direction he fell toward was straight at Su Ming, who was standing in front of the sofa. A loud thud echoed through the room. Under Li Fengyue's utterly shocked gaze, Li Jiatii landed squarely on top of Su Ming, pinning him to the sofa. The two ended up piled on top of each other in an extremely suggestive position. Li Fengyue stared at this astonishing scene unfolding before her eyes, feeling her entire worldview crumble. This was even more melodramatic than a soap opera. "Excuse me." Li Fengyue's voice was as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion whatsoever. She walked over and picked up her phone from the sofa. Without so much as a glance at the two men still tangled together, she turned and walked away decisively. A loud bang echoed. The front door slammed shut, completely cutting off Li Jiat's heart-wrenching cries. "Fengyue, let me explain." Li Jia and Su Ming scrambled off the sofa and rushed out, but the elevator doors were already closing slowly. It's over. This is a huge misunderstanding." Seeing Li Jiat's distraught expression, Su Ming slapped his thigh and stomped his feet in frustration. Li Jiao pulled out his phone and frantically dialed phone used number. But all he ever heard on the other end was, "The number you have dialed is currently busy." He knew he'd been blocked. He immediately opened WeChat and sent her a message. But beside the sent message, a glaring red exclamation mark appeared. The other party has enabled friend verification. You are not yet their friend. Please send a friend verification request first. You can only chat after they approve it. Lee Jia-tae stared at those cold words, his entire being numb with shock. As if drained of all strength, he slumped to the ground in defeat. Meanwhile, on the other side, after bursting out of the apartment, Lee Fengyue could no longer contain her emotions. She crouched by the roadside, hugging her knees, sobbing uncontrollably like a child abandoned by the world. She couldn't fathom what sin she had committed to deserve such a melodramatic ordeal. Shortly after, Lee Fengyue returned to the apartment alone. The moment she stepped inside, she began wailing like a child. Huang Yanjue, who had been watching TV in the living room, was startled by the sudden outburst of crying and quickly stood up from the sofa. Fengyue, what's wrong? What happened? Lee Fengyue threw herself into her arms, sobbing so hard she could barely catch her breath. Yanju. I've been dumped. That bastard, he's actually. What? Huang Yanjue's eyes widened instantly, her face etched with utter disbelief. Lee Fengyue sobbed as she recounted everything she'd witnessed at Li Jia's apartment, embellishing every detail. I saw it with my own eyes. He and that guy, they were all over each other on the couch. And I even saw matching cups and towels in their bathroom. He's a liar. What does he take me for? A cover-up, a shield to hide behind? Lee Fengyue grew angrier and more aggrieved with every word, tears streaming down her face like beads on a broken string, impossible to stop. Huang Yanjue listened, her face a mask of utter bewilderment. She patted Lee Fengyue's back, tentatively offering comfort. Fengyue, you must be misunderstanding something? How could that be possible? Why not? Lee Fengyue snapped, her head jerking up. Her eyes, swollen red from crying, burned with fury and despair. I saw it with my own eyes, how could it be false? Two grown men living together, using couple stuff, doesn't that speak for itself? Seeing Lee Fengyue's utterly devastated state, Huang Yanjue dared not say another word. She could only silently hand her tissues and offer gentle reassurance. After a long while, Lee Fengyue's emotions finally began to settle somewhat. She glanced at Huang Yanjue beside her, sniffed back tears, and forced a smile. By the way, Yanjue, how did your job interview go today? A shy smile spread across Huang Yanjue's face. I got the job. They want me to start tomorrow. That's wonderful. Lee Fengyue genuinely felt happy for her. But the company said they'll provide housing, so I might have to move out in a couple of days. Huang Yanjue said with a hint of reluctance. It's okay. Just focus on settling into your new job first. Lee Fengyue took her hand and said earnestly. But we're best friends, we have to see each other often. Huang Yanjue nodded. Meanwhile, at Li Jia's apartment. He sat on the sofa like a lost soul, staring blankly ahead, his phone clenched tightly in his hand. Su Ming paced anxiously beside him. Oh no. This is a huge misunderstanding. My sister-in-law must think we're that kind of relationship now. It's all my fault. Why did I have to buy that sex toy cup? Su Ming slapped his thigh in frustration. Lee Jia-tae abruptly leapt up from the sofa, his face etched with panic and dread. No way, I can't just let this slide. I need to find Sister Yuan. She's Fengyue's best friend, she'll definitely help me clear this up. Lee Jia-tae clutched at this last straw, quickly dialing Gu Yuan's number. Chapter 181, Baby's Sick. The moment the call connected, Lee Jia-tae couldn't wait to recount everything that had happened tonight in excruciating detail. Her incoherent, jumbled explanation left Gu Yuan on the other end utterly confused. Hold on. Gu Yuan cut him off. So you're saying Fengyue misunderstood that you and Su Ming are a couple? Yes, Sister Yuan, please help me explain to her. I really am not. Li Jia's voice was on the verge of breaking into tears. I just accidentally stepped on my slipper and slipped. After hearing this, Gu Yuan felt both exasperated and amused. She hung up and immediately called Lee Fengyue. But all she heard on the other end was a cold automated message. Sorry, the number you dialed is turned off. That girl actually turned off her phone. Gu Yuan shook her head helplessly, then remembered something and dialed Huang Yanjue's number. Yanju, is Fengyue with you? Have her come to the phone. Huang Yanjue handed the phone to Lee Fengyue, who was still sulking. Fengyue, it's me, Gu Yuan's voice came through the phone. Lee Jia-tae just called me and explained everything. He said he just accidentally slipped on his slippers and fell onto Su Ming. It wasn't what you think. Lee Fengyue snorted coldly upon hearing this. Slipped? Try telling that to the birds. If he had nothing to hide, why hasn't he even held my hand in all this time we've been together? Let alone kissed me. What kind of normal boyfriend acts like him? The phone was on speaker, so every word of Lee Fengyue's resentful accusation reached Li Yu's ears beside her. Li Yu couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. His cousin was practically a blank slate when it came to romance, so blank it was almost transparent. Honey, tell her to give that guy a chance to explain in person. Li Yu leaned close to Gu Yuan's ear and whispered, "Once this blows over, I'll have to teach him a thing or two about dating." After Gu Yuan's persistent persuasion, Li Fengyue finally relented and reluctantly agreed. Li Yu then called Li Jiatie and carefully guided him through the situation. Almost instantly, Li Jiatie sprang up from the sofa as if injected with adrenaline. He rushed out of the apartment like a man possessed, heading straight for the beverage shop downstairs from Li Fengyue's residence. When Li Fengyue walked into the shop with a dark expression, Li Jiatie was already waiting there obediently, looking like a schoolboy who'd done something wrong. On the table sat a cup of her favorite cappuccino. "Fengyue, you're here." Li Jiat saw her and immediately stood up, his face etched with nervousness and awkwardness. I really wasn't what you think, I just..." He awkwardly tried to explain, but before he could finish, Li Fengyue suddenly stepped forward, wrapping her arms around his neck. Standing on tiptoe, she kissed him without warning. A buzzing sensation filled Li Jiat's mind, leaving him blank. His entire body froze in place, eyes wide as saucers, unable to move a muscle. A faint, sweet fragrance instantly filled his nostrils. The soft, warm sensation on his lips sent a jolt through him, leaving him weak all over. After a long moment, their lips parted. Li Fengyue gazed at his dumbfounded expression, her fair cheeks flushing slightly, yet her eyes held an unwavering resolve. "All right, I believe you." Li Jia's heart instantly burst into joy. The method his cousin and Su Ming had taught him had worked. "But I have one more question," Li Fengyue said, her gaze locked on his eyes. "Why does your tone on WeChat sound completely different from how you usually speak? It's like you're two different people." Li Jiat was taken aback by her question, his face flushing instantly. Scratching his head, he murmured sheepishly. "Well, I'm new to dating. I don't have much experience. Sometimes I don't know how to reply to your messages, so I had Su Ming reply for me." Hearing this, Li Fengyue froze for a moment before bursting out laughing. So that's how it was. The slight unease in her heart vanished instantly. Looks like she'd have to be more proactive from now on. Meanwhile, at Villa Number 8 in Tiannan Bay, Li Yu and Gu Yuan couldn't help but laugh upon hearing the good news relayed by Li Fengyue over the phone. Those two little ones have finally made up. Gu Yuan leaned into her husband's embrace, a look of relief and joy on her face. But just then, the master bedroom door suddenly burst open from the outside. Mother-in-law Zhang Suiping rushed in, her face etched with panic. "Yuan, Li Yu, something's wrong. You must go see immediately. Sibao seems to have caught a cold. He's been sniffling non-stop, and his little face is all red and flushed." The moment she spoke, the warm, sweet atmosphere in the room instantly froze. Li Yu and Gu Yuan's smiles froze simultaneously. Their complexions turned deathly pale in an instant. "What?" They both practically sprang up from the bed at the same time. Without even putting on their shoes, they rushed barefoot toward the nursery on the third floor. The nursery was filled with an extremely tense atmosphere. Little Sweetie lay in the crib, her little face flushed bright red. His breathing had grown somewhat rapid, punctuated by the occasional uncomfortable whimper. How could this happen? Gu Yuan rushed to the crib, her heart aching at her daughter's distress. She was perfectly fine this afternoon. How did she suddenly catch a cold? She must have kicked off her blanket and caught a chill during the night, her mother-in-law, Zhang Suiping, said self-reproachfully. "It's all my fault. I should have watched her better. I let her catch a chill." Li Yu hurried over and gently placed his hand on the little one's forehead. It felt scorching hot, and his heart sank slightly. "Mom, it's not your fault. Kids kicking off their blankets is common." Li Yu offered a comforting word before decisively adding. "We can't let Sibao sleep with her older siblings anymore. What if she catches something? Tonight, she'll sleep with us in the master bedroom." With that, he carefully lifted the little darling out of her crib. Back in the master bedroom, the little one seemed to sense the warmth of her father's embrace. Her earlier restlessness gradually subsided. But her little nose remained severely congested, her breathing sounding heavy and labored. "Honey, look how congested her nose is, she can barely breathe. What should we do?" Gu Yuan watched her daughter's discomfort, her heart aching so much tears nearly fell. "Don't worry." Li Yu gently laid their daughter on the large bed. He turned and retrieved an exquisitely crafted small box from the bedside table. Chapter 182, Emergency Request. "This is the infant nasal decongestant ointment I specially asked a friend to bring back from abroad. Pure plant extract, no side effects," Li Yu explained. He opened the box, dipped his pinky finger into the clear ointment. He gently applied it to both sides of the little one's nostrils. Remarkably, within moments, the baby's heavy breathing gradually became steady and even. She smacked her little lips and drifted off into a deep sleep. "She's asleep. That's wonderful." Gu Yuan gazed at her daughter's peaceful sleeping face. Her heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled a little. "I'll go take a shower first. You watch over her here," Gu Yuan said, then took her nightgown and walked into the bathroom. However, when she emerged from the shower and approached the bed, her expression instantly changed. The little angel who had been sleeping so peacefully moments ago had woken up. Not only awake, but had spit up milk everywhere. The sheets, the quilt, and even her own little clothes were covered in milk stains. Her little face was flushed even more than before. Her bright, big eyes now looked a bit listless. "Honey, something's wrong." Si Bao spit up milk. Gu Yuan's voice was filled with panic. Liu, who was still washing the bottles, sprang to his feet at the sound of her voice. The moment he saw his daughter's listless expression, a sense of foreboding instantly washed over him. "Quick, get the ear thermometer." Gu Yuan fumbled through the drawer, pulling out the ear thermometer and aiming it at her daughter's tiny ear. A beep sounded. 38.5 degrees Celsius, a low-grade fever. "This won't do. We have to go to the hospital immediately." Liu's face instantly drained of color. He could no longer maintain his composure, scooping up his daughter and rushing toward the door. An Chang grabbed Sibao's diapers, bottle, and water cup. Gu Yuan also panicked, running out after him while shouting downstairs. The commotion quickly alerted both mothers and several nannies in the house. In an instant, the entire villa descended into utter chaos. In the end, it was Liu who forced himself to calm down and make arrangements. "Mom, you and Sister Wang come with us to the hospital. Yi Mama, you and An Zhang stay home and take care of Debao and the other two." The group rushed frantically toward the garage. On the way, Liu gazed at his limp daughter in his arms, a wave of inexpressible regret washing over him. Suddenly, he remembered the bottle of miraculous health-boosting potion the system had rewarded him with earlier. How could he have forgotten something so crucial? If only he'd given it to his family sooner, would his little angel still be sick? Ding! Host's emotional fluctuations detected. Initiating self-reflection. Friendly reminder, the elixir significantly boosts human immunity and resistance, offering strong prevention and relief against common colds and fevers. However, it cannot completely block viral invasion. Host, please refrain from excessive self-blame. Seeking prompt medical attention for the child remains the most prudent course of action. Hearing that cold, mechanical prompt in his mind, Liu's anxious heart finally calmed down a little. So this potion isn't a cure-all after all. Still, once he returned home, he would make sure everyone in his family drank it immediately. Come to think of it, this potion's effects are truly remarkable. Could he consider starting a health supplement company? One that specializes in producing supplements like this, designed to boost immunity. Liu pondered this, but the most important thing now was to treat little cutie. The black Cullinan sliced through the night like a bolt of lightning. It sped toward the city people's hospital closest to home at breakneck speed. The pediatric emergency room was packed to the rafters. Seeing the crowded scene, Liu couldn't help but sigh inwardly once more. Running a hospital really is a lucrative business. It seemed he should acquire a private hospital himself someday. He could hire a few top pediatric specialists to serve as his family doctors. That way, whenever the kids had a headache or fever, they wouldn't have to come here and wait in line anymore. Liu handed his daughter to his wife and hurried to the registration window. Relying on his photographic memory, he smoothly obtained the appointment card by reciting the little one's ID number. Returning to his seat, he retrieved a mercury thermometer from the nurse's station, preparing to take little sweetie's temperature. However, the moment the cold thermometer touched her skin, little sweetie, already listless, puckered her little mouth and burst into tears with a wail. The heart-wrenching wail made Liu and Gu Yuan's hearts clench. There, baby, no crying, no crying." The two frantically tried to soothe her, their hearts nearly breaking. Watching his daughter whimper in discomfort after spitting up milk, Liu felt an unprecedented wave of helplessness wash over him. He had money to burn and connections that reached the heavens. Yet at this very moment, he could only wait anxiously here, just like any ordinary person. Just then, a sudden flash of insight struck his mind. Liu remembered the security team leader from that security company, Shuizhan. Zhonghua Security was the largest security firm in the country. Its operations spanned every conceivable field. Could their company have doctors available for emergency dispatch? At this thought, Liu could no longer sit still. He abruptly stood up from his chair. He strode to the end of the corridor and dialed Shuizhan's number. The moment the call connected, Shuizhan's steady and respectful voice came through. "Chairman Li, what can I do for you at this hour? My daughter is sick. She's in the pediatric emergency room at the City People's Hospital." Liu's voice carried a hint of anxiety and hoarseness he hadn't even noticed himself. "It's too crowded here. I need a doctor immediately, right now." "Please don't worry, Chairman Li," Shuizhan replied respectfully. "Our company has a deep partnership with the People's Hospital. My people are already there. I'll have him come find you immediately. He'll be there within 5 minutes." "All right." Liu hung up the phone, his heart finally settling a little. He walked back to his wife, his heart aching at the sight of Gu Yuan's beautiful face etched with anxiety and worry. "Honey, don't worry." Liu reached out, pulling his wife into his arms as he whispered softly. "I just called a friend who's a doctor here. He'll be over immediately. With him here, we won't have to wait in this long line." Hearing this, both Gu Yuan and her mother-in-law, Zheng Suiping, visibly relaxed, their faces lighting up with relief. That's good, Gu Yuan nodded. Sure enough, in less than 5 minutes. A male doctor in his 40s, wearing a white coat and exuding a calm demeanor, accompanied by 2 young, pretty nurses, briskly made his way through the crowded crowd. He headed straight toward them. Chapter 183, Private Examination Room. Excuse me, are you Mr. Liu? The doctor approached Liu and asked respectfully. That's me. Liu nodded. Good day, Mr. Li. I am Dr. Louis, the chief physician of this hospital. The male doctor stepped aside, gesturing with a polite please. Please follow me, along with your family. Liu, holding his daughter, followed the doctor deeper into the emergency room amid the curious or envious stares of others. They bypassed the crowded consultation rooms and boarded an elevator that appeared to be reserved for staff. The elevator ascended steadily, finally coming to a stop on the 20th floor. With a soft ding, the elevator doors slid open. What unfolded before them was a world starkly different from the crowded, noisy environment below. Quiet, clean, and bright. It resembled the executive floor of a 5-star hotel more than a hospital. Mr. Li, this is our hospital's VIP ward, accessible only to internal staff and select distinguished guests. Dr. Liu explained respectfully as he led the way ahead. It features private consultation rooms, a dedicated laboratory, and an on-site pharmacy. We can provide you and your family with the most convenient and highest quality medical services. He led Liu's family into a spacious, well-lit private consultation room. The examination room was fully equipped with all kinds of advanced medical devices. A young nurse hurried over. She carefully took the still sleeping little one from Liu's arms. Quickly, hand me the thermometer you used earlier. The nurse tucked the mercury thermometer under the infant's armpit, her expression radiating professionalism and focus. 5 minutes later, the thermometer was removed. Director Liu, it's 39 degrees. The nurse's voice carried a hint of gravity. Dr. Liu's brow furrowed slightly at the news. He put on his stethoscope and examined the child's throat with a tongue depressor. The throat inflammation is severe, and the tonsils are swollen and red. Dr. Liu's expression turned serious. We need to draw blood immediately for testing to determine whether it's a viral or bacterial infection. Blood test? At the mere mention of those 2 words, Gu Yuan and Zhang Suweiping's hearts instantly clenched. Doctor, the child is so young, will the blood draw hurt? Gu Yuan's voice brimmed with reluctance and heartache. Don't worry, ma'am, Dr. Liu reassured her with a smile. We only need a tiny drop of blood from the fingertip, it'll feel like a mosquito bite. With that, he signaled the young nurse beside him to prepare for the draw. The nurse produced a pen-like device. She gently pressed it against the little one's chubby finger. The sleeping little one merely furrowed her brow slightly, her eyes remaining closed. A single crimson drop of blood seeped from her fingertip. The nurse used a slender glass tube to draw the droplet inside. Then she turned and placed the tube into a machine that looked highly sophisticated. Unlike the lab downstairs where patients had to wait in line for over half an hour. Here, it took less than 10 minutes. A detailed blood test report was printed out from the machine. It's a bacterial infection, Dr. Liu concluded after reviewing the report. It's not serious. Take some fever reducers and antibiotics and you'll be fine soon. Then, do I need an 4 drip? Zhang Suweiping asked uneasily from the side. Don't worry, Auntie, Dr. Liu smiled and shook his head. The child is still too young. If oral medication works, we should avoid injections whenever possible, and definitely not resort to 4 drips lightly. All medicines carry some risk. Overusing antibiotics isn't good for the child's health either. Hearing Dr. Liu's responsible words, Liu's family finally felt completely reassured. Dr. Liu, thank you so much. Gu Yuan said gratefully, holding her daughter who had cooled down a bit but still looked listless. Should we go pay the bill and pick up the medicine now? Pay? Dr. Liu paused for a moment upon hearing this, then chuckled softly. He glanced at Liu beside him and explained with a smile. Madam, you've misunderstood. Your husband is our hospital's most honored guest. All expenses incurred here have already been settled in advance by Mr. Li. Therefore, no further payment is required. At these words, Gu Yuan and Zhang Suweiping both froze in place. They stared at Liu, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. It turned out this Dr. Liu wasn't a friend at all. He was actually a private doctor hired by Liu using his immense wealth. Realizing this, Gu Yuan's gaze toward her husband grew even more filled with admiration and affection. This man always provided her with the strongest sense of security when she needed it most. Just then, another young nurse entered carrying a small medicine bottle and several packets of powder wrapped in brown paper. Madam, these are the medications Dr. Liu prescribed for the baby. The nurse handed the bottle to Gu Yuan and patiently explained. This is fever-reducing medicine. We've already calculated the dosage based on the baby's weight. You can administer it to her right away. These 3 packets contain powdered antibiotic tablets we've ground into a fine powder. We've labeled them with numbers 1, 2, and 3. Starting tomorrow, you can feed 1 packet at a time, morning, noon, and night, in that order. Watching the nurse's thoughtful care, a wave of warmth washed over Gu Yuan. She took the medicine bottle, drew a small amount of liquid with the accompanying dropper, and carefully fed it into her daughter's mouth. Perhaps the medicine tasted too bitter, for the little darling scrunched up her tiny face, struggling to spit it out. Liu rushed over, gently pinching her daughter's tiny nose with his finger. The little one instinctively opened her mouth, and the liquid slid down her throat. There. Liu released his grip and kissed his daughter's cheek tenderly. Dr. Liu, you've been such a tremendous help today. Liu nodded gratefully toward Dr. Liu. Mr. Li, you're too kind. It's our pleasure to help. Dr. Liu replied, flattered by the praise. The group bid farewell to the medical staff and took the elevator back down to the emergency hall. Looking at the still crowded environment filled with cries and clamor. And then recalled the quiet, comfortable private examination room upstairs. An indescribable feeling welled up in both Gu Yueyan and Zhang Cuiping's hearts. Money, it seemed, could truly solve 99% of the world's troubles. The remaining 1% simply required even more money. The little darling, now medicated with fever-reducing medicine, had fallen into a deep, peaceful sleep. Her little face was no longer as flushed as before, and her breathing had steadied considerably. Liu gazed at his wife's daughter, her peaceful and adorable sleeping face nestled in her arms. The heavy weight in his heart finally lifted completely. Chapter 184, The Charity Fund. The group emerged from the hospital in a large procession. The cool night breeze dispersed the suffocating scent of disinfectant lingering in the emergency room. The moment they stepped outside the hospital gates, that cold, mechanical notification sounded in Liu's mind without warning. Ding! Congratulations, host, for safeguarding the baby's health and successfully bringing the baby to medical care, triggering a hidden merit task. Reward, ownership of the G-Shirt Charity Foundation nationally certified. Kindly note, the host will become the sole behind-the-scenes controller of the foundation. Please utilize the resources at hand wisely to contribute to society. Liu's footsteps halted abruptly. A charity foundation? What does the system mean by this? Was it turning him into a money-giving fairy? Before he could ponder further, he addressed his wife and the mothers beside him. Wait here for me. I'll go to the parking lot and bring the car over. Alright, hurry up and be careful on the road. Gu Yueyan nodded and took their sleeping daughter from her husband's arms. After Liu hurried away, Gu Yueyan and the others stood by the roadside at the hospital entrance, holding their children. Just then, a man carrying a child staggered out of the hospital. He appeared to be in his 30s, his face haggard, his eyes filled with despair and lifelessness. Reaching the roadside, his legs gave way. He crouched down on the ground, still holding the child, burying his head deep into his knees. His stifled sobs sounded particularly jarring amidst the bustling street noise. Gu Yueyan's heart twisted inexplicably. As a parent herself, she couldn't bear to witness such a scene. The man seemed to sense her gaze and slowly lifted his head. When he saw the delicate, porcelain-skinned infant in Gu Yueyan's arms, a glimmer of light suddenly flared in his cloudy eyes. As if clutching at a last straw, he scrambled toward Gu Yueyan, clutching the child. With a thud, he knelt straight down. Madam, I beg you, have mercy. His voice was hoarse, choked with sobs. My child hasn't eaten in a day. Could you buy him a loaf of bread? Gu Yueyan was startled by his sudden outburst, instinctively taking a step back, her face etched with caution. As if sensing her hesitation, the man quickly pulled a crumpled medical record from his coat pocket and presented it with both hands. Madam, I'm not a fraud. I'm truly at my wit's end. His mother-in-law, Zhang Cuiping, took the medical record with some hesitation and flipped it open. When she saw the diagnosis section clearly stating acute lymphoblastic leukemia, her expression changed instantly. Our child has leukemia? Zhang Cuiping's voice trembled slightly. Hearing this, the man's tears instantly broke through the dam. Yes. The doctor said it would cost at least several million to cure him. I'm just a delivery guy. I scraped together every last penny we had, barely scraping together over 100,000. But after just a few days of treatment, it's all gone. He gazed at the child in his arms, pale as wax, skin stretched taut over bones, his eyes brimming with endless despair and anguish. I'm giving up on treatment. I have no money left for it. I'll take him home now, feed him a proper meal, and then we'll just leave it to fate. The man's words stirred sympathy in Gu Yueyan. She looked at the child clinging to life in his father's arms, then at her own daughter sleeping peacefully in her arms. An indescribable pang of sorrow and heartache instantly welled up within her. Sister Wang, go to the convenience store next door and buy them some bread and milk. Gu Yueyan's voice carried a heavy nasal tone. Yes, ma'am. Sister Wang responded and hurried toward the nearby convenience store. Gu Yueyan resolved to ask Liu to have his doctor friend verify the situation once he returned. If it turned out to be true, she was determined to help him. The commotion quickly drew a crowd of onlookers. Another con artist, right? There are so many of them these days, always targeting the wealthy. I don't think so. I saw him at the payment counter earlier. He paid the last 100-odd yuan from his card and was crying like a baby. Doesn't seem fake to me. Ah, leukemia. That's a bottomless pit. I heard treatment costs millions. That family is finished. Whispers and murmurs rippled through the crowd. Just then, a commanding black Cullinan pulled up slowly to the curb. The door opened, and Liu stepped out of the driver's seat. When he saw his wife supporting a stranger kneeling on the ground, a flash of icy coldness instantly flickered in his deep, piercing eyes. This blind fool dared to deceive his wife. "Honey, what's going on?" Liu strode forward, pulling his wife behind him with a sharp tug, his voice thick with displeasure. Gu Yuan's beautiful eyes welled up with tears the moment she saw her husband. "Honey, look. This child is so pitiful." She pointed at the child in the man's arms and tearfully recounted the entire incident. "He's only 3 years old and already has leukemia. His father can't afford treatment, so he's taking him home to die. Honey, let's help him, okay?" As a mother, she simply couldn't bear to watch a vibrant young life wither away before her eyes. Liu listened to his wife's tearful plea, then looked at the man kneeling on the ground, his face frozen in despair. He instantly understood why the system had rewarded him with a charitable foundation. It had been waiting for him here all along. "All right, stop crying." Liu reached out and gently wiped the tears from his wife's eyes, comforting her softly. "Don't worry, I can reach out to the charity. I'll handle this." He pulled out his phone and, in front of everyone, dialed the first number. "Shuizhan, make arrangements immediately. There's a child named Xiao Jie at the People's Hospital with leukemia. Admit him to the best private ward immediately. Use the best medications and assign the best doctors. Bill all expenses to my account." Li Yu's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable air of authority. Shuizhan on the other end asked no questions, merely responding with respectful compliance. "Yes, Chairman Li. I'll handle it immediately." After hanging up, Li Yu dialed another number. "Chairman Song of the Jishir Charity Foundation? This is Li Yu. I have a case here. A 3-year-old child has leukemia, and the family is struggling financially and unable to afford treatment. Your foundation needs to follow up on this immediately." A voice on the other end sounded aged yet respectful. "Rest assured, Chairman Li. If the situation is verified, our Jishir Foundation will provide assistance. We will cover all medical expenses and living costs for this child until he recovers and is discharged from the hospital." Chapter 185 Infinite Potion. 2 phone calls, lasting barely a minute. A catastrophe capable of crushing an ordinary family was resolved with effortless ease. The onlookers around them were all dumbfounded. The man kneeling on the ground froze in place, his mind going completely blank. He couldn't believe what he'd heard was real. After finishing the call, Liu gave his wife a tender nod, signaling that the matter was settled. Gu Yuan's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled completely. Just as the man remained kneeling with his child, sobbing uncontrollably, a white-haired yet spry elderly man in a white coat rushed out with 7 or 8 doctors and nurses in tow. The man leading them was none other than Xiao Yixian, the head of the hospital's inpatient department. Xiao Yixian immediately spotted Liu surrounded by the crowd. His expression changed instantly as he hurried forward. He ignored the man kneeling on the ground and the onlookers gathered around. He walked straight up to Liu and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. "Chairman Li, why have you come in person? A simple phone call would have sufficed for such a minor matter. There was no need to trouble yourself personally." Xiao Yixian's voice brimmed with humility and trepidation. The onlookers around them were all dumbfounded by the scene. What was going on? The director of the People's Hospital inpatient department was showing such deference to this young man? The man kneeling on the ground lifted his head, staring blankly at Liu. He never imagined that the random passerby he'd kneeled before was actually a big shot that even the hospital director would fawn over. "How are the arrangements for the child coming along?" Ignoring the stares of those around him, Liu asked calmly. "Rest assured, Chairman Li, I've taken care of everything," Xiao Yixian hurriedly replied. "The top-tier private room in the VIP ward has been cleared, and our hospital's finest pediatric specialist team is on standby. As soon as the child completes admission procedures, we'll conduct the most comprehensive examination immediately." Liu nodded, then turned his gaze to the man still kneeling on the floor. "Did you hear that? The hospital has arranged everything for your child's hospitalization and treatment. As for the costs, you needn't worry about those either. I've contacted a charitable organization. They will cover all of your child's medical expenses until he recovers and is discharged." The man heard these words and felt a buzzing sensation in his head, his mind going completely blank. He stared at Liu, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word for a long moment. The next moment, he clutched his child and bowed his head heavily to Liu and Gu Yuan, his forehead thudding against the ground. Thank you, benefactors. Thank you. You are the reborn parents of both my son and me." The man wept uncontrollably, his words a jumbled mess. Soon, 2 nurses stepped forward, helping the father and son to their feet and guiding them toward the inpatient ward. Watching them depart, Liu felt little emotion. Suddenly, he recalled the life regression pill the system had previously rewarded him with. That pill was said to repair diseased cells and work wonders on cancer. What if he had given that pill to the child just now? Could it have healed him instantly? But there was only one pill. In this world, there were countless others like that child stricken with terminal illnesses yet unable to afford treatment. Even with extraordinary abilities, he couldn't possibly save them all. An overwhelming sense of helplessness surged through him. Just then, he suddenly remembered the universal card in his system space, the one he had never used. System, can that universal card be exchanged for an infinite life rewind pill? Liu silently asked in his mind. Ding. Answering host, no. Life reversal pills are special items that defy the laws of fate. If they appeared in unlimited quantities, it would severely disrupt the natural order of life and trigger unpredictable consequences. Hearing this reply, Liu's heart sank slightly. Indeed, nothing in this world is truly omnipotent. But before disappointment could fully take hold, the system's voice sounded again. But the universal card can be exchanged for unlimited quantities of the miraculous health-enhancing potion. While this potion cannot defy fate, it can significantly enhance bodily functions, boost immunity, and fundamentally reduce the occurrence of illness. Liu's eyes lit up instantly. Exactly. Instead of waiting until people fall ill to treat them, why not ensure everyone possesses a healthy body from the very beginning? A bold idea spontaneously took root in his mind. Start a health supplement company. A company with genuine integrity, one that could bring health to the common people. System, I've made up my mind. Use that universal card to exchange for unlimited magical potions. Ding. Exchange successful. The infinite magic potion card has been stored in the system space. When the host establishes the company, simply link this card to the company account to enable unlimited potion supply. Listening to the prompt in his mind, a satisfied curve lifted the corners of Liu's mouth. He turned to look at his wife beside him, her beautiful eyes still bearing traces of unshed tears. He reached out, gently pulling her into his embrace, and whispered softly into her ear. My dear, you are so kind. Gu Yuan nestled against her husband's broad chest, breathing in the comforting scent that enveloped her. The lingering sadness from moments ago vanished instantly. By the time they returned to the villa in Tiannanbei, it was late into the night. After taking her medicine, the little angel's fever had subsided, and she slept soundly through the night. However, by the next morning, her little face began to flush red again. Gu Yuan took her temperature, 37.8 degrees Celsius. Though it's no longer a high fever, it's still a persistent low-grade one. The little one seemed listless, rarely smiling or moving, preferring to cling to her mother's embrace. Gu Yuan and Liu's hearts tightened once more. The entire morning, they stayed by their daughter's side without leaving her for a moment. They busied themselves non-stop eating water, administering medicine, and applying cooling compresses. Just then, Gu Yuan's phone suddenly began ringing frantically. It was a message and video from Li Fengyue. Yuan, check the news, it looks like you and your husband are trending. Even though the video was blurry, I recognized you two immediately. Gu Yuan stared at the dramatic message on her phone, utterly confused. Curiosity piqued, she tapped the video link Li Fengyue had sent. The footage showed exactly what had happened last night outside the People's Hospital. Some passerby had captured the scene and uploaded it online. The video's title was particularly eye-catching. Shocking. Divine couple appears on Jianing city streets, splurging to save child with leukemia. Chapter 186, Fame Spreads. Though the video quality was somewhat blurry, the main events were captured clearly. Within less than half a day, spread like wildfire across the internet. Likes, shares, and comments all surpassed the 100 million mark. It shot straight to the top of trending charts across major platforms. The comments section beneath the video exploded with reactions. Holy crap, this is what a real elite family looks like, rich, good-looking, and kind-hearted. That guy looks so handsome on the phone, it's like a domineering CEO straight out of a novel. His wife is so beautiful and kind, her tears broke my heart. This is what a true socialite looks like, a million times better than those influencers who just flaunt their wealth. I hereby declare that from today onward, they are the only perfect couple in my eyes. Who's with me? Who's against? This is the kind of positive energy our society needs. Give this loving couple a thumbs up. Liu leaned over to take a look, feeling both amused and exasperated. He never imagined that a simple, offhand act of kindness would cause such a stir online. Gu Yuan's cheeks flushed slightly as she scrolled through the flood of praise on her phone, her heart feeling as sweet as honey. Especially the comments praising her husband's good looks and her own kindness. She couldn't suppress the smile spreading across her lips. But just then, a jarringly discordant comment suddenly caught her eye. Oomph, what a charade. Rich folks these days love playing the charity card. Who knows how dirty they are behind closed doors? Exactly. Probably just a publicity stunt orchestrated by their own company to grab attention. Seeing these two sour comments, the little bit of good mood Gu Yuan had vanished instantly. She was about to switch to her alternate account to confront these keyboard warriors. But Liu grabbed her hand and shook his head with a smile. Honey, it's not worth getting angry over people like that. Shortly after, the tone of the comments section on her phone screen shifted dramatically. Those two discordant comments were instantly drowned out by a flood of righteous netizens. Sourpuss is upstairs, case closed. You live in a sewer, so you think the whole world is as filthy as you? Got the guts to try acting yourself? If you can't cough up a few million, shut your trap. Then, a local blogger with the ID Jiangning Xiaolingtong dropped a screenshot. The screenshot was the official announcement from the Jisher Charity Foundation. It clearly stated, the foundation had officially intervened to assist leukemia patient Xiao Jie and would cover all his treatment costs. This definitive proof silenced all the keyboard warriors. Online sentiment once again shifted overwhelmingly toward praise and well wishes for Li Yu and Gu Yueyan. The video went viral online, its popularity steadily growing. Due to the distance from the shooter and the nighttime setting, the footage was extremely blurry, only vaguely revealing a couple with impeccable figures and charisma. This only fueled netizens' immense curiosity. In no time, the entire internet was on the hunt for the true identities of this divine couple. Any local Jiangning folks? Go ask around at the People's Hospital. Who needs to ask? Anyone who can coordinate the hospital and the Jisher Foundation must be a top-tier big shot. Their identity is definitely confidential. Wah! Even though their faces are blurred, just judging by their figures and aura, I've already imagined a whole domineering CEO falls for me drama playing out in my head. Amidst the online frenzy, Li Yu and Gu Yueyan remained unfazed. All their thoughts were focused on their sick daughter, little sweetie. Meanwhile, a public affairs news program on Jiangning TV was following up on the story. In the hospital's VIP ward, reporters interviewed Xiao Jie, who was undergoing treatment, and his father, Lu Tao. Xiao Jie, now dressed in clean hospital gowns for the camera, appeared noticeably more spirited despite his frail frame. Lu Tao wept uncontrollably before the camera, repeatedly expressing his gratitude to the hospital, the charitable foundation, and the generous couple, Li Yu and his wife. Even if I work like a horse for the rest of my life, I couldn't repay their kindness. Once my son recovers, I will take him to kowtow to our benefactors. After this episode aired, the story reached a new peak. The Jisher Charity Foundation under Li Yu's name gained widespread recognition. In less than a day, the foundation's official account received millions in charitable donations from across the country. The foundation promptly issued a public statement pledging that every cent of the donations would be put to practical use. It further pledged to closely monitor Xiao Jie's condition, regularly update the public on treatment progress, and accept oversight from all media outlets and netizens. Watching the donation total climb steadily on television, Li Yu finally understood the true purpose behind the system granting him this foundation. It wasn't merely about distributing wealth, but about shouldering a weighty social responsibility. He resolved to dedicate himself to philanthropy as his life's work. He would be a devoted father, caring for his own small family. He would also do his utmost to help more people in need. Of course, his studies couldn't be neglected either. At that moment, Li Yu thought of Gu Shuyan. He couldn't let her disrupt his family. So Li Yu stepped out onto the balcony and dialed Shuizhan's number. Any new developments with Gu Shuyan? Li Yu's voice betrayed no emotion. Reporting to Chairman Li, she hasn't made any other moves recently, Shuizhan replied respectfully. Keep a close watch on her. Don't overlook any clues, Li Yu instructed. Yes, Chairman Li, Shuizhan responded. Meanwhile, the kitchen at Gu Tianlu bustled with activity. Gu Shuyan entered Gu Jianjun's office carrying a bowl of freshly brewed tea, her face adorned with a sweet and obedient smile. Second uncle, you've been working hard all morning. Have some tea to soothe your throat. She placed the teacup gently before Gu Jianjun, her voice dripping with saccharine sweetness. I specially added premium Ningxia goji berries for you. They're the ultimate health tonic. Our Shu Yan is always so thoughtful. Gu Jianjun looked at his sensible and diligent niece before him, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. He picked up the cup and took a large, unsuspecting gulp. As Gu Shuyan watched him swallow the tea, a fleeting, almost imperceptible flash of venom and satisfaction flickered deep in her eyes. Drink up, have a few more. I've spiked it with something special. Just wait until your old bones give out, then we'll see how you manage this restaurant. She schemed maliciously in her heart. Chapter 187, Inspecting the Pharmaceutical Factory. Gu Shuyan had long since found out about her cousin, Gu Yueyan. Had devoted herself entirely to painting and those four little brats, showing no interest whatsoever in the family business. Once Gu Jianjun was incapacitated, no matter how capable Li Yu was, he couldn't possibly take over all the restaurant's operations in a short time. Then, as the only relative familiar with the restaurant's operations, she would naturally become the most suitable candidate. Once she controlled Gu Tianlu and became a successful businesswoman, wouldn't that outstanding man, Li Yu, have to take notice of her? Gu Shuyan was lost in her beautiful fantasies, completely unaware. Her supposedly flawless plan had long been under someone else's control. Gu Shuyan was even less aware that her every move was now under surveillance. As time passed, 3 days later, little sweetie's illness finally cleared up completely. Li Yu and Gu Shuyan could finally return to school with peace of mind. The moment they stepped onto campus, they keenly sensed the stares directed their way, more intense and curious than ever before. Look. Is it them? I think it is. That guy's build is exactly like the one in the video. Oh my gosh, the legendary fairy tale couple is actually at our school. No way. Could Senior Yuan's husband really be that influential? That's the G-Sure Charity Foundation, a nationally certified billion-dollar organization. Can he really just mobilize it at will? Exactly. There are tons of people with the same name. Maybe it's just a coincidence? Whispers and murmurs rippled through the crowd. Liu paid no heed to the chatter. He simply walked toward the academic building, holding his petite wife's hand as if no one else existed. Inside the classroom, the students' gazes followed them, brimming with curiosity and scrutiny. But intimidated by Liu's imposing presence, no one dared approach to confirm. Even Su Yusin, who was usually arrogant and domineering, she merely gave a cold snort before turning her head away. Clearly, the lesson she'd learned at the Linton Hotel still haunted her. Though consumed by jealousy, she dared not provoke this formidable duo again. The morning class was Professor Wang's macroeconomics lecture, which Liu attended as an auditor. Professor Wang lectured until his throat was parched. During the mid-class break, he took a sip of water and suddenly smiled at the students below the podium. Students, I assume you've all seen that viral video of the divine couple online? The moment he spoke, the entire classroom erupted in a frenzy. Of course we have, Professor Wang. Did you see it too? Professor, please analyze it for us. Is that man in the video really Senior Yuan's husband? All eyes instantly turned to Liu and Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan's lovely face flushed slightly as she lowered her head, looking somewhat embarrassed. Liu, however, remained perfectly composed, his expression as calm as ever. Professor Wang, noticing the gossipy glances, smiled and waved his hand dismissively. I couldn't say about that, but I can offer an analysis from an economic perspective. He cleared his throat and continued. For the chairman of the G-Sure Charity Foundation to personally step forward and pledge to cover all treatment costs for a single patient. This indicates that the gentleman in the video possesses far more than mere wealth. He must hold a pivotal position within the foundation or even be its owner. Professor Wang's words plunged the classroom into an instant, deathly silence. Everyone was utterly stunned by this bold conjecture. The owner of the G-Sure Charity Foundation? That's a national-level foundation worth tens of billions. If the man in the video really was Liu, wouldn't his net worth need to be completely reassessed? Amidst the stunned silence, a discordant voice suddenly broke out from the corner. Pfft, bull. The G-Sure Foundation is state-controlled. How could it possibly be private? The speaker was none other than Su Yusin. Her face wore a look of utter disdain and contempt, clearly dismissing Professor Wang's analysis. Professor Wang merely smiled at her remark, choosing not to argue. But a boy sitting in the front row suddenly seemed to remember something, slapping his thigh hard. I remember now. My dad mentioned it before. The G-Sure Foundation is state-certified. But apparently, a few years back, it was fully acquired by some mysterious billionaire. But that tycoon keeps a low profile and has never appeared in public, so few people know about it. The revelation sent ripples of astonishment through the entire classroom. After a flurry of whispers, the class ended. With no afternoon classes, Liu didn't head home immediately after lunch. Instead, he drove straight to Zhonghua Long Security Company. He intended to quickly acquire a pharmaceutical factory on the brink of bankruptcy to establish a health supplement company and promote the miraculous elixir. Later, accompanied personally by Shuizhan, Liu arrived at a pharmaceutical factory located in the suburbs of Jiangning City. The factory bore the grand-sounding name Longting Pharmaceuticals, but in reality, it was teetering on the brink of collapse. The golden signboard at the factory gate had lost most of its gold paint, appearing dilapidated and shabby. Chairman Li, this is the place. Shuizhan pointed to the 5-story building before them, which looked somewhat aged, and introduced it respectfully. Although this pharmaceutical factory isn't large, it possesses all the necessary production qualifications and licenses. Moreover, their production lines were imported from abroad back in the day. While somewhat outdated, they're well maintained and could still be put to use after refurbishment. Liu nodded, his gaze settling on the factory entrance. A man who appeared to be around 50, lean and wiry, but still fairly energetic man stood pacing anxiously at the entrance. He kept glancing at his wristwatch, his face etched with irritation and unease. That's Lu Zhilong, the legal representative of this pharmaceutical factory. Shuizhan continued his introduction. I hear he sold his house and car for this factory and is now deep in debt. Now he's desperate to offload this mess so he can use the money to pay off his debts. Liu heard this and a barely perceptible curve lifted the corners of his mouth. This was precisely the kind of desperate seller he needed. Only then could he acquire the pharmaceutical factory at the lowest possible cost. Let's go take a look, Liu said, striding toward the factory gates. Lu Zhilong's eyes lit up instantly when he spotted a black Mercedes-Benz S-Class parked at the entrance, from which 2 men of obvious distinction had just stepped out. He hurried forward, his face contorted into a smile that looked more like a grimace than anything else. Hello, may I ask if you are Mr. Li, referred by Mr. Shui? Chapter 188, Medical Doctor. That's me. Liu nodded. Oh my, Mr. Li, you finally arrived. I've been waiting here for you for ages. Lu Zhilong rubbed his hands together, his face plastered with flattery and ingratiation. The contract is all ready. Shall we go in and sign it now? He didn't want to linger another minute in this godforsaken place. He just wanted to sign the contract quickly, collect his money, and leave. However, Liu didn't comply with his wishes. No rush, Liu said flatly. Before signing the contract, I'd like to tour your factory first. This. Lu Zhilong froze for a moment, his smile stiffening on his face. Mr. Li, everything in this factory is lifeless. What's there to see? If you trust me, let's sign the contract right now. I guarantee this factory is worth every penny. The more he insisted, the more suspicious Liu grew. It seemed this pharmaceutical factory was more complicated than he had imagined. If Mr. Liu won't let me in to see it, then there's no point in signing this contract. Liu turned to leave. No. Mr. Li, please don't leave. Seeing this, Lu Zhilong instantly panicked. He hurriedly stepped forward, blocking Liu's path, his face etched with anxiety and panic. Look, I'll show you around, won't I? Wherever you want to see, I'll take you there. I promise not to stop you. He was now completely at his wit's end. This Mr. Li was his last lifeline. If he managed to scare him away too, he'd truly have no choice but to jump off the building. Liu watched his utterly pathetic demeanor and sneered inwardly. Yet his face remained as calm as ever. Led by Lu Zhilong, Liu and Shuizhan entered the factory building. The first floor housed a lobby and several offices, appearing reasonably clean and tidy. Yet a faint musty odor lingered in the air. Clearly, this place had been neglected for quite some time. Mr. Li, while this factory is leased, its location is absolutely prime. Lu Zhilong chattered on as he led the way. It's less than 5 kilometers from the highway exit, making transportation extremely convenient. Plus, it's surrounded by industrial zones, so utilities like water and electricity are very cheap. Liu listened to his pitch, but his mind was elsewhere. The factory space is leased? That is a problem. But it wasn't a major concern. Once he acquired this pharmaceutical factory, he would purchase the entire building along with the surrounding plots of land. That way, not only would the factory space issue be resolved, but also lay the groundwork for future production expansion. After touring the first floor, the group rode the creaky old elevator up to the second floor production area. Inside the production area, over a dozen assembly lines were neatly arranged. Though they appeared somewhat outdated, they were spotless. Evidently, someone maintained them regularly. Mr. Li, see? I didn't mislead you, did I? Lu Zhilong pointed at the production lines, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. These were all imported from Germany at great expense back in the day, my prized possessions. Even after over a decade of use, their performance is absolutely on par with the latest models. Liu observed his proud demeanor while quietly calculating in his mind. These production lines were indeed impressive. But what he intended to produce was the system's miraculous potion. This outdated equipment probably wouldn't cut it. It seemed that once the acquisition was complete, he'd have to spend another chunk of money to replace all these production lines with top-tier equipment. Just as Liu was lost in thought, Lu Zhilong's voice sounded again. Mr. Li, I have a favor to ask. I'm not sure if it's appropriate to bring it up. A look of slight unease flashed across his face. Go ahead, Liu replied in a level tone. I hope that after acquiring this pharmaceutical plant, you will continue to employ the veteran staff members here. Lu Zhilong's voice carried a hint of pleading. They've been with me for nearly a decade. Though they may lack formal education, each one is a skilled worker. Jobs are hard to come by these days. If they lose their work, their entire families will be left struggling to make ends meet. Liu glanced at him with some surprise at these words. He hadn't expected this seemingly mercenary man to possess such loyalty and compassion. Thus, Liu decided to activate his insightful judgment skill to gauge Lu Zhilong's character. Ding, insightful judgment skill activated. Target, Lu Zhilong. Loyalty, 61st meeting, holds goodwill toward host. Personality assessment, honest and trustworthy, values loyalty and friendship. A reliable partner. Seeing the familiar notification flash through his mind, Liu felt a surge of confidence. Rest assured, Liu's voice carried a rare warmth. As long as they're willing to stay, I promise not to lay off a single veteran employee. Not only that, but I'll give them raises so they can live better lives than before. Hearing this, tears welled up instantly in Lu Zhilong's cloudy eyes. He gripped Liu's hand tightly, his lips trembling with emotion. Thank you, Mr. Li. I thank you on their behalf. By the way, what about your factory's R&D team? Liu asked casually. At the mention of our D team, the smile on Lu Zhilong's face froze instantly. He scratched his head awkwardly, speaking with a hint of embarrassment. Well, our factory's R&D team, right now, it's just me. You? Liu raised an eyebrow slightly. Yes. Lu Zhilong nodded, a faintly bitter smile playing on his lips. To be honest, I used to be a chief physician at a top-tier municipal hospital. Later, I worked as a researcher at the Provincial Pharmaceutical Research Institute for 7 or 8 years. I even hold a medical doctorate from Jiangning University. As he spoke, he pulled a well-worn doctoral degree certificate from his pocket and handed it to Liu. Liu took the certificate and opened it. Clearly inscribed on it were the words, Lu Zhilong, Jiangning University, Doctor of Medicine. The date of issuance was over 20 years ago. A wave of shock and disbelief instantly washed over Li Yu. A medical doctorate from over 20 years ago held far greater prestige than one today. Back then, those who earned a doctorate were truly the cream of the crop, the elite among men. I just felt stifled working within the system back then, so I decided to strike out on my own. Lu Zhilong's voice brimmed with endless regret and disappointment. Who knew I'd be such a bookworm, good at RD but hopeless at marketing? After slogging away for over a decade, not only did I fail to make any money, but I ended up losing my entire life savings. Chapter 189, 50 billion investment. Lu Zhilong turned his gaze toward Li Yu, his eyes brimming with expectation and earnest appeal. Mr. Li, I know you're a man of great capability. If you'd be so kind as to take this old man under your wing, I'd be willing to stay on as a researcher once you acquire this pharmaceutical plant. I won't ask for a salary, just provide me with 3 meals a day. I guarantee that with sufficient RD funding, I will develop the most powerful health supplement on the market for you. Lu Zhilong's words instantly filled Li Yu's heart with joy. It was truly a case of searching high and low in vain, only to find it effortlessly. He had been fretting over the lack of a reliable RD team to help him properly bring the miraculous potions from his system to market. Little did he expect that this seemingly down-and-out man before him would turn out to be the perfect candidate he'd been desperately searching for. A medical doctor with over 2 decades of RD experience, a seasoned expert who knew the health supplement industry inside out. This is nothing short of a tremendous surprise from heaven. Dr. Lu, I see your sincerity. However, I've changed my mind, Li Yu said calmly. What? Lu Zhilong's heart instantly plummeted to the depths. It's over. It's all over. Had he said something wrong just now? How could this money god change his mind so suddenly? I decided not to acquire your pharmaceutical factory, Li Yu stated calmly. The words struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving Lu Zhilong's mind blank. Shuizhan beside him was equally baffled, unable to fathom what his boss was up to. Just as Lu Zhilong felt suffocation closing in, Li Yu's voice sounded again. I decided to take a controlling stake in your pharmaceutical company through capital injection. Invest? Lu Zhilong snapped his head up. A glimmer of hope reignited in his once dull eyes. I will invest 50 billion yuan to conduct a comprehensive asset restructuring of your Longting Pharmaceuticals. Li Yu held up 5 fingers, his tone utterly matter-of-fact, as if discussing a trivial matter. 50 billion? Lu Zhilong and Shuizhan sucked in their breath almost simultaneously. Shuizhan was stunned by his boss's extravagance, throwing down 50 billion without batting an eye. Lu Zhilong, however, was utterly stunned by the astronomical figure. His rundown factory, even counting every piece of equipment and patent, was worth a little over $1 billion at most. 50 billion? What did that even mean? Enough to buy dozens of rundown factories like his. Mr. Li, you're not joking, are you? Lu Zhilong's voice trembled. Do I look like someone who enjoys joking around? Li Yu gave him a dismissive glance. Starting today, 100% of this pharmaceutical factory's shares belong to me. And you, Dr. Lu Zhilong, I will formally appoint you as the general manager-in-chief or D officer of the new company. Annual salary of 3 million yuan, plus 10% of the company's net profit as dividends each year. Li Yu's terms were each more staggering than the last. Lu Zhilong felt his heart nearly leap out of his throat. From a debt-ridden, nearly bankrupt pauper, into a professional manager earning 3 million yuan annually plus millions in dividends? This happiness had come far too suddenly. I accept. Lu Zhilong was so overcome with emotion he could barely form coherent words, tears welling up in his eyes. He rushed forward, gripping Li Yu's hand tightly, barely holding back from kneeling on the spot. Chairman Li, rest assured my life, Lu Zhilong's life, is now yours. I will devote every ounce of my energy until my dying breath to develop the world's most powerful health supplement for you. Very well. Li Yu nodded with satisfaction. He pulled a pre-prepared provisional agreement from his pocket and handed it to Lu Zhilong. Review it first. If everything looks good, we'll sign the temporary agreement today. Tomorrow, I'll have my legal team come over to formally sign the transfer documents with you. No problem at all. Without even glancing at it, Lu Zhilong signed his name at the bottom of the agreement. By the way, the company should get a new name to start fresh. Let's call it Yanyu Pharmaceuticals, Li Yu said after a moment's thought. Great name. Lu Zhilong flattered him immediately. Rest assured, Chairman Li. I'll go to the Administration for Industry and Commerce tomorrow to change the name. After handling the pharmaceutical plant matters, Li Yu turned to Shuizhan beside him and gave instructions. Old Shui, go talk to the owner about buying this factory building and all the vacant land around it. Yes, Chairman Li, Shuizhan replied respectfully, his admiration for his boss deepening. The boss wasn't just starting a pharmaceutical factory, he was building his own pharmaceutical empire. Time flew by, and soon it was Sunday. Gu Yueyan, rare from having to attend school, arranged to meet her best friend Li Fengyue for a shopping trip. As they strolled down the bustling commercial street, countless passers-by turned to stare at them. Yuan, I'm telling you, that blockhead Li Jiatie is driving me crazy. Li Fengyue sipped her bubble tea while venting her frustration. I asked him out shopping yesterday, and guess what he gave me? What? Gu Yuan asked curiously. He actually topped up my game account with 5,000 yuan worth of points and told me to buy skins myself. What kind of normal guy gives his girlfriend a gift like that? Does he have anything else in his head besides games? Li Fengyue rolled her eyes in exasperation. Gu Yuan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Fengyue, don't get so worked up. He's just a straight guy with zero dating experience. Cut him some slack. Bear with him? I can barely stand it anymore. Li Fengyue wailed. Love life is what it is, but at least my career is taking off. Yuan, how about we partner up and open a clothing store? She suddenly changed the subject, her eyes sparkling with excitement. We'd design our own clothes, handle production ourselves, and be our own bosses. Isn't that better than having to put up with men? I can think about it, Gu Yuan nodded with a smile. Chatting and laughing, they soon found themselves at the entrance of a newly opened shoe store. The shop was lavishly decorated, with 2 enormous flower arrangements at the entrance, giving it an exceptionally grand appearance. Come on, let's go inside and take a look. Li Fengyue tugged Gu Yuan inside, brimming with excitement. There weren't many customers inside. 3 or 4 salespeople in crisp uniforms were gathered together chatting. When they noticed the 2 women enter, they merely gave them a lazy glance before returning to their conversation. Chapter 190, Feet Have Grown. The sales staff's eyes brimmed with undisguised contempt and disdain. Clearly, they deemed Gu Yuan and Li Fengyue, dressed in casual clothes, completely unworthy of their attention as potential customers. Gu Yuan was long accustomed to this kind of looking down on people attitude and couldn't be bothered to argue with them. Her gaze was quickly drawn to a pair of black stiletto heels displayed front and center in the window. The design was simple yet elegant, with tiny diamonds studded along the heel, sparkling alluringly under the lights. Excuse me, do you have these in size 37? Gu Yuan asked politely, pointing at the shoes. A saleswoman in her 20s, heavily made up, approached reluctantly. She gave Gu Yuan a dismissive once-over, a sneer curling her lips. Sorry, these are a limited edition. We only have 1 pair left in size 35. She made the declaration without even asking. Her tone implied, with feet that big, you'll never fit into these. Gu Yuan's brow furrowed slightly, but she said nothing. Her gaze shifted to another pair of silver sequined high heels nearby. What about these? These do have sizes available, but they're all in the back room. The salesperson's face was etched with impatience. If you're certain you want to buy them, I can go get them for you right now. If you're not buying them, don't make me run all the way back for nothing. We're busy too. Even the usually easygoing Gu Yuan was starting to get annoyed. Before she could even speak, Li Fengyue beside her exploded. What kind of customer service is this? We came here to buy shoes. How are we supposed to know if they fit without trying them on? Is this how you treat customers in your shop? Just then, a woman dressed in a Chanel suit, clutching at Hermes Birkin bag, strolled in with an air of elegance, her high heels clicking softly on the floor. The sales staff, who had been chatting moments before, instantly lit up at her sight. Like cats smelling blood, they swarmed toward her. Oh my, Mrs. Chen, you're here. We just received a new shipment of styles, may I show you? Mrs. Chen, your outfit today is absolutely stunning, it pairs perfectly with our new crystal shoes. The saleswoman who had been indifferent to Gu Yuan moments ago. Now she abandoned them entirely, rushing over with a beaming smile. The speed at which she switched from haughty to fawning was faster than turning a page. Li Fengyue watched this all-too-real scene unfold before her, her fury boiling over. Damn it, these snobs, she gritted her teeth, muttering under her breath. Yuan, don't worry. I'll get you these shoes today, no matter what. Gu Yuan tugged her arm and shook her head with a smile. She was no longer the inexperienced young girl who would lose her appetite over a single disdainful glance. Besides, she was now the wife of Li Yu, a billionaire tycoon. Her perspective and stature were worlds apart from what they once were. Holding a grudge against such a minor figure would only drag down her own class. Just then, a young saleswoman who looked barely over 20, her face still bearing traces of youth and timidity, carrying 2 glasses of water, approached cautiously. Ladies, here are your drinks. Her voice was barely audible, and she didn't even dare to look up at them. The heavily made-up saleswoman who had ignored them earlier immediately grew displeased at the sight. Striding over in her high heels, swaying her hips, she snapped angrily. Zhang Meng, who told you to serve them water? Got nothing better to do? Can't you see Mrs. Chen is here? Hurry up and wrap up the shoes she's interested in. The young saleswoman called Zhang Meng turned pale at the scolding, her eyes instantly reddening. Biting her lip, she replied plaintively. Sister Lu, Mrs. Chen hasn't decided which pair she wants yet. If she hasn't decided, can't you make recommendations? What's the point of having a mouth? Is it just for decoration? Sister Lu, the heavily made-up saleswoman, grew increasingly sharp and biting in her tone. If you keep being this clumsy, pack your bags and get out next month. Gu Yuan looked at the girl named Zhang Meng, her tearful expression, and felt an inexplicable softness in her heart. In this girl, she seemed to see herself back when she first stepped into society. Your name is Zhang Meng, right? Gu Yuan's voice was as gentle as a spring breeze. Why yes. Zhang Meng looked up, flattered yet overwhelmed, her face a map of nervousness and awkwardness. Don't mind her. You'll be serving us. Gu Yuan pointed to the pair of black high heels in the display window and said with a smile. Bring me all the pairs I liked earlier to try on. Go ahead and get them. Every pair I buy today will count toward your sales. Hearing this, Zhang Meng's eyes lit up instantly. But glancing at the grim-faced Lu Jia beside her, she hesitated and lowered her head. But Sister Lu might. If she dares to give you trouble, just tell her I told you to do it. Gu Yuan's voice was soft, yet it carried an air of absolute authority. I understand. Zhang Meng looked into Gu Yuan's eyes, filled with kindness and encouragement, and felt a wave of warmth wash over her. As if making a firm resolution, she nodded firmly. Ladies, what shoe size do you wear? I wear a size 38, Li Fengyue declared with a carefree tone. Gu Yuan smiled shyly. I used to wear a 37, but after having my baby, my feet seem to have grown a bit. Could you get me a 37.5 to try? When I was pregnant, my feet swelled up like pig's trotters. I couldn't even wear high heels, only my husband's slippers. Hearing this, Zhang Meng's face lit up with a sympathetic smile. Oh yeah, me too. After giving birth, my feet went up a whole size. You've had a baby too? Gu Yuan looked at her with surprise. Yeah, my son is already 9 months old. A happy yet shy smile spread across Zhang Meng's face. After my maternity leave ended, I started looking for work. I just landed this job and haven't been here long yet. Overhearing their conversation, Li Fengyue beside them instantly lost her composure. What? Having a baby makes your feet bigger? She glanced down at her size 38 feet and let out a wail. Oh my gosh, I don't want to end up wearing size 39 shoes. That'd make me a Bigfoot. Her outburst made everyone burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Mrs. Chen, who was being fawned over by everyone, had spent ages browsing in the store. In the end, she only bought a pair of old-style high heels on a 50% off clearance sale. Chapter 191, Buy It All. Li Fengyue watched Sister Lu bustle about for ages, only to close a small deal. She couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. I thought she was some big-time customer. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan tried on 2 pairs of flat white sneakers and felt they were quite nice. I'll take these too. She gazed at her reflection in the mirror, dressed casually in the white sneakers, and couldn't help but sigh. Back in the day, I was known as the high-heel queen of our company. Who'd have thought I'd end up wearing flats just to take care of the kids? Just then, Li Fengyue suddenly sprang up from the sofa as if injected with adrenaline. Pointing at the latest high heel styles on the rack, she declared to Zhang Meng with unbridled enthusiasm. This pair, this one, and that crystal shoe Sister Lu just recommended to Mrs. Chen. Get me all of them in size 38. And every single pair of size 38 shoes in your store, no matter the style or color. Bring them all to me. I'm going to try every single one today. Zhang Meng was stunned speechless by her sudden extravagance. She quickly pulled out her little notebook and jotted down every style Li Fengyue requested. Then she turned and dashed toward the warehouse. Moments later, she returned breathlessly, clutching a large stack of shoeboxes. 11 pairs of brand new high heels were laid out in a row before them, creating a rather spectacular sight. Miss, I'm sorry, but the size 38 white stilettos you selected are out of stock. I took the liberty of selecting a pair of black ones in the same style. Would that be acceptable? Zhang Meng's face was etched with apology and unease. It's fine, the black ones are pretty too. Li Fengyue waved her hand dismissively. Gu Yuan finished trying on the shoes and was about to place them back in the box. Suddenly, Sister Lu, who had been observing coldly from the side, let out a faint, contemptuous snort. Her gaze seemed to say, after all that trying on, she still can't afford even one pair. This scene was caught by the sharp-eyed Li Fengyue. The anger in her heart flared up in an instant. Test what? No need to test anything. Li Fengyue abruptly stood up from the sofa, pointing at the 11 pairs of shoes on the floor and waving her hand decisively. I'll take all of them. Wrap them up for me right now. The room fell deathly silent at her words. The mocking expression on Sister Lu's heavily made-up face froze instantly. Her eyes widened as she stared at the 11 pairs of expensive high heels scattered on the floor. Together, these 11 pairs were worth at least 100,000 yuan. The commission from this sale was nearly half a year's worth of her earnings. The thought that such a substantial commission would go to that new greenhorn girl filled her with rage. Her heart ached as if it were being sliced by a knife. No, she absolutely couldn't let this slide. Sister Lu's eyes darted around, and an idea immediately sprang to mind. Her face instantly broke into a fawning smile as she hurried over to Li Fengyue. Oh my, young lady, you have such excellent taste. Our Zhang just started and isn't familiar with the cash register system yet. I'm afraid she might be slow and waste your precious time. Let me handle your checkout instead. I promise the fastest service possible. With that, she snatched the shoeboxes from Zhang Meng's hands without a word and turned toward the cash register. Stop. Gu Yuan's cool voice suddenly rang out from behind. Sister Lu's footsteps halted abruptly. She turned back, looking at Gu Yuan with confusion. I already said, all the shoes we bought today count toward her sales performance. Gu Yuan pointed to Zhang Meng, who stood nearby looking aggrieved. Her tone was flat, yet carried an air of unquestionable authority. Is it your ears that aren't working, or your brain? Li Fengyue fired back without holding back. We're happy to wait, what's it to you? Mind your own business, busybody. Sister Lu's face flushed alternately red and white under their barrage. She stood awkwardly in place, unable to decide whether to leave or stay. Xiao Shang, come over to settle the bill. Gu Yuan beckoned to Zhang Meng. Oh, okay. Zhang Meng snapped out of her daze and hurried over. With Gu Yuan and Li Fengyue's encouragement, she finally gathered her courage and approached the cash register. Though her movements were still a bit clumsy, she managed to scan all 11 pairs of shoes into the system, albeit with some stumbling. Miss, hello. That's 11 pairs of shoes, totaling 19,860 yuan. We're currently running a promotion in our store. We'll give you a 7% discount, bringing the total to 183,800 yuan. Zhang Meng stared at the long string of numbers on the POS machine, her voice trembling slightly. This was the biggest sale she'd ever made in her entire life. Sister Lu, standing nearby, felt her heart bleed upon hearing the amount. Watching Zhang Meng fumble with the POS machine, envy made her eyes red. But Li Fengyue's utterly nonchalant response nearly made her spit blood on the spot. Without so much as a flicker of an eyelid, Li Fengyue pulled a black bank card from her purse and handed it over. Charge it. Her tone was as casual as if she were buying a cabbage at the market. The POS machine quickly spat out a long receipt. Zhang Meng reverently returned the bank card and receipt to Li Fengyue with both hands. Miss, here's your card. Please take it. MHM. Li Fengyue signed her name and casually slipped the card back into her purse. Then, carrying over a dozen shopping bags, she walked away with Gu Yuan. Under Sister Lu's utterly stunned gaze. Only when their figures vanished completely from the doorway. Only then did Sister Lu collapse onto the floor, drained of all strength. Watching Zhang Meng, who had just secured that massive commission, she felt a wave of jealousy and regret wash over her. How could she have handed over two such lucrative customers to a newcomer? Gu Yuan and the other woman, laden with bags and packages, walked toward the parking lot with satisfied smiles. Yuan, did you see that? Sister Lu's face turned green with envy. Li Fengyue couldn't help but chuckle at the satisfying scene. Serves her right for looking down on people. Enough. It's not worth getting angry over someone like that. Yuan shook her head with a smile. The two stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the basement level. The elevator doors slowly closed, shutting out the outside commotion. Li Fengyue, who had been so cheerful moments ago, suddenly deflated like a punctured balloon. She sighed deeply, her face etched with worry. Yuan, what should I do? Gu Yuan looked at her with some confusion. What's wrong? Are you still upset about what happened earlier? No. Li Fengyue shook her head, looking utterly dejected. It's that blockhead Li Jiate. He never takes the initiative. Yuan, you gotta give me some advice. How am I supposed to get him to see the light? Chapter 192, Bright Prospects. Gu Yuan couldn't help but laugh at her best friend's utterly hopeless expression. Fengyue, are you being silly? With a straight-laced guy like Li Jiate, you have to be direct. Don't beat around the bush with him. Hinting at him? What the hell does he understand? Gu Yuan's words hit the nail on the head, leaving Li Fengyue speechless. Then what should I do? Li Fengyue looked utterly bewildered, like a lost fawn. Just go for it. Gu Yuan looked at her with exasperation, leaning close to whisper her advice. Find an opportunity to get him drunk, then just go for it, make it a done deal. Look at me. If I hadn't taken the initiative back then, who knows whose surname these four kids would have? Gu Yuan's words were half-truth, half-joke, but they instantly lit a fire in Li Fengyue's eyes. Right. Why hadn't she thought of that? With a thick-headed blockhead like that, there was no point in playing coy. You had to use the most primitive, most direct method. Right. Li Fengyue slapped her thigh hard, a look of sudden clarity lighting up her face. Yuan, just wait. I'll find a chance to take him down. Her fiercely determined expression made her look like a female general about to charge into battle. Gu Yuan watched her friend's hyped-up state and couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. She knew her best friend was nothing but a paper tiger, all bark and no bite. When push came to shove, she'd likely chicken out faster than anyone. That evening, Gu Yuan didn't join Li Fengyue for dinner but headed straight home. The moment she stepped inside, she saw Li Yu bustling about in the kitchen, apron tied around his waist. Honey, I'm home. Gu Yuan tossed the dozen or so shopping bags onto the sofa and collapsed onto it. Today absolutely wiped me out. Hearing this, Li Yu poked his head out from the kitchen. Seeing the mountain of loot piled on the sofa, a doting smile spread across her face. You bought all this again? He walked over, massaging her shoulders as he did so. He skillfully unpacked the items from the shopping bags one by one. Feng Yu invited me over for a return dinner. She really splurged today. Gu Yuan said, pulling a beautifully wrapped box from an elegant bag. Here, this is the gift she bought for you. Li Yu opened it to find the latest Patek Philippe watch. Do you like it? Gu Yuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. I do. Li Yu smiled and kissed her cheek. Whatever gift you give me, I'll love it. It's my wife's heartfelt gesture, after all. Saying this, he scooped her up from the sofa and carried her toward the dining room. To reward my wonderful wife, I prepared a special feast for you today. The dining table was set with several dishes that looked and smelled absolutely delicious. Steamed sea bass, blanched shrimp, and a bowl of mushroom soup that looked incredibly nourishing. Wow, it smells amazing. Gu Yuan's appetite was whetted by the enticing aroma. Try some. This is a special nutritious meal I designed just for you. Li Yu picked up a piece of fish, carefully removing the bones, and brought it to his wife's lips. Not only is it delicious, but it also beautifies your skin. Guaranteed to make you more beautiful with every bite. Gu Yuan took a bite, and her eyes instantly lit up. Honey, your cooking skills are incredible. This fish is so tender and juicy, it melts in your mouth better than anything a 5-star hotel chef could make. She couldn't help but exclaim as she ate. Honey, I have an idea. What is it? Tell me, Li Yu asked. We could promote these nutritious meals you've designed. Gu Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. We could use my dad's restaurant to open a dedicated nutrition meal counter. People today live such fast-paced lives with irregular eating habits. Many are in a state of suboptimal health. Our meals aren't just tasty, they're healthy too. They'll definitely be a hit. Li Yu glanced at his wife with surprise after hearing this. He hadn't expected his petite wife to possess such business acumen. Honey, that's a great idea. We can target not only the general public but also groups with specific dietary needs. For example, people trying to lose weight, those into fitness, and patients with diabetes who need to manage their diet. This market has tremendous potential. However, Li Yu quickly changed the subject. But our top priority right now is getting the pharmaceutical plant up and running. I've already secured a deal with the pharmaceutical plant up for sale. We'll sign the contract tomorrow. He pulled several exquisitely crafted porcelain vials from his pocket. Here, these are the latest health supplements developed by that pharmaceutical plant. They enhance physical strength and boost immunity. Take these and distribute them to our parents and in-laws. Have them take a little each day. Rest assured, this stuff is 100% effective with absolutely no side effects. Gu Yuan accepted the porcelain bottles. Seeing her husband's earnest expression, a wave of warmth washed over her heart. After dinner, Gu Yuan returned to her room. Not long after, her mother-in-law, Zhang Suiping, entered carrying a plate of fruit. Yuan, has that girl Feng Yu found a boyfriend yet? Zhang Suiping asked casually. Yes, they just started seeing each other not long ago, Gu Yuan replied while eating some fruit. Oh, that's a shame, Zhang Suiping said, a hint of disappointment flitting across her face. That cousin from your third uncle's family, he's quite the handsome fellow. He took a liking to Li Fengyue at the wedding last time. Your uncle was even thinking of having me, your mother, play matchmaker. But since she already has someone, I suppose that's that. With that, Zhang Suiping turned and walked away. But the moment she was gone, Li Yu walked in from outside. Honey, I heard everything at the door just now. Your mom was trying to play matchmaker for Fengyue. Gu Yuan frowned slightly at the words. She suddenly recalled her own wedding day and that lavishly generous third uncle. His wedding gift alone had been a whopping 26 pounds of gold. The dazzling golden scene remained vivid in her memory to this day. Yeah, my third uncle wants to set up his son with my best friend. Come to think of it, all my uncles are quite wealthy. Gu Yuan leaned into her husband's embrace and explained softly. Back then, my father's business failed, leaving him deep in debt. It was my uncles who stepped in to help us get through that crisis. You could say that without them, my dad wouldn't be where he is today. Li Yu merely smiled upon hearing this, saying nothing more. He knew his little wife's family was full of hidden talents. But so what? In the face of a billionaire tycoon like him, even the wealthiest uncle was still just a younger brother. Chapter 193, Startup Capital. Li Yu pulled his wife into his arms and took out the exquisite little porcelain bottles from his pocket. Then he changed the subject, saying, Honey, look what I have here. Gu Yuan took them curiously, uncorked one, and sniffed. A faint, refreshing herbal fragrance wafted up. It smells so nice. What kind of medicine is this? She asked, puzzled. This is for the pharmaceutical factory I'm planning to start. It'll primarily produce raw extracts for health supplements. Li Yu's gaze was tender yet resolute. It effectively boosts the body's resistance and immunity. With long-term use, it can make your health better and better. He paused, a hint of heartache creeping into his voice. Seeing Si Bao suffer like this when she got sick broke my heart. I'm opening this pharmaceutical factory for no other reason than to help those children. And all the people of our dragon nation to suffer less from colds and fevers in the future. Of course, making a decent profit along the way. After listening, Gu Yuan nodded. Husband, I support you. As long as it's for the good of our family, I'll support whatever you do. Truthfully, I want to make money so you can all live a better life. Li Yu stroked his wife's silky hair, his tone half joking. When the kids grow up, if they ever want a castle or an amusement park, I wouldn't think twice about buying it for them. Gu Yuan was amused by his bold declaration, and the lingering sadness in her heart vanished instantly. But starting a pharmaceutical factory isn't a small endeavor. The initial investment alone is astronomical. Li Yu's brow furrowed slightly, a look of hesitation crossing his face. I've estimated that to scale up the pharmaceutical plant, we'll need at least 5 billion yuan in startup capital. 50 billion? Gu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. She knew her husband was wealthy, but she hadn't expected such a staggering sum to be mentioned so casually. Meanwhile, Li Yu's mind began racing, calculating how he could possibly raise that 50 billion. He recalled the unlimited credit card the system had previously rewarded him with, offering 10 uses. System, can I use that unlimited credit card to invest in the pharmaceutical company? Li Yu silently asked in his mind. Ding. Answering host, no. The unlimited credit card may only be used for the daily living expenses of the host and their family members. It cannot be used for any profit-making commercial projects. The system's response made Li Yu's frown deepen. It seemed this system wasn't omnipotent after all. But he quickly devised a workaround. What if I use this card to buy things for my family and then sell them if they don't want them? Would that work? Ding. Accepted. All items rewarded to the host by the system are at the host's complete discretion. Host may resell any items the little ones no longer desire. Hearing this response, Li Yu's lips curved into an almost imperceptible smile. It seemed the system's rules weren't entirely without loopholes. Still, distant water couldn't quench an immediate thirst. After all, reselling required time and effort, something he'd have to tackle gradually in the future. For now, he had to find a way to bridge this 50 billion yuan funding gap on his own. After much deliberation, Li Yu finally made up his mind. It seemed he had no choice but to bite the bullet and sell off a portion of his shares in Tianyi Treasures. It was one of his most profitable ventures, generating billions in dividends alone each year. But for the sake of his pharmaceutical empire, for the sake of ensuring his family members all enjoyed robust health, this sacrifice was worth it. Yet, just as Li Yu quietly made up his mind, Gu Yuan, who had remained silent beside him, suddenly seemed to remember something. She abruptly rose from the sofa and dashed into the bedroom. Moments later, she emerged holding a card entirely black with a golden dragon hen emblem embossed upon it. It was the very card Li Yu had given her earlier, the Dragon Bank Prestige Black Card. Honey, didn't you say there was a billion yuan in this card? Gu Yuan thrust the black card into Li Yu's hand, her gaze unwavering. Take it and use it first. If it's not enough, I'll go ask my parents for a little more. Honey, your money is my money, and my money is your money. We're husband and wife, why distinguish between yours and mine? Take this money. You don't have to pay it back. Gu Yuan's words deeply moved Li Yu. He gazed at his wife's lovely face, radiating sincerity and trust. He felt blessed to have married such a kind, considerate wife who thought only of him. This must be the blessing he earned in a past life. Li Yu could no longer contain his emotions. He pulled his wife tightly into his arms. He didn't exchange any more polite words, but solemnly accepted the black card. For he knew he was receiving far more than just a bank card. It was the weighty, unreserved love and trust his wife had placed in his hands. Honey, thank you. Li Yu pressed a tender kiss to her forehead. Don't worry. Once the pharmaceutical company turns a profit, I'll pay you back double. The next morning, Li Yu woke up feeling refreshed and invigorated. With his wife's 10 billion yuan angel investment, his financial pressure instantly eased by more than half. Now, he only needed to figure out how to raise the remaining several billion. Brushing his teeth, he mentally calculated how to handle the shares of Tianyi Baby. Should he sell them directly to the company's other shareholders, or list them on the market for public sale? As his thoughts raced, his phone on the sink suddenly lit up with a ding. A bank deposit notification appeared prominently on the screen. Launching bank reminder, your account ending in 8888 received a deposit of 336,348,100 yuan on October 12 at 8:30. Current account balance is... Li Yu stared at the long string of numbers, completely stunned. Over 336 million? He hadn't worked on any major projects recently. Where did this money come from? Before he could figure it out, his phone started ringing like crazy. The caller ID showed it was Manager Yu, the property manager of Longchin Tower. Li Yu swiped to answer, and Manager Yu's voice came through the phone, excited to the point of sounding slightly off-key. Mr. Li, good morning. I have some good news to report. All the rent for the first half of the year at Longchin Tower has been collected in full. After deducting all property management fees, utilities, and labor costs, the net profit totals over 336 million yuan. I've instructed the finance department to transfer the funds to your designated account immediately. Have you received it? Chapter 194, Funds Pouring In. Listening to Manager Yu's report, which sounded like he was seeking praise, Li Yu suddenly understood the rent for Longchen Tower had finally arrived. Just half a year's rent alone had brought him such a substantial income. Yes, I've received it. Thank you for your hard work. Li Yu suppressed his astonishment and replied in a calm tone. Not at all, not at all. It's my honor to serve Chairman Li. Manager Yu's voice was filled with humility and flattery. After hanging up, Li Yu stared at his own stunningly handsome reflection in the mirror and couldn't help but mutter to himself. This money comes too easily, he thought. But before he could finish his musing, the phone screen lit up again with a ding. Another bank deposit notification popped up. Longxing Bank reminder, your account ending in 8888 received a deposit of 4,218,000,000 yuan on October 12 at 8:31. Your current balance is. Li Yu stared at the blinding string of zeros on his phone screen, and the toothbrush in his hand clattered into the sink. 42 billion? He rubbed his eyes hard, thinking he must be seeing things from not being fully awake. But the numbers were etched onto the screen like a brand. They were etched onto the screen, each zero reeking of the stench of money. Li Yu's heart pounded wildly, leaving him gasping for breath. Where on earth did this money come from? Before he could recover from the shock of this staggering sum, his phone rang. The caller ID showed Yang Buku, the general manager of the Linton Hotel. Li Yu forced himself to calm down and swipe to answer. Mr. Li, I'm so sorry. I deserve to die. The moment the call connected, Yang Buku's voice came through, tinged with a hint of tears. Mr. Li, the profits for the first half of the year from over 30 hotels nationwide have been fully audited. The total is 4.218 billion yuan. That's over 100 million less than the same period last year. My incompetent management has betrayed your trust. I hereby resign in disgrace. Yang Buku's voice trembled. The pressure of the hotel's performance had turned most of his hair white over the past 6 months. Yet somehow, a flaw had emerged, costing them over 100 million in profits. He felt like the worst criminal imaginable. Yet on the other end of the line, Li Yu paused upon hearing this. Oh, just over 100 million? Li Yu's tone was as flat as if he were asking about the weather. A little over 100 million is no big deal, don't sweat it. You've done a great job. Keep up the good work. Ha? Yang Buku on the other end of the line was completely dumbfounded. Over 100 million, just a trifle? He'd worked his ass off for over a decade, and his entire net worth barely reached 100 million. And in the eyes of his own big boss, it was merely a small matter not worth mentioning? Just how vast was Chairman Li's perspective? Yang Buku hung up the phone, feeling his entire worldview had been utterly overturned. Meanwhile, before Li Yu could even tuck his phone back into his pocket, the screen lit up frantically once more. Ding! Longxing Bank reminder, your account ending in 8888 received a deposit of 402 million yuan on October 12 at 8:35. This was the dividend from Sinochem Long Security Company. Ding! Longxing Bank reminder, your account ending in 8888 received a deposit of 1,899,000,000 yuan on October 12 at 8:36. This is the profit from Dadonblai Mall. Ding! Longxing Bank reminds you, your account ending in 8888 received a deposit of 403 million yuan on October 12 at 8:37. This is the dividend from Longfa supermarket chain. A flurry of deposit notifications flooded Li Yu's phone screen like snowflakes. Staring at the astronomical sums, he felt completely numb. Li Yu hurriedly opened the banking app to check his account balance. When he saw the long string of numbers nearly spilling off the screen, he felt his breath catch in his throat. Nearly 70 billion. In less than 10 minutes, he had somehow gained nearly 70 billion yuan in cash. Leaning against the cold wall, Li Yu's mind buzzed with disbelief. Suddenly, he recalled his wife's resolute and trusting gaze from the night before. Indeed, treating your wife well brings good fortune. But an indescribable wave of emotion and guilt instantly surged through Li Yu's heart. He had actually considered using his wife's money yesterday. What a disgrace. No, this money absolutely couldn't be touched. Not only that, but he would repay her double. Li Yu made up his mind and acted immediately. He wouldn't sell his shares in Tianyi Baby either. After all, he no longer needed the money. He tiptoed into the bedroom and saw his wife still fast asleep, a tender smile spreading across his face. Li Yu took the black card his wife had insisted he keep from his wallet. He carefully placed it back into her expensive Hermes handbag. After completing this, he took out his phone. Without hesitation, he transferred 500 million yuan to his wife's black card. After a moment's thought, he also transferred 100 million yuan each to his parents and his in-laws. Only after transferring 10 million yuan to each of them did he step out of the bedroom, satisfied. Not long after, his mother-in-law, Zhang Suiping, rushed out of her room, clutching her phone and looking utterly panicked. Li Yu, look at this. What's going on? Who transferred 10 million to me? Zhang Suiping's voice was filled with unease and terror. She had never seen so much money in her life and feared she had fallen victim to a telecom scam. Mom, don't worry. That money was transferred to you by me, Li Yu explained with a smile. It's from a few investments I made a while back. They've all paid off recently, and I made a little profit. You and Dad have worked so hard your whole lives. It's time to enjoy some peace and comfort. Take this money and buy whatever you want. But how could I? It's too much money. I couldn't possibly accept it. Zhang Cuiping waved her hands repeatedly, her expression a mix of delight and hesitation. Just then, Gu Yuan emerged from the bedroom, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Seeing her husband and mother tugging at each other in the living room, she asked curiously, "Mom, what's going on?" "Yuan, come judge this for us. Liu, he insists on giving me 10 million yuan as pocket money." Zhang Cuiping, as if finding a savior, quickly pulled her daughter close. After hearing this, Gu Yuan also looked at her husband with concern. She knew he was busy preparing to start a pharmaceutical factory and needed money right now. "Honey, haven't you been struggling with cash flow lately? How can you afford to give her money?" Gu Yuan asked in confusion. Chapter 195, Signing the Contract. Liu felt a warm glow in his heart at his wife's concerned gaze. He leaned close to her ear and whispered softly, in a voice only the two of them could hear. "Don't worry, honey. The semi-annual dividends from my businesses just came in only a few billion. Oh, and I transferred 500 million to your black card. Check it later." "What?" Gu Yuan's beautiful, large eyes widened instantly. "Billions? 500 million? Her mind felt like it was about to explode. Just as the couple was whispering to each other, Wang Xiulan, Liu's mother, suddenly called out from downstairs in a loud, resonant voice. "Liu, Yuan, come down quickly and help me." The couple exchanged a glance and hurried downstairs. The moment they reached the villa entrance, they were stunned. Parked in the courtyard was a black Mercedes-Benz van. The trunk and back seats were crammed full of shopping bags of all sizes, piled up like small mountains. Even the roof was lashed down with ropes holding several massive cardboard boxes. Liu's father, Li Jianguo, stood beside the vehicle, directing the driver to unload the cargo with an exasperated expression. "Mom, did you move the entire mall back home?" Liu couldn't help but ask, staring at the absurd scene before him. "What do you mean brought back? This is called being prepared for anything." Wang Xiulan stood with her hands on her hips, her face beaming with pride and satisfaction. She pointed to the shopping bags and began listing their contents with pride. "Look, these are all pure cotton clothes I bought for our 4 little treasures. From newborn sizes to 1-year-olds, 2-year-olds, 3-year-olds. I've got them covered all the way up to 5 years old. Boys and girls styles, spring, summer, fall, and winter all covered. Guaranteed they won't need new clothes for years." Wang Xiulan grew more and more excited as she spoke, as if she had accomplished some truly remarkable feat. Liu and Gu Yuan listened, both wearing expressions that were both amused and exasperated. This wasn't just buying clothes, it was wholesale shopping. Liu stared at the dozens of enormous shopping bags, feeling his head spin. Resigned, he sighed and stepped forward, dutifully taking on the role of porter. Meanwhile, Wang Xiulan, Zhang Cuiping, and Gu Yuan, the three women, enthusiastically remained in the living room. They began sorting through the mountain of baby supplies. The entire living room was filled with their joyful laughter and excited chatter. Early the next morning, Liu arrived at the Longting Pharmaceuticals factory with his legal team and Lu Zhilong to formally sign the acquisition agreement. From this day forward, this pharmaceutical factory on the brink of bankruptcy would be officially renamed Yanyu Pharmaceutical Company, Limited. "Chairman Li, from now on, my life belongs to you." Lu Zhilong stared at the brand new company name on the contract, tears welling up in his eyes. He knew this name was derived from Liu and his wife, Gu Yuan. The fact that the company was named after himself and his wife clearly demonstrated Chairman Li's commitment to this pharmaceutical factory. This also speaks volumes about Chairman Li's profound affection for his wife. "Do a good job, and I won't shortchange you." Liu patted his shoulder, then pulled out his phone. In full view of everyone, he began operating it. The next second, Lu Zhilong's phone began vibrating wildly. A bank notification message appeared prominently on the screen. "Dear Mr. Lu Zhilong, Yanyu Pharmaceutical Company, Limited account received a deposit of 5 billion yuan on October 13th at 9:15. Staring at that long string of blinding zeros, Lu Zhilong felt his heart nearly leap out of his throat. 50 billion. 50 billion in cold, hard cash. Just like that, without batting an eye, it was deposited straight into the company's account. He had assumed Chairman Li's words yesterday were merely empty promises meant to dangle a carrot. But who knew this money god would actually follow through? "Mr. Li. Mr. Li, this much money." Lu Zhilong's voice trembled. He'd never seen such a sum in his life. "This is the company's initial startup capital." Liu's tone was as matter of fact as if discussing something trivial. "Don't worry about the money. If it's not enough, just let me know anytime. Your first task is to develop a health supplement that effectively boosts children's immunity as quickly as possible. I want to spare the children of our dragon nation from suffering so much from colds and fevers in the future." Liu's voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable air of authority and resolve. Lu Zhilong listened intently, then nodded firmly. In those cloudy eyes, the passion and fire for his work reignited. He knew he had chosen the right person this time. Of course, Liu did not immediately produce the miraculous potion awarded by the system. Its effects were too extraordinary. Exposing it now would inevitably cause a huge uproar. He planned to wait until he recruited a team of absolutely reliable RD personnel who would sign non-disclosure agreements. He would then dilute the potion and use it as the core formula for mass production. For now, he would let Lu Zhilong and his team develop it themselves. First, it would keep things under wraps. Second, it would test the team's true capabilities. After handling matters at the pharmaceutical plant, Liu glanced at his watch. Still plenty of time. He got into his car and drove toward Jiangning University. Meanwhile, on the tree-lined paths of Jiangning University, Gu Yueyan, fresh out of class, was heading back to her RV for a midday nap. She had barely taken a few steps when a girl who looked several years younger than her, dressed in flashy, eye-catching clothes, suddenly darted out from the side, blocking her path. "You're Gu Yueyan." The girl's voice brimmed with undisguised hostility and provocation. Gu Yueyan frowned slightly at the unfamiliar junior before her. "And you are? Who I am doesn't matter." The girl crossed her arms, chin held high, radiating an air of arrogance. "I'm warning you, stay away from Lu Junjie." Lu Junjie? Gu Yueyan searched her memory but had no recollection of the name. "I don't know the person you're talking about." "Don't know him?" The girl snorted as if she'd heard the biggest joke in the world. "If you didn't know him, would he like your WeChat Moments posts every single day? If you didn't know him, would he change his phone's wallpaper to your photo?" "Gu Yueyan, I don't care what seductive tricks you used to lure him in. Let me tell you this, you're a married woman with a child. You should know your place. Stop flitting around campus like a butterfly, flirting with every man you see." The girl's name was Lu Zhilan, a senior in college. The man she referred to as Lu Junjie was the heartthrob she'd been pursuing relentlessly for nearly a year. Chapter 196, Declaring It to the World. Seeing that her crush had recently softened his attitude toward her, Lu Zhilan was basking in the glow of her growing confidence, already imagining sweet scenes of them together. But yesterday, while casually flipping through his phone, she discovered something shocking in his social media accounts. He had followed a woman named Gu Yueyan. What's more, he had liked and commented on nearly every single one of her posts. This instantly sent her into a jealous rage. Today, when she spotted Gu Yueyan at school, she couldn't hold back any longer and confronted her directly. "And from now on, you're not allowed to walk down this path anymore." Lu Zhilan pointed at the tree-lined path beneath their feet, her tone as domineering as if declaring her territory. "This is where I walk every day with Senior Junjie. I don't want to see your annoying face here." Gu Yueyan burst out laughing at her twisted, unreasonable accusations. She merely passed through here daily on her way to and from class. How had that become seducing her crush? That kind of imagination was a waste not put to novel writing. "Miss, I think you've got the wrong person." Gu Yueyan took a deep breath, forcing down the anger rising in her chest. "First, I don't know this Lu Junjie you're talking about, and I certainly haven't seduced him. Second, this path is public school property, not your private domain. I walk here as I please, it's none of your business." Just as Gu Yueyan prepared to thoroughly debate this presumptuous junior, a familiar, magnetic voice suddenly sounded from behind her. "Honey, what's wrong?" Li Yu had appeared behind her without her noticing. Without so much as a glance at Lu Zhilan beside them, he walked straight up to Gu Yueyan. With effortless ease, he took her hand and slid the heavy-looking backpack from her shoulders onto his own. The fluid, seamless motion radiated an air of intimate familiarity and indulgent affection, as if no one else existed. "Honey, you're here." The moment Gu Yueyan saw her husband, the last trace of irritation vanished from her heart. Like a kitten finding its anchor, she nestled obediently beside her husband. Only then did Li Yu turn his gaze toward Lu Zhilan, who stood beside them, utterly dumbfounded. A cold glint flashed in his deep, piercing eyes. "I am her husband." Li Yu's voice was not loud, yet it carried an overwhelming sense of pressure. "My wife is simply too outstanding. Even after marriage, she still attracts the admiration of all those fluttering bees and butterflies out there. Unlike certain people who can't even keep their man in line, resorting to throwing tantrums on the street, what a disgrace. At the end of the day, it all boils down to a lack of self-confidence." Li Yu's words landed like a resounding slap across Lu Zhilan's face. Beside her, Gu Yueyan instinctively delivered another blow. "Exactly. Don't fish in someone else's pond, especially when the owner doesn't even know you're there." The couple's harmonious duet was seamless. The students gathered around couldn't help but burst out laughing. A chorus of whispers and pointing fingers instantly engulfed Lu Zhilan. "Oh my god, isn't that Lu Zhilan? What's she doing arguing with someone here? Didn't she say she was about to win Lu Junjie over? But it sounds like he doesn't even care about her. This is hilarious. She can't get him herself, so she comes bothering the real deal? How thick-skinned can you get?" As Lu Zhilan listened to the harsh whispers around her, her pretty face instantly turned a deep crimson. She felt like a clown stripped naked, surrounded by a crowd of people laughing at her. But she couldn't bear it any longer. Covering her face, she ran crying away from the crowd. Lu Zhilan now desperately hoped that Lu Junjie hadn't witnessed her utterly disgraced state. Otherwise, she truly wouldn't have the face to show herself in public again. Watching Lu Jilan's frantic retreat, Li Yu and Gu Yueyan exchanged a knowing smile. Bothering with such a minor character was nothing but a waste of time. Hand in hand, the two continued strolling through the campus. Honey, you looked so cool just now. Admiration sparkled in Gu Yueyan's eyes. Of course. When has your husband ever not been handsome? Li Yu raised his eyebrows smugly. Chatting and laughing, they walked to a rockery in a garden. A small puddle had formed on the ground from the rain a few days prior. Just as Gu Yueyan was about to step around it, Li Yu suddenly bent down and swept her up in his arms. A textbook Princess Carrie. Ah, honey, what are you doing? Startled by his sudden move, Gu Yueyan instinctively gasped. Her cheeks flushed instantly, turning as red as a ripe apple. Put me down quickly. Everyone's watching. She buried her face in her husband's chest, her voice brimming with coy shyness and playful reproach. However, Li Yu did not comply with her wish. He carried his petite wife securely in his arms, stepping steadily over the small puddle. Then, as if no one else existed, he continued walking forward. The students around them all cast glances filled with either envy, jealousy, or well wishes. Damn, that's too sweet. I'm eating this dog food. What kind of fairy tale romance is this? I want a husband who's this handsome and this considerate too. Senior Yueyan is so lucky. She's practically a winner in life. Faced with the intense stares around her, Gu Yueyan felt her face burning up. She gently patted her husband's chest and murmured a protest. Honey, put me down. This is too embarrassing. Li Yu lowered his head, gazing at the petite woman in his arms who was blushing so fiercely she could barely meet his eyes. The smile on his lips grew even more tender. Instead of setting her down, he held her even tighter. Embarrassed by what? Li Yu's tone was commanding yet deeply affectionate. I want to carry you like this, walking through the entire campus. I want everyone to see and know that you belong to me. I'm going to declare to the world that you, Gu Yueyan, are my wife, Li Yu's wife. And so, the two quickly returned to the RV for their afternoon rest. In the afternoon, Gu Yueyan's outdoor sketching class took place at Jiangning City Central Park. This was an elective she was auditing, as she'd loved drawing since childhood. Even now, as the mother of 4 children, she had never abandoned this hobby. The instructor's requirement was straightforward: complete a painting themed around the park within an hour and a half, to be submitted the following day. This assignment would directly impact whether she could successfully graduate from this elective course. Gu Yueyan found a quiet bench to sit on, her gaze wandering around the park in search of inspiration. Just then, an elderly couple with graying hair caught her eye. Strolling leisurely in the sunset, came into view. Chapter 197, Passing by the Kindergarten. Seeing this scene, Gu Yueyan's heart was instantly touched. She thought of herself and Li Yu. When they grew old and their hair turned white, could they too be like this elderly couple? Hand in hand, they would see the world scenery, walking from dawn until dusk. Without hesitation, she unfolded her sketchpad and picked up her pencils. For over an hour, she painted with complete focus, creating 2 sketches. One depicted the couple's backs as they strolled hand in hand down a tree-lined path, serene and beautiful. The other showed them seated on a bench, smiling as they watched a group of children playing and laughing nearby, their eyes filled with tenderness and warmth. She planned to submit the first sketch to her teacher to complete the assignment. The second sketch, she planned to take home, color it herself, and give it as a gift to her husband, Li Yu. She could already picture the look of surprise and adoration on Li Yu's face when he saw it. After finishing the paintings, Gu Yueyan packed up her art supplies. She politely declined her classmates' invitation to dine together and walked alone toward the school. On her way back, she passed a private kindergarten that looked quite upscale. It was the time for after-school activities, and the children were playing freely on the playground under the guidance of their teachers. Those innocent, carefree smiles nearly melted Gu Yueyan's heart. She thought of her own 4 little ones at home, eagerly awaiting her return, and a gentle smile curved her lips. Just then, a familiar voice called out from nearby. Yueyan? What a coincidence you're here too. Gu Yueyan turned at the sound and saw Du Tianzong standing behind her, his face wearing just the right amount of surprise. Teacher Du? What brings you here? Gu Yueyan asked, slightly surprised. Oh, I came out to buy something and just happened to pass by. Du Tianzong's explanation sounded seamless. His gaze lingered on Gu Yueyan's face as he smiled and said, I saw you staring at the kindergarten earlier. Were you thinking about your 4 little ones? I saw the photos you posted on your social media. Those 4 children are so adorable, they look just like you. Gu Yueyan smiled politely, but an indescribable discomfort welled up inside her. Ever since that day at school when her husband Li Yu had boldly staked his claim in front of Du Tianzong, she had keenly sensed that this childhood neighbor, this brother figure she'd grown up with, seemed to harbor feelings for her that went beyond ordinary friendship. The atmosphere between them grew awkward for a moment. Just then, the security guard at the kindergarten gate waved enthusiastically at them. Hey, you two over there. Want to take a look at the school for your child? The security guard clearly misunderstood their relationship. Come on in and take a look. Our kindergarten is the best private school in Jiangning City. We have excellent teachers and a top-notch environment. Saying this, he proactively opened the kindergarten gate and gestured for them to enter. Sir, you've misunderstood. We're not. Gu Yuan started to explain. Oh, young couple, no need to be shy. The security guard interrupted her with a knowing look. These days, parents all want the best education for their children. It's only natural to come check things out ahead of time. Come on. Register with me first and I'll give you a tour. Du Tianxon's lips curled upward involuntarily at the words young couple, his heart bursting with joy. Instead of correcting him, he went with the flow. Yeah, Yuan, we've got plenty of time. Let's go inside and take a look. It's also for those 4 little ones better to scout the place out early. Gu Yuan thought it made sense. After all, the children would be attending kindergarten soon, and getting a head start couldn't hurt. She nodded and followed Du Tianxon into the security office. Just as Gu Yuan picked up a pen to sign in, a piercing scream suddenly erupted from a classroom on the second floor of the kindergarten. Immediately afterward, thick, billowing smoke poured out from the window. Fire! Fire! Chaos erupted instantly on the playground. A young female teacher scrambled out of the building, her face etched with terror and despair. She rushed toward the security guard, crying and screaming incoherently. Ms. Lu's gone mad. She set fire to the classroom. She locked the door from the inside. None of us can get in. The security guard's face turned pale instantly upon hearing this. Forgetting to register Gu Yuan and the others, he turned and sprinted upstairs. There might still be children inside. The young female teacher collapsed onto the floor, wailing with heart-wrenching cries. I just went to the restroom, and when I came back, I saw smoke coming from the classroom. I don't know if any children are still inside. What? Gu Yuan's mind went blank with a buzzing sensation. As a mother, nothing was more unbearable than the thought of children being harmed. The thought of those innocent, adorable faces potentially being consumed by the merciless flames. Her heart felt like it was being squeezed by an invisible giant hand. Where's the fire department? Did you call it? Du Tianxon remained relatively composed and asked immediately. We called, the female teacher's voice trembled. But the fire department won't arrive for at least 15 minutes. 15 minutes? By the time the fire department arrived, it would be too late. We have to save them now. That single thought dominated Gu Yuan's mind. She glanced at the female teacher beside her, who had been scared into a daze, then looked back at the school building billowing thick smoke. The next second, as if she'd made up her mind, she turned and started to charge inside. Yuan, what are you doing? It's dangerous. Du Tianxon grabbed her arm. Let go of me. There are children inside. I have to save them. Gu Yuan's eyes were red, her voice carrying an unquestionable resolve. Seeing her unwavering resolve, Du Tianxon knew his pleas were futile. Without another word, he dashed into the security room, grabbed 2 red fire extinguishers. He then thrust one into Gu Yuan's hands, his gaze unwaveringly firm. I'm going with you. Gu Yuan looked at him and nodded firmly. Exchanging a glance, they charged into the smoke-filled classroom building without hesitation. The moment they entered, a thick, acrid smoke mixed with the smell of burning hit them like a wall. The fumes stung their eyes until tears streamed down their faces, making it nearly impossible to keep them open. Cough. Gu Yuan coughed violently, feeling as if her lungs were about to burst. She covered her mouth and nose with her sleeve, squinting as she struggled to find her way. Chapter 198, Saving the Child. Yuan, stay close to me. Du Tianxon's voice came from ahead. Fire extinguisher in one hand, he felt along the wall with the other, rushing toward the stairwell entrance. Gu Yuan dared not delay and hurriedly followed. The moment they reached the second floor, they saw at the end of the corridor. Black smoke billowed relentlessly from the crack of a classroom door. The air was thick with the pungent smell of gasoline. That's the classroom, Gu Yuan shouted, pointing at the tightly shut door. However, the door was locked from the inside and wouldn't budge. Faint cries of children weak and desperate could be heard echoing from within. Gu Yuan's heart instantly clenched into a tight knot. Move! Du Tianxon roared, lifting his foot and kicking the door with all his might. A thunderous crash echoed as the door shook violently, yet remained stubbornly immovable. No good. This door is too sturdy, I can't kick it open. Du Tianxon's face was etched with anxiety and despair. Just then, Gu Yuan suddenly remembered something. Pointing to the tightly shut window beside them, she shouted, "Get in through the window." Though the window was also locked from the inside, its glass was the most ordinary kind. Du Tianxon instantly understood her meaning. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised the fire extinguisher in his hand. Then, with all his might, he smashed it against the window. Crash! A deafening crash echoed as the window shattered into pieces. Sharp shards of glass flew everywhere, glinting coldly in the setting sun. Before Gu Yuan and Du Tianxon could react, a sudden roar erupted from the end of the stairwell. Get that woman! Then, a woman with disheveled hair and a crazed look in her eyes, wielding a thick wooden club, charged toward them like a raging beast. Her target was clear, Gu Yuan. In her eyes, this sudden intruder was the greatest obstacle standing between her and vengeance. The wooden club, whistling through the air, came crashing down with brutal force. Gu Yuan's mind went blank as the fear of death instantly engulfed her. But instinctively, she raised the fire extinguisher in her hand and held it before her. Thud! The wooden club and fire extinguisher collided with a heavy thud. A tremendous recoil shot through her arm, leaving it numb. The fire extinguisher nearly slipped from her grasp. You're asking for it! Du Tiansong roared, lunging forward in a single stride. He grabbed the woman's wrist, which was still wielding the wooden stick, and twisted it hard. Ah! The woman let out a piercing scream as the wooden stick clattered to the ground. But the woman, blinded by hatred, refused to give up. She opened her mouth like a rabid dog and lunged viciously at Du Tiansong's arm. Du Tiansong reacted with lightning speed, sidestepping the attack. But the woman's nails left several deep gashes on his right arm, cutting down to the bone. Blood instantly stained his white shirt crimson. Just then, 2 security guards finally rushed up the stairs, panting heavily. Seeing the scene, they wasted no time. They pinned the woman down, still struggling wildly, one on each side. It's her! This crazy woman started the fire. One of the guards recognized her and said through gritted teeth. Without further hesitation, he grabbed her arms, twisted them behind her back, and dragged her downstairs. Yuan, are you okay? Du Tiansong shook his bleeding arm, his face etched with worry. I'm fine. Hurry! The children are still inside. Gu Yuan pointed at the classroom billowing with thick smoke, her voice trembling. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped through the shattered window and plunged inside. From the smoke-filled classroom came a sudden, violent coughing fit. Seconds later, a click sounded as the locked door swung open from the inside. Du Tiansong's figure appeared in the doorway. His face was blackened by smoke, his eyes bloodshot and wide, looking utterly disheveled. Immediately after, a group of terrified children, wailing and crying, stumbled out of the classroom. Quick, take them downstairs! Du Tiansong shouted at the remaining security guard. The guard didn't dare delay, immediately shielding the group of children as he rushed downstairs. Quick, put out the fire! Du Tiansong grabbed the fire extinguisher from the floor and aimed it at the raging flames inside the classroom. Gu Yuan reacted instantly, grabbing her own fire extinguisher and charging inside. White dry powder sprayed out in a torrent. However, the fire was simply too intense. 2 small fire extinguishers were utterly inadequate. Soon, the security guard's extinguisher was empty. This won't do. I need to connect to the fire hydrant. The security guard tossed aside the empty extinguisher and dashed downstairs. Just then, a faint, desperate cry suddenly echoed from the corner of the classroom. Wah? Mommy. I'm scared. Though faint, at this moment, it exploded like thunder in Gu Yuan's ears. Her heart sank instantly. There was a child inside. She exchanged a glance with Du Tiansong, seeing the same shock and resolve in each other's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, they plunged headlong back into the sea of flames. This time, the flames raged even more fiercely than before. The air was thick with the acrid stench of kerosene, stinging their eyes shut. The mattresses and textbooks, as if drenched in oil, burned ever brighter. Searing waves of fire crashed against them, nearly scorching their skin. Over there! Gu Yuan's sharp eyes immediately spotted them beneath the lectern. 2 small figures huddled together, shivering violently. Their faces were streaked with tears and soot, looking utterly pitiful. Gu Yuan rushed over without a second thought, scooping both children into her arms. Don't be afraid, sweethearts. Auntie will get you out of here. She gathered every ounce of strength to shield them tightly against her chest, turning to dash toward the exit. Tiansong, forget about it. Hurry up and go. She screamed at the top of her lungs at Du Tiansong, who was still trying to extinguish the flames. Seeing the children in her arms, Du Tiansong knew that staying any longer would mean certain death for all 3 of them. He tossed aside the fire extinguisher, rushed to Gu Yuan's side, and shielded them as they charged toward the exit. The moment they burst onto the playground, the wail of fire truck sirens grew louder, drawing nearer. All the teachers and students had already been evacuated to the playground. When they saw Gu Yuan and Du Tiansong emerge from the inferno clutching 2 children, everyone froze in shock. Several female teachers rushed forward, taking the 2 terrified children from Gu Yuan's arms. Chapter 199, Misunderstandings Between Husband and Wife. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. They're safe. We were taking roll just now and thought everyone had gotten out, but 2 children were missing. Thank goodness they were rescued in the end. Thank you so much. Overcome with joy, the teachers wept as they held the 2 children, sobbing uncontrollably. Just then, a female teacher rushed over carrying a first aid kit. Good heavens, sir. Your arm is bleeding so badly. Only then did Gu Yuan notice the gruesome wounds on Du Tiansong's right arm. Without a word, she pulled out disinfectant swabs and gauze from the first aid kit. She carefully cleaned his wounds. Her movements were gentle yet practiced, her eyes filled with focused concentration. Du Tiansong watched her, and for a moment, it felt like he was back in childhood. That year, he had gotten into a fight to protect her from older bullies and ended up scraping his knee. It was also her who, standing on tiptoe, carefully applied a colorful band-aid to his wound. The pretty face before him gradually merged with the memory of that little girl with pigtails. But he snapped back to reality. The woman before him was no longer the little girl who needed his protection. She was a wife, a mother of 4 children. A hero who would charge into a burning building without hesitation in a moment of crisis. A sudden sense of release washed over Du Tiansong's heart. The admiration buried deep within his heart for so many years vanished into thin air at that moment. He looked at her, a genuine, easy smile spreading across his face. From now on, he'd be her brother Tiansong. That was fine too. Soon, police and ambulances arrived at the scene. The fire was quickly extinguished, and the 2 rescued children were taken to the hospital for examination. A stern-looking officer approached Gu Yueyan and Du Tiansong. So it was you two who apprehended the arson suspect and rescued the trapped children? Gu Yueyan and Du Tiansong nodded. Thank you for your help. Could you please come with us to the station to give a statement? Don't worry, it won't take long, the officer said politely. By the time they finished their statements at the police station, night had fallen completely. At the station entrance, several senior officers personally escorted Gu Yueyan and Du Tiansong out. They shook their hands firmly, their words brimming with praise and gratitude. Ms. Gu, Mr. Du, we are truly grateful for your actions. You are heroes of Jiangning City. We decided to apply for a commendation banner in reward for your heroic actions, and will issue a public announcement praising your deeds. However, Gu Yueyan never imagined the commendation would come so swiftly and with such intensity. Within an hour, her and Du Tiansong's names had surged to the front page headlines of every media outlet in Jiangning City. Shocking. Jiangning City's divine couple risked their lives to bravely enter a burning building and rescue 2 trapped children. The most beautiful heroes, not firefighters, yet they gave children a second chance at life in the face of peril. Heroes among us, applause for this courageous and kind couple. A barrage of exaggerated, eye-catching headlines flooded the media. Both the media and police had clearly misunderstood, mistakenly treating them as a married couple and amplifying their story. What ignited the internet was a video captured by a kindergarten teacher amid the chaos and uploaded online. Though slightly shaky, the footage clearly captured that breathtaking moment. Amid billowing smoke, a tall, handsome man and a stunningly beautiful woman with a striking figure. Each clutching a child, they charged recklessly out of the inferno. The scene then shifted to the woman crouched on the ground. Her gaze was focused and tender as she bandaged the wound on the man's arm. The man gazed at her with adoring eyes, as if she were his entire world. This video went viral online. Holy crap, what kind of divine love is this? Both husband and wife acting heroically together. That guy charging into the fire was so badass, and that woman was so brave. I declare them the only divine couple in my eyes. Too sweet, too sweet. I can practically smell the love through my screen. Hey, you're missing the point. Didn't you see that crazy arsonist woman? She's utterly insane and deserves severe punishment. Exactly, she deserves severe punishment. But that doesn't stop me from shipping this couple. Soon, the ever-resourceful netizens uncovered Gu Yueyan's identity. I know her. She was the former flight attendant queen of Jiangning Airlines. Then she suddenly quit for some reason. Oh my god, it's Senior Yueyan. She was our school's campus beauty back in the day. Who knew she'd still be this beautiful and brave after getting married and having kids? What? She got married and had a kid? I'm heartbroken. In an instant, Du Tiansong became the object of envy, jealousy, and resentment for every man in Jiangning City. Until a Jiangning University student recognized him in the comments section. Everyone, don't get it twisted, that guy isn't her husband. He's a teacher at our university. Yeah, I know him too. His name is Du Tiansong. I think he teaches English. The online buzz finally began to die down, but the hype surrounding the fairy tale couple remained as intense as ever. Meanwhile, Liu pulled up in his culinary at the police station entrance. He watched his wife exit the vehicle, then opened the door and stepped out himself. He draped a jacket still warm from his body over her shoulders. On the drive back to their villa in Tiannan Bay from the police station, Liu remained silent. The atmosphere in the car was oppressively heavy. Gu Yueyan tried several times to explain, but seeing her husband's tense profile, and his knuckles turning white from gripping the steering wheel too tightly, she swallowed her words. Back in the villa's master bedroom, Liu closed the door. He could no longer contain his emotions, pulling his wife tightly into his arms. Gu Yueyan could distinctly feel her husband's body trembling slightly. Don't ever do this again. Liu's voice carried a barely perceptible catch and lingering fear. Promise me that no matter what happens, you must never risk your life again. If anything happens to you, what would become of me and the children? Her heart was instantly filled with this deep, clumsy love. Only then did she realize her husband wasn't angry with her, he was afraid. Honey, I'm sorry for making you worry. Gu Yueyan stood on tiptoe and kissed her husband's chin. When I saw that billowing smoke, I thought it was just a small fire. And when I heard there was a child inside, I just rushed in without thinking. I promise I'll never do it again. Li Yu's emotions finally began to settle after receiving his wife's assurance. He released her and turned toward the walk-in closet to fetch her nightgown. Chapter 200, Asserting Sovereignty. Just then, Li Yu's phone, resting on the nightstand, suddenly lit up. A news alert appeared prominently on the screen. Jianing City's annual dream couple crowned, handsome man, beautiful woman, a perfect match made in heaven. Li Yu's gaze was instantly drawn to the eye-catching headline. As if compelled by some unseen force, he tapped on it. The comments section below instantly made him seethe with jealousy. I hereby declare that from today onward, Du Tiansong is my new idol. Handsome, responsible, and protective of his wife, he's the epitome of a perfect husband. Yeah. Gu Yuan is so lucky to marry such an outstanding man. This is what true beauty and talent look like together, a match made in heaven. So much better than those rich kids who only know how to flaunt their wealth. This highly upvoted comment felt like a needle stabbing deep into Li Yu's heart. Du Tiansong? His wife? A heavenly couple? Li Yu's face darkened visibly, inch by inch. Gu Yuan had filled the bathtub with hot water, ready to soak and unwind. Seeing her husband hadn't come in after a while, she poked her head out to call out. Honey, what's wrong? Why are you standing there spacing out? Her keen senses detected something off about his expression. Li Yu said nothing, only silently walked over and handed her the phone he was holding. Gu Yuan took it with some confusion. When she saw the news and comments on the phone screen, her beautiful big eyes instantly widened in shock. Honey, let me explain. It's all a misunderstanding, the media made it up. She was so flustered she nearly jumped out of the bathtub, waving her hands frantically to explain. Mr. Du and I are really just ordinary friends. We just happened to run into each other on the street. Li Yu watched her adorable, flustered expression. The fire in his heart inexplicably subsided by more than half. Yet his expression remained as calm as ever. I believe you. Li Yu nodded, his tone flat. I'm not angry. Though he claimed not to be angry, his tone dripped with bitterness. And the corners of his mouth that were practically curling up to the sky had already betrayed his true feelings. Gu Yuan watched her husband's contradictory display and couldn't help but giggle. She found her husband's jealousy utterly adorable. Honey, you look so handsome when you're jealous. She covered her mouth and giggled, her eyes crinkling into two beautiful crescent moons. Li Yu, caught off guard, felt his cheeks flush slightly. He gazed at his petite wife in the bathtub, who was flitting a charming smile his way, and a mischievous curve lifted the corners of his mouth. Is that so? He walked toward the bathtub step by step. His deep, piercing eyes flashed with a dangerous yet captivating light. Then shouldn't I do something to assert my claim? Gu Yuan flushed at his unscrupulous expression and instinctively took a step back. What are you trying to do? She scooped up a handful of water and flung it at Li Yu. Warm droplets splashed onto Li Yu's shirt, tracing the contours of his solid, sensual chest. The bathroom filled with steam, and the air thickened with the scent of hormones. The next morning, Gu Yuan awoke in Li Yu's broad, warm embrace. Last night's wild passion left her body feeling like it had been torn apart, aching and weak. She shifted slightly, trying to get up, only to be pulled back forcefully by her husband's strong arms. Sleep a little longer. Li Yu's hoarse voice, thick with sleepiness, murmured in her ear. Her heart instantly melted with sweetness, as if it had been drenched in honey. She obediently curled back into her husband's embrace, like a docile little kitten. She settled into a comfortable position, ready for a second round of sleep. But Li Yu had other plans. He suddenly rolled over and pinned her beneath him. Immediately, an exquisite velvet box appeared before her eyes. Li Yu opened the box, revealing a dazzling diamond ring resting quietly inside. It was the very same 2.5-carat top-tier diamond ring he had custom-ordered for her just yesterday afternoon. Husband, you. Before Gu Yuan could finish her sentence, Li Yu slipped the ring onto her finger. Without another word, he slipped it onto her slender, fair ring finger. Starting today, wear it to school every single day. Li Yu's tone carried an unquestionable dominance. I want everyone to know you're my woman, Li Yu's woman. Gu Yuan gazed into her husband's deep, possessive eyes. Far from feeling offended, an unprecedented wave of sweetness and security surged through her heart. She loved her husband's domineering manner, relishing the feeling of being firmly held in his grasp, treated as his personal possession. Honey, rest assured I'll be yours alone for the rest of my life. She kissed her husband's chin tenderly, her eyes brimming with unwavering devotion. From now on, whenever I see Teacher Du, I'll give him a wide berth. I won't exchange a single word with him. That's more like it. Li Yu pinched her pert nose with satisfaction, a doting smile spreading across his face. By the way, your first class this morning is English, right? Li Yu asked casually. I'll pick you up after class. Gu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. She knew Du Tiansong taught English. Honey, you're not planning to cause trouble for Teacher Du, are you? She looked at her husband with concern, afraid he might act impulsively and do something irrational. Relax, I'm not that impulsive, Li Yu replied calmly. Yet a fleeting, almost imperceptible chill flickered in his deep, piercing eyes. Though, when I saw those comments last night, I really did feel like punching someone. Gu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle softly upon hearing this. She knew her husband was indirectly admitting he was jealous. The two lingered upstairs for a while before finally shuffling downstairs. The moment they entered the living room, they found the entire family seated on the sofa, staring at them in unison. Their expressions were like they were looking at two children who had done something wrong. Li Yu's mother, Wang Xiulan, and his mother-in-law, Zhang Suiping. Her father, Li Jianguo, and father-in-law, Gu Jianjun, every single one of them was present. The atmosphere in the living room was oppressively heavy. "Dad, Mom, we're back." Li Yu broke the silence first, his expression as calm as ever. "My wife showed great courage yesterday. She didn't bring shame upon the Li family." From the very start, he directed all praise toward his wife. Yet neither mother showed the slightest stir of emotion at his words. Brave? Is bravery more important than safety? His mother-in-law, Zhang Suiping, was the first to lose her composure. Chapter 201, Keep Your Distance. Do you have any idea how dangerous that fire scene was? What if something happened to you? What about those 4 children? What about us? You fool, why can't you take care of yourself? Li Yu's mother, Wang Xiulan, looked both terrified and reproachful. Yuan, I know you have a kind heart, but if something like this happens again, you must act within your limits. Never be so impulsive again. Mom, I was wrong. Gu Yuan's face flushed crimson under her two mothers' scolding. Like a child who'd done something wrong, she hung her head and murmured her apology. I didn't think it through at the time, and I'm really fine. She waved her hands hurriedly in explanation, afraid the elders would worry about her again. Besides, I wasn't the one who actually caught the arsonist. It was my childhood neighbor, Du Tianson. He got his arm slashed trying to catch that crazy woman. It bled like crazy. Gu Yuan patted her chest nervously as she spoke. Oh, and he's still teaching at Jiangning University now. He's our English professor. The moment she finished speaking, the atmosphere in the living room instantly turned awkward. A flicker of caution passed through the sharp eyes of her mother-in-law, Zhang Suiping. Du Tianson? That brat who'd followed her daughter around since childhood, always calling her Little Yuan? How did he end up teaching at Jiangning University? And teaching her daughter's class, no less? What kind of coincidence was this? Zhang Suiping sneered inwardly. She knew it without even thinking. That kid must have ulterior motives. He still hasn't given up on my daughter. Oh, Tiansong? That boy's always been sensible since he was little. A warm smile spread across Zhang Suiping's face. You must thank him properly on our behalf. Invite him over for a meal sometime to show our appreciation. Though she spoke these words, her mind was already made up. She would definitely have to give her foolish daughter a stern talking to later, telling her to stay away from that Du Tianson. She didn't want to cause misunderstandings with Li Yu that might affect their marital relationship. Wang Xiulan, standing nearby, was no fool either after decades of life experience. The moment she heard those words, she instantly sensed something was off. Neighborly big brother? Childhood sweethearts? Injured? This was a textbook case of a hero rescuing the damsel in distress, a rival stepping into the spotlight. Wang Xiulan shot her son a subtle glance. Li Yu's face remained as calm as ever, seemingly unconcerned about the matter. But Wang Xiulan keenly noticed his hand resting on his knee had unconsciously clenched into a fist. Seems her silly son, despite claiming indifference, had already turned green with envy inside. Li Yu, you need to be more careful. Wang Xiulan leaned close to her son's ear and whispered a warning in a voice only the two of them could hear. That Mr. Du, I don't think he's someone to be trusted. You'd better keep a close eye on him. Don't let your wife get snatched away before you even realize it. Li Yu's lips curved into a confident smile at his mother's words. Mom, don't worry. His tone brimmed with unwavering confidence and conviction. No one in this world can snatch anything from my hands. Especially not my most cherished wife. After making his promise to the elders, Gu Yuan and Li Yu returned to the master bedroom. Just as Gu Yuan was about to speak, her phone buzzed twice. It was a WeChat message from her mother, Zhang Suiping. Yuan, I'm telling you this from the bottom of my heart. That neighbor of yours, Du Tianson, I don't think his intentions toward you are pure. You're a married woman now, a mother of 4. Your status has changed. You must keep your wits about you. Maintain proper boundaries. Make your stance clear to him. Don't give him any false hope, and above all, don't let your husband misunderstand. Understand? Reading her mother's lengthy message, Gu Yuan felt a whirlwind of emotions. She knew her mother meant well, fearing these unnecessary misunderstandings might strain her relationship with Li Yu. Recalling Du Tianson's gaze upon her, then connecting it to his decision to teach at Jiangning University and coincidentally, to teach her class. A strange, indescribable feeling stirred within Gu Yuan's heart. Perhaps, in the past, she had truly given him too many false impressions without meaning to. It was time to draw a clear line. Mom, I understand. Don't worry. Gu Yuan replied to her mother's message, her mind already made up. Later, Li Yu drove the imposing Mercedes-Benz limousine, carrying Gu Yuan to school. After parking, he didn't wait inside the car for his wife to finish class as usual. Instead, he turned off the engine and pulled out the keys. Honey, aren't you going to class? Gu Yueyan looked at him with some confusion. No. Li Yu unbuckled his seatbelt, turned around, and fixed his deep gaze on her without blinking. This morning, I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying with you. With that, he opened the car door and stepped out. Then he walked around to the other side and opened the door for his wife like a gentleman. Come on, honey, I'll walk you to class. A possessive yet doting curve lifted at the corner of Li Yu's mouth. He took hold of Gu Yueyan's delicate, boneless hand, their fingers interlocking tightly. And so, oblivious to those around them, they walked toward the academic building. Gu Yueyan understood that her husband was responding to last night's online rumors with his actions. He was declaring to the world that she, Gu Yueyan, was his woman. An indescribable sweetness and pride instantly filled her heart. The moment the two appeared on campus, they immediately drew the stares of everyone around them. After all, yesterday's fire rescue incident had already made Gu Yueyan a household name at Jiangning University. And the handsome, wealthy, and charismatic man by her side naturally became the center of everyone's attention. Look! Isn't that senior Gu Yueyan who saved people yesterday? The man beside her must be her husband. Oh my gosh, he might be a bit older, but he's so handsome. He looks like a movie star. They're holding hands so in love. I'm jealous. Now that's a truly divine couple. Those reporters yesterday were blind to mistake Professor Du for her husband. Exactly. Just look at her husband's commanding presence. How could that bookish Professor Du ever compare? I secretly looked it up. Those sneakers on his feet are the latest Hermes release. Limited edition worldwide, costing over 100,000 yuan per pair. Chapter 202, taking the initiative to clarify. And that watch on his wrist looks like a Patek Philippe. You'd need millions to afford one. Holy crap, the total value of that outfit alone could buy an apartment in Jiangning City. This guy's definitely from the top tier of the elite. No wonder he snagged a goddess like Senior Yueyan. Turns out they're a perfect match, a power couple. Every word of the students' chatter reached Li Yu's ears. The smirk on his lips grew increasingly smug and flamboyant. But just then, a discordant voice suddenly cut through the crowd. But I think Teacher Du is pretty great too. He's well-read, refined, and would make an excellent husband as well. The remark felt like a bucket of cold water, instantly dousing the last remnants of pride in Li Yu's heart. The smile on his face froze, inch by inch, at a visible pace. The hand holding his wife's tightened slightly without him realizing it. Gu Yueyan keenly sensed her husband's emotional shift. She quickly reached out with her other hand and patted his wrist reassuringly. They soon reached the classroom door. Alright, honey, you should go back now. I have to go into class, Gu Yueyan whispered softly. MHM. Li Yu nodded and released her hand. Yet he didn't turn to leave. Instead, he leaned against the classroom wall like a guardian deity, radiating an imposing presence. Gu Yueyan watched his contradictory expression, both exasperated and amused. She knew her husband simply couldn't let go until he saw Du Tianzong with his own eyes. Soon, the class bell rang. Du Tianzong walked down the hallway from the other end, clutching his lesson plan. His gaze immediately fell upon Li Yu leaning against the wall, locking eyes with the man's scrutinizing and hostile stare. Du Tianzong's footsteps faltered slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. He gave Li Yu a polite nod in greeting before walking straight into the classroom. The class period passed quickly. The moment the bell rang, Gu Yueyan eagerly gathered her things. Like a cheerful little bird, she dashed out of the classroom and threw herself into Li Yu's arms. Honey, let's go home, she cooed, clinging to his arm. Li Yu affectionately ruffled her hair. At that moment, Du Tianzong also emerged from the classroom. In the hallway, two equally outstanding men with completely different auras locked eyes. Invisible sparks seemed to crackle in the air. The students lingering nearby, who hadn't yet left, all had eyes sparkling with gossip. Mr. Du, Li Yu broke the silence first. Holding Gu Yueyan's hand, he stepped forward with a perfectly measured smile. Thank you for protecting my wife yesterday. She wasn't hurt. I'd like to host a simple meal to express my gratitude. Would Teacher Du be willing to grace us with your presence? Though Li Yu's tone was polite, the way he clasped his wife's hand tightly, and the possessive glint in his eyes seemed to silently assert his claim. Du Tianzong looked at him, then glanced at the blissful young woman beside him, understanding everything. Mr. Li, you're too kind. Yueyan is like my own sister. Protecting her is only natural. A gentle smile spread across Du Tianzong's face. No need for dinner. It was nothing. We insist, Li Yu's tone brooked no argument. Yet a fleeting, almost imperceptible sharpness flashed in his deep, piercing eyes. Noon, school cafeteria. See you there. It's settled then. What? The cafeteria? The words sent shockwaves through the crowd. They wondered if their ears were playing tricks on them. A top-tier tycoon worth at least tens of billions if not hundreds of billions invites someone to dinner. And he'd chosen a school cafeteria where the average meal costs less than $20? What kind of move is this? That's just too cheap. Or was this some kind of subtle humiliation? Even Gu Yueyan looked utterly bewildered. She tugged at her husband's sleeve and whispered, "Honey, did you get the place wrong?" Lee Yu gave her a reassuring look before pulling her along. Amidst the stunned stares of everyone present, they strode confidently away. In the corridor, only Du Tian-song remained, frozen in place. The surrounding students watched his slightly lonely silhouette, their eyes filled with sympathy and regret. Yet they failed to notice. At the very moment Li Yu and Gu Yueyan turned to leave, Du Tian-song's face showed no trace of anger or embarrassment from the humiliation. Instead, a genuine smile of relief blossomed on his face. This man named Li Yu, though domineering and prone to jealousy, he truly cherished Gu Yueyan with all his heart. That was enough. Watching the two of them cling together as their backs grew distant, he silently offered his blessings. "Yueyan, I wish you happiness." Less than 10 minutes after Li Yu and Gu Yueyan left, a sticky post appeared on Jiangning University's campus forum. The poster was none other than Du Tian-song himself. "Hello everyone, I am Du Tian-song, a professor in the English department and one of the individuals involved in yesterday's fire incident. Regarding yesterday's media mix-up and the unfounded rumors circulating online, I wish to clarify the situation here. Ms. Gu Yueyan is my student and the neighbor's little sister I've watched grow up. Our relationship is pure and simple, confined solely to teacher-student and friendship. Rescuing someone yesterday was simply fulfilling the duty of a teacher and elder brother, a small gesture, hardly worth mentioning. Ms. Gu Yueyan is happily married with a fulfilling family life. Her husband, Mr. Li Yu, is an exceptional man who deeply loves her. We hope everyone will approach this matter rationally, refrain from spreading unfounded rumors, and respect their privacy. Thank you for your understanding." This post, written with neither humility nor arrogance yet with sincere words, instantly earned Du Tian-song a standing ovation. The comments section below was flooded with praise. "Mr. Du is so cool. Not only is he handsome, but he has such a broad perspective. Love it. Exactly. This is what a true gentleman looks like, gentle and refined. So much better than that jealous, domineering guy. Hey, I don't like that comment. Isn't it only natural for a husband to be jealous of his wife? It shows he cares." Exactly. If a man doesn't get jealous over you, it means you're not even on his mind. But seriously, are we still having dinner? Of course not. Teacher Du has made his feelings perfectly clear. If we keep eating, this would turn into a trap banquet. Chapter 203, Flaunting Affection in Public. Gu Yueyan glanced at the posts and comments on her phone, feeling somewhat relieved. She tugged at her husband's sleeve, her face breaking into a flattering smile. "Honey, look, Teacher Du has clarified everything. You can finally relax, right? Let's not invite him to lunch. It'd be so awkward." Li Yu observed his wife's cautious demeanor, then glanced again at the comments praising Du Tian-song on his phone. His brow furrowed involuntarily. Gentle as jade? A humble gentleman? Perhaps the more harmless a man appeared, the more calculating he was inside. Still, the kid had the sense to come forward and clear things up. "We're still having lunch." Li Yu's tone brooked no argument. His clarification is his business. My stance is mine. I must make it clear to the entire school who the only man in your life is, Gu Yueyan. Gu Yueyan watched her husband's domineering expression, feeling both helpless and sweetly content. Soon, noon arrived. The third floor of Jiangning University's cafeteria was already packed to the rafters. Almost all the students had gathered here in tacit agreement. They stood in small groups, pretending to eat and chat, yet their eyes kept darting toward the entrance. Their expectant gazes seemed to await the arrival of some superstar. Finally, under the gaze of the crowd, the three protagonists made their entrance. Li Yu radiated his usual commanding presence, holding Gu Yueyan's hand tightly. Du Tian-song followed half a step behind them, wearing a gentle yet distant smile. The trio found a window seat and sat down. Without even glancing at the menu, Li Yu addressed the cafeteria auntie directly. 3 of today's A-set meals, please." The moment he spoke, the students nearby who had been eavesdropping nearly choked on their food. Set A? Wasn't that the cheapest, most basic meal in the cafeteria? Only 15 yuan per serving, featuring 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable, and unlimited rice. A top-tier billionaire with a net worth in the hundreds of billions invites someone to dinner and orders this? How stingy is that? For a moment, everyone's gaze toward Li Yu turned subtly awkward. Even Gu Yueyan felt a bit embarrassed. She discreetly nudged her husband with her toes under the table. Yet Li Yu seemed oblivious, his expression as calm and composed as ever. He looked across at Du Tian-song and broke the silence first. "Mr. Du, I read the post. It's well written. My wife is young and beautiful, with a great personality. It's only natural that people admire her." As he spoke, Li Yu picked up a tissue with effortless ease and dabbed at the corner of Gu Yueyan's mouth. The intimate yet effortless gesture radiated a possessive tenderness, as if no one else existed. But admiration is one thing, harboring improper intentions is another. Li Yu's gaze settled on Du Tian-song's face. A barely perceptible sharpness flashed in his deep, piercing eyes. "Thank you for yesterday, but there's no need to trouble Teacher Du anymore. I'll protect my wife myself." These words caused the surrounding students to gasp in unison. How overbearing and direct. This wasn't gratitude, it was a blatant warning. A fleeting, barely perceptible flicker of awkwardness crossed Du Tiansong's face. But he quickly regained his composure, his face still wearing that gentle smile. Mr. Lee is correct. Yue Yan is like my own sister. Naturally, I want her to be happy. Seeing how devoted you two are to each other puts my mind at ease. Du Tiansong's words were flawlessly crafted. He had declared his position while preserving the dignity of both parties. However, Li Yu wasn't about to let it go. He picked up the cheap complimentary tea in front of him and raised it toward Du Tiansong. That's good. I hope teacher Du finds his own happiness someday too. With that, he downed the entire cup in one gulp. The entire dinner proceeded in this eerie and oppressive atmosphere. Gu Yueyan kept her head down the entire time, shoveling food into her mouth like a frightened quail. She felt more humiliated than she ever had in her entire life. When lunch finally ended, Li Yu grabbed Gu Yueyan's hand without a word and pulled her up. The two wandered aimlessly along the tree-lined paths of the campus. Gu Yueyan pouted the entire way, not uttering a word. A surge of anger welled up inside her, but she dared not vent it on her husband. When they reached a bench, Li Yu suddenly stopped. He sat down on the bench without a word, then abruptly pulled Gu Yueyan toward him. He positioned her directly onto his lap, facing him. Ah, honey, what are you doing? Startled by his sudden action, Gu Yueyan instinctively gasped in surprise. Her face flushed instantly, turning as red as a ripe apple. Put me down. People are watching. Gu Yueyan struggled to stand, but her husband's powerful arms held her firmly against his chest. Let them watch. Li Yu's tone was filled with an unquestionable dominance. I want them to see clearly whose woman you truly are. No sooner had the words left his lips than he grabbed the back of her head and pressed his lips fiercely against hers. The kiss was aggressive and possessive. It seemed as though he intended to devour her entirely. Gu Yueyan's mind went blank. All struggle and protest were choked off in her throat. She could feel the stares around her, some shocked, some envious, some jealous, piercing through her. It made her feel like a clown thrust into the spotlight, ashamed beyond words. Yet as the kiss deepened, her restless heart gradually calmed. Replacing it was an unprecedented sweetness and sense of security, a feeling of being cherished and claimed. She stopped struggling and obediently closed her eyes, awkwardly returning her husband's passion. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. The surrounding clamor and whispers faded into a distant, indistinct hum. She didn't know how long it had been so long that Gu Yueyan felt she was about to suffocate. Only then did Li Yu reluctantly release her. He gazed at the dazed little woman in his arms, her eyes unfocused from his kisses, a smug curve lifting the corners of his mouth. Now, they all know. Li Yu gently traced her swollen, kiss-stained lips with his fingertip, his voice hoarse and sensual. Gu Yueyan gasped for breath, her pretty face flushed crimson. She buried her face in her husband's chest like an ostrich, daring not to meet the gazes of those around them. Li Yu smiled fondly, helping her up from his lap. All right, I need to head to the pharmaceutical factory. I'll pick you up after school this afternoon. He pressed a tender kiss to her forehead before turning and striding away with effortless grace. Gu Yueyan remained standing alone, her mind in turmoil. Chapter 204, Genetic Medicine. During afternoon classes, Gu Yueyan remained distracted. Her mind kept replaying that embarrassing scene on the bench at noon. Just then, her phone buzzed twice. It was a WeChat message from her best friend, Li Fengyue. Yueyan, check the campus forum. You and your husband are trending again. Gu Yueyan's heart skipped a beat as a sense of foreboding instantly enveloped her. Her trembling fingers tapped open the campus forum link. A bold, red headline screamed at her. Campus belle exclusively pampered by husband, 40 minutes of passionate kissing while sitting in his lap, irrefutable evidence. Below it, over a dozen high-resolution and censored photos captured from various angles were attached. In the photos, Li Yu held her tightly, kissing her with utter abandon and devotion. The images were so high definition that even the pores on her face were clearly visible. Gu Yueyan's mind went blank with a buzzing sensation. Her hand trembled, nearly dropping the phone. As she tremblingly scrolled down, the comments section below had already erupted. Holy crap, is this content I'm supposed to see for free? This is way too explosive. 40 minutes? What does that even mean? I can't even run 3 kilometers that long. What do you know, upstairs? This just proves our senior Yueyan's husband is still got it as strong as ever. Exactly. If the kiss lasts that long, then that other thing must be even more. Whoa. Can't even think about it. Senior Yueyan is so lucky. Jealousy-inducing. I want an older husband who knows how to treat me like this too. This is the real deal, a truly divine couple. Teacher Du really missed out. Gu Yueyan's face flushed crimson as she read the lewd comments. She wanted nothing more than to find a crack in the ground to crawl into and never emerge. Meanwhile, inside a black Cullinan, Li Yu leaned back leisurely in the rear seat, listening to Shuizhan's report over the phone. Chairman, the post is live. The response has exceeded expectations, it's already topped the local trending charts. Well done. A calculating smile curved the corners of Li Yu's mouth. Keep pushing the trending topics. I want every person in Jiangning City to know that Guyue Yan is my woman. No one is to touch her. After handling that troublesome school matter, Li Yu's mood was in high spirits. He drove his imposing Mercedes-Benz limousine toward Yanyu Pharmaceuticals in the suburbs. The moment the vehicle left the city limits, the familiar system notification tone echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host, through domineering yet affectionate actions on campus, has completely extinguished the rival's covetous desires. You have declared your sovereignty over your wife to the world, perfectly embodying the essence of a wife-protecting maniac. The host's devoted wife-caring actions have earned his beloved wife's heartfelt sweetness and admiration. As such, one level 1 gene pill is hereby awarded. Level 1 gene pill, upon ingestion, initiates preliminary genetic optimization of the host's physique, significantly enhancing all bodily functions. For host's personal use only. A barely perceptible curve lifted at the corner of Li Yu's mouth. Seems this system is actually pretty decent, starting to reward me with body-enhancing drugs already. With a thought, a seemingly ordinary pill, resembling a common cold capsule, appeared in the system space. Though he couldn't gauge just how extraordinary its effects might be, the name alone suggested it was undoubtedly something special. Li Yu didn't take it immediately, choosing instead to store it temporarily in the system space. He had more pressing matters to attend to. Over an hour later, the black Mercedes-Benz van slowly rolled through the slightly dilapidated gates of Yanyu Pharmaceuticals. Though the pharmaceutical plant was located in a remote area, its sprawling grounds offered ample space for him to expand his operations in the future. General Manager Lu Zhilong and several executives were already waiting expectantly at the entrance. Seeing Li Yu step out of the van, which looked expensive even at a glance, Lu Zhilong's eyes flashed with excitement and admiration. Chairman Li, you've arrived. Lu Zhilong hurried forward, his face plastered with a humble smile. Have all the newly recruited RD personnel arrived? Li Yu asked as he walked toward the office. They're here. They're all waiting for you in the conference room. Lu Zhilong followed closely behind, reporting every detail. This time we recruited 15 RD personnel, all top graduates from leading domestic medical universities, including 3 postdoctoral researchers. Li Yu nodded and pushed open the conference room door. Inside, a dozen young people in white lab coats sat upright and composed. Upon seeing Li Yu enter, they all instinctively stood up, their eyes brimming with curiosity and reverence. Li Yu's gaze swept over each face in turn. Simultaneously, he silently murmured to himself, "Discerning talent." The next moment, a virtual information box appeared above each person's head, visible only to him. Name, Wang Hao, loyalty, 75, evaluation, diligent and hardworking, strong professional skills, worthy of cultivation. Name, Lu Fong, loyalty, 80, evaluation, meticulous and studious, capable of handling important responsibilities. Li Yu scanned the group swiftly, noting that everyone's loyalty rating was above 70, not a single problematic individual in sight. It seemed that Lu Zhilong not only possessed strong professional skills but also had a keen eye for talent. Very good. Li Yu nodded with satisfaction, a pleased smile spreading across his face. From today onward, you are Yanyu Pharmaceuticals' first group of meritorious contributors. I expect you to give 100% effort and contribute to the company's growth. Rest assured, I won't shortchange you. Salaries and bonuses will be among the highest in the industry. Li Yu's words instantly ignited everyone's passion. A wave of enthusiastic applause filled the conference room. Then, Li Yu pulled a small porcelain bottle containing a pale blue liquid from his pocket. It was the miraculous health-enhancing potion, previously rewarded by the system. He handed the bottle to Lu Zhilong with a mysterious smile. Old Lu, this is a sample I had a friend procure from overseas. It's said to effectively boost the human immune system, especially beneficial for the elderly and children. Your first task is to thoroughly research this substance for me. Identify its active ingredients and see if we can optimize and refine it to unlock its full potential. Li Yu knew full well this substance was no ordinary thing. Analyzing it would be no easy feat. He did this merely to test the true capabilities of this new team. Chapter 205, Acquiring the Land. Understood, Chairman Li. Rest assured, we will accomplish the task. Lu Zhilong took the porcelain bottle as if it were a priceless treasure. He uncorked it and inhaled a refreshing herbal fragrance. Instantly invigorated him. That scent alone was proof enough that this was no ordinary item. Just then, a knock sounded at the office door. A middle-aged man, slightly overweight with a shrewd smile on his face, walked in. It was none other than the owner of the pharmaceutical factory, Mr. Lu. Ah, Mr. Li, I've heard so much about you. Mr. Lu extended both hands warmly the moment he entered. Li Yu merely gave him a fleeting glance, declining the handshake before getting straight to the point. Mr. Lu, I asked you here today to discuss a business deal. I want to buy this piece of land from you. The moment those words left his mouth, the smile on Mr. Lu's face froze instantly. He hadn't expected the other party to open with such a grand gesture. Mr. Li, you must be joking. Mr. Lu gave a nervous chuckle, testing the waters. This plot is prime feng shui land. I have no intention of selling it. Is that so? A meaningful curve lifted at the corner of Li Yu's mouth. As far as I know, you acquired this plot over a decade ago at a bargain price from a bankrupt businessman, correct? You know better than I do how much it cost back then. Now, the market value of this land is roughly around 400 million. Li Yu spoke slowly, causing Mr. Lu's brow to furrow. He hadn't expected the other party to have such thorough knowledge of his past. Mr. Li, what exactly are you implying? Mr. Lu asked. My meaning is quite simple. Li Yu picked up the teacup before him and blew gently on it. I'll purchase this plot of land from you at the current market price 400 million yuan. Additionally, I'll compensate you with an extra 150 million yuan. Consider it our gratitude for your years of support to our pharmaceutical factory. A total of 550 million yuan paid in full upfront. What do you say? What? 550 million? Mr. Lu felt his heart nearly leap out of his throat. He had originally purchased this plot of land for less than 50 million yuan. Now the other party was offering over 10 times that amount. Plus an extra 150 million in compensation. This wasn't buying land, it was practically giving money away. Mr. Lu quickly ran the numbers in his head. Just collecting rent alone would take him nearly 50 years to earn that much money. Moreover, land prices in Jiangning City had already peaked. In the coming years, it would be fortunate if they didn't fall. There was no possibility of further increases. Now was absolutely the best time to sell. Miss this opportunity, and you'll never get another chance like this. With that thought, Boss Lu hesitated no longer. It's a deal. He slapped his thigh hard, a radiant smile lighting up his face. Mr. Li, you're incredibly straightforward. It's an honor for me, Lu, to collaborate with such an important figure as yourself. I've brought the contract with me. Let's sign it now. Li Yu's efficiency was remarkable. In less than half an hour, a brand new land transfer contract was signed. Both parties agreed to complete the transfer procedures at the relevant authorities the following day. After seeing off Mr. Lu, who was practically floating out of the office with endless thanks. Accompanied by Lu Zhilong, Li Yu inspected the factory buildings and employee dormitories. The dormitory conditions are unacceptable. Renovate them all immediately. And the cafeteria meals need to be upgraded too. I want my employees to live comfortably and eat with peace of mind here. Only then will they have the drive to work hard. Li Yu's words moved Lu Zhilong and the executives behind him to tears. They had worked under many bosses but never encountered one like Chairman Li who genuinely cared for his employees. By the time all matters at the pharmaceutical plant were settled, dusk had begun to fall. Li Yu glanced at his watch and felt a pang of panic. Oh no, it was almost 6 o'clock. He was already half an hour late for his 5:30 appointment with his wife. He dared not delay any longer. After briefly instructing Lu Zhilong, then he rushed off in his car, speeding toward Jiangning University. By the time he reached the university gates, night had fallen completely. Gu Yuyan stood alone under a streetlight. She clutched several thick books in her arms, looking rather pitiful. An indescribable wave of guilt surged through Li Yu's heart. He hurriedly pushed open the car door and stepped out briskly. Honey, I'm sorry I'm late. Li Yu approached her, his face etched with remorse. But what Li Yu hadn't expected was this. Gu Yuyan not only showed no anger but instead stood on tiptoe, extending her delicate, boneless hands to gently smooth the crease between his brows. It's okay, honey. You must have been delayed by work, right? Her voice was so soft it could melt ice. I was just worried you'd drive too fast and it wouldn't be safe. If you're busy in the future, just let me know ahead of time. I can take a taxi home myself. Listening to his wife's words, filled with care and understanding, Li Yu's heart was instantly filled with a powerful wave of warmth. He could no longer hold back his emotions and pulled her tightly into his arms. To have married such an understanding wife, who thought only of him, was truly a blessing he had earned in a past life. Back at the Tiannan Bay Villa, Li Yu smoothly parked the imposing Mercedes-Benz limousine into the garage. All right, honey, we're home. Li Yu unbuckled his seatbelt, leaned over, and pressed a tender kiss to her forehead. I'm a bit tired from handling matters at the pharmaceutical plant today. I'll head upstairs for a nap first. Gu Yuyan lifted her head, her large, watery eyes brimming with concern. Then go ahead. I'll call you when dinner's ready. She nodded obediently, watching her husband climb the stairs. Li Yu returned to the master bedroom and immediately locked the door behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, he focused his mind. He retrieved the level 1 gene pill directly from the system space. The pill was a pale blue throughout, housed in a transparent vial. It looked just like an ordinary cold capsule. Without a second thought, Li Yu unscrewed the cap, tossed the pill into his mouth, and swallowed it with a gulp of saliva. After doing all this, he lay down fully clothed on the bed, closed his eyes, and waited quietly for the effects to kick in. However, after waiting nearly 15 minutes, his body showed no reaction whatsoever. Just as Li Yu began to suspect this system reward might be a counterfeit product, an indescribable burning sensation suddenly erupted from within his body. Chapter 206, Strengthening the Body. Immediately, the surge of heat swept through his entire body like a flood breaking through a dam. Liu jolted upright in bed, feeling as though he were trapped inside a colossal alchemical furnace. His entire body felt as though it were about to be roasted alive. He looked down to see his skin turning red inch by inch at a visible pace. Within mere seconds, he resembled a boiled prawn, bright red and steaming hot. Immediately afterward, excruciating pain tore through every corner of his body. It felt as though someone had taken a hammer, smashing every bone in his body inch by inch, then forcing them back together. Ugh! Liu could no longer hold back, letting out an agonized roar. Beads of sweat as large as beans rolled down his forehead, instantly soaking the bedsheet beneath him. The sweat wasn't clear. Instead, they were a viscous, faintly yellowish substance, emitting a foul, fishy stench. These were the impurities and toxins that had accumulated within him over many years. Just then, the bedroom door creaked open from the outside. "Honey, I cut up some fruit for you. Get up and eat something." Gu Yuan entered with a plate of sliced fruit, her face beaming with a smile. However, when she saw the horrifying scene on the bed, the smile froze on her face. Clang! The fruit platter slipped from her hands, crashing to the floor and shattering into pieces. Husband! Husband, what happened to you? Gu Yuan's voice trembled as she stared at the man on the bed. Her heart skipped a beat. She thought her husband had suddenly fallen ill and was about to die. Don't be afraid. I'm fine. Liu squeezed out the words through gritted teeth, using every ounce of strength left in his body. You call this fine? No way. I need to call 911. Gu Yuan's tears instantly broke through the dam. Frantically fumbling in her pocket, she pulled out her phone and tremblingly raised it to dial emergency services. Don't call. Liu grabbed her wrist, his voice weak as if he might stop breathing at any moment. Get me some water, quick. Gu Yuan gazed into her husband's pained yet resolute eyes. Though her heart was filled with fear and unease, she chose to trust him. She rushed out of the bedroom and soon returned carrying a large jug of cold water, holding well over 3 liters. Liu snatched the pitcher as if clutching a lifeline. He tilted his head back and gulped it down in rapid succession. The icy cold water slid down his throat into his stomach, temporarily suppressing the burning fire within him. The entire jug, over 3 liters, was drained dry in less than a minute. Yet it still couldn't quench his body's thirst. More. I need more. Liu handed the empty jug to his wife, his voice hoarse. Gu Yuan didn't dare delay, turning and rushing out again. Back and forth she went, making 3 trips in total. Liu drank nearly 10 liters of water before he finally felt a little better. Another 15 minutes passed before the excruciating, gut-wrenching pain finally began to subside. In its place came an unprecedented, all-encompassing sense of ease and lightness. He felt as if he had been reborn, his entire body brimming with inexhaustible energy. Liu slowly sat up on the bed. Aside from looking somewhat disheveled, drenched in sticky sweat, his complexion had regained its healthy flush, even more radiant than before. Husband, you're really okay now? Gu Yuan looked at him, still visibly shaken. Do I look like I'm not okay? Liu flashed her a bright smile. He stood up and stretched his limbs, his entire body crackling with a crisp pop. Clearly, his entire body had been enhanced. I was just testing out a new product our pharmaceutical factory developed. Liu launched into his carefully prepared explanation. I didn't expect this stuff to pack such a punch, it nearly knocked me out. I'm sorry, honey. I scared you. He stepped before his wife, pulling her tightly into his embrace, his face etched with remorse. Gu Yuan felt her husband's strong, steady heartbeat against her chest, the warmth and solidity of his embrace enveloping her. Her heart, which had been in her throat, finally settled. You scared me to death. I thought you. She buried her face in his chest and burst into tears. All the fear and hurt she'd felt earlier poured out. You must never do this again. Playing with your own life like that, do you have any idea how terrified I was? She sobbed while pounding her tiny fists against his chest. All right, I promise. I'll never do it again. Liu let her vent, his face filled with indulgence and heartache. Just then, Liu suddenly glanced down. He saw that her expensive Chanel dress had been stained by a large patch of his sticky sweat. Oh dear, look at you, you've ruined my wife's beautiful dress. A mischievous smile curved at the corners of Liu's mouth. Looks like I'll have to take responsibility and wash it clean for you. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he scooped his wife up in his arms without a second thought. Ah, honey, what are you doing? Gu Yuan was startled by his sudden action and instinctively cried out in alarm. Put me down. This is disgusting. That's exactly why we need to wash it off. Liu strode purposefully toward the bathroom, his petite wife cradled in his arms. I'll wash you. The bathroom door slammed shut with a loud bang. Soon, the sound of rushing water filled the air, mingled with the couple's playful, suggestive laughter. This bath session stretched all the way until 9 o'clock at night. By the time the two of them finally came downstairs, the entire family had been seated at the dining table, waiting for them for over 10 minutes. Li Yu looked radiant and full of energy, his deep eyes sparkling with an intense, captivating light. Beside him, Gu Yuan's lovely face was flushed crimson, her eyes narrowed into seductive slits. Her gait was slightly unnatural. She kept her head bowed like a child who'd done something wrong, not daring to meet the elder's gaze. Oh my, young people sure are full of energy. Mother-in-law Zhang Xueping observed the pair and remarked pointedly. What time is it now? Only now thinking about eating? Aren't you hungry? Exactly. Look at our Li Yu, he's got more energy than the young man himself. Li Yu's mother, Wang Xiulan, chimed in with a knowing look, her expression saying, I get it. Yuan, you really need to take care of yourself, don't let him wear you out. The two mothers sang in perfect harmony, their timing flawless. Chapter 207, Initial Results. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan's lovely face flushed crimson instantly. She secretly reached under the table, extending her foot to give her husband a sharp kick. Li Yu, however, seemed oblivious, his face still wearing that carefree smile. He even picked up the largest piece of braised pork and placed it in his wife's bowl. Honey, eat more. You worked hard today. After dinner, the couple fled back to their master bedroom as if escaping. The moment Gu Yuan entered the room, she glared at her husband, her cheeks puffed out in anger. It's all your fault. Listen to what my mom and the others said, it's so embarrassing. What's so embarrassing about it? Isn't what they said true? Li Yu wrapped his arms around her from behind. Resting his chin on her fragrant shoulder, he grinned mischievously. My wife really did work hard today. Gu Yuan's cheeks flushed at his suggestive words. She turned around, her beautiful eyes curiously scanning her husband. Honey, I feel like you're a bit different from before. She extended her slender, fair fingers and gently tapped her husband's chest. Your skin seems fuller and more elastic. Is that so? A confident curve lifted the corner of Li Yu's mouth. Without another word, he slipped off his robe, revealing a physique that could be called perfect, a sculpted, athletic build reminiscent of ancient Greek statues. His muscles, though not as exaggerated as those of bodybuilders, but each was perfectly defined, creating a sense of explosive power. Feel it for yourself. Li Yu took his wife's hand and placed it on his abs. Gu Yuan's face flushed crimson. The solid, scorching warmth beneath her fingertips made her heart skip a beat. It's so hard. She jerked her hand away as if electrocuted. Li Yu watched her adorable, bashful expression. A surge of pride swelled within him. It seemed the effects of the gene pills were even better than he'd imagined. He felt like he could knock out a bull with a single punch now. Honey. Li Yu pulled her close once more, his lips brushing against her ear. In a voice only the two of them could hear, he murmured hoarsely. I feel like I'm brimming with endless strength. How about we try again? The next morning. When Gu Yuan awoke, the man beside her was still fast asleep. She turned her head, gazing at her husband's strikingly handsome, sharply defined profile. Yet an indescribable dread welled up inside her. Last night's terrifying scene was still vivid in her mind. Her husband's body was flushed crimson, as if he'd been tossed into a steamer. His agonized, contorted expression had nearly convinced her she was about to lose him. Li Yu opened his eyes to find his wife's large eyes filled with worry and unease. Honey, you're awake? Gu Yuan whispered softly. What is it, honey? Why are you staring at me like that? Li Yu reached out and affectionately tickled the tip of her pert nose. Honey, that medicine you took yesterday. Are you sure it's okay? A barely perceptible tremor colored Gu Yuan's voice. I'm still worried. Why don't you go to the hospital today for a full checkup? Seeing his wife's anxious expression, Li Yu felt a warm surge in his heart. He knew this little girl had been scared by his state yesterday. Relax, honey. I know my own body. Li Yu sat up, pulled her into his arms, and began the explanation he'd already prepared. Didn't I tell you last night? It's a health-enhancing formula I had the pharmaceutical company develop. Its purpose is to stimulate the body's potential and expel impurities. I just didn't expect the effects to be so powerful, causing such a violent reaction. But the results are undeniably impressive. I feel like I could knock out a bull with one punch now. As he spoke, Li Yu deliberately flexed his solid arm muscles. Yet Gu Yuan wasn't amused by his display. Her expression grew increasingly serious and grave. No, you need to get checked out. Gu Yuan pulled away from her husband's embrace, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on him. And you must promise me never again experiment with these unfinished prototypes on your own body. If something happens to you, what would become of me and the children? As she spoke, her eyes began to redden. Seeing his wife on the verge of tears, Li Yu's heart nearly melted. All right, I promise. I swear it. Li Yu quickly held up 3 fingers, swearing solemnly. I'll never do anything reckless again. Only after receiving her husband's assurance did Gu Yuan's emotions begin to settle. Though Li Yu made this promise with his words, he didn't take it seriously in his heart. Come on, how could something rewarded by the system possibly have side effects? He'd keep using them whenever he got something good. Of course, he dared not voice this thought in front of his wife. After calming his wife, Li Yu went alone to his study. He began to seriously contemplate his current financial situation. The businesses he currently owned collectively generated over 10 billion yuan in annual profits. Add to that the occasional cash rewards from the system, tens or even hundreds of millions, and by all logic, he should have achieved financial freedom long ago. Yet now he felt his money was somehow running short. The 50 billion yuan in startup capital for Yanyu Pharmaceuticals had been poured in without even a ripple, and that was just the beginning. The subsequent equipment upgrades, factory expansions, and personnel recruitment each was a money-guzzling monster. And then there was the G-Shirt Charity Foundation. Since he had already taken it over, he was determined to build it into the largest and most influential charitable organization in the nation, even the world. The funds required for that were nothing short of a bottomless pit. Yet his entire net worth, though nearing 100 billion, was mostly tied up in fixed assets. The truly liquid funds he could access amounted to only a few billion. It felt like guarding a mountain of gold, yet only being able to scoop it out with a tiny spoon. Frustrating, utterly frustrating. It seemed the meager returns from the system alone could no longer keep pace with his growth. He had to find a way to make money work for him. Just as Li Yu was feeling a headache over money matters, his phone suddenly began vibrating frantically. The caller ID showed Lu Zhilong, general manager of Yanyu Pharmaceuticals. Li Yu swiped to answer, but before he could speak, Lu Zhilong's voice erupted from the other end, his excitement bordering on a shrill roar. Mr. Li, it's incredible. This is nothing short of a miracle drug. Li Yu frowned at his overly dramatic outburst. Old Lu, calm down. Slowly, what happened? Chairman Li, it's that medicine you gave me yesterday. Lu Zhilong's voice trembled as he fought back overwhelming excitement. Our entire team worked through the night, but we still couldn't identify its exact composition. But we uncovered an earth-shattering secret. This liquid, it can actually be used as a catalyst. Chapter 208, Frequent Moves. A catalyst? Li Yu froze for a moment, not quite grasping the meaning. Yes, a catalyst, or rather, an amplifier. Lu Zhilong grew increasingly excited as he spoke, his voice rising several octaves. We tried diluting a single drop of the potion 1,000 times before adding it to the most ordinary cold remedy. And guess what happened? That perfectly ordinary cup of cold medicine instantly became over 10 times more potent. Tenfold, Chairman Li. Do you grasp what that means? Hearing this, Li Yu was utterly astonished. He had imagined this miraculous potion to be extraordinary, but never in his wildest dreams did he expect it to be this extraordinary. This wasn't just some potion, it was a veritable money-printing machine. After a moment of shock, Li Yu quickly regained his composure. Old Lu, from this moment on, this matter is classified as the company's highest-level secret. Every single person involved in the research must sign the strictest non-disclosure agreement. Anyone who dares leak a single word will be ruined financially. Li Yu's voice was deep and commanding, carrying an air of unquestionable authority and sternness. Lu Zhilong on the other end of the line shuddered instantly. He knew this decisive chairman was absolutely not joking. Chairman Li, rest assured. I understand. So, do you have any direction for the next phase of RD? Li Yu paused briefly before asking. Chairman Li, my suggestion is that we go straight to the point and apply it to the development of various targeted drugs. Success with just one could propel Yanyu Pharmaceuticals to new heights and generate profits quickly, Lu Zhilong suggested. However, Li Yu shook his head. No, that's too big a leap. We'd be biting off more than we can chew. The approval process for drug development is too complex and the timeline too long. We can't afford to wait. Your top priority right now is to apply it to developing health supplements. First, develop a safe, compliant product that effectively boosts children's immunity. Li Yu's goal was clear: prioritize stability before pursuing growth. And in his mind, there was an even bigger plan. Understood, Chairman Li. Although Lu Zhilong felt it was somewhat regrettable, he agreed without hesitation. After hanging up, the smile on Li Yu's lips could no longer be contained. As he drove toward Jiangning University, his mind raced with ideas. Health supplements were merely the first step. Once this project succeeded and accumulated sufficient capital and reputation, he would formally enter the pharmaceutical industry. Then, he would acquire the nation's most elite R&D teams and establish cutting-edge laboratories. He would transform Yanyu Pharmaceuticals into a true pharmaceutical empire capable of changing the world and benefiting all humanity. As for distribution channels, he didn't even need to think about it. Didn't he already own the nation's largest maternity and infant chain, Tianyi Baby? With both online and offline channels fully deployed, would he ever worry about products not selling? The next day, Li Yu was driving home from the pharmaceutical plant. His phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID. It was Shuizhan. Li Yu put on his Bluetooth headset and tapped to answer. Chairman, there's new progress on the matter you assigned. Shuizhan's respectful yet steady voice came through the phone. That Gu Shuyan, she's still trying to poison your father-in-law. But rest assured, our people have been keeping a close watch. We've been substituting the drugs with vitamins each time. Your father-in-law's health is absolutely fine. Li Yu's eyes instantly turned cold. This reckless woman truly won't learn until she sees the coffin. Additionally, we've uncovered that she's been secretly orchestrating quite a few underhanded schemes lately. She's been forging documents in your father-in-law's name, gradually taking control of Gu Tianlu. She's also bribed several chefs in the kitchen to substitute inferior ingredients during procurement, inflate prices, and line their own pockets. This is the primary reason Gu Tianlu's business has been steadily declining and operating at a loss lately. After hearing Shui Zhan's report, a cold smile curved Li Yu's lips. He had long suspected Gu Shuyan wasn't as docile as she seemed, but he never imagined her methods would be so despicable. This wasn't merely an attempt to seize the family fortune, it was a deliberate effort to destroy Gu Tianlu. Chairman, should we take action immediately? A barely perceptible edge of menace tinged Shui Zhan's voice. At your command, I guarantee we'll expose her completely. No need. Li Yu's tone was unexpectedly calm. Let her squirm for a few more days. Exposing her now would be too easy on her. My father-in-law and his older brother's family are soft-hearted. At worst, they'll kick her out and scold her a bit. I want her to fall from the clouds at her most triumphant moment, when she's closest to success. Let her taste despair. Li Yu's icy tone sent a shiver down Shui Zhan's spine on the other end of the line. He knew this woman, Gu Shuyan, was finished. After hanging up, Li Yu returned to the villa in Tiannan Bay. As soon as he entered, he saw his wife, Gu Yuan, sitting on the sofa playing with their 4 little ones. Li Yu approached and gently embraced his wife from behind. Gu Yuan was startled by his sudden gesture. But as she inhaled that familiar, comforting scent, she nestled obediently into his embrace. Honey, you're back. Li Yu said nothing, merely resting his chin on her fragrant shoulder, quietly savoring this hard-won warmth. After a moment, he finally spoke, recounting everything Gu Shuyan had done to his wife in detail. Gu Yuan gasped in shock upon hearing it. No, that can't be possible. How could she do this? Scheming behind our backs like that? Because of jealousy, Li Yu murmured softly, pulling her close. She envies everything you have, your beauty, your family, my love for you. So she wanted to destroy you and take your place. Gu Yuan's body trembled slightly in her husband's embrace. Overwhelming grief and fury instantly engulfed her. I will never forgive her, she ground out, each word a deliberate, bitter statement. Seeing his wife's heartbroken state, Li Yu felt a sharp pang in his own heart. Don't worry, honey. I'll handle this. He gently patted her back, his voice tender yet resolute. I promise, she'll pay the heaviest price. Just then, Li Yu's phone rang again. This time, it was Chairman Song from the Jishir Charity Foundation. Chairman Li, there's been an incident. Chapter 209, Cooking the Books. Chairman Song's voice was filled with urgency and gravity. That boy named Lu Jie, his condition isn't looking good. Due to long-term malnutrition, his physical constitution is too weak to withstand high-dose chemotherapy. After the first round of chemo, his vital signs plummeted. He's now in the intensive care unit. The doctors say the only option is to perform a bone marrow transplant as soon as possible. Li Yu's brow instantly furrowed. Then find one. Start matching him in the bone marrow registry immediately. We've already checked, Chairman Li, Chairman Song replied, his voice tinged with resignation. With such a large sample size in the Longhua bone marrow registry, there isn't a single perfect match for him. Then what do we do? Li Yu frowned. The only option is to mobilize the public to find a suitable donor. But this kind of thing relies entirely on voluntary participation. We can't force anyone. Then offer compensation. Li Yu's tone brooked no argument. Issue an announcement immediately on behalf of the foundation. State that any volunteer willing to undergo bone marrow typing and provide a sample will receive a 10,000 yuan nutritional subsidy from our Jishir Foundation. If a match is found and the donor agrees to proceed, we will award an additional 1 million yuan in cash. 1 million? Chairman Song on the other end of the line sucked in a sharp breath at the staggering figure. Mr. Li, isn't that a bit excessive? Not at all. Li Yu's tone was unwavering. Money can be earned again, but once life is gone, everything is lost. Proceed exactly as I've instructed. The sooner, the better. Hanging up the phone, Li Yu gazed out the window at the sky gradually darkening and made a decision in his heart. Tomorrow, he would go to the hospital for a tissue typing test. He knew the odds were slim, but what if? That afternoon, Li Yu received a call from Lu Zhilong, instructing him to head to the pharmaceutical factory. When he arrived, several workers were carefully removing the weathered sign bearing the words Longting Pharmaceuticals from the gate under the guidance of the senior craftsman. Carefully removing the weathered signboard bearing the words Longting Pharmaceuticals from the main gate. Immediately after, a brand new, gilded signboard bearing the 4 characters Yenyu Pharmaceuticals in bold, flowing calligraphy was slowly hung in its place. In the fading light of the setting sun, the 4 characters shone brilliantly. Lu Zhilong stood beside Li Yu, watching the scene unfold before him, tears welling up in his eyes. He knew that from this day forward, his era had come to a complete end. A new era, one belonging to Yenyu Pharmaceuticals, was about to begin. Chairman Li, thank you. Lu Zhilong turned and bowed deeply to Li Yu. If not for you, I might never have seen this day in my lifetime. Li Yu patted his shoulder, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Do your best. I won't let you down. After a brief inspection, Li Yu departed. That evening, just as Li Yu and Gu Yueyan finished their meal, Gu Jianjun, his father-in-law, arrived at their door with an account book, his face clouded with worry. Xiao Yu, Yueyan, please help me figure this out. What on earth is going on? Gu Jianjun spread the ledger across the table, his face etched with confusion and bewilderment. Our Gu Tianlu building should have virtually no costs with such low rent from Longchen Tower. But over the past few months, not only did he not make a single penny, he actually lost over 100,000 yuan. Where exactly did things go wrong? Gu Yueyan watched her father's troubled expression and felt a sharp pang in her heart. She instinctively glanced at her husband beside her, her eyes pleading for help. Li Yu gave her a reassuring look before picking up the ledger. He pretended to flip through a few pages, then furrowed his brow slightly. Dad, looking at the books, our restaurant's expenses are absurdly high across the board. Especially the ingredient procurement costs, they're nearly 30% higher than comparable restaurants. Gu Jianjun looked utterly stunned upon hearing this. That can't be right. Procurement has always been handled by Xu Yan. I trust her completely. How could she possibly have made a mistake? Li Yu sneered inwardly, yet his expression remained as calm as ever. Dad, please don't worry just yet. Let me handle it. I'll go to the store tomorrow and look into this thoroughly for you. I refuse to believe that over 100,000 could just vanish into thin air. Gu Jianjun watched his son-in-law's confident demeanor and finally felt his heart settle. All right. I'll leave this matter in your capable hands, Xiao Yu. After seeing off his worried father-in-law, Li Yu closed the villa gate. The warm atmosphere in the living room instantly turned heavy. Gu Yueyan looked at her husband, her beautiful eyes filled with worry and confusion. Honey, my dad. The ledger is fake. Li Yu cut her off, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. What? Gu Yueyan's lovely face instantly paled. This seemingly well-behaved and sensible cousin could actually do such a thing. Li Yu pulled her into his arms, gently patting her back with a steady, reassuring voice. Your father trusted Gu Shuyan too much. The ledgers he saw were all fabricated by her. If I'm not mistaken about her true goal, she intends to completely destroy Gu Tianlu, then swallow the entire restaurant chain at the lowest possible cost. With each word Li Yu spoke, Gu Yueyan felt her breath growing more labored. Why would she do this? That's my father's life's work. Gu Yueyan's voice trembled. Li Yu watched his wife's heartbroken expression, a flash of coldness crossing his eyes. Because she doesn't just want your father's restaurant. She wants to replace you. No, to be precise, she wants to become you. Li Yu paused before adding. Because I feel like the way she looks at me, it's not quite right. Gu Yueyan snapped her head up. Could Gu Shuyan be interested in her husband? An indescribable wave of disgust and fury instantly surged through her. That ingrate. Gu Yueyan gritted her teeth, trembling with rage. No way. I'm going to manage the restaurant myself and see how she pulls her little tricks right under my nose. Li Yu gently stroked her hair as he continued his analysis. Honey, don't rush into this. Running a restaurant isn't as simple as you think. From sourcing ingredients, inspecting deliveries, and proper storage, to managing kitchen operations. Then there's training and supervising the waitstaff. Every single step is ripe for exploitation. Your father is an honest man, and out of family loyalty, he handed everything over to Gu Shuyan. It's no wonder problems arose. A disloyal chef inflating purchase costs by a few hundred yuan daily? That adds up to tens of thousands monthly. Not to mention she could be skimming from liquor sales or even employee wages. Chapter 210, just the beginning. Listening to her husband's analysis, Gu Yueyan finally grasped the depth of the situation. She had originally planned to help out herself, but now it seemed she'd likely just be spun around by that scheming cousin. Husband, then, what should we do now? Gu Yueyan clung to her husband's sleeve like a helpless kitten, her eyes brimming with dependence. Rest assured, I've already gathered some evidence against her. A confident smile played at the corners of Li Yu's mouth. She thinks she's been flawless, but she doesn't realize every move she makes is under my surveillance. Tomorrow night, I'll take you to see a show. Li Yu gazed at his wife, his eyes brimming with affection. I'll let you see for yourself what kind of person your dear cousin really is. Soon, the following evening, as the city lights began to glow beneath the towering Longchen building, Li Yu drove the black Rolls-Royce Cullinan to a smooth stop. He stepped out and gallantly opened the passenger door for Gu Yueyan. Immediately after, two figures emerged from a Toyota Corolla worth over 100,000 yuan parked behind. It was none other than Li Fengyue and Li Jiatie. Cousin, sister-in-law, you two are so inconsiderate you didn't even invite me out to dinner. If my girlfriend hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have known. Li Jiatie grinned as he approached Li Yu the moment he spotted him. Why would we call you? To be the third wheel? Li Fengyue shot him a disapproving look before affectionately linking arms with Gu Yueyan. Yueyan, ignore this goofball. Let's go inside. At that moment, father-in-law Gu Jianjun had been waiting at the entrance of Gu Tianlu for quite some time. Spotting Li Yu and the others, he hurried over warmly. Xiao Yu, Yueyan, you're here. Quick, the private room is all set for you. Dad, no need for the private room. We'll just eat in the main hall. The main dining area is livelier. Liu smiled as he politely declined his father-in-law's offer. Soon, the four of them sat down at a window-side table. Meanwhile, in an inconspicuous corner of the restaurant, a gaze filled with venom and resentment fixed intently on them. Gu Shuyan watched Gu Yueyan, the center of everyone's attention, and the handsome, wealthy man beside her, her eyes red with jealousy. She forced down the rage boiling in her chest, then swiftly turned and walked into the staff changing room. Minutes later, when she emerged again, the plain staff uniform had been replaced by a well-tailored black dress. Her feet were adorned with a pair of 7-centimeter red stilettos, and her face bore a delicate, subtle makeup. Instantly, she transformed from an unremarkable working girl into an intelligent, elegant urban professional. Carrying a tray holding a pot of freshly brewed premium Longjing tea, she glided gracefully toward Li Yu's table. "Cousin, why didn't you tell us you were coming?" A perfectly sweet smile graced Gu Shuyan's face. She greeted Gu Yueyan first, then her gaze settled on Li Yu. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with unabashed admiration and affection. "Brother Li Yu, it's been ages. You've grown even more handsome." That sugary sweet Li Yu brother made everyone present except Li Jiatii break out in goosebumps. Gu Yueyan's expression darkened instantly. Li Fengyue rolled her eyes and muttered under her breath, "What a green tea. She reeks of it." Gu Shuyan, however, seemed oblivious, picking up the teapot and preparing to pour tea for Li Yu. "Brother Li Yu, try this. It's Mingxian Longjing tea I specially had someone bring back from West Lake. You won't find this easily elsewhere." As she spoke, she deliberately leaned forward slightly. The perfectly angled curve revealed a tantalizing glimpse of her ample cleavage. "Wow, it smells amazing." Only Li Jia, the clueless fool, sniffed the tea's fragrance with an ecstatic expression. But before he could take a sip, Li Fengyue, sitting beside him, swiftly snatched the teacup from his hands. Without a word, she replaced it with a cup of plain water. "Why drink tea? Drink plain water, it's better for your health." Li Fengyue glared at him, her tone leaving no room for argument. "Oh." Li Jia responded with a pout, but dared not argue. He leaned close to Li Fengyue's ear and whispered softly, in a voice only the two of them could hear. Yeah, don't be upset. I think you're much prettier than her." Hearing this, a satisfied smile finally spread across Li Fengyue's face. Seeing her first tactic ignored, Gu Shuyan didn't lose heart. Instead, she deployed her second move. She pushed the plate of cold wood ear fungus salad on the table toward Li Yu. Her face still wore that innocent smile. "Brother Li Yu, try this. It's our restaurant's signature dish, appetizing and refreshing." As she spoke, she picked up a piece of fungus with the communal chopsticks, preparing to place it in Li Yu's bowl. However, Li Yu didn't even glance at her. He pushed the entire dish toward Li Jia's side. Then he turned his head, gazing at his wife with indulgent affection. "Honey, have I been feeling a bit overheated lately? I don't think I should be eating this, right?" Gu Yueyan nearly burst out laughing at her husband's deadpan expression. She stifled her laughter and nodded in agreement. "Yes, honey. You've been pulling so many late nights lately, you are a bit overheated. This is a trigger food, so you should probably cut back on it." The couple's banter flowed seamlessly. They completely ignored Gu Shuyan. Her chopsticks, still holding the wood ear mushrooms, froze awkwardly mid-air. She couldn't put them down, nor could she keep them raised. Her pretty face instantly flushed a deep crimson. Only then did she realize that her carefully rehearsed performance must have looked like a clownish spectacle to others. The other diners around her shot her glances that were either pitying or mocking. Gu Shuyan felt her face burning with embarrassment. She couldn't bear to stay any longer. Setting down her chopsticks, she forced a smile uglier than crying. "Well, enjoy your meal. I'll go check on the kitchen." With that, she turned and fled the scene without looking back. Watching her disheveled retreat, Gu Yueyan finally felt a sense of vindication. Only now did she truly understand the meaning behind her husband's words from last night. This Gu Shuyan's intentions toward her husband were definitely not pure. An unprecedented sense of crisis and possessiveness surged through her heart. She instinctively leaned her body closer to her husband. The hand tightly wrapped around her husband's arm tightened unconsciously. Li Yu keenly sensed his wife's emotional shift. He leaned down close to her ear and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. "Don't worry, honey. The show has only just begun." Chapter 211, Calling a Meeting. The atmosphere at the dinner table lightened considerably after Gu Shuyan's hasty departure. Li Jia, the clueless fool, was still reminiscing about that cup of Longjing tea he hadn't gotten to drink. "Cousin, do you think the tea is really that good? It smells pretty fragrant." Li Fengyue shot him a withering glare. Drink all you care about is drinking. Didn't you see how that girl's eyes were practically glued to your cousin just now?" "I saw it," Li Jiata said innocently. "That woman looked at my cousin the same way I look at you." Li Fengyue's face flushed crimson at his blunt, wolfish words, and she promptly kicked him. "Get lost. Who's like her?" Watching the two of them flirt and bicker, Gu Yueyan felt her lingering displeasure melt away. She instinctively leaned closer into her husband's embrace. Only this embrace felt like the safest, warmest harbor. Just then, her phone buzzed twice. It was a WeChat message from her best friend, Lee Fongyue. Yeah, Yuan, I just remembered something. Do you remember your wedding day? Gu Yuan was puzzled and replied with a question mark. Yeah, that day, when I was toasting, I noticed your cousin Gu Shuyan looking at your husband with a weird look in her eyes. Yeah, how to describe it? Like a wolf starved for 3 days seeing meat, her eyes were glowing green. At the time I thought I was imagining things, but now it seems that woman never had good intentions from the start. You really need to watch out for her. Reading this message, Gu Yuan's mind buzzed. So Li Fongyue had already spotted something amiss at the wedding. And her little darling. She'd been completely oblivious all along, treating her like a real sister. In that instant, the last shred of familial affection and illusion Gu Yuan harbored for Gu Shuyan shattered completely. In their place came an endless chill and utter resolve. She lifted her head and glanced at her husband beside her. Liu gazed at her with indulgent affection, as if he had long understood everything. Husband, let's watch the show. Liu placed a finger to his lips and gave her a knowing smile. Gu Yuan followed his gaze and saw the restaurant's main hall had already descended into complete chaos. Seated in a private booth on the second floor, they enjoyed an excellent vantage point, taking in the entire scene below. In the brief half hour they'd been dining, a young waiter slipped on the floor, shattering the stack of tableware he held, the shattering sound echoing throughout the entire hall. Immediately after, another waiter, while serving a dish, accidentally spilled a plate of piping hot fish-flavored shredded pork onto a customer, triggering a wave of screams and curses. Father-in-law Gu Jianjun dashed around like a firefighter, sweating profusely as he weaved through the crowd. He was constantly apologizing to people one moment and directing servers to clean up the mess the next, running around like a headless chicken. Amidst this chaos, several guests who appeared to be regulars rushed straight to the front desk, pointing their fingers and complaining. How did you cook this dish? It's so salty it tastes bitter. And your waitstaff? We've been calling forever and no one comes, are you all deaf? Mr. Gu, no offense, but if this restaurant keeps going like this, it'll shut down sooner or later. Gu Yuan watched her father's humble, apologetic figure bowing repeatedly, her eyes stinging with pain. Was this really the same father who used to be so spirited and proud of his craft? How had Gu Tianlu become this broken man in just a few short months? Liu took it all in without a word, only tightening his grip on his wife's hand. A cold, icy glint flickered in his deep, piercing eyes. It was time to clean house. At 10 o'clock that night, the restaurant finally closed for the day. Guests filed out one by one, and the entire hall fell silent in an instant. Liu rose and walked to the second floor railing. Looking down at the staff cleaning below, he called out in a deep voice. Everyone stop what you're doing. Assemble in the first floor lobby for a meeting. The staff exchanged puzzled glances, unsure what this intimidating-looking boss's son-in-law was up to. Nevertheless, they obediently set down their tools and formed a sparse line. Gu Shuyan stood at the front of the line, her face still wearing that proud and confident expression. She assumed Liu was about to announce some good news and was already scheming in her mind. How should she present herself to leave a sharp and capable impression? She was completely unaware that an invisible net had already closed in around her. Just then, Gu Yuan and Li Fongyue descended the stairs. As their eyes swept across the line of employees, both women froze almost simultaneously. They saw a figure both familiar and unfamiliar, Huang Yanjue. Huang Yanjue stood silently in the corner of the crowd, her head bowed, wearing an employee uniform that was clearly ill-fitting. As if trying to hide herself, to go unnoticed by anyone. Yanju? Gu Yuan and Li Fongyue exclaimed in unison, their faces etched with utter disbelief. They never imagined they would see their dear friend again in such a place, under such circumstances. Gu Yuan instinctively started to rush over. She had so many questions to ask, so much concern to express. But the moment she took a step, Liu grabbed her arm. Don't be impulsive. Liu shook his head gently at her. Gu Yuan froze, utterly baffled by her husband's sudden restraint. Meanwhile, Liu's mind was as clear as a mirror. He had long learned from Shuizhan that Huang Yanjue was the mole he had planted in Gu Tianlu to monitor Gu Shuyan. This matter was the company's highest-level secret. No one knew except him, Shuizhan, and Huang Yanjue herself. He had kept it from his wife precisely to prevent her from accidentally revealing the truth and alerting the snake. Liu released his wife and strode steadily toward the assembled employees. The dazzling light from the crystal chandelier bathed him in radiance. It made his already imposing figure appear even more towering. He surveyed the crowd, then unexpectedly, he bowed deeply to everyone. First, I want to thank everyone for your hard work and dedication during this period. I know it hasn't been easy for anyone. Liu's sudden gesture left everyone present momentarily stunned. The older employees, in particular, were overwhelmed with gratitude, hastily waving their hands in refusal. Only Gu Shuyan frowned slightly, a hint of disdain flashing across her face. Chapter 212, Named and Fired. Gu Shuyan strode forward and stood beside Liu. In a self-righteous tone, she asked, "Brother Liu, what are you doing? They're all paid to do their jobs. We're the bosses, no need to be so polite to them." In her eyes, these lowly workers were no different from ants, utterly unworthy of an employer's respect. Liu slowly straightened up and turned his head. His gaze was as cold as ice as he shot her a piercing look. "Do I need you to tell me how to run my business?" His icy voice cut through the air like a winter wind. Instantly, the temperature in the entire hall plummeted several degrees. Gu Shuyan trembled at the sudden intensity of his presence, instinctively taking 2 steps back. Her exquisitely made-up face instantly drained of color. She couldn't comprehend how the man who had been so gentle and refined moments ago could suddenly become so terrifying. The surrounding employees watched the scene, holding their breath in silence. The entire hall fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. Liu paid no further attention to the woman, who stood frozen in fear. His gaze fell once more upon the employees. This time, his gaze held none of the gentleness from before. Instead, it was filled with boundless authority and cold detachment. "I've gathered everyone here today to announce something." Liu paused, then spoke each word deliberately. "Starting today, some of you will be dismissed." The moment the words left his mouth, the room fell deathly silent. Everyone was stunned into speechlessness by the sudden news. Gu Shuyan felt her heart skip a beat. A wave of intense unease instantly washed over her. "Now, those whose names I call, step forward." Liu began calling out names. Kitchen assistant, Han Tianyan, waitress, Fan Xianyan. Liu's gaze slowly settled on a middle-aged, overweight man standing at the front of the line. Head chef, Zhao Dahai. The moment the words left his mouth, the entire room erupted in commotion. The faces of the 3 individuals called out instantly paled. Especially the head chef, Zhao Dahai, who was the first to leap forward. Puffing out his beer belly, he pointed a finger at Liu's nose and erupted into a tirade. "Who the hell do you think you are, firing me?" Chef Zhao pointed at Liu's nose, spittle flying everywhere. "Let me tell you, I was personally recruited by Bosku from my hometown. I've been working here for nearly 10 years. You're just a freeloading son-in-law, a complete outsider. What gives you the right to boss us around?" "Exactly. We won't stand for this. We want to see Mr. Gu. This restaurant isn't yours to run, you outsider." The other employees who'd been called out joined in the uproar, and the scene quickly descended into chaos. They were all seasoned veterans of the restaurant, relying on their seniority to completely disregard Liu, the boss's son-in-law. They also dismissed Gu Yuan, viewing her as nothing more than the pampered Gu family heiress who only knew how to paint and had never lifted a finger to do any real work. In their eyes, this couple had come to cause trouble. Liu's face showed no anger, only a cold, mocking smile. He stood silently watching the clowns until they had shouted themselves hoarse. Only when the entire hall fell silent once more, with all eyes fixed on him. Only then did Liu slowly walk over to a nearby table and signal his subordinate, Shuizhan, to bring over a laptop. "Chef Zhao, is that right?" Liu's gaze first landed on the loudest, heaviest set chef. "My father trusted you. He invited you from your hometown, doubled your salary, and made you head of the kitchen. I ask you, have you lived up to my father's trust?" Chef Zhao felt a chill run down his spine under that piercing stare, but he stubbornly stuck his neck out. I certainly have. I've sweated for Gu Tianlu. I've worked my ass off for Bosku. Is that so?" Liu sneered coldly. "Then let me ask you this, why has the sales volume of our signature dish, braised pigeon, dropped by nearly half in the last fortnight? And out of 10 customers, 8 have complained that the meat is too tough, impossible to chew. Well, that's because customers are getting tired of it. What does that have to do with me? As for the texture, that's all a matter of personal taste. You can't please everyone." Chef Zhao's eyes darted nervously as he defended himself unconvincingly. "Tired of it? It's your cooking that's the problem, isn't it?" Liu's lips curled in a sneer. "I recall that authentic braised pigeon requires the marinated bird to be quickly fried in boiling hot oil first, sealing in the juices. Then it's immediately plunged into completely cooled brine. The sudden shift in temperature causes the skin to tighten instantly. That's how you get tender, juicy, and flavorful meat with a satisfying chew. Am I right, Chef Zhao?" Liu spoke calmly, yet his words struck Chef Zhao like a heavy hammer. He never imagined this seemingly pampered son-in-law of the Gu family would be so well versed in the intricacies of the kitchen. "That's correct. I did prepare it exactly that way," Chef Zhao replied, forcing himself to remain composed. Looks like you won't believe it until you see it for yourself." Liu's smile grew colder. He turned around and tapped the spacebar on his laptop lightly. The next second, the projector cast a crystal-clear high-definition video onto the restaurant's pristine white wall. The footage showed the restaurant's kitchen. Chef Zhao was seen furtively moving a large pot filled with pigeons into a blind spot beyond the surveillance camera's reach. Then, without even bothering to turn up the heat, he tossed the marinated pigeons into the lukewarm braising pot like dumplings. Throughout the entire process, he remained distracted, staring at his phone without even glancing at the pot. Cutting corners, doing a half-assed job proof as solid as a rock. As the video ended, the entire hall fell deathly silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the images on the wall, then shifted their gaze to Chef Zhao, whose face had long since turned ashen. Chef Zhao, do you have anything to say now? Li Yu's voice was cold and ruthless, heavy as a judgment. No, it's not like that. I wasn't feeling well that day, so... Chef Zhao tried one last desperate attempt to defend himself, but Li Yu cut him off immediately. Unwell? Yet you had the energy to play with your phone? And supposedly unwell every single day? Chef Zhao, I'm giving you one last chance. Pack your things and get out. Or should I send this video to your colleagues back home? Let them all admire how the head chef of Jianing City's grand restaurant prepares his dishes? Chapter 213, Settling Accounts One by One. Don't even mention Jianing City then. I doubt any restaurant in the entire Dragon Nation will dare hire you again. You'll never pick up a wok again in your life. Every word from Li Yu felt like a sharp blade, stabbing deep into Chef Zhao's heart. He knew Li Yu wasn't joking. Once this video went viral, his culinary career would be utterly destroyed. Thud. Chef Zhao's legs buckled beneath him. Unable to support his heavy frame any longer, he collapsed onto the floor. A foul, pungent stench instantly wafted from his crotch. The man who had been so arrogant moments ago had literally scared himself into wetting his pants. Having dealt with Chef Zhao, Li Yu's face showed not a hint of emotion. His icy gaze slowly swept over the remaining employees. The few who had joined in the earlier shouting match were now frozen in terror, heads bowed, not daring to breathe a sound. Even Gu Shuyan, who had been standing in the corner pretending to be calm, now had a deathly pale face, her palms drenched in cold sweat. For the first time, she felt that this man named Li Yu was truly terrifying. His deep, piercing eyes seemed to see through every lie and pretense. Li Yu paid no attention to the terrified employees. His gaze settled on the other two young waitresses who had been singled out for dismissal. One was Han Tianyan, the other Fan Qianyi. You two, do you also feel wronged? Li Yu's voice remained as calm as a still pond. The two trembled violently, shaking their heads like rattles. No, we're not wronged. We'll leave tomorrow. Leave? Li Yu sneered coldly. You can leave, but first you'll compensate the restaurant for all the damage you've caused. According to back-end data, over the past week, each of you has broken an average of over 6 sets of tableware per day. Just over an hour ago, while my wife and I were having dinner, you two teamed up and smashed 5 more sets. Each set cost us 128 yuan. Do you want to calculate the damage yourselves, or should I do it for you? Li Yu's words made everyone present gasp in shock. They never imagined these two seemingly demure young women would pull such underhanded tricks behind the scenes. These weren't waitresses at all, they were clearly saboteurs who'd infiltrated the place. Exposed publicly by Li Yu, the two girls' faces instantly turned beet red. You're making baseless accusations. We didn't. Han Tianyan tried to deny it, but her voice trembled with guilt. We didn't? Li Yu's gaze instantly sharpened like a blade. He tapped the spacebar again, and the projection on the wall shifted. This time, it wasn't the kitchen, it was the staff storage room behind the restaurant. The footage showed Han Tianyan and Fan Qianyi smashing tableware. They were seen furtively stuffing roll after roll of restaurant-grade paper towels. Large bottles of hand soap, toilet cleaner, and even trash bags were desperately stuffed into their backpacks. Their greedy, practiced movements left everyone present speechless. You two, do you have anything to say? Li Yu's voice cut through the air like a bitter winter wind, draining all color from the girls' faces. We. Han Tianyan and Fan Qianyi's lips trembled, unable to utter a single word. They never dreamed such a trivial matter would be caught on surveillance footage. I've done the math for you. Over the past week, each of you has been responsible for at least 30 sets of tableware being reported as damaged. Add in these stolen daily necessities, and the total value exceeds 4,000 yuan. Do you intend to pay up now, or should I call the police to discuss this with you? With Li Yu laying it out so bluntly, despair washed over them, and they dared not argue anymore. After dealing with these two minor offenders, Li Yu's gaze slowly swept over the remaining employees. His gaze lingered briefly on a young man who looked somewhat frail and kept his head bowed. Lucien Luo, it's your turn. The man named Lucien Luo flinched violently, his face etched with terror. I won't even mention that you were playing with your phone during work hours, neglecting customers, and causing complaints. I'll ask you just one thing, last Tuesday night, that table spent 3,800. Why did they leave only a 200 yuan tip before striding out? And why haven't they returned to our restaurant since then? Lucien Luo's face instantly drained of color. I don't know. The guests left after their meal. How would I know why they stopped coming? Is that so? Li Yu sneered coldly. Then shall I pull up the surveillance footage from that day so everyone can hear exactly what you said to the customer? Eat it or leave it, and if you don't like it, get out. Those were your words, weren't they? Just because the guests asked you to hurry up with the food, you had the nerve to speak to them like that? Do you realize the table was one of our restaurant's top spending VIP customers? They bring in tens of thousands in revenue every single month. Because of your one remark, our restaurant lost a major client. Every word Li Yu spoke sent shockwaves through Lucien Luo's mind. He could no longer hold himself up. His legs buckled and he collapsed to his knees on the floor. "Mr. Lee, I was wrong. I'll never do it again. Please forgive me this once." But it wasn't over yet. Li Yu's gaze finally settled on the cashier, Xiao Chen, who had been standing silently in the corner the entire time. "Xiao Chen, did you think I couldn't find you?" Xiao Chen's body stiffened abruptly. He lifted his head, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying. "Mr. Lee, I've always kept to myself. I haven't done anything wrong. Mind your own business?" Li Yu sneered, his lips curling in utter contempt. "You've been exploiting your position to give your relatives and friends free meals, even fabricating transactions to pocket the money yourself. Did you think you were foolproof? That deleting the back-end system records would make them disappear forever? Let me tell you, you're running the restaurant 2 or 3,000 yuan in the red every single day. That adds up to nearly 20,000 yuan a week." Li Yu's voice suddenly rose sharply. He pulled out his phone and opened the emergency call interface. "I'm calling the police right now. Embezzling 20,000 yuan is enough to land you a year or two behind bars." Xiao Chen was overcome with terror and collapsed onto the floor. Everyone was utterly stunned by Li Yu's decisive and ruthless tactics. He resembled an emperor wielding absolute power over life and death. With just a few words, he had sealed the fate of these people. Chapter 214, Confronting the Green Tea. Effective immediately, I am taking over this restaurant. Li Yu surveyed the employees, who were already trembling in fear, and announced in a cold voice. "This is your final chance. Compensate me in full for every item you stole or damaged. Then pack your bags and get out. I'll pretend this never happened." "But..." His tone shifted abruptly, his gaze sharpening like a blade. "If any of you dare to spread rumors outside or try any tricks with me, I won't just release these videos to the public. I'll also make sure you understand the consequences of crossing Li Yu." He tapped the laptop on the table lightly, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Don't doubt my capabilities. I've dug up every last detail about your entire family tree." These words were brimming with blatant threats. Beside him, Gu Yuan watched with eyes sparkling with admiration. She felt her husband was utterly breathtaking. Meanwhile, Gu Shuyan, standing among the crowd, turned deathly pale with fear, her entire body trembling slightly. For the first time, she realized that this man she had always desired was truly terrifying. His deep, piercing eyes seemed to see straight through people, exposing everything. Thud! Chef Zhao, the most senior member, was the first to crack. He scrambled and crawled his way to Li Yu's feet, begging for mercy with tears and snot streaming down his face. "Mr. Li, I'll pay for it. I'll pay for everything. I'll even forfeit this month's salary. Please, have mercy and let me off." He quickly transferred the money via his phone, then fled the restaurant in a panic, not even bothering to gather his belongings. With the first one gone, the second followed suit. The remaining employees who had been called out followed suit. They scrambled to cover the shortfall, then fled in panic as if dodging the plague. After dealing with these parasites, Li Yu's face showed not a flicker of emotion. His gaze fell once more upon the remaining staff. "Don't think you're off the hook either." His gaze swept casually over Gu Shuyan's face. "I know exactly who among you is human and who is a ghost." Gu Shuyan felt a pang of unease under his piercing gaze and instinctively looked away. "From now on, I will be managing this restaurant. You'd better figure out which side you're on and who you're aligning with." After issuing his warning, Li Yu tossed out a massive carrot. "Of course, as long as you all work hard from now on, I won't shortchange any of you. Starting next month, I'll allocate 10% of the restaurant's monthly net profit as bonuses for everyone present here." The moment the words left his mouth, the room erupted in commotion. The remaining employees' eyes instantly lit up with fervent excitement. They seemed to already see stacks of cash beckoning to them. At that moment, Gu Yuan, who had stood silently to the side, suddenly stepped forward. Linking her arm through her husband's, she surveyed the crowd with the cold, commanding gaze of a mistress of the house. "My husband's words are my words. Those who wish to stay had better buckle down and work their asses off. But if anyone still intends to coast by, playing games like before." Her gaze finally settled on Gu Shuyan, whose face had long since drained of color. The warning and disgust in her eyes were utterly unmasked. "Then don't blame us for showing no mercy, we'll kick you out immediately." Gu Shuyan trembled at the sudden intensity radiating from her, instinctively taking a step back. She never imagined this cousin, whom she'd always seen as a naive sweetheart, could possess such a formidable side. Li Yu glanced at his petite wife beside him, sharing the same resentment, and a doting smile spread across his face. They exchanged a knowing smile, words unnecessary. Meanwhile, in an inconspicuous corner of the restaurant, father-in-law Gu Jianjun watched the scene unfold before him, a look of satisfaction and contentment spreading across his face. As a boss with decades of experience, how could he not know about the murky dealings within the restaurant? But out of consideration for relationships, he hesitated to address many longtime employees or relatives like Gu Shuyan directly. Today's performance served both as a test for Li Yu and an opportunity for him to establish his authority. Clearly, his son-in-law had passed the test with flying colors. Handing the restaurant over to him, he could finally rest easy. However, this reorganization was merely the beginning. The remaining staff now sat frozen in fear. Not a single breath dared escape their lips, leaving the entire dining hall deathly silent. Li Yu's gaze finally settled on Gu Shuyan, who was struggling to maintain her composure. He said nothing, merely giving his wife beside him an encouraging look. Gu Shuyan instantly understood. She knew her husband was backing her up, signaling for her to personally deal with this major threat. Gu Shuyan stepped out from behind her husband. Her clear, beautiful eyes held none of their usual gentleness. Gu Shuyan, she uttered the name, enunciating each syllable deliberately. My father entrusted the restaurant to you, that was his trust in you. But look at what you've done to it. Gu Shuyan felt a pang of guilt under her piercing gaze. Yet she forced herself to hold on, squeezing out a smile uglier than tears. Cousin, what do you mean by that? I work day and night for this place, starting from the bottom as a kitchen helper. Waitress, front desk, procurement, is there anything I haven't done? Every step I took to become manager was earned through my own hard work. I have nothing to be ashamed of. She spoke with righteous indignation, as if she were the one who had suffered the greatest injustice. If one didn't know her true nature, they might actually be fooled by her act. A clear conscience? Li Yu scoffed coldly, his voice dripping with undisguised scorn. He scanned the remaining employees, his voice carrying clearly to every ear. Among you, who believes a word she says? Who thinks she deserves to be manager? A deafening silence fell over the room. The employees exchanged nervous glances, none daring to speak first. After all, no matter what, Gu Shuyan was still the boss's niece. What's the matter? All of you gone mute? Li Yu's lips curled into a cold smile. Afraid to speak or unwilling to speak? Just then, a young waiter who looked barely over 20 summoned his courage and raised his hand, trembling. May I say something? Li Yu nodded. Go ahead. Tell us everything you know. I'm here to back you up. Don't worry about offending anyone. Chapter 215, A Hasty Escape. Then, the young waiter pointed at Gu Shuyan. He shouted, she said she works dawn to dusk, but it's all lies. Every day she comes to work, she's either late or leaves early, she never clocks in. We work ourselves to death all day, while she sits in the office every day, enjoying the air conditioning and playing with her phone. Why does she get the perfect attendance bonus while we get our pay dot? These words instantly ignited the anger of the other employees. The remaining employees began to echo their sentiments. Exactly. She often makes us do her work while she goes shopping. Last time a customer complained, she blamed everything on me and got me docked $500. Where there's one, there's always another. A middle-aged man wearing glasses, who looked rather refined, stepped forward from the crowd. It was the restaurant's assistant manager, Dong Dawei. He pushed his glasses up his nose and spoke with a stern expression. Mr. Li, Ms. Gu, I have something to say as well. As the restaurant manager, Gu Shuyan not only has issues with her work attitude. Her personal conduct has also brought significant negative repercussions to our restaurant. Our restaurant has a clear policy, employees must wear the uniform during working hours. But what about her? She shows up every day in those miniskirts and low-cut tops. What kind of image does that project? On multiple occasions, male customers have stared at her, and some have even made inappropriate advances. This not only damages our restaurant's image but also causes unnecessary distress for other female staff members. Dong Dawei's words completely crushed Gu Shuyan, leaving her utterly panicked. You're lying. Gu Shuyan exploded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She pointed an accusing finger at Dong Dawei and unleashed a torrent of abuse. You dirty old pervert. You're the one with the filthy mind, and you have the nerve to slander me like this. I bet you're just jealous of my youth and beauty, looking for any excuse to pick on me. Shut up. Li Yu barked coldly. His powerful aura instantly silenced the entire hall once more. Gu Shuyan trembled at the sharp glare, her words catching in her throat. Watching her hysterical display, the last shred of affection in Gu Yuan's heart vanished completely. Gu Shuyan, effective immediately, you are no longer the manager of this restaurant. Gu Yuan's voice was cold and resolute. Out of consideration for our family ties, I'm giving you one final chance. If you wish to remain here, you will start over as a waitress. You'll be paid the same as everyone else and start from the bottom. If you refuse, pack your things and get out now. What? Make her work as a waitress? That was worse than death. Gu Shuyan shouted in disbelief. Gu Yuan, what gives you the right? I'm going to find Uncle Air. He loves me the most, he'll never let you treat me like this. She still tried to use her father as a shield. Then go ahead. Gu Yuan's face showed not the slightest ripple. Today, even if it were the king of heaven himself, he couldn't save you. Just as Gu Shuyan was about to throw a tantrum, Li Yu, who had stood silently by all along, suddenly spoke in a low, resonant voice. I hear you personally brew tea for my father-in-law every day. How devoted of you. His words struck Gu Shuyan like a hammer to the heart, causing her face to pale. I wonder what good things you add to that tea every day. I wonder if my father-in-law can handle them after drinking it. For a moment, Gu Shuyan's mind went completely blank. Did he know? How could he possibly know? An unprecedented wave of terror instantly engulfed her. Her eyes locked onto Li Yu's, trembling violently. Gu Shuyan could no longer hold herself up. Her legs buckled and she staggered backward several steps. I. She tried to speak, but no words came out. All her pent-up resentment and venom finally erupted into a vicious curse. Fine, I'll leave. You pushed me this far, you'll get your comeuppance. With that, she turned and fled the scene without looking back, like a stray dog in panic. Watching her disheveled retreat, Gu Yuan felt a complex mix of emotions. Li Yu stepped forward and gently embraced her. Then he turned to the remaining staff and announced in a clear voice. Starting today, my wife, Gu Yuan, will take full charge of this restaurant. As long as everyone works diligently, I guarantee that the restaurant's profits will be reflected in increased bonuses for all of you. At these words, the other employees burst into applause. Afterward, Li Yu and the others left Gu Tianlu and headed toward the elevator. On the way, Li Fengyue remained visibly excited, chattering non-stop. Damn, brother-in-law, you're so awesome. Where did you even get those surveillance videos? That was pure magic. Li Yu gave a mysterious smile and slowly revealed the truth. Actually, Yanju helped gather all that evidence. Remember how I helped her land a job? It was at Zhonghua Security, the company I have shares in. I had her pose as an employee and infiltrate the restaurant specifically to gather evidence of Gu Shuyan's crimes. At this revelation, Gu Shuyan and Li Fengyue both gaped in utter shock. They never imagined such a twist could be hidden within this story. Gu Yuan leaned against her husband's shoulder, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Though her cousin's actions still caused her deep pain and sorrow, she understood that banishing her today was the utmost mercy extended out of familial ties. After all, this woman not only sought to destroy her father's lifelong work, but also sought to tear apart her family and steal her husband. Such a person was utterly unworthy of sympathy. Stepping out of the elevator, the group descended to the underground parking garage of Longchen Tower. Li Jiati followed his cousin Li Yu, his eyes brimming with envy as he gazed at the black Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Cousin, you're my hero. Li Jiati approached with an adoring expression, his voice dripping with envy. I only knew you owned the Linton Hotel and that Tiani Baby maternity store chain, the biggest in the country, before. Today I learned you even hold shares in top-tier security firms like Zhonghua. I've made up my mind from this day forward, you're my life goal. I'm going to work as hard as you do to make money, buy my yaya a huge villa, and get her a sports car. Li Fengyue heard these words, her face still wearing a look of disdain. But the smile she couldn't suppress at the corners of her mouth betrayed the sweetness in her heart. You? Why don't you start by cleaning up that doghouse of a rental you live in? Li Yu chuckled, patting his dim-witted cousin on the shoulder without saying more. Chapter 216, I didn't misjudge him. Shortly after Li Yu and the others left, inside Gu Tianlu restaurant, the employees who had narrowly escaped disaster gathered in a huddle, murmuring among themselves. Did you see that? The boss totally did that on purpose today. A veteran employee whispered mysteriously, lowering his voice. He deliberately left early, deliberately stayed out of sight, dumping this mess on the son-in-law to clean up. What's that called? That's called establishing authority. On the surface, this restaurant will still belong to Boss Gu. But in reality, the one calling the shots will be our new son-in-law. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with awe. Only now did they finally grasp that this son-in-law was the true winner who would have the last laugh. Meanwhile, Li Yu drove Gu Yuan back to the villa in Tiannanbei. As soon as they entered, they saw his father-in-law, Gu Jianjun, sitting alone on the living room sofa. A pot of hot tea still steamed on the coffee table before him. Seeing them return, a relieved smile spread across Gu Jianjun's face. Xiaoyu, Yuan, you're back. Dad, why aren't you asleep yet? Gu Yuan approached him, her voice tinged with concern. Couldn't sleep. I was waiting for you. Gu Jianjun gestured toward the sofa across the room, inviting them to sit. I was actually here the whole time tonight. Gu Jianjun spoke slowly, a barely perceptible trace of guilt on his face. I was hiding in the innermost private room upstairs. I saw everything clearly. Xiaoyu, you did a great job tonight. No, make that an excellent job. Gu Jianjun's face was filled with admiration. You handled it better than I ever have in my decades as a boss. Li Yu merely smiled faintly at the words. Dad, you're too kind. I really didn't do much. All that evidence was gathered by a friend of mine who runs a security company. He casually deflected the credit to that non-existent friend. Gu Yuan watched her husband's modest demeanor, her heart swelling with pride and sweetness. She couldn't help but interject, Dad, you have no idea. The real hero in exposing that ingrate Gu Shuyan was actually Yanju. Yanju? I know her. What's your relationship with her? Gu Jianjun paused, puzzled. She was my classmate back in the day, kind of like a close friend, but she dropped out later, Gu Yuan explained. Oh, I see, Gu Jianjun said, suddenly understanding. He remembered her well, a diligent young woman who worked hard and was eager to learn. She really was a good kid. I was actually planning to promote her to head hostess soon and give her a raise. As long as she's willing to stay, I promise she won't be shortchanged. Liu heard this and shook his head with a smile. Dad, I'm afraid she won't be staying. She's now a full-time employee at Zhonghua Long Security Company. She's only here temporarily to help out. She can't just quit her job over there. Zhonghua Long Security Company? At those words, Gu Jianjun's pupils suddenly contracted. Though he knew little about business, he'd heard the name before. It was one of the most prestigious security firms in the country, rumored to handle even some of the nation's most critical projects. His own daughter, could it be that one of her friends actually works in a place like this? The more Gu Jianjun thought about it, the more he felt his son-in-law's background was likely far more mysterious than he'd imagined. Just then, Gu Jianjun seemed to make up his mind. He looked at Liu with a serious expression and said, Xiaoyu, Dad's going to lay it all out for you today. Truth is, I've known about all the shady dealings in that shop for a long time. But, sigh, as one gets older, one's heart grows softer. Those veteran employees have been with me for over a decade. I just couldn't bring myself to fire them. And then there's Xu Yan, she's my own niece, after all. I just couldn't bring myself to fire her either. Gu Jianjun sighed deeply, his face etched with helplessness and exhaustion. So tonight's event serves both to clean house and to test you too. As it turns out, I didn't misjudge you, you're better suited to be the boss than I am. Gu Jianjun stood up, walked over to Liu, and solemnly patted his shoulder. Once I've worked things out for a while longer and sorted out the matters at hand, this Gu Tianlu will be entirely yours to manage from now on. What? Liu heard this and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He was already juggling a hotel, a shopping mall, and a pharmaceutical factory, busy as a bee. Now his father-in-law wanted to dump this restaurant on him too? Dad, you're just piling more work on me. Liu looked at his wife helplessly. Gu Yuan couldn't help but giggle at her husband's flustered expression. She reached out her small hand, gently nudging Liu's arm as she coaxed. Honey, just agree to Dad. Look how hard he's working. Seeing his wife's adorable, playful pout, Liu's heart melted. What else could he say? His wife? He could only spoil her. Fine, fine. I'll just have to juggle things better then. Liu affectionately tickled her nose and reluctantly agreed. Seeing his son-in-law agree, a genuine smile finally spread across Gu Jianjun's face. At my age, it's time to retire and enjoy some peace and quiet. He glanced toward the nursery upstairs, his face radiating longing. From now on, I'll be home every day with my 4 precious grandsons. Especially that little rascal De Bao, just like his grandpa, he's a real little foodie. When he grows up, I'll pass Gu Tianlu on to him. It'd be nice for him to be a little boss. Gu Yuan listened to her father's vision for the future, feeling a wave of warmth wash over her. Dad, you can rest assured. Just sit back and enjoy your golden years. Gu Jianjun smiled and nodded, then waved his hand and turned to head upstairs. Alright, I won't disturb you two lovebirds anymore. I'm off to see my grandson. Gu Yuan watched her father's retreating figure ascend the stairs, her eyes inexplicably stinging. She suddenly realized that her father's once imposing, upright figure had, at some point, developed a barely perceptible stoop. A few silver strands had also quietly crept into the temples. It dawned on her that, unbeknownst to her, her father had grown old. An indescribable ache and heartache surged through her in an instant. Just then, a pair of warm, strong hands gently pulled her into an embrace from behind. Liu rested his chin on her fragrant shoulder, his voice gentle yet firm. Don't worry, honey. I'll be here for you from now on. I promise I'll never let Mom and Dad work themselves to exhaustion like this again. Chapter 217, Strategizing Behind the Scenes. After washing up, the two lay down on the bed. Gu Yuan curled up in her husband's arms like a docile kitten. The tension that had gripped her nerves all day at the restaurant finally dissolved completely. Honey, do you think I was too harsh today? Her voice carried a hint of confusion and vulnerability. Although she had personally driven Gu Shuyan away, venting her anger. The thought that she was, after all, her own cousin, still stirred a pang of sorrow within her. Liu pulled her closer into his embrace, his large hand gently stroking her silky hair. Honey, you're not being heartless, you're being kind. You were just protecting our home, protecting our child, protecting the one you love most. For that ungrateful wretch, your kindness is the greatest punishment she could receive. Listening to her husband's tender yet resolute voice, Gu Yuan's lingering unease and discontent vanished instantly. Yes, she hadn't done anything wrong. The fault lay with her cousin, blinded by jealousy and greed. Honey, watching you comfort the baby tonight, you were so gentle. Gu Yuan shifted into a more comfortable position and tilted her head back. Her large, watery eyes sparkled with little stars of admiration. I feel like you're becoming more and more like a dad these days. Liu's lips curved into a smug smile at her words. Of course I am. Your husband here is a jack of all trades. As they talked about children, Liu suddenly remembered something else. He gazed at his wife's slightly weary yet lovely face, his eyes filled with tenderness. Honey, I need to talk to you about something. Look, you have to set multiple alarms every night to get up and pump milk. During the day, you have to teach classes and manage the restaurant, it's just too much. What if we wean the kids? The imported formula available now has comprehensive nutritional content. It's just as good as breast milk. Gu Yueyan instinctively frowned at his words. Though she felt exhausted too, the thought of nourishing her 4 adorable babies with her own milk made every hardship worthwhile. But, the doctor said breastfeeding is best for the baby's immunity. I want to keep going, at least until they're 6 months old. Seeing his wife's determined and earnest expression, Li Yu's heart felt both tender and aching. He knew this was the most instinctive love she felt as a mother. Alright, I'll do whatever you say. Li Yu affectionately tickled her purred little nose. But we've got a deal, no more than another month or so. After about 6 months, you have to listen to me and get proper rest. Gu Yueyan nodded obediently. She pressed a light, butterfly kiss to her husband's lips. Honey, you're so kind. After a moment of affection, Gu Yueyan seemed to suddenly recall something. She sat up from her husband's embrace, her beautiful eyes flashing with a hint of shrewdness. Honey, I can't shake the feeling that something was off about that assistant manager, Dong Dawei, today. Oh? What was off about him? Li Yu watched her with interest. I heard he's not interested in beautiful women like me, for instance. He wouldn't even give someone like me a second glance. But then he goes and gets all worked up over something trivial like whether Gu Shuyan's outfit is too revealing. Does that make sense? As Gu Yueyan spoke, she deliberately thrust out her ample chest and fluttered her eyelashes at her husband. Li Yu couldn't help but laugh at her charmingly adorable display. He pulled her back into his arms and gave her pert behind a light yet firm pat. You little vixen, trying to seduce me again. After the laughter died down, Li Yu's expression gradually turned serious. But you're right, this Dong Dawei is definitely up to something. I've noticed it for a while now, which is why I've always kept my guard up around him. Then let's fire him tomorrow to eliminate future trouble. A resolute glint flashed in Gu Yueyan's eyes. She wasn't the naive, innocent girl she used to be. She would show no mercy to anyone who threatened her family. However, Li Yu shook his head. No, firing him now would only alert the snake. This guy's clearly just a small fry. There's definitely someone pulling the strings behind him. We need to keep him around. Bait the hook long enough and we'll reel in the big fish. A calculating smile played at the corners of Li Yu's mouth. Don't forget, we've got our own man planted in the shop. You mean Yanju? Gu Yueyan instantly caught on. Exactly. Li Yu nodded. With her there, every move Dong Dawei makes won't escape our notice. Mentioning Huang Yanjue reminded Li Yu of her father back home, who was still gravely ill in bed. Honey, what do you think about this? Let's figure out a way to bring Yanju's father to Jiangning for treatment. The medical facilities in Jiangning are far superior to what they have in that small county town. Gu Yueyan's eyes lit up at the suggestion. That's a great idea, but Yanju has such a strong sense of pride. I'm afraid she won't accept our help. That's why we can't just give her money outright. Li Yu's eyes flashed with a glimmer of wisdom. We'll tell her to keep working at the restaurant and help us manage it. Her father's medical expenses will be considered in advance on her wages. This way, she can care for her father with peace of mind without feeling too much pressure. What do you think? Honey, you're so clever. Gu Yueyan excitedly planted a firm kiss on her husband's cheek. My dad really likes Yanjue too. He says she's dependable and hardworking, a real asset. I'll go talk to her right now and give her a good talk. With that, Gu Yueyan picked up her phone. In their sisterly bond WeChat group, she sent a message. Yueyan, Yanjue, I need to discuss something with you. Yueyan, my husband mentioned wanting to bring your dad to Jiangning for treatment. We'd cover the medical expenses up front, and you could think of it as your future salary working at the restaurant. What do you think? The message had barely been sent when Huang Yanjue's reply came back almost instantly. Yanju, Yueyan, this is too much. Yueyan, don't be so polite. We're sisters, your concerns are mine. Yueyan, it's settled then. Go handle the paperwork tomorrow. I'll arrange the hospital for you. After persistent persuasion from both Gu Yueyan and Li Fengyue, Huang Yanjue finally agreed to their help, tears welling in her eyes. Yanju, thank you both, Yueyan, yeah. Meeting you in this lifetime is my greatest blessing. Chapter 218, Beware of the Mole. Seeing this outcome, a relieved smile spread across Li Yu's face. Alright, honey, send me uncle's medical records tomorrow. I'll handle the hospital and doctor arrangements. I'll make sure he gets the best care in all of Jiangning. Once our pharmaceutical plant officially starts production, it might even help lighten uncle's medical expenses considerably. Money's no problem. Gu Yueyan patted her chest with a bold gesture. Don't forget, I've got that black card you gave me. Let's have uncle come in for a comprehensive checkup first. We'll see what the exact situation is before deciding anything else. With matters settled, the two embraced and fell asleep. Li Yu held his gentle, lovely wife in his arms, yet his mind raced with calculations. He realized that as he ascended to higher levels of influence, the conditions for triggering system rewards grew increasingly stringent. The days of casually receiving cashback rewards in the tens of millions or even hundreds of millions were long gone. It seemed that from now on, making money would have to rely on his own efforts. At this thought, his mind instinctively drifted to the few life rewind pills in his system, space pills that could literally rewrite fate. To be honest, he hadn't been without the thought of simply using one to save that leukemia patient named Lu Jia or Huang Yanju as father. But the thought flickered and vanished almost as quickly as it had appeared. Human hearts are inherently selfish. There were only a handful of these life-saving elixirs to begin with. Using one meant one less. What if something happened to his own family, his parents, his children in the future? That would be a regret he could never undo. As for Lu Jia, though his condition was critical, it wasn't entirely hopeless. With sufficient resources and mobilizing social networks to search for a matching bone marrow donor, a solution could be found. Then there's Huang Yanju's father's illness, though it's tricky. But with the best doctors and most advanced rehabilitation therapy, improvement is still possible. Problems that money can solve should be solved with money. But these few true life-saving cards must be reserved for the closest family members. Li Yu silently made his decision in his heart. He gently pressed a kiss to his wife's forehead. Feeling the steady rhythm of her breathing in his arms, he too gradually drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, the sky was still dim. Li Yu suddenly opened his eyes wide in bed, his deep eyes gleaming with sharp intensity. He glanced at the alarm clock on the nightstand. It was only 6 in the morning. He had tossed and turned until past 1 in the morning, managing a mere 5 hours of sleep at most. Yet now, instead of feeling the slightest bit tired, he felt as if his entire body was brimming with inexhaustible energy. He felt refreshed and alert, more energetic than if he'd slept for over 10 hours. These gene pills are truly amazing. Li Yu couldn't help but marvel inwardly. He turned his head to look at his beloved wife sleeping soundly beside him. Her exquisitely beautiful face still bore a faint trace of weariness. A wave of deep affection surged through Li Yu's heart. He leaned down and pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead before rising silently from the bed. The moment Li Yu descended the stairs, he saw his father-in-law, Gu Jianjun, already dressed and preparing to leave. "Dad, so early? Where are you headed?" Li Yu approached and asked. "Where else? To the shop, of course." Gu Jianjun replied without turning his head as he slipped on his shoes. "We just got rid of those freeloaders yesterday. The shop is short-staffed now, and I won't feel at ease unless I keep an eye on things." "Dad, wait a moment. I need to talk to you about something." Li Yu's expression suddenly turned serious. Gu Jianjun paused, turning around to look at him with a puzzled expression. "What's wrong, Yu? Did something happen?" "Dad, what do you think of that assistant manager, Dong Dawei?" Li Yu asked straight to the point. "Dawei? That kid's pretty good," Gu Jianjun replied without hesitation. "He's diligent, sharp, and smooth in his dealings, a rare talent. I was just thinking of giving him a bit more time to prove himself before handing over the store manager position." Hearing this, Li Yu shook his head. "Dad, don't you think he's too perfect? Perfect to the point of being scary." Gu Jianjun was completely baffled by his remark. "Xiaoyu, what do you mean by that? Isn't it good for someone to be outstanding?" "Dad, think about it." Li Yu patiently began to explain. "This Dong Dawei guy has been working at our restaurant for less than a month, give or take. And you've promoted him all the way from an ordinary server to assistant manager. Yet instead of showing the slightest bit of pride or arrogance, he's become even more humble and diligent than before. He's also become more steady and seasoned. That's a bit unusual for a newcomer. Plus, both Yue Yan and I feel like he's a bit too good at putting on a facade. His gaze always carries that same humble, kind expression, making it impossible to read what's really on his mind." After hearing his son-in-law's analysis, Gu Jianjun's brow gradually furrowed. Though he was an honest man, he hadn't spent all those years in the cutthroat business world to be a pushover. After Li Yu pointed it out, he too felt that something about Dong Dawei was off. "Xiaoyu, are you suggesting he might be a mole sent by our competitors?" Gu Jianjun's expression darkened instantly. He'd certainly encountered such situations before. Whether he's an undercover agent or not, it's hard to say for sure right now. Li Yu's lips curved into a slight smile, his expression confident and assured. "But rest assured, I've already had the security company look into his background. I guarantee within days, we'll have his entire family tree thoroughly investigated. Then we'll know exactly what kind of person he is." Gu Jianjun watched his son-in-law's confident demeanor and finally let out a sigh of relief. He felt more and more convinced that marrying his daughter to Li Yu was the best decision he'd ever made. All right. I'll leave this matter in your capable hands." Gu Jianjun patted Li Yu on the shoulder, his face radiating satisfaction. "I'll keep an eye on things at the shop too. I won't let him catch on to anything." After seeing his father-in-law off, Li Yu walked into the kitchen. The housekeeper, Sister Wang, had already prepared a hearty breakfast for him. Freshly steamed crab roe buns, still hot and puffing with steam, released an enticing aroma. Beside them sat a bowl of freshly ground soy milk, its rich bean aroma filling the air. "Sister Wang, thank you for getting up so early." "Sir, you're too kind. It's my pleasure to do this for you." As she spoke, she brought him a plate of freshly fried eggs. Li Yu picked up a bun and took a bite. His mother, Wang Xiulan, yawned as she descended the stairs. Chapter 219, Drug Launch. Well, our little Yu is up so early today. Wang Xiulan teased her son with a playful look. Married men really are different. He's starting to look more and more like the head of the household. Sister Wang chimed in from the side. That's right, madam. Look at our master now, he's so much more steady than before. Li Yu found himself caught between laughter and tears at their playful banter. Mom, Sister Wang, cut it out. He wolfed down his breakfast in a few bites, then made an excuse and slipped away. I'm going upstairs to check on Yuan and the kids. Li Yu practically fled back to the master bedroom. The moment he pushed open the door, he saw his wife, Gu Yuan, already awake. She sat on the edge of the bed, gently changing Erbao's diaper. Seeing her husband enter, a sweet smile spread across Gu Yuan's face. Honey, did you finish talking with Dad? Yes. Li Yu approached and gently embraced her from behind. I've already made arrangements with Dad. Now it's just a matter of when that Dong Dawei will show his true colors. That's good. Gu Yuan nodded, returning to her task of tending to the baby. Watching his wife tirelessly care for their baby, Li Yu decided to take the day off to spend time with his family. He pulled out his phone and opened WeChat with practiced ease. He sent a leave request to Professor Wang, their macroeconomics instructor. Professor Wang, I apologize, but I have some family matters to attend to this morning and need to take the day off. Understood. Professor Wang's reply was, as always, concise and to the point. Gu Yuan watched her husband's practiced movements and couldn't help but feel a little worried. Honey, you're taking leave every other day. What about the exams? We auditing students don't get any special treatment. If you fail, you won't be able to graduate. Seeing his wife's adorably anxious expression, Li Yu's heart melted with tenderness and pain. He set down his phone, turned around, and pulled her into his arms. He planted a firm kiss on her exquisitely beautiful face. Don't worry, honey. A confident smile spread across Li Yu's lips. Have you forgotten that your husband here has a photographic memory? He tapped his temple lightly with a finger. Those textbooks thicker than bricks? I memorized them all with just a glance. Not only could I breeze through a final exam, but even if you asked me to go get a PhD right now, it'd be a piece of cake. His words brimmed with overwhelming confidence and conviction. It made Gu Yuan burst out laughing. She raised her tiny fist and playfully punched her husband's chest. Ugh, you're such a braggart. Though she said this, her heart felt as sweet as honey. Gu Yuan knew her husband never made empty promises. If he said he could do something, he would make it happen. A few days later, October arrived. The crisp autumn air bathed the entire city of Jiangning in golden sunlight. Yet even hotter than the sun was the official launch of several pharmaceutical products from Yanyu Pharmaceuticals. The company's flagship trio of immune-boosting supplements, the children's series, adult series, and an elderly series, created a massive wave across major online platforms. All because of that earth-shattering slogan, money back guaranteed. Those 4 words exploded like a bomb, instantly igniting public attention and debate. Holy crap, has Yanyu Pharmaceuticals lost its mind? How dare they pull this stunt? Health supplements vary in effectiveness from person to person anyway. They actually promise refunds if it doesn't work? They'll go bankrupt. It's just a gimmick. They'll find a million excuses not to refund you. Online reactions ran the gamut, skepticism and ridicule flooded the internet. Yet behind it all, Li Yu, the sole shareholder of Yanyu Pharmaceuticals, didn't even show up at the product launch event. He'd left early. After returning home, he entered his study and made a video call. Watching Lu Zhilong, flushed with excitement at the launch event, his expression remained calm. Chairman Li, did you see? We've succeeded. Lu Zhilong's voice brimmed with uncontrollable elation and excitement. Old Lu, don't get too excited too soon. This is just the beginning. Li Yu's face remained as serene as ever. Our product is excellent, but having a good product alone isn't enough. Your D folks aren't skilled in marketing. The company urgently needs a marketing manager who truly understands the market. I'll personally find the right person for this role. The moment he hung up, the composed and authoritative demeanor of a business tycoon vanished from Li Yu's face without a trace. Instead, his expression softened, for today was his wife Gu Yuan's birthday. After wrapping up his work, Li Yu hurried out of his study. In the living room, Gu Yuan was playing with the 4 little ones alongside 2 nannies. The 4-month-old quadruplets were no longer as fragile as they had been at birth. Each one was plump and fair-skinned, as delicate as carved jade, utterly adorable enough to melt anyone's heart. Especially the 3rd and 4th babies, who had already started learning to roll over. The 2 little ones strained with determination, kicking their stubby legs with all their might. They grunted and puffed like 2 clumsy little turtles. Honey, I'm home. Li Yu stepped forward and gently embraced his wife from behind. Gu Yuan breathed in that familiar, comforting scent and nestled obediently into his embrace. Honey, look at baby 4, he's about to roll over. Just then, Li Yu's mother, Wang Xiulan, and his mother-in-law, Zhang Suiping, walked downstairs arm in arm, as close as sisters. Xiaoyu, Yuan, your sister and I are heading out to grab some treats for you guys. Wang Xiulan finished speaking, then pulled Zhang Suweiping along as they dashed out the door. The relationship between these two mothers-in-law was now closer than that of best friends. They arrived at the most upscale shopping mall in Jiangning City. Wang Xiulan immediately pulled Zhang Suweiping into a gilded jewelry store. Don't be shy, sister-in-law. Whatever catches your eye today, just pick it out. Wang Xiulan declared with a generous smile. Oh dear, Sister Xiulan, how could I possibly accept? Today is Yuan's birthday, you're buying me something? Zhang Suweiping waved her hands in refusal. But Wang Xiulan held her hand firmly and said earnestly. Dear-in-law, you're mistaken. Yes, today is Yuan's birthday. But it's also your day of suffering. I'm a mother too, I understand that hardship. Consider this gift a token of affection from your elder sister to her younger sister. Wang Xiulan's heartfelt words instantly struck a chord with Zhang Suweiping. Her eyes instantly welled up with tears. Chapter 220, Wife's Birthday. Midday. The dining room of the Tiannanbei villa was already filled with laughter and lively chatter. Li Yu's father, Li Jianguo, had brought home a large, luxurious cake. Gu Yuan's father, Gu Jianjun, had personally taken to the kitchen, preparing a table full of his signature dishes, each one a feast for the eyes, nose, and palate. Every dish was among Gu Yuan's all-time favorites. The family gathered around the table, enjoying each other's company. Gazing at this heartwarming scene before her, Gu Yuan felt deeply moved. She stood up, raised her wineglass, and her beautiful big eyes glistened with tears. Dad, Mom, thank you. I used to think birthdays were just about me. But it wasn't until I became a mother myself that I finally understood a child's birthday is actually the Mother's Day of suffering. As she spoke, she walked behind her mother, Zhang Suweiping, and embraced her tightly. Mom, you've worked so hard. Mother and daughter clung to each other, tears of joy streaming down their faces. At that very moment, Gu Jianjun, who had always been somewhat reserved, seemed influenced by his son-in-law. He unexpectedly tried to be romantic for once. He produced a bright red rose from somewhere and awkwardly handed it to his wife. Honey, you've worked so hard. This unexpected scene instantly made the whole family burst into laughter. Zhang Suweiping's face flushed bright red as she accepted the rose, both embarrassed and delighted. You old fool, trying to be romantic like the young folks. Though she scolded him, the smile on her face outshone the flower itself. The family gathered around the table, enjoying this birthday lunch filled with love. After the meal, Li Yu led his wife back to the master bedroom. From behind his back, he produced an exquisite velvet box. Happy birthday, honey. Gu Yuan opened the box. Inside, resting quietly, was not some priceless jewel or piece of jewelry. Instead, it held an ordinary-looking car key. What is this? Gu Yuan looked at her husband with a puzzled expression. Li Yu's lips curved into a mysterious smile. Come on, I'll show you your birthday present. He took his wife's hand and led her to the villa's garage. As the garage door slowly rose, a fiery red supercar with sleek, elegant lines, exuding futuristic tech aesthetics, sat quietly parked inside. Wow! Gu Yuan couldn't help but gasp in awe. Though she knew little about cars, she could tell this sports car was absolutely priceless. Do you like it? Li Yu wrapped his arms around her from behind. This is Ferrari's latest limited edition model, custom made just for you. There's only one like it in the entire world. From now on, wherever you want to go, take it. Let everyone know you're the woman I, Li Yu, love most. Gu Yuan felt as though her heart had been filled with honey, so sweet it threatened to overflow. She turned around and stood on tiptoe. She pressed a deep kiss onto her husband's lips. Honey, thank you. I love it. Little did she know, Li Yu had more surprises in store. That evening, after saying goodbye to his family, Li Yu took Gu Yuan out. Today, he intended to give his wife a truly meaningful night for just the two of them. The car sped along, finally stopping at the entrance of Jiangning City's most luxurious 7-star hotel, the Brilliant Grand Hotel. Li Yu had made reservations in advance, not only securing the entire rooftop garden restaurant on the top floor, but also the hotel's sole and largest presidential suite. The moment they stepped out of the car, the hotel doorman trotted over and respectfully opened the door for them. Good evening, Chairman Li and Miss Gu. The hotel's general manager, accompanied by a dozen attendants, stood in formation at the entrance. The moment Gu Yuan appeared, the entire group bowed in unison at a 90-degree angle. They proclaimed in a resounding chorus, "Welcome, Miss Gu." Gu Yuan had dressed up especially for the occasion. A form-fitting pink gown accentuated her curvaceous figure to perfection. A Chanel-style shawl was casually draped over her shoulders, and she wore a pair of silver stiletto heels. These accessories accentuated her already tall frame, making her appear even more slender and graceful. It must be said that the nutritional meals personally prepared by Li Yu had produced remarkable results. Not only had Gu Yuan's figure improved, but her skin had also become increasingly fair and dewy. Her entire being radiated an irresistible beauty that drew all eyes. The moment she appeared, she instantly became the center of attention. Honey, what are you doing? Why such a big fuss? Gu Yuan looked at the extravagant welcome ceremony before her, tugging shyly at her husband's sleeve. Li Yu, however, looked perfectly natural as he took his wife's hand. On the soft, boneless back of her hand, he pressed a gentle kiss. "This is your first birthday since we've been together, of course we have to make it special," he said, winking mysteriously at his wife. "Plus, the birthday gift I prepared for you is still waiting in the hotel room." Gu Yuan's cheeks flushed at his words, her heart filling with sweetness. Led personally by the manager, the couple took the private elevator straight to the rooftop garden restaurant. The moment they stepped out of the elevator, Gu Yuan was once again stunned by the scene before her. The entire vast Sky Garden restaurant was completely empty. Only the melodious strains of a violin echoed softly in the air. Exquisite tableware and candlesticks were already set upon the dining table, with a large bouquet of vibrant red roses placed nearby. "Honey, did you reserve the entire place?" Gu Yuan covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. She knew this was the most exclusive restaurant in Jiangning City. Normally, securing a window seat required booking a month in advance. Yet now, her husband had gone to such lengths for her birthday. Had he just booked the entire restaurant? That was way too extravagant. Li Yu watched his wife's adorable expression of shock and emotion. His vanity was thoroughly satisfied. This was exactly the reaction he'd been aiming for. "As long as my wife is happy, I wouldn't hesitate to buy this entire restaurant. I wouldn't even blink at buying this entire hotel." Li Yu pulled her into his arms, his tone both commanding and doting. These words melted Gu Yuan's heart completely. She felt as though she'd fallen into a honeypot, sweetness radiating from head to toe. Meanwhile, in the nearby prep kitchen, a few young waitstaff peered through the door crack, whispering about the divine couple outside. "Holy crap, that's Mr. Li's wife? She's absolutely stunning. Yeah, look at that figure. Her face is even more stunning than those big stars on TV. You guys don't know what you're talking about. This is a natural beauty. Look at her skin, it's so soft you could squeeze water out of it." Chapter 221, A World of Two. Just then, a girl who looked like the head waitress lowered her voice and said mysteriously, "I overheard the manager say Mr. Li rented out the entire restaurant just to celebrate his wife's birthday today. Guess how much the private booking fee alone must be?" "How much?" "Not $1 million, right?" a girl nearby speculated. "$1 million? Are you kidding me?" The hostess rolled her eyes. "Let me tell you, 3,880,000 yuan, not a penny less. And they're staying in our biggest suite tonight, the presidential suite. 38,800 a night. And did you see that pigeon egg on her finger? I caught a glimpse of it earlier. That's a genuine top-tier pink diamond. It'd cost tens of millions to get your hands on something like that." The entire staff gasped at her words. They worked themselves to the bone for a month and barely made 10,000 yuan. Yet a single meal and one night at their hotel cost more than they could ever earn in a lifetime. Holy crap, that adds up to nearly 4 million yuan. How many years would I have to work to earn that much? Don't even bother calculating. Even if we didn't eat or drink for 20 years, we probably still couldn't save that much. Sigh, that's the difference between the rich and us poor folks. The group sighed in unison, their gazes fixed on Li Yu and Gu Yuan with a mix of envy and awe. Meanwhile, Li Yu and Gu Yuan were immersed in their own private world. Exquisite dishes, fine wine, and the company of their beloved. This meal was exceptionally romantic and warm. After dinner, Li Yu took his wife's hand and slowly walked out of the restaurant. Instead of heading straight to their room, they strolled through the hotel's rooftop garden. A gentle evening breeze carried a hint of coolness. Gu Yuan instinctively pulled her shawl tighter around her shoulders. Seeing this, Li Yu immediately took off his suit jacket and draped it over her shoulders. The jacket, still warm from his body heat, instantly banished all traces of chill. Gu Yuan felt a wave of warmth wash over her heart. "Thank you, honey." Gu Yuan leaned into her husband's embrace, her voice soft and gentle. "Silly girl, no need to be so formal with me." Li Yu held her tighter, resting his chin on her fragrant shoulder. Inhaling the faint, delicate fragrance of her hair, his heart felt utterly at peace. They stood there in silent embrace, gazing at the dazzling city lights in the distance, neither speaking. Yet their hearts felt closer than ever before. After a long while, Li Yu finally spoke softly. "Honey, it's getting late. Let's head back to our room." Gu Yuan blushed at his words and nodded obediently. She knew the real fun was just about to begin. When they reached the door of the presidential suite, Li Yu didn't swipe his card to open it. Instead, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a black blindfold. "Honey, put this on first. What's the big deal? All this mystery." Gu Yuan protested, but obediently closed her eyes. She let her husband place the blindfold over her eyes. "All right, follow me. I've got a surprise for you." Li Yu took her hand and slowly pushed open the door. The moment Gu Yuan stepped into the room, hand in hand with her husband, a rich, heady fragrance of roses instantly filled the air. Soon after, melodious and romantic music began to play softly in her ears. "Honey, can I take off the blindfold now?" Gu Yuan's heart brimmed with curiosity and anticipation. "Not yet. Li Yu's voice carried a hint of mysterious amusement. He took his wife's hand and led her step by step toward the center of the living room. Only when they came to a stop did Li Yu slowly remove the blindfold from her eyes. "There, honey. Open your eyes and take a look." Gu Yueyan slowly opened her eyes. The moment she took in the scene before her, she was instantly stunned. A path made of countless crimson rose petals and scented candles stretched from the doorway all the way to her feet. The luxurious furniture that had once filled the center of the living room where they stood had been cleared away. In their place stood a massive heart-shaped formation crafted from countless small candles. At the heart of the design, colorful balloons and ribbons spelled out the words, "Happy birthday, wife." Wow! Gu Yueyan covered her mouth in excitement, her beautiful big eyes instantly misting over. She never imagined her husband would prepare such an utterly romantic surprise for her. "Honey, do you like it?" Li Yu gently pulled her into his arms from behind. Gu Yueyan nodded vigorously, her voice trembling slightly. She turned around, tiptoed, wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, and pressed a deep, loving kiss against his lips. The two stood at the center of this heart formed by candlelight and rose petals, kissing passionately. It seemed as though the entire world had vanished, leaving only the two of them. After a long while, their lips parted. Gu Yueyan's lovely face was flushed crimson, her eyes hazy with emotion. Leaning against her husband's embrace, she felt as though she were in a dream. Yet she didn't know this was only the beginning. "Honey, come with me. I have another gift for you." Li Yu took her hand and led her to the doorway of another room. The moment the door swung open, Gu Yueyan was utterly stunned by the sight before her. The entire room was filled with exquisitely wrapped gift boxes of all sizes. They piled from floor to ceiling, forming what looked like a small mountain made entirely of presents. "Husband, this. Gu Yueyan pointed at the mountain of presents, her voice trembling with emotion. "These are all the birthday gifts I'm making up for you, every single one from the past 20+ years. Li Yu embraced her from behind, his voice tender and deeply affectionate. "Honey, I'm sorry I missed out on your past. But from now on, I'll be by your side for every single birthday." Hearing her husband's heartfelt confession, Gu Yueyan could no longer hold back her tears. "Honey, thank you. Thank you for everything you've done for me." "Silly girl, no need to be so formal with me." Li Yu gently patted her back, tenderly wiping the tears from her face. There. Stop crying, you'll end up looking like a little kitten. Go see the gift I prepared for you. Do you like it?" Gu Yueyan finally stopped crying at his words. Wiping her eyes, she looked like a child who'd just received a cherished toy. She rushed eagerly toward the mountain of presents. She picked up the smallest box at random and tore it open. Inside was an adorably chubby green frog plushie. Chapter 222, Sales Skyrocket. "Oh my gosh, it's the frog prince I loved as a child." Gu Yueyan exclaimed in delight, clearly thrilled. She never imagined her husband would remember something from so long ago. This frog plushie was her absolute favorite character from the cartoons she watched as a child. Back then, she'd cried and begged her parents to buy it, but their family couldn't afford it, and they hadn't been able to bring themselves to spend the money. She had only mentioned it once in passing during a casual chat with Li Yu. She never imagined he'd kept it in his heart all this time. A wave of indescribable warmth surged through Gu Yueyan's heart. Holding that frog plushie felt like embracing the entire world. Next, she unwrapped another slightly larger box. When she saw what was inside, she gasped again. "Oh my gosh, it's a Hermes Himalaya." This pink bag, hailed as the pinnacle of handbags, she had only ever seen in magazines. Rumored to be a global limited edition, it was said to be impossible to buy even with money, its price having skyrocketed to nearly $1 million. Yet now, it lay quietly before her. She carefully lifted the bag out. The exquisite leather and flawless craftsmanship made her reluctant to put it down. "Honey, this is far too precious." "Nothing is too precious for my wife." Li Yu stepped forward, gently teasing her nose with a look of adoration. "If you like it, it's not just a bag. Even if I bought the entire Hermes store to give to you, I wouldn't bat an eye." Gu Yueyan couldn't help but giggle at his domineering CEO-style declaration. For the rest of the time, Gu Yueyan was like an inexhaustible child. Amidst a mountain of presents, she unwrapped gift after gift. Each gift brought her immense delight. There was the lipstick set she'd been coveting for ages but never splurged on. There were the white sneakers from her favorite brand that she loved wearing to school. And the big white rabbit milk candies from her favorite brand, the ones she adored as a child. Each gift carried Li Yu's profound love and thoughtful care for her. Seeing his wife's face light up with a childlike smile, Li Yu's heart swelled with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. He stepped forward and swept the little woman, still rolling around in the pile of gifts, into a horizontal embrace. "Ah, honey, what are you doing?" Gu Yueyan gasped, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. "What am I doing?" Li Yu's lips curved into a mischievous grin. "It's late at night. Of course, it's time to get down to business and do some exercise." He carried his wife, striding purposefully toward the soft, inviting bed in the bedroom. Hee, honey, now that you've gotten your birthday present, isn't it time for me to get mine?" Gu Yueyan's face flushed crimson at his words, and she playfully punched his chest. Ugh, you're so naughty. Though her words protested, her body betrayed her, nestling closer into her husband's embrace. A night of passion followed, needless to say. Li Yu's formidable physique, enhanced by the gene pills, had allowed Gu Yuyen to fully experience what it meant to be a true woman. They carried on until midnight before finally drifting off to sleep in each other's arms. That night, Gu Yuyen slept with an unusual sweetness. A blissful smile lingered on her lips throughout the night. The next day, Yanyu Pharmaceuticals' 3 flagship health supplements were launched across major online platforms and all sales channels. Money back guaranteed. This earth-shattering slogan exploded like a bombshell. It instantly sent shockwaves through China's health supplement market. Overnight, the internet was abuzz with all manner of reactions. Seriously, has Yanyu Pharmaceuticals lost its mind? Daring to promise refunds for ineffective health supplements? Exactly. These products work differently for everyone. Won't they go bankrupt with this policy? I bet it's just a gimmick. They'll find a million excuses not to refund you. Stop being so cynical. I just checked their official website, it's clearly stated in black and white. If you feel it doesn't work, you can request a full refund anytime, they'll even reimburse your shipping costs. Holy crap, is that for real? They're that bold? I already placed my order. Might as well treat it like buying a soda, what if it actually works? Yeah. I'm ordering 2, nothing to lose. In no time, Yanyu Pharmaceuticals' website was completely overwhelmed by traffic. Sales of the 3 health supplements surpassed the million-unit mark within just a few hours. This figure left every competitor utterly stunned. And behind it all, Li Yu, the sole shareholder of Yanyu Pharmaceuticals, sat leisurely in his study at his villa. Through a video call, he communicated with Lu Zhilong, who was visibly flushed with excitement. Chairman Li, did you see that? We did it. We did it. Lu Zhilong's voice brimmed with uncontrollable elation and excitement. He never dreamed that his little factory, on the brink of collapse, could ever reach this day. It all felt like a dream. Old Lu, don't get too excited just yet. This is only the beginning. Li Yu's face remained as calm and composed as ever. As if the sales figures that had surpassed 100 million in just a few hours were nothing to him. Lu Zhilong instantly sobered up at those words. He knew this chairman's vision was far grander than he had ever imagined. Chairman Li, you're right. I got too excited. Our product is excellent, but having a good product alone isn't enough. Li Yu's fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop. You're an R&D specialist, not a marketer. I've already identified a marketing manager. I'll have him report to you soon to assist with company affairs. Understood, Chairman Li. I'll follow your lead on everything. Lu Zhilong replied respectfully. The person Li Yu had in mind was Su Ming, Li Jiat's close associate. Li Yu had been deeply impressed by this young man. He was sharp-witted and quick on his feet. Back when Li Jiatai pursued Li Fengyue, this kid had played a significant role. More importantly, Li Yu had spotted him once before at a restaurant. Back then, he'd secretly checked his stats using the discerning eye skill. His loyalty rating was a solid 80, with the evaluation stating he was capable of great things. Not recruiting such talent would be a waste of a precious resource. With that thought, Li Yu immediately dialed Su Ming's number. Su Ming was currently in his rented apartment, eating instant noodles while submitting resumes online. Seeing Li Yu's name flash on the caller ID, he froze in place. Hello, Mr. Li? Chairman Li? Su Ming stammered as he answered, his mind racing with confusion. Why would this big shot suddenly call him? Could it be that fool Li Jiatie had gotten himself into trouble again? Chapter 223, You're a Talent. Su Ming, right? This is Li Yu. Li Yu's steady, magnetic voice came through the line. Yes, Mr. Li. What can I do for you? Su Ming sat up straight on the bed, his tone as respectful as if he were speaking to his homeroom teacher. I understand you majored in marketing in college and have relevant work experience? Li Yu got straight to the point. Yes. Su Ming's heart skipped a beat. Did this big shot even know that? Had he dug up my entire family history? I recently opened a new pharmaceutical company called Yanyu Pharmaceuticals. You've probably heard of it? Heard of it? Of course I've heard of it. Su Ming replied hastily. After all, Yanyu Pharmaceuticals was all over the internet right now. How could he not have heard of it? It's a company I invested in, but my general manager comes from a research background and doesn't understand the market. So I'd like to invite you to join as marketing director to handle our marketing operations. Are you interested? What? Marketing director? Su Ming froze upon hearing those 4 words. He thought he'd misheard and instinctively reached up to scratch his ear. Mr. Li, you're not joking, are you? I'm just a college graduate with a few years of experience, how could I possibly handle a director-level position? Though Su Ming felt his heart nearly leap out of his chest with excitement, he still couldn't quite believe it. After all, this happiness had come far too suddenly. No need for modesty. I trust you. Li Yu's voice brimmed with confidence. As for compensation, I'll start you at a base salary of 500,000 yuan annually, plus year-end bonuses. What do you think? 50,000 yuan a year, plus bonuses. Hearing that figure, Su Ming felt his head buzz with disbelief, nearly fainting on the spot. His current job search target was merely a monthly salary of 5,000. But this big shot was offering $500,000 a year right off the bat. This was more thrilling than winning the lottery. Hell yeah, Mr. Lee, I'm in. Su Ming could no longer contain his wild excitement, leaping 3 feet off the bed in sheer elation. If you trust me, I'd gladly take on any role, even cleaning toilets. Now that's not right. You're a talent, how could you possibly clean toilets? I'm holding the marketing director position open for you. Report to the company tomorrow. I'll send you the address later. Li Yu said in a calm tone. After hanging up, Su Ming still felt as if he were dreaming. He pinched his thigh hard. Only the piercing pain convinced him this was real. Holy, I'm going to make it big. Su Ming jumped up and down excitedly in his cramped rental apartment. He knew that from this day forward, his life would be completely transformed. And it was all because he'd latched onto Li Yu, a leg thicker than gold. Early the next morning, Su Ming slipped into his most expensive suit. He tied his tie and slicked his hair back with gel. He arrived at the entrance of Yen Yu Pharmaceuticals a full hour early. Gazing at the futuristic, high-tech modern office building before him, Su Ming was utterly stunned. He never imagined that this company, which had caused such a huge stir online, was actually founded by Li Yu. Moreover, he was about to become its marketing director. Su Ming adjusted his tie, then strode confidently through the company entrance. Hello, are you Mr. Su Ming? The sweet-looking young lady at the front desk immediately stood up upon seeing him. And immediately stood up, her face breaking into a professional smile. That's me. And you are? Su Ming felt a bit flattered. I'm Mr. Lee's secretary. He's waiting for you in his office. Please follow me. Su Ming followed the secretary all the way to the chairman's office on the top floor. When the office doors swung open, he was once again stunned by the sight before him. The entire office spanned over 200 square meters. Giant floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of the surrounding landscape. The decor was minimalist yet luxurious. Every piece of furniture looked exquisitely expensive. Li Yu sat leisurely in the massive executive chair, holding a steaming cup of coffee. Spotting Su Ming enter, he gestured toward the sofa across the room with a warm smile. Come on in, take a seat. Good afternoon, Chairman Li, Su Ming greeted him with a bow and a nod. Then he carefully sat down on the edge of the sofa. His nervous demeanor resembled that of a young bride meeting her in-laws for the first time. Li Yu couldn't help but chuckle at his stiff demeanor. Don't be so nervous. I'm not a tiger, I don't eat people. As he spoke, he personally poured Su Ming a cup of coffee. Try it. This is Blue Mountain coffee I specially brought back from abroad, you won't find it easily elsewhere. Su Ming immediately took the coffee with both hands, looking so overwhelmed with gratitude he might as well have knelt before Li Yu. Thank you, Chairman Li. Thank you, Chairman Li. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Yu got straight to the point. Su Ming, I called you here today to discuss the company's future direction. Li Yu's expression gradually turned serious. Our Yen Yu Pharmaceuticals has gained significant online traction thanks to our money-back guarantee gimmick. But this isn't a sustainable strategy in the long run. I don't want to be just another merchant selling health supplements. What I aspire to build is a truly beloved national brand that earns the trust of every Chinese person. Li Yu's words sent shockwaves through Su Ming's mind. Only now did he fully grasp the vast chasm between his own ambitions and those of this tycoon. While Li Yu was thinking on the grandest scale, Su Ming was still stuck in the narrow mindset of how to sell a few more bottles of medicine. Mr. Li, your vision is truly monumental, Su Ming said with admiration. So, do you have any suggestions? Li Yu looked at him with keen interest. After a moment's thought, Su Ming voiced his idea. Mr. Li, I believe our top priority now is to launch a truly market-disrupting flagship product as soon as possible. This product must not only deliver exceptional results but also carry a name that's catchy, memorable, and impossible to forget. That's exactly what I had in mind. And I've already thought of the name. It'll be called Daboojin. Li Yu's lips curved into a faint smile. Daboojin? Su Ming nearly spit out his coffee upon hearing the name. He stared at Li Yu with a bewildered expression, inwardly marveling at this big shot's naming skills. It was downright down to earth, to say the least. Chapter 224, 100 million in advertising fees. What? You don't like the name? Li Yu raised an eyebrow. No, it's great, absolutely fantastic. Su Ming hastily waved his hands. Though he did think the name was a bit tacky, even a little unprofessional. Upon reflection, however, he realized it was nothing short of a stroke of genius. Simple, direct, easy to remember, and carrying a hint of playful teasing that made you chuckle. If this were online, it would definitely go viral. Now that the name is settled, the next step, promotion and marketing, is all yours. Li Yu slid a document across the table towards Su Ming. This is the advertising agency I found for you, Big Bang Film TV Advertising Planning Company. I don't care what methods you use or how much you spend, I only want one result. That result is making the name Dabaojin resonate throughout the entire Dragon Nation in the shortest possible time. Su Ming picked up the document and froze when he saw the familiar company name printed on it. Mr. Li, how did you know about this company? What? You know them? Li Yu seemed surprised. Not just know it, one of its shareholders is my university advisor. I even interned there for half a year during my studies, Su Ming said, his face lighting up with excitement. Well, that's perfect. Familiar faces make things easier. A satisfied smile spread across Li Yu's face. He had called Su Ming over, originally planning to have him negotiate the price with the other party. But now it seemed even that step was unnecessary. Chairman Li, rest assured this is all on me. Su Ming patted his chest, his face radiating confidence as he made his promise. I guarantee I'll deliver the most perfect marketing plan within a week. Very good. Li Yu nodded with satisfaction. I'm giving you a budget of 100 million. If it's not enough, I'll add more. Remember, money is no object. I only care about results. 100 million. Su Ming felt his heart nearly leap out of his chest upon hearing the figure. He'd never even seen a million yuan in his entire life. Yet this tycoon casually dropped 100 million yuan advertising budget. This was even more expensive than making a movie. Mr. Li, we won't need that much, Su Ming stammered. I have a good relationship with our director. He'll definitely give me a friend's discount. I told you to spend, so spend. Go ahead boldly. Li Yu shot him a stern look, his tone leaving no room for argument. Our product? If we're doing it, we're going all out at the highest end. The same goes for advertising. We must hire the biggest celebrities, secure spots on the hottest shows, and use the most cutting-edge special effects. I want everyone to know that Yanyu Pharmaceuticals isn't short on cash. Su Ming was utterly stunned by this display of sheer dominance. Only now did he truly grasp what it meant to be a true tycoon. Yes, Chairman Li, I understand. Su Ming stood up and bowed deeply to Li Yu. He knew his chance had come as long as he handled this matter well. His future path would be paved with smooth sailing. Clutching the document, Su Ming strode out of the chairman's office, his heart aflame with passion. He felt as though his feet were treading on flames. His entire being was brimming with inexhaustible drive. After handling company affairs, Li Yu drove to Gu Tianlu. The moment he stepped into the restaurant, he sensed a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. The entire hall was cold and deserted, with only a few scattered tables occupied. Moreover, those patrons were all dressed shabbily, talking at the top of their lungs, with tables strewn with cups and plates. They were clearly the type of customers who sought cheap deals and lacked refinement. Li Yu's brow instinctively furrowed. He knew his father-in-law's discount promotion strategy had completely backfired. Just then, his father-in-law, Gu Jianjun, emerged from the kitchen. Spotting Li Yu, he rushed over as if he'd found a savior. His weathered face bore deep lines of worry and exhaustion. Xiao Yu, you're finally here. Quick, help me think of a solution. Gu Jianjun grabbed Li Yu's hand, his face etched with urgency. Dad, please calm down. Tell me slowly what happened. Li Yu helped him sit down on a nearby chair and poured him a cup of hot tea. What else could it be? Just that damn restaurant business. Gu Jianjun sighed deeply, his face utterly devoid of hope. Ever since we got rid of those parasites last time, business hasn't improved at all, it's only gotten worse. I had no choice but to launch a discount promotion, hoping to attract some customers first. But who knew? While more people came, every single one of them was just looking for a cheap deal. They order the cheapest set meal, and after finishing, they help themselves to whatever they can, stuffing napkins and toothpicks into their pockets. This past month, our restaurant hasn't made a single penny, we've actually lost tens of thousands. Gu Jianjun grew angrier as he spoke, slamming his hand down on the table. Just then, a heavy-set man in a chef's uniform stormed out of the kitchen. It was Wang Daming, the new head chef promoted by Li Yu last time. Mr. Gu, this job is impossible. The moment Wang Daming saw Gu Jianjun, he began pouring out his grievances. Look at this promotion, you've set up a 4-course meal with soup selling for only 88 yuan. That barely covers our costs. How are we supposed to cook with that? The veteran chefs in the kitchen are all grumbling now. They've lost all motivation to work. Wang Daming's words felt like sharp thorns, piercing Gu Jianjun's heart. He knew Wang Daming was telling the truth, but now he was in a bind with no way out. Just then, Dong Dawei, the assistant manager who had been lurking nearby pretending to be busy, approached them. He first offered a few insincere words of comfort to Gu Jianjun, then launched into his clumsy performance. Mr. Gu, please don't get too worked up. I think Master Wang has a point too. How about we just revert the prices back first? This situation can't go on indefinitely. His words sounded as if he were thinking of the restaurant's best interests. But Li Yu caught a fleeting, almost imperceptible glint of schadenfreude in his eyes. Dad, don't worry. Leave this to me. Li Yu stood up, patted his father-in-law on the shoulder, and gave him a reassuring look. Then he turned his gaze toward Chef Wang Daming, who was still ranting incessantly. Chef Wang, is that right? Li Yu asked in a commanding tone. I ask you, what do you think is the biggest problem facing this restaurant right now? Wang Daming froze, caught off guard by the sudden question. He instinctively glanced at Dong Dawei beside him. Chapter 225, Overhauling the Kitchen. Dong Dawei gave him an almost imperceptible nod. Wang Daming instantly understood. Clearing his throat, he declared with conviction. Of course it's the pricing. Our dishes are absolutely top-notch in flavor, but the prices are just too low. At such low prices, we can't even cover our costs, let alone turn a profit. I suggest gradually raising prices back to their original levels in a few days. Otherwise, this business simply won't be sustainable. However, upon hearing this, Li Yu let out a cold laugh. Price is an issue, but it's not the biggest problem. Li Yu's gaze swept slowly over everyone present as he spoke in an icy tone. The restaurant's biggest problem now is that morale is low and the team is hard to manage. His words fell like a bomb, plunging the room into dead silence. Several people present felt uneasy under his piercing gaze. Dad, I need to discuss something with you. Li Yu turned to face his father-in-law, Gu Jianjun, his expression earnest. Starting today, I'd like to temporarily take over the restaurant. What do you think? Gu Jianjun froze for a moment upon hearing this, then his face lit up with wild delight. This was exactly what he'd been waiting to hear from his son-in-law. Of course. Absolutely. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Jianjun agreed immediately. Xiao Yu, from this moment on, you are the general manager of this restaurant. Run it however you see fit. Dad won't interfere at all. He now trusted this son-in-law completely. He was certain that with Li Yu at the helm, this restaurant would surely be revived. With his father-in-law's authorization, a confident smile spread across Li Yu's lips. His gaze fell once more upon Wang Daming, who stood there looking utterly stunned. Chef Wang, since you also think the pricing is problematic, then very well. I hereby announce that starting tomorrow, all dishes on the restaurant menu will revert to their original prices. What? Wang Daming and Dong Dawei exclaimed almost simultaneously. They never imagined Li Yu would make such a foolish decision. The restaurant had finally attracted some customers through its low prices. If they suddenly raised prices now, wouldn't that be driving customers away? Mr. Li, please reconsider. Dong Dawei panicked, rushing forward to dissuade him. If we raise prices tomorrow, customers will definitely stop coming. We need to ease into it gradually, not restore everything at once. His words sounded like he was thinking of the restaurant's best interests. But in truth, he was already overjoyed inside. He couldn't wait for Li Yu to do just that. Once the restaurant's business collapsed, his mission would be accomplished. Yet Li Yu didn't even bother to glance at him. Do I need you to tell me how to run my business? The icy tone sent a sudden chill down Dong Dawei's spine. Only then did he remember that the man before him was not someone he could fool around with. Li Yu paid no further attention to the stunned Dong Dawei. He turned and strode purposefully toward the kitchen. Li Yu knew that reviving the restaurant required more than just restoring prices. The crucial task was to thoroughly discipline the lazy, seasoned veterans who had grown complacent in the kitchen. The moment Li Yu pushed open the kitchen door, a foul stench mingled with grease fumes and sweat instantly assaulted his nostrils. The entire kitchen was a chaotic mess. The floor was covered in grease and vegetable scraps, resembling a garbage dump. Several young apprentices were frantically washing vegetables. Meanwhile, several chefs who appeared to be senior cooks sat idly by. Some smoked cigarettes, others played with their phones, and a few even gathered together to shoot the breeze. Their relaxed demeanor hardly resembled that of employees at work. They seemed more at ease than if they were in their own homes. Li Yu's expression darkened instantly. He finally understood why the restaurant's service was so slow. With a bunch of parasites like this around, no wonder the restaurant was struggling. Li Yu forced himself to suppress his anger and didn't explode immediately. Instead, he walked up to a plump chef who was playing with his phone and asked in an icy tone, "What's your name?" The chef jumped at the sudden voice. He looked up and saw Li Yu, a flash of contempt crossing his face. What? Checking IDs? He didn't give Li Yu, the boss's son-in-law, the time of day. In his eyes, Li Yu was just a pretty boy living off his wife, with no real skills. I'll ask you one more time. What's your name? Li Yu's voice grew colder. That powerful aura made the fat chef feel inexplicably flustered. I'm Lu Neng. Very well, Lu Neng, is that right? A cold smile curled at the corner of Li Yu's mouth. You can pack your things and get out now. And you lot too. Li Yu's finger slowly pointed at the other chefs who had been slacking off. Anyone not working, don't bother coming back tomorrow. His words exploded like a bomb in the kitchen. What did you say? You dare fire me? The chubby chef named Lu Neng was the first to jump up. He flung his phone aside, thrusting his beer belly forward as he pointed at Li Yu's nose and cursed. Who do you think you are? A freeloader like you, and you dare to boss people around here? Let me tell you, I was personally hired by Boss Gu. You have no right to fire me. Exactly. We won't stand for this. We want to see Boss Gu. This restaurant isn't run by some outsider like you. The other veteran staff members who'd been called out joined in the uproar. They prided themselves on being the restaurant's veterans and normally didn't even give Gu Jianjun the time of day. Not to mention that Li Yu, this son-in-law, was merely parachuted in midway. In their eyes, Li Yu was looking for trouble, deliberately picking on them to establish his authority. In an instant, the entire kitchen descended into utter chaos. The young apprentices trembled in fear, huddling in corners, not daring to breathe a word. Li Yu, however, remained as calm as ever. He simply watched the clownish spectacle unfold, his eyes brimming with icy scorn. Only when the kitchen finally quieted down again, with all eyes fixed on him, only then did Li Yu speak, his voice clear and distinct to every ear. Finished? Finished? Then get the hell out. You. The plump chef named Lu Nung trembled with rage at his arrogant attitude. He never imagined this seemingly weak and delicate young man would dare speak to them like this. A surge of rage instantly boiled up inside him. Kid, you're asking for it. Lu Nung roared, snatching a large wok spatula from the nearby cutting board. The blackened iron weapon whirled menacingly in his grasp. Chapter 226, Showing True Strength. Today I'll teach you the consequences of pushing someone too far. As he spoke, Lu Nang swung the spatula, aiming it squarely at Li Yu's head. He intended only to intimidate Li Yu, to demonstrate his own formidable strength. But Li Yu was faster. Just a split second before the spatula could strike, Li Yu's figure flickered, leaving behind a blur of movement. The next second, he appeared behind Lu Nang. A sharp crack echoed through the air. Lu Nang's arm, the one gripping the spatula, was twisted behind his back at an unnatural angle by Li Yu. The immense force made him feel as if his bones were about to snap. Ah! Lu Nang let out a blood-curdling scream. The spatula clattered to the floor. His obese body collapsed to the floor like a pile of sludge. This sudden turn of events left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. They never imagined that this seemingly pampered son-in-law of the Gu family was actually a martial artist. His clean, decisive moves were even more impressive than those of a martial arts star in the movies. Security! Li Yu ignored the fat man writhing on the floor and shouted toward the door. No sooner had the words left his mouth than several burly security guards in black uniforms burst through the door. They were elite personnel dispatched by Zhonghualong Security Company, each possessing exceptional combat skills. Throw all these troublemakers out. Li Yu pointed at the seasoned troublemakers, who were already frozen in fear, and ordered coldly. Yes, Chairman Li. The security guards leaped into action like wolves, charging toward their targets. What are you doing? Let me go. Help! They're beating me. The seasoned veterans tried to resist, but against these well-trained professional security guards, their strength was as useless as a chick's. Soon, one by one, they were dragged out of the kitchen like dead dogs. The entire kitchen fell silent in an instant. The remaining young apprentices stared at Li Yu with eyes brimming with awe and admiration. Only now did they finally understand that this new boss's son-in-law was the real deal. After dealing with these parasites, Li Yu's face showed not a single ripple of emotion. He clapped his hands, as if what he'd just done was a trivial matter. His gaze swept slowly over the remaining staff as he spoke in a cold, icy tone. From today onward, I don't want to see anyone slacking off during work hours. Anyone caught doing so again won't get off with just a dismissal. I'll make them understand what true regret feels like. These words were laced with raw, unadulterated threat. Every person present couldn't help but shiver. They knew this new boss wasn't joking around. Of course, if you all work diligently from now on, I won't shortchange any of you. After issuing his warning, Li Yu dangled a huge carrot. I've said it before, from now on, I'll take 10% of the restaurant's monthly net profit and distribute it as bonuses to every single one of you here. As long as the restaurant thrives, I guarantee each of your incomes will double or even more compared to before. These words instantly ignited a fiery glow in the eyes of the young apprentices, who had been feeling uneasy moments before. They seemed to already see stacks of cash beckoning to them. In an instant, morale in the entire kitchen soared to unprecedented heights. Every face radiated determination and anticipation. Li Yu watched the scene unfold before him, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He knew this first step had been a success. Next, it was time to let these people see his true capabilities. Li Yu walked up to a young apprentice slicing vegetables. Glancing at the apprentice's clumsy knife work, he couldn't help but frown. At this rate, when will you ever finish? Without another word, Li Yu snatched the cleaver from the apprentice's hands. The next moment, everyone was utterly stunned by the scene unfolding before them. With a flick of his wrist, the heavy knife seemed to come alive in his hands. Swish! 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 A rapid succession of slicing sounds filled the air. Instantly transformed into a pile of uniformly thin, delicate shreds as delicate as cicada wings. His fluid, effortless knife work left everyone present utterly speechless. Is this even humanly possible? It's more precise than a machine cut. Holy crap, the boss's son-in-law is actually a master chef? Whispers spread through the crowd, eyes fixed on Li Yu with disbelief and admiration. Only now did they finally realize that this new owner truly had some serious skills. And this was merely the beginning. In the days that followed, Li Yu personally took charge of the kitchen. He recreated every single one of the restaurant's most iconic and notoriously difficult signature dishes. Whether it was the precise control of heat or the perfect balance of seasonings, everything was flawless. One after another, dishes bursting with color, aroma, and flavor emerged from his hands. The tantalizing aroma made every chef present salivate uncontrollably. After cautiously taking a taste, they were utterly conquered by the astonishing flavor. It's absolutely delicious. I've been cooking for over 20 years, and I've never tasted braised pork this good. This is what a true culinary god tastes like. In an instant, the entire kitchen echoed with waves of admiration. Even the veteran chefs who had initially harbored doubts now gathered around. Each of them looked like elementary school students, holding little notebooks and diligently jotting down every point Li Yu made. They were afraid of missing any detail. Seeing their eager expressions, Li Yu's face broke into a satisfied smile. He knew he had completely won over their hearts. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. It was Shuizhan, the security team leader. Li Yu stepped into a quiet corner and answered the call. "Chairman, I have results on the matter you asked me to look into." Shuizhan's respectful yet steady voice came through the line. "We've thoroughly investigated Dong Dawei's background. He's not some high-achieving graduate from a prestigious university at all, just a high school dropout with a shady past. The only reason he got into Gu Tianlu is because someone has been backing him up." "Who?" Li Yu's eyes instantly turned cold. "Zhao Tianqi, the general manager of Dishi Kitchen God Restaurant," Shuizhan replied. "Our investigation shows Dong Dawei and this Zhao Tianqi are distant relatives. What's more, we discovered that all the chefs who previously resigned from Gu Tianlu are now working at Dishi Chef's restaurant. Their salaries are nearly double what they earned at Gu Tianlu." Chapter 227, Absolutely Delicious. After hearing Shuizhan's report, Li Yu's lips curved into a slight smile. He finally understood what was really going on. It turned out that the mastermind behind all this was the Zhao Tianqi fellow. First, he lured away Gu Tianlu's core team of chefs with exorbitant offers, causing the restaurant's dish quality to plummet. Then he sent his relative, Dong Dawei, to infiltrate the restaurant as a mole. Step by step, he had turned the restaurant into a complete mess, teetering on the brink of collapse. What a masterstroke cutting off the supply at the source. What a masterstroke working in tandem from within and without. This Zhao Tianqi really knows how to play his cards. "Chairman, should we proceed immediately?" Shuizhan's voice carried a hint of seeking approval. "At your command, I guarantee that Western Chef God will be forced out by scandal." "No need." Li Yu's tone was unexpectedly calm. Killing him now would be too easy on him. "Zhao Tianqi likes to play dirty, doesn't he? Then I'll play along nicely." Li Yu's icy tone sent a shiver down Shuizhan's spine on the other end of the line. After hanging up, Li Yu's expression returned to calm. He strode steadily into the kitchen and resumed instructing his apprentice on cooking. Meanwhile, in the main dining hall of Gu Tianlu, a different scene unfolded. Due to the sudden upheaval in the kitchen moments earlier, the pace of serving dishes had slowed to a snail's crawl. After waiting nearly half an hour, not a single cold dish had arrived at the table. The guests' patience was gradually wearing thin. What the hell is going on? How long has it been? Not a single dish has arrived. Waiter! Waiter! Are you even open for business? If not, we're leaving. Exactly. If the food doesn't come soon, we're demanding our money back. Complaints and demands echoed throughout the restaurant. The entire dining hall descended into complete chaos. Gu Jianjun darted through the crowd like a firefighter. One moment he was apologizing to customers, the next he was serving tea and water, running himself ragged. Everyone, I'm truly sorry." Gu Jianjun wiped the sweat from his forehead and explained with a forced smile. "We've had some issues in the kitchen today with insufficient staff. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. We'll serve the food immediately, right away." Yet his explanation fell flat. The customers weren't buying it. Just then, a young girl in a waitress uniform, carrying a tray, emerged from the kitchen. It was Huang Yanjue. "Hello, your order is here, boiled cabbage soup. Enjoy your meal." She carefully placed a bowl of what looked like watery cabbage soup in front of the table of guests who had been complaining the loudest. "What the hell is this? This is your signature dish?" A bald man who looked like a gangster boss glanced at the bowl of plain water and instantly lost his temper. "Are you trying to feed beggars? A measly bowl of soup, and you made us wait half an hour?" He pointed at Huang Yanjue's nose and began cursing furiously. "Get your boss over here. If you don't give us a proper explanation today, I'll tear this place apart." Huang Yanjue turned pale with fear at his menacing appearance, utterly flustered. Just then, a calm yet authoritative voice came from behind her. "Sir, please calm down. There's no need to take it out on a young girl." Li Yu had emerged from the kitchen without anyone noticing. He shielded Huang Yanjue behind him, then looked at the bald man with neither humility nor arrogance. "I'm the manager of this establishment. If you have any grievances, address them to me." The bald man sized up Li Yu, taking in his expensive attire and his formidable presence. He felt a twinge of unease. But he still stuck out his neck and retorted stubbornly, "Complaints? Of course I have complaints. Your food takes forever to arrive, and you call this junk your signature dish? Why don't you just rename this place Rip-Off Joint?" Liu didn't get angry upon hearing this. Instead, he smiled. "Sir, please don't jump to conclusions just yet." He pointed to the steaming bowl of boiled cabbage on the table and said confidently, "Please try it first. If you don't like it, I'll cover your entire meal today. And I'll compensate you an extra 10,000 yuan for emotional distress." The room erupted in an uproar. Every pair of eyes in the room turned toward them. The bald-headed man froze in surprise. He hadn't expected this young owner to make such a bold promise. "Fine, but you said it." A greedy smile spread across the bald man's face. "Everyone heard that. If he tries to back out, we won't stand for it." He picked up a spoon, determined to find fault, and scooped a small mouthful of soup into his mouth. The next second, his eyes widened like copper bells. An indescribable, supremely savory flavor exploded across his taste buds. It felt like downing a bottle of ice-cold Coke on the hottest day of summer, pure bliss from head to toe. This. The bald man's lips trembled, unable to utter a single word. Everything he'd ever eaten before felt like pig slop compared to this bowl of soup. "Well, big brother, isn't it delicious?" One of the younger guys beside him, seeing his ghost-stricken expression, asked curiously. "It's delicious. Delicious." The bald-headed boss snapped back to reality, abandoning all pretense of composure. He grabbed the bowl and downed it in one gulp. They polished off every last drop of soup and every scrap of food. "Waiter, bring me another bowl." He licked his lips with lingering satisfaction and called out to Huang Yanjue. His frantic eagerness left the surrounding diners staring in astonishment. Was the soup really that delicious? Soon, dishes from the kitchen began arriving one after another. Though the prices were unbelievably cheap, the quality of each dish surpassed everyone's expectations. A 3-person meal with 4 dishes and 1 soup costs just 98 yuan. A 2-person meal was 69 yuan. A single-person meal was an even more affordable 46 yuan. Guests initially assumed such budget-friendly set meals would be hastily prepared, pre-made dishes. Yet the dishes that arrived surpassed expectations, whether in presentation, to their color, aroma, and taste, were every bit as impressive as those served at star-rated hotels. "Holy cow, this braised pork belly is rich yet not greasy, melting in your mouth. It's absolutely delicious. And this mapo tofu, spicy, numbing, savory, and aromatic. It's the ultimate rice companion. You guys gotta try this pickled fish. The flesh is tender and smooth, not a hint of fishiness." Praise and exclamations echoed throughout every corner of the restaurant. Chapter 228, Raising the Bar. The customers who had just been complaining about the slow service had now transformed into food warriors. Head down, they devoured the delicacies on their tables like whirlwinds, too busy eating to even speak. They never dreamed that spending just a few dozen yuan could yield such astonishingly delicious food. This value for money was simply unbelievable. "How long is this promotion going on? We'll be back tomorrow. Seriously, this food is so good, I could eat it every day for a week." After finishing their meal, the satisfied customers wiped their mouths and asked in a flurry of chatter. Liu smiled and replied noncommittally, "We'll announce any future promotions in advance." With that, he turned and headed back to the kitchen to continue guiding his apprentices in cooking. Meanwhile, the dining hall was buzzing with excitement. Every subsequent dish that followed was nothing short of spectacular, both in portion size and flavor. The guests ate with such enthusiasm they seemed like starving ghosts reincarnated. "Holy crap, this food is insane. Everything I've eaten before must have been pig slop. These portions are huge. Is the owner running a charity? I can't take it anymore. Gotta snap a pic and post it on WeChat Moments so they can see what they're missing." In an instant, the entire restaurant echoed with the sound of cameras clicking. Countless photos showcasing the dish's vibrant colors, enticing aromas, and mouth-watering presentation, paired with exaggerated captions, instantly flooded social media feeds on WeChat Moments and Douyin. Shocking. A divine restaurant appears in Jiangning City. Fill up for just 50 yuan per person, flavors that blow Michelin out of the water. Guys, you gotta try this place. Gu Tianlu is my dream restaurant come true. Highly recommended. Come beat me up if it's not delicious. The name Gu Tianlu spread like wildfire through Jiangning City's food scene. Regulars who frequented the place were utterly stunned by today's dishes. This tastes completely different from before. Yeah, it feels like they hired a new chef and a master chef at that. I thought I heard arguing coming from the kitchen earlier. Could they have actually replaced that old chef? An old customer grabbed Huang Yanjue, who was serving dishes, and asked curiously. Huang Yanjue shuddered inwardly, recalling Liu's decisive methods. Her eyes darted around as she quickly devised a perfect excuse to protect the restaurant's reputation. "Sir, you've got the wrong idea. We haven't changed chefs. It's just that the kitchen was so busy today. Our boss's son-in-law felt sorry for his father-in-law and came to help out in the kitchen himself." The statement sent ripples of astonishment through the entire restaurant. Incredulity spread across every face. "Holy crap, is that for real? The owner's son-in-law is that good? His cooking skills are better than a state banquet chef. Oh no, I think I'm falling for this son-in-law chef I've never even met. In no time, the legend of the son-in-law chef spread like wildfire among the diners. Business at Gu Tianlu grew increasingly bustling as a result. It was already past 9 in the evening, yet the restaurant entrance remained packed with people. Many even arrived in luxury cars, drawn by his reputation. In the kitchen, Liu imparted every crucial detail of the dishes to the young chefs without holding back. Watching their eager expressions and moments of sudden understanding, Liu nodded with satisfaction. Stepping out of the kitchen, he spotted his father-in-law, Gu Jianjun, sitting alone at the bar, quietly wiping away tears. His weathered face was etched with deep emotion and joy. "Dad, what's wrong?" Liu approached and asked with a hint of amusement. "Xiao Yu, you're truly our family's savior." The moment Gu Jianjun saw Liu, he could no longer contain his emotions and grabbed his hand. Liu watched his father-in-law's emotional display and merely smiled faintly. He poured his father-in-law a cup of hot tea before speaking slowly. "Dad, don't get too excited just yet. While this unexpected online exposure has boosted our reputation, but relying solely on these unprofitable group deals isn't a sustainable long-term solution." Gu Jianjun's smile froze on his face. He knew his son-in-law was speaking the truth. Then what do you suggest we do? "Dad, why do you think Michelin-starred restaurants are so expensive and always fully booked?" Liu countered with a question. "Well, that's obvious, they're delicious and upscale, of course." Gu Jianjun answered without hesitation. "Exactly. It's all about the prestige." Liu's fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop. People today don't just eat to fill their stomachs. It's more about satisfying a sense of vanity, a social need. They crave face those envious likes and comments flooding their social media posts. So our next move is to elevate Gu Tianluo's class. We need to make dining here a badge of honor, a symbol of status. Liu's words instantly shattered Gu Jianjun's entrenched traditional mindset. He snapped his fingers in realization, slapping his thigh. "Right. Why didn't I think of that? Running a business in a big city really requires a shift in mindset. We can't keep relying on the old ways." "Xiao Yu, go on." Dad's all ears. Gu Jianjun's gaze toward his son-in-law brimmed with admiration and anticipation. "Dad, the most urgent task now is to address the inconsistent quality of our dishes after the head chef left." Liu's expression gradually turned serious. "My idea is to hire a professional advertising agency to conduct a comprehensive brand makeover for our restaurant. From the restaurant name to the interior design, all the way to the menu creation, will start fresh." Gu Jianjun nodded firmly upon hearing this. "All right, I'll leave this to you. If you need more funds, just let me know." However, Liu shook his head. "Dad, those are just superficial changes. I have a completely new core concept." He reached into his briefcase and pulled out a thick stack of documents, handing them to his father-in-law. "This is the nutritional weight loss meal plan I designed specifically for Yu Yan." Gu Jianjun took the document with some confusion. When he read its contents, he froze in place. The document was densely packed with meticulous combinations of ingredients and detailed cooking instructions. Even the calorie count for each meal was calculated down to the single digit. Adult males were limited to no more than 1,900 calories daily, while females were capped at 1,500 calories. "Dad, Yu Yan used this exact recipe to lose over 10 pounds in a month while maintaining balanced nutrition. Just think about it, how many young people today are like Yu Yan, passionate about beauty and health? We could easily build on this foundation to develop more healthy meal options, like muscle-building meals for fitness enthusiasts, or fat gain meals for those with weaker constitutions." Liu's eyes sparkled with determination as he articulated his vision with conviction. Chapter 229, Time for a Blood Transfusion. This is a goldmine. Gu Jianjun trembled with excitement after hearing his son-in-law's grand vision. He'd spent his entire career in the food service industry, yet never imagined meals could be approached this way. This plan was not only novel but also comprehensive, with almost no flaws. Only now did he truly grasp the vast gulf between himself and his son-in-law. "Xiao Yu, how did you even come up with this? You're a business genius." Gu Jianjun stared at Liu as if he were looking at a monster. He stood up and solemnly patted Liu on the shoulder. "Dad's decided from now on, this restaurant is entirely yours. Do whatever you want with it. I'll support you unconditionally. This old man will just be your assistant from now on, handling logistics." With his father-in-law's full backing, a confident smile spread across Liu's face. He helped Gu Jianjun settle into a bar stool beside the counter, then personally poured him another cup of hot tea. "Dad, please calm down," Liu said in a steady, authoritative voice. The tone quickly calmed Gu Jianjun's agitated heart, restoring his usual composed demeanor. "Cleaning house is only the first step. We can't just slap someone and forget to offer a sweet reward," Liu continued. "Sweet reward?" Gu Jianjun froze, momentarily confused. "Dad, think about it. Today I fired those slackers and crooks. It certainly served as a warning and established authority. But what about the veteran chefs in the kitchen who've always worked diligently and without complaint? If we only punish the bad apples without rewarding the good ones, won't that discourage the honest workers? Li Yu patiently explained. Li Yu's words instantly enlightened Gu Jianjun. Gu Jianjun realized with a start, you're absolutely right. As the boss, he was simply too soft-hearted and too sensitive about losing face. He'd get angry seeing veteran employees slacking off and wanted to scold them. But whenever he thought about how they'd been with him for over a decade, supporting elderly parents and young children, the words would die on his lips. Over time, this had led to the current mess. Dad, I just took a look around the back kitchen. There are a few veteran chefs who, despite their age, really get the job done without cutting corners. Li Yu pictured those quiet, diligent figures in his mind. Especially Master Wang in the prep kitchen and Master Chen in the roast section. Their skills are the real deal, no doubt about it. Yes, yes. Gu Jianjun nodded repeatedly, a look of deep appreciation on his face. Old Wang and Old Chen both came with me from our hometown to make a living. They've been working for me for nearly 20 years. When my business failed and things got toughest, they gritted their teeth and stayed. They even volunteered to forego their wages, determined to weather the storm with me. Recalling these memories, Gu Jianjun's eyes grew misty. Dad, that's exactly why we should place greater trust in loyal, long-serving employees like them. We must show them proper respect and compensation. Li Yu's tone was unwavering. I suggest promoting Master Wang and Master Chen to assistant kitchen supervisors starting tomorrow. Double their salaries immediately and give them a generous year-end bonus. Alright, it's settled. Gu Jianjun agreed without hesitation. He now trusted this son-in-law implicitly, following his every word. But, you. A hint of worry crept back onto Gu Jianjun's face. After firing those few old hands earlier, we're even more short-staffed in the kitchen now. I just did a quick count. Our kitchen spans hundreds of square meters, and at best, barely enough to field 10 proper chefs. How will we manage during peak hours? And while the few veteran chefs we have left are skilled, but their minds are too rigid. Getting them to innovate new dishes is harder than climbing Mount Everest. Gu Jianjun let out a long sigh, his face etched with helplessness. This was his most pressing headache. In the restaurant business, the dishes are paramount. Without good chefs, everything else is pointless. Li Yu, however, smiled confidently upon hearing this. Dad, you needn't worry about staffing at all. Out with the old, in with the new. This is the perfect opportunity to refresh our kitchen staff. Refresh? Gu Jianjun looked at him, puzzled. Exactly. Li Yu's eyes flashed with shrewdness. Those veteran chefs may have excellent skills, but they're getting on in years. Their energy can't keep up, and they've lost their drive to improve. They're fine as assistants mentoring newcomers, but expecting them to shoulder the main responsibility and run the entire kitchen? That's beyond their capabilities. My idea is this: let's hire a new head chef, someone young, energetic, with fresh ideas and drive. Then recruit a batch of talented, hard-working young apprentices to train from scratch. This way, within half a year, we can build a loyal, capable kitchen team that's truly our own. Li Yu's words were clear and forceful. Gu Jianjun felt his mind struggling to keep pace with his son-in-law's rapid-fire ideas. Recruit a new head chef? Gu Jianjun's mouth gaped wide. Xiaoyu, you make it sound so easy. These days, finding a good chef is harder than finding a good wife. Especially a head chef. They're treasures that every luxury hotel fights over. Where on earth are we supposed to find one? Don't worry about that, Li Yu replied with a mysterious smile. I'll handle the candidate selection. I'm confident that with sufficient compensation, we'll attract the right talent. Alright, I'll leave it all to you. Gu Jianjun had now fully embraced the role of a hands-off owner. Then I'm handing over full authority for restaurant hiring to you too. Hire whoever you want, do things your way. Dad won't interfere at all. He stood up, walked over to Li Yu, and solemnly patted him on the shoulder. This old body of mine needs some rest. I just don't have the energy you do anymore. A relieved smile spread across Gu Jianjun's face. He felt the weight that had been pressing down on him for so many days finally lift. With such a prodigiously talented son-in-law around, what else was there to worry about? It seemed his dream of retiring early and enjoying life at home with his grandchildren was about to come true. Li Yu watched his father-in-law's relaxed expression and felt genuinely happy for him. He knew the old man had poured his heart and soul into this restaurant his entire life. Once the restaurant settled into a stable rhythm, it was time for him to finally enjoy some well-deserved peace and quiet. Chapter 230, The Man Behind the Scenes. Dad, you can rest assured, Li Yu said with unwavering confidence. I'll make sure this place thrives and grows stronger under my management. However, just as he was about to discuss the next phase of reform plans with his father-in-law, his expression suddenly turned serious. Dad, there's something I feel I need to tell you. Gu Jianjun felt his heart skip a beat at the sudden seriousness in his son-in-law's expression. What's wrong, Xiaoyu? Did something happen again? Dad, do you remember that assistant manager I mentioned last time, Dong Dawei? Li Yu's voice grew colder. Of course I remember. What about him? How's that kid been doing at work lately? Gu Jianjun was puzzled. Seems fine. But it's all an act. Li Yu gave a cold laugh. I had a friend at the security company look into his background. Guess what I found out? Li Yu's eyes instantly sharpened. He's not some top-tier university graduate at all. He's just a high school graduate who used to work as a kitchen assistant in a small restaurant. What? Gu Jianjun was stunned by the revelation. He never imagined that the man who had always appeared humble and polite before him, and flawless in his work, was actually a fraud. Then, how did he even get hired at our restaurant? Disbelief spread across Gu Jianjun's face. Because someone was pulling strings behind the scenes for him, Li Yu said, enunciating each word clearly. You could say that his entire rise to become deputy manager at Gu Tianlu was orchestrated by one person pulling the strings behind the scenes. Who? Gu Jianjun's heart instantly leapt to his throat. Zhao Tianqi, the general manager of Dishi Chef's restaurant. Li Yu uttered the name slowly. This man packaged Dong Dawei and trained him to appear capable. It was precisely because he was so well packaged that the recruitment department took notice and hired him. Zhao Tianqi? Gu Jianjun's pupils suddenly contracted. The name was certainly no stranger to him. Dishi Kitchen God Restaurant was one of Jiangning City's long-established high-end establishments. Renowned for its Western cuisine and seafood, it had always been bustling with customers. Zhao Tianqi was the eldest son of the restaurant's owner and the de facto head of the establishment. Back when Gu Jianjun had sought to acquire a storefront on Exhibition Street, he had even competed with Zhao Tianqi's younger brother, Zhao Bufan, over the price. Since that incident, the two families had severed all ties. Gu Jianjun couldn't fathom why Zhao Tianqi would go to such lengths to target him. Xiaoyu, is there some kind of misunderstanding here? Gu Jianjun's brow furrowed deeply. Our Gu Tianlu is just a small eatery serving home-style dishes. It's not even in the same league as their high-end Western restaurant, Divine Chef. Why would he go to such lengths to target us? Dad, you're oversimplifying things, Li Yu shook his head and patiently explained. Don't forget how bustling our restaurant was before that ingrate Gu Shuyan showed up. Back then, our reputation and popularity were second to none in all of Jiangning City. Even though we served Chinese cuisine and they served Western. But we're both in the restaurant business, and there's only so many customers to go around. As one gains, the other loses. Every customer we attract is one less for them. More importantly, our restaurant's location is unbeatable. Right in Longchen Tower, the prime location in all of Jiangning City. Zhao Tianqi had his eye on this spot too, but you beat him to it. How could he not hold a grudge? That's why he first lured away our chefs with high salaries. Then he sent Dong Dawei as a mole to gradually undermine our restaurant. His ultimate goal is to wait until we can't hold on any longer, then snap up this place at rock-bottom prices. Li Yu's words finally made Gu Jianjun realize just how naive he had been. He had always believed that competition in the marketplace was about competing openly with dishes and service. He never imagined there were so many underhanded and treacherous tactics lurking behind the scenes. That Zhao Tianqi is nothing but a bastard. Gu Jianjun trembled with rage, slamming his palm down on the table. I used to think he was a promising young talent, a good prospect for business. I never imagined he could be so viciously cruel. And that traitor Dong Dawei, that backstabbing scum. I trusted him so much, gave him the best treatment, and he dared to betray me. The more Gu Jianjun thought about it, the angrier he became. Pointing toward the door, he roared. I'll go get him right now and ask him to my face if his conscience has been eaten by a dog. Waiter! Waiter! Gu Jianjun bellowed across the hall. Go get that Dong Dawei over here. A young waiter, startled by the boss's roar, shuddered. He hurried over and replied, Yes, Mr. Gu, I'll go right away. Meanwhile, in the alley behind Gu Tianlu restaurant, a man in a crisp suit and gold-rimmed glasses. He was bowing and scraping while on the phone, his face a mask of obsequiousness and trepidation. This was none other than Dong Dawei, the deputy manager of Gu Tianlu. Yes, young Master Zhao, you're absolutely right. This matter is indeed my failure to handle properly. Dong Dawei wiped the cold sweat from his forehead while plastering on a forced smile for the phone. From the other end of the line came the arrogant and impatient voice of a young man. Inadequate handling? Dong Dawei, you've got some nerve saying that. Zhao Tianqi, on the other end of the line, lay shirtless on a massage bed in an upscale club. Beside him, a scantily clad, curvaceous masseuse was vigorously kneading his shoulders. He kicked the masseuse away. She nearly pressed too hard and unleashed a torrent of curses into the phone. I told you to take down Gu Tianlu. It's been nearly a month. Not only is the Thai place still standing, but today it looks like its business is booming. I could do better with a dog than you. What the hell use are you to me, you piece of trash? Zhao Tianqi's voice was thick with rage and contempt. Young Master Zhao, please hear me out. Dong Dawei was on the verge of tears, his voice tinged with grievance. It's not that I don't want to do anything about it, but that new son-in-law of Gu Tianlu's is just too damn weird. Ever since he came to the restaurant last time and cleaned things up, I knew something was off. That kid somehow got his hands on a bunch of surveillance cameras and installed them all over the place, even the tiniest corners of the kitchen. I sent people to sabotage the system, but he caught every single one of them red-handed. Can't make a single move. Take today, for instance. I finally managed to turn those veteran chefs in the kitchen against him. I had them stage a collective walkout, thinking that would finally shut the place down for good.